You pretend to be a Daoist in a purple robe and make money by live streaming online. Just finished performing the 5 Thunders spell with props for 3 seconds. But unexpectedly a group of armed police suddenly burst in. Just as you were trembling with nervousness, you saw the police officers bowing to you in unison. A few black coffins were found at a construction site in a certain place in the Magic City, and a Daoist priest was asked to come and exorcise the evil spirits. Upon hearing this, you looked at everyone in confusion. Do I really need to live broadcast if I have this ability? At this time, you sit in the back seat of the police car with a bitter face. Have you got the wrong person? I'm just an ordinary citizen. A female police officer smiles at you. There is no need for seniors to be modest. Based on the skill you just showed during the live broadcast, you are definitely the person our special bureau is looking for. The situation is urgent now, so I hope you can understand. I am really not a celestial master. The trick I showed during the live broadcast was created using props. I just want to make some money to eat. Hearing this, policewoman Meng Qingshu frowned. Fake? How is that possible? She clearly saw the electricity when she was watching the live stream just now. After a moment of thought, she suddenly clenched her teeth and looked at you. Let's go check it out first. If it really doesn't work, we'll bring it back to you. Before long, I arrived at a construction site on the outskirts. As soon as I got off the car, a cool breeze blew by, making you shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a synthesized electronic sound rang in my mind. Ding! World Information Collection complete. The strongest celestial master system activated successfully. Detected that the host is currently in an extremely nurturing corpse land. Now issuing a beginner task. Please host break the corpse nurturing formation in this place, and kill the zombies here to eliminate the corpse energy. Completing the task can receive rewards of a 100-year peachwood sword, a barrel of 50-year-old child urine, 500 merit points, and no punishment for failure. Just heard that I have a golden finger. Before I could be happy, I fell into the valley. Are you playing with me? I am powerless now. How can I break the corpse raising formation? The next moment, the sound rang out again. Send a newbie gift package. Reward the host with a century of power, full level golden light spell, full level 5 thunder method, and a complete collection of Daoist symbols. As soon as the words fell, a huge surge of energy emerged in your body, filling your limbs and bones, feeling extremely comfortable all over. At the same time, this energy wanders in the body, constantly condensing into threads, and finally forms a round purple-red ball the size of an egg in the dantian, containing an inexplicable power. Not only that, even the purple Daoist robe bought for 19.9 yuan has undergone earth-shattering changes. The above not only presents a complex pattern of Dao marks, but also seems to have a faint golden light flowing faintly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of the foundation establishment. Then a panel appeared. Host Zhang Yishuan, with a cultivation level of late foundation establishment stage, 5 thunder law, golden light spell, complete collection of Daoist talismans, and high-grade magical treasure heavenly master Daoist robe. Senior, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Meng Qingshu suddenly shouted beside you, pulling you back to reality. I'm fine. Then immediately looked towards the construction site ahead. But at this moment, this construction site in your eyes has been shrouded in a layer of black corpse gas, appearing particularly eerie. Even the surrounding plants have begun to wither and decay. This situation indicates that the zombies being raised inside are close to breaking the seal. Meng Qingshu frowned and glanced at you, with a hint of a strange look in his eyes. Senior, do you have a way to solve the problem here? She asked hesitantly. Captain, didn't he just admit it? He's just a fraud. A young police officer spoke up at this time. And you didn't pay attention to him, just looking at the construction site in front of you. Tell me more about the situation here. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingshu nodded with a heavy expression. 3 days ago, when the construction site was in progress, several black coffins were accidentally unearthed. The next morning, several workers were found dead at the site. Autopsies confirmed that they all died from being drained of blood. Due to the complexity of the case, after the autopsies, we did not handle these bodies but brought them back here. You shook your head at this. Well, now there are a few more walking dead. Let's go. Tonight the Tian Sure will carry out justice. With that, he waved his sleeve, revealing a mysterious and profound look. At the sight, Meng Qingshu pursed her lips and quickly greeted everyone to follow you to the construction site. Well, let's make the best of a bad job. Before long, I arrived at the edge of a pit, only to see a dozen coffins placed in the middle of the pit. The surface of the coffin is covered with dark red veins, covered with a layer of white frost, and constantly emits waves of foul smell. Carefully looking around, strands of sinister energy are surrounding the area, forming a magic array that is constantly absorbing energy and enhancing their power. Sure enough, there is a problem. It's the 9 nether hauling corpse formation. Your eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of your mouth outlining a hint of curvature. It seems to be a method of refining walking corpses by a certain evil sorcerer, and it is even about to reach the level of flying stiff. Suddenly, a cold wind blew around, as if the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling spread throughout the entire construction site. At the same time, all the surfaces of the coffins lit up with a strange and eerie crimson blood glow, making people's hair stand on end. The moment Meng Qingshu and others saw it, they trembled all over because the crimson light was too eerie, especially against the backdrop of the night. It looked even more sinister and terrifying. At this moment, a series of loud noises came, and the coffin lid was shaking violently. The coffin board was overturned by a force, making a dull sound, and then the bodies wearing ancient costumes with fierce looks, protruding fangs, and red eyes stood up one by one. Their exposed skin was dry and wrinkled, their nails gleaming with a cold light like wild beasts. Suddenly, one of the zombies' mouths let out a loud roar, a sound so piercing that it made one's hair stand on end. But you can't help but get excited when you look at the zombies in front of you. They are all black zombies and there are 3 or 4 zombies with hair. If all are eliminated, I don't know how many merit points there will be. It looks like I'm going to get rich this time. There are 7 classes of zombies. At first it was the purple stiffs, which were unable to move freely and were incomplete zombies. This is followed by white stiffs, black stiffs, hairy stiffs, flying stiffs, immobilized bones, and hordes. These black stiffs in front of him, they not only didn't fear humans, but they were also strangely fast. Ordinary people can only die if they meet a black stiff. As for the hairy stiffs, they are even more terrifying. They begin to defy mortal fire and even sunlight at this stage, and are extremely strong and powerful. The moment. With a growl after, the zombies jumped off the coffin in unison, their gazes locking onto Zhang Xian and the others. Roar! The moment they smelled the scent of a living person, they swooped in, surprisingly fast. Good timing. Just a few small zombies, how dare you act recklessly in front of this Daoist master? Zhang Xian let out a loud laugh before a golden light violently erupted from his body. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in the body, overlaying my body. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Hand Rub Thunder to Destroy Zombies, Excited Netizen. Chapter 4 Hand Rub Thunder to Destroy Zombies, Excited Netizen. Boom! Along with the words, the space around him suddenly shook. Next. Only a dazzling golden glow was seen, instantly spreading out from Zhang Xian's body and spreading in all directions. This golden light was like substance, rendering the entire heaven and earth into a golden yellow color that was incomparably gorgeous. Golden Light Mantra. One of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism. Now that it had been unleashed by Zhang Xian, it was astonishingly powerful with an appalling aura. The golden light contained the ultimate masculine power, which was exactly the existence that zombies feared the most. Ow. Sure enough. Those black stiffs and hairy stiffs that rushed up screamed miserably just as soon as they touched the golden light. Their bodies were as if they were being scorched by a blazing fire, nuisance sounds, and gusts of blue smoke kept coming out. Roar! A roar resounded in all directions. The black stiff at the very front was already furious to the extreme at this point, roaring as he charged towards Zhang Xian. The rest of the zombies saw this and followed suit. They were huge and their speed was incomparably swift, carrying with them a harsh astral wind. In the blink of an eye, a black stalwart broke through the golden light curse's bindings, getting closer and closer to Zhang Xian. Oh, looking for death. Zhang Xian smiled contemptuously. Next. He instantly condensed a golden sledgehammer in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it into the black stiff's head. Boo! A blast came. The ground beneath Zhang Xian's feet cracked open, and dust filled the sky. That black stiff was also sent flying by this golden hammer blow of his, falling dozens of meters away. However, before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, they realized that the black stiff had crawled up again. Only half of its head was completely dented, and there was even a striking wound at its neck, deep enough to reach the bone. Yet it remained unharmed, as if the golden hammer had just struck steel. A ferocious light flashed in the black stiff's eyes as he once again frantically lunged towards Zhang Xian. This guy's head is quite hard, worthy of being a legendary zombie. Zhang Xian's face changed slightly at the sight, secretly surprised in his heart. Even the attack condensed by the golden light mantra can't help, it seems like it won't work without using some real skill. Having said that, Zhang Xian flung his hand, and the golden hammer in his hand instantly dissipated into a wisp of golden light. Then, use the thunder method. The words fell. Only Zhang Xian lifted his hand and pointed it violently at the black stiff in front of him. A circle of light blue lightning runes suddenly lit up on his right hand, emitting a burst of fiery aura. Ka chow. Boom. Shasta. A thunderbolt descended violently from the sky and struck a black stiff straight on its body. That black stiff was caught off guard and was charred by the thunder on the spot, turning into flying ash that floated away. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one black stiff and gaining 372 points of merit value. Hiss. When Meng Qingshu and the others not far away saw this, they immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, their faces full of horror and their hearts trembling. Thunder. He can even summon thunder. This is still a human being? It's almost scary. At this moment, the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted up in an arc. It sure worked. Thunder was the most masculine and strongest force in this world, and it had an overwhelmingly restraining effect on evil spirits. In that case, let the thunder come harder. The words fell. Only to see Zhang Xian's hands forming a seal, a strand of thunderclouds was generated out of thin air and enveloped within the surroundings. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky tumbled endlessly, and the sound of thunder was deafening, like divine thunder rolling from the 9 heavens, causing one's scalp to go numb. Ka-ching! Immediately after, dozens of lightning bolts struck down in unison, shooting toward the zombie like a dense rainstorm. Bang bang bang! Chapter 4 Hand Rub Thunder to Destroy Zombies, Excited Netizen. Only crackling explosions were heard, and a black stiff was struck by the thunder, twitching a few times before going up in smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the black stiffs, gaining 355 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one black stiff and gaining 370 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the hairy stiffs, gaining 628 points of merit value. A series of electronic synthesized sounds came through. In just these few short minutes, Zhang Xian's merit value had already broken through to the 5,000 mark. I didn't realize that merit values were so good. Zhang Xian was ecstatic in his heart. It seemed that he was lucky, and he should make a few more trips to places like this one in the future, for absolutely huge gains. A proper copy of the game. At this point, inside the live feed, all the netizens have looked dumbfounded. They looked at the screen with disbelief on their faces. After a short silence. Awesome! What did I just see? Thunder! Anchor can actually summon thunder. This is simply awesome. Mom says why I'm on my knees watching the broadcast, because I'm kneeling for the anchor. Just now I scoffed at the anchor, now I just want to ask, Anchor, are you still missing the leg pendant? The pop-ups on the live feed rolled like crazy. Originally, a lot of people didn't believe it and thought it was scripted and he was hyping it up. But now, all these spectators are dumbfounded. The scene just now was just too unbelievable. Especially those who have seen it with their own eyes. Now it felt even more like trembling, and his heart was thumping as if it was about to pop out of his throat. A mere few small zombies, how dare they act recklessly in front of the poor Daoist? Zhang Xian patted his Daoist robe with an inscrutable look. All of a sudden, the compulsion is instantly drawn out. And the netizens in the live broadcast room swiped their gifts. At this moment, Meng Qingshu suddenly walked up to Zhang Xian. She changed her skepticism from earlier and instead looked very respectful. Senior, has the problem here been solved by you? After all, the means that Zhang Xian had just unleashed was truly unbelievable and beyond imagination, convincing Meng Qingshu. Although the problem of the zombies is solved, there are still spells here to raise the zombies. If we don't settle this together, this land will never have peace in the future. Zhang Xian shook his head. Words. Meng Qingshu's face changed slightly, her brows filled with worry and concern. I still ask for your help, Senior, and the Special Bureau will never treat you poorly afterward. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded indifferently, and then he turned around and walked towards the location where the coffin was placed. The moment. A coffin lined up on either side. Each coffin was pitch black, revealing gloom and coldness. Heavenly thunder fall. Ka-ching! There was another shocking thunderbolt that cut through the dark night, followed by countless thunderbolts slashing towards these black coffins. Rumble. With thunder rolling. The entire construction site trembled violently, raising countless amounts of dust at once. A few moments later, only to see that the black coffins were all destroyed, a burst of thick black smoke emerged, and the originally pervasive putrid odor gradually dispersed. And the and demonic aura of this place was purified clean by the thunder, no longer an extremely place. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest. The quest reward has been issued to the system backpack. The system's voice rang out saying. The other side. Magic City, somewhere. Put. A woman dressed oddly with a face full of heavy makeup violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with rage. And behind her stood a massive stone statue. The stone statue was over 3 meters tall, carved in the form of a hideous and terrifying style god. The spell formation in the land of Extreme has been broken by someone. Which high-ranking person from the Dragon Kingdom did this? The woman growled lowly in fluent Eastern English, her voice shrill and piercing. Don't ever let me find you, or I'll make your life worse than death. She whispered a vicious word. With that, he closed his eyes tightly and began to temper his body's injuries. End of chapter. Chapter 5 Live broadcast blocked? Invited by the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, Chief Counselor. Chapter 5 Live broadcast blocked? Invited by the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, Chief Counselor. At this point, inside the construction site, Zhang Xian glanced at the ground that was still smoking black and said to Meng Qingshu. The corpse-raising spell formation here has been broken by me. After the washing of the heavenly thunder, the original corpse fury chi here had completely disappeared. Even if an ordinary person lives in it, they will never be affected in any way. Thank you for your help, Master. If there is anything you need from the Bureau of Specialization in the future, please feel free to ask. She now admired Zhang Xian to the core. Originally, he thought that he was just a liar, but he didn't expect that he would actually be able to manipulate the heavenly thunder. Such tactics are simply unthinkable and unheard of. No need to be polite, it's just a favor. Zhang Xian waved his sleeve robe before looking at the netizens in the live broadcast room again. Does anyone question anchors anymore? This statement was made. The live stream was once again abuzz. Before they had seen the scene just now, they might have suspected him of bragging. But now what? Imagine how an ordinary person could summon the legendary heavenly thunder, which they had seen with their own eyes. Who dares to question such tactics? So unsurprisingly, the comments section of the livestream was, once again, flooded with bounties. The variety of gifts is endless. I'm convinced. Anchor is truly a god. Other than that, I'm completely convinced by the skill of summoning heavenly thunder. When Zhang Xian saw this, he was just about to say something when he realized that the live broadcast room suddenly went dark. The live broadcast you are watching is suspected of feudal superstition and has been blocked and will be unblocked in 24 hours. See here. Zhang Xian was speechless for a moment. It's not, is it? He just casually showed his two hands, and the live room was actually banned? Master, this. At this point, the young policeman saw the situation and felt very embarrassed. Although he had solved many cases, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. No harm done. Now that it's all settled, please take me back. Grandmaster, why don't you take a seat at the Bureau of Specialization, so that we can express our gratitude? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingshu hastily proposed. In the past few months, all kinds of paranormal events have been occurring in the Dragon Kingdom. If the special branch could have the help of such a high-ranking person, it would definitely be able to solve the problem faster. This strength that Zhang Xian displayed tonight had completely surpassed the realm of ordinary people. Even the thought of inviting Zhang Xian to join the specialized bureau rose in Meng Qingshu's heart. Hear that? How could Zhang Xian not be aware of her thoughts? But when he thought that the system had to rely on eliminating shenanigans in order to become stronger, he had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. After all, with his power alone, it was hard to do the job of finding all sorts of shenanigans to hunt. Instead of having him go around looking for shenanigans on his own, it would be better to enter into a partnership with the special branch. That saved him a lot of time too. Master, then let's move back immediately. Seeing Zhang Xian agree, Meng Qingshu was instantly beaming with joy and hurriedly arranged for someone to bring the car over. As long as he agreed to go to the special branch first, then the rest would be much easier. She had long been impatient. All right. Go. Zhang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Immediately, the group drove towards the city center. Half an hour later, the crowd arrived at the special branch. At this moment, a group of figures were standing at the entrance. Chapter 5 Live broadcast blocked? Invited by the special branch chief counselor. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man, who looked majestic and calm, with a stout and burly figure. When he saw Zhang Xian, who had gotten out of the car, his eyes snapped open. "Master Zhang, welcome." His face was filled with excitement as he greeted Zhang Xian, his hands grasping Zhang Xian's arm tightly. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. But before he could react, Meng Qingshu beside him hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Master, this is our director, Zhou Zhihua." "Director Zhou, I've heard a lot about you." "Haha, Master Zhang is too modest, your name is the one that rings a bell." Zhou Zhihua looked extremely eager. This time, the Bureau of Extraordinary Weapons, had been racking their brains to solve the paranormal incident at the suburban construction site. But in the end it went nowhere. Originally, he was all set to seek help from the Imperial Capital headquarters side, but he didn't expect Meng Qingshu to find Zhang Xian. That's what smooths things out, much to his relief. "Master Zhang, let's go inside and talk," Zhou Zhihua said enthusiastically. Zhang Xian didn't refuse and nodded, "Good." And so it was. They then walked in. Suddenly, Zhang Xian detected a faint spiritual energy fluctuation that seemed to be within the special bureau. This wave was very weak, just comparable to the late stage of qi gathering. It seems that it is not true that there are no cultivators present among the special branch. Soon, they came to a conference room. And inside the conference room, there were 3 other young figures sitting. 2 men and 1 woman. "Master Zhang, let me introduce. These 3 are the psychic counselors of our Special Weapons Bureau, Wang Hai, Li Yunhao, and Luya." With that, Zhou Zhihua pointed at the 3 people and introduced them to Zhang Xian. Wang Hai and Li Yunhao didn't look very old, just around 26 or 27, wearing a casual outfit. Luya, on the other hand, had shawl hair and wore a sexy professional outfit that looked full of competence. Their gazes were constantly sizing up Zhang Xian as they saw him. Zhang Xian's age was far younger than they had imagined. It was hard to make them believe that the paranormal incident at the suburban construction site was solved by Zhang Xian. This was because they simply couldn't sense any fluctuations in Zhang Xian's body with supernatural abilities. It's a very impolite thing to probe others at will, don't you know that? Zhang Xian looked at the 3 of them and said in a flat tone. However, his voice fell into the ears of Wang Hai and the others, but it was like a shocking wave, causing them to be shaken beyond words. Zhang Xian's voice was clearly calm. But each sentence was like a thunderous explosion, causing the 3 of them to jump wildly in their hearts. "Wang Hai, what are you doing?" Zhou Zhihua frowned and opened his mouth to scold. "Master Zhang, I'm sorry. The 3 of them don't know any better, so please don't be offended, Master." Zhou Zhihua hurriedly turned around and made amends to Zhang Xian. And when Wang Hai's 3 men came back to their senses, each of them was so scared that their faces turned pale and cold sweat flowed. Zhang Xian glanced at them and didn't say anything else. "Director Zhou, just tell me what's going on." "There's no need to say words of thanks, the poor Daoist is only acting on behalf of heaven." Zhou Zhihua took a deep breath before solemnly arching his hand at Zhang Xian before saying, "Master Zhang, I'm sure you've also noticed the increasing number of paranormal incidents that have been occurring over this period of time. The Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs was established to solve these things, but nowadays there is a lack of high-ranking people like you, so the Bureau would like to invite you to serve as the chief consultant, specializing in dealing with those tricky paranormal incidents. I wonder what you think." Zhou Zhihua was full of sincerity. Nowadays, they were short of manpower in the special branch, so they naturally needed a powerful expert to hold down the fort. "Chief Counselor?" "Yes. However, please rest assured that the specialized bureau will not restrict your freedom, and if there is a particularly difficult case, you may be needed to solve it," Chao added. Zhang Xian stroked his chin, revealing a pensive expression. "Chief Counselor. That sounds like it might be okay." The most important point was that he didn't need to put too much effort into finding shenanigans. "Maestro, the Bureau of Specialization has a generous bonus for every case. For example, if you solve a suburban construction site case, you get a $3 million bonus." End of chapter. Chapter 6, Rare Level Draw, Space Ring. Chapter 6, Rare Level Draw, Space Ring. As for ordinary psychic cases, you can also get more than $100,000, or even more. Zhou Zhihua patiently explained to Zhang Xian. He knew that if he wanted to recruit, he must come up with a sufficient price to do so. Sure enough. After hearing this, the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth raised in a shallow arc as his smile grew thicker. Ahem. Now that spirits are reviving and weirdness is rampant, for the sake of the world's people, the poor Daoist has no choice but to reluctantly agree. As for the prize money, means just that. At those words, Zhou Xiaohua's expression was a bit agitated. It was believed that with Zhang Xian on board, they would be able to solve whatever tricky psychic cases they encountered in the future. At this moment, he became excited. Master Zhang is worthy of being a Taoist master with a heart for the world. Don't worry. The prize money will not be small. Only Zhou Zhihua kept patting his chest to assure him, and endless joy flashed in his eyes. The two of them then left their contact information, and Zhou Zhihua sent a car to send Zhang Xian back home. And he also guaranteed that the prize money for this case would be credited to Zhang Xian's account in the next 2 days. Back home, Zhang Xian took off the purple Daoist robe he was wearing, took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, and slammed a few large gulps into it. This night was simply more exciting than his 2 lives. Not only did he gain a late-stage Jiedan cultivation, but he also saw the legendary zombies. It's nothing short of fantastic. Phew. Taking a long breath, he calmed his restless heart. Zhang Xian threw the drink out of the trash. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation level, late Dan stage. Feats, 5 Thunder Positive Technique, full level, Golden Light Mantra, full level, Taoist Talisman Book. Magic Treasures, Heavenly Master's Robe, Top Grade Magic Weapon, 100-Year Peachwood Sword, Extreme Magic Weapon. Merit Value, 6372. Backpack, 50 Years of Child Urine 1. Looking at the attribute interface presented in front of him, inside Zhang Xian's heart, he couldn't help but get a little excited. In just one night, his merit value broke through the 6,000 mark. That's not a bad increase. In that case, why don't we try a draw? Maybe we'll win something good in the lottery? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian could not help but rub his hands together, his eyes showing anticipation. He learned from the system that there were 5 levels of lottery. Common, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Mythic. If you redeem a normal level draw, it will cost you 100 merit points. For the Rare class, it's 1,000, and so on. The items drawn from each level of the lottery, however, vary. What exactly was drawn depended on Zhang Xian's luck. System, redeemed 6 Rare class draws. Without saying a word, he simply chose to pike. Just kidding. It was important to realize that in his previous life, he was often referred to as a contemporary European emperor. A mere 6 draws are bound to be blood money. The words fell. He only saw a huge virtual carousel pop up in front of him, with a dense list of patterns on it. Ding 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 ding. With a slight ringing sound, the needle began to spin rapidly. Under the gaze of his eyes, the pointer slowly stopped on a certain pattern, and then 6 rays of different colors flew out from it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a space ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 pairs of never break panties. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 shroud of a low-grade female ghost. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 household suppression talismans. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pieces of advanced talisman paper. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 exorcism charms. Looking at the line after line of lottery tips, Zhang Xian's entire body went numb. What's all this smoking? Household talismans, exorcism talismans, high-level talisman paper, all these things are okay. Chapter 6, Rare Level Draw, Space Ring. He can draw it himself. But what the hell are these never break panties? And what cracked him up the most was that there was a shroud of a female ghost. Are you kidding me? The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched furiously. To say that there were no dark secrets in this, he wouldn't believe it to death. Host, the system can assure you that the results of the lottery are absolutely not shady. Just then, the system seemed to have sensed Zhang Xian's thoughts and immediately jumped out to explain. Cut. Who the hell believes you? Zhang Xian contemptuously skimmed his mouth. 6 rare level draws and only 1 space ring is considered slightly better. The rest is just useless stuff. And you say there's no blackmail? Who's kidding? Having said that, he didn't bother with the system anymore either, but took out the spatial ring. The ring was silver gray in color, and there were some strange lines and patterns carved on its surface. When he probed his consciousness into the spatial ring, a grayish space instantly appeared in his mind. The space was small, only about 10 cubic meters. But it was more than enough for him. System backpacks can only store bonus items, not things from the outside world. And this spatial ring could just take care of that for him. So, Zhang Xian directly loaded all the things he had just raffled off into his spatial ring. After doing that, he took a brief shower and then went back to his room to sleep. The next day, the sun shines into the room through the bay window. Well, Zhang Xian opened his bleary eyes. He stretched and moved his bones, feeling refreshed. Ding! Your card account received a transfer of 3,000,000, current balance, $3,594.25. Open. When Zhang Xian saw the bank card text message, his eyes lit up. The speed of the TB can be. It's only been one night and the $3 million prize money is already in the bank. Right now, since the money problem had been solved, he wouldn't have to worry about food for a short period of time. Think about it. He opened the Tigerfish software again and realized that his account had many unread private messages. After casually clicking on a few, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. These private messages were either asking him if he was taking on disciples or had female fans who wanted to communicate with him. Anyway, it's all a bit of a mess. Zhang Xian was too lazy to reply to them, just as he was about to exit the private message. Suddenly, one entry caught his attention. Master, my daughter was accidentally struck by an evil spirit a few days ago, and has been searching diligently to no avail, so I kneel down with heavy money to ask for Master's help in solving the problem. Contact, 133x×x×x. Contact address, Building 003, Villa District, Pishixiang, Magic City. After reading it, Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. Evil? Is it being haunted by an evil spirit? He pondered slightly for a moment, then pressed the dial button and entered the contact information. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. A magnetic middle-aged voice came from inside the phone. Hello? Hello? I just saw the private message you sent me. You said your daughter was possessed, right? Zhang Xian did not beat around the bush and directly chose to open the door. You are Master Zhang? The person on the other end of the line froze, then got a little excited. He had accidentally swiped onto Zhang Xian's live broadcast last night and sighed in astonishment when he saw the means by which Zhang Xian was able to manipulate heavenly lightning. So with the intention of giving it a try, I sent him a private message. I didn't expect to actually contact him. That's great. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Magic City Rich Businessman Seeks Help, Fox Demon Possession. Chapter 7, Magic City Rich Businessman Seeks Help, Fox Demon Possession. It's me. Tell me briefly about your daughter. Zhang Xian nodded and opened his mouth to ask. Hear this. Yi Zhigua, who was on the other side of the phone, hurriedly told the story. It turns out that 5 days ago, her daughter's whole being was like a lost soul after a serious illness. During the day he locked himself in his room, and at night he would inexplicably go out and not return until morning. Yi Zhigua only thought that his daughter was irritated by something and wanted to talk to her, but he didn't expect to be shocked after seeing her. She was covered in fluff, her eyes glowed red, and a long tail peeked out. What's even more frightening is that Yi Zhigua also vaguely smells a foxy odor from his daughter. Master, I'm not going to lie to you, I've taken my child to all the major hospitals these past few days to get checked out, but I still can't find any disease. It wasn't until a friend told me that my daughter might be possessed, so I thought about coming to you to fix it. Yi Zhigua on the other end of the phone spoke in a tone that seemed a bit anxious. Listen to all of this. Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully, followed by, it seems that there is an evil spirit attached to your daughter's body. Master, is there any way you can save my daughter, no matter how much it costs? I'm willing. Yi Zhigua said eagerly. He only had this one daughter, naturally he treasured her. Now that his daughter had suddenly become this way, he was caught off guard and panicked in his heart. He was about to go crazy with anxiety if he didn't fix it soon. Way to go. Really? That's great. Words. Yi Zhigua was pleasantly surprised, a delighted expression appeared on his face and he couldn't wait to inquire. Master, I wonder how many days it will take for you to come over. What preparations do I need to make? No need to prepare. I happen to be in Mordor as well, I'll be there in about half an hour or so. Zhang Xian said indifferently. That's it, hang up now. Having said that, he didn't wait for the other party to respond, so he just hung up. Zhang Xian recalled the symptoms Yi Jigua had just described and had a rough guess in his mind. In this case, it should be a fox demon at work. You'll have to see for yourself to know exactly what's going on. Think about it. He immediately got up and went out, stopped a car on the side of the road and headed towards the Pishixiang Villa area. Soon, he then arrived at his destination. Zhang Xian opened the car door and walked down, looking up at the villa. The architectural style of this villa leans towards the European style, with gorgeous and exquisite decorations, quite a classical flavor. The main thing is, in Zhang Xian's perception, the villa was filled with a strong demonic aura, and the aura was very strong. Looks like it really is a fox demon at work. Zhang Xian murmured in a low voice and immediately took a step towards the entrance of the villa. At this point, in the doorway stood two affluent, middle-aged men and women. When that middle-aged man saw Zhang Xian, he hurriedly greeted him and asked tentatively, "Are you Master?" "Yes, my name is Zhang Xian." "Master Zhang, hello there." With a smile on his face, the middle-aged man extended his hand and enthusiastically shook Zhang Xian's palm. "My name is Yi Jigua. This is my wife, Lin Shui." Zhang Xian nodded gently. After he exchanged a few pleasantries with Yi Jigua, he began to look around and observe the interior of the villa. Only to see that the demonic aura in here was even denser than what he had seen in the outside world. Moreover, this demonic aura was extremely violent, as if it was going to break out of the cage at any time, giving a sense of total oppression. Strange. That said, this fox demon, how did it suddenly find Yi Jigua's daughter? Zhang Xian frowned in contemplation, secretly puzzled. By the book. This kind of demonic creature that had opened its spirit should not care to harm the lives of ordinary people unless it was forced to do so. Chapter 7, Magic City Rich Businessman Seeks Help, Fox Demon Possession. Boss E, you said earlier that your daughter got sick 5 days ago, right? Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and turned his head to Yi Jigua to ask. Heard. Yi Jigua froze for a moment and hurriedly replied. Yeah, right. Then before she fell ill, did your family encounter anything strange? Zhang Xian inquired again. This doesn't seem to have. Yi Jigua shook his head after hesitating for a moment. He really wasn't impressed. After all, in the past few days, his entire mind was on his own daughter, or he remembered if there were any strange things at home. But soon. And he reacted. He slapped his head violently and said with a sudden realization, I remember. 5 days ago, I bought an antique from a friend, supposedly not long after it was unearthed. Is it because of this? The more Yi Jigua thought about it, the more he realized it was so. That antique, after all, was just dug out of the ground. And based on the information he had purchased from a friend, that thing was definitely not simple. As for how uncomplicated it was, that friend of his did not mention it. Antiques? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and pursued, what kind of antique is it? Bring it out for me to take a look. Ahem. That antique was placed in my study before, but I can't seem to find it these days. Yi Jigua said with some embarrassment. For that matter, he felt strange himself. It had obviously been kept inside the study, and as a result, it was now nowhere to be found. After hearing this, Zhang Xian could also roughly ascertain that the appearance of the fox demon could not be dissociated from that antique. Take me to see your daughter first. Zhang Xian said. Yes. Yi Jigua nodded repeatedly. Soon they were in front of the bedroom on the second floor. Master, this is my daughter's room. But the door to the room won't open, and I've had locksmiths, but they can't get it open at all. The door to the room was like it was locked. Yi Jigua said, reaching out and pushing the door to the room. But when he realized that the door to the room was not moving, he was filled with bitterness. Zhang Xian nodded at his words. The door of the room was blocked by a demonic force, so it was naturally difficult for ordinary people to open it. But to Zhang Xian, this was nothing. I'll try. Said. He pinched his hands together and a ray of golden aura erupted from his fingertips, disappearing above the door lock. Ka-ching! With a crunch. The door to the room, which had been closed, slowly opened. A piercingly chilly aura hit his nose, and the temperature around him instantly plummeted. There were even wisps of white mist that covered most of the windows and door. The air was even more stagnant and cold, as if it was deep in a cold room. It's cold. Mr. and Mrs. E. Jigwa shivered in unison. Seeing this, Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand. A golden light flew out from his hand, transforming into a thin shield that isolated the chilly aura. At the same time, he once again activated his spell and dispelled the maze, making his vision much clearer. Just inside the bedroom, there lay a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. The young girl's skin was greenish-black, her lips were purple, her face was pale and stiff, and she had apparently fallen into a fainting spell. Zoe! Lin Shui was shocked when she saw her daughter's miserable state. Master, please. My daughter must be saved. Lin Shui cried anxiously, pulling Zhang Xian's sleeve and pleading. Seeing this, Yi Jigua hurriedly pulled her away, his mouth constantly comforting, "Wife, don't be anxious for a while, the master will definitely have a solution." At this point, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the bottle on the bed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "Come out. How long are you going to hide?" End of chapter. Chapter 8 Stinking Daoist, don't mind your own business. Chapter 8 Stinking Daoist, don't mind your own business. Buzz. Suddenly. Only the bottle suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately after, a cloud of red smoke was suddenly seen rising from the inside of the bottle. Seeing the red smoke coming out, Yi Jigua and his wife immediately let out a cry of alarm and backed away. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, was calm. When the red smoke faded away, a young girl in a red dress with a charming look then surfaced in front of Zhang Xian. This young girl didn't seem to be very old, but she had a concave and convex body with a slender physique. Especially the breasts are full and high, and the waist is full, like a water snake. The bottom line is this. Her face was also very pretty, with curved willow leaf eyebrows and beautiful eyes that glittered with seductive allure that made people think. Her body was wrapped in a line of blood and looked quite horrifying, but none of this detracted from her seductive aura. LOL. The young girl smiled sweetly as her gaze landed on Zhang Xian, saying daintily, "Little brother, how did you find out about the slave?" The voice was soft to the ears, as if it could shout a man's bones to pieces, unusually provocative. Humph. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. A stern aura emanated from his body, instantly dispersing the compelling power carried in his voice. Feel that breath. The young girl let out a light eep, her expression intensified by a few points, and there were even more scorn in her eyes. She then returned to her original state and said to Zhang Xian with a dimpled smile, "Little brother is really so powerful and domineering, to the extent that he was able to break even my charming technique, slave admires me." Zhang Xian sneered as he sized up the other party and said indifferently, "Demon. How dare you come out to make mischief, could it be that you want to die?" Ha! At this point, Yi Jigua also reacted. He shouted angrily at the young girl, "Who the hell are you? Why do you keep pestering my daughter when I don't think I've done anything to hurt her?" Ha! The fox demon sneered, "If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for disturbing my cultivation. I merely wanted to borrow her body to recover my vitality, and now that you guys are unwise enough to barge in, you can only blame your bad luck." The words fell. The corner of the young girl's mouth slightly raised in a bizarre arc, and the temperature inside the entire room plummeted, freezing to the extreme. A terrifying demonic aura filled the entire field. Even items such as the floor, walls, air, and even the lights on the ceiling had turned a scarlet color at the moment. Looking at the horrifying scene around them, Yi Jigua and Lin Shui both turned white with fear, their hearts thumping. LOL. The fox demon laughed again, a flirtatious smile, but eerily scary. "Today, all of you will die." The words fell. Her figure fluttered like a ghost as she rushed towards Zhang Xian, a pair of white palms grabbing towards Zhang Xian's neck. The palms of these hands glowed with a scarlet light and were incredibly sharp. Obviously. She also knew that the three people in front of her were all dominated by Zhang Xian, so she chose to settle him first. Stubborn. Zhang Xian's gaze chilled as wisps of golden light surfaced around his body, wrapping him in it. Boom! The fox demon slapped its palm, but it collided on top of the protective golden light surrounding Zhang Xian's body. A loud noise erupted. Terrifyingly powerful chi swept across the entire field. Bam! One blow later, the fox demon's body trembled violently and couldn't help but retreat 2 steps back. Golden light curse. You are a disciple of the heavenly master's mansion? The fox demon was astonished, while deep scorn showed in his eyes. Golden light mantra. One of the Tianchafu's town school mastery, it is so powerful that it is claimed to be able to withstand all attacks. Zhang Xian didn't answer her. So what if you're from the Heavenly Master's office? If I kill you all, who's to know that I did it? The fox demon grunted coldly. She then reached out and pointed towards the void. In an instant, countless ghostly green flames emerged out of thin air, converging into a sea of fire. The sea of ghostly green fire rolled over, surging like a tidal wave, sweeping across the sky. Humph. Chapter 8, Stinking Daoist, don't mind your own business. Sculpture. Zhang Xian sneered. Swish. He raised his right hand. In an instant, strands of blue lightning burst out. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning streaked through the air, leaving a clear trail of thunder. Immediately afterward, blue lightning was seen slashing down on top of the raging sea of ghostly green fire. Zip, zip, zip. Blue electricon stirred and raged madly. Transient. The raging sea of ghostly green fire was extinguished and reduced to nothing. You. The fox demon's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected it at all. Zhang Xian's strength was surprisingly so strong. Stinking Daoist, I advise you to mind your own business. The fox demon said through gritted teeth. Noisy. Zhang Xian frowned as his right hand probed out. Snort. A ray of lightning swept out from his palm and fiercely lashed at the fox demon's body. There was a muffled plop. Only to see the fox demon cry out miserably, his body burning with blue electricity, his entire body instantly paralyzed. Ah! The fox demon screamed miserably. The body kept twisting as if it was suffering from unparalleled pain. You made me do it. Suddenly. The fox demon screamed hideously. Immediately after. Only the skin on her body bulged violently, rapidly expanding like a blown-up balloon. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of red demonic chi covered her entire body, densely covering all parts of her body. It looked extraordinarily oozy. At the same time, her aura skyrocketed, becoming more and more terrifying. Roar! Subsequently, the fox demon hissed up to the sky, her hair standing on end. Phew! In a split second, a terrifying demonic wind formed out of thin air, circling and roaring in mid-air, releasing an appalling energy fluctuation. Little Daoist, I'm going to kill you. The fox demon growled angrily. Immediately after, she whispered an obscure incantation under her breath and recited it word for word. With every incantation recited, countless threads of blood would surface, intertwining and twisting. It eventually coalesced into an illusory fox shadow. Its body was scarlet in color, its fangs were fierce, and its eyes were bloodshot beyond measure as it was staring intently at Zhang Xian. Woo! As it did, a chilling howl came from the room that made your heart palpitate. This was the main body's virtual shadow summoned by the fox demon. Only when there is a life and death crisis will they be forced to summon it. However, any fox demon that summoned the virtual shadow of its main body would be able to increase its combat power by several times. Jia jia jia. Stinking Daoist, give me your life. It was accompanied by a harsh and unpleasant sound. The head of this body shadow emitted a pungent, fishy odor, carrying a rich bloody aura as it lunged and bit toward Zhang Xian. It was so fast as lightning that the naked eye couldn't catch the trail. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Zhang Xian's face and was wielding his claws, trying to tear him into pieces. Seek death. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. He swayed and dodged the shadowy figure's attack, while raising his arm and slamming it on top of the shadowy figure's abdomen. Boo! Click here. The sound of broken bones and fragile voices came out. This fox silhouette condensed from blood directly shattered away and dissipated into the air. How can that be? The fox demon's face was full of shock, and her eyes almost stared out. Although her own body's virtual shadow was not real, it still contained 90% of her power, and ordinary Daoist priests could not resist it at all. As a result, it was actually shattered by this young Daoist priest in front of him with a single punch. End of chapter. Chapter 9: The Killing of a 100-Year-Old Fox Demon and the Strange Disappearance of 9 Students. Chapter 9: The Killing of a 100-Year-Old Fox Demon and the Strange Disappearance of 9 Students. Is this your bottom card? The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth traced a teasing arc. Since you've run out of moves, it's my turn. Buzz. Next. Countless currents once again converged around his body. These lightning bolts were extremely bright and dazzling, as if they were going to light up the entire bedroom. No good. The fox demon's pupils shrunk. Without hesitation, she hurriedly fled towards the window. Rumble. Zhang Xian raised one hand, and a blazing thunderbolt erupted from the center of his palm, pouring out like a waterfall, its roar shaking the 8 directions. No! Mercy! The fox demon let out a desperate wail. Next moment, lightning flooded the room. When the lightning faded, the room was a mess, filled with scorched black marks. Ding, congratulations on destroying the 150-year-old fox demon, gaining 630 points of merit value. At this time, the system's voice rang out and said. And the current on Zhang Xian's body gradually began to dissipate. Master, where is that demon? Yi Zhiguo looked at the scene in front of him and swallowed his saliva. Even Lin Shui, who was beside him, was similarly stunned. The scene just now was incredible. In particular, the thunder technique that Zhang Xian had unleashed was simply like a god. Is this still something an ordinary person can do? They only felt that what they had just seen was like a dream. Dead. Zhang Xian replied indifferently. Really? Really? Yi Zhiguo was a bit incredulous, his face looked excited and mixed with fear and afterthought. As long as he thought of the fox demon's methods, he couldn't help but shiver, and he looked at Zhang Xian with even more intense awe in his eyes. Master Zhang, then when will my daughter wake up? Zhang Xian glanced at the young girl lying on the bed and had a rough judgment in his mind, so he said, she was possessed by a fox demon and lost a lot of her essence. As he spoke, Zhang Xian stretched out 2 fingers and flicked them. Phew! Phew! A ray of golden light erupted from his fingertips and landed on the young girl's forehead. Buzz! The golden light penetrated down the young girl's brow. Not a moment later, her originally pale and bloodless pretty face also began to slowly become rosy. I've already helped her expel the remaining demonic chi in her body, but for the next period of time, it's still necessary to recuperate properly. Hear that? Yi Zhiguo instantly let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, Master Zhang. If you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid my daughter would be in grave danger now. He is not a cutie pie. On the contrary, he's smart as hell. Especially after seeing Zhang Xian's unimaginably powerful strength, how could he dare to be half-hearted, and his attitude was exceptionally respectful. Hands up. Since the matter has been resolved, then the poor Daoist will take his leave first. Zhang Xian waved his hand, then turned around and left the bedroom. Since the fox demon had already been taken care of by him, there was no need for him to remain here. Master Zhang, why don't you stay for a casual dinner? It's not necessary. Seeing Zhang Xian's resolute attitude, Yi Zhiguo hurriedly sent him downstairs. As he arrived on the first floor, he took out a bank card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Zhang Xian. Master Zhang, this is a small token of my humble self, I hope that Master can accept it. The password is 6 digits after the card number. Seeing the situation, he didn't push back, he just took the bank card and casually slipped it into his pocket. Yi Zhiguo was secretly relieved when he saw Zhang Xian accept the bank card. Just take it. He was originally worried that a former senior like Master Zhang should not be able to look at this ordinary money. Now, at last, he could put his mind at rest. Chapter 9, Beheading the 100-year-old Fox Demon, 9 students' strange disappearance incident. Master Zhang, I wonder if I could leave a contact information. Sure. Soon. The two exchanged contact information with each other before Yi Zhiguo personally sent Zhang Xian outside the villa. In the meantime, Special Bureau. Zhou Jihua sat in the conference room, looking down at the report in his hands with a frown on his face. Across from him, there were several staff members of the special branch seated, and each of them wore a heavy expression. Ryoko. He closed the file in his hand and rubbed his brow. What the hell is going on here? Haven't you guys always been on guard at Mordor University? How can there still be a student accidentally missing? There was anger in his words. In just one day, 9 students have unexpectedly disappeared on school grounds. And that's even with their advanced defense. Are all those people sent out there just freeloaders? The more Zhou Jihua thought about it, the angrier he became. Chief, this whole thing is fishy. We've accessed every security camera around Mordor University, but none of them have any clues. It's as if these students have disappeared into thin air. I suspect things aren't as simple as they seem. At that moment, Meng Qingshu suddenly stood out and spoke the speculation in her heart. To be able to do that with so much surveillance and make these students disappear so strangely, it would be hard for an ordinary person to do that at all. You think it's haunted by ghosts? Zhou Zhihua said with slightly narrowed eyes. Nowadays, the world is getting more and more chaotic, with all kinds of paranormal events, and even making many weird rumors. That's why the officials have set up the Special Affairs Bureau to specialize in these cases. But now the strange incident of 9 students disappearing inexplicably from Mordor University is definitely not a coincidence. And Meng Qingshu was right. There seems to be something fishy about this student's disappearance. Yes. Meng Qingshu nodded solemnly, then added, I suspect there are ghosts involved. Hearing these words, Zhou Zhihua's gaze steepened. It would be of a very different nature if a ghost was really behind it. After all, this is not something that ordinary members can handle, and professionals must be involved. Thinking of this, he spoke again and asked, where are Wang Hai and the others? Counselor Wang and the others have already, at the first opportunity, rushed to Mordor University to prevent another student from going missing. Meng Qingshu replied. Zhou Zhihua sniffed and nodded slowly, then ordered, this matter, you personally keep an eye on it, make sure to find out what's going on. Yes. The time came quickly to evening. The white moon is in the sky and the stars are all over the place. At this point, Meng Qingshu and the others sat in the surveillance room, their eyes glued to the surveillance screen for fear of missing any traces. Captain, we have a situation. Just then, a staff member suddenly shouted. The crowd sniffed and turned their eyes to the screen. Just see the surveillance picture. A girl in pink pajamas suddenly walked slowly out of the dormitory. Her steps were slow and she looked like she was sleepwalking. But the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Captain, the direction this student is going is the dormitory building rooftop. Meng Qingshu's pupils shrunk violently, and she hastily drank, quickly. Have the people nearby stop her. Never let her go up to the rooftop, and don't wake her up suddenly. Though she didn't know what had happened to the student and why he had appeared at this time. But her instincts told her that she should never let the girl walk onto the rooftop. Captain, it's not good. A student has appeared on the roof of dormitory building number 4. Dormitory building number 5 too. One time. One after another, students suddenly appeared on the roof of the building on the surveillance monitor. And all of them are sleepwalking like. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Abandoned School Building, the Black Hand Behind the Scenes Appears. Chapter 10, Abandoned School Building, the Black Hand Behind the Scenes Appears. Wasn't the door to the roof locked, and how did they get up there? At this moment, Meng Qingshu's face became exceptionally ugly. Because she knows it well. Before that, the roofs of every building had been locked by all of them. But on the contrary, under their noses, this strange thing actually happened. I don't know. I remember it being all locked up. Inside the surveillance room. Several staff members were also confused. Seeing this, Meng Qingshu immediately darted away from the surveillance room and ran towards the nearby dormitory building. And that's when the girl in the pajamas on the roof, too, was moving at a slow pace, little by little, toward the edge. Meng Qingshu also rushed to the roof of the building at this time, and happened to see this scene, and immediately lost her face in fear. Stop! She rushed over, ready to pull the girl back. However, the girl continued to walk at a sedate pace as if she was completely deaf. Bang! Just then, Meng Qingshu violently grabbed the girl's arm, and it took all his strength to yank her up. Who? Meng Qingshu heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, just now almost she couldn't catch this girl. She gasped as she looked at the girl. Even with all this commotion, the other party didn't have the slightest reaction and was still immersed in sleep. No. Is she possessed? Meng Qingshu instantly figured something out. Only those after being possessed will be as oblivious to whatever they have done as they were just now. Hey, wake up! She tried to scream twice, and found that it had no effect at all. No matter how much she called out, the other person just didn't respond. This caused Meng Qingshu to be a little anxious. What can we do about this? And at that point, the rest of the group made their way to the roof. Captain, are you okay? I'm fine. Right, how's the situation over at the other dormitory buildings? Meng Qingshu opened her mouth and asked. She had just been so focused on saving this girl that she hadn't bothered to pay attention to the other dormitory buildings. And I don't know if there were any accidents. The people have been saved, but they just can't wake up no matter how hard they scream. One of them reported. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. By the way, even if you're sleepwalking, you should wake up on your own after a while. But now it was how to shout and not wake up, no response at all, not even a little abnormal. Is it possible to be really possessed? Words. Meng Qingshu frowned slightly, first move them to a safe place, then see if Counselor Wang and the others have any ideas. The crowd nodded and then began to move. Soon, all the students who sleepwalked were placed in the monitoring room by them. Meng Qingshu then breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, where are Counselor Wang and the others now? I don't know. Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside. Just as everyone was in disbelief, one of them looked at the surveillance screen and said with a slightly trembling voice. Team. Captain, something's wrong. Meng Qingshu raised her eyes to the screen. At once, her pupils tightened violently. How can? Just see the picture. Inside the original abandoned school building, I don't know when many black mists even emerged, enveloping the entire building. And what was even more bizarre was that a pair of blood-red gazes could be vaguely seen in that black mist. Next, the surveillance was disconnected in an instant. No good. Quickly contact Counselor Wang and the others. Meng Qingshu looked grave and immediately instructed the next few people. The others did as they were told. No good. The signal between our side and theirs has been cut off. Chapter 10, Abandoned School Building, the black hand behind the scenes appears. Damn. How did this happen? Captain, what should we do now? The faces of the people were fearful. Obviously, that scene just now was too weird. This time. Don't panic. Meng Qingshu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Shen Jianghe, you're responsible for contacting the bureau, while the others and I will go to meet Counselor Wang and the others. Yes. A few of the men hastened to lead the way. Soon, the crowd quickly dispersed. Meng Qingshu also immediately picked up her weapon and led the other three to rush to the abandoned school building. At this point, inside the abandoned school building, the black mist accumulated more and more, so thick that it was almost melting. All the surrounding scenery was obscured, leaving only endless darkness and loneliness, as if one was in the Nine Ghosts in Yellow Springs. Suddenly, just then, swish, swish, swish. Only 3 figures flickered and appeared, eventually standing in the open area in front of the teaching building. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Looking at the dark surroundings, Wang Hai's face was cloudy. When they were hiding in the shadows just now, they suddenly noticed a strange fluctuation appearing, so they followed over to see what was going on. As a result, they were the ones who had been trapped here. No matter how you go, you can't seem to get out of this dark space. At this point, another youth looked around and frowned. We're not running into a ghostly wall, are we? Most likely. And the ones we've encountered this time around are probably much tougher than the ones before. Let's all be careful, Wang Hai said in a deep voice. The 3 of them were then alerted to their surroundings with their backs to each other. Just then, Jia Jia Jia. A cold, strange laugh suddenly came out. The voice was as if it came from the 9 hells, sounding extremely creepy. Who? The hearts of the Wang Hai few were in awe. They turned around in a hurry and looked around towards the darkness. Unfortunately, nothing could be seen. Jia Jia Jia. Another eerie laugh came. At this point, out of the corner of her eye, Luya suddenly saw a flash of black shadow from a distant corner. Only a flame emerged from her hand, which was then thrown towards the dark shadow. Boom! A roaring fire burned. But the black shadow didn't seem to be injured, but flickered away. Luya, you can't hurt it at all like this. Why don't you dispel these fogs around it and force it out? Yes. Then leave it to me. The words just fell. Only Luya's hands danced, and cluster after cluster of hot flames erupted from her fingertips. These flames were like living creatures, shooting in all directions, frantically scorching the bizarre black mist around them. Soon, these flames gradually dispersed the surrounding mist. And as the field of vision gradually became brighter, a dark shadow appeared not far from them. See here. Without saying a word, Wang Hai and the others immediately chose to strike. Boom! Die! He roared, and a bright golden aura blossomed on his fist as he fiercely blasted at the black shadow. Facing Wang Hai's attack, instead of dodging, the black shadow let out a piercing strange laugh. Jia jia jia. Looking for death. As the words fell, the black shadow slowly raised a dry and pale arm to meet Wang Hai's fist. Boom! The two collided. A powerful wind suddenly lifted up. Dust splattered all around. Wang Hai only felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps backward, his face filled with horror. With this amount of power, you want to hurt me? Ridiculous. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Not Good. Quickly go and invite Master Zhang Xianzhang. Chapter 11, Not Good. Quickly go and invite Master Zhang Xianzhang. Die. The black shadow made an icy sound. And then he violently probed his right hand and grabbed at Wang Hai's throat like an eagle's claw. Look out! When Li Yunhao, who was next to him, saw the scene, he immediately reminded anxiously. And in the face of this strike, Wang Hai could no longer dodge it. At the moment of crisis, he clenched his teeth at once. Boom! Only to see his body suddenly expand several times, emitting a dazzling and eye-catching golden aura all over his body. Immediately after, Wang Hai swung his palm and slammed it at the black shadow's incoming right hand. Bang! The collision of the two produced a strong impact, shaking the surrounding gray earth, smoke and dust rolled. And at that point, put! A stream of blood soared out. Wang Hai's entire body staggered back 7 or 8 steps, a trace of scarlet blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Old King! How are you doing? Seeing this, Li Yunhao rushed forward to assist him, his face filled with worry. Cough cough cough. I can still hold up. Wang Hai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and reluctantly opened his mouth. I'll be careful, he's very strong, at least at rank B. At those words, everyone's faces sank. Class B? I didn't realize that there was actually a B rank or higher presence. Although several of them were psychics, their current strengths were all just at C level. Now that Wang Hai was still injured, they weren't even a B rank opponent. At the thought of this, everyone's expressions couldn't help but be heavy. The black shadow, on the other hand, didn't put them in its sights at all, and remained openly domineering. Jia jia jia. Your strength is not weak, and you are qualified to become old man's blood fiends. So you might as well go to hell. The words fell. He saw his eyes flashing with an eerie green light as he once again killed Wang Hai and the others. Run! Wang Hai gave a low shout and pulled the two of them to run as if they were fleeing for their lives. Humph! Want to run? Dream on! That black shadow sneered, and his hands frantically formed seals. Next! The surrounding area was suddenly cloudy, and a thick, pungent, fishy odor hit his nose. At the same time, the ground suddenly trembled as if it was an earthquake. At the same time, a dozen or so blood-red shadows drilled out of the ground. They were hideous and horrible looking, covered in bloodlines as if they had been drained of their essence, and looked extremely appalling. You actually killed so many people? When Luya saw this scene, a look of anger appeared on her face. These blood-red shadows were all condensed from the bones and grievances of ordinary people. Among them, she saw the students who had disappeared from Mordor University in the past 2 days. Obviously, something bad has happened to them. Jia jia jia. So what if I kill it? This world is weak and strong, their lives should have been offered to the old man, shouldn't they? At this time, the black shadow not far away also revealed its true colors. It was an old man in a black robe. He had shoulder-length hair and a goatee, his face was pale, and his eyes were deep-set like black holes, filled with an aura of evil and cruelty. The most frightening thing was the string of beads hanging between his neck, which was blood-red in color and carved with densely packed runes, bizarre and incomparable. Asshole! I'm going to kill you! Luya's pretty face was iron blue as she said with extreme indignation. Spin! Only to see her maneuvering a ball of flame and attacking towards those blood-red ghosts. A mere mortal fire, and you dare to show it off. That old man grinned a strange grin while raising one hand. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, a dozen blood-red shadows swept away in unison. In an instant, the fireball was devoured. What? Seeing this, Luya's face changed slightly. The firebomb technique she summoned was not weak, but it was actually easily neutralized by her opponent. How is that possible? Fire powers? It's just little Doyle after all. That old man snorted, then pinched his finger once again. Swish! In a blink of an eye, a dozen or so Scarlet Bane ghosts swooped towards Luya in unison. Chapter 11, Not Good. Quickly go and invite Master Zhang Xianzhang. Look out! Li Yunhao's face changed dramatically. He immediately urged the power in his body and transformed into a residual shadow, dodging to the side with Luya. Boom! A loud bang came out, and a crater more than half a meter deep was blown out from where Luya had just stood. Speed powers? Oh, that's better. I'll eat you all tonight. That old man licked his parched lips, his eyes filled with a greedy gaze. The other side. Inside the SDB. Zhou Jihua listened to his men's report and instantly realized that the situation was not good. Looks like this case at Mordor University is a tough one. Now surprisingly, even Wang Hai and the others were trapped inside. You have to know that the Mordor Special Abilities Bureau, there are only 3 of them. If something happened to Wang Hai and the others, the pressure on himself would be very great next. Zhou Jihua punched the table fiercely, his brows filled with anxiety and worry. Chief, what should we do now? Is someone being sent to rescue Counselor Wang? At this time, the secretary next to him opened his mouth to inquire. Rescue? Zhou Jihua shook his head. Now that the special branch had no combat power whatsoever, it would undoubtedly be a send-off if they were hastily sent to the rescue. But if they did nothing, what awaited Wang Hai and the others would surely be a bad fate. Thinking of this, Zhou Jihua immediately frowned, looking very annoyed. And the secretary, seeing his annoyance, suddenly thought of someone in her mind and spoke up. Director, haven't you forgotten that there is someone who might be able to save Counselor Wang and the others? Who? Zhang Xian, Master Zhang. The secretary reminded. Words. Zhou Jihua was first stunned, and then revealed a look of delight. Yeah. How did I forget about him? Master Zhang is a high-ranking person who solved the zombie horde. There must be a way to save Wang Hai and the others. Think about it. Zhou Jihua immediately took out his phone and called. And at the moment. Inside the abandoned school building. Put. Luya fell heavily to the ground and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Her face was pale, her chest rose and fell violently, and a scar appeared on her body. These wounds were all torn apart by the blood-colored shadow, and they looked shocking to the eyes. And not far away. Wang Hai and Li Yunhao were also seriously injured, but they were barely able to stay conscious. Ahem. Damn it. Why are these ghostly things so difficult to deal with? Li Yunhao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. No, we must find a chance to escape. Wang Hai's face was grave. Though the 3 of them Xenos united could temporarily block the attacks of these fracking ghosts. But this depletion is too severe. Moreover, the other party was huge in number, and there was also an old man with strength at level B next to him. Once they were surrounded by these demonic ghosts, they would surely die. Think about it. Wang Hai's gaze kept looking towards the surroundings, but all he could see was an endless black mist. Suddenly, his face instantly changed when he heard Meng Qingshu's cries from outside. Not good. What are they doing here? This place is full of horrible ghosts, and if an ordinary person comes in, he or she will surely die without a chance of survival. Wang Hai was constantly cursing Meng Qingshu in his heart, thinking that this woman was simply adding to the chaos. GGG. There's a new prey. Suddenly, the black-clothed old man smiled eerily. Immediately after, a few hideous and terrifying banshee ghosts rushed outside and soon heard the screams of Meng Qingshu and the others. It's over. Wang Hai's heart sank violently. His worst fears had come true. Favorites. Recommendation. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Zhang Xian's Rush, Thunder Method to Destroy the Fiendish Ghosts. Chapter 12, Zhang Xian's Rush, Thunder Method to Destroy the Fiendish Ghosts. Outside the school building. Meng Qingshu was leading a few people, carefully scouting the surroundings. Wang Hai's signal for them was disconnected here, so she was prepared to come and try to find clues. Ha! Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of something that seemed to be flashing red in the grass in front of her. Be careful, there seems to be something in front of us. Meng Qingshu hurriedly gave a low shout. The few remaining companions nodded and approached with wary, slow steps. And just then, swish! Several scarlet figures abruptly sprang out of the empty grass and pounced straight at the crowd. Bang! Meng Qingshu quickly reflected and instantly raised his gun to shoot. Da-day-day-day. the bullets kept falling. Unfortunately, the bullets were of no use at all. They pierced through the shells of those shadows, but only stopped the other side for a second before continuing their charge. "Look out, everyone!" Seeing the situation, Meng Qingshu's face changed and she hurriedly pulled the other two back to avoid being caught. "What the hell are these?" Seeing that the bullet had no effect, Meng Qingshu couldn't help but knit her pretty face. But before she could react, the few demonic ghosts lunged at them again. "A close call." A voice suddenly came from the distance. "Heavenly thunder fall." The words just fell. The originally dark and incomparable night sky instantly cut through a silver bright arc of electricity. Rumble. Immediately after, only a deafening loud noise was heard spreading all around, and the entire school building trembled slightly. The few demonic ghosts were even unable to even utter a single scream, and they flew away in a cloud of dust between the thunderbolts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Fury Ghosts, gaining 407 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Fury Ghosts, gaining 415 points of merit value. Several system beeps sounded. How? What's going on? Meng Qingshu froze in place, her eyes glazed over. What happened? What's with the sudden lightning fall? Are you guys okay? At this point, a familiar figure suddenly walked over from the distance. The visitor was a handsome-looking youth, wearing a purple Daoist robe, revealing a Confucian aura all over. It was none other than Zhang Xian. Master Zhang? After seeing the visitor clearly, Meng Qingshu was instantly relieved. Master Zhang, what brings you here? I just received a call from the director, so I rushed here. Zhang Xian casually said. Then he turned his gaze to the school building next to him, and realized that all the surroundings were shrouded by a black mist, which looked very eerie. In Chi? His brow furrowed at that. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Meng Qingshu. What exactly happened here? How can there be such a Densine Fury Chi? Hearing this, Meng Qingshu hurriedly opened her mouth to explain, Master Zhang, it's like this. 9 students have gone missing from Mordor University in the past 2 days, and the bureau meant for us to stand guard tonight, not realizing that the 3 counselors were accidentally trapped. And then there is what you see. When Zhang Xian heard this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why didn't you guys tell me about this matter earlier? If he wasn't mistaken, the interior of this abandoned school building had been laid with a powerful Yin Fury formation. It can gather the Yin and evil Qi within a 100-mile radius for its own use. This also led to the fact that the interior of this school building became the most suitable place for evil spirits to reside. This is because the Fury can nourish the ghosts and continuously strengthen them. Even ordinary ghosts, as long as they were nourished for a long time, they would metamorphose to the level of a stern ghost. If this group of ghosts were allowed to grow, I'm afraid that it would set off another storm of bloodshed. The bureau made the decision today. Meng Qingshu let out a bitter smile. That's why we didn't have time to report to you. She didn't know that this would be so tricky that even the 3 shifter advisors were caught up in it. You guys? Zhang Xian let out a light sigh. Chapter 12, Zhang Xian's Rush, Thunder Law destroys the fiendish ghosts. Those who do not know are not guilty. In the end, he had to step in and fix it. With this in mind, Zhang Xian didn't dare to slow down for a moment, and his hands hurriedly pinched up a few spells. Buzz. Spiritual energy surged. Shasta. Ka Chow. A blue lightning bolt slammed down from the air. Crackle. Those black sinister auras were reduced to nothing in an instant and completely disappeared. Put. Inside the school building, the black-clothed old man sprayed out a mouthful of blood and looked outside with a face full of shock. Only the black fog around them was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. The formation that he had spent several days to set up had been broken so easily? Day. At that moment, a footstep came. So it is. The poor Daoist was still wondering how someone could have laid down this Yin Fury formation, but it turns out that you did it in order to borrow the power of the Fury Ghosts to enhance your own cultivation. Accompanied by the sound of a flat voice, Zhang Xian had slowly walked in. The moment he saw the old man, he understood all of it. No wonder there was such a strong Yin Fury Chi here. It turned out to be all because of this old thing. Brat, you're the one who broke the old man's big formation? The old man looked at Zhang Xian with rage in his gaze, his fists clenched to a crunch. Raising a body with a ghost, evil technique. Zhang Xian glanced at him and shook his head. And having killed so many innocent people, it seems that you cannot be kept. Humph. Talk big, who wouldn't? Just by virtue of you being a milquetoast brat, you dare to meddle in Lao Fu's affairs. Today I'll let you taste Lao Fu's power. The old man growled hideously. Swish. A black mist rose from within him. In the blink of an eye, 20 to 30 fracking ghosts then appeared all around. These baneful ghosts were covered in reddish skin, as if they were poured from magma, revealing a suffocating sense of oppression. Especially that pair of crimson pupils, like two burning blood lamps, were palpitating. What? Are these things? Meng Qingshu's scalp went numb as she watched. Such a scene is simply oozing. These are blood fiend ghosts carefully refined by the old man, each one is comparable to a late-stage chi-gathering cultivator. Next, you'll all die obediently. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed hideously and maniacally, his eyes filled with madness. In his opinion, a mere brat was simply not enough. He could completely rely on these bloodshed ghosts and tear them to pieces. Ow! Roar! In a split second, the group of bloodshed ghosts hissed up to the sky in unison. Sharp, piercing howls that made people shudder with fear. Ha! Zhang Xian, however, snorted and laughed coldly. It's just an evil devil's crooked way, and you have the nerve to bring it out to make a fool of yourself? All dead in the water and still talking tough. Kill them! At the old man's command, all the bloodshed ghosts swooped towards Zhang Xian in unison. Far away. When Wan Hai and the others saw the scene, they were immediately scared pale. Why were these ghosts even more ferocious than the ones they had just encountered? Elder, be careful! They shouted to alert Zhang Xian. But soon, all the worry on their faces faded away, replaced by a face full of shock. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in the body, overlaying my body. Boom. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Terrified evil cultivator, you're a disciple of the heavenly master's house? Chapter 13. The terrified evil cultivator, you are a disciple of the heavenly master's house? Boom. In an instant, a faint circle of golden light lit up around Zhang Xian's body. His entire person seemed to be gilded with a layer of gold dust, just like a true martial saint descending to the world, full of majesty and mystery. And those bloodshed ghosts impacted on the golden light and were instantly bounced out. Follow closely. Zhang Xian extended his right palm and pressed it down in vain against the bloodshed ghost. Rumble. Instantaneous. Majestic and vast spiritual energy instantly swept over, and an invisible force suddenly erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Only a loud bang was heard. Those blood fiend ghosts instantly exploded into countless fragments that fluttered and floated all over the place. Miserable screams rang out at once. This scene stunned Meng Qingshu and the others. With just the power of a single palm, he had actually exterminated 20 to 30 bloodshed ghosts. What a great power this is! Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Fury Ghosts, gaining 417 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Fury Ghosts, gaining 431 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Fury Ghosts, gaining 444 points of merit value. How is this possible? The old man stared at the scene in stupefaction, his eyes glazed over. These were the bloodshed ghosts that he had spent years carefully cultivating. Now he was destroyed by this kid in front of him with a single move? Golden light curse. You are a disciple of the heavenly master's house? The old man looked at the golden light on Zhang Xian's body and suddenly thought of something, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he said. The body has a golden light that covers my body. This was clearly the legendary, secret mastery of that Taoist leader, the heavenly master's house. The golden light mantra, one of the 8 divine mantras. Unless one was a direct descendant of the heavenly master's mansion, an ordinary person would never be qualified to cultivate. Moreover, the kind of means he had just performed was clearly extremely similar to the golden light spell. How is this possible? Hasn't the heavenly master's mansion been closed, and how come there are still disciples walking the world? The old man recognized the technique used by Zhang Xian, but found it hard to believe. Because according to the rumor, the Heavenly Master's mansion suffered a great change decades ago, and had long since sealed off the mountain. However, the spell that Zhang Xian was using right now was clearly the Heavenly Master's golden light mantra. Could it be that the Tianqifu was going to re-emerge? Zhang Xian sniffed and looked at the old man expressionlessly as the golden light on his body grew denser, enveloping his entire body as if it were substantial. To harbor himself with evil magic and to have killed so many innocent people. Today, the poor Daoist will act on behalf of heaven and eradicate you, a demon. As the words fell, Zhang Xian raised his hand and pointed toward the sky. Swish! In a flash, rolling thunderclouds appeared out of thin air, gale force winds rose and lightning flashed. Crackle! Almost the same moment, the thunderclouds in the sky violently coalesced into a thick streak of lightning that crazily cleaved at the old man below. Lay fa? The old man cried out in horror, his face turning white with a brush. Tianqifu, the head of Taoism. Possessing many long-lost arts and divine abilities, among them, the thunder law was famous. Even an unusual thunder spell would be enough to make the old man drink. What's more, at this moment, countless thunderbolts were pouring down like a Yangtze River. The density was simply appalling. So what if it's a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house? Want to kill old man? Dream on. The old man gritted his teeth and roared as the yin qi on his body surged. Subsequently, only to see his hands come together, and a strange to the extreme magic seal was pinched up on his hands. Buzz off! In an instant, there were gusts of ghastly wind and ghostly cries all around. Oh! In the darkness, countless ghostly shadows emerged, hissing hideously and emitting a monstrous ferocious aura as they rushed towards Zhang Xian. These ghosts and shadows looked ethereal, but in actuality, they were all yin souls, possessing strong aggressiveness. Chapter 13 Terrified Evil Cultivator, you're a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house? The strength of each of them was at least around the ghost soldier level. These ghosts were the source of the bloodshed ghosts and their food. Hoof! Looking around at the bloodshed ghosts pouncing over, Zhang Xian sneered. Immediately, he waved his arm again. Ka chow! The thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, smashing in all directions like a torrential pear. At this moment, all the ghostly creatures couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the thunder and exploded into dust. No! The old man looked up to the sky and roared. The old body was constantly trembling, as if it was suffering great pain, and even standing became difficult. His face became paler and paler, with threads of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his body was even covered with shocking wounds, looking exceptionally gruesome. Damn! The old man's decades of hard work has been destroyed by you just like this. You made me do it. The old man suddenly growled and took out a pitch-black elixir from his sleeve and swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, a force that was strong to the extreme violently erupted out. A weird blood mist filled the air, enveloping the old man's entire body and wrapping him up. And his originally stooped figure was rapidly becoming taller at this point. In the blink of an eye. He then reverted back to his 30 or 40 years old appearance, with a pair of eyes that were scarlet to the extreme, emitting a bloodthirsty glow as if he were a demon. Surprisingly, all of a sudden, one's cultivation level has been raised to the middle stage of Tony? Zhang Xian frowned. It seemed that he had taken some kind of elixir to forcefully raise his realm in a short period of time. Unfortunately, looking at his current appearance, one could tell that the side effects of this elixir were extremely great. Obviously, the old man had completely run out of options before he chose to use the elixir. Kid! You go to hell! The old man roared up in anger, his figure was like a speeding bolt of lightning as he pounced on Zhang Xian in a flash. Boo! A hard punch was thrown. This punch was several times faster than earlier. Even the air around them erupted with sharp, deafening breaking sounds. If this punch really hit, even the hardest steel would shatter on the spot. Pity! This was no threat at all to Zhang Xian. Only to see his right hand clenched into a fist, he injected all the true qi in his body into his fist and met the old man's incoming punch. Bang! The two fists collided in one piece. A ripple, visible to the naked eye, violently spread out. Boom! Immediately afterward, a soft poof was heard. The old man's entire body immediately flew backwards, spewing out large mouthfuls of blood halfway. His right arm instantly exploded, turning into countless pieces that crumbled away. The whole person slammed heavily on the ground. Boom! dusty and smoky. The old man struggled several times, but in the end, he could no longer climb up and lay on the ground spitting out blood. At this moment, his breath was wilted and his face was pale, and it was obvious that he had been heavily injured. How did you get so strong? The old man's eyes were filled with panic as he looked at Zhang Xian as if he had seen a ghost. After taking the elixir himself, his strength had skyrocketed to the middle stage of Tony, but he was still not his opponent. How is that possible? Scumbag! Still want to get tough with Master Dao? Zhang Xian twisted his palm, his bones clacking. Forget it. It's better not to talk to you so much, let's just settle you straight away. Said. Zhang Xian stretched out his finger, and a ray of radiant lightning erupted from the tip of his stern finger. 5 Thunder Positive Technique Pure Yang Thunder Gang Finger. Giggle. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Daoist Brother and Slow Down Your Hands. Disciple of the Maoshan Sect, Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 14, Daoist Brother and Slow Down Your Hands. Disciple of the Maoshan Sect, Lin Tiancheng. Giggle. The arcs of electricity that stirred out from his fingertips illuminated the surroundings, making people feel an unrivaled sense of oppression. Zhang Xian tapped his finger, and a beam of radiant lightning stirred out. No! Mercy! Seeing this scene, the old man's pupils suddenly shrunk and his liver and gall bled in fear. The power contained in this beam of thunder light gave him chills. Late! Zhang Xian shook his head and slashed his fingers. This beam of thunder light instantly pierced through the void and swept straight towards the old man. However, just then, a mahogany sword suddenly appeared in the distance, parrying his attack. Ka chow! The mahogany sword was covered with cracks and shattered on the spot. Daoist brother, don't move. No. Puff! A cloud of scarlet blood mist abruptly exploded from the old man's brow. Immediately after, his eyes were wide with resignation. The body fell to the ground and convulsed violently for a few moments. Just like that, it lost its vitality and completely cut off its breathing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Tongi Realm Evil Cultivator, gaining 849 points of merit value. The system's voice rang out. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly raised his head. He only saw a youth with a thin figure and wearing a yellow Daoist robe walking in this direction. When he saw the peachwood sword being shattered by the lightning, he couldn't help but have a look of flesh pain on his face. This is a 20-year-old lightning strike mahogany sword, it's a shame to damage it just like that. The yellow Dao-robed youth muttered a few words, then returned his gaze to the old man's corpse on the ground. Dead? If you die, then you die, and when the poor Daoist returns to the mountain later on, he can also give his word to the sect leader and the others. The youth muttered a few words, then walked over to Zhang Xian. Upon seeing the purple Dao robe he was wearing, the youth's expression stuttered slightly. Bless life, infinite heavenly father. This Daoist brother, this Daoist robe on you, is better to wear less in the future. That is to say, I met me, if it is to meet some ancient eating old man. Cough. Said. The youth seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly laughed dryly. Anyway, you'd better change your Dao robe and wear it. Right. Almost forgot to introduce myself. Poor disciple of the Maoshan sect, Lin Tiancheng, meet this Daoist brother. The youth cupped his hands to seal and performed a Daoist ritual. Seeing this, Zhang Xian hurriedly returned the salute. So it's fellow Daoist Lin, my name is Zhang Xian, nice to meet you. Speaking. His gaze couldn't help but measure Lin Tiancheng. Only his appearance was very ordinary, but his temperament was very calm, and his demeanor and mannerisms appeared to be very cultivated and connotative. The main thing is, the Dao robe that this bastard was wearing was actually a mid-grade magic weapon. In addition to the Dao robes, he also sensed the aura of several magic weapons. Moreover, his cultivation wasn't weak and was actually at the peak of Qi gathering. Worthy of being a disciple from the Maoshan sect, to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Dare I ask Brother Zhang Dao, is he a senior disciple of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house? Lin Tiancheng inquired curiously. This was because what he had just seen Zhang Xian perform was none other than the thunder technique. And among the Daoist sects, only the disciples of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain were proficient in thunder magic. That's why he's wondering. Hearing what Lin Tiancheng said, Zhang Xian but froze for a moment, then shook his head. Poor Daoist is not a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house. Lin Tiancheng's expression stiffened at his words. Not a disciple of the Heavenly Master's office? Then how does he know the thunder method of Lung Fu Shan? And it was just such a coincidence that both were also surnamed Zhang. He thought that Zhang Xian had some kind of connection with Longhu Mountain. I didn't realize it wasn't. Chapter 14, Daoist Brother and Slow Down Your Hands. Disciple of the Maoshan sect, Lin Tiancheng. Ahem. Lin Tiancheng smiled awkwardly, sorry. That was a misunderstanding on my part. Never mind. By the way, does fellow Daoist Lin recognize this person? Zhang Xian pointed at the old man on the ground and inquired. Just now, Lin Tiancheng wanted to make a move to stop him from killing this old man. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. That was why Zhang Xian had asked this question. Recognize. He was originally a disciple of my Maoshan sect, but he was expelled by the previous master 30 years ago for stealing and practicing forbidden arts. I didn't realize that he would brutalize the innocent, so the sect sent me down to the mountain with the intention of cleaning up the family, but I never expected to die at the hands of Brother Dao. Lin Tiancheng sighed and said. It's kind of karma. I see. Zhang Xian nodded slowly as he pondered. Dao brother, I wonder if I can let the poor Taoist borrow his corpse for a while, so that I can also deal with all the master uncles and master uncles. Words. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately agreed, yes. Next. Lin Tiancheng's operation instantly made him a bit confused. He was seen taking out an Apple cell phone from his pocket and recording a video of the body on the ground, mouthing the words. Senior uncles, disciples have completed the task set by the division. This is the traitor's corpse, please check it. Roger, Roger. Touch. ISO. Immediately after. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Do it all. He snapped his fingers joyfully, done. Zhang Xian stared at him dumbfounded for a long time. Holy. Doctors use Apple phones too? And Nima is playing mahjong. Cough. Nowadays, times are progressing, so naturally we have to move with the times. Lin Tiancheng explained with some embarrassment when he looked at Zhang Xian's incredulous expression. Even though they often live in the deep mountains, they are still human beings, and they need entertainment programs. Plus, cultivation was rather boring during the weekdays, so it was inevitable that he would play with his cell phone for a while to relax and unwind. He. What fellow Daoist Lin said is very true. Zhang Xian dryly tugged at the corner of his mouth, but in his heart, his perception of Taoist priests was turned upside down. At this point, Meng Qingshu and the others also walked up to them. And behind her, Zhou Zhihua appeared out of nowhere. Master Zhang, this time it's also thanks to you, or else we'd really be in dire straits. Zhou Zhihua grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and refused to let go of his grip in excitement. After he contacted Zhang Xian, he drove to Magic City University at the first opportunity. It was a good thing the danger here had been lifted, or he wouldn't have known what to do. Speaking. Zhou Zhihua also noticed Lin Tiancheng standing next to him and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire, by the way, is this? Greetings, this resident, poor Taoist is a disciple of the Maoshan sect, Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng slightly arched his hand. At those words, Zhou Zhihua's eyes lit up. So it's Master Lin of the Maoshan school, nice to meet you. If it had been in the past, he wouldn't have paid any attention to these some kind of Taoist priests. But it's different now. Nowadays, there are more and more paranormal incidents in the Dragon Kingdom, which makes him more and more headaches. What happened tonight, in particular, had also given him a warning and reinforced his belief that professional matters were for professionals. I just don't know if this Taoist Master Lin is interested in coming to the Mordor Extraordinary Bureau to hang around? Think about it. The smile on Zhou Zhihua's face grew wider. Right. Master Zhang, a few of the students in the party seemed to have been struck by an evil spirit. No matter how much we screamed, we couldn't wake them up. They are still in a coma. I wonder if Master has any way to save them? Suddenly, Meng Qingshu recalled the girl she had just saved on the roof of the building and said. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Shifter Ranks, Paranormal Psychic Bounty Forum. Chapter 15, Shifter Ranks, Paranormal Psychic Bounty Forum. Medieval? Where are the people? Quickly take the poor Taoist to see. Upon hearing this, Meng Qingshu hurriedly turned around and led Zhang Xian and the others in the direction of the monitoring room. And that's when the three Wang Hai people also dragged their injured bodies. These injuries on your bodies were caused by the Furies, don't underestimate them. All of these wounds have the Yin Fury toxin attached to them. If you don't remove it early, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger. Zhang Xian frowned at their injuries, and after a moment of contemplation, he took out a few pieces of talisman paper. It's the exorcism talisman that I got from the previous lottery. Poor Daoist, here are a few evil repelling talismans, take them back and turn them into water and drink them to get rid of the demonic aura. Zhang Xian handed a few talismans to the three Wang Hai. Many thanks, master. Wang Hai and the three of them thanked him gratefully. When Lin Tiancheng, who was next to him, saw the scene, although his face didn't move, inwardly, he had already set off shock waves. A pair of eyes also kept sizing up Zhang Xian's body. Others couldn't see it, but he knew it well. The quality of these three exorcism talismans was undoubtedly from a master level. What exactly is this, Xian? You've got such an expensive exorcism talisman right out of the gate? Lin Tiancheng secretly guessed in his mind. Lead the way, Zhang Xian said to Meng Qingshu. He didn't realize that just a few exorcism talismans had shaken the Maoshan sect's senior disciple in front of him to such an extent. Hearing his urging, the Meng Qingshu nodded immediately, so he led the crowd out of here and headed straight for the monitoring room. Soon, the crowd then arrived in the surveillance room. Upon seeing the unconscious dozen or so students, Lin Tiancheng frowned slightly. Evil energy enters the body. It's true that they were affected by the ghosts, that's why they stayed unconscious. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng's face was a bit ugly. Because from these people, he sensed some aura belonging to the Maoshan sect, and it was obviously the work of that traitor. Fortunately, the problem wasn't very serious, or else things would have been in real trouble. Daoist Lin, I wonder if it's possible to wake them up? Yes. Lin Tiancheng didn't hesitate, and immediately took out a yellow talisman, and mouthed the words. Immediately after, only a wisp of firelight sprang out from his fingertips, and immediately set the talisman ablaze, and an incendiary aura permeated the surroundings. Lin Tiancheng casually waved his hand, and black smoke instantly shot to the unconscious girl's forehead. After a few moments, the originally unresponsive students were calling out and slowly opening their eyes. Where am I? A schoolgirl scanned around in bewilderment. When she realized that she had appeared in an unfamiliar environment, her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with intense doubt. Classmate, what happened just now, do you remember? Meng Qingshu hurriedly walked over to the girl and asked. The girl sniffed and shook her head. Can't quite remember. All I remember is sleeping in my dorm room and then having a weird dream that I was going to jump off a building, and then I can't remember much. Right. I think I dreamed that too. Me too. The rest of the students have reported dreaming similar scenes to the girl. Meng Qingshu took a deep breath. When she was just about to say something, she only heard Zhou Zhihua cough lightly. Xiaomeng, you send these students back to the dormitory safely, and by the way, calm them down. I'll go back to the Bureau of Specialties with the two Daoists first. Meng Qingshu nodded, so she and the others assisted these students. As for Zhang Xian and the others, they took a car and headed to the special branch. Inside the business car, Zhou Jihua looked at Zhang Xian with a smile on his face and complimented, this time, it's also thanks to Master Zhang. If you hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid I don't know how many students would have been brutally killed. However, in the face of his compliments, Zhang Xian waved his hand and blandly said, come on. Cut it out. Since you know how serious the matter is, it's surprising that you only sent some ordinary people out to solve it. Chapter 15, Shifter Ranks, Paranormal Psychic Bounty Forum. If it wasn't for the poor Daoist noticing a yin chi in time, I'm afraid that all the students of Mordor University would have to be accounted for here. Words. Zhou Jihua smiled awkwardly. Indeed. This was a bit of an oversight on his part. It was a good thing there weren't too many casualties tonight, or he wouldn't know how to explain it to his superiors. I hope Master Zhang will pardon me. I thought this matter was well handled, so I sent Wang Hai and the three of them to solve it, but I didn't expect. It's ahem. In the future, if there are any emergencies, I will definitely notify you first. Zhang Xian shook his head. I don't blame Zhou Zhihua for this one. After all, they were all ordinary people, so how could they know the horrors of bizarre monsters and evil cultivators? By the way, what's the situation with Wang Hai and the three of them? Poor Daoist looks at them, they don't quite look like cultivators, yet they are able to manipulate the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Zhang Xian looked at him doubtfully. The cultivation method of Wang Hai's trio was different from that of ordinary cultivators, and was more like some sort of means of borrowing the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Dao brother doesn't know. If the poor Taoist is not mistaken, the three of them should have just been awakened not long ago. It could also be called an inhuman. Just then, Lin Tiancheng suddenly spoke. At those words, Zhang Xian was stunned. Shifter? Do shifters still really exist in the world? Yes. In fact, as early as 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom appeared to have psychics who were born with a certain talent that would awaken at a certain age. Like gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, lightning, speed, and so on. And that's when Zhou Zhigua didn't hide it, but nodded his head and said, "That's right, Wang Hai and the others are the exalted. They were awakened 3 months ago, and now their strength has broken through to rank C. The Bureau of Specialization has a class division for psychics, as well as all types of paranormal events, with SSS class being the highest and E class being the lowest." After listening to Zhou Zhigua's introduction, Zhang Xian immediately revealed a look of surprise. Inhuman? So there was an existence he didn't know about? Seeing Zhang Xian's surprised expression, Zhou Zhigua did not sell the story any further, but continued to recount the information about the adepts. Also, he mentions a forum about paranormal events. Paranormal Psychic Bounty Forum. This is an officially created forum with paranormal bounties posted across the country. Anyone who completes the task will be rewarded handsomely. Paranormal? Hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't that what he's currently missing? As long as he had this forum, then he wouldn't have to work so hard to find creepy monsters in the future. It's a proper mecca for swiping merits. Master Zhang, I was thinking of sending you the URL of the Psychic Bounty Forum after this matter is resolved. I didn't expect an accident to happen suddenly. Zhou Zhihua said with an apologetic face. Nothing. How do I get access to the forum? Please wait, I'll send you the forum portal. The words fell. Zhang Xian then received a message. On it, in addition to the link, was the account that the SDB had helped him sign up for. He couldn't wait to log on to the forums and was greeted by a special page. Tens of thousands of psychic bounty postings appeared, dense and dazzling. Zhang Xian frowned. It seems that the paranormal events appearing in this world are more serious than I thought. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Mutilate the Innocent? The poor Taoist will let you go up in smoke. Chapter 16, Mutilate the Innocent? The poor Taoist will let you go up in smoke. Immediately after, Zhang Xian chose to locate in the Magic City. Hundreds of posts surfaced instantly. A nurse at the first affiliated hospital of Mordor was on duty when she accidentally bumped into the appearance of a ghost, and 3 people have been killed so far. A couple died tragically in a neighborhood in Xiqing, the night of the 7th day of the return of the ghosts demanding life, kneeling to seek help to resolve the problem. My son is haunted by a ghost, and I'm offering a high reward to a master to exorcise the ghosts, and I'll be rewarded for it when it's done. A series of posts surfaced. But without exception, all of them are reward posts for paranormal encounters. It's only been 3 months and so many paranormal incidents have occurred in Mordor alone. Then in the entire Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't there be a new paranormal incident every day? Zhang Xian's brows flickered with a look of gravity. The world, it seemed, was much more serious than he had thought. With the current manpower of the special branch, I'm afraid it would be difficult to solve so many incidents, which is why this bounty forum was created. At this point, Zhou Zhihua weakly spoke up, Master Zhang, the Extraordinary Bureau has already registered an officially certified account for you, so you can take on missions on the forum. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded. Then he clicked on his personal page, and he found an additional officially certified account. Moreover, the permission level of this account was still very high, straight up to the level of S-Class. Zhang Xian, Mordor's Bureau of Special Weapons, Chief Psychic Counselor. For this reason, Zhou Zhihua didn't say anything, he just smiled brightly, then turned his gaze to Lin Tiancheng who was playing with his cell phone next to him. Ahem. How old is Taoist Master Lin? I wonder if you're interested in joining the Specialized Services Bureau? Lin Tiancheng lifted his head and glanced at him, the Specialized Bureau? Seems a bit familiar. Oh. Poor Taoist remembered. A while ago, there was also a Special Exception Bureau's Jean who invited Pao Dao. He seems to be the director of the Imperial Capital's Special Exception Bureau. Words. Zhou Zhihua cackled and couldn't help but curse in his mind. Lean. I can't believe that the Imperial Special Branch got the jump on me. Ha! That's too bad. Zhou Zhihua forced a smile and his face twitched a few times. That. Please stop at the intersection in front, the hotel booked by the poor Daoist is near here. 2 minutes later. The business car pulled up in front of a 5-star hotel. Lin Tiancheng briefly organized himself, then saluted Zhang Xian, brother Daoist Zhang. The poor Daoist takes his leave at this point. Farewell. After saying that, he pushed the door out of the business car and walked straight towards the hotel. Looking at his fading back in the distance, Zhang Xian glanced at his cell phone screen. Director Zhou, please send me to the first affiliated hospital. Master, are you going to solve the matter of the hospital nurse hitting a ghost? Zhou Zhihua froze. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded. Anyway, it's right here in this neighborhood, so why don't the poor Daoist just take this matter in hand? Zhou Zhihua was overjoyed at the news and hurriedly ordered the driver to make a U-turn. 10 minutes later. Zhang Xian arrived in front of the first affiliated hospital. With him, there was also Luya, who had been forced in by Zhou Zhihua. As for Zhou Zhihua and the others, they originally wanted to follow along, but they were sent away by Zhang Xian. After walking into the hospital, passers-by couldn't help but whisper when they saw his strange outfit. This man, a Daoist priest? Seems like it. Don't you see that he's wearing a shirt with a manhwa pattern on it? Say, what's he doing at the hospital? It can't be about that thing that happened the other day. Listening to the whispers around him, Zhang Xian turned a deaf ear to them as if he could not hear them. Soon, he came to a complex building. Only a few middle-aged figures in white coats were standing anxiously at the door at this moment. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, one of the middle-aged men hurriedly greeted him with quick steps. You are Master Zhang? Chapter 16, Mutilate the Innocent? The poor Daoist will let you fly away in ashes. It's me. After receiving an answer, the middle-aged man was a bit excited. Master Zhang, I'm the director of the affiliated hospital, my name is Wu. Right, this way please. Zhang Xian nodded and then walked into the elevator with Luya behind him. While riding the elevator, Director Wu explained to him what had happened in the hospital in the past few days. There was a fall at the hospital 4 days ago. It started when a patient came in for medical treatment and never expected to be tested for a terminal illness. So in a moment of desperation, he jumped from the 14th floor of the hospital and died instantly. 4 days afterward. Every time at 12 o'clock in the morning, hospital nurses on duty would meet the ghost of that dead man, and some were even scared alive. And the crime was committed on the 14th floor. Nowadays, hospitals are in a state of panic and many nurses are afraid to work the night shift, which is why they go to psychic forums for help. Master Zhang, you must save us no matter what. Inside the elevator, Director Wu pleaded hopefully. In the last few days, not only them, but even some of the patients were alarmed. No one knows who the next target will be, but what if it's themselves? The hospital had no choice but to temporarily empty the 14th floor of all doctors and patients. At the same time, it was urgent to find a powerful master to help them eliminate hidden dangers and save their lives. Hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry. Since the poor Daoist has accepted the commission, he will certainly do his best to eradicate the evil spirits for you. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. The crowd came to the 14th floor. Just after stepping out of the elevator, Zhang Xian detected a fainting chi, but it disappeared in an instant. Ha! Running quite fast. Zhang Xian sneered. And when Director Wu and the others heard this, they even trembled and turned pale. Grand! Master, did you discover something? Director Wu trembled and inquired. It was now nearly 12 o'clock, and by this time the other day the ghost had begun to make frequent appearances. Could it be that it is now ready to appear again? Don't panic. With the poor Daoist here, you don't need to be afraid. Zhang Xian waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Immediately after, he pinched his fingers together and his lips quirked as he recited an incantation. Shasta. A golden light bloomed from Zhang Xian's body surface, instantly enveloping the entire ward area. Found you. Suddenly, Zhang Xian opened his eyes blazing with essence. His right hand snapped out and clasped a floating black mist with a single grab. Feeling that his ghostly body was under the grasp of the other party, the illusory figure suddenly struggled violently and let out a sharp hiss. Sinner, why don't you tie your hands? Zhang Xian shouted angrily, and his hands fiercely increased in strength, firmly cupping the black shadow in his hands. Bang! Next! only to see the black mist unexpectedly burst open on its own accord, turning into wisps of black smoke that fled away. Humph. Still want to run? Stay. Zhang Xian's right hand snapped out, and golden light instantly enveloped the black mist in midair. Under his control, the black mist flipped and twisted wildly, finally coalescing to form the appearance of a short, fat man. Ho ho ho! The man hissed frantically, attempting to break away from Zhang Xian's bonds. Unfortunately, all of his struggles were futile as he was firmly suppressed in midair by Zhang Xian. Master, spare your life, spare your life. The man kept wailing and begging for forgiveness in an attempt to exchange for forgiveness. Ha! Looking at this scene, Zhang Xian shook his head. You don't enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, but even stay on earth to brutalize innocents. The poor Daoist will let you go up in smoke today. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Aura of Yin, Redeeming Daoist Past Life Spells. Chapter 17, Aura of Yin, Redeeming Daoist Past Life Spells. Roar. Why? I just want to kill these quacks. Why are you doing this to me? I'm not convinced. The ghost of the short, fat man had been struggling desperately, and his shrill voice carried throughout the hospital corridor. Making Director Wu and the others behind him, they all couldn't help but shiver. In fact, they are wronged enough. Obviously in accordance with the results of the examination, truthfully informed the patient, but did not expect the other actually choose to lighten the life. After death, he also turns into a ghost to do evil. That's why they feel so wrong themselves. There are laws in the world of men, but if you kill the innocent, you will have to pay the price. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. After saying that, he grabbed his right hand towards the short and fat man in midair. In a split second, the sky was filled with flashes of golden light. In the first instant of touching these golden lights, the short and fat man seemed as if he was being scorched by fire, letting out a miserable and incomparable shout. But no matter how much he struggled, he was never able to get rid of the golden light. Instead, the pain in his body became more and more intense. The Golden Light Mantra is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism, with the power of the most rigid and yang, specializing in restraining yin and evil, and it is most suitable for suppressing all evil spirits. Although the short and fat man had just died a few days ago, there were lives lost in the hospital every day, so the hospital was extremely heavy with grievances and yin qi. It has now accumulated to a certain extent. He also took this opportunity to condense his grievances and yin qi into the form of a ghost general in just a few days. Ghosts also have a hierarchy. The initial class is the netherworld. These types of ghosts do not have the ability to attack, and most people are at this level when they die. Next is the ghost soldier. After the ghost's own grievances and yin qi reached a certain level, they would absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth through a special way and transform into ghost soldiers. This kind of ghost soldier possessed a simple sense of attack and was even more ferocious than ordinary ghosts. Further up are the ghost generals, the lich ghosts, the ghost kings, and the ghost emperors. Roar! You made me do it. The short, fat man seemed to sense that he was about to be annihilated and became enraged. Only his head snapped up, and those eyes were scarlet and frightening. In the meantime, from the darkness around him, a large amount of yin qi suddenly emerged, blocking out the light and making the already dimly lit corridor even more eerie and terrifying. And the aura on his body was gradually skyrocketing. Hiss. Feeling the intimidation of the aura, Director Wu and the others drew in a breath of cold air. For some reason, the temperature around them suddenly dropped by a dozen degrees, and for a while it felt like it was difficult to even breathe. This went on for quite a while. Finally, ow! Along with the short and fat man's roar, all the yin qi instantly burst apart. A ghost loomed in the corridor, hideous and horrifying, making Director Wu and the others, who saw them, unable to stop trembling and turning pale. I'm going to kill you. The short, fat man looked up to the sky. In the next second, he lunged at the crowd. Zhang Xian's gaze instantly turned ice cold, and a golden sledgehammer suddenly coalesced in his hand, slamming down fiercely towards the short and fat man. Bang! Rumble! A dull sound exploded as if it were a flat thunderstorm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the ghost generals, gaining 247 points of merit value. The system's voice rang out saying. At this point, Zhang Xian was holding a golden sledgehammer, his body exuding a golden glow, just like the god of war approaching the earth. Give you a little color and you want to start a dye house? Chapter 17, Aura of Yin, Redeeming Daoist Past Life Mantra. See what you can do. Zhang. Master Zhang, where is that ghost? At this time, Director Wu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked up to ask. It's already been annihilated by the poor Daoist. Really? A look of ecstasy appeared on Director Wu's face. Master Zhang, thank you. Thank you very much. Tonight is really thanks to you. They had been frightened for the past few days, and now that the ghosts had been eliminated, they could go back and have a good night's sleep. I didn't realize that there was such a godly man in the world, and I'm afraid they wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. It's just a show of hands. Right. Director Wu, the poor Taoist sees that the hospital's Qi is too prevalent. If we don't get rid of it as soon as possible, I'm afraid that something similar will happen next time. At those words, Director Wu was stunned. It's not, is it? Might this happen again in the future? One time had already scared him enough. If it happened a few more times, who would be able to withstand this? Master Zhang, please make sure you help us resolve this troublesome matter. Otherwise, we really can't work in peace from now on. Director Wu smiled bitterly, his tone sincere. The rest of the doctors nodded their heads in unison. After all, they had been a part of what had happened in the past few days, and they really didn't want to go through it again. Don't worry. Since the poor Taoist has discovered the problem, he naturally has a way to solve it. Zhang Xian nodded. Great. Then I'm grateful to Master Zhang. Just tell us what you need to prepare, we'll definitely find a way to fulfill it. Hearing Zhang Xian's assurance, the group of doctors were finally relieved. As for the stuff, there's no need to prepare. After all, the hospital's Qi, which is generated by the deaths of patients every day, only needs to be superseded a bit. However, he didn't know how he was going to overtake it at the moment, so he had to turn to the system for help. System, how much merit value does it cost to redeem the past life mantra? Zhang Xian inquired in his mind. Ding, redeeming the Taoist past life mantra requires 1,000 merit values. Soon, the system's voice rang out. But Zhang Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. So expensive? One had to know that beheading a flying stiff only gained just over 600 merit values. Now that exchanging a spell for transcending the dead souls for the spell of passing on to the next life would require 1,000 merit values, the difference was too great. Host, since every technique and spell you exchange from the system will help you automatically comprehend it to the perfect realm, so the price will be slightly more expensive. Hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Xian suddenly felt that 1,000 merit values was not too expensive. After all, it would save a lot of cultivation time, and it was a total sure thing. Redeem it. Ding, 1,000 merit value deducted, successfully exchanged Fort Taoist mantra for the afterlife full level. You currently have 3,913 points of merit value remaining. The words fell. Only an ancient and obscure text instantly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. As if these words possessed magic power, they were deeply engraved in his mind, and he simply could not forget them. Zhang Xian closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the wonders of the past life mantra. After a long time, only then did he slowly open his eyes, both of which seemed to contain a starry, bright sky. Director Wu, please arrange a quiet place for the poor Taoist, preferably one that is a bit more empty. Empty and quiet. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's request, Director Wu first froze for a moment. Then carefully recalling where, within the hospital, there was a suitable place, a place soon came to mind. There is a place, it's on the rooftop of this complex, but that's where the helicopters are parked. Master Zhang, look at. Right here. By the way, prepare a square wooden table. Yes. P.S. Sorry, the update is a bit late in these 2 days. In the future the author will try to unify the update in a time slot. End of chapter. Chapter 18 The Conjecture of the Elder of the Maoshan Sect, Yi Zhigua introduces clients. Chapter 18 The Conjecture of the Elder of the Maoshan Sect, Yi Zhigua introduces clients. Soon. The rooftop of the complex. Only Zhang Xian, clad in a purple Daoist robe, was seen standing in front of a square wooden table. And on the tabletop, there was a heck of a lot of items for the overflow. These things couldn't be bought for a while, so he simply redeemed them from within the system. Next, he picked up a brush and began to quickly draw runes on the yellow paper as a vast and ethereal pressure filled the air. Director Wu and the others all held their breath and stared intently at Zhang Xian, who was not far away. The scene looked quite shocking. This was because they could clearly see that a faint glow was rising from Zhang Xian's body. As time passes, a talisman was then gradually drawn. Blast! Accompanied by a low drink, this talisman burned steeply, turning into a ball of flame that blazed. Zhang Xian's palm gently clenched in the void, and the burning talisman paper instantly floated in midair. Only to see his lips wriggling and chanting, his mouth was constantly spitting out obscure and difficult to understand symbols. By the edict of the Supreme Being, transcend thy lonely soul. Ghosts of all things, for lives stained with grace. Those who have heads exceed, those who have no heads rise. Zhang Xian recited true words under his breath, and his hands formed seals quickly. An inexplicable force gradually emerged, pulling the yin qi that permeated the surrounding hospital. Hoo-hoo! Shasta! A breeze kept kicking up around them, and a light laughter could be heard faintly. Immediately afterward, amidst the crowd's horrified gazes, an illusory figure emerged out of thin air. There are old men and women. There were also young children. They all knelt down in Zhang Xian's direction, their faces brimming with gratitude. These are the ghosts that have died for many years but are still trapped inside the hospital, and now they can be reincarnated after being superseded. As the wandering yin souls continued to diminish, the yin qi inside the hospital also disappeared at a rate visible to the yin eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transcending the souls of the dead. The system hereby rewards 500 points of merit value. Currently you still have 4,380 points of merit value left. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Finally! He muttered. Although it cost 1,000 merit values to redeem the spell for the afterlife, now that the system had rewarded another 500, it wasn't a loss. Seeing that Zhang Xian had stopped, Director Wu hurriedly came forward. Master Zhang, how's it going? It went okay. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. At those words, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Master Zhang, I'm really troubling you tonight. Why don't we go out for a snack together? Yeah, I know there's a new restaurant nearby that's pretty good. Several section leaders have invited, with an unbelievably warm attitude. To this, Zhang Xian didn't choose to reject it either, but instead agreed with alacrity. In the meantime, a hotel a few kilometers away from the hospital. Tiancheng, you've done well on this mission, the elders are very satisfied with your performance. At this point, only to see Lin Tiancheng sitting on the sofa of the presidential suite, he was video talking with an old man in blue. Master, in fact, this mission was not accomplished by disciple, but by someone else. Lin Tiancheng shook his head and recounted what happened tonight. From the time he rushed to Mordor and then met Zhang Xian at Mordor University. When he heard that Zhang Xian had shattered the lower-grade artifact-level peachwood sword with a single blow, and had easily beheaded the division's traitor. The old man fell silent. Tiancheng, you said that youth is good at lightning techniques and is not weak? Chapter 18 Elder of the Maoshan Sect's Conjecture, E. Zhigua introduces clients. Right. If disciple is not mistaken, what he is using is precisely the Heavenly Master's Thunder technique, and it is also the Supreme Yang Five Thunders. Lin Tiancheng said seriously. But when I asked him if he was a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, he didn't admit it. Upon hearing this, the blue-clothed old man fell into deep thought. Only after a long time did he continue, he can use thunder spells, golden light spells, and his surname is Zhang. Can't it be that he's really a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house? But after that incident back then, the Heavenly Master's mansion has long since sealed off the mountain, so how could a disciple suddenly appear in the magic capital? And to have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, could it be that the Heavenly Master's house is for the Dao sect assembly in half a year? The more the old man in blue thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. That's the only thing that makes sense. After all, the Heavenly Master's mansion had been at the bottom of the Dao sect assembly for 2 consecutive sessions, so it was natural to want to cultivate an outstanding disciple to regain the former glory of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Come to think of it. Inside the blue-clothed old man's heart, he could not help but feel some urgency inexplicably. Tiancheng, after you finish the rest of your tasks, immediately return to the mountain gate to retreat. It's getting closer and closer to the Dao sect assembly. Although the Heavenly Master's mansion has kept a low profile over the years, its heritage still exists. You can't afford to be the slightest bit careless. I understand, Master. Lin Tiancheng nodded solemnly at his words. By the way, where's your master's uncle? How come I don't see anyone else half the time? Cough. Lin Tiancheng coughed dryly and explained that senior uncle said he had something to do a few days ago, and went out on an errand. Hear that. The blue-clothed old man first froze for a moment. He quickly thought of something and said angrily, "Immeasurable he a heavenly father, did your senior uncle go gambling again? Asshole. Let's see if I don't kick his ass when he gets back." After saying that, the old man directly hung up the phone. Lin Tiancheng, on the other hand, touched his nose in embarrassment and secretly said, "Senior uncle, it's none of my business. It's master, he guessed it himself, you mustn't blame me." Early the next morning, Zhang Xian sat with his legs crossed, his true qi running within his body, and his entire body emitted a faint fluorescent light. Suddenly, only his eyes snapped open. There appeared to be thunderons flashing in the depths of his eyes, and a majestic pressure swept out. Phew! He felt the true qi in the dantian within his body and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Cultivation is a bit slow. If it was at this rate he was at now, if he wanted to break through to the peak of Jiadan, it would take at least 10 years. And it's still a sleepless practice to do so. No wonder it was said that it was not appropriate to cultivate in the end times. The aura of the heavens and earth was very thin nowadays. Cultivating was simply slower than a snail crawling. It was simply not enough to support the cultivation of high-level cultivators. At this rate of cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to step into the early stage of yuaning until the end of my lifespan, right? Zhang Xin frowned, thinking darkly. With his late Jiedan cultivation, living to be 300 years old would not be a problem. But after seeing the great power of the cultivators, he was no longer satisfied with his current realm and wanted to break through stronger. Mr. Liu has a great quote. Born on earth to go to heaven, being a human wants to become immortal. If he wanted to break through to yuaning, he would have to search for a denser heaven and earth aura, otherwise it would be almost difficult to make an inch of progress. It still seems like it's up to the system. System. Ding 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 ding. Just as Zhang Xian wanted to open the system mall to see what suitable cultivation elixirs were available, a vibration suddenly came from the cell phone next to him. Hello? May I ask if it's Master Zhang? I'm Yi Jigua, do you remember me? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Xian quickly remembered who it was. Oh, hello bossy. What is it that you want with the poor Daoist? Master Zhang, it's like this, a friend of mine has encountered something at home, so I want to ask for your help to solve it. I wonder if it's convenient for you. End of chapter. Chapter 19, a third-rate warlock who rubs fire with his bare hands. Chapter 19, a third-rate warlock who rubs fire with his bare hands. Looking for my help? Did you meet something dirty again? Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted into a smile, and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Yes, I have no problem with that. Then master, you tell me the location and I'll go pick you up. Well, the poor man is at. Hang up. Zhang Xian simply cleaned up, put on his Daoist robe and left the door. 10 or so minutes later. A luxury car stopped in front of Zhang Xian, and the window lowered to reveal Yi Jigua with a fawning smile on his face. Master, please get in. Zhang Xian nodded slightly at his words and immediately got into the car. And then the car started up and headed towards the target. Along the way, Yi Jigua also told the whole story. It turns out that his friend's daughter came back after a party as if she was a different person, locking herself in her room all day and dressing up as a bride. The weirdest thing was the pair of embroidered shoes she was wearing. When her parents found out about this, they were so shocked that they threw away the embroidered shoes. But during the night, the embroidered shoes had strangely reappeared in the bedroom. The two men realized that they were possessed, and several gurus had been approached to no avail. When Yi Jigua heard about it, he hastened to submit Zhang Xian to his friend. Because he knows that only this Master Zhang is the only one who has the real ability to drive away ghosts and evil spirits. Soon, Yi Jigua's car drove away from the city and arrived outside a private mountain resort on the outskirts. Master, please follow me. After leading Zhang Xian out of the car, Yi Jigua respectfully led him to the interior of the mountain villa. As soon as he stepped on the ground, a faint qi drifted in. Zhang Xian's face did not change when he saw the situation. It seems that it was the daughter of Yi Jigua's friend who really ran into something dirty. Soon, the two then came to a villa. At this moment, 10 or so men and women in gorgeous clothes were sitting in the hall. At the head was an old man in his 50s. He is Yi Jigua's friend, the chairman of Zhongqing Pharmaceutical, Li Wenda. Dad, say, is this friend you found reliable? At that moment, a youth in the crowd stood up and questioned, why don't we let Master Zhou make a move? After all, I've invited people here. Speaking. The gazes of the crowd went to the old man sitting next to him. I only saw that he was about 60 years old, with a head full of silver hair combed and oiled, and an 8-road beard, which was quite immortal. Hear that? Li Wenda also couldn't help but look at him with some hesitation in his heart. This old man was invited back by his third son, and was said to be a famous master in the provinces, who had solved a lot of tricky paranormal incidents. However, when he thought of Ijigua's chest-beating assurance to him, he clenched his teeth again and decided to wait a little longer. Just as Li Wenda hesitated, two figures appeared in the crowd's line of sight. When they saw Zhang Xian following Ijigua, everyone froze for a moment. So young? You look like you're under 20, don't you? At that age, how can you know how to exorcise evil spirits? Oldly, long time no see. This is the Zhang Xian I was talking about, Master Zhang. Ijigua pointed at Zhang Xian and introduced him. Maestro, this is my friend, Lavinda. Hello, Mr. Li. At this point, Lavinda sized him up twice, his frown deepening. However, he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Master Zhang, I wonder if you have a solution for my daughter's problem? Yes. Zhang Xian nodded. But before he could continue, a cold snort suddenly came from the side. What a big mouth. Not afraid of flashing your tongue. Zhang Xian followed the sound, only to see that the one who spoke was an old man with silver white hair, and it was none other than Master Zhou. Zhouqi stood up and looked at him with a sneer on his face. Young man, you said that you have a way to solve the matter of Boss Li's daughter's gold, so let me ask you, how do you plan to solve it? It seems like the poor Daoist is not obligated to tell you how to resolve this, right? Zhang Xian glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 19. A third-rate warlock who rubs fire with his bare hands. Humph, arrogant. Young people don't behave properly, they even choose to cheat. It's a good thing that old man is here today, or else it would surely lead to a great disaster. No. Who are you? Ijigua couldn't help but feel some anger when he saw how arrogant he was. Who is this guy? It's so wild when it comes up. Who on earth gave him the courage? This is Master Zhou Qizhou, whom I invited back from the provinces. The youth from earlier spoke. Words. Master Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Zhang Xian proudly. Young man, you can't exorcise ghosts just by putting on a Daoist robe, you still need real skills. Buzz. Speaking. Only to see a flame burst forth from his right hand, blazing. Then the words came out of his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The fire coalesced into a fire dragon. At the same time, a searing temperature spread out. In an instant, the air around them seemed to be sizzling and twisted, distorted. This. The crowd was all stunned. When Zhang Xian saw this scene, he instantly laughed. He thought that the old man was some extraordinary character, but he didn't realize that he was just a newly awakened fire alien. If we go by the division of the special branch, he should just be in the middle of the E grade. Simply divine. Worthy of being Master Zhou, awesome. The crowd marveled. Zhouqi, on the other hand, was even more complacent as he looked at Zhang Xian. Young man, are you convinced now? When you can do what old man did, then you'll truly have the strength to exorcise ghosts. His words were clearly meant to humiliate Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, however, was unconcerned and continued to smile calmly. That's awesome. And at that moment, Ijigua also looked at Li Wenda on the side and said in a somewhat anxious tone. Old Li, do you trust me, Ijigua? We've known each other for over 10 years, would I lie to you? Lavinda was silent. At this point in time, he didn't dare gamble. Because it's his daughter's life. Dad, what are you still thinking about? It must be important to ask Master Zhou to save my little sister. As for those what's-his-name cats and dogs, hurry up and ask them to leave. At this time, Li Jia opened his mouth. In the past, he was the playboy in his father's eyes, but now that he had found a master to solve his sister's troubles, he would definitely be able to raise his eyebrows at home in the future. Seeing this, the rest of them spoke up. After a long time, Li Wenda slowly exhaled. Oldie, I'm sorry. Well. When Ijigua saw that Li Wenda chose not to believe him, his face flushed green for a while, but he still forced his heart to hold back his anger. Master Zhang, I'm very sorry. I've made you come all this way for nothing. Ijigua turned around and arched his hand towards Zhang Xian, looking like he was apologizing. Zhang Xian shook his head. It's fine. Since there are people who don't believe in the poor Daoist will just go. But next time, if you look for poor Tao, it will depend on poor Tao's mood. I'm sorry, Master Zhang, Ijigua said hurriedly. But just then, Li Jia, who was on the side, heard this, but said in a conspiratorial manner, "Che. It's all come to this, why are you still pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Really think the world stopped spinning without you, huh? You?" Yi Jigua was furious at his words, but Zhang Xian pulled him back. "What's the point of being angry with this kind of person? They'll have something to cry about in a little while anyway. With Zhou Qi's strength at the mid-E rank, if he really fought a ghostly creature, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape." End of chapter. Chapter 20 I want 10% of the shares of Zhongcheng Pharmaceutical. Chapter 20 I want 10% of the shares of Zhongcheng Pharmaceutical. After leaving the villa, Yi Jigua looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of apologies, and his mouth kept saying, "Master Zhang, I'm really very sorry." "Nothing. It's not your fault, after all, you were just trying to be nice." At those words, Yi Jigua smiled bitterly. As an old friend for more than 10 years, he naturally wanted to help Li Wenda solve his daughter's problem. "I didn't realize that people would be so ungrateful. Master, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Why don't I treat you to dinner as an apology to you for what happened just now?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled faintly. "There's no rush. Let's watch a good show first." "Good show? What do you mean?" Yi Jigua was full of doubts, puzzled for a moment. Zhang Xian merely smiled at the situation and did not say anything else. The other side. Inside the villa, Lavinda led the crowd up to the third floor. At this point, Zhou Qi stood at the forefront, his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the bedroom door in front of him. "Aha! What a heavy in chi! Boss Li, your daughter is indeed possessed." Zhou Qi pretended to frown for a few moments and said in a deep voice, "Master Zhou, you must save my daughter. After the matter is accomplished, the reward of $5 million will definitely not be short of you." Hearing these words, Zhou Qi's heart was ecstatic. He was waiting for that from Lavinda. Immediately, he nodded his head and agreed, "Boss Li, please don't worry, with me, I will ensure that your daughter is safe and sound." Said. Zhou Qi immediately took out a compass from the bag and then pushed the door open. The rest of the group saw this and followed. A strong, cloudy wind hit his face, making everyone in the room feel cold. Next, the needle on the compass turned frantically. Suddenly, Zhou Qi looked in a direction. That's exactly where the head of the bed is. Only to see that on the tabletop, there was a pair of red embroidered shoes. "Demon! If you're sensible, leave Miss Li's body before it's too late, or else I'll make your soul fly away." Bang! Suddenly, the bedroom door slammed shut. Everyone was taken aback, including Zhou Qi. "GGG. Old man, you'd better not mind your own business, or else I'll even clean you up." There was an eerie, hoarse sound from around the room. Hear that? Zhou Qi suddenly burst into a rage. "A mere lone spirit, how dare you run wild in front of my old man?" Said. He took out a yellow talisman and mouthed the words. Buzz. Shasta. The rune paper instantly turned into a ball of flame and shot towards the pair of embroidered shoes. "Seek death." The eerie voice rang out. Immediately after that, only a layer of gray mist suddenly emerged on the surface of the embroidered shoes. In the blink of an eye, that flame went straight out. In the meantime, a silhouette surfaced in front of the crowd. She was dressed in a red bridal gown, with long hair down her back, and half of her face was so completely decayed that wriggling worms were even faintly visible. Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Good. So disgusting. Especially Li Jia, who barely managed to spit out his overnight meal. GGG. Since you guys want to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. The void screamed strangely. The whole thing then disappeared. Zhou Qi frowned and immediately raised his guard. Next, a creeping fear struck his body. Swish. As if space was torn apart, a white arm steeply penetrated his chest. Pust. Crimson blood spilled, instantly staining the floor. Ah! The crowd's pupils plummeted and they couldn't help but scream in shock. Chapter 20 I want 10% of the shares of Zhongqing Pharmaceutical. No one was expecting it. In just one move, the grandmaster they had hired had turned into a corpse. Even more terrifying. At the location of Zhou Qi's corpse, the figure of the female ghost from earlier slowly emerged. Jia Jia Jia. She licked her scarlet tongue and then looked at the stunned crowd. Next. It's your turn, said. The female ghost reached out and was about to grab at them. Ah. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was scared less. Go. Run. Run for your life. Help. For a while, everyone ran around. Someone tried to open the bedroom door, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't. On the contrary, the female ghost was approaching them step by step. GGG. See this situation. The female ghost let out a strange laugh of excitement. She seemed to enjoy the fear that preceded her death, and the more she struggled, the more excited she became. No. I don't want to die yet. What to do? What do we do now? Right. Dad, call that guy just now, didn't he say he had a solution? Suddenly, someone thought of Zhang Xian. Li Wenda sniffed and hurriedly pulled out the phone. Soon. The phone dialed over and Yi Jigua's voice rang inside. Hello. Old E. No. Old brother E, help me. Lavinda's voice trembled. Although he knew that he had just exasperated Yi Jigua, at this moment when it was a matter of life and death, he couldn't care less. After all, only by staying alive could he continue to enjoy glory and prosperity. Oh. It's Mr. Li, what can I do for you? On the other end of the phone, Yi Jigua's indifferent voice came. Li Wenda's heart trembled at his words. But at the moment, they couldn't care too much and hurriedly told him about their encounter with the female ghost. Elder brother E, as long as you ask that master just now to save your life, I'll agree to anything you want. After Yi Jigua heard this, he was silent for a few seconds, then said, I can't make the call on this matter, I'll ask Master Zhang for you. Guru. Next. Zhang Xian's voice came from the phone. If you want me to make a move, you can, I want 10% of Zhongqing Pharmaceutical shares. Are you crazy? This can't be right. The first time he heard this condition, Li Wenda couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. They have a market capitalization of over $10 billion for Zhongqing Pharmaceuticals. 10% of the shares, that's worth at least $1 billion. This guy was actually asking for a lot of money, knowing that the payment they had given Zhou Qi to go out was only $5 million. If you don't agree, forget it. This is your only chance, if you miss it, then wait for death. Snapped and hung up. Lavinda looked at his cell phone, his face full of iron. Dad. Well. Is he willing to make a move? The crowd couldn't help but ask. Li Wenda took a few deep breaths, then said, he wants 10% of the shares of Zhongqing Pharmaceutical. Hiss. The crowd huffed. 10%? Why doesn't he go and grab it? Li Jia even couldn't help but curse, marred. This guy is simply greedy beyond words, actually asking for 10% of the shares. The rest of them nodded their heads, obviously extremely upset as well. No. Never say yes to him. 10% of the shares, that's worth more than $1 billion. Dad, you've worked so hard to create the company for so long, why would you give him so much at once? Just when they were angry, they didn't notice in the slightest the female ghost not far away, who was now staring at them with a gloomy face and an icy gaze. She, it seemed, was being ignored. You have pissed me off. Boom. One of them was sent flying by her slap and smashed heavily against the wall, unconscious on the spot. Ah! Lao Si! Help! Li Wenda's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly dialed the phone again. Yes. I promise. Deal. End of chapter. Chapter 21, no? Then wait for death. Chapter 21, no? Then wait for death. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted into a smile after hearing him agree to the terms. Then he hung up the phone. Bossy, let's go, I'll treat you to a good show. Fine, go. Yi Jigua looked a little agitated at his words. When he recalled the attitudes of those people just now, his heart was on fire. It was obviously Li Wenda who asked him to invite Master Zhang to help, but what happened? Yet, he was using himself like a dog, and there were even people who spoke out to taunt Master Zhang. Can he tolerate this? It didn't take long. The two then returned to the villa they had just been in. And at the moment, the crowd was still pounding desperately on the door of the room. Help! Open the door! Somebody help me! Bang, bang, bang! A sharp knock on the door resounded. Master Zhang. Yi Jigua twisted his head to look at Zhang Xian before he could finish his sentence. Only Zhang Xian kicked the door open. The female ghost was now suspended in the air, exuding a chilling aura, and her eyes were flashing with bloodthirsty red aura. She snapped her eyes to the two men when she saw someone breaking in. GGG. Another unafraid one has come to the door. A strange laugh came out of the female ghost's mouth. Hiss. Yi Jigua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Holy! What a disgusting female ghost, she's just so ugly looking. It's almost more disgusting than a zombie in a horror movie. Master, save us. The moment they saw Zhang Xian, the crowd was like grasping for a life-saving straw as they kept shouting towards him. And on the ground next to them, there were several corpses lying on the ground that had already broken, their bodies covered in wounds. Obviously killed by a female ghost. Name, Ji Qingxue. Level, early stage of the ghosts. Introduction, because the village was ransacked by horse thieves on the wedding day, he died of torture, and his grievances were so strong after his death that he was eventually transformed into a red-clothed ghost. Sin value, 2076 1 point for killing a person. Suddenly, lines of text appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. Master, help. I don't want to die yet. Please, spare me. The crowd was terrified. One by one, they cried and cried, kneeling on the ground and begging bitterly. GGG. No one can save you even if they come. Ji Qingxue's sharp and piercing voice came from all around. Next. Only when she raised her right hand, a chilling black mist filled out and enveloped the entire bedroom. One time. The temperature in the bedroom plummeted, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and the coldness hit his body. GGG. Ji Qingxue's pupils grew brighter and brighter. It gazed greedily at the people present. It seemed to want to devour the prey. Suddenly, a golden light broke through the black fog and instantly shot through her chest. Poof! She was struck by this beam of golden light and instantly flew backwards. Her chest was clearly pierced through a hole. Who is it? Ji Qingxue's voice was like a ghost from the depths of hell, filled with anger and fear. Her face instantly became hideous, and her red blood-colored eyes flashed with endless resentment and anger. Zhang Xian stood calmly in the doorway, his purple Daoist robe swaying with the breeze. Brat, I'll eat you first. Swish. Ji Qingxue violently rushed over, waving her sharp nails and viciously grabbing at Zhang Xian. Cold light flashed. The sharp claws tore through the air with an ear-piercing shrill. Sculpture. Zhang Xian's gaze was indifferent as he slowly extended his left hand. Zip, zip, zip. His palms were covered with dense electric currents, as if thunder snakes were running amok and crackling. Rumble. Shasta. A blazing arc of electricity surged out from his palm and met Ji Qingxue. What? Chapter 21, no? Then wait for death. Ji Qingxue's face was horrified. It hastily retracted its stance to dodge. But there's no way to dodge it. Boo! The blazing arc of electricity instantly exploded into dozens of tiny thunderbolts that struck its entire body, emitting a crackling and popping sound with a strong charred smell. Ah! Ji Qingxue let out a mournful scream, her entire body's skin and flesh charred and blackened, and severe pain drilled into her heart. Her soul, moreover, was severely traumatized. Just the blink of an eye. Her originally solid image unexpectedly began to gradually become blurry and weak. Damn it! Ji Qingxue gritted her teeth, her voice seeming incomparably sharp. At this moment, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if her soul was about to be broken. Seeing that the female ghost was injured, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of Li Wenda's crowd. However, before they could rejoice for too long, Zhang Xian's icy voice suddenly came. That who, prepare the equity transfer agreement, or just call the money? Words. Li Wenda turned his eyes and said, Great. Master, why don't you finish this female ghost first, and then we will sit down and slowly talk about the matter of equity transfer. Obviously, he did not want to transfer 10% of his shares to Zhang Xian. But now he didn't dare to tear his face off with him, so he could only use this roundabout tactic to stall for time. After the matter was settled, he would casually give $1 million or $800,000 to get rid of the other party and be done with it. Oh? Yes? A sneer spread across the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth. Do you really think you're an idiot? Trying to stall him for a while and find an excuse to back out later? Dream on. So you're not going to keep your promise? No, no, no. Li Wenda hurriedly denied. Master, when this is settled, I will definitely give the money with both hands. Ha! Zhang Xian sneered. In the next second, he turned around with the intention of leaving. Li Wenda and the others were instantly anxious. He can't leave. Now that the matter of the female ghost hadn't been resolved yet, if not for Zhang Xian, they would definitely be dead. Wait! Li Wenda shouted hurriedly, his eyes revealing a hint of panic. 10%, I'll give it now. Excuse me. 10% was the price just now I want 2 billion. Zhang Xian said indifferently. Li Wenda froze for a long time and almost didn't spit out blood. Nima. 2 billion? Why don't you go grab it? If you agree, transfer the money now. Or wait for death. The other side. When Ji Qingxue saw that they were actually ignoring her, a monstrous rage rose in her heart. Roar! Death to all of you! She roared. Next. A terrifying baleful aura instantly erupted and swept through the entire villa. Bang! 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 Things in the room exploded, walls collapsed, and debris tumbled. Her features became distorted, her eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness, and her skin began to turn a bizarre pitch-black color. Immediately after, countless unjust souls floated out from within her, surrounding the crowd. They were all fierce and red-eyed. Jia, I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Haven't eaten in years. They made hoarse and strange noises, with hunger and greed in their eyes, as if they were seeing fresh food. Holy! Help! Master, $2 billion, I give. See this scene. Li Wenda instantly felt his scalp tingling, his entire body sweating, and his goosebumps skyrocketing. Seeing this, Zhang Xian threw his bank card in front of him. No checks. Now, transfer. Fine, I'll turn right around. He hurriedly picked up his bank card and transferred money through the line with trembling hands. Roar! Shut up and scream. End of chapter. Chapter 22, A Palm Destroys a Nightly Ghost, Triggering a System Task. Chapter 22, A Palm Destroys a Nightly Ghost, Triggering a System Task. Roar! Suddenly, a growl erupted from Ji Qingxue's throat, shocking the soul. The crowd was horrified, all of them paralyzed with fear. Where is this female ghost? It's worse than the devil. Shut up. What are you screaming about? Zhang Xian frowned and instantly slapped towards the female ghost. Zip, zip, zip. Wisps of electric arcs surfaced on the palms of his hands. Ah! Ji Qingxue let out a hysterical wail as her soul suffered another heavy blow. You should know that thunder is the nemesis of all ghosts in the world. This strike was like thousands of thunder striking down on her body at the same time, causing her to feel indescribable pain. Her body began to twist and distort, as if it was being forcefully torn by an invisible force. In the meantime, the unjust souls were also affected by the thunder and began to let out shrill screams as they struggled through the air. They were all in souls that had been devoured by Ji Qingxue and were one with her, so they suffered equally. Ding! Suddenly, Zhang Xian's cell phone vibrated slightly. Grand! Master, the money I have already transferred. Li Wenda said with a trembling voice. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Zhang Xian's face, fearing that he would be just like those wronged souls and his spirit would be scattered. The only way to really feel how scary ghosts and goblins really are is to see them with your own eyes. Got it. Zhang Xian retrieved his bank card, his tone still cold. He didn't need to be polite to such a person, nor did he need to be polite to him. If they didn't think their lives were worth $2 billion, he would turn his head and leave without saying a word. To cultivate the way is to cultivate the idea of being enlightened. He wouldn't be like the protagonists of other novels, who knew that the other party wouldn't recognize them and help them out. Give a bad luck charm or something afterwards. Those are stupid things that only retards do. Master, I've transferred the money, look. As Li Wenda spoke, his gaze went to the female ghost that was still wailing in pain not far away. No! You can't kill me! Please, leave me alone! The female ghost hissed mournfully, her voice creepy. However, Zhang Xian didn't care about that much, and the young five thunders were already poised to strike. Zip, zip, zip. Another burst of lightning surfaced. Rumble. With a muffled sound, a purple thunderbolt cut through the sky and struck the female ghost. Ah ha ha ha. The female ghost's screams became more and more mournful, and her body trembled violently. The miserable wails of the unjust souls echoed throughout the space like a symphony of death. Next. Only to see those unjust souls, regardless of their strength, all turned into ashes and their souls flew away. No. You'll be sorry. I remember your face, my husband will avenge me. Ji Qingxue stared at Zhang Xian with the utmost resentment. But soon, her soul was like a broken mirror, and with a bang, her soul was completely scattered. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the red-robed stern ghosts, gaining 1,000 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying a number of wronged souls and obtaining 1,000 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, the hell is empty, the Ghost King is on Earth. Mission content, the host is requested to travel to Jiangzhou City within 1 month's time to eliminate the husband of the Red Stern Ghost, the Xianin Ghost King, and to completely eradicate the Ghost King's cave. Mission completion reward, Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order Full Level, Celestial Master Dharma Seal 1, Small Peiyuan Dan 10, Epic Lucky Draw Once. Chapter 22, A Poem to Destroy the Night Ghost, Triggering a System Mission. When Zhang Xian heard the system voice, he froze slightly. This female ghost really had a husband? And a party of Ghost Kings? He had thought it was just a scare, but he didn't realize it was actually true. But the rewards for this mission are so tantalizing. The Divine Ghost 7 Killing Orders, as the name suggests, is a secret Dao technique that combines 7 killing moves into one. In the last few styles, one could even summon the heavenly deity Shadow to fight. Powerful. This method was created 1,000 years ago by Yuan Tiangang, who gathered the essence of the Taoist arts of the Ma-Yi sect and the Ma-Shan sect to create a counter-heavenly Taoist method. Because of this technique's excessive leakage of information, it was tragically blocked by the Heavenly Court, and if it was used multiple times, it would most likely attract the Heavenly Court City Maintenance Department to track it down. But Zhang Xian wasn't worried about that. It was still unknown whether there was a Heavenly Court in the current Earth star. So he doesn't need to be afraid of anything at all. Harry! Zhang Xian was a little excited in his heart. He was a little impatient now to get this done right away. As for that Xianin Ghost King? This was not something Zhang Xian needed to worry about. The Great Master. Just then. Next to him, Li Wenda gulped and said with a slightly trembling voice, Master, my daughter doesn't seem to have woken up yet. The moment. He admitted he was scared. The scene that had just happened would be something he would never forget in his entire life. This person in front of me, where is he still a mortal? Have you ever seen a mortal man who can rub his hands with thunder and slap a stern ghost to death? It's clearly divine. He even felt that using $2 billion to eliminate his grudge with this deity was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Zhang Xian sniffed and snapped back to his senses. He turned his head slowly, his eyes falling on the girl on the bed. Only the girl's face was withered, as pale as white paper, and her breathing became very light. It's obvious that the severe ghosts have sucked up a lot of yang qi, leading to the body's decay. With a glance, Zhang Xian could tell that this girl had shortened her lifespan by at least 10 years. Upon hearing this, Lavinda's eyes instantly turned red. He fell to his knees with a thud and cried, Please, Master, save my daughter. Poor Tao can only get rid of the yin qi in her body, as for the reduction of those life spans poor Tao cannot do anything. As long as the person is alive, please Master. Immediately after, Zhang Xian made a seal with his right hand and mobilized the golden light mantra within his body to coalesce and transform into a thin strand of silk that surrounded the girl. The golden light mantra was specialized in combating sinister and evil things, and it was more than enough to deal with some of the leftover yin qi. Soon, those yin and demonic qi attached to the girl's body were dispelled, and the girl's condition gradually stabilized. There. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. Seeing his daughter recover, Li Wenda's face surged with ecstasy as he thanked him repeatedly. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Then he also stopped paying attention to them and left the place with Yi Zhigua. Not long after Zhang Xian had just left, a youth suddenly opened his mouth somewhat unwillingly. Dad, did the $2 billion really just go to him? Slap. Who knew that Lavinda slapped him in the face? Shut up. Are you an idiot? Didn't you see what just happened, and you're even trying to provoke him? Lavinda was shivering with anger. How did he give birth to such an idiot of a son? The youth aggrievedly touched his swollen face, but didn't dare to squeak. And this whole thing is your fault. If it wasn't for some crooked master Zhou you found, I wouldn't need this $2 billion. From now on, you won't get a penny from me. End of chapter. Chapter 23 Lin Tiancheng's Invitation, Ghost King's Cave. Chapter 23 Lin Tiancheng's Invitation, Ghost King's Cave. Half an hour later. Inside the box. Yi Zhigua raised the wineglass in his hand and looked at Zhang Xian with an apologetic expression, saying, Master Zhang, I'm really sorry about today. I didn't expect this to happen, so I hope you'll forgive me. It's okay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian merely smiled faintly. Similar words he had just said no less than 10 times. That said, was he really that intimidating? I can't believe he's worried like this. Master, I wonder if you have any research on the art of feng shui? It's like this, I have a construction site I'm planning to start in the near future, so I'd like to ask for your help in checking the feng shui. Yi Zhigua is a real estate company, for this aspect of feng shui is naturally extremely important. It's not just him, it's even other real estate companies. Before a construction site is started, someone is hired to look after the feng shui beforehand so that there are no surprises in the future construction work. Feng shui? The poor Daoist does know a little. In this case, you set a time, and then the poor Daoist will go and take a look for you. Hearing this, Yi Zhigua said 3 good words in a row. Thank you so much then. Master Zhang. Come on, cheers. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Hello. Good morning, Dao brother. A voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Xian quickly heard that it was Lin Tiancheng's, and felt a bit surprised as to how he remembered to call him. Morning. Brother Dao, is it convenient for you right now? There's something I want to discuss with you. Convenient, I'm at the Pin Mo Xian Hotel, Tianzi number 1 box, so come over. Less than 10 minutes. Lin Tiancheng then appeared in the box. Just as he entered, he was heard snickering. Daoist brother is so elegant, coming to such an extravagant place for breakfast. Living off the mountain, no less, is just so much better. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense, this is a guest invited by the other Boss Yi. Boss Yi, this is Daoist Master Lin from the Maoshan sect. Good day, Daoist Lin. Yi Zhigua said while his eyes were sizing up the youth in front of him wearing a yellow Dao robe, and he couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. Sure enough. The master's friends are some of the high Daoist priests. Poor Daoist Lin Tiancheng, meet Boss Yi. Lin Tiancheng arched his hand towards him and bowed. Seeing this, Yi Zhigua hurriedly stood up. You're welcome, Daoist. Please sit down, please sit down. Lin Tiancheng wasn't polite and immediately picked a seat. The food here was much better than in the mountains, and it was the first time he had ever had it. No wonder so many brothers and sisters were not very willing to go back after they came down from the mountain. By the way, you said there was something you wanted to discuss with me, what was it? At that moment, Zhang Xian also spoke. Hey! It's not a big deal, it's about an adventure mission my master gave me before he left the mountain. Lin Tiancheng picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, saying vaguely. It's delicious. It was the best red meat he'd ever had. Adventure quest? What is that thing? Zhang Xian's brows furrowed when he heard this. I wonder if brother has ever heard of the Ghost King's cave in Zhangzhou? I came down to the mountain this time, in addition to clearing up the door, I also have another mission, which is to seal the Xianin Ghost King who was plaguing the party. Xianin Ghost King? Why did he think the name sounded a bit familiar? Chapter 23 Lin Tiancheng's Invitation, Ghost King's Cave. And so on. Wasn't this just now, that new quest released by the system, and how did it still have something to do with the Maoshan sect? Suddenly, Zhang Xian thought of something and asked with a somewhat strange face, wait. You're not thinking of inviting me to join you on this mission, are you? Ahem. There is such an idea. Lin Tiancheng said with some embarrassment. Actually, he can't help it. The senior uncle who accompanied him down the mountain before, he couldn't contact him until now, and now there were only less than 2 days left before the agreed time. However, he couldn't find anyone else more suitable. So he had no choice but to hit Zhang Xian with his idea. But don't worry, Dao brother. An ancestor of my Maoshan sect once laid down a spell decades ago, and every 10 years, the strength of the Xianin Ghost King would shrink greatly. So, this time, we only need to reactivate the spell formation and seal the Xianin Ghost King. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. So it is. No wonder the Mashan sect would let a disciple at the peak of Qi gathering to face the scourge of the Ghost King. One must know that an unusual Ghost King's strength is at least comparable to the early stage of Jiedan, and also condenses a ghost domain. In the ghost domain, the Ghost King's strength would be tremendously enhanced, and not even a mid-stage Jiedan stage would be able to do anything about it. Brother Dao, how's it going? Is there any interest in joining me? Lin Tancheng inquired again. Don't worry, after it's done, I'll send you a bottle of elixir practiced by the elders of the Mashan sect. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded without thinking. Not so much for the bottle of elixir. Anyway, no matter what, he had to make a trip to the Ghost King's cave. Knowing that the system's reward for this mission was very generous, even he couldn't help but be moved. Then it's a deal. We'll leave at noon today, and the seal of the spell will be unsealed at midnight. A hint of surprise and excitement flashed in Lin Tiancheng's eyes when he heard Zhang Xian's promise. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian actually agreed. With the help of such a strong person, his chances of resealing the Xianyin Ghost King would be greatly improved. And that's when Yi Zhigua on the side couldn't help but tremble a few times as he listened to what they were discussing. Holy! What did he hear? Seal the Ghost King? Is this content that you can listen to yourself? And as far as he knew, the Ghost King's cave over in Jiangzhou City had lost dozens of lives in it just a few days ago. It was obvious that it was already a no-go area, so how could the masters and the others even think of going there? After dinner, Zhang Xian made a call to Zhou Zhihua, telling him that he might go to Jiangzhou City in the next 2 days. If there are any urgent cases in the special branch, wait until he returns. When he heard that he was going to the Ghost King's cave, Zhou Zhihua looked a little excited. The Ghost King's cave was one of the most treacherous places in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment, as an extremely powerful Ghost King existed inside. Not only that, there was also a group of incomparably ferocious and vicious ghosts in the Ghost King's cave, with the weakest rank comparable to a B-class alien. That's why the Ghost King's cave is also one of the biggest headaches for the officials. If Zhang Xian went over there, it was possible that he really had the ability to be able to solve the hidden danger that was the Ghost King's cave. After all, Zhou Zhihua was well aware of his strength. He even suspected for a while that Zhang Xian's strength was comparable to that of an S-class alien, or even more powerful. So, Zhou Zhihua immediately patted his chest and assured him. No problem. Please don't worry, Master, we'll pay attention in the next few days and try not to deal with tricky cases. That's right, Grandmaster, the side of the Mordor Extraordinary Bureau will contact the Jiangzhou City Extraordinary Bureau on your behalf and ask them to fully cooperate with you. Zhang Xian hung up the phone. He then bought a flight ticket to Jiangzhou City with Lin Tiancheng, arriving around 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. The new book is on the shelves, I beg you all for more support. Week edition, QQ Reads books are 5W words on members. End of chapter. Chapter 24 Arrival in Jiangzhou City, Shunqing Qinkuan Evil Breaking Treasure Mirror. Chapter 24 Arrival in Jiangzhou City, Shunqing Qinkuan Evil Breaking Treasure Mirror. Guangzhou City. Suburbia. The edge of a barren mountain. Suddenly, several jeeps came quickly this way and stopped at the foot of the hill. The car door was slowly pushed open as several harsh brakes sounded. A group of figures walked down from the car, and among them were 2 middle-aged men in Daoist robes. Ugh! The time for the spell to be unsealed is really getting faster every year. At this point, a middle-aged man looked at the barren mountains not far away and sighed with a sigh on his lips. He was none other than the disciple of the Mashan sect who had been ordered to station here, Yang Ao. The short, fat middle-aged man next to him sniffed and similarly sighed. Who says it isn't? I don't know how long it will be before the problem here is completely solved. Do you think the Lung Fushan Heavenly Master's office, which has been sealed for many years, will have a solution? That? I don't know. Just between the two talking. Several people in black uniforms appeared in front of them, 2 advisors, we've already checked it out, and no ordinary people have appeared in the vicinity. Well done. Yang Ao nodded and said. Some time ago. The 2 of them were also invited by the officials and managed to join the SDB as psychic consultants. Now, because of the Ghost King's cave, he had to come over here early, just in case. Counselor Yang, today the Bureau received a message from the Magic City side, stating that their chief psychic counselor will be coming over here tonight, asking the Bureau to fully cooperate with him. One of them said. At those words, Yang Ao frowned slightly. The chief psychic counselor of the Mordor Bureau of Special Weapons? What's he doing in the Ghost King's cave? However, before he could think about it in detail, a voice suddenly came out. Counselors, someone is coming this way in front. Yang Ao and his companions immediately turned alertly to look in the direction from which the sound came. In the dim headlights, two figures were walking slowly, their faces hidden in the shadows, their expressions unreadable. As they approached, Yang Ao's eyes lit up. Senior Lin? Why are you here too? Yang Ao called out in surprise, his voice carrying an undisguised joy. The visitors were none other than Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Xian. Senior brother Yang, senior brother Wang. It's been a long time. Master specially ordered me to come down the mountain and come to help you seal the Xianin Ghost King. Words. Yang Ao and the two of them first felt respectfully happy, then pointed at another unfamiliar face and asked in confusion. This is? I almost forgot to introduce them. Lin Tiancheng suddenly realized his negligence and hurriedly introduced them. Two senior brothers, this is my new friend from the magic capital, Daoist Zhang Xian Zhang. Are you the advisor Zhang Xian of the Magic City Specialization Bureau? However, this time, when that man heard Zhang Xian's name, he suddenly thought of something and inquired. Zhang Xian, isn't that name the chief psychic counselor who came over from the Magic City Special Weapons Bureau? How did he come to be here with Counselor Yang's mentor? It's me. Zhang Xian nodded. Brother Zhang, I didn't realize that you're still an advisor to the Magic City's Specialization Bureau. But it's so hard to hide it from me. It's just a vanity position. He said casually, then turned his gaze to the barren mountains not far away. Only to see that with the barren mountain as the center, within a radius of 10 miles, all the trees and grasses withered and died, and even the air was strongly corrosive. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and said gruffly, "What a strong yin qi." This was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying yin qi, completely more than 10 times that of the red-clothed stern ghost in the morning. Chapter 24 Arrival in Jiangzhou City, Shangqing Qinku an evil breaking treasure mirror. This intense yin qi seemed to condense into substance, enveloping the barren mountain around the. It made the air filled with a gloomy and cold odor, making people feel as if they were in a dead ghost domain. The trees' withered branches and leaves were covered in dust, as if their vitality had been choked off by an invisible hand, and the land was covered in cracks, releasing a gust of decay. It wasn't just him. Even Lin Tiancheng and the others frowned when they felt this intense yin qi, and a chill couldn't help but grow in their hearts. I'm afraid that this Xianin Ghost King's strength was more than just at the early stage of Ghost King. Senior brother Lin, since you're here, why don't we team up together to redecorate the spell formation? Good thing too. Master asked me to bring this before he left the mountain. Said. Lin Tiancheng took something out of his arms. Only to see that it was a palm-sized copper mirror, light golden in color, with odd runic patterns inscribed on the corners, emitting a faint greenish aura. As soon as this copper mirror appeared, the yin qi that permeated the surrounding area quickly receded like melting ice and snow. The moment Yang Ao and the two of them saw the copper mirror, a flash of shock appeared on their faces. Shangqing Qinku an evil breaking treasure mirror. Nice. This is what Master gave me for the time being. He said for us to seal the Xianin Ghost King as soon as possible, lest it come out to plague the earth. Words. Yang Ao and the short middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes blazing. Shangqing Qinku an evil breaking treasure mirror. This is one of their Mao Shan Sect's township magic weapons. It is extremely powerful. Great. With this artifact, we can definitely succeed in sealing the Xianin Ghost King. In that case, let's hurry up and set up the formation. After saying that, the three of them began to move. It began to walk towards the location of the formation eye that their ancestor had laid in the barren mountain. Brother Zhang, we may need to trouble you to guard the law for us next. Zhang Xian's mouth opened slightly. But before he could get the words out, Lin Tiancheng turned into a stream of light and flew towards one of the formation eyes. Seeing this scene, he immediately felt a bit speechless. It's not. Can't you wait for me to finish my sentence? The three of you chi-gathering cultivators, even if you possess a lower-grade spirit weapon, want to seal a Ghost King, plus thousands of lich demons. How is that possible? Are you sure you're not delivering groceries? Shoo shoo shoo. Each of the three of them appeared in midair, forming the framework of a triple talon spell formation. Next. Only to see Lin Tiancheng offer up that copper mirror, a vast and majestic spiritual energy surged out from the mirror, instantly enveloping the entire barren mountain. Blast! In the meantime, The three of them burst out in unison, their hands striking out a complex set of spells, violently striking into the bronze mirror. Shasta. The sky within a few miles radius changed color as the violent aura surged wildly. An invisible force coalesced over the barren mountain, forming an illusory boundary barrier. As if it was a forbidden area between heaven and earth, it gave rise to an insurmountable sense of oppression at first sight. Inside that knotty barrier, Lin Tiancheng's trio was in the middle of it. Their figures appeared insignificant in the aura-surging environment, as if they were as small as ants. Lin Tiancheng held the upper Qing Chenkuan evil-breaking treasure mirror. The mirror's surface flashed with a green aura, emitting a powerful light that crushed the surrounding yin qi one by one. Yang Ao and the middle-aged short man were even more focused, the Daoist robes on them hunting in the aura surge. Edict, Shanqing 3 Talents Formation. Kai. The three of them shouted at the same time, their Dao Yuan true qi frantically converging, and an ancient rune was cast out by them. In a split second, the barren mountain that had already gradually calmed down once again set off monstrous waves, and the rolling baleful aura rose up to the sky. Rumble. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The Ghost King breaks the seal. Everyone from the Maoshan sect deserves to die. Chapter 25. The Ghost King breaks the seal, and the people of the Maoshan school all deserve to die. Rumble. A shocking sound spread throughout all parts of the barren mountain. The originally barren mountains and rocks actually collapsed at this time, and endless baleful qi spewed out. A hideous ghostly whistling sound reached the ears of the crowd. Ho 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 ho. Next, one hideous evil ghost after another crawled out from those broken rocks, densely packed with thousands of them. Moreover, the most bizarre thing was that although these evil ghosts were ghostly bodies, each one of them wore armor and blades on their bodies, just like an army coming out of a war. It was only that they were trapped to death on top of the barren mountain by a transparent boundary film. The evil spirit's mouth kept hissing angrily. Not good. Lin Tiancheng's face changed drastically. He seemed to have underestimated the strength of this group of evil spirits. These evil ghosts, the aura on each of them was not weak, almost all of them had reached the ghost general level. There were even a number of severe ghosts. And, what worried him even more was that the number of evil spirits was simply too high. Even if this formation they had put up was strong, it would only not last long under the attack of so many evil spirits. What's more, the most powerful Shanin Ghost King had not appeared at this time. Think about it. Lin Tiancheng's face was grave as he looked at the two Yang Aos not far away and said, "Two senior brothers, we must speed up the speed of the formation. In case the Shanin Ghost King breaks the seal, the consequences will be unimaginable." His voice echoed in mid-air with a hint of anxiety. Words. Yang Ao and the short middle-aged man immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. They nodded and the movements in their hands became faster. Boom! As the trio moved, those evil spirits sealed in the middle of the boundary were chopped to the ground, letting out agonizing wails. And down below, a young man of the Specialization Bureau stood beside Zhang Xian, his gaze worried as he watched the scene. "Counselor Zhang, are you not going to make a move? He's just a regular guy." This time, he was sent by the Bureau to assist Yang Ao and the others, to complete the task of sealing the Ghost King's cave. However, in his opinion, Zhang Xian, as the chief psychic advisor of the Magic City Specialization Bureau, naturally had extremely powerful strength. Otherwise they wouldn't be in this position. Zhang Xian frowned and shook his head. It's too late. The Ghost King is going to break the seal. Boom! At the fall of his words, only an earth-shattering thud was heard. Spin. The entire barren mountain shook violently, the ground cracked and the mountains crumbled, an infinite baleful qi surged from all around, instantly breaking through the boundary seal, and a horrifying pressure enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Sensing this aura, Lin Tiancheng's three people's complexion suddenly changed and their faces became very ugly. Immediately after, a dense black mist coalesced. The black fog gradually dispersed. A figure slowly emerged in front of the crowd. This figure's entire body was wrapped in black mist, the only eyes revealed were full of ferocity and madness, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body was suffocating. In that instant, everyone held their breath, and a deep look of scorn passed through their eyes. Xianin Ghost King. The king has finally broken the seal. The hoarse voice of the Xianin Ghost King slowly came out, his voice containing monstrous killing intent. With the fall of his words, only to see him stomp his foot violently. Benton time. The entire barren mountain began to tremble, like an earth dragon turning over, as an infinite amount of baleful chi gushed out. Under the erosion of these baleful chi, those evil spirits that had just been decapitated by Lin Tiancheng and the others were resurrected one after another. Seeing this scene, the people present immediately turned pale. Especially Yang Ao and the middle-aged man, the two of them were as if they had lost their lives, with the color of despair flashing in their eyes. How could this be? Why did the Ghost King break the seal so quickly this time? And just then, the Xianin Ghost King's gaze looked towards Lin Tiancheng's few people, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. Disciples of the Maoshan sect? Chapter 25, The Ghost King breaks the seal. Everyone in the Maoshan sect deserves to die. Great! The grudge between this king and your Maoshan sect, let's collect some interest from a few of you first. Strike that! Only to see the sky's fury erupt, turning into a rolling torrent that swept towards Lin Tiancheng and the others. Seeing this, Lin Tiancheng and the others were immediately horrified and turned around, ready to flee. However, the Xianin Ghost King would not allow them to leave. Shasta! The endlessine fiendish chi transformed into black clouds that covered the sky and surrounded Lin Tiancheng and the others. These fiendish chi formed a terrifying storm, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Gods returned to their temples, ghosts returned to their graves, demons and devils returned to the mountains and forests. Xuan Wuzhenjuan is in a hurry. Yang Ao's hands frantically made seals, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed out, leaving bright red blood characters in the void. At once, wind and thunder surged in the sky and earth, and a giant turtle silhouette was perched in the sky. And then, Yang Ao formed a marvelous finger trick with both hands and violently pressed on top of the giant turtle's shadow. Edict! With Yang Ao's loud shout, one could only see the huge Xuanwu silhouette erupt with terrifying power, attempting to dispel the Yin Fury Chi. The Xianin Ghost King recognized the technique performed by Yang Ao at a glance, and immediately laughed coldly. Xuanwu exorcism spell? It's a pity that you're too weak. The words fell. The Xianin Ghost King stretched out a dark and cold palm, as if it was poured out of steel, and ruthlessly slapped at the giant turtle's silhouette. Boom! The giant turtle silhouette exploded with a roar and dissipated into the sky. Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Yang Ao, and his body flew out uncontrollably backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. The other side. Lin Tiancheng held a peachwood sword and urged all his true chi to fight against those evil spirits. The short, middle-aged man, on the other hand, was furiously scattering talisman paper and gritting his teeth to fend off the evil spirits that were spreading across the sky. For a while, Lin Tiancheng and the others were in a perilous situation. GGG. The Xianin Ghost King let out a piercing scoff, his voice revealing endless anger and resentment. Your Maoshan sect ancestor has sealed this king for hundreds of years, and after breaking the seal, this king will surely wash the Maoshan sect in blood. Let's collect some interest from you guys first today. Die. Say it. Only to see the Xianin Ghost King raise his hand and wave it around, the fury in the sky actually gathered together and turned into hideous and terrifying ghost claws tearing the air and grabbing at Lin Tiancheng. Gods returned to their temples, ghosts returned to their graves, demons and devils returned to the mountains and forests. Xuan Wuzhenjuan is in a hurry. Suddenly, an old voice came from the sky. A terrifying force struck, destroying the Xianin Ghost King's attack in an instant and heading straight for it. Boom! After a shocking sound, the Xianin Ghost King's body staggered backward a few steps. It looked up slowly. Only a scruffy old man in a tattered Daoist robe was stepping into the air and cursing. Damn him, he almost spoiled it. Uncle Shifu? The moment he saw the old man, Lin Tiancheng was slightly stunned, then he shouted out in excitement. The person who came was none other than his senior uncle who accompanied him down the mountain. You brat, how dare you come to the Ghost King's cave on your own without informing me? It's a good thing I rushed here, or you guys would be dead. Senior uncle, it's obviously you yourself who didn't know where you ran off to, why are you blaming me? Words. Lin Tiancheng couldn't help but skim his lips. How dare you talk back? The old man glared at Lin Tiancheng without any good reason. Fortunately, he caught up in time, or else the consequences would be unimaginable if he waited for the Xianin Ghost King to run out. One must know that the Xianin Ghost King's strength was extraordinary, and although he had been sealed within the Ghost King cave for nearly 100 years, he still could not be underestimated. Xianin, are you going to back out on your own, or will I personally send you in? End of chapter. Chapter 26 Zhang Xian strikes, merit value skyrockets. Chapter 26 Zhang Xian strikes, merit value skyrockets. Nubizi, you have a big mouth. With this meager cultivation of yours, you still want to seal this king? Dream on. The Xianin Ghost King let out a cold snort as he swung his arm violently, and a fiendish chi instantly transformed into a long river and impacted the old man. Above the long river, a mournful wailing sound resounded through the sky. Seeing this, a trace of gravity flashed in the old man's eyes. The strength of the Xianin Ghost King had unexpectedly become much stronger again. However, the old man was not timid and once again offered up a spirit talisman. Miku. The spirit talisman burst into flames, transforming into countless flames that wrapped around the old man's body, forming a thick wall of fire to block the Xianin Ghost King's infin chi. Ha! Carving. Old Nubizi Daoist, this king will send you on your way first. The Xianin Ghost King sneered, his right hand lightly raised, and in an instant, the sky collapsed into chaos. Boom! A majestic baleful aura came roaring in like a tidal wave. The old man saw this and screamed in his heart that it was not good, but at this time, it was too late to dodge, and he hardened himself to carry the Xianin Ghost King's strike. Dabble. The old man took 3 consecutive steps back, a flush rising on his pale face, looking a bit wretched. Seeing this, the Xianin Ghost King snorted coldly, Nubizi old Daoist, with your kind of cultivation you also want to kill this king? Simply delusional. Since you insist on seeking death, this king will take your dog's life first. After saying that, the Xianin Ghost King rose up and transformed into black smoke to pounce directly on the old man. Uncle Sherfu. Catch the spell. Lin Tiancheng's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he immediately threw the bronze mirror in his hand at the old man. The old man steadily received the bronze mirror and immediately injected his true chi into it. In an instant, the copper mirror shone brightly, radiating a dazzling haze. Kai! The old man let out a low growl. Shasta! The bronze mirror was suspended in mid-air, countless runes roaming around the mirror's surface, blossoming with eye-catching luster. Rumble! Both sides immediately started a great battle. Terrifying fluctuations swept for miles around, and the deafening roar caused the entire mountain range to tremble slightly. Bang! 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 The Xianin Ghost King's attack was warded off by the old man, and the two staggered together as they collided fiercely, raising dust in the sky. And down below. Several evil spirits had also set their eyes on Zhang Xian's people. Their eyes were scarlet, and the corners of their mouths dripped viscous liquid from time to time, causing gusts of green smoke when they dripped on the ground. It was as if they were looking at them as if they were looking at a gourmet meal, with a salivating look in their eyes. Zhang. Zhang advisor, what should we do now? At this point, the young man from earlier was scared pale and trembling as he stood beside Zhang Xian with a terrified expression. Zhang Xian didn't answer him, instead, he looked towards those evil spirits not far away with excitement in his eyes. Oh, my God! So many evil spirits! And most of them were at the ghost general level. If all of them were eliminated, the merit value would absolutely skyrocket alright. This is the right trip. At this moment, Zhang Xian's heart was incomparably excited. It smells so good. It's been a long time since I've had meat. I'm so hungry. Come on, let's eat. A group of evil spirits greedily licked their dry lips, their eyes scarlet and dripping with saliva. It was as if a shark that smelled blood could not immediately tear apart the prey in front of it. Seeing this, the youth couldn't help but gulp. Next. The evil spirit then opened its bloody mouth and lunged at them. Zip, zip, zip. Boom. Only a wisp of light blue electric arc suddenly surfaced around Zhang Xian, densely spread out like a spider web. Immediately afterward, the electric snakes surged madly and shot towards the oncoming evil spirits. Zip. Wherever the thunder passed, a host of evil spirits screamed miserably as they flew away and turned into nothingness. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost and gaining 395 points of merit. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost and gaining 407 points of merit. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost and gaining 388 points of merit. Chapter 26 Zhang Xian strikes, merit value skyrockets. The system's beep sounded. The sound was like immortal music, making him incomparably excited. Hiss. This. The crowd of the special branch stared at this scene dumbfounded, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. It's horrible. In just a single glance, a dozen or so evil spirits were exterminated. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but gulp, their face filled with horror. They had never seen such a terrifying tactic before. "You guys wait here." Zhang Xian dropped a sentence before running towards Lin Tiancheng's direction. His figure crossed like lightning, leaving a residual shadow trembling in the air. Boom! A punch is thrown. A few stern ghosts were then blown away by him and turned into nothing. "Brother Zhang, we must not let these evil spirits escape. Otherwise, it will surely jeopardize the earth." Lin Tiancheng smoothly resolved an evil spirit and looked at him with a face full of gravity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian said excitedly, "Don't worry. None of them can run away." "Just kidding. Those can be merit values. How could one let them get away so easily?" Immediately after, Zhang Xian accelerated once again, appearing in the midst of the group of ghosts like an arrow off the string. The surface of his body was flooded with a burst of golden light, as if it was around a blazing sun, scorching hot. Pust! 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 In an instant, hundreds of evil spirits died under the golden light spell. And he smoothly received more than 30,000 merit values. "You all deserve to die." When the Xianin Ghost King saw this scene, his eyes even spewed out a dense fury. These evil spirits had taken it hundreds of years to carefully cultivate, and now in less than a few minutes, it had lost 1/10 of them. How could it not be angry? The Xianin Ghost King roared with resentment, his body's black mist rolling around crazily. In the meantime, a terrifying pressure also spread out, causing the atmosphere on the field to suddenly fall silent, as if it was plunged into a quagmire. The endless Yin Qi and Fury Qi all converged into a long river surging towards the Xianin Ghost King's side. For a moment, the storm clouds have changed. Woohoo! The gale kept roaring. Clank! Only to see the Xianin Ghost King's right hand grabbing towards the void, a large sword with a pitch-black body appeared in its hand. Die! One word spat out. It swung its greatsword violently and slashed out. A giant black blade that was nearly 10 meters long swept out with terrifying might. Feeling the destructive aura carried on the black blade, the pupils of Elder Zhou of the Maoshan sect suddenly shrunk, immediately urging the bronze mirror in front of him to defend against it. Only a rumbling explosion could be heard coming out, and Elder Zhou let out a muffled grunt as he instantly flew backwards onto the ground. "Put! So strong," Elder Zhou secretly said in his heart, and then he raised his head to look at the Xianin Ghost King, the depths of his eyes containing hidden scorn. At this moment, the Xianin Ghost King was shrouded in black mist, and it was impossible to see his appearance. However, judging from the riotous Yin Qi around it, it was in the midst of a full-blown rage at this time. Whoosh! The Xianin Ghost King rushed out once again, holding a large sword as he came straight at Zhang Xian. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian was undaunted as he cupped his hands together and the golden light surrounding his body instantly skyrocketed. Rumble! This is... Elder Zhou's eyes widened as he watched the dazzling golden light erupt from Zhang Xian's body. A golden light spell? Could he be? The moment. A familiar name suddenly surfaced in Elder Zhou's mind. The Heavenly Master's Mansion at Lungfu Shan. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Xianin Ghost King, no. Buster, save me. Chapter 27, Xianin Ghost King, no. Buster, save me. No way. Elder Zhou shook his head, denying the thoughts in his head. But soon he was puzzled again. If it wasn't from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house, what other power in the cultivation world would use such a pure golden light mantra? Just as he felt incredulous, the Xianin Ghost King had already arrived in front of Zhang Xian. Die! The Xianin Ghost King bellowed, the large black sword in his hand raised high above the top and slammed down fiercely. In an instant, a violent and powerful wind swept through the entire mountain forest. Zhang Xian was not the least bit afraid, and the golden light on his body became more and more radiant, as if he was clad in a layer of mysterious armor. Dang! A deafening clash resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the hearts of the people. Along with it, there was also a wave of breath that was so strong that it was suffocating. This collision had actually lifted up the dead trees and rocks within dozens of meters nearby, along with the ground. For a while, dust flew up and covered the sky. Zip, zip, zip. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of electricity came out. Next. Ka-chow. Boom. One could only see a lightning bolt the size of a bucket slashing straight down from the air in the direction of the Xianin Ghost King. Watching this scene, the Xianin Ghost King was immediately startled. One must know that what they, the ghosts, were most afraid of was things that were the most masculine and rigid, especially thunder. This kind of thing is a deadly nemesis for evil spirits. Roar! Facing this thunder, the Xianyin Ghost King immediately let out a miserable and incomparable cry, mobilizing his fury chi to block in front of his body while rapidly retreating. Swish! Unfortunately, the speed of this thunder's attack was simply too fast, not giving him a chance to dodge. Almost in the blink of an eye, that thunder ruthlessly struck the Xianyin Ghost King's body. Ah! Put! A mournful cry rang out. The Xianyin Ghost King was blasted out more than 10 meters away on the spot, spewing out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood, and his body nearly cracked open. Hiss! Thunderbolt! He even knows lightning techniques? Elder Zhou's pupils shrank violently as he looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of horror. The moment. He was really getting the feeling that he was right in his suspicions. The person in front of him was most likely a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain. Ah! The king will kill you! The Xianyin Ghost King roared madly and struggled to stand up from the ground. The thunder just now had sufficiently dispersed nearly 10 years of its cultivation, causing it to suffer great wear and tear. Therefore, at this moment, it could no longer endure its anger and frantically waved the black blade in its hand. Huffing and puffing. Accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, the black blade in the Xianyin Ghost King's hand transformed into a cloud of pitch-black blade awnings. Immediately afterward, with an unrelenting and terrifying might, it chopped down towards Zhang Xian. Sculptor's little skill. Zhang Xian snorted coldly as he stretched out his right palm and gently lifted it into midair. Whoa! In an instant, the originally calm night sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds and electric snakes. In the meantime, countless thunderbolts followed Zhang Xian's palm and surged into his body, causing him to be drenched in electricity. In an instant, it was as if he had transformed into a thunder god, proudly looking at the sky. Roar! The Xianyin Ghost King roared in rage, his eyes flashing with madness and resentment as he wielded his black blade and charged towards Zhang Xian. Thunder seal, now! The words just fell. There was a crackling sound. A huge thunder seal condensed and took shape out of thin air, carrying a destructive aura as it suppressed towards the Xianyin Ghost King. Rumble! A deafening explosion rang through the sky. The thunder seal landed heavily on the Xianyin Demon King's body. In an instant, the Xianyin Ghost King was wrapped in endless lightning and let out a heartbreaking wail. Roar! It desperately twisted, but it was never able to get rid of those terrifying thunderbolts. Instead, the more it struggled, the more painful it became. Damn! This king wants you dead! The Xianyin Ghost King roared, and his entire body's baleful aura violently erupted, instantly incinerating the surrounding grass and trees. Chapter 27, Xianyin Ghost King, no! Buster, save me! However, Zhang Xian still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't give it a second thought. Zzz. Crackle! A purple arc of electricity intertwined and hovered in the void, setting Zhang Xian off like a thunder god descending. Go to hell! Boom! A thick pillar of thunder shot out from Zhang Xian's right palm, sweeping towards the Xianyin Ghost King. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be eclipsed, and only Zhang Xian's thunder that dominated the heavens and earth dazzled. You forced the king to do this. Roar! It roared once more, its entire body emitting a thick black mist that rose up into the sky. Who? The berserk ghost mist transformed into a huge hideous evil ghost head, as if it wanted to devour everything in the world. This head looked exactly like the Xianyin Ghost King. And behind it, an ancient and mysterious vortex silhouette presented itself, revealing endless strangeness and creepiness. In the swirling shadow, a pair of deep and dark eyes emerged vaguely, like two black gems, transmitting coldness and chilliness that was intimidating. Look out! Elder Zhou, who was not far away, changed his face drastically and hurriedly reminded Zhang Xian. The Xianyin Ghost King was originally a ferocious and extremely cruel ghost king in the hell, but he accidentally escaped to the earth 100 years ago. Later, because of his evil deeds, he was sealed by their Maoshan sect ancestor at the cost of his life. Although he had experienced 100 years of age, the Xianyin Ghost King was still very powerful. Over the years, successive generations of ancestors of the Maoshan sect have tried every means to get rid of it once and for all. Nay, every time it ended in failure, it had to stay sealed. GGG. At this moment, the Xianyin Ghost King gave a hideous smile, the corner of his mouth outlined a bloodthirsty and cold arc. Immediately after, The pair of black eyes in the swirling shadow opened abruptly. In a flash, two beams of icy and soul-deterring red-ons broke through the air like sharp arrows. Boo-hoo! The two beams of blood-ons directly penetrated those lightning bolts and instantly blasted towards Zhang Xian's location. Zhang Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he hastily activated the golden light mantra to defend against the two red auras. Boom! It came with a muffled thud. A powerful ripple of air quickly spread out and swept around. Zhang Xian even retreated a few steps backward, and with a sweetness in his throat, he nearly spurted out blood. So strong! However, this was not the power of the Xianin Ghost King. It seemed that there was another powerful existence behind the vortex. GGG. Kid, go to hell. When the Xianin Ghost King saw this scene, a rampant sardonic laugh came out of his mouth. Next. The black blade in its hand blossomed with a brilliant black light as it slashed towards Zhang Xian once more. It hated this stinking Daoist priest who had almost spoiled its big event to the bone. Swish! The black blade, with a devastatingly harsh aura, chopped towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's face sank slightly as a trace of gravity flashed across his eyes. Although the Xianin Ghost King's strength was strong, he did not place it in his eyes. The only thing he was worried about was the presence behind the vortex. Just now, just by opening his eyes, he had such amazing power. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would most likely have been killed on the spot. Therefore, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. But now, facing the Xianin Ghost King's attack, he had to go all out. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and the mauve-colored golden dan in his dantian immediately surged. At this moment, he operated the Five Thunders orthodoxy to the extreme. Rumble! The lightning in the sky, as if summoned by some kind of call, unexpectedly gathered together and formed a lavender thunderbolt that was several times thicker than before. Go! Accompanied by Zhang Xian's soft shout, the terrifying thunderbolt instantly blasted towards the Xianin Ghost King. Boom boom boom! The sky shook and the wind and clouds lost their color. The Xianin Ghost King's attack was shattered in an instant. See this scene. An extreme fear welled up inside it. No! How is this possible? Buster, help me! End of chapter. Chapter 28 Great Explosion, Full Grade Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Order. Chapter 28 Great Explosion, Full Grade Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Order. No! Buster, help me! When the Xianin Ghost King saw the thunder that was getting closer and closer, he was so scared that his liver and guts cracked, letting out a mournful scream as he fled towards the back of the vortex in a panic. It knew very well that once this thunder hit itself, even if it had 9 lives, it would be finished. Whoosh! Put! However, the Xianin Ghost King's speed was fast, but the speed of this thunder was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the thick thunder ruthlessly struck down on it. Boom boom boom! Lightning continued to fall, wreaking havoc on the surface of the Xianin Demon King's body, causing his body to be scorched black and screaming miserably. Ah! Help! Buster! Save me! Buster, save me! The Xianin Ghost King hissed miserably and fled frantically. It was covered in lightning marks, the wounds were shocking, and its skin was charred and black, emitting a burning smell. Far away. Elder Zhou and the others were dumbfounded and filled with shock when they inadvertently saw the scene after they finished resolving an evil spirit. Xianin Ghost King is actually asking for help? It's unbelievable. How powerful was that Xianin Ghost King? Even if they were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to fight against it. Even if they were holding powerful magic weapons, they would still be the ones to die in the end. Who had thought that this Xianin Ghost King would actually ask for help? But who is it asking for help? The crowd was puzzled. Waste! Suddenly, a hoarse, low voice came violently from behind the vortex. Shasta! Only to see the vortex silhouette tremble violently and emit a buzzing sound, as if something had awakened within it. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a pair of cold eyes slowly open. What kind of eyes are those? It was dark and deep, as if there was no light. Just by being stared at by him, the crowd felt the hairs on their bodies stand up and sweat and felt great oppression. It's horrible. What kind of monster is this? Why, it's so scary. Even Zhang Xian looked at the vortex with a grave expression on his face. Suddenly, an attribute introduction appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Gate to the Underworld Fragment. Introduction, it is the gateway from the netherworld to the earth, built by Fengdu Dadi himself, and possesses extremely magical powers. Remarks, after the disappearance of Hell, this door was controlled by 10 Ghost Kings, of which the Xianin Ghost King is one, but it is extremely difficult to enter the earth. The gates of the underworld? Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Could the presence behind the door now be one of the 10 Ghost Kings? Just as he was stunned, a pitch-black palm slowly probed out from the vortex and grabbed towards the Xianin Ghost King. However, when the palm had just appeared, a chain emerged from the surrounding void, locking it firmly in place, making it difficult for the hand to come halfway close again. Those chains glowed with a light greenish color, emitting an ancient aura. Earthly laws? Ridiculous. The heavenly Tao has all but disappeared for many years, so with a mere few chains of laws, are you worthy of stopping this king? A cold laugh came from behind the vortex. Immediately afterward, a majestic ghost mist surged and spread towards the chains. Click, click, click. Only a crunching sound could be heard, and those law chains unexpectedly collapsed inch by inch. Next, the pitch-black arm easily broke the chains, carrying a strong dark aura and monstrous ferocity as it grabbed straight towards the Xianin Ghost King. Seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately chose to strike. What about the 10 Ghost Kings? If you want to save it, have you asked me? What's more, he had a system quest that, once completed, would allow him to obtain a full level of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order. Can this Xian be spared? Thus, Zhang Xian did not hesitate to cast the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. Zip, zip, zip. Rolling thunder and lightning cut through the night sky, carrying a destructive momentum like extinction, impacting towards the vortex. The pitch-black palm had just grabbed the Xianin Ghost King, but it didn't realize that a terrifying purple thunderbolt instantly descended and fiercely bombarded the Xianin Ghost King. Chapter 28 Big Explosion, Full-Grade Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. No. Ka-ching boom. Everything came to a screeching halt. The Xianin Ghost King didn't even have time to react before he was directly blasted into flying dust and completely faded away. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying the Xianin Ghost King and obtaining 30,000 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and obtaining the Order of the 7 Killings of the Gods and Demons full level, the Seal of the Celestial Masters Law 1, the Small Peiyuan Dan 10, and 1 Epic Lucky Draw. The mission reward has been issued to the system backpack, the host can check it by himself. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Holy! Big bang! Surprisingly, it exploded with 30,000 merit values, a proper boss. Asshole! At this point, that Ghost King in the vortex was unusually angry, and his roar was deafening. The Xianin Ghost King is surprisingly dead. And still die on Earth, in front of it. How could it not feel angry? You seek death. The voice behind the vortex carried a biting killing intent, like a demonic voice from hell, piercingly cold. Before the words fell, 2 hideous, pitch-black sharp claws stretched out from within the vortex, tearing towards Zhang Xian. Even the law chains couldn't stop it. So fast. Zhang Xian's face changed as his figure retreated violently. Boom! The ground exploded and dust stirred. Those 2 sharp claws pierced through the mud and stone ground, leaving 2 shocking holes, a horrifying and appalling scene. If it were an ordinary martial artist or cultivator, they would have definitely turned into meat foam and their souls would have been scattered long ago. However, Zhang Xian had just avoided the attack. But before he had time to catch his breath, a pair of huge pitch-black hands appeared above his head that covered the sky and slapped down violently. The left supports the 6 armors, the right guards the 6 dings, the yellow god in front, and the Weizhang in the back. The Divine Master kills without avoiding the great and the powerful, killing the evil spirits first, and then cutting down the night light. What god does not lie in wait, and what devil dares? Urgent. Only Zhang Xian saw his hands frantically pinching and sealing, his mouth constantly reciting incantations, and a Taiji Bagua rune encircling his fingertips. As the incantation fell, an inexplicable aura of solemnity permeated around his body. In a split second, the wind was howling all around. Wind and fire order break. As the last sentence was drunk. Wow! Immediately after, a hot ball of flame burst out from Zhang Xian's fingertips and swept towards the pair of giant hands above his head. Boom! Violent explosions rang out suddenly. Flames erupted and wrapped around the pair of pitch-black giant hands, instantly incinerating them. Ha! A surprised voice came from behind the vortex. Obviously, it hadn't expected Zhang Xian to have this kind of ability to destroy its own attacks. Just as it was about to continue striking, an even thicker chain suddenly appeared, once again blocking that vortex. Damn it! Break it for the king! A roar emanated from the vortex, and countless black air currents surged forth in an attempt to tear that barrier apart. But the chains were so strong that they wouldn't budge no matter how much they struggled. After several attempts, that ghost king behind the vortex gradually quieted down. Kid, this king remembers your scent. Wait. The day the underworld returns to the earth is the day you die. Remember, this king is the bloodthirsty ghost king. The words fell. The vortex in the void slowly closed up. And quiet returned to the surroundings. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. End of chapter. Chapter 2910W Merit Value, use Epic Draw once. Chapter 2910W Merit Value, use Epic Draw once. Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order, divided into 7 styles, it is a heaven-defying Taoist law created by Yuan Tiangang. Each style contains the supreme principles of heaven and earth and possesses unparalleled power. Heavenly Master's Legal Seal, lower grade spiritual weapon, growth class magic treasure, originally the treasure of the Heavenly Master's house of Longhu Mountain, but accidentally lost decades ago. One seal can suppress demons, one seal can make heavenly soldiers. Small Peiyuan Dan, after taking it, it can enhance the root bones, increase the speed of cultivation, and is excellent for quenching the meridians. Epic Lucky Draw, the system produces a fine product. Once used, an item can be drawn at will, depending on the host's luck. Zhang Xian looked at the introduction given by the system and couldn't help but lick his dry lips, his mood inevitably surging. And just then, Lin Tiancheng's few people also walked over. Brother Zhang, your cultivation. It's not too scary, is it? He originally only wanted to invite Zhang Xian to plunder the battlefield for him so that he could successfully seal the Xian'in Ghost King. But whoever thought? Zhang Xian had directly annihilated the Xian'in Ghost King, which was simply unimaginable. It's not just him. Even Elder Zhou, who was on the side, felt incomparably shocked. After all, the problem of the Xian'in Ghost King has plagued their Maoshan sect for hundreds of years, and generation after generation has sought a solution, still making no progress, and can only be temporarily maintained through sealing. But now, it had actually allowed Zhang Xian to easily resolve it. If this news was spread back to the Maoshan sect, it would definitely cause an uproar. At this point, hearing his voice, Zhang Xian hurriedly returned to his senses and smiled faintly. Minor skills, not worthy of mention. Lin Tiancheng. Crowd. Nima. Minimal skills? Don't make fun of it, okay? One must know that amongst the cultivation circles of the Dragon Kingdom today, I'm afraid that there are not many people who are the Ghost King's rivals. But you killed the Xian'in Ghost King with a few strokes of thunder, and you still say it's a trivial skill. So what makes a master? Elder Zhou nodded his head bitterly. Although he had seen it all before, he was still frightened enough by Zhang Xian at this moment. This Zhang. Senior, I dare to ask you what sector school you learned from, but you learned from the Longhu Mountain Tianqifu? He had originally wanted to address his little friend. However, once he thought of the means that Zhang Xian had just executed, he hurriedly changed his tone to senior. After all, Zhang Xian's Dao cultivation was even more powerful than his, and this senior was well deserved. Words. A flash of color flashed through Zhang Xian's eyes, and he immediately shook his head. No, I am not from the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. I cultivated this cultivation on my own. Elder Zhou froze for a moment. How is this possible? What he had cast out just now was clearly the purest thunder law and golden light incantation of the Heavenly Master's house. It was important to know that these secret techniques and Dao techniques were only qualified to be practiced by the true disciples of the Heavenly Master's house. How could he, a 20-something-year-old doll, have learned all this on his own? In response to their doubts, Zhang Xian merely smiled and did not explain. He naturally couldn't say that the system had rewarded him. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Lin, since the matter has been resolved, I'll take my leave now. Zhang Xian coughed and hurriedly pulled away from the conversation. Since the matter was settled, there was no need for him to stay here. After all, the purpose of his coming here was to complete the task issued by the system. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to go back. Ah! Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Lin Tiancheng was slightly stunned, then he reacted and hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, are you going back to the magic capital this time? Return tomorrow. Words. The head of the special branch's eyes lit up. They had seen Zhang Xian's methods with their own eyes just now. For such a strong person, they naturally wouldn't miss it, so even their tone became warm. Chapter 29, 10W Merit Value, Use Epic Draw Once. Counselor Zhang, we've prepared a hotel for you, so you can check in at any time. And a few Daoist masters as well. Everyone has worked hard tonight, why don't we go to the hotel and rest first? Zhang Xian nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing the situation, the group of people became even more excited and sent Zhang Xian and the others to the hotel to rest. Even arranged in the most luxurious presidential suite. System, open personal attributes. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation level, late Dan stage. Feats, the 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, full level, 5 thunderbolts, full level, golden light mantra, full level, Taoist mantra of the past life, full level, Taoist talisman book. Magic treasures, celestial master seal of law, growable, lower grade spiritual artifact, celestial master's robe, upper grade magic artifact, 100-year peachwood sword, extreme grade magic artifact, space ring, upper grade magic artifact. Merit value, 109,557. Backpack, 50 years of child urine 1, house suppressing talisman 10, evil repelling talisman 7, high grade talisman paper 100, never breakable underwear 20, small paywan dan 10, epic lottery once. The smile on Zhang Xian's face grew wider as he looked at the system information. 10W merit value. It was a huge amount of money that he had never imagined, and he even suspected that he had dreamed it. It seemed that this trip to the Ghost King's cave had really earned him a fortune. In addition to the explosion of merit values, what made him even more ecstatic was the full level of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order. He had just tried this Dao method, and it was far more powerful than he had expected. System, I want to use the epic drawl, Zhang Xian said excitedly. The words fell. It's the same familiar virtual carousel. Ding 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 ding. Ding, the lucky draw is over, congratulations to the host for obtaining Pure Heart Mantra full level. The system's beep sounded, and Zhang Xian's face instantly became a bit stiff. A heart was like falling into an ice cellar. Epic raffle, but actually only won a Pure Heart Divine spell. Although the Pure Heart Divine Mantra was the first of the 8 divine mantras, it wasn't as useful as the Divine Ghost 7 killings order to the current him. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Zhang Xian sighed. Next. A lot of information about the Pure Heart Divine Mantra surfaced in his mind. The Pure Heart Mantra is a Taoist mantra that has multiple effects and functions, and can even do the job of exorcising evil spirits and binding them. It was not a bad auxiliary type of divine spell. Subsequently, Zhang Xian took out a small bottle, poured out a thumb-sized reddish-brown pill into his palm, and swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, the qi and blood within Zhang Xian's body boiled as if it was about to burn. The elixir melts in your mouth. An incomparably pure energy flowed down his throat to all his limbs. Feeling this majestic energy, Zhang Xian's eyes closed tightly as he meditated on his senses while running the 5 thunder positive law to absorb and refine it. As time continues to pass, wisps of light blue electric arcs began to glow from Zhang Xian's body. Moreover, in the pores of his body's surface, threads of black substance continuously seeped out, emitting a gust of foul odor. Not only that, his cultivation level was also climbing. Half an hour later, Zhang Xian violently opened his eyes as 2 azure-colored lightning ons burst out from the depths of his pupils. A terrifying aura swept out from him, shaking the entire room with a buzzing sound. Peak late Jiadan stage. It was only 1 step away from breaking through to the peak of Jiadan. Feeling the power coming from within his body, Zhang Xian's mouth revealed a smirk. I don't know. When Elder Zhou next door felt the fluctuation of this breath, his eyes snapped open with a horrified look in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 30. A request from the Specialized Bureau of Jiangzhou City, Death Bus. Chapter 30. A request from the Specialized Bureau of Jiangzhou City, Death Bus. Inside the hotel, Elder Zhou's eyes widened as he looked in the direction of Zhang Xian's room, his eyeballs nearly falling off in shock. Does this scent? Somehow. Elder Zhou's body trembled slightly. His cultivation level was at the middle stage of Tongyi, but he couldn't help but tremble when he felt Zhang Xian's aura. That aura, it was horrible. And so, he then called Lin Tiancheng over and carefully inquired about Zhang Xian's details. Lin Tiancheng sniffed and shook his head in confusion. Elder, to be honest, I've only known Brother Zhang for a few days, and I don't know his exact details. However, I always feel that he must have some connection with the Tianshifu. After all, to be able to perform such skillful lightning techniques, I'm afraid that apart from the Heavenly Master's mansion, I can't find a second power in the world today. Upon hearing this, Elder Joe nodded. Indeed. The only people who could possess such skillful lightning techniques were the gang from the Heavenly Master's mansion. However, Zhang Xian did not admit his relationship with the Heavenly Master's mansion, which made him mutter a bit. Elder Joe thought for a moment, his originally tense brows gradually easing before he looked at Lin Tiancheng. Tiancheng, are you sure you can take the top spot in the Dao Sect Assembly in half a year? Hearing this, Lin Tiancheng shook his head with a hesitant expression. This disciple really isn't sure. After all, the three masters of the Dao Sect are not weak. Although Lin Tiancheng was confident in fighting for the top 10, the three masters of the Dao Sect were also very strong and not easy to deal with. Especially Yi Lingzi, who came from one of the Taoist forces, Lingbao Guan, and was accepted as a close disciple by the master of Lingbao Guan 10 years ago. At only 25 years of age, he had practiced the most difficult to learn in the Taoist temple, the Lingbao Xia Guang Dao technique, to the state of great accomplishment. Even if it was Lin Tiancheng against him, the chances of being able to win were no more than 40%. Ugh. Elder Joe sniffed and sighed softly, saying rather regretfully, "It's a pity that time is too short. If you are given a few more years, perhaps you really do have a chance to strike at the position of quintessence." The Taoist Congress is held every 20 years. At that time, the younger generation from all sects in the cultivation world would attend. As for the power that took the top spot, in the next 20 years, it will be the Taoist leader of the entire monastic world. The Maoshan sect, on the other hand, had failed to win the top spot for 4 or 5 consecutive sessions, and hadn't even managed to get into the top 3. Tomorrow we'll return to the mountain. You also prepare and close the door to break through the Tawny realm. When your cultivation breaks through to the Tawny realm, you'll have a higher chance of winning the Dao Sect Assembly then. Lin Tiancheng nodded heavily. He did urgently need to improve his strength now so that he could prepare for the Dao Sect Assembly in half a year. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said after a moment of silence, "Elder, do you think Zhang Xian will go to the Dao Sect Assembly then?" Hear that. Elder Joe also fell silent. Yeah. Would Zhang Xian attend the Dao Sect conference then? If he really was a disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion, then if he went to participate with his cultivation, who would be able to snatch the leader from him? The next day, Zhang Xian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. After a night of practicing, he had already consolidated his cultivation completely and had refined his cultivation quite a bit. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Xian opened the door, only to see Lin Tiancheng and the others standing outside the door. "Good morning, Brother Zhang," Lin Tiancheng said with a smile. Chapter 30 Jiangzhou City's Special Bureau's request, Death Bus. The poor Taoist has come to say goodbye. This mission down the mountain has been completed, so it's time to return to the mountain. See you later. Lin Tiancheng arched his hand and clasped his fist. Elder Joe also had a smile on his face as he politely exchanged a few words with Zhang Xian, then turned to leave. Seeing the crowd off, Zhang Xian smiled faintly. Just then, a young man beside him suddenly came over, and Zhang Xian remembered him. He seemed to be a member of the Jiangzhou City's Extraordinary Bureau. "Hello, Counselor Zhang. I'm the head of the Jiangzhou City's Special Bureau's Operations Group, Chen Ping. Last night's action was thanks to your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that Jiangzhou City would be a river of blood." When Zhang Xian heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. Team leader Chen is serious. The poor Taoist is just doing his best. Besides, it is also the poor Taoist's responsibility to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. You are modest, Chen Ping said with a smile. He then took a deep breath and stated the main purpose of his visit to Zhang Xian this time. Counselor Zhang, truth be told, this time I came to see you, mainly because I want to ask for your help in solving a tricky case. But don't worry, the payoff will never be lower than over in Mordor. It will be completely in accordance with the bounty price of the Psychic Forum. Zhang Xian frowned. Tell me about the situation. Chen Ping immediately nodded at his words, then recounted the matter briefly. It turns out that a week ago, an extremely paranormal incident occurred in Jiangzhou City. A bus has bizarrely disappeared. And then the next night when it was bizarrely out of the way on some out-of-the-way street. The weirdest thing is that anyone who rode this bus died, and even the coroner couldn't identify the cause of death. The special branch has launched an investigation into this. Until 12 o'clock the night before, they followed this bus and finally realized that it had disappeared before their eyes. After listening to Chen Ping's description, Zhang Xian also fell into thought. Buses. Spooky disappearance. Zhang Xian frowned. Soon, a guess came to his mind. Could it be that this bus, unintentionally, broke into one of the passages of hell, and that's what caused all the passengers on board to go to the underworld? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If that's the case, it's no wonder that the SDB is clueless. The hell has opened many passages on Earth, and these passages are for the ghost messengers to come to Earth and use for hooking souls. There is a weird resurgence happening on Earth today. If that bus did go to the underworld, it had obviously become the death train. No matter who takes it, the terminus goes to the underworld, with only one outcome, death. Counselor Zhang, do you have a way to fix it? Chen Ping looked at Zhang Xian, who was caught up in his thoughts, and could not help but ask tentatively. Yes. But we'll have to see that bus to find out. Really? Chen Ping jumped up in excitement at the words. During this time, the SCCA has been very busy over this. Countless members of the public, after learning about this incident, did not dare to take the bus at all for fear that once they did so, they would never be able to come back. If Zhang Xian could solve it, it would be a great help to him. Counselor Zhang, please feel free to order whatever you need, I'll go prepare it for you. No. Just take me to see that car at night. Zhang Xian said indifferently. Yes. Then I will come back to pick you up at night. Chen Ping nodded repeatedly. He was already itching to go back now and report this matter with his superiors. Zhang Xian nodded slightly and watched Chen Ping leave. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Passage to the Underworld, Good Words Can't Persuade a Damned Ghost. Chapter 31, Passage to the Underworld, Good Words Can't Persuade a Damned Ghost. The time came quickly to evening. 404 bus sign. Team Chen. Team Chen, you're here. This is... When Chen Ping arrived at the bus stop, many of the staff greeted him with respectful expressions. Aha! Chen Ping nodded his head slightly in a gesture. Although he is the newly promoted captain. However, Chen Ping's prestige in the Special Bureau was in no way weaker than the captains of the other groups. Right. Let me introduce to you all, this is the expert I've invited, the chief psychic consultant of the Magic City's Special Weirdness Bureau, Consultant Zhang Zhang. Tonight, Counselor Zhang will be in charge of solving this suspected paranormal incident, and I expect everyone to cooperate fully. Chen Ping pointed at Zhang Xian behind him and said. Upon hearing this, a group of people instantly gathered around, staring curiously at Zhang Xian. It's not, is it? A chief counselor that young? Although they were surprised at Zhang Xian's age, they didn't say anything and instead even greeted him. After all, it was the expert the captain had hired, young or not, as long as he could fix this thing. Captain! That bus showed up. Just then, a youth suddenly shrieked. It immediately caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, who looked in the direction the youth was pointing. All I could see was a blue bus parked on a streetlight pole not far away, moving slowly. The light in front of the car, too, turned green. It looks like a ghost car and is very creepy. The scene. It made the surrounding crowd feel their sweaty hairs stand up and goosebumps fall to the ground. It's the same bus that's been causing such a ruckus these past few days that even the SCA can't do anything about it. Good. Everyone get ready. Chen Ping immediately gave the order and then looked at Zhang Xian beside him. Counselor Zhang, what should we do next? We are all at your disposal. Don't worry, just get in the car and take a look around. Ha! Hear that? Chen Ping's eyes immediately widened as he looked at him with a strong look of shock. You want to take this bus? No. That's too dangerous too. Chen Ping refused in a loud voice. In the past few days, no one who rode this 404 bus survived. Even their special branch had lost several of their elite team members in order to investigate this case. He wouldn't dare take this risk again. Don't worry. Since the poor Daoist is here, he naturally has a way to resolve this matter. But still, you have to take this bus and arrive at the terminal before you can do that. Zhang Xian naturally knew his concerns well. But he had to find out exactly what had caused this bus to break into the passageway to hell. If this is not fixed, then there will be other vehicles breaking in later and the consequences of that are simply unimaginable. But Chen Ping was still trying to dissuade. Zhang Xian, however, shook his head and smiled. Trust in the strength of the poor Daoist. The poor Daoist has already found a way to crack it. You don't have to get on the bus with me, just follow this bus behind you. This. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment, recalling the scene last night when Zhang Xian manipulated the thunder. He finally clenched his teeth. Counselor Zhang, I'm with you. Team Chen, I'll go too. Me too. The crowd spoke up and offered to ride along on this death bus. However, Chen Ping did not intend to let them take the risk, so he hastily refused. Soon the 404 bus was slowly approaching. Squeak! The moment the car door opened, an eerie chill wafted out from within, causing those standing outside the car to stifle a shiver. Chen Ping took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this point, he found the car empty, with only a middle-aged driver at the wheel. Chapter 31 The Passage to the Underworld. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Let's go! Zhang Xian glanced at the nervous Chen Ping before taking the lead in boarding the bus and finding a random seat. Chen Ping took a deep breath, then followed him up as well. Before he could sit still, he saw the bus moving slowly toward the next stop. Counselor Zhang, because of the uproar over this matter in the past few days, not many people dare to take the bus. No one? That's just that you can't see it with your naked eyes. At those words, Zhang Xian smiled. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was puzzled. Could it be that there were other people here besides the two of them and the driver? Think about it. He looked around and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Zhang Xian raised two fingers and slashed them in front of his eyes. An array of golden light flashed by. Next, Chen Ping's pupils contracted violently. He blurted out, only to see that the seats inside the bus were suddenly filled with densely packed figures. These people's eyes were dull and their bodies were stiff, as if they were in plaster, without any sense of consciousness. They wore all sorts of clothes, men, women and children of all shapes and sizes. Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at this bizarre scene. His goosebumps couldn't help but spread all over his body. What's going on here? Chen Ping couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. I clearly didn't see anyone just now. How come inside the car, so many people came out all of a sudden? Are these people ghosts? Thinking of this, Chen Ping personally couldn't help but shiver. And that's when an old woman sitting next to him suddenly turned her gaze slowly towards him, her eyes emitting a ghostly green aura. What stop are you going to, young man? Her voice was husky and her speech extremely slow. But at this time, Chen Ping had long been so frightened by this scene that he was trembling and could not even speak. It was the first time in his life that he had been so close to a ghost. Zip! Team Chan. Looks like someone's getting on at the next stop. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on his chest rang, and came Wang Peng's anxious shouts. Hearing this voice, Chen Ping came back to his senses. He turned his head toward the window in a panic. Fruity! A man was seen standing next to a bus sign with a selfie stick in his hand and talking out of his mouth. Hello? Families, the anchor has now arrived at the death bus stop. Next, the anchor joins us to discover the secrets of the death bus. After saying this, the man stepped onto the bus. Hey! What are you doing? Get your ass down there. Chen Ping's face changed when he saw him. He could never have imagined that someone would come to 404 bus live despite the danger. Isn't this a death sentence? Huh? The man seemed to have noticed Chen Ping and Zhang Xian as well, especially when he saw the attire that Zhang Xian was wearing. He let out a light eep. I didn't realize there were other people here besides the anchor. But this big brother, what are you doing in that outfit, cosplaying? Speaking. He also pointed the camera at Zhang Xian and kept mumbling, wow, families, look at this. Surprisingly, there are still people cosplaying. This is the first time the anchor has seen it. Hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Chen Ping was even more furious. Hurry down. It's dangerous here, do you realize that? But the man didn't pay any attention to him, instead continuing to broadcast on the air to himself. And at that moment, a lot of pop-ups poured in from the live broadcast. Interesting. I didn't realize someone was actually cosplaying a Taoist priest. Is he also an outdoor anchor? Whatever he's doing, anchor, can you show us this bus? I've heard that anyone who rides this bus these days will die for no reason. I wonder if it's true. Words. Do you guys feel that this person wearing a Taoist robe looks a little familiar? Upstairs +1. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Surprised Hell's three-headed dog, live streaming netizens shocked. Chapter 32, Surprised Hell's three-headed dog, live streaming netizens shocked. Hey! I said you. When Chen Ping saw that he was ignoring him, a ball of anger could not help but rise in his heart. But he didn't wait to finish his sentence. The bus had moved slowly. Zhang Xian shook his head and hurriedly stopped the angry Chen Ping, saying, "Team Chen, forget it. Good words, damn ghosts. If someone is willing to come and die, why should we stop others? And now that the bus has left, trying to get off is out of the question." Having said that, Zhang Xian slowly closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair, seemingly sleeping. Chen Ping gritted his teeth fiercely and had no choice but to sit back in his seat as well. Next time. Every now and then the man's voice came from the bus, accompanied by bursts of giggles. Ding dong. Dear passenger, hello. Welcome to take the 404 bus, the terminal is Wangjiang Road, number 99. Wish you a pleasant journey. As the last word fell, the bus suddenly made a sharp stop. The crowd only felt a strong thrust coming from them, causing them to grip the handrail. Immediately after, I saw the bus door slowly open, and a cloudy breeze blew in from outside. Hoo-oo! Woohoo! An eerie cry of ghosts and wolves suddenly resounded in the ears of the crowd. Zhang Xian snapped his eyes open. Only to see the environment outside, I don't know when it turned into a gray cloudy piece, around the black fog rolling, so that people can't see the surrounding scenery. There was even a faint sound of howling coming from outside the bus. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was staring in astonishment at the moment. Counselor Zhang, this. Get off first. Zhang Xian shook his head. Sure enough, it's the underworld passage. The moment you get out of the car, an incomparably dense qi came over, causing almost everyone to stifle a shiver. The man in particular was constantly shivering at this point. When Chen Ping and Zhang Xian stepped out of the bus, they were immediately shocked by the sight before them. One could only see that it was an extremely long aisle, and the stone tiles on the ground were emitting a dark red bloodlight. The entire aisle was all shrouded in eeriness. There was a rotten smell in the air that was a little sickening. Counselor Zhang, this is Underworld Passage. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and said, It is thought that heaven and earth are divided into two realms, with the earth being human and the underground being the underworld, which is ruled by the underworld. If I'm not mistaken, this is a passageway to the underworld. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? At this point, the man who had just passed by and happened to hear what Zhang Xian said immediately laughed mockingly. Families, do you hear me? He said this is the way to the underworld, doesn't that mean we're dead? Laughing my ass off. Does the underworld even have internet? Zhang Xian sniffed and looked at him expressionlessly. There's one more thing he forgot to mention. If a living person unintentionally intrudes into the passageway to the underworld, he or she will lose more than 10 years of life, or die on the spot. Originally, he had wanted to remind him, but now it seemed that there was no longer any need for that. Team Chen, later on, you must remember not to leave me at a distance of 3 feet. Oh, yes. Chen Ping listened to his reminder and nodded repeatedly. Now that he was in this strange place, even he couldn't help but feel a little worried, his gaze constantly looking around. The man snorted at the sight. Then he ignored them and took himself off to the side with the cell phone holder. Families, let's see what this place is. Ow. Suddenly, a beastly hiss came from the distance, followed by another bang. These two sounds seemed to hit everyone straight in the soul. The man was startled, a panicked look on his face, and the hand holding the brace began to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhang Xian's brows tightened as he whispered, It's coming. Chapter 32 Surprised Hell's three-headed dog, live internet users are shocked. The words were not yet spoken, only to see that a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the black mist around them, staring straight at them. Holy Anchor, look, what are those eyes behind you? Oh, my god. It's so scary looking. Anchor, still not hurry to run, these things look quite oozy. Why do I feel like I'm freezing, like I've fallen into an ice hole? At this point, the live bloggers noticed this as well. Instant pop-ups went wild. Ow. Ow. A howl kept coming. Immediately after, only to see the surrounding black mist gradually receding. One after another figure with a pitch-black body appeared in everyone's line of sight. These figures were 2 meters tall, covered in black scale armor, and had bright red saliva hanging from the corners of their mouths. A pair of fishy red eyes were even flickering with a greenish, ethereal light. The most bizarre thing is that they have 3 hideous and horrible heads. What kind of monster is this? The man looked at this monster that appeared in front of him and turned pale with fear. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes as a name came to mind. The 3-headed dog from hell. They are rumored to be the guardians of the passages to the underworld. But anyone who trespasses will be subjected to their endless attacks until the trespasser is chewed clean. Ow! The hellish 3-headed dog growled and directly swung its claws towards the man. Inside the live feed. When netizens saw the scene, their hearts jumped into their throats and they couldn't help but get anxious. Anchor run! This is going to be the end. Holy crap! The man's face changed, and he quickly turned around and fled. He didn't dare to stay at all. In just a short moment, the speed of that hell's 3-headed dog was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up behind him. Ah! The man let out a scream and fell straight to the ground. The 3-headed dog from hell kept gnawing on his legs, which soon became a bloody mess. Help! Help me! A horrifying scream resonated throughout the aisle. Zip, zip, zip. A thunderbolt instantly struck down. Boom! Ow! After a pained wail, that hellish 3-headed dog instantly turned into flying smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the hell's 3-headed dogs, gaining 1,255 merit points. When the rest of the 3-headed dogs of hell saw this, a pair of angry flames also appeared in their huge pupils. Next, dozens of hell's 3-headed dogs directly pounced on the duo of Zhang Xian and Chen Ping. Ow! With a few roars, the huge claw prints tore through the void, carrying the sound of whistling winds as they ruthlessly slapped towards the duo. Buzz! Zhang Xian instantly cast the golden light incantation, and the golden light that filled the sky wrapped them in. The surrounding black mist was dispersed by the golden light spell in this instant, but it also attracted more and more hell 3-headed dogs. When they detected the intruder's scent, their originally scarlet eyes suddenly turned bloodthirsty red. Ow! They once again let out a hissing roar and charged towards the duo. Boom! The sound of a violent crash came. A hellish 3-headed dog with a size of 2.5 meters tall was shaken back by the golden light spell. Seeing this, Zhang Xian pinched out a spell seal with his right hand. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping, exorcise evil and bind the phantom, the Daoist chi lives on. Urgent! Kill and break order break. End of chapter. Chapter 33 The Terrifying Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Chapter 33 The Terrifying Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Boom! In an instant, a blazing sword light appeared around him. Swish, swish, swish. Only a sword light appeared across the sky, as if it was a sharp arrow that shot out at a rapid pace, all of them penetrating through this group of hell's 3-headed dogs. As the sword rain reached them, those hell 3-headed dogs were pierced through and their bodies fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the hell's 3-headed dogs, gaining 1,250 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the hell's 3-headed dogs, gaining 1,227 merit points. No! Help me! Ah! Suddenly, the man screamed in terror. Next, he was pounced upon by a hellish 3-headed dog, sharp fangs biting into his neck and yanking hard. Ka-ching! A huge head was yanked down hard by it. Blood spattered. Seeing this scene, Chen Ping showed signs of intolerance and wanted to save the man out of professionalism. But before he could take a step, the man was dead in the mouth of the 3-headed dog from hell. Seeing this, Chen Ping could only let out a helpless sigh. After all, he had just advised the man who had disobeyed him and insisted on coming here live. Let's just say he's to blame. At this point, inside the live feed, watching the screen being dyed red with blood, as well as the man's screams just now, made all the netizens' hearts jump into their throats. Holy! What the hell is going on? Somebody tell me. It's so scary, I won't be able to sleep alone tonight. What are those things? How come there are 3 of them? They're so scary. Countless pop-ups rolled wildly. Next, the live stream was suddenly banned by the platform, with the reason shown as an alleged violation. In the meantime, Zhang Xian looked at the increasing number of Hell's three-headed dogs around him as he gazed in the direction of the end of the passageway. There was a huge stone door there. Moreover, there seemed to be some sort of formation symbols engraved on the stone door, emitting a faint glow. It was only at this time that the formation had been completely opened. See here. He frowned slightly, seeming to understand why this underworld passageway was connected to the earth. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the passageway, followed by an overwhelmingly ferocious aura rushing towards Zhang Xian. Kill and break the order. Zhang Xian let out a low gulp. Countless sword lights instantly surfaced, completely wrapping the entire area. Swoosh! The sword light swept, and wherever it went, the three-headed dogs of hell were all chopped into two. This is the power of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Just a few moments. The densely packed Hell's three-headed dogs were then slaughtered cleanly, and the entire passageway returned to silence. Who? Zhang Xian heaved out a mouthful of turbid breath. Although he was strong, continuously casting the Divine Ghost 7 slaying orders caused his face to turn slightly pale. With that, he turned around and walked towards the huge stone door in front of him. The runes on the stone door still shone with a faint fluorescent light. Only it wasn't in running condition. So it is. No wonder the underworld passageway would be connected to the earthly occurrence, so it turned out that the spell formation was not opened. If opened, the passage will hide itself on its own, and neither mortals nor ghosts will be able to detect it. It seems that the Xianin Ghost King descended to Earth through this place 100 years ago. Zhang Xian finally understood. Immediately, he made a seal with both hands and recited an incantation under his breath, Kai. Shasta. The runes on that huge stone door lit up violently, emitting a bright and dazzling light that illuminated the entire passageway. Rumble. Chapter 33 The Terrifying Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. A loud sound came out as if the entire underground passage was trembling. As those runes began to flicker, a mysterious power quietly awakened. Zhang Xian sensed an ancient aura filling the air around him, as if it came from the endless nine hells. Go! With a flash of his figure, he hurriedly pulled Qin Ping out of the area. Now that the spell formation was back in operation, if they didn't leave this place, I was afraid that both of them would have to stay forever. The mythical netherworld is feared to be much more than you can imagine. Even a hidden spell. Shoo! The two of them instantly transformed into a golden stream of light, instantly breaking through the void barrier and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappears, it had come to the terminal where the bus had just disappeared. Team Chen. The crowd, who were still searching hard, immediately greeted them when they saw this. Only after seeing Zhang Xian and Chen Pingping return peacefully did a few people breathe a sigh of relief. Team Chen, what exactly happened on the bus just now? Why did you guys disappear in the blink of an eye? Xiao Zhao asked. They had just been following the back of the bus, but suddenly a bright light flashed and the bus instantly disappeared. Even Chen Ping and Zhang Xian were gone. The people were so worried about this situation that they kept searching. It's good to be back after a scare. Team Chun, where's the guy who just got on the bus? Why haven't I seen him? Dead. The crowd was silent as they heard the words. However, they didn't say anything. They wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy for this kind of person who sought death on his own. Good words, damn ghosts. Counselor Zhang, things have been resolved. Then will a similar situation occur here in the future? Chen Ping asked. He still felt creeped out when he recalled, now, the images he had just seen on the bus. Luckily he was mentally strong, or else he almost didn't die from the sight. Don't worry. Things are all completely settled. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, he then breathed a sigh of relief. The boulder that had been weighing on his heart had finally fallen. His eyes were also filled with gratitude and admiration as he looked at Zhang Xian. Counselor Zhang, tonight is really thanks to you. On behalf of all the people of Jiangzhou City, I thank you. Strike that. He solemnly bowed towards Zhang Xian. Seeing this, the rest of them all followed Chen Ping's example. Zhang Xian, however, waved his hand and said with a smile, this is what the poor Taoist should do, you all need not be polite. The crowd sniffed and exchanged a few more pleasantries. In the meantime, a compound far away in the Magic City. A woman dressed oddly with a face full of heavy makeup suddenly opened her eyes. Only an eerie green aura flickered in her eyes, while other images were mapped in the depths of her pupils. Shoo! Next! A figure emerged from the ground and knelt before her, speaking fluent Eastern English. Master of the house. Find out exactly who made the move to break the corpse-raising spell formation in the land of Extreme Een? The woman said coldly in Eastern English. That black-robed man hurriedly replied in a respectful voice, reporting to the family head. After we investigated, we found that the person who struck was an expert who specializes in thunder magic. Thunderbolt? Could it be someone from the Heavenly Master's office? At those words, the woman frowned slightly. Regarding the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house, which was the head of the Daoist religion in the Dragon Kingdom, even for those of them who came from the east, they had heard of it like a thunderbolt. If it was really the Tiancher mansion that had made the move, I'm afraid that this matter would have to be considered separately. Family Master, since we know that the person who struck is from the Heavenly Master's mansion, should we avoid the wind? The black-robed man asked tentatively. After all, the Heavenly Master's mansion was known to be able to command heavenly thunder and destroy the heavens and the earth. And the woman shook her head. No need. It just so happens that I also want to learn whether the Heavenly Master's mansion, which is known as the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's Taoist religion, is really as powerful as rumored. Her gaze revealed coldness and determination. But, householder, our mission. Enough. Do as I say. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Breaking Through the Peak of Jiadan. Chapter 34, Breaking Through the Peak of Jiadan. After things are settled. Zhang Xian separated from Chen Ping and the others, and came alone to a small hill on the outskirts. The moment. Night had fallen and the sky was dotted with stars. Zhang Xian stood on top of the mountain, looking at the full moon in the sky for a long time. Suddenly, he took out a bottle of elixir. It's the little Peiyuan Dan. He tilted his neck and swallowed all the remaining few pills into his stomach. Zhang Xian sat cross-legged on the lawn, closed his eyes, and fully operated the Five Thunders orthodoxy. The elixir melts in your mouth. A majestic energy instantly surged into the body, like 10,000 horses galloping, constantly traveling through the limbs and bones, and finally converging in the dantian. Boom! Dramatic energy erupted within the dantian as if it was surging like a tidal wave. Immediately after, the purplish-red golden elixir within Zhang Xian's body suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The surging and volatile energy crazily impacted Zhang Xian's body. The surface of his skin glowed with a faint fluorescence, as if it was plated with a metallic film. The buzzing sound even shook Zhang Xian's eardrums. Hoo hoo hoo. A breeze suddenly picked up around them. Even the sky overhead began to gradually change. The dark clouds in the sky rolled over, forming a huge whirlpool. A bolt of lightning loomed. And that's when Zhang Xian's eyes snapped open, and within them, two piercing auras flashed. The aura on his body climbed upward, and soon came to a critical point. Click! Only a crunch was heard. It was as if something had been broken. Immediately after, from Zhang Xian's body, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, directly spreading out in all directions, and the entire heaven and earth shook with it. And his cultivation level also managed to break through at this moment. Peak Jiadan. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the peak of Jiadan. Rumble. In the meantime, the sky followed suit and changed dramatically. Dark clouds. Lightning streaks. The sound of thunder was deafening, and countless lightning bolts formed a dense thunder net in the sky. A vast and incomparable heavenly might instantly locked onto Zhang Xian's location. Skyjacking. It's the apocalypse. Whenever a cultivation level breaks through to a certain level, it will invoke a heavenly tribulation. Only if you succeed in getting through it can you control a powerful force. At this point, Zhang Xian sensed that within his body, there was a huge and terrifying amount of power, as well as unimaginably thick true qi. It's such a great feeling. He took a deep breath and looked at the blackened thunder in the sky, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ha! With that, he leaped and jumped directly into that roiling sea of thunder. Ka chow! Boom! The thunder in the sky struck at Zhang Xian. However, he was not the least bit intimidated, and instead laughed out loud. He opened his palms to meet the thunder. Crackle! Lightning raged above his palms before flowing down his arms and all over his body. Each lightning bolt made him experience extreme pain, but it also made him realize another realm. Now that his 5 thunder positive technique was at a bottleneck, if he wanted to get a breakthrough, now was a good opportunity. Ka chow. Another lightning bolt struck down. It slashed straight towards the location of his heavenly cap. Chapter 34, Breaking Through the Peak of Jiadan. Zhang Xian immediately operated the 5 thunder positive technique, continuously refining the power of the heavenly thunder in tempering his fleshly body. Rumble. The entire firmament shook. This terrifying vision startled everyone in the neighborhood. Upon seeing this horrifying to the core scene in the sky, all the residents of Jiangzhou City were terrified. Where is the Daoist friend transiting here? Hiss. It's thundering, grab your clothes. Holy. It was fine just now, why did it suddenly change all of a sudden? From various places in Jiangzhou City, there were voices of discussion. Pedestrians on the street pointed and stopped to watch the thrilling scene in the sky. Such a sight naturally caught the attention of the special branch as well. In order not to cause panic, officials even issued an emergency news release claiming that there was a major rainstorm coming. Tell all residents not to go out at will. Inside the Bureau of Special Weapons, Yang Ao raised his head to look at the sky, revealing a trace of gravity between his brows. Old Zhang, who's making a breakthrough this time? To make such a big commotion? The short middle-aged man beside him sighed. You said. It wouldn't be that kid from last night, would it? Hear that? Yang Ao's mind suddenly flashed through the images he saw last night. One man to take on the Ghost King alone. Hand-rubbing thunder method. Without even using any magical weapons, the Ghost King was annihilated with his strong strength alone. I don't know, but shouldn't be wrong looking at this. Yang Ao shook his head. The middle-aged man had a sad look on his face as he said, Old Yang, you said that we have been cultivating for so many years, how come in the end we are still no match for a young man? Hearing this, Yang Ao was filled with bitterness. What's the point of practicing for a long time? In the end, it's all about talent, and if your talent doesn't work, even if you pile on more time, it's useless. Rumble. In the sky, thunder still rolled. As for Zhang Xian, he was currently bathed in heavenly lightning, and the skin on his body had taken on a faint purple color. Those heavenly thunders raged within his body, causing his bones to change qualitatively and his true chi to grow stronger. Click, click, click. The tendons and veins on his body were like auger dragons at the moment, constantly traveling across the surface of his body, emitting bursts of explosive sounds. The true chi within Zhang Xian's body, on the other hand, was rapidly metamorphosing at this moment, transforming towards a purple form. And the 5 thunders positive technique that he cultivated seemed to have touched some sort of barrier as well. Boom! Zip, zip, zip. One could only see that the electric currents surrounding Zhang Xian's body had actually transformed from a light blue color to a purple color. Ding! Congratulations to the host's cultivation of the 5 thunders positive technique for breaking through to the supreme realm. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears. Zhang Xian's mood was extraordinarily comfortable. He slowly opened his eyes, and there were 2 tiny thunder snakes darting around in his pupils, causing palpitations. And at this moment, his body had become crystal clear and transparent like a glass, as if it would shatter at the slightest pinch. In particular, his skin was covered with a faint layer of lightning patterns. Gradual. The heavenly tribulation gradually disappeared. Everything is back to business as usual. Only Zhang Xian remained suspended in the air as if he were an exiled immortal, looking down on the worldly mortals beneath his feet. Phew! Finally, a breakthrough. Zhang Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Next, the system interface appeared in front of him. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation, Peak Jiadan. Techniques, the 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, full level, the 5 thunderbolts of Zhengfa, to the highest level, the golden light mantra, full level, the meditation mantra, full level, the Taoist mantra of the afterlife, full level, the complete book of Taoist talismans. Magic treasures, Celestial Masters Dharma Seal, growable, lower grade spiritual artifact, Celestial Masters Taoist robe, upper grade magic artifact, 100-year peachwood sword, extreme grade magic artifact, space ring, upper grade magic artifact. Merit value, 125884. Backpack, 50 years of child urine 1, house suppressing talisman 10, exorcism talisman 7, high level talisman paper 100, never break underwear 20. P.S. Any bigwigs throw in some recommendations or something. It would be nice if there was a reward. End of chapter. Chapter 35 Tianjia Mansion Shaking, Eastern Warlock. Chapter 35 Tianjia Mansion Shaking, Eastern Warlock. Look at the information floating in front of you. An ancient bronze seal appeared in Zhang Xian's hand. This ancient heavenly master Dharma seal was glowing with a greenish light, densely covered with inscriptions, and exuded a majestic aura of antiquity and vastness. This was precisely the celestial master Dharma seal that the system had rewarded him with. Good magic treasure. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. He could feel the majestic power contained in this FA seal, as if it could suppress mountains and rivers for 10,000 years. And it's still a mana that can grow class, I just don't know if that's how it can be upgraded. Just as he was thinking about it in his mind, a line of information suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Heavenly Master's Seal of Law. Grade, lower grade spiritual weapon, can cost 1W merit value to upgrade to the next level. Function, suppressing evil spirits, driving away evil spirits and avoiding disasters. Item description, this seal is a magic treasure practiced by Zhang Daoling, the first Tianjia master of the Tianjia Mansion, and has many wonderful uses, but it was accidentally lost countless years ago, and the Tianjia Mansion has been searching for it. Read it. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. It takes 1W of merit value to level up? Why don't you go rob the system? Cootie. It's only then that you'll go for an upgrade. Zhang Xian skimmed his lips before directing his gaze towards the celestial master's Dharma seal and attempting to inject a trace of true qi. Buzz. In a split second. The originally dim heavenly master's Dharma seal abruptly erupted with a bright and piercing golden aura. At the same time, it let out a clear chirp, like a dragon's roar. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, could also feel a connection arise between himself and the celestial master's Dharma seal. Only that heavenly master Dharma seal could be seen levitating, blooming with a dazzling golden light. Immediately after, that originally dull runic pattern suddenly became bright, emitting circle after circle of golden aura. It eventually condensed into a huge runic shadow that hovered around Zhang Xian. Above the rune shadow, it seemed that one could vaguely hear the dragon and phoenix chiming in harmony. In the meantime, Longhu Mountain, Tianjia Mansion. There are many ancient and simple buildings located here, magnificent and majestic, giving people extremely shocking visual impact. In the largest of these palaces, the tablets of the successive heavenly masters, as well as a stone statue of the heavenly master, were placed respectively. The moment the palace suddenly trembled slightly, and a layer of blinding golden aura surged out from within the palace, irradiating the four directions. This scene quickly alarmed the entire heavenly master's mansion. Swish swish swish. One after another figure wearing Daoist robes sped from afar and arrived outside the palace, standing on either side with a solemn expression. A moment later, an old man stepped out. His beard and hair were white, and his figure was thin, but his whole body was hale and hearty, and his eyes flashed with a wise light. Greetings, senior uncle. The crowd bent and bowed. It was because this old man, the one with the highest seniority in the current heavenly master's mansion, was also the strongest in cultivation nowadays. All rise. The old man waved his hand at the situation and looked at the heavenly master hall that was still emitting visions, a thoughtful look on his face. Soon after, he suddenly thought of a piece of last words left by the previous sect leader before he died. When a vision falls from the sky at Lung Fushan, it is the day when great chaos occurs on earth. At that time, the heavenly master will return to his throne and revitalize the glory of Taoism. Does it mean that? The old man guessed something in his heart, and his face became agitated. Appeared. A new generation of celestial masters has finally emerged. Senior uncle, what exactly happened? Why is there a vision across the heavenly master's hall? Could it be that Ghost King is about to break the seal again? The crowd was puzzled. The old man took a deep breath to calm his inner palpitations and slowly spoke. A vision from the heavens, this means that the new heavenly master chosen by the ancestor has been born. Pass on the order of the old man, the heavenly master will appear in the present world from now on. Also, send someone down to the mountain and make sure to look for the candidate chosen by the ancestor as the heavenly master. The words just fell. Chapter 35 Tianjia Mansion Shaking, Eastern Warlock. Boom! The clear sky exploded like thunder, instantly echoing in the ears of the crowd. Words. Everyone's face changed drastically. The return of the heavenly master and the reappearance of Longhu Mountain in the world was absolutely a great joy for everyone. However, they didn't rejoice for too long. Because The return of the Heavenly Master means that the great calamity predicted by the ancestors is about to come. Thinking about this, the hearts of the people became even heavier. When they're gone, only this old man was left standing at the entrance of the Heavenly Master Hall, quietly looking at the stone statue of the Heavenly Master with anticipation. I hope it's not too late. Soon. The news of the reappearance of the Heavenly Master's mansion spread throughout the entire cultivation world in just a few days. When the story broke, it caused an uproar. No one was expecting it. The Heavenly Master's mansion, which had been sealed for more than 60 years, would actually choose to reappear at this time. One time, all the Daoist forces were alarmed. The Heavenly Master's mansion has announced its presence. Could it be for this session of the Dao Sect Assembly? Ugh! The storm is coming, the great catastrophe is coming. I've heard that the secular world isn't peaceful these days either, with demons ravaging every place. Various murmurs followed. For that matter, Zhang Xian was not aware of it. He had already returned to the Magic City from Jiangzhou City and had been cultivating and consolidating his realm for the past few days. But soon he is disturbed by an unexpected visitor. That night, Zhang Xian was sitting cross-legged in his room, his eyes tightly closed as he was cultivating. Suddenly, a breeze whistled through the window. A dark shadow floated into the house and appeared in front of him. To come here uninvited, Your Excellency is too rude. Zhang Xian opened his eyes and looked at the black shadow, saying coldly. The visitor was a woman wearing a black robe, and her strength was probably around the peak of qi gathering. However, the breath was a bit odd, as if it had been transformed by some kind of power, with a hint of an eerie and secretive aura. The woman in black let out a light laugh and said in broken Chinese, "My name is Miyake Keiko, meet this Daoist friend from the Heavenly Master's house. I've taken the liberty of coming here this time, mainly because I want to discuss a deal with fellow Daoist." With that, she took a wooden box out of her sleeve. This wooden box was rosewood colored all over, with strange patterns carved on it. When it was slowly opened, several things were laid out inside. A bottle of elixir, a valuable jade pendant, and a check written for $100 million. Some time ago, you made a move to destroy a corpse-raising spell formation that our family had carefully laid out for decades. We in the Heavenly Master's mansion have always been well watered, and I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings among them, so these things are considered to be making friends with you. I only hope that you and I will stop interfering with each other next, how about that? The words fell. The wooden box in front of her then flew towards Zhang Xian, landing firmly on the table. On the other hand, the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth, who heard these words, drew out a mocking arc. Corpse-raising spells? It turns out that the zombies at that construction site were actually made by these Eastern Japanese warlocks. Unfortunately, they had not learned the essence of the Dragon Kingdom Daoist method of raising corpses, and could only be described as half-baked. As for these things in front of us, Zhang Xian simply didn't even bother to look at it. When Keiko Miyake saw this scene, her eyebrows frowned slightly. This fellow Daoist, there's an old saying in your Dragon Kingdom that says that those who know what's right are wise. If you take these things, the Miyake family will be rewarded. Otherwise, even if you are a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Miyake family. She stared at Zhang Xian and said indifferently, a threat in her words. Ha! Are you threatening the poor Daoist? End of chapter. Chapter 36, the Buddha statue is upside down and suppresses evil spirits. Chapter 36, the Buddha statue is upside down and suppresses evil spirits. Ha! Are you threatening the poor Daoist? Hear that. Zhang Xian's face was devoid of the slightest expression, and his tone was somewhat icy. Speaking. A trace of a terrifying aura surged out from him. Shasta. The temperature in the entire room plummeted. The air seemed to freeze into frost, making it feel incredibly depressing. Seeing the terrifying aura that Zhang Xian suddenly displayed, Keiko Miyake's pretty face changed slightly, but she maintained her composure and continued, No. It's not a threat, it's an exhortation. Zip, zip, zip. Before she could finish her sentence, a purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and slashed viciously towards her. Seeing this, Miyake Keiko's complexion changed drastically and hurriedly drew back. But as fast as she was always half a beat slow. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying that style god bilocation and gaining 200 points of merit value. The system's voice rang in his ears. It's a diversion? Zhang Xian's gaze flickered slightly as he immediately took out his phone and called Zhou Jihua. Since the other party had already come to his door, why should he be polite? Hey, Director Zhou, it's me. Master Zhang, why did you suddenly think of calling me? The phone had just been connected, and Zhou Jihua's voice full of surprise was heard. Recently, a group of Easterning people came to Mordu, and those zombies from the other day were created by them. The poor Daoist suspects that there is some kind of conspiracy behind them, so I'm specifically warning you about it. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jihua immediately took it seriously. The fact that the Easterning people had appeared in the Magic City and had dared to harbor zombies blatantly had to make him wary. So they were sent out in a hurry to investigate. The other side. Inside a certain villa, Keiko Miyake sat on the couch, her eyes thick with anger and murderous intent. Baka! Toast to the world. She sensed that her style god detachment had been destroyed, which meant that the other party hadn't accepted her offer. Think about it. The anger within Keiko Miyake grew even more. Damn stinking Daoist. How dare you destroy my style split? Just you wait, I will never let you go. She gritted her teeth and growled lowly. One time. The villa is full of killing machines. Soon. A rush of footsteps sounded. Immediately after, only an old man in a samurai uniform and a tall hat walked in quickly. The old man was stooped, with white hair and a cane in his hand. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were shining. The moment. He stood in front of Miyake Keiko, took a deep breath, and said, "Family head, the thing you want has been found." Words. Keiko Miyake snapped her head up, and in her eyes, two airy glints flashed. Where? The Circle Building. A few days later, Zhang Xian was interrupted in his cultivation by the phone call. Master, something's wrong. A few months ago, an upside-down Buddha statue was dug up at a construction site, and the excavator master accidentally shoveled off the head, and strange things have been happening for the past few days. So I wanted to ask you to check it out. Meng Qingshu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. What's wrong with the construction site again? That said, can't it stop for a while? Either we dig up a coffin or a Buddha statue. Don't be in a hurry, tell the poor Daoist what happened. Yes. Subsequently, Meng Qingshu briefly explained the matter. Original. Chapter 36, Buddha's statue inverted, suppressing evil ghosts. 4 months ago, a businessman contracted a piece of land with the intention of establishing a nursing home. But when the ground was being moved, an upside-down Buddha statue was accidentally dug up, and then the excavator master accidentally broke the head of the Buddha. At first that owner didn't take it seriously, but instead moved that Buddha statue back after the nursing home was completed. Whoever thought? The night that statue was first moved back, all of the Buddha's body shattered. And for a while after that, something inexplicable was always happening at the nursing home. The last few days have been more of a succession of deaths. First the elderly in foster care. And then to some young caregivers. Some even claim to have seen a terrifying ghostly figure in the middle of the night. The owner had no choice but to report the case to the SDB and then send the remaining elderly back. Hearing this, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. The Buddha statue was upside down facing downwards, a typical Buddhist practice to suppress evil spirits. Unfortunately, now that the Buddha statue has been destroyed, that suppressed evil spirit will naturally run out to do evil. Those who died were killed by it. What's the address of the nursing home? 72, South Lookout Road. Okay. Poor Daoist will be right there. Having said that, he just hung up, put on his dungarees, and sped off in a sports car. It's a Porsche Panamera he just bought a few days ago to make traveling easier. Not much longer. Zhang Xian then came to number 72 South Wanzhou Road that Meng Qingshu had mentioned. It's a newly built and well-equipped nursing home in a new area, not very far from the center of town. When he first arrived, he saw several figures standing in front of the nursing home. Meng Qingshu was among them. Next to her stood Luya, and a slightly chubby middle-aged man with an anxious face. After seeing Zhang Xian arrive, Meng Qingshu and the others greeted them. Master. Boss Chen, this is the chief advisor of our specialized bureau, Master Zhang Xian Zhang. Master, you must help me. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, the slightly chubby middle-aged man held Zhang Xian's palm with a pleading face. It's been a long time, and he's had a hard time sleeping and eating. Just a few days after the nursing home was built, so many weird things happened. If word got out, the large sum of money he had invested up front would all be lost. Who would dare to put their elderly family members in his nursing home in the future? Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand, signaling him not to be a little restless. Then looked to the nursing home. Only at this moment, the nursing home was shrouded by a shadowy aura, revealing a hint of evil flavor. And inside the nursing home, instead, a faint smell of blood was constantly wafting out. Resentment is in the air. Looks like this hungry ghost has a lot of Daoist skills. Team Meng, you guys don't have to worry, just leave this matter to poor Tao. Zhang Xian let out a faint smile before taking a step into the nursing home. Seeing this, Meng Qingshu also followed him. Get in there. They felt, at once, an extremely damp odor coming over them. Bang! Suddenly, the door slammed shut. There was a harsh sound of chains clashing in the nursing home. Squeaky. Squeaky. Immediately after, an eerie voice came from within. GGG. The voice was as creepy as a ghastly wind crying and howling. Meng Qingshu and the others' faces changed slightly, and they were immediately on guard. And the lights on either side of the corridor flickered on and off, casting an illusory shadow. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth after he scanned the surroundings. He reached out and waved his hand. At once, an exorcism charm appeared. Then it turned into a ball of flames and burned straight toward the front. Hula! The fire was fierce. Ah! A mournful scream rang out at once. End of chapter. Chapter 37, The gun's body engraves talismans, and the bullets are dotted with cinnabar. Chapter 37, The gun's body engraves talismans, and the bullets are dotted with cinnabar. Immediately after, only a dense cloud of black smoke immediately rose up and quickly coalesced into a blurred human figure. Damn Daoist priest, how dare you spoil my good deed? You're looking for death. The black mist coalesced and took shape, unexpectedly revealing a hideous human face. This person's face was extremely ugly, and his body was pitch black, emitting a rich, decaying aura. And, vaguely, you could see the image of rotting muscles, and maggots writhing on it. One moment. Meng Qingshu's few faces changed slightly. They instinctively took a few steps back, only to feel their stomachs turn over and barely spit out their overnight meals. Master, Chen Jianpain said with some trembling when he saw this scene. Zhang Xian waved his hand at his words, signaling that there was no need for him to be afraid. And that evil spirit hissed angrily after taking its original form before pouncing towards Zhang Xian. Only its claws were incomparably sharp, bringing up a lingering air-breaking sound as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Yet before he could get close, a flash of golden light flickered up. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian's fingers flicked out as fast as lightning. Swish! Shasta! The golden light and the black gas collided with each other. Snort! A wisp of green smoke evaporated out at once. Ah! A mournful scream resounded throughout the corridor. The evil spirit twisted its body in pain, trying to break free from the golden glow. Just a shame. No matter how much it struggled, it was never able to escape the golden light curse that Zhang Xian had cast out. Rumble. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost and gaining 350 points of merit value. Master, that evil spirit, has he? Just then, Chen Jianpain looked at the evil ghost that was blasted into pieces by the golden light and asked with a hard swallow. Completely dead. Really? Hearing these words, Chen Jianpain was instantly overjoyed and excitedly said to Zhang Xian. Thank you, Master, for making a move. If you have any orders in the future, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best. Having solved the big problem in his heart, at this moment, he couldn't be happier, and he was about to call Zhang Xian with his payment for this time immediately. And Zhang Xian did not refuse. After leaving the nursing home, he followed the two of them, Meng Qingshu, back to the specialized bureau. He was planning to solve the problem of the top fighting force of the special branch this time, or else when he encountered tricky things in the future, he couldn't always be the one to make the move, could he? Although the strength of an alien was far beyond that of a normal person, after all, it could only deal with low-grade ghosts and monsters. If they encountered a ghost general level, or even a stronger existence, Wang Hai's trio would be a send-off in minutes. Therefore, when Zhou Zhihua heard that Zhang Xian wanted to help the Special Administrative Bureau raise its battle power, he immediately agreed without saying a word. Thus, Zhang Xian then continued to raise the strength of Wang Hai's trio in these few days. A few short days. The three Wang Hai's alien ability levels had already broken through to the B rank, even reaching the middle to late B rank at one point. This terrifying rate of advancement was simply staggering. Not only that. With Zhang Xian's unremitting efforts, the fighting strength within the special branch had already improved. Among them, there is no more noticeable change than in those common firearms. These things may be a great deterrent to ordinary people, but they are simply unbeatable in the eyes of ghosts and monsters. However, after Zhang Xian's modifications, the killing power of these guns was enough to injure the ghosts and monsters. At this point, Chapter 37, the gun bodyguard's talismans, and the bullets are dotted with cinnabar. Zhang Xian's hand held a P229 pistol, the surface of which was engraved with small, densely packed characters. Look carefully. Those words inscribed on it were clearly the complete version of the Golden Light mantra. Even the bullets are dotted with red vermilion around them. The body of the gun is engraved with talismans. Bullet point vermilion. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Zhang Xian carefully scrutinized the pistol in his hand, the talisman on the body of the gun flickering with a shimmering light. Red vermilion dotted around the bullet as if releasing a mysterious power. Combining the East and the West, the law of things must be killed. So true. Meng Qingshu stood on the sidelines, looking at the weapon in Zhang Xian's hand, feeling some disbelief in her heart. Is this gun actually that powerful? She thought back to her previous experience. These ordinary bullets have no effect on ghosts at all. Master Zhang, can this gun really deal with ghosts and monsters? Meng Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Of course. The poor Daoist has added the Daoist Golden Light incantation to it, and any ghosts or monsters that touch it will be seriously injured if they are light, or they will go up in smoke if they are heavy. Even a ghost general level existence would have to hold off for a while. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. At those words, Meng Qingshu was stunned. I didn't realize that this weapon actually possessed such great power. It was important to know that the weakest ghosts at the ghost general level were equivalent to the peak C rank level, or even stronger. Master. Suddenly, Wang Hai hurried into the office. As for why he would address Zhang Xian as master, in his words, since Zhang Xian had instructed them to cultivate, he was their master. Zhang Xian had also emphasized several times, but he just couldn't argue with Wang Hai and the others. What's wrong? Master, those Easterning people you asked us to investigate have some clues now. I found out that they are all from the Zijing Chamber of Commerce, and they came to Magic City from the East 3 years ago and haven't left since. But 2 days ago, they suddenly set their sights on the Ringwood Mansion, intending to fund the acquisition of the building. Wang Hai said in a sharp tone. Oh? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly as he mouthed the name, Purple Bohemia Chamber of Commerce. Right. This Purple Bohemia Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers of commerce in the East, with its subsidiaries all over the world, and its power is extremely vast. And at that point, Meng Qingshu, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something when she heard about the Wanyu Mansion and said in a hurry. Counselor Zhang, I've heard that this Circle Mansion was once a mass grave decades ago, with tens of thousands of Eastern Japanese troops buried underneath. Do you think this group of Easting people come to Mordor for the purpose of this? This is what she was told by the older generation in her family. She doesn't know the exact truth of it. I only know that a few decades ago, a group of troops from the East came to Mordor and burned, looted, and plundered. But then, for some unknown reason, they all died strangely and violently. And then after that, someone bought that land and managed to build a mansion. Any details about the building? Immediately after, Wang Hai handed a file bag to Zhang Xian. Opening it up, it was loaded with all the information about the Circle building, as well as a detailed description of what it was like decades ago. Looking at this information, Zhang Xian could not help but frown. Ding, the system has triggered a temporary mission, please check in with the host. Quest content, Eastern Japan's invasion of the Dragon Kingdom is unrelenting, attempting to seize the suppressed magic sword Hiramaru and overthrow the Dragon Kingdom's Taoist religion. I ask the host to stop this plot in time and to successfully destroy the Eastern magic sword. Mission completion reward, 3 rare level draws, 1 epiphany opportunity. No penalty for failure. P.S. Sorry for the somewhat late update today, as I just got off work. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Triggering an A-level alarm and building a mansion in the Three Furies bit. Chapter 38, Triggering a level A alarm, building on the Three Furies bit. I'll take this mission. Listen to the voice ringing in your ears. Zhang Xian first made a dark comment in his heart before turning his gaze to the information in his hands. Soon, he saw some detailed descriptions of the Eastern forces in this information. The leader of the troop is named Yuzo Sakai, and decades ago, he was ordered to attack Mordor. He possesses a magical sword Hiramaru that has gathered countless grievances. This magic sword was one of the top blades in the East, but it was accidentally lost in a great battle back then. Since then, in order to find the magic sword Hiramaru, the major powers of the East Japan sent many elite to the magic city and searched for information. Unfortunately, it never came to fruition. I didn't realize that after so many years, the Easterlings would come to my door again. Counselor Chang? At this moment, Meng Qingshu saw that Zhang Xian looked like he had fallen into deep thought and hurriedly called out. Oh. I'm sorry, the poor Daoist got sidetracked. Zhang Xian reacted and turned his gaze to Wang Hai. Go on. Yes. Wang Hai nodded. Then, he told Zhang Xian all the information he had poked around using his family's forces in his head. Based on the information he found out, the leader of this group of Easterners was a woman named Keiko Miyake. She studied under Taro Matsuda, the #1 yin and yang master in the East and the head of the Kukiku Ichiban sect. And he is good at raising corpses, refining ghosts, and other arts. He is regarded as one of the most gifted yin-yang masters in the past 300 years in the East. Keiko Miyake? That's a familiar name. Wasn't the woman who showed up at his house the other day named Keiko Miyake? No wonder she had offered money to bribe herself, so she was worried that he would step in and ruin their plans. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted slightly at the thought. Now that the other party's purpose was known, things were much better. Master, what do we do next? Is it better to notify the director immediately and send someone to stop their plan? Wang Hai said with some eagerness. He hadn't fought anyone since his strength broke through to the late B rank. The opportunity was just right for him to practice. And the target was still an Easterner. He felt the belligerent DNA in his bones and was on the verge of suppressing it. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, there was a siren from outside. Immediately after, Luya brought a few staff members and hurriedly ran in. Master. Not good. An energy fluctuation has occurred in the Magic City district, and the results of the probe indicate that the energy is at least at level A. Also, the source of this energy fluctuation seems to be coming from the circle building. Hear that? Wang Hai couldn't sit still at once. They hadn't acted yet, and this group of Easterners made the first move. And all of a sudden, it was a level A alarm, which is comparable to a disaster at the level of a severe ghost. Soon, the commotion here alerted Zhou Jihua. He also rushed over immediately. When Zhou Jihua finished listening to Luya's words, his brows also furrowed. Class A alert? That's a bit of a tough one. Wang Hai, the three of you go and get ready right away. Make sure to settle this matter as soon as possible. Don't alarm the other citizens. Zhou Jihua ordered in a hurry. Yes. Hear that? Wang Hai and the other two companions immediately left to go on their mission. Zhou Jihua, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Xian. Counselor Zhang, look at. He naturally understood what Zhou Jihua meant, so he nodded and said, Don't worry, Director Zhou. When the time comes, the poor Daoist will step in. That's good. In the meantime, Magic City, downtown. A saber-like edifice. Chapter 38 Trigger a level alarm, build a mansion in the Three Furies bit. The building was built 20 to 30 stories high, with an angular shape like a blade, like a giant saber stuck in the city. The topmost floor of the building. Dozens of men in black ninja suits were sitting in a circle with their knees crossed on the floor. Within their eyes, a trace of blood-red eerie lines emanated. And at the front of the crowd, Keiko Miyake was seen standing in front of a mirror with her hands together, chanting an incantation under her breath. Buzz. 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 With the chanting of the spell, it was as if some kind of strange energy fluctuation appeared in the surrounding space, slowly rotating. Gradual. A mist of blood seeped out of the mirror and began to spread towards the entire building. A few moments of work. The whole building, it's like it's turned into a shura. And on the surface of Miyake Keiko's body, a trace of dark red light also surfaced, giving a very demonic feeling. Clank. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. We have guests. You guys treat them well and buy me some time. I've sensed the aura of the demon blade, but it will take a little more time to break the seal. Hey! The rest of the crowd nodded. Immediately after, their entire body was like a dark shadow, diving into the ground. Seeing this, Keiko Miyake stopped caring so much and closed her eyes and started chanting the incantation once again. Ka-chow. Next, the void cracked open a gap, only to see a steady stream of yin chi pouring out of it, and with it, group after group of ghosts in military uniforms. These are the yin souls buried here, perennially under the influence of the demon blade, coupled with extremely heavy grievances before their deaths. Now it has all turned into evil spirits. I don't know what Keiko Miyake said in Eastern English, but these evil spirits immediately roared and rushed out towards the building. One time, the entire interior of the building was filled with a sinister aura. When Zhang Xian and the others arrived, the building was already covered by a dark cloud. The three deadly bits? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the location where the building stood. The three fateful places usually refers to a fateful place that combines robbery fate, calamity fate, and age fate. If you live here all year round, I'm afraid you'll encounter bad luck and even cause all sorts of illnesses and torments. The place itself had gathered an extremely dense fury chi, and when combined with the ferocious chi released by the demon blade, it was simply like a tiger adding wings. A proper sanctuary for ghost smithing. That anyone would choose to build a building here is like an old man eating arsenic and looking for death. Everyone be careful. In addition to a few of them, there were also some ordinary members of the special branch who came this time. Even though they were armed with guns painted with golden light spells, he still had a word of caution, lest they lose their lives by a slip of the tongue. Soon, the crowd followed behind Zhang Xian and walked inside the building. A cold, piercing chill came over him. The entire interior of the building was gray everywhere, and the overhead lights flickered on and off, making it look very eerie. Clank. Suddenly, a crunch came. Immediately after, only a silver bright arc was seen, flickering in midair as it slashed straight towards Zhang Xian. Master, be careful. Luya's face changed. Immediately, he urged a ball of flame and shot towards the smudge of arc. Boom! The blazing flames landed on top of the silver bright arcs, instantly erupting into a violent explosion. When they looked over again, tranquility has been restored up ahead and there is no sign of it. Eastern ninjutsu? Wang Hai frowned lightly. Zhang Xian, however, was calm as he scanned the surroundings before lifting his steps to continue walking forward. And at the moment, inside a narrow, dimly lit corridor, a black-robed man hid on the top surface of the ceiling, surreptitiously surveying Zhang Xian and the others. Next moment, the katana in his hand snapped out. But end of chapter. Chapter 39, The Eastern Evil Ghost Breaks the Seal, and Luya's Strength Surges. Chapter 39, The Eastern Evil Ghost Breaks the Seal, and Luya's Strength Surges. But the body of the knife flashed with a regal chill, as well as a cold killing intent under the dim light. Whoosh! The black-robed man flicked his wrist. The katana in his hand sliced through the air, chopping at Zhang Xian with a blazing whistling sound. Swish! Swish! Knives flew. The air was torn apart wherever the blade passed. Wang Hai was already prepared in his mind after what happened just now, so the first time the black-robed man made a move, he raised his right arm to cross-block. Tinkerbell! Ding ding ding! A fierce sound of exchanging blows came out at once. His right arm was covered with a thick gold element, and he stiffly resisted his opponent's attack. When the black-robed man saw this, his pupils shrunk. Obviously, he also didn't expect that Wang Hai's reaction speed would be so fast. Have to say, Wang Hai's strength had indeed increased quite a bit since he had broken through to the late stage of level B. He perfectly carried the black-robed man's attack. Ha! I didn't expect that, but it's really something. The black-robed man's mouth was aglow with a hideous smile, then he once again wielded the katana in his hand, viciously chopping at Wang Hai. Brush up! The shadows of the knives were continuous, as if it were a torrential rainpair. Each attack carried with it an overpowering killing opportunity. Drink! Wang Hai let out a deep gulp. The muscles of his right arm bulged, condensing even more majestic gold elements as he slammed hard towards the black-robed man. Rumble! The two collided together, erupting in large sparks. The black-robed man was shaken back some distance. Shoo! Immediately after. He was as ghostly as a ghost, his entire body merging with the surrounding darkness and instantly disappearing in place. Wang Hai frowned slightly, his face becoming cloudy as his eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Even the others were full of wariness. This Eastern ninja's concealment was so brilliant that it was almost impossible to trace. Moreover, he was extremely experienced in fighting, with ferocious moves, and every slash could go straight for the vitals. This kind of enemy is the most difficult. Rumble! Suddenly, a sense of vibration passed through the soles of his feet, as if something was breaking the seal. Zhang Xian realized that the yin qi inside the mansion had suddenly become more dense. That eerie feeling grew stronger and stronger. It's unnerving. Moreover, he felt that the temperature of the building seemed to have plummeted several degrees. Wang Hai, take care of yourselves. Zhang Xian turned his head and opened his mouth towards them. Then he rushed straight towards the top floor of the building. With such a dense yin qi and baleful aura, Zhang Xian could not think of any other possibility other than the demonic blade breaking the seal. Shoo shoo shoo. It wasn't long after Zhang Xian left. Only a group of ghostly figures appeared at the end of the corridor. They were dressed in military uniforms, grimacing and stained with blood. In his hands, he carried a variety of katanas, and his eyes were fierce, as if he was choosing to devour someone. GGG. I didn't realize that it's been a while since a human came to die. Kill. Eat them all. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr were like hungry wolves pouncing on food, frantically surging towards Wang Hai and the others, their eyes covered with a scarlet luster. They had been sealed in this mansion for decades and had long been hungry. Smelling a living person at this time of the year immediately became exciting. "Look out, everyone!" Seeing this, the members of the special branch hastily pulled out the pistols placed on their belts. Click! Pull the safety and chamber around, all in one go. Next. They just pulled a trigger. Bang bang bang! A bullet of golden light, as dense as rain, poured out. The bullet struck the illusory body of the Eastern evil ghost, and instantly, like a red-hot iron falling into icy water, rolling smoke rose. Ah! A miserable wail resounded through the corridor. However, all the evil ghosts of the East that were hit by the bullets were immediately dispersed, turning into white mist that dissipated into the sky and the earth. Chapter 39, The Eastern Evil Ghost Breaks the Seal, Luya's strength surges. In just a few short breaths, dozens of Eastern evil ghosts were wiped out. Baka! See this scene. The evil spirit at the head of the group was furious, his fists clenched and his bones crackled. Damn Dragon Nation! Die for me! He roared angrily, and his entire body transformed into a black shadow that shot explosively towards the crowd. Stop him! Wang Hai yelled lowly. The words were not yet spoken. Luya and Li Yunhao immediately struck out. Wow! A blazing flame was manipulated by Luya, transforming into a giant fire snake that ruthlessly slammed into the evil spirit. Boom! The hot fire snake instantly engulfed the other party. Zip, zip, zip. The flames burned brightly, constantly scorching the other party's spiritual body. The evil spirit let out a piercing scream. General Sakai will surely avenge me. Boom! But before he could finish his sentence, he was completely drowned by the blazing fireball. Soon the flames went out. The soul of this evil ghost had long since disappeared cleanly into a cloud of white mist. Hiss! After seeing this scene, Wang Hai immediately drew in a breath of cold air, horrified. Luya's fire-type supernatural ability had become so terrifyingly powerful that it was simply unimaginable. Not only him, but the other members of the Special Intentions Bureau were also wide-eyed. Luya, you. Li Yunhao pointed at Luya at this time, stuttering for half a day without being able to say a word. He knew that Luya's fire ability was very powerful. However, she had never expected that her fire-type supernatural ability had actually reached such a level that she was able to destroy even evil spirits at the Ghost General level. A hint of arrogance surfaced on Luya's pretty face. Humph, you think you two are the only ones progressing fast, this girl's speed isn't slow either, she said, and smoothed her hair in an old-fashioned manner. Wang Hai gulped. However, just the next second, a sharp and ear-piercing voice suddenly came out, shocking everyone's eardrums into raw pain. In the meantime, only to see hundreds of evil ghosts of the East suddenly appearing out of thin air in front of the crowd, surrounding them. Kill them. With a command. Kill. A large group of evil spirits shouted in unison. They raised their katanas and charged towards Wang Hai's crowd. The other side. Top floor of the building. Zhang Xian's figure suddenly appeared here. The lights were dimmed all around. Only a wisp of white mist floated up from time to time on the ground, looking very strange. Day. Crisp footsteps continued to sound. He walked straight towards the direction of the heaviest In Shi, not noticing in the slightest that somewhere behind him, a few figures were hidden. Giggle. Suddenly, a dazzling blade light slashed out. Boom! The golden light shimmered. Instantly tearing through the air, it shattered that blade light, and a loud sound came along with it. Zhang Xian's figure was wrapped in golden light. Behind him, there were several corpses lying. With these little fishes, they deserve to sneak up on me in the dark? Ridiculous. Eastern ninjutsu? Little Doyle. Zhang Xian sneered and continued to take steps forward. Soon. He then came to a corner of the corridor, and not far in front of him, an old man was sitting cross-legged. The old man had white hair and a cane in his hand, and his face was full of wrinkles, as if he had gone through the baptism of the years, and he was extremely old. He was wearing an ancient tunic. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that this was not a robe, but rather an art robe made from a special material. Amp $%. The old man's mouth spoke an Eastern tongue he couldn't understand. But I can tell from his look that he should be warning himself of something. When he saw Zhang Xian's indifference, a look of annoyance appeared on his face, and the walking stick in his hand came slamming down. Boom! End of chapter. Chapter 40. First time meeting a Yin Yang master, one move kills a god. Chapter 40. First time meeting a Yin Yang master, one move kills a god. Boom! The old man held his walking stick and ruthlessly slammed it towards Zhang Xian's location. Wherever the cane passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, erupting in sharp, ear-piercing sounds. A strange power was attached to the walking stick, like a mysterious rune, emitting infinite power. That power carried a monstrous and ferocious might, as if it didn't belong to this world, yet it was able to cause the space around it to distort violently. It even produced ripples visible to the naked eye and gradually spread out in all directions. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Next moment, the golden light spell erupted. Buzz! A radiant golden aura burst out, transforming into a protective shield that wrapped his entire body. Rumble! The two forces collided together, stirring up gusts of wind. The golden aura and the black evil aura intertwine and entwine, attacking each other, canceling each other out, annihilating each other. Ka-ching! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the walking stick in the old man's hand instantly snapped, turning into countless fragments that spilled out onto the ground. And the golden light spell that surrounded Zhang Xian's body approached the old man in a forward motion. Swish, swish, swish. A wisp of golden light was as if it had a consciousness, and in an instant it was about to wrap around the old man's body. But the next moment, the old man violently stretched out a pair of withered palms, erupting with radiant black and white true qi, and surprisingly blocked the golden light curse stiffly. Eastern Yin and Yang? Zhang Xian looked at the power that had erupted from him and said with an expressionless face. Yin Yang masters, one of the most powerful types of magicians in the East. Countless years ago, many emissaries from the East came to the territory of the Great Tang, and they continued to seek learning and practicing various schools of Taoism. But after they returned to the East, they forcefully integrated all the Taoist teachings they had learned from the Great Tang. It even pioneered a whole new profession of warlocks called Yin and Yang. Every Yin Yang master possesses a recluse, a corpse maker, a ghost breeder, a god evoker, and many other terrifying means. But because these tactics go against heavenly harmony, they result in their lifespan being greatly curtailed. So, the number of shades is very scarce. Unexpectedly, he would meet a Yin Yang master here, which was somewhat surprising to Zhang Xian. Ha! Looks like you know quite a bit. And that's when The old man laughed coldly as a pair of deep-set pupils stared at Zhang Xian. The corners of his muddy, dried-up mouth lifted in a bizarre arc, revealing sparse, unimaginable teeth. Boom! Shasta! His entire aura skyrocketed by a large margin, and his thick and strange true chi condensed a pattern behind him. Yin and Yang evocation of the gods. The old man's hands frantically pinched up the spell, and he mouthed the words. In a flash. Only a bizarre silhouette slowly emerged from the pattern behind him. The shadow was pitch black, as if it was a combination of several kinds of animals, shaped like a cow and a horse. Even weirder. That virtual shadow actually had 3 heads, each of which was extremely ugly and hideous looking, as if it were a severe ghost. Roar! As soon as that virtual shadow appeared, it let out a deafening roar. The voice was mournful and soul-stirring. To this, Zhang Xian merely smiled indifferently before slowly raising his palm and spreading out his 5 fingers. Zigzag. One could only see a streak of thunder and lightning, appearing out of nowhere in the center of his palm, constantly intertwining and entwining. A huge might of heaven and earth descended, causing the air to tremble violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. Rumble. Next. Endless amounts of thunder and lightning poured out, sweeping towards the shadow that the old man had summoned. Crackle. Electric snakes raged, emitting a shocking ringing sound, drowning the old man in a sea of thunder. The silhouette let out a hiss of pain. Chapter 40. First time meeting a yin-yang master, one move kills a god. It kept struggling and twisting, trying to get rid of the roiling thunder, but to no avail. Just a breath or 2 of effort. The silhouette was then broken into pieces and dissipated. The old man's face suddenly turned pale as he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, obviously suffering a heavy blow. And that thunder still remained unabated, slashing at the top of his head. Not good. Family master, save me. The old man was immediately scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled towards the depths of the building. He never expected that the strength of this young man in front of him would be so terrifying. Even the summoned heavenly evil-style god was no match for him. Click. No. Mo thunder struck down. When the smoke cleared, all that was left on the ground was a pool of charred residue. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying the heavenly evil-style god split, gaining 805 points of merit value. Snap. Just then. Suddenly, a series of crisp clapping sounds came from a short distance away. Zhang Xian followed the sound. Only the figure of Keiko Miyake could be seen, slowly stepping out of the darkness in the corner. She wore a white dress and her face was covered in heavy makeup, looking like a stunningly beautiful ghost from afar. At this point, Keiko Miyake was also holding a katana. The scimitar was pitch black, and an incomparably terrifying grievance aura permeated around the sheath. It seems to be able to erode the soul and is frightening. Even the surrounding void was disturbed and distorted by this inexplicable demonic aura. The Heavenly Master's thunder technique is truly renowned, no wonder the Heavenly Master's house is known as the Dragon Kingdom's Daoist ancestral court. It is an honor for my daughter to have the pleasure of meeting you today. With a swaying step, Keiko Miyake moved her slender jade feet and walked towards Zhang Xian in a graceful manner. Her lips were red and full, and her knitted brows and smile outlined a flirtatious and flirty posture that made her heart pound. But the smile on her face, at this moment, gave off an eerie feeling, as if it were a poisonous scorpion tail pin. Zhang Xianjun, Keiko has already given you the chance to choose again. Unfortunately, you chose wrong. The moment the words fell, one figure after another also appeared, spreading all around, completely surrounding Zhang Xian. They were all wrapped tightly in black robes, only revealing a pair of eyes that revealed a murderous intent. The strength of these people were all comparable to peak chi gathering. Keiko Miyake looked at him with an icy gaze and said in a phrase in Eastern English, "Kill him. Brush up." The words fell. All the ninjas drew their katanas on their waists in unison and charged towards Zhang Xian. They specialize in assassination and infiltration, moving fast and agile, as silent as a ghost. Ha! Overrate yourself. 2 cold auras shot out from Zhang Xian's eyes. Buzz. Shasta. A surge in vastness of lightning, as if a volcano erupted, surged out from his body, forming a grid that covered the sky and earth towards the group of ninjas. Zip, zip, zip. Just for a moment. A body crashed to the ground with wisps of black smoke still rising from it. The entire corridor, instantly filled with the smell of roasting meat. Zhang Xian stood still, not damaged in the slightest. It was as if nothing had just happened. This. How can that be? Miyake Keiko's pupils shrank as she stared at Zhang Xian with a face full of disbelief. To know. Every one of these ninjas she had trained under her command had been through hundreds of battles and had never missed a beat. But now, it was killed in one move? Next. It's your turn. End of chapter. Chapter 41, The Demon King's Appearance, The Terrifying Demon Blade Hiramaru. Chapter 41, The Demon King's Appearance, The Terrifying Demon Sword Hiramaru. Having said that, only Zhang Xian once again stretched out his right arm. Boom! Another dazzling lightning flashed, transforming into a dense grid that covered towards Keiko Miyake. Miyake Keiko's face changed drastically as she hurriedly urged all the true chi in her body to hold up a shield in front of her. Crackle! Thunder rays fell and struck on top of the shield. The shield collapsed in an instant, exploding into a cloud of ash that floated in midair. But that's just the beginning. Zhang Xian's attacks didn't stop, but instead intensified. Wow! Endless thunder fell, crazily slashing at Keiko Miyake. Although Miyake Keiko was doing her best to dodge, she was still affected by the waves, and her clothes exploded all over her body, revealing a large area of snow-white and delicate skin. But she violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face turning pale. Baka! I'll fight you! Keiko Miyake was completely shaken. Only to see her violently pull out the katana in her hand and slash towards Zhang Xian. It was a pure black-colored katana with complex and hideous lines tattooed on its surface, and the blade was sharp like a scythe, making it intimidating to look at. Phew! Accompanied by a cracking sound, Miyake Keiko's katana swung out, bringing up a biting wind. Her slash was extraordinary, with vague sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, mixed with a strong fury aura, and headed straight for Zhang Xian's head. Swish! The tip of the blade sliced through the void, bringing out a brilliant stream of light that went straight at Zhang Xian. However, just as the katana was about to approach, Zhang Xian suddenly disappeared. Next, behind Keiko Miyake, a magnificent and upright figure appeared out of thin air. She sensed this at once and drew back to defend herself. Bang! There was a loud bang. Zhang Xian raised his leg and delivered a sweeping kick to her waist. In a flash, Keiko Miyake let out a muffled grunt as her figure flew backwards. Ah! A heart-rending scream rang out. All that could be seen was Keiko Miyake slamming into a wall a few dozen meters away, instantly shattering and collapsing. Ahem! Keiko Miyake struggled to get up. At this moment, her mouth was full of blood and her face was as pale as paper, obviously not lightly injured. But soon, Keiko Miyake regrouped and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She took a deep breath as her eyes locked onto the other party. Zhang Xian, you forced me to do this. Having said that, she pulled a few pills out of her pocket and tossed them into her mouth. These pills dissolve in the mouth. In an instant, her aura skyrocketed. At the same time, her skin became incredibly dark, as if she had been coated with some kind of weird paint, with a weird ebony sheen. Ha ha ha! Keiko Miyake laughed up at the sky and let out a piercing hiss, as if a demon god had descended. In the meantime, Zhang Xian frowned slightly as he watched this scene. It was because he felt the aura from the other party, which seemed to have become even more evil and terrifying. Miyake Keiko's strength was not strong in the first place, it was only the early stage of Tongi. But at this moment, her aura had unexpectedly increased by more than several times within a split second. Not only that, the magical sword in her hand, Hiramaru, also began to tremble slightly when it felt that evil aura emanating from her. So much so that it seems to be cheering. Swish! Just then, a figure violently sprang out of the demonic blade. The figure was tall and lanky, wearing a yellow military uniform, and his body was covered in a dense black fog wrapped around it, emitting a suffocating aura of death. With his appearance, it was as if the air around them had frozen, making people feel an unspeakable sense of oppression. This man was none other than the leader of the Eastern Japan forces back then, Yuzo Sakai. Chapter 41, The Demon King's Appearance, Terrifying Demon Blade Hiramaru. This is the Ghost King? The moment Zhang Xian saw this figure, his pupils suddenly contracted. This level of Yin-Chi was clearly already comparable to a Ghost King. Welcome General Yuzo Sakai for breaking the seal. Seeing this, Miyake Keiko immediately knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully towards this figure. And hearing Miyake Keiko's words, Yuzo Sakai, who had been standing still, suddenly looked up. His sight was cold and merciless, like a viper, locking onto Miyake Keiko as he indifferently said. Keiko Miyake? Who is Miyake Amano to you? The voice was low and raspy, as harsh as metal rubbing against metal. General Sakai's gaze made Keiko Miyake feel chills all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly replied, Miyake Amano is my grandfather. Oh? Sakai Yuzo slowly walked up to Miyake Keiko, condescendingly looking down on the other party, and coldly said. Since you're a descendant of the Miyake family, you're barely qualified to be able to use the divine sword. Thank you, General Sakai. And then, Sakai Yuzan looked at Zhang Xian again, his gaze uncharacteristically morose, a dragon countryman? Back then, it was you damnable Dragon Kingdom people who caused this general to commit harakiri and almost dragged the Empire's thousands of sons and daughters down with him. Today, I'm going to settle a clean score with you Dragon Kingdom for new and old grudges. Sakai Yuzo's voice contained monstrous anger. The air around them instantly became gloomy and dark, and even the temperature plummeted several degrees. A monstrous killing intent surged through his body, and his pair of scarlet eyes stared deathly at Zhang Xian as if they were two rubies, glittering. Boom! Next. Yuzo Sakai moved. Only to see him fiercely reaching out and probing, his 5 fingers like hooks, viciously grabbing at Zhang Xian's chest. His speed was extremely fast, instantly rushing to Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xian's gaze was icy cold and fearless as the 5 thunderbolt Junfa instantly erupted. Buzz! Thunder bloomed, dazzling and blinding. What? Sakai Yuzo's face changed drastically, panicked beyond measure, and hastily tried to dodge. But it's already too late. Rumble! Thunder poured down like rain. For a time, the entire corridor was enveloped in a net of thunder, and berserk thunder crazily raged and crackled. Seeing this, Keiko Miyake, who was not far away, immediately gripped the magic sword Harumaru in her hand and wanted to strike. Buzz! The magic sword vibrated, emitting an eerie chirping sound. Immediately after, a huge power was released from the magic sword Harumaru and spread out like a tidal wave. In an instant, it covered the entire range of the building. Miyake Keiko's strength instantly skyrocketed, and the evil and hostile aura on her body once again skyrocketed by a few points, even reaching an unimaginable level. In the meantime, the eastern evil spirits that were originally blocking Wang Hai and the others stopped their attacks when they sensed the fluctuation, revealing horrified expressions. In the next second, they turned in unison and flew towards the top floor of the building. What is going on here? Li Yunhao couldn't help but freeze when he saw this scene. How come these evil spirits suddenly disappeared into thin air? Did something happen? The crowd wondered. But soon, a terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire building. The aura was ferocious. It was as if it came from the 9 hells of purgatory, revealing death and decay, causing everyone's soul to throb. Moreover, this breath contained an extremely evil power. The crowd only felt that they were enveloped by death, and a trace of fear and panic arose in their hearts for no reason. Something's happening up there. Meng Qingshu, take the others and leave the building, then report the situation here to the director. Get him ready. Wang Hai hurriedly stabilized the situation and opened his mouth to command. After all was said and done, he then looked at Luya next to him. Luya, you and I will go up and help. Li Yunhao stays behind to protect them. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Taishang Taixing, Strain Without Stopping. Chapter 42, Taishang Taixing, Strain Without Stopping. Top floor of the building. Boom! Berserk waves of air rolled over, tearing the floor with dense cracks. Under the ravages of this berserk energy, all the surrounding facilities were destroyed and turned into ruins. Smoke and debris flew in all directions. Only Sakai Yuzan was clad in pitch-black armor, his body haunted with an evil aura, just like a demon god returning from hell. His body was incredibly strong and muscular, as if it was made of steel, radiating a palpitatingly terrifying power. His body was entwined with black and red death aura flames, as if he was a demon god, hideous and terrifying. Beside him, Miyake Keiko was holding a magic sword, her face a little pale with blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze vigilant as she looked at Zhang Xian, who was not far away. At this point, Zhang Xian's body exuded dense lightning, like a thunder god, imposing and domineering. He waved his arms. At that instant, the thunderbolts in the sky intertwined into pieces and struck furiously towards Sakai Yuzan. Snort, snort. A thunderbolt poured down like rain, blasting the floor with one big crater after another. On the other hand, Sakai Yuzin was surrounded by cloud after cloud of pitch-black mist, resisting the roiling thunder, and was valiant and invincible. Ah, it's been a while since I've met a decent opponent. Sakai Yuzin's face was filled with excitement, and then his two fists closed, unexpectedly crushing the roiling lightning ons. The yin chi on his body was getting more and more prevalent, as if a round of sun rising in the middle of the dark night, illuminating half of the sky, taking in the hearts of the people. Die! With a roar, Sakai Yuzin's palms shattered the floor tiles, transforming into a cannonball as he instantly rushed towards Zhang Xian. In the face of Sakai Yuzin's ferocious attack, Zhang Xian did not panic in the slightest as he pinched his right hand. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. Exorcise the evil and bind the charm, and the Daoist chi will live on. Urgent. Kill and break the order. Shasta. A blue light surfaced. It condensed into a brilliant sword of light, swift as thunder, and shot towards Sakai Yuzo. Shoo. Boom, boom, boom. The lightsaber whistled like a falling meteor. This was the first style of the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, the killing and breaking order. Regardless of any living being, if they were struck by these light swords, they would definitely be instantly penetrated and their form and spirit would be destroyed. A flash of horror flashed in Yuzo Sakai's eyes. He swung his arms violently, and a pitch-black shadowy wind condensed out of thin air, forming a thick black shield. The lightsaber impacted the shield, sending out a dazzling fire and a deafening roar echoing through the building. Rumble. Snort. Just then, only to see Keiko Miyake holding a magic sword, she suddenly appeared behind Zhang Xian and slashed down violently. The sharp blade cut through the void and headed straight for Zhang Xian's head. Fast and furious. Keiko Miyake knew how powerful Zhang Xian was, so she didn't dare to be slack or sloppy. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Zhang Xian. Also overestimated myself. Just the moment she made her move, Zhang Xian sensed the danger, and the golden light incantation was instantly cast. Dang! The demonic blade slashed on top of the golden light shield behind Zhang Xian's back, erupting into a violent sonic boom. What? Keiko Miyake's beautiful eyes widened. She simply couldn't imagine that in that situation just now, he could still retain his strength. Is that all you've got? Zhang Xian said indifferently and slapped a backhanded palm on Miyake Keiko's chest. Pust. Keiko Miyake spurted blood. The whole person flew out backwards, smashing the wall and hitting the ground heavily. In the meantime, Zhang Xian struck again. Zip, zip, zip. The lightning that danced in the sky gathered into a huge torrent of energy and swept towards Sakai Yuzin. The Ghost King? So what? It's not like the poor Daoist hasn't killed before. Boom. This time, Yuzo Sakai had no way to resist. He was submerged by a raging torrent of thunder and lightning, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not escape his bonds. Chapter 42, Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. No. Baka. Damn you Rokoku people, let go of this general. Sakai Yuzo hissed angrily. The fiendish chi in his body kept scattering out in all directions, attempting to break free from the torrent of lightning in this way. But it all seemed futile. With Zhang Xian's ever-tightening fingers, those surging torrents of lightning crazily squeezed Yuzo Sakai's soul, causing him to feel unprecedented pain. Ah-ha-ha. Sakai Yuzin kept wailing miserably, desperately trying to evade Zhang Xian's restraints. Bang! Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Eastern Ghost King, gaining 17,500 points of merit value. Along with the system beep. Yuzo Sakai was completely out of his mind. His body transformed into a dense dark mist that slowly drifted away. Do it all. Zhang Xian looked at Keiko Miyake again. At this point, when Keiko Miyake saw the scene in front of her, she was scared out of her wits. She couldn't have imagined it. Zhang Xian's strength was so powerful that even Sakai Yuzo was easily decimated by him. Keiko Miyake's pupils contracted violently. She had realized that she was definitely not a match for Zhang Xian. If the fight continued any longer, she would surely die. Therefore, the moment Yuzo Sakai was killed, she grabbed her magic sword, Haramaru, and turned to run. Zhang Xian sneered. Want to go? Buzz. The thunder in the sky instantly gathered and enveloped Keiko Miyake's head, forming a huge thunder pool. Click. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a python, fell violently, striking right on Keiko Miyake's back. Ah! Keiko Miyake let out a piercing scream. Her back was scorched, her whole body conveyed burning pain, and a foul odor filled the air. No! I don't want to die. Spare me! At this moment, she felt the fear of death and immediately fell to her knees and begged for mercy. Spare you? Zhang Xian shook his head and snorted coldly. Swish swish swish. Thunder fell in unison from the sky. Miyake Keiko was instantly engulfed by thunder, letting out a mournful scream, and eventually flew away in ashes. Just then, those evil spirits that had rushed in from the levels below all had anger spread across their faces when they saw this scene. Baka! Damn you! The numerous evil spirits shouted angrily before pouncing towards Zhang Xian. Ha! Just a bunch of mongrels. Zhang Xian let out a cold smile as his body blossomed with thunderous light, as if he were a thunder god descending. Crackle! Thunder rained down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of evil spirits turned into flying ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost, gaining 417 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost, gaining 409 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost, gaining 423 points of merit value. When Wan Hai and Luya arrived, they happened to come across the sight of a sky full of falling thunder. Master so fierce? The two stood frozen in place. Compared to a few days ago, Master seemed to have become even stronger. What are you guys doing up here? Master, I saw all those evil spirits down there running up, so I was going to come up and take a look. Oh. Phew. Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed it, and the demonic blade on the ground instantly appeared in his hand. The moment I just got the magic knife. An incomparably terrifying and eerie aura quickly spread out from within the demonic blade, causing Zhang Xian to narrow his eyes slightly. What a strong and hostile aura. If someone with a weak mind got hold of this magic blade, they would easily be mesmerized by it and be reduced to a tool that only knew how to kill. It really is worthy of being a magic sword. End of chapter. Chapter 43. A number of epiphanies worth 10W of merit value to break the 3 fateful positions. Chapter 43. A number of epiphanies worth 10W of merit value to break the 3 fateful positions. The magic sword, Hiramaru, is forged from countless grievances. Not only does it possess strong aggressiveness and sensitivity, but it also contains an unimaginably ferocious aura. Once it invades the mind of an ordinary person, it causes them to hallucinate and lose themselves. Such a weapon is simply a killing weapon, a divine weapon. Zhang Xian tightened his grip on the demon blade. Who knew that an extremely terrifying and ferocious chi surged into Zhang Xian's body along with the demonic blade? In an instant. It was as if Zhang Xian was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In this moment, it was as if he heard the endless cries of the wronged souls. These are all the souls that died under the demon sword. All sorts of miserable images rushed overwhelmingly into Zhang Xian's mind, nearly tearing his entire being apart. Poof! Zhang Xian let out a cold snort as he operated the meditation mantra. Buzz! A layer of light surfaced outside of his body, hardening and shattering the incoming ferocious aura and dispersing the negative influences. The meditation mantra is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism, possessing the ability to keep one's mind calm and drive away evil spirits. What a demonic blade! Zhang Xian looked at the demonic blade in his hand, and a glint of light flickered in his eyes. Such a strong ferocious aura was rare in his life. I really don't know how many innocent people were killed by the warlocks of the East in order to create this magic sword. Zhang Xian had fire in his heart. If this demonic blade was left in the world again, there was no telling how many people would have to suffer. Think about it. Zhang Xian's right hand gripped the demonic blade tightly before strands of terrifying lightning arcs flooded up around his palm. Buzz! The demonic blade seemed to have sensed Zhang Xian's threat and was actually trembling madly, erupting with a terrifyingly ferocious aura in an attempt to break free from Zhang Xian's palm. But it was obviously futile. Zhang Xian didn't let go at all. Instead, he gripped it tighter and tighter, and the power of heavenly thunder in his body surged up, crazily instilling it into the demon blade. It was constantly dissolving the internal grievances and purifying the filth of this demonic blade. Buzzing! Under the bombardment of this terrifying heavenly thunder power, the magic sword trembled violently, and the bizarre runes on its surface gradually faded away. Ka-ching! Immediately after. Only to see the blade suddenly begin to crack, covered in dense cracks, ready to collapse and shatter at any moment. However, the magic sword was still trembling. Its power hadn't diminished too much. Quite resistant to a beating. A flash of surprise appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes. However, he still didn't intend to stop, but continued to push the power of heavenly thunder. Click, click, click. The cracks on top of the magic sword were increasing. Just for a moment. It was accompanied by a crisp explosion. The magic sword shattered completely, turning into countless tiny shards that fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and obtaining 3 rare class draws and 1 epiphany opportunity. The reward has been issued to the system backpack, the host can check it by himself. And that's when the system's voice also rang out and said. It went without saying that the rare grade draw had been exchanged for 6,000 merit values before, but the results of the draw were very unsatisfactory. He's numb. As for epiphany opportunities, this was slightly interesting to Zhang Xian. Epiphany opportunity, produced by the system. After using it, you can enter a marvelous state, which is twice as effective in cultivation. Note, there is a limit to the number of times this opportunity can be exchanged within the system mall, and each exchange requires a fee of 10W merit value. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the epiphany opportunity would actually be so expensive, a full 100,000 merit values to be exchanged once. That's a lot better than a rare level draw. Looks like the trip wasn't wasted. Chapter 43, Number of Epiphanies worth 10W merit value, breaking the 3 fatalities position. Not only that. He glanced at his merit value and realized that it had reached as much as 18W at this point, an increase of nearly 6W. Master, you. What's wrong with you? That's when Wang Hai looked at him with some slight daze and couldn't help but ask. And Zhang Xian came back to his senses. Where are the others? I just saw all those evil spirits coming this way and was worried about the change of events, so I asked Yun how to leave first with the others. By the way, report the situation here to the director, while Luya and I are coming up to see if we can help masters. Wang Hai hurriedly explained. He had planned to come up and help. Unexpectedly, the moment he came up, he saw all the evil spirits being struck to death by Zhang Xian's lightning method. That kind of might really made him tremble with fear. At the same time, it also strengthened his resolve to follow Zhang Xian. Aha! Zhang Xian responded and said, let's go, things haven't been fully resolved yet. Soon. A few people came to the bathroom. Upon seeing the scene here, Wang Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Only a spatial vortex appeared in front of their eyes, and every now and then, the baleful aura emerged from it. Where exactly this vortex led to, Wang Hai didn't dare to imagine. But there's no doubt about it. It's definitely not a good place to be. Zhang Xian glanced at the vortex and vaguely detected the power of the Tao, and everything instantly became clear in his mind. This must be the place where the magic sword Hiramaru was sealed. This place is the position of the 3 deadly signs, coupled with the resentment carried by the devil's sword itself, as well as the countless Eastern troops who chose to commit harakiri before their deaths. For a while, the fury and the grievances interfered with each other, so this otherworldly space was formed. For so many years, these evil spirits were the ones that were contained in this space. Later on, an enlightened master discovered this and laid a seal on the place. This space, precisely because of the seal suppression, was able to survive for so long. But as the grievances and fury of these evil spirits grew stronger and stronger, it caused the sealing formation to gradually decay. Plus the external influence of Keiko Miyake, so the seal was naturally broken. Master, what the hell is this place? Wang Hai couldn't help but ask. At this moment, here he only felt uncomfortable, as if there was some kind of eerie chill wrapped around his body. It was important to know that he was a B-class alien, and it would be difficult for ordinary Ian and evil things to harm him in the slightest. But now, it still feels extremely uncomfortable. It could be seen how huge the Ian Shi was contained in that space. Zhang Xian frowned slightly and said, this is the 3 deadly spaces. Earlier, those evil spirits from the east were sealed here, but since the seal was broken, the fury overflowed. He explained briefly. Then start working on breaking up the 3 deadly positions here. If we continue to leave this place behind, it will definitely breed severe ghosts in the future and even attract more ghosts. Because the 3 deadly positions were like a treasure trove for ghosts, enabling them to improve by leaps and bounds. What Zhang Xian wanted to do now was to destroy this space and reseal the 3 deadly bits. Swish, swish, swish. One could only see Zhang Xian's hands pinching rapidly before violently slapping into the void. Shasta! An inexplicable aura spread out, covering towards the entire space. Wow! Next moment. Spatial oscillations. A trace of black smoke drifted out. Zip, zip, zip. In the meantime, a lightning arc jumped and flickered like a swimming dragon as it rotated and coiled around Zhang Xian before being continuously purified. Soon, the fury in the space was then dispelled and restored to its original state. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Void Drawing Talisman, Can Drawing Surprisingly Be Synthesized? Chapter 44, Void Drawing Talisman, Can Drawing Surprisingly Be Synthesized? Swish swish swish. Only Zhang Xian saw his fingers curl together and flicked towards the void. A trace of golden light condensed into lines in the void, eventually forming a complex talisman. Drawing charms in the void. In order to do this, one had to have an extremely high level of Dao cultivation, or else they would not be able to withstand the pressure brought about by the void. Because in order to be able to draw talismans in the void, not only did one need to have cultivation to add to it, but one also needed to have an extremely deep insight into talismans. If the talisman was drawn hastily, it would probably cause the void to backfire. Lightly, they are injured and spit out blood, and their lifespan is lost. The heavier ones will just explode and die. Zhang Xian could naturally do this easily now that he had broken through to the peak of Jiedan. And what he had drawn was precisely the Zhang E5 Thunder Talisman, one of the Daoist talismans. Buzz! The positive 1-5 Thunder Talisman was suspended in mid-air, emitting a chirping sound. Immediately after, a piece of fine golden runes, as if they were raindrops, sprinkled down and began to seal the vortex presented by the three deadly spaces. Buzz! One moment. The entire spatial entrance trembled violently, followed by slowly closing and disappearing. Phew! Finally, Zhang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Although it cost a little, the effect was remarkable, unless it was broken by a peak Jiedan cultivator. Otherwise the three deadly bits here would be considered a complete waste. When Wang Hai and the others watched the vortex in front of them disappear, they all stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock. Drawing charms with your bare hands? This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. This legendary means. Master, this is solved? Aha! I'll leave the follow-up work to you to wrap up. Zhang Xian nodded. The words fell. He didn't wait for Wang Hai and the others to react, and his entire body disappeared into thin air. Only a bewildered Wang Hai and Luya were left behind. In the meantime, Terra Nova. Mount Aso, one of the many active volcanoes in eastern Japan. At the top of this active volcano stands a giant building. This is none other than Rako Shrine. And inside the shrine sits a huge stone statue. This stone sculpture looked very scary, even had 8 heads and 8 tails, head like a dragon, eyes as bright red as red acid sauce. There was an evil, shadowy aura about him. If a normal person were to get close to this place, they would feel their heart beating faster, their soul throbbing, and they might even be eroded by it and become crazy. And this stone sculpture is clearly one of the ancient style gods in the mythology of the East, the Yaki Orochi. Suddenly, the body of the stone sculpture began to tremble violently, and the lines on the surface, followed by ripples. Boom! An aura so strong that it was suffocating surged out from it, instantly startling the entire hexagonal shrine. Inside the shrine. Inside the darkened room. A yellow chrysanthemum pattern was carved on the wall and an eerie atmosphere was revealed all around. At this point, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. His skin was wrinkled and as pale as a dry twig. This man is none other than Taro Matsuda. Suddenly, bang! A doll on the tabletop in front of Taro Matsuda suddenly exploded. And the moment that doll shattered, a wisp of black smoke actually filled the air. He snapped his eyes open, revealing 2 balls of brilliant light at once. Chapter 44, Void Drawing Talisman, Can Drawing Surprisingly Synthesize? One could only see that his eyes were deep and dark, vaguely flashing with some strange symbols, making one look at them as if they were plunged into an abyss. Incoming! Taro Matsuda spoke up. His voice sounded incomparably hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing, unpleasant and harsh. As he shouted, the door to the room was pushed open. 2 men in samurai uniforms with chrysanthemum designs painted on their chests walked in and knelt on one knee in front of him. Gate Master! Keiko Miyake is dead. You guys send someone to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate what happened to her, remember? Don't scare the snakes. Taro Matsuda looked at them with a cold gaze, his tone filled with flatness. It was as if it wasn't his disciples who died, but ordinary people. In his opinion, as one of the most powerful Grand Yin-Yang masters in the East, he himself had countless disciples in his sect, and Keiko Miyake was merely one of the more talented among them. Dead is dead. For him, it's nothing at all. Hey! The two warriors bowed their heads in response, then quickly left the room. After they leave, Matsuda Taro's eyes flickered with a hint of green, as if a single ghostly shadow had appeared inside them, making them look very eerie. He glanced at the shattered dolls on the tabletop, and an icy smile curved the corners of his mouth. Waste. You're just like the Miyake family, all a bunch of useless losers. If you can't even handle this small matter, how dare you call yourself the number one person of the young generation of Easterning? You've simply disgraced me. Speaking. His tone was morose, and his eyes even flashed with a hint of coldness, a murderous intent. Originally, he had sent Keiko Miyake to the Dragon Kingdom so that she could search for her decades-lost Shikigami blade, Hiramaru. And yet, I didn't realize that she was such a loser. It was a pity that the plan didn't work out, or else when he got the power of Hiramaru, he would be able to sweep across the entire East and have no more enemies. What a loser. Useless. Matsuda Taro cursed angrily in a low voice before he closed his eyes tightly and began to continue cultivating. Immediately after, one could only see a black mist so thick that it was visible to the naked eye, continuously overflowing from his body, forming a black whirlwind. These whirlwinds gathered more and enveloped the entire room, making it look incredibly dark, weird, and eerie. The other side. After Zhang Xian returned home, he immediately chose to use the rare grade draw count. Host, accumulating 10 draws will allow you to synthesize one epic draw. Do you want to use these 3 draws? When he heard the system's words, he froze. How else can it work? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ding, low-level draws can be synthesized into high-level draws, which is one of the system's regular functions. The bottom line is, host, you didn't ask. Words. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched slightly, Afterward, he didn't bother with the system that much, but instead looked to his attribute panel. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation, Peak Jiedan. Techniques, the 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, full level, the 5 thunderbolts of Zhengfa, to the highest level, the golden light mantra, full level, the meditation mantra, full level, the Daoist mantra of the afterlife, full level, the complete book of Daoist talismans. Magic treasures, celestial master seal of law, growable, lower grade spiritual artifact, celestial master's robe, upper grade magic artifact, 100-year peachwood sword, extreme grade magic artifact, space ring, upper grade magic artifact. Merit value, 188220. Backpack, 50 years of child urine 1, house suppressing talisman 10, evil repelling talisman 7, high grade talisman paper 100, never breakable underwear 20, rare class lottery 3, epiphany opportunity 1. Nice guy. Enough, nearly 19W of merit value, the achievement is another record high. He wasn't going to use it all for the raffle, though, because the results of the raffle were of an unlimited nature. It's not as good as just redeeming it in the system mall. But the system's words just now made him scratch his heart. Sweepstakes are like that thing where the more you draw, the more addictive it becomes. There's so much merit value anyway. How about trying the epic raffle again? System, I want to redeem 7 rare class draws and synthesize 1 epic class draw. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Luck Explodes, Drawing a Feat, Lightning Running Thunder Fist. Chapter 45, Luck Explodes, Drawing a Feat, Lightning Running Thunder Fist. Ding, 7,000 points of merit value deducted, successfully exchanged for 7 rare class draws. Synthesis in progress. Ding, synthesis successful, epic draw in progress. The system's voice kept ringing. Next. A huge virtual carousel popped up in front of him, with a dense list of patterns. Ding, ding, ding. With a slight ringing sound, the needle began to spin rapidly. Under the gaze of his eyes, the pointer slowly came to rest on top of a book-like pattern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the feat, Lightning Running Thunder Fist full level. Lightning Running Thunder Fist, from the realm of Zombie Supreme, it is a mastery created by the Maoshan School's senior brother Shijian. Practiced to the extreme, it can master the momentum of thunder and lightning, and contains infinite power. A look of excitement appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He didn't expect that he would actually draw the lightning running thunder fist directly this time. This is a real masterpiece. Even compared to the Five Thunders orthodox method of the Heavenly Master's house, it was not much inferior at all, and it was completely tailor-made for him. Ha, we've made a fortune this time. Zhang Xian was in a pleasant mood. Not bad for an epic raffle, it's really powerful. He looked at it, and if he exchanged this technique in the system mall, it would require at least 30,000 or so merit values. It was equivalent to saving him 20,000 merit values. Where could he find such a good thing? Next. A stream of inherited memories flooded into his mind. Only a figure emerged and was performing this lightning running thunder fist. Every move and every style was exquisite, as natural as a gazelle hanging from a horn. Especially when it was executed to the extreme, it vaguely carried a thunderous sound, as if thunder shook the world, and its power was appalling. Just an instant. This lightning running thunder fist was then thoroughly practiced and familiarized by Zhang Xian. And his eyes lit up at once, a look of awe in his eyes. What a powerful technique! Look down. Wisps of thunder arcs surfaced on Zhang Xian's palms, crackling chaotically and emitting bursts of thunderous sounds, as if they possessed the power to destroy all things. The lightning running thunder fist had a total of 5 layers. The power of each layer was multiplied. Especially when cultivated to the extreme, one could even invoke heavenly mind punishment for one's own use. Even if he faced an existence at the Yuaning realm, I'm afraid that he would be able to kill him with a single punch. This is just awesome and badass. Yes. It's awesome. Zhang Xian was so excited that he was trembling. A few moments later, he calmed the excitement in his heart and turned his gaze to the number of epiphanies rewarded by the system. And I wonder, what will he gain this time? Thinking about it, Zhang Xian clicked use. Swish. The number of epiphanies disappears. In the meantime, a strange feeling surfaced. It was as if, in the underworld, he and his surroundings had completely merged into one. The air around us changes. The pulse beats of the grass and trees, all clear in the mind, were a bit mesmerizing. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and carefully felt it. Gradually, his consciousness gradually sank into boundless stillness, as if he was completely detached from the bonds of the outside world and entered into a state of transcendence. It is a feeling that is quite magical. As for Zhang Xian himself, it was more like he had entered dreamland, falling into a deep sleep. The moment. It was as if he had transformed into a subtle thunderbolt, traveling through the clouds and roaming the universe. Wherever he passed, thunderons were all over, filling the entire firmament. Rumble. Chapter 45, Luck explodes, drawn feet, lightning running thunder fist. Endless heavenly thunder exploded. The entire universe was illuminated by thunder, as if the end had come. And I don't know how long it took. The tiny thunder gradually dispersed. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and there were faint lightning patterns flowing through his pupils, displaying a unique aura that caused palpitations. He slowly raised his right arm. Shasta. An invisible fluctuation spread out from his right arm, spreading out in all directions. The space around them trembled. Hula. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. So this is the true meaning of thunder. Just now, it was like he had entered another world. Whether it was his eyesight or his sense of touch or his perception, all of them allowed him to reach a new level of mastery over thunder, far better than before. Although his cultivation had not been able to break through to Yuaning, his battle power had increased by several times. It's a long way to go. If he wanted to break through his cultivation to the Yuaning realm in this end of the law era, it would be as difficult as climbing into the sky. You can only rely on the system. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian opened the system mall. The first thing that caught his eye was the densely packed pills, which couldn't help but make him suck in a breath of cold air. 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, a superb elixir refined by the Supreme Lord. Taking one can fly up in the daytime and achieve the position of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Asking price, 100 million merits. 9 Yin and 9 Yang Breaking Dan, one of the special pills provided by the Heavenly Court. After taking it, it can counteract the 5 failures of the celestial beings, and it is the first choice of the Golden Immortals. Asking price, 30 million merits. Purple Gold Thunderbolt Dan, from the Mortal Immortal's Tale. It can increase the chance of crossing the threshold by 50% after taking it. Price, 100,000 merit value. Great cultivation pill. Gathering dozens of elixirs and refining them, it is one of the commonly used cultivation pills for low-level cultivators, which can increase the speed of cultivation by several times. Asking price, 30,000 merit value. Looking at the wide array of pills in front of him, Zhang Xian's eyes went wide. Hiss. Holy. Surprisingly, there's even a 9 revolutions golden dan. The system is too heaven-defying, isn't it? The light in his eyes was like a burning flame that could not be quelled for a long time. The 9 turns golden elixir, that's the legendary immortal elixir that can fly up in the daytime. If he could obtain one, it would mean that he would step onto the path to heaven and achieve the position of a great Luo golden immortal. How could Zhang Xian not be excited? But here's the problem. He looked at the only 100,000 or so merit values he had, and immediately made a bitter face. Gotta. It's better not to think about so many unrealistic ones and simply cultivate honestly. Zhang Xian shook his head. He then looked at one of the pills. The Peiyuan Dan. He had taken the small Peiyuan Dan rewarded by the system before, raising his cultivation by a small realm, and the effect was very good. The Great Peiyuan Dan, on the other hand, is an upgraded version of the small Peiyuan Dan, which is more powerful and more effective. The price wasn't very expensive, 30,000 merit values could be exchanged for a bottle, or 10 pills. One was equivalent to just 3,000 merit values. Zhang Xian did not hesitate to purchase it. Ding, 30,000 merit values deducted, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging a bottle of great cultivation pill. Next. A transparent jade bottle floated in front of his eyes. The jade bottle was crystal clear, like carved crystal, and it held 10 emerald green round pills. The moment you open the cap, a strong fragrance of Dan came to his nose. He poured out one of the pills and tilted his head back to swallow it. Gulp! The elixir entered the stomach and immediately turned into a warm stream that slid down the throat. Rumble! Rolling heat exploded. The pure spiritual energy contained within the elixir madly surged into his meridians and continuously quenched his flesh and bones, causing his pores to be soothed beyond measure. End of chapter. Chapter 46. The effect of the Great Peiyuan Dan, Imperial Capital Specialized Bureau comes. Chapter 46. The effect of the Great Peiyuan Dan, Imperial Capital Specialized Bureau comes. Boom! A huge strand of energy traveled through the limbs and bones before converging in the dantian and transforming into pure true qi. Not only that. Even the spiritual qi in the surrounding heaven and earth were pulled by this force, continuously gathering towards Zhang Xian's location, like a long whale sucking in water, frantically surging into his dantian. In an instant, the blood in his body was like boiling. Crackle! On the surface of Zhang Xian's skin, wisps of lavender lightning arcs rose up and surrounded him. These thunder arcs, like electric snakes, wandered above his skin, giving off a majestic and domineering feeling. A ripple spread across the surface of his body. It was a ripple that seemed to be able to affect everything around it. It's like a storm. And in the center of the storm was his body. Phew! 10 minutes later. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and his eyes blossomed with a refined aura. At this point, Zhang Xian could only feel that the true qi within his body was surging and raging. Especially in the dantian. The Jindan, which was originally only the size of a raw meter, had now become the size of a fingernail cap, with a lavender lightning luster flickering around it. Wisps of electric arcs, lingering around it, carried a frightening aura of destruction. Seeing this, a wave of ecstasy surged through Zhang Xian's heart, and he couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. The effect of the Great Peiyuan Dan is just great. Just one of these is equivalent to several months of my hard training, or even stronger. The key thing is that this stuff has no side effects at all, it's a panacea. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Xian's face. It hadn't been long since his cultivation had broken through the peak of Jiadan. If he were to follow the normal pace, he would need at least 3 or 4 months of seclusion to stabilize his realm. But now, just a single elixir had completely consolidated his cultivation, which naturally made Zhang Xian feel ecstatic. But that's not enough. As soon as he thought of the existence that he had encountered in the Ghost King's cave earlier, hidden behind the gate of the underworld, a sense of crisis immediately surfaced in his heart. This world, there were probably many more secrets he didn't know. For example, why is the planet Earth undergoing a bizarre resurgence? And for what reason did the underworld, strangely, disappear into thin air? These things are mysteries. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian wanted to raise his cultivation level more and more. Only by being strong enough could he guarantee his survival in this bizarre and chaotic world. Thinking about it, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and once again poured out an elixir from the bottle and swallowed it. Rumble! In an instant, endless pounds of majestic energy poured into all parts of his body. And a few days after that, Zhang Xian had been in closed-door cultivation. The other side. Inside the SDB. Ever since Zhang Xian had added the golden light spell to his firearms, the Mordor Special Bureau had attempted to pick up a paranormal incident. I didn't expect it to work surprisingly well. The bullets hit the bodies of the ghosts and actually managed to cause great damage to them, easily eliminating the ghosts. It made them overjoyed. After all, they definitely couldn't do it before. So then, Zhou Zhihua had the entire Special Weapons Bureau mobilized and began to exterminate all the paranormal events that had occurred within the Magic City. If they encountered a B rank or higher mission, they would leave it to Wan Hai and the others. A few short days. Most of the paranormal incidents in Mordor were solved, leaving only a few particularly tricky tasks. All of these quests were at least B ranked, if not above. And on this afternoon, there are a few people coming from the imperial capital. At the head was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a tang suit, with a goatee and a haughty demeanor that exuded the nobility and sternness of a superior. Director Li. Seeing this person, Zhou Zhihua immediately greeted him, his face piled with smiles, his tone respectful. "Why are you here personally? Please sit down." The identity of this middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. Chapter 46: The Effect of the Great Peiyuan Dan, the Imperial Capital's Specialized Bureau comes. He was the deputy director of the Imperial Specialized Bureau, Li Hongtai. Even though he was only a deputy, he was still half a grade higher than Zhou Zhihua, who was a regular post. What's more, the other party was a high-ranking figure at the headquarters of the special branch, with enormous power. Aha! Li Hongtai nodded condescendingly and then casually sat down in a seat. See this. Wan Hai, who was on the side, frowned slightly. Because this seat he was sitting in was Chihuahua Zhou's. Director Zhou, I've heard that the amount of tasks accomplished by the Magic City's Specialized Bureau during this period of time has been very good. Headquarters has sent me here to praise the Mordor Extraordinary Bureau, and I hope that you will continue to work hard. Li Hongtai's words were calm, but they reeked of command. This was a very unpleasant thing to hear for the people in the room. Especially Wan Hai and the others. But they were in the way of the other party and didn't dare to express it. Where, this is all within our portion. Zhou Zhihua said repeatedly. Right. I've come this time for another thing. Since the spirit mission in the Magic City is almost solved, so the headquarters' intention is to transfer a few people to assist the Imperial City. This statement was made. An ominous feeling rose in Zhou Zhihua's heart. He knew nothing good would come from headquarters sending someone at this hour. Who is headquarters planning to transfer? Zhang Xian, Wang Hai, Li Yinhao, Luya. Li Hongtai slowly spoke the names of several people. No way. At that, he rejected it outright without thinking. With your words, you want to transfer all the top fighters of my Mordor Special Weapons Bureau? You're kidding me. When the branch was first set up, the Imperial Capital side hadn't divided many people over, not even a single alien. Wang Hai several people, or his own painstakingly invited. Want to pick a peach now? Dreaming. I'm terribly sorry. The Mordor Special Bureau is also short-staffed right now, and may not be able to spare any manpower. Zhou Zhihua refused in a cold voice. Director Zhou. This is an order from headquarters, are you sure you want to refuse? Li Hongtai's eyes narrowed slightly and his voice suddenly sank. Shasta. The temperature in the entire conference room dropped steeply, as if falling into an ice cellar. As the deputy director of the headquarters of the Special Weapons Bureau, he was naturally an awakened psychic, and his attribute was still the rare ice system. At this moment, his eyes were dead set on Zhou Zhihua, giving off an extremely depressing feeling. It was as if in the next second, he would explode with amazing might. Sorry. I still say the same thing as just now, the Magic City Specialized Bureau doesn't have enough manpower, so it can't spare any personnel. Zhou Zhihua did not flinch. As far as he knew, the number of Ultrons on the Imperial Capital side was several times that of the Magic Capital side. There were even quite a few powerful people from the Daoist sects. They weren't satisfied with just that, and they even wanted to transfer Zhang Xian and the others? Do you really think that I, the Mordovia Specialized Bureau, am a soft touch? You want to pinch? You're not awake, are you? Humph. A low hum came out of Li Hongtai's nasal cavity, and then he said indifferently, Director Zhou, everything is about the big event. This time, the extraction of manpower is a matter of great importance, it concerns the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm sure that with the strength of the Imperial Capital headquarters, it will be able to cope with whatever difficulties it encounters. After Zhou Zhihua finished speaking, and then suddenly thought of the other party's identity, to avoid making too much of a mess, so he hastened to add. If there's really no other way, at that time, the Mordor Specialized Bureau will definitely provide support. You. Zhou Zhihua didn't give him a chance to speak, and hurriedly turned his gaze to the several people standing stupidly next to him. Wang Hai, what are you waiting for? Can't you see that Director Li has just arrived? Hurry up and contact the hotel to receive the dust for several liters. Oh who? Yes, Chief. End of chapter. Chapter 47 Zhang Xian, no time. B-level bounty quest. Chapter 47 Zhang Xian, no time. B+ level bounty quest. After leaving the special branch, Li Hongtai's face instantly turned ironic. How could he have never imagined that he, as the deputy director of the special branch headquarters, would not be able to draw a few people? If this was spread back to the imperial capital, where would he put his face? Chief, what should we do now? At that moment, a youth behind him spoke up. What else? Li Hongtai took a deep breath and held back his anger. Go. Find a chance to talk to a few of them. As long as they are willing to go to the imperial capital, I don't believe Zhou Zhihua won't be willing to release them. In his opinion. Anyway, there weren't many high-level quests right now, so naturally there wasn't a need for so many exalts. Why don't we just dig them all up and go to the imperial capital? After all, the imperial capital was the most crucial place in the Dragon Kingdom, and it guarded the most crucial thing. That's chirography. Shiluk was a great temptation for any ghost or monster. If they could cultivate with its help, their strength would definitely soar. That was why Li Hongtai had planned to gather all the exalted in the imperial capital as a way to ensure safety. But just 2 days ago, he inadvertently learns that the Dragon Kingdom's most menacing forbidden area, the Ghost King's cave, has been solved by a young man, so he sends his men to investigate and find out what's going on. The identity of the other party was quickly ascertained. Magic City Special Weapons Bureau, Chief Psychic Counselor, Zhang Xian. A young man of 20 years of age. Yet it possesses extraordinary and terrifying strength. That's why Li Hongtai moved to draw the other party to the imperial headquarters. He just didn't expect that Zhou Zhihua wouldn't give him this face at all. It irritated him a bit. Thinking of this, Li Hongtai took out his cell phone and dialed a number. As a high-ranking official figure, he was naturally able to investigate Zhang Xian's phone number with ease. Dang. Hello? Which one? 10 seconds later. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it Mr. Zhang Xian? Li Hongtai asked indifferently. I'm Zhang Xian, who are you? Hello, I'm the Deputy Director of the Imperial Specialization Bureau, Li Hongtai, and I'd like to invite you to join the Imperial Specialization Bureau. Sorry, I'm not available. With that, the phone simply hung up. Asshole. Hearing the beeping blind tone coming from his ear, Li Hongtai was instantly furious. When has he ever been so angry? How dare a brat, who hasn't even shown his face, refuse him? It is simply outrageous. At that moment, he immediately instructed the young man beside him, immediately contact the Imperial Capital headquarters and ask them to issue a drawback document. I don't believe it. How dare these people of theirs disobey orders? Li Hongtai snorted coldly. Understood. The youth nodded, then immediately moved. The other side. Zhang Xian didn't pay too much attention after hanging up the phone, but instead returned his gaze to the Psychic Bounty Forum. In the last few days, he had been in closed-door cultivation, and the original bottle of Great Peiyuan Dan that he had redeemed had already been used up, and the second bottle was almost at the bottom. Faced with a bottle of 30,000 merit value elixir, even if he possessed more than 100,000 it wouldn't be enough. Still need to find a way to brush up on my copies and bring up my merit value before I can do that. Otherwise, these merit values alone would simply not be enough for him. But he glanced at the Psychic Bounty Forum and frowned slightly. Most of the bounty quests over here had been taken care of by the special branch, and now there were only about 10 B-rank quests left. But these tasks were all too simple in his opinion, nothing more than some ghosts haunting at the level of ghost generals. Even if they were eliminated, they would only end up with a few thousand merit points. Chapter 47 Zhang Xian, No Time. B-level bounty quest. What Zhang Xian wanted to find was a higher-level ghost that could provide him with a large amount of merit value. As far as money is concerned, it doesn't matter anymore. Soon, he locked onto one of the quests with a rank of B+. The Happy Mile neighborhood is haunted. More than a dozen people have been killed, and no living person has ever come out after going in. The Special Weapons Bureau has blocked off the neighborhood. Going in and not being able to come out? Is it a ghostly encounter? Or is there a haunted area in this neighborhood? Regardless, Zhang Xian clicked to accept the quest with slight excitement. The next second, a text message was sent. Open it. It turned out to be the neighborhood's full address, along with a contact form. Zhang Xian dialed the number, and a sweet female voice soon came from the opposite side. After some communication and agreeing to meet up at the entrance of the neighborhood at 8 o'clock tonight, Zhang Xian then hung up the phone. Immediately after, he browsed through the Psychic Bounty forum again and exited when he realized that there were no more suitable quests. Soon, the time came to 7:30. Zhang Xian put on his Daoist robe and drove his sports car towards the Happiness Lane neighborhood. When the pedestrians on the side of the road saw the scene, they couldn't help but whisper about it. Holy! These days, a Taoist priest can drive a sports car, huh? Less fuss, haven't you read those news reported on the internet? The abbot of a certain temple even drives a Ferrari. Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, look it up on the internet. For their arguments, Zhang Xian ignored it and quickly arrived at his destination. Happy Lane neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood, one of those old buildings that had been built over 10 years ago, and therefore looked rather run down. And at the entrance of the neighborhood, there was a silver and white Mercedes-Benz parked with a few figures standing next to it. At the head of the group, it was clearly a 23 or 24-year-old, tall beauty wearing a professional suit. When she saw Zhang Xian, who had gotten out of the car, her face was filled with doubt, so she asked tentatively, "Are you Master Zhang?" "It's me." "Hello Master Zhang, my name is Chen Yue, I'm the property director of the Happy Lane neighborhood." Chen Yue hurriedly walked over and reached out to shake Zhang Xian's hand. "Aha!" Zhang Xian smiled and nodded before looking at the few people beside her. They all sized up Zhang Xian with a scrutinizing gaze while whispering. "He's the same guru who claimed to be able to solve the neighborhood's problems, but why do I think he's a fraud?" "I think so. He looks like he's even younger than Director Chun, can he solve this? But don't let there be another human life? Say it ain't so." The whispers of the crowd were small, but they were the only ones here, so they naturally heard them clearly. Seeing the situation, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Chen Yue's face. She had originally thought that Zhang Xian's age would be 40 to 50 years old at any rate, but she had never expected that he would be so young. Ahem. Master Zhang is the chief advisor of the Magic City's Special Weirdness Bureau, and has come here specifically to help us solve the paranormal incidents in the neighborhood. All of you show some respect to Master Zhang. Chen Yue suddenly remembered that she had read about Zhang Xian on the psychic forum and explained. Fruity. When they heard the words chief counselor of the specialized bureau, they fell silent. Now they were finally convinced that Zhang Xian had real skills. After all, not just anyone could become the chief advisor of the Special Weapons Bureau. "Master Zhang, sorry. I also ask the master to forgive us for our questioning and belittling just now. It's my fault." A group of people bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. No harm done. P.S. The review finally went through. This is to make up for the first chapter update from the day before yesterday. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Ghost Domain Shrouded, no survivors in the neighborhood. Chapter 48, Ghost Domain Shrouded, no survivors in the neighborhood. Right, give us the specifics. Here's the thing. Subsequently, Chen Yue took a deep breath and told Zhang Xian the whole story, one by one. Original. Half a month ago, a female homeowner in her 20s in the neighborhood was withdrawn from her fiancé's doorstep before she was engaged. A momentary thought. So he jumped from the 10th floor and eventually died. A few days in the back. The other owners felt nothing out of the ordinary, although they felt a twinge of fear in their hearts about it. But on the night of the 7th day of the first month, something weird still happened. Several homeowners have claimed to have seen the deceased figure with their own eyes just about everywhere in the neighborhood. Cloaked and horrible looking. And that's just the beginning. The following days. Every night, one after another, people had accidents. Either he died in his home in a bizarre way, or he inexplicably jumped off a building and died in the exact same way as that man. This incident caused a great panic and all the owners all moved out at the first opportunity. Some have even chosen to call the police. Even the property has invited a number of masters or goddesses, and without exception, all of these people have died. In just half a month's time, the bottom fell out of the Happy Lane neighborhood. There was nothing Cheng Yue could do about it. She can only pin her hopes on psychic forums and seek help from competent masters to deal with the situation. Zhang Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this. He looked up at the Happiness Lane neighborhood in front of him and slowly shook his head. The grievances here are extremely heavy. I'm afraid that they've already formed a stern ghost, and it's not just any stern ghost. If we don't get rid of it in time, sooner or later it will become an evil disaster and jeopardize social peace. Guru. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Chen Yue immediately revealed an anxious expression. I know that you are a high-ranking person, but things are too weird here. What should we do? Simple. Just exterminate the night ghost. Zhang Xian said indifferently. Extinguished. Extinguished? The crowd froze at the words. They know that too, but what exactly does it take? That's the conundrum. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian continued, by the way, was the deceased wearing a red coat before she was born? With such heavy grievances, I'm afraid it's more than just an ordinary stern ghost. Yeah. Chen Yue nodded. The deceased was indeed wearing a red wedding dress before she jumped. That's right. Zhang Xian smiled indifferently. Ancient texts say that anyone who dies wearing red, if his or her own grievances are too heavy, then after death he or she will surely form a stern ghost and disturb the order of the earth. The so-called lich ghosts are ferocious spirits gathered from grievances. Master Zhang, then can you fix it? One of them inquired tentatively. Because all those gurus they had hired before had said similar things. Each one of them patted themselves on the back and swore that they would be able to fix it. But what happened? A few shots down, those so-called masters, one by one, all died under the hands of the stern ghosts. Naturally. 9 out of 10 Taoist priests are unreliable. And poor Tao is precisely that last one. With poor Tao around, you don't even need to be afraid. Zhang Xian said confidently. A mere red-clothed stern ghost was nothing at all. If he couldn't even solve this, then wouldn't his life's cultivation be in vain? Chen Yue and the others were relieved when they heard this. Go! The words fell. He then took a step towards the inside of the neighborhood. But just as he turned around, he stopped suddenly, raising an eyebrow. Why don't you guys leave? This. Master Zhang, why don't we wait for you outside? As he spoke, a flash of embarrassment appeared on the faces of the crowd. No way. Chapter 48 Ghost Domain Shrouded, no survivors in the neighborhood. No one who has gone in has ever come out alive, so they're scared themselves. He was afraid that Zhang Xian, like those masters before him, would not be able to solve the malicious ghosts and would be killed in them instead. After all, they're just a bunch of ordinary people. When you meet this kind of evil spirits, there is no halfway to cope with it, then you definitely have to hide far away from it so as not to be implicated. Zhang Xian naturally saw through this group of people's minds and did not say anything, only secretly shaking his head. Strike that, too. Since they weren't willing to trust themselves, he'd have to go in alone. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian didn't bother to say anything else and walked straight towards the neighborhood. Only the moment he stepped into the doorway, a strong ghastly wind hit him, blowing his Taoist robes hunting. The air around them seemed to become cold and bone-chilling. Zhang Xian's gaze narrowed slightly. He clearly detected that the neighborhood was filled with a very strong yin qi. Especially when he stepped in. Even more so, he felt a powerful aura of resentment. Resentment. This was definitely an extremely powerful stern ghost with a very heavy grudge, otherwise it would be impossible to produce such a heavy grievances. But it met Zhang Xian. This is destined to end only in tragedy. Outside the neighborhood. When Chen Yue watched Zhang Xian walk in, she instantly clenched her teeth and followed behind as well. When the rest of them saw this, they just wanted to open their mouths to dissuade them, but it was already too late. Ugh! Director Chen, this is. The crowd sighed helplessly. At the same time, they didn't dare to act rashly, and could only stand on the spot quietly waiting for the result. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Why had she followed her in? Master Zhang, let me join you. Chen Yue felt the eerie chill around her and said with a trembling voice. Good thing too. Zhang Xian nodded. The two walked side by side, deeper into the neighborhood. The further inside they went, the thicker the yin qi around them became, to the point where it felt like one could hardly breathe. And over time, Zhang Xian could clearly feel that the grievances in the neighborhood were also getting thicker and thicker, as if they were about to condense into liquid, so viscous that it was difficult to breathe. GGG. Suddenly, a strange laugh came out from the dimly lit corner, causing Chen Yue to shiver. And immediately following that, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. He had sensed that a hanged man was lurking in the darkness. Although it was well concealed, almost blending in with the surrounding darkness, in Zhang Xian's eyes, it was like a bright light in the night. Extraordinarily bright. Master Zhang, Chen Yue shouted in a low voice. No need to be afraid. Zhang Xian smiled faintly, it's just a hanging ghost in the district. GGG. Several more sharp, piercing, strange cries emerged from all directions. Immediately, several long tongues protruded out from the walls and grass, violently curling towards Zhang Xian. These things are fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Humph. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. An exorcism talisman appeared in his hand and raised his hand. Snort! The talisman paper turned into a piece of fire and shot out, scorching those tongues instantly. And while the flames disappeared, Zhang Xian then sensed a dense cloud of yin qi rising from all directions. These yin qi came together and gradually took on human form. Heck, it was a hanged man with matted hair and a bloody body. PS 739, 056, 524. This chapter is to make up the rest of the update from the day before yesterday. End of chapter. Chapter 49 Red Knight Ghost appears. Chapter 49 Red Knight Ghost appears. Isn't this the owner of Building 4, Unit 2, the one who hanged himself? The moment. Chen Yue instantly recognized the identity of the hanging ghost. She never expected that the other party would turn into a severe ghost as well. Zhang Xian didn't realize her reaction, or else he would have definitely laughed. It's not a harsh ghost. It's just an ordinary hanged ghost, comparable to a mid to late stage ghost soldier. GGG. The hanged ghost let out a miserable laugh, his hideous eyes glowing with a gleam of green. And after it lunged out. Sharp nails clawed viciously at Zhang Xian's throat. If this were to cut through the flesh, I'm afraid the entire neck would break. But it kicked the can down the road. Only a peachwood sword appeared in Zhang Xian's hand, with a yin and yang bagua pattern carved into the hilt. This was the 100-year-old peachwood sword that the system had rewarded earlier. It is mainly made of lightning-struck wood and specializes in restraining all evil spirits in the world. He had gotten this mahogany sword for so long, and it was the first time he had used it. Therefore, also want to try the power actually. Swish! A sword chopped out, bringing up a gust of harsh breeze. Zip, zip, zip. The mahogany sword chopped at the hanging ghost with precision, and it was like a hot iron touching water, emitting a stream of blue smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one hanged ghost, gaining 273 points of merit value. Hearing the beeping sound resounding in his head, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Another 200 or so merit values were credited. It's not much, but there are a lot of ghosts in this neighborhood. At this time, Chen Yue also looked at him with a face full of surprise. My goodness! He took care of a hanged man so easily? That's amazing. You know, she had seen the masters she had hired before, either having to set up stalls to practice or busy themselves with other things. Even in the end, it was still a slap in the face by the night ghost. But this one right here is different. With just a peachwood sword, you got rid of that hanging ghost? This struck her as very shocking, and at the same time, she was secretly glad in her heart. It's finally saved. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Zhang Xian twisted his head to look at the frozen Chen Yue. What was this woman doing? What's wrong with you? Oh. Good, good. Chen Yue woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. Soon. They then walked down to the other building. Zhang Xian detected the extremely heavy grievances in this place, and it didn't take him a moment to spot the figure standing under the streetlight. It was a middle-aged man, drenched in blood, half of his head shattered open, and red and white liquid could be vaguely seen flowing out, which was very horrifying. He also noticed the presence of the two at this moment and immediately turned his head, revealing a fierce expression as if he was choosing someone to eat. Ah! Seeing this scene, Chen Yue couldn't help but scream and back away in fear. Zhang Xian, however, remained calm and composed as he gazed at the man. Since you're already dead, why do you still linger here and brutalize ordinary people? You're bull-ting me. I'm not dead, who told you I was? I want my son. The man growled angrily, seemingly reluctant to accept this fact. As he spoke, he waved his teeth and claws up at Zhang Xian and the two of them, just as if he had gone mad. It was this action of his that caused Chen Yue to become even more fearful, and she couldn't help but shrink behind Zhang Xian. Ugh! Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed, dead is dead. But you're still harming people after you die, so I can't keep you. After saying that, he raised the peachwood sword in his hand. You want to lie to me? I'm gonna eat you. The middle-aged man was incomparably furious, and with a hideous expression on his face, he opened his mouth and bit towards Zhang Xian. Only, before he could even get close to Zhang Xian, the peachwood sword slashed at him. Chapter 49 The Red Knight Ghost Appears. A sharp pain hit him. Ah! The middle-aged man continued to wail as thick white smoke emerged from his body, eventually turning into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one grieving ghost and gaining 300 points of merit value. The system's voice came again. Not bothering to pay attention to it, he headed in another direction. There, an aura of gloom was pervading. And so it was. The next couple hours. Zhang Xian led Chen Yue and wandered around the neighborhood. Jia jia jia. There's another live one coming in. Jia your ass. Look at the sword. This little old man, do you want to stay with your auntie? Off. Snort. Ding, congratulations to the host. Young man, have you seen my head? My head is gone. Yes. Would you look at what I'm holding in my hand and see if it's your head? The system's beeps were incessant, and the merit value was growing by leaps and bounds. One night. All the ghosts and monsters they encountered were all easily solved by Zhang Xian, using his peachwood sword. Sure. These ghosts and monsters, not any high-grade goods, were all only ordinary grudge ghosts. Only, every time you killed them, you would gain 200 to 300 points of merit value. Accumulated over a dozen times at random, it was also sufficiently more than 3,000 merit values. Zhang Xian was happy to do so, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. Only, this kind of behavior was no different from the devil in the eyes of these spiteful ghosts. Even Chen Yue, who was on the sidelines, was watching with trepidation. But gradually, she was numb to that, too. Only one thought came to mind, he's so good. It's almost superhuman that one person can kill so many ghosts and monsters so easily. In the meantime, somewhere in the neighborhood, a red figure snapped open its eyes, its pitch-black pupils glowing with a scarlet light, appearing particularly bizarre. Jia jia. Someone came in again? I'm so hungry. But how come so many grudging souls are missing? Could it be that I'm looking at it wrong? Or is something going on out there? The words just fell. The figure then disappeared into thin air. Snort! Zhang Xian slashed out with a peachwood sword, slicing the spiteful ghost that lunged at him into two pieces. Ah! The screams rang out suddenly, followed by rapid annihilation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one grieving ghost, gaining 315 points of merit value. Hoo. Yet just then, a strong, cloudy wind suddenly blew around them. A mournful roar rang out, as if there were countless unjust souls haunting him. Zhang Xian frowned slightly and looked up. Only a red figure was seen, suddenly floating in the air not far away. It was a woman in a red wedding dress, her cheeks frighteningly pale and... However, her skin took on a bizarre greenish-purple color, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. Her eyes, however, were filled with endless bloodlust and violence, and especially when she looked at Zhang Xian, they flickered with gusts of coldness. The bottom line is this. Her feet were about a meter off the ground, as if she were floating in mid-air, her body floating stiffly and suspiciously. Jia. How dare you? How dare you kill so many of my resentful souls, you must pay the price. The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, as if it were a knife cut, hearing people's goosebumps all over the body. And her voice was thick with resentment. I'm going to tear you to pieces. End of chapter. Chapter 50. There is not a single good thing about men in the world, you all deserve to die. Chapter 50. There is not a single good thing about men in the world, you all deserve to die. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Speaking. She violently stretched out her withered and thin 5 fingers and grabbed towards Zhang Xian. This arm was dry and withered, but it contained tremendous power, clamping down as if it were an iron vice. It even pinched the air, making a crackling sound. Sinner! How dare you! Zhang Xian snorted coldly as the peachwood sword in his hand cut through the night sky and met the woman's palm. Boom! With a dull thud. The woman's palm was chopped by the mahogany sword, and a gust of white smoke was emitted. Ah! The red stern ghost shrieked miserably and hastily retracted its arm, its gaze staring resentfully at Zhang Xian. Damn stinking Daoist, how dare you hurt me, I'll take your life! Said. An intense red light violently erupted from the female ghost's body, and a ferocious aura swept around like a hurricane. At this moment, she was like a true evil spirit descending, causing one's body to tremble and one's heart to jump. Not only that. Under the shroud of this ferocious aura, the leaves of the trees and weeds in the area all withered in this instant, turning into decayed and dead leaves, rustling down on the ground. Jie Jie. Die. She let out a wild laugh. The entire figure violently rushed into mid-air, both claws poking out in unison, carrying a cold, ghostly light. If one was caught by this pair of sharp claws, even if one was made of steel, I'm afraid that they would be easily torn apart. It was only a pity that she had run into Zhang Xian. Seek death. Zhang Xian's eyes were icy cold as he waved the peachwood sword in his hand. Phew! A lingering sword light shot out from the mahogany sword and ruthlessly chopped on top of the pair of sharp claws. Zip! Fire flew, and ear-piercingly sharp friction sounds resounded through the sky. The female ghost screamed miserably and was decapitated and flew out, landing heavily on the ground and spitting blood out of her mouth non-stop. She was already traumatized. Ah! Why are you all doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Ryukinan, why? The red-clothed night ghost whistled in madness and fury, as if he were insane. An extremely terrifying resentment emanated from her body in a steady stream, affecting the surroundings. All the lights in the neighborhood began to go on and off. Zhang Xian frowned slightly when he saw this. Is this starting to babble? And at that point, next to her, Chen Yue suddenly thought of something and spoke, Master Zhang, I heard. Ahem. It seems like her fiancé is named Lu Jiannan. It seems to have happened a few days before the engagement when he went to a bachelor bash party with his girlfriends, whereupon he was dropped by his fiancé the next day. Words. Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on, and a glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. No wonder on her, there was such a heavy aura of resentment. Turns out that's why he killed himself. At this time, the female ghost seemed to have heard what Chen Yue said as well. Suddenly raising his scarlet eyes to hers, he said with a scowl, I did not. I haven't done anything to wrong him, it's all Chamban's fault, I was just drunk. Hear that? Zhang Xian was instantly speechless. Nice guy. Just drunk? What the hell kind of logic is that? Kill you. I'll kill you. She was cloaked in hair, her face full of hideousness and distortion, and she pounced on Chen Yue as if she had gone mad. The speed was like lightning, so fast and accurate that people couldn't react at all. Ah! Chen Yue screamed, not even knowing how to dodge, directly scared silly. Seek death. Zhang Xian's eyes glazed over, showing no mercy as he directly utilized the lightning-running thunder fist. Zip, zip, zip. Chapter 50. There is not a single good thing about men in the world, you all deserve to die. Wisps of terrifying lavender lightning arcs wrapped around the fist, emitting a deafening roar. His feet stepped on the 9 palace 8 trigrams, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he violently blasted at the female ghost. Boom! The void trembled. As this punch was thrown, the air was violently tossing and turning, as if it was surging like ocean waves. Bang! A raging might pressed down on the female ghost from the sky. Get thee outta here! The female ghost let out a hiss, full of fear, and once again used her withered hands to fend it off. Boom! When the two collided, it was as if a calm lake was thrown into a boulder, setting off monstrous waves. Click! The female ghost's hands instantly shattered. The remnants of Zhang Xian's fist power did not dissipate, and the terrifying lightning arc engulfed her even more. Ah! A mournful scream. Her body continued to emit gusts of blue smoke under the erosion of the thunder, and her face even showed a pained expression. It hurts. You want to kill me? Sure enough. None of the men under the sky are good, you all deserve to die. The female ghost let out a hysterical growl of resentment. Next. She even directly burned her own soul, rising up as a roiling black gas in an attempt to die with Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw the wedding dress on her body and it began to shine with a demonic red light, he instantly realized what was going on. You want to die together? Do you think it's possible? Zhang Xian let out a cold snort, and immediately executed the lightning-running thunder fist once again, slamming it over fiercely. Boom boom boom. The berserk thunder swept in all directions, instantly drowning the body of the red-clothed stern ghost completely. A pungent, charred odor filled the air. Not far. Chen Yue had long been terrified, her pretty face pale and incomparably pale, her delicate body trembling. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the red-clothed stern ghosts, gaining 3,150 points of merit value. Your current merit value balance is 129570. After the dust clears. All that was left on the ground was a charred, blackened mass of corpse dust, still reeking with a foul odor. Master, has that female ghost been already eliminated? Aha! At those words, Chen Yue let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we've gotten rid of this severe ghost, otherwise, no one would dare to live in the neighborhood again. Master, thank you for helping us out. Chen Yue walked up and bowed her thanks very seriously. Zhang Xian waved his hand and said indifferently, no harm done, it's just a show of hands. But the neighborhood has just died after all, and I'm afraid that the yin qi won't be able to dissipate that quickly in a short period of time. Poor Daoist has a few talismans here, you take them and stick them on the corners of the neighborhood, or you can drive away some of the yin qi. He took out a few yellow paper talismans and handed them over to Chen Yue. These were the remaining exorcism talismans, he couldn't use them now anyway, so he simply gave them all to her. Chen Yue received the exorcism talisman and was touched. Thank you, master. She solemnly put away the yellow talisman before following Zhang Xian out of the neighborhood. When the crowd waiting anxiously outside saw them walk out unharmed, they all gathered around. Director Chen, how's it going? Are all the harsh spirits in the neighborhood, are they all taken care of? The crowd inquired in a chorus of voices. After receiving an affirmative reply, all of their faces were filled with a strong color of excitement. That's great. Finally, it's settled. Now they don't have to be afraid anymore. Master Zhang, it's thanks to you, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Yes. You are truly a man of God. The crowd said as you spoke. Zhang Xian casually dealt with the situation. By the way, he made an excuse to shrug off their intention to treat them to dinner and drove off. It didn't take long. Chen Yue then took the honorarium for this mission and hit his bank card. Another million in the bank. End of chapter. Chapter 51 Li Hongtai's Revenge, Sword Rattling. Chapter 51 Li Hongtai's Revenge, Sword Rattling. In the meantime, Li Hongtai sat on the sofa with a face full of iron, his gaze cold. Asshole. Outrageous. He burst into a rage, his heart stifled to the extreme. For so many years, he has been on his high horse, directing others to do things. Where is the man who dares to disobey him? This time it was good. Wanhai's few people even rejected him and had a very strong attitude, saying that they didn't want to be transferred to the imperial capital for any reason. Completely disrespectful. Are they not aware of the importance of the imperial capital? After a long time, Li Hongtai took a deep breath, slightly calming his inner anger. Xiao Zhao, what does the imperial capital side say? Have the papers come down yet? He had arranged for someone to contact the imperial capital's Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs in the morning, wanting to have a document prepared there so that he could transfer all of his people. He had used this method many times, tried and true, and had no problems with it. So, this time he still intends to do so. Of course. Li Hongtai naturally had a selfish reason for doing so. If he could pull someone into the imperial capital's specialized bureau, the credit would definitely be there, and it would be helpful for future promotions as well. But a whole day had passed since he had asked someone to contact the headquarters side. How come there was still no news up to now? Bureau Li, I've already contacted the Imperial Capital's Specialized Bureau this morning, but there's no reply from there yet. As you know, regarding the work of personnel transfers, it requires layers of approval, but also the signature of Director Zhuge. So, said a youth who stepped forward. Hearing the other party's stammering explanation made Li Hongtai, who was already very annoyed, become even more irritated. Bunch of idiots. He couldn't help but curse. You can't even handle such a small thing? What are you guys doing? The people were scolded, but no one dared to open their mouths to retort. They could only silently bow their heads and let Li Hongtai vent. Humph. After a while, Li Hongtai snorted coldly, then dialed a phone and ordered a few words. Then he sat on the couch and waited, his fingers tapping on the armrests with a low sound. Soon, a text message was then sent. After reading the contents, the corner of Li Hongtai's mouth sketched a smile. It's done. This long-lost sense of victory grew quietly in the bottom of his heart, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, instantly dispersing the previous haze. The next step is to have Chao Chi-hua send someone over. And so, early the next morning, he then brought his people back to the Magic City's Specialized Bureau and threw the documents in his hand in front of Zhou Jihua. Director Zhou, take a look. Zhou Jihua took it over and looked at it, and his face immediately became ugly. He didn't expect Li Hongtai to come up with this trick. In doing so, it could be said to have directly broken the foundation of the Magic City's Special Weapons Bureau. Good math. Good means. Zhou Jihua grimaced. The three Wang Hai in the office saw this and also seemed to notice something wrong. What's wrong with Director Zhou? What's with the change in color all of a sudden? Li Hongtai, on the other hand, was relaxed and leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, staring at Zhou Jihua's changing expression with interest. Well, it's time to let go now, Chief Chow. He said in a playful tone, his eyes narrowing slightly, vaguely flickering with a hint of dangerous coldness. You're a precinct chief, you're not worthy to challenge me? It's a death wish. Good tactics. Where? This is merely the meaning of the headquarters of the Specialized Bureau, don't misunderstand me, Director Zhou. Hear that. Even if Wang Hai was stupid, he understood what had happened. Chapter 51 Li Hongtai's Revenge, Sword Drawing. They're seeing that they don't agree, so they're letting Special Branch HQ forcibly transfer them? Isn't that just plain bullying? Director Li. You guys are being overbearing, aren't you? Wang Hai's face flushed red, his forehead veins popping, he looked at Li Hongtai angrily, his fists clenched. Shut up. Li Hongtai scolded violently and stared at him coldly. When is it your turn to speak here? Furthermore, what qualifications do you have to question the decision of the headquarters of the Specialized Bureau? One time, swords were drawn and a smell of gunpowder filled the office. And just then, Luya spoke, Director Li. If you're really going to transfer us to the Imperial Capital, then we might as well quit the Special Branch. Her voice was not loud though. But it was like a tiny needle point that pierced into this tense atmosphere, breaking the sword between Li Hongtai and Wang Hai. Even Li Yunhao nodded after hearing this. Yes, that's right. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. This was the first time he had encountered something so unreasonable. The deputy director of the Special Branch headquarters would do such a thing? Humph. Li Hongtai's face instantly turned cold. You guys want to blackmail me by quitting the SEA? Dream on. I'm telling you, even if you quit, the Bureau of Extraordinary Weapons has the righteousness to block your powers. You'd better think carefully about what you should really choose. Li Hongtai's voice was as piercing as a cold wind, permeated with a strong threat. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze like a knife, locked onto Wang Hai and the others. This time, he was sure that the other side would absolutely compromise. After all, things like psychic abilities were incredibly precious to ordinary people, and I'm afraid no one would part with them. Are you threatening us? Wang Hai's face suddenly changed, and a flash of ice appeared in his pupils. Coming from a luxurious family, his temper had always been fiery, and at this moment, he naturally couldn't stand other people's provocations. Not a threat, but an exhortation. You guys? Enough. Just then, Zhou Jihua suddenly spoke up, stopping the two from continuing to argue. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and gazed up at Li Hongtai. His eyes burned with a blazing fire. Li Hongtai, is this what you call the power given to you by the headquarters of the Special Branch? Forcibly transferring personnel from our Magic City branch, this kind of thing, only you can do. Li Hongtai snorted at his words, I'm just carrying out the decision on behalf of the headquarters. Within 3 days, report to the Imperial Capital's Bureau of Specialization or suffer the consequences. He lightly dropped this sentence and left straight away. Wang Hai glanced at him and gritted his teeth, Old Zhou, this guy is too arrogant, he completely didn't put our Mordor branch in his eyes. The rest of the few people were all furious as well. Lu Ye and Li Yunhao nodded their heads in agreement when they heard this. And Zhou Jiahua's face was especially ugly. Ugh. After a long time, he sighed. This thing, it's hard. He didn't know what to do about it. Contact Zhang Xian and talk to him about this matter. Let's see what he says. P.S. Tonight's project reunion, because always sneak code, so the author all night by the leadership to drink. I'm so dizzy right now, I don't even know what this chapter is about, so bear with me huh? The rest of the chapter, I probably won't have time to code it tonight, so I'll have to make it up tomorrow. I'm sorry. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Jade containing aura, drawing talismans with unarmed hands, stunning the crowd. Chapter 52, Jade containing aura, drawing talismans with unarmed hands, stunning the crowd. Contact Zhang Xian and talk to him about this matter. Let's see what he says. Zhou Zhihua rubbed his brow and said slowly. Zhang Xian was the chief psychic consultant of the Magic City Special Weirdness Bureau, and his strength was extraordinary, having helped them solve tricky cases many times. Even the fact that the Magic Metropolis Special Weapons Bureau was able to get to where it was today had nothing to do with him. So, in Zhou Zhihua's eyes, Zhang Xian's status was extremely high, far beyond that of an ordinary advisor. Good. Wang Hai nodded and pulled out the phone to dial it. Soon. The call was answered, and he told the whole story, as it was. The other side. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth after hearing this, wanting to forcefully transfer him to the Imperial Capital Specialized Bureau? Or else he's going to take back his position as chief counselor? Oh. What a big bully. Mind you, it wasn't that he needed this status from the SAS, it was that the SAS begged to give it to him. Since someone wants to take it back, let's give it to him. It's not like he's living off that status anyway. Master, what now? Wang Hai tentatively inquired. You tell him that I don't have time to go to some Imperial Specialty Bureau, and that he can collect it if he wants it. If he wants to seal my cultivation, by all means let him try. Having said that, Zhang Xian directly hung up the phone and paid no more attention to it. He then put on his Daoist robe and crown and left the house straight away. He and Yi Zhigua had made an appointment some time ago to help him look at the feng shui of the construction site today. It didn't take long. Zhang Xian drove to a construction site. This was a project work contracted by Yi Zhigua called Shangshi Hua Ting. It is said that all of this place is going to be transformed into a villa area covering a huge area, with a total investment of over $3 billion. This project has just started not long ago, it is still just at the beginning stage, just waiting for the feng shui reading, then the construction and building can start. Get out of the car. He then saw several people standing at the entrance of the construction site, the leader of which was none other than Yi Zhigua. Master Zhang, you're here? Seeing Zhang Xian approaching, Yi Zhigua hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded slightly and surveyed the construction site in front of him. Go! Go see how the feng shui is. Your way. With that, Yi Zhigua led Zhang Xian towards the inside of the construction site. When the several people beside him saw the scene, they couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Their boss was too respectful to this young man, right? This is not like the usual boss. But surprised as they were, they didn't say anything, they just silently followed behind. Zhang Xian followed along, his eyes constantly observing his surroundings. This pattern is a good feng shui treasure. With a little bit of arrangement, those who live here in the future will surely be blessed with good fortune. Master Zhang, what do you think of the feng shui here? At this point, Yi Zhigua said as he stopped and turned his head to look at him. Nice. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, it's a feng shui treasure. At those words, Yi Zhigua breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried about whether the feng shui of this place would be problematic, but it seemed that he had overthought it. As long as there's no problem. While a man next to him heard this, his eyes flashed with a different color. Is this what you call a guru? Just a casual look and a comment about good feng shui and that's it? It's so perfunctory. What the hell do people like that know about feng shui? The man couldn't help but skim his lips at the thought. But he only dared to mutter it inwardly and didn't say it out loud. Ha, since Master Zhang said it's good, then there must be no problem. Yi Zhigui gave a bright laugh. Master, why don't we go for a meal? There's no rush. Chapter 52, Jade containing aura, drawing runes with unarmed hands, stunned by the crowd. Although the feng shui here is good, after all, everything changes, and no one can say what will happen in the future. Zhang Xian shook his head. Since he had agreed to help him with the feng shui, it was only natural that he would do a better job. Right. Is the foundation stone ready? It's ready. A middle-aged man next to him nodded and said. He is the manager of the program and the head of the entire project. Master, the foundation stone is right over there. Having said that, the man reached out and pointed to a monolith not far away. It was more than a meter tall, with a light green surface, as if it was cut from jade. I'll check it out. Zhang Xian took a step and walked over. The crowd next to them took 2 steps sideways. Oomph, playing God. The youth next to him muttered in a small voice and didn't say anything. Lu Yong seemed to have heard this and couldn't help but frown and glare at him. Arriving in front of the stone monument, Zhang Xian carefully surveyed its shape before his eyes finally narrowed. Above this stone tablet, there was actually some small amount of aura present. Strange. Zhang Xian murmured. By the book. Nowadays, it was the age of the end, and the aura in the heavens and earth was already scarce. But above this stone tablet in front of him, there was indeed a small amount of spiritual qi that had survived. Master, what's wrong? Nope. Zhang Xian shook his head before looking at Lu Yong again and spoke. This stone, where did you find it? Lu Yong was confused by his question. Is there something wrong with the stone? It shouldn't. He paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for this. Master, I bought this from the raw stone market. He hurriedly explained. Raw stone market. Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully. He quickly realized the key. Raw stones are generally mined from pits and contain a variety of jadeite emeralds. The pits, in turn, are on top of veins in the earth, often accompanied by remnants of aura, so they are able to nourish jade. No wonder he detected an aura. It seemed that in the future, he could purchase some raw stones and utilize the aura stored inside to cultivate. Master? Is there anything odd about this stone? Seeing this, Yi Zhigui hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. He had encountered a similar bizarre situation before, and it had happened in his house, so he was afraid that it would happen to him again. It was a good thing that Zhang Xian didn't know what he was thinking, or else he would really have to spit out a comment. Nothing. Zhang Xian waved his hand before walking directly to the stone tablet and extending his right hand. He only saw his index and middle fingers merge, and he scratched on the stone tablet with his bare hands. With each swing, a little bit of debris could be seen falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, the few people around them instantly froze. Next, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The hard stone monument was like a piece of tofu in front of Zhang Xian, lightly stroked by his fingers. It was as if the air around them was frozen in this instant. What Zhang Xian drew was none other than the household suppression talisman. With his peak Jiedan cultivation, it was naturally easy for him to draw a talisman on a piece of stone. The youth who had been slandering Zhang Xian in his heart a moment ago was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Drawing a talisman on the hard stone with his bare hands, and looking at Zhang Xian's stance, it was effortless at all, as if he was drawing on paper. Is this human? Soon, the household suppression charm was drawn. Zhang Xian looked around and quickly found an excellent location to place the foundation stone. And so, he was seen grabbing the stone tablet weighing several hundred kilograms with just one hand, and then throwing it towards that location. Edict. He let out a light scolding under his breath. In a flash, the monolith was seen steadily smashing into the ground. Boom. End of chapter. Chapter 53 The Raw Stone Market, one slice of the poor and one slice of the rich. Chapter 53 The Raw Stone Market, one slice of the poor and one slice of the rich. Boom. The ground shook violently. In the meantime, a ripple, visible to the naked eye, rippled out from the ground, instantly raising a gust of dust. Immediately after, only to see that the stone tablet did not enter the ground and disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by the soil. This scene shook the crowd to their core. Guru! Lu Yong swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Xian with intense shock in his eyes. That's good? Of course. Zhang Xian nodded. Poor Daoist has drawn a house-suppressing talisman on the stone monument, which can keep this place tranquil and peaceful, and no evil spirits will be able to get even half as close. And it also reduces the number of accidents that can happen later in construction. Hear that? The faces of several people around them were ecstatic, almost jumping up and down in excitement. They all do construction on site, and many times there are construction accidents that are unavoidable. But if there was a house-suppressing talisman, then in the future, when they constructed the building, they would be able to feel a lot more at ease. After all, no one wants to have accidents every day. Thank you, Master. Thank you so much. It was my eyes that were blind just now, and I am here to apologize to you, Master. That youth also hurriedly walked over and bowed towards Zhang Xian in apology, his face sincere to the core. He was completely convinced about the skills of the master in front of him. The scene he had just seen simply refreshed his perception. Is this still an ordinary person who can do this? He himself had suspected him of being a liar before, but now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. It's not just him. Even the remaining few people were now looking at Zhang Xian with gazes of adoration and awe. They all know. This time, I've met someone high up. Otherwise it simply doesn't explain it all. Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, a show of hands, by the way, where did you buy that stone? At the raw stone market in the south of the city. Lu Yong spoke up. South of the city? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking again, what is the exact location? And at that moment, as if he could see that he seemed to be interested in the raw stone, Jigwa interjected, Master is interested in this? It just so happens that I know where it is, or shall I take you there? At those words, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. It was not that he was interested in the original stone. Rather, he was interested in the jade inside the original stone, as jade that contained aura was of great use to cultivators. Not only can it be used for cultivation, you can also practice making jade talismans, magic weapons, formation eyes, and so on. Moreover, talismans made from jade were much more effective than ordinary yellow talismans. It can even be used multiple times, unlike the yellow talisman, which can only be used once. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble Boss E. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. Oh, little things. Jigwa said with a smile. Zhang Xian had helped him so many times, and he was merely leading the way, so what was it? What's more, he couldn't wait to strike a good relationship with Zhang Xian. Jigwa then took him and drove in the direction of the south of the city. It didn't take long. They then arrived at the raw stone market. Only the entrance was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, each of which was no less than $1 million. Looks like rich people like to come here to play with stones. The driver that Jigwa brought with him, on the other hand, parked his car. Master, please follow me. Jigwa said respectfully. Zhang Xian nodded. The two walked in one after the other. There were quite a few street vendors here, displaying all kinds of raw stones, and even a large number of people milling about. Master, this place is a great specialty of our magic city. Many people like to come here to buy raw stones. These raw stones are all shipped back from abroad, and if you're lucky, you can even open the very best emerald. Chapter 53 The Raw Stone Market, one cut poor, one cut rich. That's why the raw stone market has been rumored to be one cut poor, one cut rich. Jigwa patiently explained. Oh? Zhang Xian sniffed and revealed an interested expression. Looks like Boss E is still an expert. Ahem, slight understanding. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Jigwa's face and he coughed dryly. He used to like it, but he hasn't touched a raw stone since he lost tens of millions of dollars a few months ago. No way. The family has a tough wife who is in charge of the financial power. Even if he had the heart for it, his wallet doesn't have the strength for it. Master, see which one you want to buy and I'll introduce you to it? Jigwa said enthusiastically. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded and then strolled around. He condensed his true qi into his eyes, and in an instant, all of these stones turned gray in his eyes. Only a very small portion is emitting a bright light. And these bright lights were naturally the aura inside the original stone. The denser the aura, the better the finished jade inside. On the contrary, if the aura is thin, then it means that there is no treasure inside the original stone. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he walked towards a stall in front of him. Just in front of him lay a dark brown stone with a pitted, rough-looking surface. The stone was not large, equivalent to the size of a human head. However, he could detect its interior, which contained an extremely rich aura. The jade inside is, at worst, of the ice variety. And in the jade industry, there are 6 grades. Glass seed, high ice seed, ice glutinous seed, bean green. Of these, the glass variety is the top of the line and the one that a huge percentage of people want to open up. Boss, how do I sell this piece? Zhang Xian pointed at the dark brown stone. 1 bite, $55,000. No counteroffer. The stall owner raised his head and glanced faintly at Zhang Xian before lazily saying. Upon hearing this price, Yi Jigua was just about to open his mouth to say something when he saw Zhang Xian directly pull out his bank card. 55,000, right? I'll take it. Swipe. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Jigua hurriedly whispered, Master, it's simply impossible for this piece of stone to open up emerald. You've been duped. It's fine. Zhang Xian smiled, and he also knew that Yi Jigua was kindly reminding him of this. But he couldn't say that he could see the aura inside the original stone, could he? After the payment. The stall owner handed Zhang Xian his bank card before speaking again. This boss, do you need help opening the stone? No. Drop me off at the door later, my license plate number is ZX666. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Jigua couldn't say anything else. A loss is a loss. It's only 55,000. With Zhang Xian's current worth, 55,000 was just a meal. After buying the raw stone, Zhang Xian looked at the nearby stalls again and realized that none of them had what he wanted. So it was back to lounging around. Isn't Bossy going to buy a piece? Halfway down the road, he glanced at Yi Jigua, who was following beside him, and opened his mouth. Cough. Yi Jigua coughed dryly and said awkwardly, for the time being. For the time being I don't see any that I want to buy. Oh? Zhang Xian sniffed slightly. If Bossy believes in the words of poor Daoist, you can buy that piece and try it out. Strike that. He reached out and pointed to a piece of raw stone in a nearby booth. Yi Jigua looked along. In the next second, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly had the urge to curse. This was because what Zhang Xian had introduced to him was a blackened stone with cracks all over its surface. End of chapter. Chapter 54 Glass Seed Imperial Green, Making a Jade Amulet. Chapter 54 Glass Seed Imperial Green, Making a Jade Amulet. What, Bossy doesn't believe in poor Tao? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't lie, this piece of raw stone can definitely open jade inside, and the quality belongs to at least medium. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yi Jigua buy this piece. Master, it's not that I don't trust you. I just think that this piece of raw stone doesn't have any material that shows up, and it might be all stone when it's opened. Yi Jigua smiled helplessly and bitterly. He used to play a lot of gambling stones before, so he naturally knew a bit of the ropes. Raw stones like these with cracks all over the surface are basically shipped back from abroad, most of which have been beaten by machines in general. Such a raw stone, rarely inside will open jadeite, can be said to be waste. That was why he had advised Zhang Xian so that he wouldn't waste any more money. Gotta hear that. Only Zhang Xian shrugged. It was useless for him to say more anyway, since Yi Jigua didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. Then he looked at the stall owner and said, Boss, how much is this piece? 38,000. Swipe. Zhang Xian directly took out his bank card and handed it to the stall owner, buying the black turtle shell like raw stone without hesitation. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Jigua's mouth twitched slightly. Nima. This guy's crazy, right? I can't believe I really paid that much for this kind of stone. Do you really think you can get an emerald out of this? It doesn't exist. Yi Jigua sighed in his heart while shaking his head. Zhang Xian didn't care what Yi Jigua thought as he finished his shopping and strolled around. An hour or so passed. He bought 3 or 4 more pieces, which seemed to have more abundant spiritual chi, before leaving the raw stone market satisfied. Back home. Zhang Xian casually took out a piece of raw stone and flicked his finger towards it, and a white mist instantly emerged. But this piece of raw stone, directly cut by him. And it turned out just as he expected. Only the edges of the stone appeared yellow, as if it was a topaz-like texture, extending inward gradually from light to dark, and eventually turning green. If Yi Jigua was there, he probably would have stared his eyes off. Surprisingly, there really are emeralds in there. And it's a glassy, imperial green. No one could have imagined that a raw stone of such poor quality could have opened such a rare glass variety. The value has doubled at least a couple dozen times. Zhang Xian looked at the jadeite cut out from within and felt the gusts of aura emanating from it, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad for a superb emerald. Even though Earth Star was in the end times nowadays, the aura contained in this jade alone was enough to support his cultivation for more than a week. And that's only 55,000. It's not a loss. However, he didn't intend to absorb it directly, but rather refine this jadeite into a formation eye, which he would then use to set up the formation. In this way, he would be able to condense the aura of the surrounding heaven and earth more quickly. Say it and do it. He could only see his fingers continuously tracing over the raw stone. His movements were clean and faster than a machine. Soon. He then cut out 6 or 7 square jade medallions of the same size and emerald green in color. The texture of each jade tablet was quite good. If you put it in the outside world, it would take at least $1 million to buy it. And he, just 55,000. After doing so, Zhang Xian's fingers slid slightly in the void, and a strand of aura was pulled out by him. Next. These jade tiles hovered in front of him, constantly being engraved with formation runes by him, eventually combining into one complex rune seal. Chapter 54 Glass Seed Imperial Green, Making a Jade Amulet. What Zhang Xian was carving was a formation recorded in the Divine Ghost 7 Slaying Order, titled 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Formation. This formation was created by Yuan Tiangang, and it can condense the spiritual qi of the earth and sky in a 100-mile radius for cultivators to practice. These jade tiles inscribed by Zhang Xian were the eyes of this formation, and by simply placing them on top of the jade tiles, they would be able to draw the spiritual energy from them in a constant stream. Soon, accompanied by a flash of bright light, the formation was complete. Take a long, cloudy breath. Zhang Xian looked at this small spirit-gathering formation and nodded in satisfaction before storing it in his spatial ring. Next time. He followed the steps he had just taken again and cut all the remaining pieces of raw stone. No exceptions. Inside are all high-quality jadeite, the least of which is of the icy variety. For these jadeites, Zhang Xian did not refine them into formations, but instead used some of the edges to create jade talismans. Jade talismans are not like ordinary yellow talismans that can be used many times. And the jade talisman had an extremely strong carrying capacity. Not only can you carve a peace talisman, but you can even carve both an exorcism talisman and a fitness talisman at the same time, which can be used in a variety of ways. Storing the crafted jade talisman into his spatial ring, Zhang Xian looked at the remaining jadeite again. He immediately sat down on his knees, running the 5 Thunder Positive technique to start absorbing and refining the aura contained in the emerald. Boom! Shasta! A majestic aura emerged from the emerald, and a steady stream of aura poured into him. What a pure aura! Zhang Xian's face revealed a look of surprise. The aura contained within these emeralds was very pure, and it was many times more dense than the aura he had absorbed before. However, with his current cultivation level, if he wanted to make a breakthrough, the amount of aura he needed to was just too huge. Even so, these auras were still far from enough. But something is better than nothing. Zhang Xian decided to absorb the aura first, and then exchange pills from the system to make a breakthrough when his cultivation level was thoroughly consolidated. Think about it. He then closed his eyes and operated the 5 Thunders Positive technique and began to crazily devour these auras. One time. The entire room was shrouded in a dense atmosphere, as if it was a fairyland. 3 days later. The Imperial Metropolis Bureau of Special Weapons and Tactics. Li Hongtai's face looked gloomy after hanging up the phone. Outrageous. He grunted angrily, then instructed the secretary beside him. Suspend Zhang Xian and his few psychic counselors immediately. I just don't believe it. Could it be that I, as a high-ranking member of the Special Weapons Bureau, still can't rule over a few youngsters in the district? 3 days have passed. However, he was delayed in seeing Zhang Xian's few people report to the imperial capital. So it was time to dial the number for the Mordor Extraordinary Bureau. Who had thought that the other side said that Wang Hai and the others had resigned from their jobs 3 days ago, so they were unable to report to the imperial capital. Hear that? Li Hongtai almost didn't blow his lungs out. Good. A few brats in the district, how dare they go against themselves, good for them. In that case, we'll see. The more Li Hongtai thought about it, the more angry he became, and the veins on his face rippled, as if the suppressed anger was gradually expanding. He tapped his fingers heavily on the desktop, making a thumping sound, as if he was preparing himself for his impending outburst of anger. Halftime. Li Hongtai's emotions finally calmed down, and his eyes stared at the tabletop grimly. Since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. He sneered, then commanded. Keep a close eye on a few of them for me, and if you find them using their powers privately, report back to me at the first opportunity. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 55 Trouble from Linen, Surprising Zombie Swarm. Chapter 55 Trouble from Linen, Surprising Zombie Swarm. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, a bell rang. Zhang Xian stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. He picked up his cell phone and frowned when he realized that it was an unknown caller and answered the call. Which one? Hello, is this Master Zhang Xian? A strange man's voice came from the other end of the line. I am. Hello Master Zhang, I'm Zhao Dizhu from the Linen Specialization Bureau. Your phone number was given to me by Qin Ping. The main reason we took the liberty of contacting you this time is that we ran into a difficult matter here a while ago. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with slight suspicion, what is it? Here's the thing. A month ago, a strange incident suddenly occurred in a remote village in Linen. All the people in that village, including the poultry, without exception, all died strangely. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Dizhu explained in a low tone, according to our investigation, these people don't have any too serious injuries on their bodies, as long as there are 2 teeth marks on their necks. I suspect a zombie did it, and there's more than one, it's probably a zombie swarm. I heard Qin Ping say that you solved the Ghost King's cave, so I wanted to ask you to come over and help take a look. I wonder if you're free. Having said that, Zhao Dizhu couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive inside. This matter had been bothering them for more than a month, and even the bureau had lost several members. And it was only yesterday that he heard that the Ghost King's cave, which had been plaguing the city for years, had actually been solved over in Jiangzhou City. After some inquiries, he inadvertently learned about Zhang Xian, a high-ranking person, from his good friend Qin Ping. After hearing that he had not only eliminated the Xianing Ghost King, but had also solved another problem for Jiangzhou City, he had the cheek to ask for Zhang Xian's contact information. He dialed the number with an attitude of trying it out. After listening to him, Zhang Xian was silent for a moment before speaking. I understand. When? The sooner the better. All right. I'll be in Linen this afternoon. Hang up the phone. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth flared with coldness as he muttered, Zombie horde? Looks like we can earn merit value again. Qin Ping, good man. Meanwhile, the Adventist Specialty Bureau. Zhao Dizhu held up his cell phone and stood there frozen, his gaze a little lost. Seeing this, several members of the team beside them gathered around and inquired, Captain, how's it going? Did the master you mentioned promise to come over? He said. Zhao Dizhu opened his mouth slightly, but he couldn't hold back any words for a long time. When the crowd saw him like this, they couldn't help but get anxious. Captain, why don't you finish your sentence? Yes, Captain, what exactly did that master say? A series of urging voices. Finally, Zhao Dizhu came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said in as calm a voice as possible. Master Zhang said he'll be here this afternoon. Really? Great. As soon as they heard that Zhang Xian would be coming over, all the players were excited. After all, that was the high-ranking person who had solved the Ghost King's cave. With him out of the way, the district is just a bunch of zombies, absolutely no more words. Thus, Zhao Dizhu immediately instructed the crowd to get ready for Zhang Xian's arrival. The time soon came to afternoon. Zhang Xian got off the airplane and immediately took a cab straight to the Linen Extraordinary Bureau. Just get out of the car. He then saw a tall man standing in the doorway, followed by 5 or 6 others. When the Hanyu saw Zhang Xian, who was wearing a purple Daoist robe, his eyes lit up and he rushed to welcome him. Are you Master Zhang? Chapter 55 Trouble from Linen, Surprising Zombie Swarm. It's me. Zhang Xian nodded, his Daoist robe blown up by the breeze, carrying a hint of immortalism. Hello there, I am Zhao Dizhu. These are my team members, their names are Zhou Kai, Wu Tao, Li Xiaoshan, Lu Hao. Zhao Dizhu introduced warmly and cordially invited Zhang Xian to walk into the Extraordinary Bureau. Only, the rest of them could not help but feel a hint of suspicion in their hearts when they saw that Zhang Xian was about the same age as themselves. The young man in front of him, despite the fact that he was dressed in a purple Daoist robe and had a sprightly temperament, did seem to carry a bit of an immortal flavor. But still, it's hard not to wonder in the back of everyone's mind. So young, can he really handle those horrible zombie hordes? Zhou Kai frowned slightly. Standing on the sidelines, his eyes gleamed as he stared straight at Zhang Xian, all sorts of thoughts flashing through his mind. Master Zhang, inside please. After Zhao Deju guided Zhang Xian to his office, he ordered the others to make tea. He then went into detail about the specifics of the entire case. When he heard that there was a nearly century-old tomb at the back of this village, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Ancient tomb? Zhao Deju nodded heavily and said, Yes, Master Zhang, I suspect that those zombies ran out of the ancient tomb. We've done a preliminary survey. That ancient tomb isn't far from the village, and judging by its size, it's highly likely that it's an ancient tomb from 100 years ago. After saying that, he took out another piece of information. Zhang Xian took it and carefully flipped through it. He frowned. Because there are also several photos on this information, on which you can clearly see the teeth marks on the neck of the deceased. It's obviously the work of zombies. Master Zhang, do you see the need to go and see the scene? Zhao Deju asked tentatively. Zhang Xian shook his head and said, No need, we'll go there again when it's night. Zombies usually move at night to avoid the daytime sun. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deju was filled with joy. Good. Master Zhang, then you can rest for a while, we'll set off again when it gets too dark. 2 hours later. The sun was slanting in the west, and the golden color of the setting sun spilled over the city, draping the entire city in a light color. Master Zhang, let's get going. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded, then took the lead in a car. And at that point, Zhou Kai suddenly pulled Zhao Deju aside and whispered, Captain, why do I feel a bit unreliable? Zhao Deju frowned slightly. There. Cut the crap. You guys weren't like this at lunch today. Master Zhang came all the way from Mordor to help, don't you guys mess with me. Zhao Deju glared at Zhou Kai, and his tone was quite intimidating. Zhou Kai bristled, got it. And then the duo boarded a car as well. Half an hour later, the crowd came to the outskirts. A meandering river flows slowly by the side of the barren, grassy road. Master Zhang, we'll be there in a few minutes. Zhao Deju spoke up. Even if he didn't say it, Zhang Xian would have felt it long ago. Because there was a strong smell of corpses faintly permeating the air. Soon, the crowd got out of the car. And not far ahead, a silent village appeared within the crowd's view. How come there are other vehicles here? Suddenly, Zhao Deju frowned. Only to see that by the entrance of the village, there were 4 or 5 off-road jeeps parked. Captain, this seems to be Team Fang's car. At that moment, a skinny youth in the crowd pointed to the off-road jeep on the far left. Zhao Deju fixed his eyes on it. Next. His face looked a little hard. It's still true. End of chapter. Chapter 56 Disciple of the Heavenly Master's House, System Release Task. Chapter 56 Disciple of the Heavenly Master's House, System Release Task. The case is so difficult at the moment that they're not the only ones in charge of the special branch. There are other squads. The team Feng that Li Xiaoshan was talking about was the captain of the other team, Feng Juling, the famous strong woman of the Linen Specialized Bureau. Although she had just joined the special branch not long ago, she had solved a number of paranormal incidents one after another, and was in the ascendancy. One thought on that. Zhao Deju's face, which was already a bit rough, suddenly became a bit ugly. It had been hard for him to bring someone over from Mordor just so he could solve this crisis. If Feng Junling had jumped ahead of him, wouldn't he have lost the battle? No way. Had to get ahead of her to do that. After Zhao Deju secretly pondered for a while, he turned his head to look at Zhang Xian and said, Master Zhang, let's go in. Zhang Xian looked around and realized that a dense corpse aura permeated everywhere in the vicinity. And as the sky grew darker, the corpse aura became more and more condensed, so he followed him into the village. The rest of them followed at the very back, their gazes alertly surveying the surroundings, always on the alert. The moment I just stepped into the village, Zhang Xian then smelled a pungent putrid odor. The village is quite big. The wide street was lined with small houses that stood quietly, giving off a depressing odor. There are more than 50 families living here. But at this moment, only the doors and windows of these rooms were tightly closed, revealing a gust of eerie atmosphere everywhere. Suddenly, who do I think it is? So it's Captain Zhao. A voice came from the distance, breaking the silence around them. The crowd looked for the sound. Only a few people were coming this way. At the head of the group was a woman. She was well dressed, with a competent and revealing air of coolness and beauty. Feng Junling? Zhao Deju frowned slightly. Heh, what? Don't recognize me? Feng Junling seemed to be smiling. Zhao Deju snorted coldly and didn't bother with her anymore. Afterward, he turned his head and said to Zhang Xian, Master, this way please. See here. Feng Junling was stunned at first. Whirling around, she snorted out a laugh and... Ha, Captain Zhao, you even asked a milquetoast brat for help? Or some kind of master? Feng Junling, watch how you speak. Zhao Deju glared. And just then, the two youths standing nearby suddenly turned their gazes towards Zhang Xian. Both of them were similarly wearing a Daoist robe, but it was yellow in color, with a bagua pattern embroidered on the back. However, when they saw the purple Dao robe on Zhang Xian, they could not help but frown slightly. Purple robe? It was important to realize that in today's world, there were very few people who were qualified to wear the purple Daoist robe, and even in their heavenly master's mansion, no one was qualified. That's right. The two of them came from Longhu Mountain, the house of the heavenly master. But this, the youth in front of them, whose age was not much different from theirs, actually dared to wear a purple Dao robe, which was simply audacious. This fellow Daoist, may I ask which sect's disciple you are? Poor Tao is Longhu Mountain Tianchafu, the 62nd generation disciple. Zhao Feiyu, I don't know you. Words. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised in his heart that it was actually someone from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house? Didn't they say they had closed the mountain? How did they suddenly appear here? And, still, to this little village? The poor Taoist has no sect. Zhang Xian said simply. After Zhao Feiyu finished listening, everything was already roughly clear in his mind. The man in front of me is 80% a liar. Otherwise, how could you even dare to wear a purple robe in a messy way? That's just it. Later on, if he encountered any danger, he might as well step in and save a few people. Zhao Feiyu sighed lightly in his heart. Zhao Deju, this person you found. 1T be a liar, right? Feng Junling sneered again. Words. Zhao Deju snorted coldly in his heart and his face was unpleasant. Chapter 56 Disciple of the Heavenly Master's House, System Released Quest. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly led Zhang Xian towards the deepest part of the village, unwilling to bother with this woman. Seeing this, Feng Junling also hurriedly said, Two masters, let's go too. Having said that, she then followed Zhao Deju's few people. It didn't take long. The sky gradually darkened. Only the street lights installed in the village also suddenly lit up at this time. As they moved further inside the village entrance, the corpse smell that filled the air became thicker and thicker. It was as if an invisible layer of haze was weighing people down. Everyone be careful. At this time, Zhao Feiyu said with a frown on his face. Who knew he had just finished? A low roar suddenly came from the surroundings, spreading everywhere in this silent village. The crowd's faces changed. The zombies have appeared. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze at that instant, and even the surrounding gloomy winds seemed to have come to a standstill due to the low roar. Immediately after, a figure jumped out of the darkness like a ghost, accompanied by eerie footsteps that broke the silence of the village. The figures were low and twisted, with hideous faces and hands with long, sharp claws that glinted coldly in the light. Some of them were dressed in ancient costumes. Some also wear modern dress. This is the Black Zombie? The moment Zhao Feiyu saw these zombies, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Damn it! They even morphed into black stiffs so quickly. What exactly is hidden in that ancient tomb? He grimaced and whispered angrily. Miscalculation. I didn't expect there to be so many black stiffs here. If he had known it would be like this, he would have simply dragged his master along. It's not just him. Even the other person standing beside him was similarly horrified and filled with shock. Senior brother, what should we do now? Look out everyone. Don't ever get scratched by a zombie, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Feiyu whispered a word of advice, then took out a peachwood sword and began to defend against it. And the people of the special branch have also prepared for battle. Ding, the system has released a temporary mission, please check it in time for the host. Mission content, destroy the flying stiffs in the centuries-old tomb, as well as the zombie hordes. Successful mission will result in the awarding of the Tongtian Talisman full level, and 5 times of the rare level lucky draw. No penalty for failure. The moment the system prompt rang out, Zhang Xian's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful arc. He didn't expect that the system would release a temporary quest, and the reward was still a full-grade Tong Tian talisman. Not bad. Not bad. Roar. Just then, a black stiff lunged at them. These black stiffs were extremely fast, and almost in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the crowd. They have sharp nails and 2 rows of sharp teeth in their mouths, which make people look at them and can't help but sweat. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu immediately blocked the way with his sword. Barely. This mahogany sword stabbed into the black stiff's chest and emitted gusts of white smoke, as well as a zippy sound. Roar! The intense pain caused this black stiff to let out a mournful hiss before attacking frantically. Its power was enormous, and every attack drove a strong and powerful wind. Bang, bang, bang. In the meantime, the Tianqifu disciple next to him, on the other hand, took out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and chanted something in a vibrant manner. Wow! A talisman burning with golden light instantly floated out. Rumble! The rune paper exploded. It turned into a blazing fire. This kind of talisman paper is called pure fire talisman. It is specially used to restrain evil spirits and ghosts, and is able to get rid of all defilements, and is also very effective in dealing with evil spirits. Not only that, the power of the pure fire talisman bursting into flames was still amazing, and in the blink of an eye, it eliminated a black stiff. Ho ho ho! End of chapter. Chapter 57, Shocked Disciples of the Heavenly Master's House, this is the Golden Light Mantra? Chapter 57, The Shocked Disciples of the Heavenly Master's House, this is the Golden Light Mantra? Ouch! The black stiff's miserable howls continued. And those remaining zombies were completely enraged when they saw this. They kept letting out angry roars here, charging towards this side. Although Zhao Feiyu and the others weren't weak, they couldn't hold back because there were too many black stiffs. Senior brother, we won't last long. At this point, Wu Guangming waved his mahogany sword to chop the zombies while frantically scattering talisman paper Dao. Not far. Zhao Dazhu, on the other hand, they picked up their firearms and kept pulling the trigger towards the zombies. But how can an ordinary bullet be a threat to a zombie? So when these bullets hit the zombies' bodies, not only did they not do anything, but they only enraged them. Wu Guangming gritted his teeth and once again offered a yellow talisman seal. As soon as this talisman seal came out, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Edict Thunderbolt. The words fell. Boom! A thick electric current burst out from the rune seal. It directly hit one of the black stiffs that was charging towards Zhao Dazhu. Click! Thunder exploded. Electricity splashed everywhere. This zombie was hit on the spot, and its entire body was instantly scorched, with rolling blue smoke rising from its body. Roar! The black stiff hissed. Then he carried the attack hard, and in the next second, he straightly switched targets and rushed towards Wu Guangming. When he saw the scene, he barely managed to spit out a mouthful of blood. I'll go. Zombies hold grudges too? Bang! A huge force hit him, sending his entire body flying out a dozen meters. Put! A large mouthful of blood was spat out, and he felt that his ribs had broken several times. He couldn't help but curse. Then forced himself to get up and keep fighting. And not far away, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head. It seemed that the strength of the disciples trained by the Heavenly Master's house did not differ much from the Lin Tiancheng he had encountered before. Although both of them were at the late stage of qi gathering, it was bad enough that they couldn't even beat a black stiff in the district. Zhao Feiyu, the two of them, wouldn't know what he was thinking at the moment. Otherwise it would have to be furious. It was important to know that the strength of the black stiffs was comparable to a Tongyi realm cultivator, and they were only in the late stage of qi gathering. But how dare you think we're weak? Boom! The black stiff pounced on again, his hands like claws, viciously grabbing at Wu Guangming. Looking at the black stiff near him, his pupils snapped. At this moment, there was no way back for him. If you are hit, you will surely die. But it was at this time that a thunderbolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The black stiff couldn't dodge and was instantly hit. Boo! Thunder burst within its body, causing its figure to tremble violently before it fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, a horrified look appeared on Wu Guangming's face. Who is it? He twisted his head around in a hurry. One could only see Zhang Xian walking slowly, his body surrounded by lavender lightning arcs, just like a god or goddess descending. You. If you're not strong enough, go to the side first. Zhang Xian said lightly. With that, he reached out and pointed. A thunder arc then flew towards the black stiff. The lightning arc was extremely fast, arriving in an instant and then ruthlessly splitting on the black stiff. Click. A crisp sound rang out, and the black stiff was split into charcoal on the spot, losing consciousness. Seeing this scene, Wu Guangming froze on the spot. It's Thunder Law? How could he cast such a powerful thunder spell? In the instant he froze, Zhang Xian had already rushed into the midst of the zombie horde, constantly running the 5 thunder positive technique. A terrifying thunderbolt fell, and with each strike, he was able to eliminate several zombies. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the black stiffs, gaining 536 points of merit value. Chapter 57 Shocked Disciples of the Heavenly Master's House, this is the Golden Light Mantra? Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the black stiffs, gaining 555 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one black stiff, gaining 552 points of merit value. The system beeps kept ringing. A short half-minute of work. The dozens of black stiffs around him were all put to death by him. And his merit value, at this time, had also grown by nearly 30,000 or so. Seeing this, the crowd stared in disbelief. This was the first time they had seen a human who could manipulate thunder. That said, is this still human? Zhao Dezhu, in particular, was shocked beyond words. He knew that Zhang Xian was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful to this extent. In one shot, dozens of black stiffs were decapitated. The most crucial thing was that they didn't even touch each other's corners. Master Zhang, truly a master. Zhao Dezhu was convinced and secretly muttered a sentence. It was fortunate that he had invited Zhang Xian today, or else they would definitely be in deep trouble this time. And at this point, Zhao Feiyu, who was not far away, was similarly looking at Zhang Xian with a face full of shock. Where did this fierce man come from? But when he thought that he had doubted his strength earlier, his face became embarrassed. Roar! Suddenly, an angry hiss came from the depths of the back mountain. Shasta! Endless evil chi gushed out, covering the sky and suffocating people. The voice seemed to carry some sort of magic, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. Shoo shoo shoo! A cracking sound cut through the thick air. In the next second, black shadows as dense as rain sped towards Zhao Feiyu and the others. Look out! Zhao Feiyu exclaimed out in shock and looked up, his face changing drastically. These black shadows, they were all zombies. And, still, an even more terrifyingly hairy stiff than just now. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Holy! Grossly stiff! This is going to be hairy. Thus, he immediately activated the Golden Light Mantra, transforming into a sky of golden light and rushing towards the group of hairy stiffs. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for 10,000 kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light in the body, overlaying my body. This is a golden light spell? When Zhao Feiyu and the 2 of them saw the Tao he had cast out, they immediately rounded their eyes and revealed expressions of shock. Surprisingly, it was a golden light spell. One must know that this was one of the best skills of their heavenly master's mansion, which could not be learned by non-professional disciples. How could this young man in front of me? Can't it be that he still has some connection with the heavenly master? For a moment, thoughts ran through the 2 men's minds. Zip! Immediately after, an ear-piercing friction sound reached the eardrums of the crowd as the golden light collided with the zombie, emitting a snorting sound. Although the zombies had thick skin and flesh, they were still unbeatable in front of the golden light spell. After all, the Golden Light Mantra was a top-secret Daoist technique that specialized in restraining all evil spirits, and its power could be imagined. The power that erupted from the Golden Light Mantra belonged to the most masculine and rigid, which was the most suitable for dealing with these zombies. One time, the air around them seemed to be ignited by the golden light, and the hot glow, like the rising sun in the morning sun, instantly dispelled the gloom. Those zombies, under the illumination of the golden light, let out miserable wailing sounds, and their bodies were like papier-mâché, constantly emitting thick white smoke. And as his cultivation broke through the peak of Jiadan, his level of comprehension of the Golden Light Mantra had risen to a new level. That was why the golden light mantra that he cast out became more and more powerful. It was only a matter of moments. The hairy stiffs around him were then wiped out. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's too tough. It was almost as if the gods had descended from heaven. Ha ha ha. Master Zhang is mighty. That's awesome. The crowd was excited. Zhao Dezhu, in particular, was trembling with excitement. P.S. Request for recommendation. End of chapter. Chapter 5800 Year Corpse King, Zombie King who can use spells. Chapter 5800 Year Corpse King, Zombie King who can use spells. Hiss. How is this possible? Feng Junling looked at the scene in front of her, and her entire body was suddenly confused. Who the hell is he? How could he have such strength? Those powerful zombies in front of him were like little chickens being casually pinched to death. On the contrary, the two heavenly masters that he had invited were now seriously injured. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, an angry hiss came from the back of the mountain. And in this voice, it seemed to carry a strong killing intent and tyranny, so that one couldn't help but sound chilled all over. Words. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently as they turned around to look in the direction of the back of the mountain. Shoo! Next! Only to see a black shadow darting out and arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The moment it appeared, the air of the land in a few miles around was filled with a dense corpse aura. This rich corpse aura was almost suffocating. Gloomy, evil, violent. Various negative emotions are intertwined. One can't help but shudder. With the appearance of the black shadow, Zhao Feiyu's heart burst with panic. His gaze strained to make out the blurry figure through the thick corpse gas. When the shadow gradually revealed its outline, the shock on Zhao Feiyu's face became more and more obvious, and his body shook violently. That turned out to be an incredibly weird zombie. It was wearing a blue ancient dress, its eyes were crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty and icy light, as if it had come from the nine hells. The most striking thing in particular was its huge, ugly, hideous face. The features were distorted and extremely horrible looking. Long fangs were exposed from the corners of his mouth, and his mouth was full of a fishy odor that gave off a pungent corpse smell. Corpse. Corpse King. Zhao Feiyu's voice was tinged with trembling and his face was pale. It's over. This is really going to be the end of the line. I can't believe I ran into the Zombie King. And looking at this situation, it seems to be a flying stiff-level zombie. Thinking of this, Zhao Feiyu immediately felt a coldness in his hands and feet. He originally thought that he was only going down the mountain to exorcise demons and subdue them this time, but he didn't expect that he would actually provoke a flying stiff. It was important to know that the flying stiff's strength was incomparably terrifying. They no longer feared sunlight or swords, and they were even able to cast some spells. His master had said that if he did run into a flying stiff, don't put up any unnecessary resistance and just run. Otherwise you'll just have to wait to die. Interesting. Zhang Shen looked at this zombie across from him, an interested expression appearing on his face. Zombie King? Unfortunately, it was not a true flying stiff, but at best a half-baked product, stuck between a hairy stiff and a flying stiff. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xian felt somewhat fortunate. If it was a real flying stiff, I'm afraid that with his current cultivation level, it would be difficult to destroy it. 1,000-year-old flying stiff, that was an existence comparable to the level of a Yin god. No wonder it's been hiding in the back of the mountain, so it's preparing to advance. Zhang Xian said with a light laugh. It looks like it's just a foot away from the door, but it slowed across the threshold. That was why it needed to devour enough blood to help it break through its bottleneck. But when he saw those zombies under his hand being eliminated by him as much as possible, this guy finally couldn't sit still and took the initiative to come to the door. Roar! The Corpse King roared in rage as his body exploded violently, lifting his claws and slapping them fiercely at Zhang Xian. Bang, bang, bang! The corpse's claws waved and the wind whistled, snapping the surrounding trees with a monstrous might. In the face of such an overwhelming attack from the Corpse King, Zhang Xian was not the least bit intimidated. The golden light spell that surrounded his body rose greatly, erupting into an even more brilliant light as he hardened himself against the Corpse King. Dang! A series of gold and iron collision sounds suddenly exploded, like a flood bell and drum, echoing in all directions. In the meantime, the aftermath of the battle between the two spread, and the surrounding grass and trees were destroyed and turned into a mess. Roar! The Corpse King roared, his eyes as scarlet as blood, his entire body surged with surging corpse chi, condensing in his right claw. Immediately, the corpse chi gathered and transformed into a huge black ball that blasted towards Zhang Xian. This black ball contained a terrifying corpse chi that was powerful enough to level a 100-meter mountain peak. Ha! Chapter 5800 Corpse King, Zombie King who can use spells. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. This zombie, he can even use spells? It seemed like it was very close to metamorphosing into a flying stiff. Unfortunately, with this extent, it could not help Zhang Xian in the slightest. 5 thunderbolts. Zhang Xian let out a low gulp, and a dazzling and eye-catching electric light flashed within his palm. Crackle! Thunder appeared at first, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Immediately after, a streak of lightning streaked across the void, densely covering his surroundings like silver snakes dancing wildly. No good. Get out of here. Zhao Feiyu's pupils shrank and he hurriedly shouted towards the rest of the people. You guys hurry up and back away, don't get hurt by mistake. When the crowd heard this, they didn't dare to slow down for half a minute and fled towards the outside. I can't wait to grow 2 more legs and run faster. Break me. Zhang Xian's eyes were like torches as he burst out. Swish. He only saw his fingers together and made a vicious stroke towards the black ball. Snort! In a flash, thunder fell from the sky. There was a golden glow attached to each of the thunderbolts, which burned the corpse chi and made a bared sound. Next moment. Rumble. It was accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire heaven and earth swayed violently as if it was shaking. The pitch-black corpse balloon, on the other hand, completely disintegrated and disappeared into the air as a bit of fluorescent light. Zhang Xian stood in place, his Dao robe hunting in the wind. Ho ho ho! The Corpse King let out an angry roar as if provoked, and with a single movement of his body, he charged towards Zhang Xian. At the same time, the tips of its sharp claws were glowing with a regal cold aura. Whoosh! Only a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and the Corpse King's figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already killed Zhang Xian. Its arms stretched out, its sharp nails flashing with eerie cold light as it grabbed at Zhang Xian's head, wanting to tear him apart. Buzz! However, Zhang Xian's face did not change as he clenched his right hand into a fist, erupting with terrifying electric currents encircling it. Lightning running thunder fist. Boom! Zhang Xian fiercely threw out a fist. At this moment, all around seemed to stand still. A blazing arc of electricity stirred and transformed into a thunder dragon, ruthlessly slamming into that Corpse King. Click! A chilling crunch. Only to see countless electric flames suddenly blossom out of that Corpse King's chest. Its chest was directly sunken in, and its entire body tumbled backwards. Bang! It fell heavily to the ground, sending up a large plume of smoke. Ho ho ho! The Corpse King hissed in agony, his entire body scorched black, his skin cracking open and overflowing with black pus. The putrid stench was so pungent and unusual that it made you want to vomit. And the arcs of electricity still swam through the Corpse King's body, convulsing it with electricity. Zhang Xian's brows furrowed. This zombie king's defense, it was a little too strong. That lightning running thunder fist of his just now, even the hairy stiff could not withstand it. But although this zombie king was trembling from the electricity and had scorch marks all over its body, it wasn't in any serious trouble. Are flying stiffs really that scary? End of chapter. Chapter 59 The Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal reveals its power, breaking another record of merit value. Chapter 59 The Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal reveals its power, breaking another record of merit value. It shouldn't. Are flying stiffs really that scary? Just as Zhang Xian was puzzled, the zombie king jumped up from the ground and let out an angry roar from its mouth. Ho ho ho! The zombie king roared up to the sky, seemingly extremely angry. Next, one could only see that its eyes were fishy red, and rolling corpse chi surged out all over its body, forming a powerful berserk aura that covered the sky and enveloped the 8 directions. And the injuries it had just sustained were also rapidly recovering under the moisturizing of the corpse chi. In the blink of an eye, it was back as good as new. This zombie king actually has the ability to heal itself? How is this possible? Zhang Xian's eyes widened as his face was filled with disbelief. You know, ordinary zombies only know how to release corpse chi, they can't do self-healing at all. But this zombie king was obviously different, it could actually rely on corpse chi to recover from its injuries. He could even take the aura of heaven and earth and transform it into his own corpse chi. Could it be a mutation? A possibility surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Ho ho ho! The zombie king hissed madly, his eyes staring deathly at Zhang Xian, filled with bloodlust and tyranny. Soon, its aura grew a few more points, much stronger than before. At this rate, if he hadn't encountered Zhang Xian, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for this zombie king to step into the flying stiff realm. At that time, its strength would be even more terrifying. Swish! The zombie king violently raised his hand and grabbed towards Zhang Xian. The movements were swift, as if they were ghostly, and one could not defend against them. In the meantime, its nails were sharp and black, glowing with a cold, chilling light, and looked very appalling. The zombie king's speed was very fast, arriving in front of Zhang Xian in the blink of an eye, his claws vicious and harsh, wanting to tear him apart. Zip, zip, zip. The air resounded with the sound of electricity arcing and fire flickering. At the moment of crisis, Zhang Xian threw out a backhanded punch, stiffly blocking the zombie king's attack. Rumble! A loud explosion was heard as the two collided, deafening the ears. A gust of smoke and dust was raised, and the surrounding trees shook violently, their branches flying in the sky. The zombie king was blown away by his punch, and there was still electricity around his hard body, emitting a trace of green smoke and a crackling sound. Ho ho ho! It's angry. It was actually repelled by this human in front of it, over and over again. This was nothing short of a disgrace for it, the proud and invincible zombie king. It swore that it had to kill this person in front of it today. And so, the zombie king rushed towards Zhang Xian once again, his sharp claws swinging out across the air, cutting through the void as if even the air was being torn apart. Not only that, a monstrous corpse aura erupted from its body, so dense that it caused one's heart to palpitate. These corpse chi transformed into dozens of meters of wind blades, sweeping towards Zhang Xian in an overwhelming manner. Each wind blade was wrapped with dark corpse poison, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a snorting corrosive sound. Roar! The zombie king shouted angrily. Corpse chi wind blades whistled and shot towards Zhang Xian's location. The scene, very scary. What a terrifying aura! Zhang Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk as he hastily activated the golden light mantra, coalescing a circle of light golden light rings that wrapped him up. Bang! 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 In an instant, hundreds of corpse chi wind blades fell and bombarded the golden aura. At that moment, the entire land trembled, as if a small-scale earthquake had occurred. A boulder crumbled and dust filled the air. These corpse chi wind blades are too terrifying. It looks like we can't do this without getting real. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, his expression becoming rare and serious. This zombie was definitely the most powerful one he had encountered since he crossed over. Even the Xianin Ghost King from before was hardly comparable to it. Chapter 59 The Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal reveals its power, breaking another record of merit value. Of course. What he didn't realize was that the Xianin Ghost King's strength was 1 in 10 because he had been sealed for hundreds of years, or else he wouldn't have thought so. Subsequently, only to see his right palm spread out, an ancient bronze seal appeared in his hand. The bronze seal took the shape of a quadrilateral, and it was engraved with dense symbols and patterns, exuding a cool, heavy, and majestic aura. The Dharma Seal of the Heavenly Master. This is... And not far away, Zhao Feiyu looked at the bronze seal in Zhang Xian's hand, and his expression suddenly became somewhat shocked. Why does this look familiar? It seemed like he'd seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, an aura swept through his mind, making him think instantly. How is this possible? Zhao Feiyu's voice almost came out in shock, permeated with unbelievable shock. How did the seal of the Celestial Master get in his hands? At this point, his gaze locked onto the ancient bronze seal in Zhang Xian's hand, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Can't go wrong. This is definitely the Celestial Master's Dharma Seal. He won't be mistaken. Although the Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal had long been lost, within the Heavenly Master's mansion, there were still records of the Dharma Seal circulating. He'd gone through it once, with the picture book on it, and he couldn't mistake it. Shun. A soft gulp brought him back to reality. Only Zhang Xian made a seal with one hand, performed the 5 thunder positive technique, and spat out true words. Buzz. Accompanied by a low trilling sound, the Celestial Master Dharma Seal in Zhang Xian's hand blossomed into a 10,000-foot golden aura. Immediately afterward, the celestial master Dharma seal slowly floated out and hovered above his head. A bright and dazzling golden aura burst out from the celestial master's Dharma seal, spreading out in all directions, forming a layer of faint golden radiance. This golden glow enveloped everything around it, and dispersed those incoming corpse chi. Ow! Boom! Under Zhang Xian's control, the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal came straight towards the Zombie King to suppress him. In the meantime, Zhang Xian's right hand fiercely blasted out. In the center of the hand filled with electricity, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm burst out wrapped in incomparably terrifying might. The color of these thunders was extremely dark, and amongst the deep purple, there was also a hint of dazzling golden light mixed in. Palm Thunder. This was one of the Tao techniques recorded in the 5 Thunder Positive Laws, and it was one of the Yang 5 Thunders. In conjunction with the Celestial Master's Dharma seal, the power was able to be increased by at least several times. Roar! The Zombie King roared up to the sky, and all of his fury and corpse chi erupted. Shasta! A pitch-black corpse chi surged out from its body, transforming into an attack that met the Heavenly Master's FA seal. Boom! A deafening roar came. The two attacks collided in mid-air, stirring up wild and terrifying ripples. This ripple of energy destroyed all the surrounding grass and trees, a scene of doom and gloom. The Zombie King's figure stumbled slightly. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian searched for the right opportunity, and all the true chi in his body converged on top of his fists, erupting in terrifying lightning bolts. And then a punch was thrown. The lightning running thunder fist was utilized by him to the fullest extent at this moment. Rumble! Zip, zip, zip. Only the sound of intertwining thunder and lightning echoed continuously. Next, the Zombie King was instantly engulfed by the lightning, his corpse chi was dissolved, and he let out a mournful and painful wail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying 100 Years Zombie King, gaining 37,500 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. The mission rewards have been issued to the system backpack, please check it by yourself, host. P.S. The author has built a place for book lovers to communicate. If you are interested, you can come. 739 056 524. End of chapter. Chapter 60 An Invitation from the Heavenly Master's Palace. Chapter 60 An Invitation from the Heavenly Master's Palace. No. System, a flying stiff level Zombie King is worth 37,500 points of merit value? The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but spit. The exploded merit value was just a little more than the Xianyin Ghost King, this gap was too outrageous. However, the system replied. Host, since the Zombie King you eliminated is not a real flying stiff, the system will make a judgment based on its strength. Words. Zhang Xian's face was a shade of iron. You know, he's put his best foot forward this time. I thought I could explode a 50,000 or 60,000 merit value, but I didn't expect it to be less than 40,000, and the system is too stingy. Humph. Count on it. Zhang Xian snorted coldly, writing down the system's words as his thoughts retreated back to reality. At that moment, the ground around them was scorched black. The shockwaves from the battle between the Zombie King and Zhang Xian just now caused destruction, cracking the ground inch by inch. The Zombie King collapsed on the ground, covered in charred blackness, with smoke rising from time to time, and had completely stopped moving. Seeing this, he kicked the charred zombie on the ground and spat. Ugh! Poor bastard! Then, he put away the Celestial Master's Dharma seal and walked towards Zhao Deju's location where they were. Just now, while Zhang Xian was fighting the Zombie King, they had already run to a safe area, dodging the aftermath of the battle over here. The moment they saw that the Zombie King had been decapitated, everyone instantly revealed a shocked and inexplicable expression. This is the end? Zhao Feiyu said with his jaw dropped, feeling like he was dreaming. What had just happened had given him too much of a shock. That's a legendary flying stiff. Even his master, the kind that has to kneel when he comes. Originally, he had thought that it was a situation of certain death, but he did not expect that it would be resolved by Zhang Xian just like that. Master Zhang, you're amazing. Zhao Deju was a little short of words all of a sudden, not knowing what words to use to describe Zhang Xian's power. The rest of the people from the special branch were also looking at him with awe and admiration. It's a small thing. Zhang Xian waved his hand with a cloudy expression. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. Sure enough, it's high up. Even the speech was this inscrutable. Master Zhang, it's a good thing you're here tonight, or we'll all have to account for ourselves here. Zhao Dizhu suddenly said with a bitter smile. When he thought of the terror of that zombie king just now, he felt a pang of fear. It was a good thing that it was Zhang Shen that he had invited tonight. If it was anyone else, they would probably have been finished long ago. Didn't you see that the two masters from Lung Fushan invited by Feng Juling just now couldn't do it in a couple of strokes? Thus, Zhao Dizhu's gaze glanced at her. Feng Junling blushed slightly and looked extremely embarrassed. After all, she had taunted Zhang Xian as a liar earlier, and who would have thought that the other party would have solved the zombie king in the blink of an eye? The smack in the face couldn't come soon enough. This. Senior, I wonder if I can take a step to talk. Just then, Zhao Feiyu hesitated for a moment before he suddenly looked at Zhang Xian and opened his mouth. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned before he nodded in agreement. Then follow him out into the open where no one is disturbed. Elder Zhang, I would like to ask you for advice on one thing. Those Dao techniques you used just now seem to belong to the same root and origin as my Heavenly Master's house. Dare I ask if Senior's ancestor could have had a connection with the Heavenly Master's mansion? Zhao Feiyu didn't hide anything and directly opened the door. He now desperately wanted to know why Zhang Xian knew the Heavenly Master's thunder technique, as well as the golden light incantation. And how did the seal of the Celestial Master's law come to be in his hand? You should know that the thunder law of the Heavenly Master's house cannot be learned by non-true disciples. The Heavenly Master's mansion had always had strict control over the teaching of the Tao, and if anyone dared to spread it out, they would be heavily punished. Ahem. I taught myself all this. Chapter 60 Invitation from the Heavenly Master's Palace. Senior, I'm not joking with you. Zhao Feiyu looked at him with a face full of ache pain. Self-taught? Are you kidding me? If self-learning could be learned like this, wouldn't that mean that their cultivation over the years had been cultivated into a dog's stomach? Zhao Feiyu naturally didn't believe it, so he decided that Zhang Xian was lying. And I'm not kidding you. Zhang Xian skimmed his mouth, not bothering to continue bothering him. He couldn't tell him that he had completed the system mission himself and then the system rewarded him, could he? For the existence of the system was his last secret. Let alone him, even his real parents can't tell. Besides, his own parents in this life had died years ago. Hear that? Zhao Feiyu fell silent. Half a dozen times. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Xian solemnly and incomparably, saying, Senior, on behalf of the Heavenly Master's mansion, poor Daoist invites you to be a guest at Longhu Mountain. Whom? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise and deep thought flashing across his gaze. Invite me to the Heavenly Master? Could it be because of the Tao he just performed? Or is there something else going on? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm sorry, I might not be available during this period of time. But when I'm done with this time, I'll definitely pay a visit. He was still very interested in the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, which was known as the ancestral court of Taoism. But right now, he really can't pull away. When there was time later, he would definitely pay a visit. Then the poor Taoist will be at the Heavenly Master's mansion, waiting for Senior's arrival. Let's not talk about the Tao that Zhang Xian knew. Just based on his strength that could kill flying stiffs, it was enough to make the entire Heavenly Master mansion pay attention. It even had a pivotal position among the cultivation world. Having said that, Zhao Feiyu made a bow towards his armrest, then greeted the crowd in turn to leave the place. He still had to hurry back and report the news here to his master before he could do so. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his back, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Master! Captain Zhao, since the matter has been resolved, it's time for poor Tao to return to the magic capital. Master, then I'll see you off. Before Zhao Dizhu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Xian with a wave of his hand. No need, poor Taoist can just go back by himself. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, his entire person instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. Shoo! His figure transformed into a stream of light, cutting through the night. Seeing this scene, all the people around were stunned. This is Imperial Flight? A man of God. In mid-air. Zhang Xian stepped on the void as if he were walking on a flat surface as he sped through the darkness of the night. It's about 200 kilometers or so from Mordor. His speed was extremely fast, running furiously all the way across a distance of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. It doesn't take much real chi at all. Feeling the cold, chilly wind blowing in his ears, Zhang Xian's mouth curled into a smile. Perhaps that's the joy of monasticism. With a single thought, one is able to soar into the clouds and travel to the 9 heavens. It's a feeling that's just plain awesome. While in the air, he also glanced at the attribute panel, and the merit value was already as much as 1900,000. Just shy of breaking 200,000. It seems that it's time to break through to Yuaning. End of chapter. Chapter 61, if you piss off the poor Daoist, you will kill directly to the east. Chapter 61, if you piss off the poor Daoist, you will kill directly to the east. Half an hour later. Zhang Xian returned home without incident. But the moment he had just stepped into the room, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Under his perception, there were figures hidden in the corners of the room. They thought they were hiding well, but they did not realize that in front of Zhang Xian, there was nothing to hide. Eastern ninja? A cold aura flickered in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he quickly sensed the figures lurking in the corners of the room. Looks like it's for Keiko Miyake. I didn't realize that these people from the east were moving quite fast. Zhang Xian closed the door as if nothing had happened and was about to take off the Daoist robe he was wearing. Next. Shoo. The golden light spell instantly erupted. No good. Seeing this scene, those eastern ninjas hiding in the corners had their pupils shrinking violently. They obviously did not expect that Zhang Xian would suddenly strike. By the time a few of them reacted, it was too late. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded out of the golden light spell and swept around. Shasta. The power of the golden light spell swept through like a raging storm, instantly tearing the ninjas to shreds. The miserable screams of the 5 or 6 eastern ninjas echoed in the room as blood sprayed out like a fountain. Except for the ninja in the lead, who survived, the rest were all killed. Baka! I'll kill you! That ninja roared angrily as he saw his companion die. A cold light flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. How dare you be arrogant! Next! Whoosh! He instantly appeared in front of that ninja and punched his opponent hard in the chest. The ninja's face changed drastically, and he hastily raised his arms to protect his chest in an attempt to block Zhang Xian's attack. However, he had still underestimated Zhang Xian. Only to see him slam his fist out. Boom! The air rippled as far as the eye could see. Immediately after. Click here. The sound of bone cracking resonated throughout the room. Put! The ninja flew straight backward and smashed heavily into the wall. His mouth was wide open and he kept spitting out blood. Just one move. He was then completely incapacitated. Zhang Xian walked up to him and looked down condescendingly at the other party. Tell me the purpose of your visit here. Ha, ha ha ha. The ninja looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of scorn and laughed extremely harshly. You dream. Dragon Nation, I'm not telling you anything. The sect master will avenge us. Seeing that the other guy was going to say something else, Zhang Xian frowned slightly as he directly punched him where his heart was. Long-winded. Bang! That eastern ninja's eyes were wide open, and his body slowly fell limply to the ground in death. After doing so, he called Zhou Zhihua again and told him what happened. Who knows, he just said, leave it to the special branch. Then hang up. It didn't take long. Meng Qingshu then rushed over with his men. She asked nothing, but directed the men and quickly cleaned up the mess. Master Zhang. She walked up to Zhang Xian and said with a respectful demeanor, according to the investigation conducted by the Special Specialization Bureau, these Easterning people have been inquiring about your news in the past few days. So you take care, and please feel free to let us know if anything happens. At those words, Zhang Xian's face did not change. It seems that word of what happened to Keiko Miyake has gotten back to the east. Otherwise the other side wouldn't have sent someone to assassinate him. However, Zhang Xian didn't put too much stock in it. After all, his current cultivation was at the peak of Jiadan and was about to break through the Yuaning realm. If he's really pissed off, he'll kill directly to the east. At that time, let's see who can stop him. Japanese gods? He could kill a whole lot of people with one slap. I'll trouble you guys tonight. Zhang Xian nodded at Meng Qingshu. Chapter 61, if you anger the poor Daoist, you will directly kill the east. You're welcome, it's what we should do. Aha! In the meantime. Mount Aso, East Japan. Bang! 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 It was accompanied by a series of explosions. Taro Matsuda snapped his eyes open and looked at the tabletop in front of him filled with scattered pieces of puppets with an indifferent expression. Interesting. They're all dead. He murmured something in a low voice. Gate Master. And at that point, a man in black hurriedly ran in, enlightened the sect master, just got a clue, Beichuan seen your brother in them. They are all dead. Words. Matsuda Taro is silent, as if he's simmering with emotion. Ryoko. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I know. Gate Master. When the man in black saw this, he immediately became anxious. They are all disciples of my 9 chrysanthemums one sect, senior brother Kitagawa. Now that we've been killed by the Dragon Kingdom, are we just going to let it go? So what do you want? Matsuda Taro turned his head to stare at him, coldly. I instructed them before we left not to act rashly, but they wouldn't listen. What do you want me to do now that people are dead? As he spoke, Matsuda Taro's expression grew more and more somber. Do I still have to go to the Dragon Kingdom myself to replace them? But. Okay, no need to say anymore. Taro Matsuda waved his hand, interrupting him with a cold grunt. I have my own plans, so go on down. Yes. The man in black retreated reluctantly. When he left, Taro Matsuda immediately stood up and headed for the other stone door of the chamber. He reached out and pushed open the stone door and walked straight into it. It was only in the center of that secret room that a black statue was placed, a full 3 meters tall, with a dark body. It was a hideous-looking statue of an evil spirit. It was covered in pitch black, with sharp fangs on both sides, and scarlet eyes that looked like 2 balls of ghost fire. And in the hands of this statue, it also held a katana, its blade pitch black and glowing with a morose killing intent. Almost there, almost there. When I gather all the treasures, I'll be able to summon the true god, Orochi Orochi. At that time, the entire world will prostrate itself at my feet. Ha ha ha. The other side. Outskirts of Magic City. On top of a barren mountain. At this moment, Zhang Xian's figure appeared. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up at the night sky, feeling the breeze blowing around him. Next. A jade tablet emerged around his body, blossoming with a dazzling white aura as it hovered in midair. Buzz. As if those jade tiles possessed spirituality, they kept trembling, releasing a ray of light. It was the very formation he had refined earlier. 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Formation. The moment he laid down the formation, he only saw the dense aura converge like a tidal wave within a radius of 1,000 meters. Rumble. The aura churned and rushed as if it were a tsunami. A few short minutes. The aura at Zhang Xian's location reached an unprecedented concentration, far surpassing other places. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that one breath would cause their body to explode and die. Of course, this was also because Zhang Xian himself was strong enough to withstand such an environment. But Sparrow thought, it was still far more than enough to support his breakthrough. Think about it. He immediately clenched his teeth and exchanged a bottle of elixir in the system Mall, the realm-breaking elixir. After taking it, one could instantly break through a small realm and there were no side effects. This elixir alone cost him 5 W points of merit value. That's expensive. P.S. Please vote. Recommendation, or a monthly ticket is fine. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Breaking Dan into Infant, Breaking Through the Early Stage of Yuaning. Chapter 62 Breaking Dan into Infant, Breaking Through the Early Stage of Yuaning. A yellowish-brown elixir appeared in his hand, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian directly swallowed it. Gulp. Shasta. The boundary-breaking Dan turned into a rolling hot stream that swept through his entire body. Boom. A violet energy surged out from his body, shaking the void. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure was suddenly released from Zhang Xian's body, like a towering mountain, causing the aura fluctuations around him to become even more intense. It felt as if a sleeping beast had been awakened. He closed his eyes tightly and sat on the ground with his knees crossed. As if his body was a bottomless pit, he greedily drew on the surrounding aura, constantly growing in strength. The 5 Thunders orthodoxy was running wild. Arc after arc of lavender electricity continuously wrapped around his body. There was a crackling, creepy sound. Not only that. There was also a muffled sound coming from within Zhang Xian's body, as if he was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. Buzz. The 9 Palace Spirit Gathering Formation continued to vibrate, gathering the spiritual qi from the surrounding heaven and earth. And in Zhang Xian's dantian, the mauve-colored golden dan became more and more condensed, radiating a bright and dazzling light. Ka-ching! I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from Zhang Xian's body, as if something had been completely broken. In the next second, the Jin Dan shattered. As it shattered, it emitted a circle of dazzling light that eventually coalesced into a miniature villain. If you look closely, this little man looked very similar to Zhang Xian, only the size of a baby's palm, and his body was crystal clear as if it were crystal. This, then, is the firstborn. As soon as the Yuaning was successfully condensed, it began to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi and gradually grew. And as it grew, the aura on Zhang Xian's body grew more and more terrifying. Suddenly, rumble! Thunder roared in the sky, and a sheet of dark clouds converged, as if there were shocking waves churning. Boom, boom, boom! A silver snake danced chaotically, tearing the sky. In an instant, the storm clouds are in the air. These thunderbolts did not descend on Zhang Xian's body, but he still felt an unprecedented oppression. He slowly opened his eyes, and instantly, 2 golden divine auras burst out, stinging the human eyeballs. Another thunderbolt? Zhang Xian frowned. For cultivators, every breakthrough was a torment. Especially when it comes to breaking through great realms. This was because the stronger the realm, the stronger the heavenly tribulation that needed to be endured after the breakthrough. Back then, when Zhang Xian broke through the peak of Jiadan, he had also encountered a heavenly calamity. Good thing he made it through. However, this time, the heavenly tribulation was very different from the past, far more terrifying than he had imagined. A dark cloud covered a radius of 1,000 meters, illuminating the heavens and earth as if it was daytime, as if there was a crisis of extinction. Next, a black as ink thunder, like a hideous and vicious dragon, carried a destructive aura as it slashed down towards Zhang Xian. Ka-ching! Holy! Seeing this, Zhang Xian hurriedly put away the array eyes that were arranged around him. It was so hard to produce them, so don't ruin them for me. However, that thunder was extremely fast, and it was already too late to avoid it. Zhang Xian's face changed slightly, and he hastily cast the golden light mantra to defend himself. Rumble! A vast heavenly might spread out. The grass and trees around them exploded. The trees within a circle of several hundred meters were all scorched by the thunder, and not an inch of grass could grow. What an overbearing thunderbolt! Zhang Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart palpitating. Luckily he defended in advance. Otherwise, that strike just now would have likely left him seriously injured. Zhang Xian's heart palpitated as he looked up into midair. Only in midair, a lightning bolt loomed in the dark clouds, constantly weaving and wandering. The power of this heavenly calamity was several times more terrifying than the previous one. Chapter 62 Breaking Dan into Infant, breaking through the early stage of Yuaning. It was a good thing that he didn't choose to break through in the center of the magic city, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ka-ching! Boom, boom, boom! Lightning bolt after lightning bolt struck down, tearing through the void. Every single thunder contained a terrifyingly extreme aura of destruction. Still coming? Zhang Xian couldn't help but curse as he hastily cast the golden light incantation for defense. Other side. At this moment, the entire magic was in chaos. Everyone looked up at the sky, filled with trepidation, their hearts thumping. What's going on? What the hell happened? How did the sky change all of a sudden? I'll be damned, better hurry home, it looks like it's going to rain hard. The crowd murmured. And somewhere in Magic City. 100 grains. At this moment, a group of hot, scantily clad beauties were lying on the ground and shivering. Each of their pretty faces turned white. There were also several dried-up corpses lying in front of them, obviously having been sucked out of their essence and died. Without exception, none of these people were alive. Rather, it's a ghost. The sky. Heavenly tribulation? They felt the terrifying heavenly might that was constantly coming from outside, and their hearts were filled with deep fear. What a horrible breath! Who the hell is out there crossing the threshold? Just the aura of the heavenly tribulation alone could make them tremble with fear, not daring to act rashly. I'm so hard. I can't take. Grandma, help us. They cried out desperately for help, and the spirits in their bodies grew dim. However, there was no response. I don't know. In the deepest part of the 100 valleys, a white-haired old woman was also shivering. She looked out with fear on her face. That terrifying aura made her body unable to stop trembling, unable to speak at all. For ghosts and monsters, nothing is more deadly than a thunderbolt. Because they are essentially yin. The power of the thunderbolt, on the other hand, was of the yang, or the supremely masculine and rigid kind. If inadvertently contaminated, it was even capable of directly obliterating the soul. Which senior person is this? This in the end transmitting a calamity, ah? The old crone's heart was pounding and she didn't dare to venture out at all. It's not just them. Within the entire magic city. All the ghosts and monsters were all silenced at this moment, prostrate on their own turf, trembling in fear. Ka-ching! The thunderclouds in the sky rolled over once again. One huge lightning bolt after another split down from it, wreaking havoc crazily. Rumble! Ka-ching! Rumble! One thunderbolt after another pierced through the sky, slashing towards Zhang Xian. Ouch! Come again! Zhang Xian operated the Five Thunders positive technique, constantly absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation as he strengthened himself. With every bit of power from the thunderbolt he absorbed, he felt his body grow more and more relaxed. These thunderbolts, which were condensed from the pure power of the heavens and earth, were more effective than taking pills. He can't afford to waste it. Boom, boom, boom. Zhang Xian stood still and allowed the lightning tribulation to strike down. That intensive attack lasted for a full column of incense before it gradually weakened. A few moments later, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared and the thunder in the sky completely dissipated. Zhang Xian's aura was even more majestic, emitting a dazzling golden light all over his body. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host's cultivation breakthrough to the early stage of yuaning. End of chapter. Chapter 63 The Pitiful System, Seal of the Heavenly Master's Back Mountain. Chapter 63 The Pitiful System, Seal of the Heavenly Master's Back Mountain. Cut. Zhang Xian couldn't help but skim his lips as he listened to the voice ringing in his ears. Just no congratulations, not even a breakthrough reward. System, you've narrowed your path. Look at other people's systems, how generous, you can at least reward something. Zhang Xian spat out 2 sentences in his heart before opening his personal attributes. Next. A virtual panel appears. Host, Zhang Shen. Cultivation, Early Yuaning. Techniques, 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, Full Level, Lightning Thunder Fist, Full Level, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, to the highest level, Golden Light Mantra, Full Level, Meditation Mantra, Full Level, Tongtian Talisman, Full Level, Taoist Mantra of the Dead, Full Level, Taoist Talisman Book. Magic Treasures, Celestial Master's Seal of Law, Growable, Lower Grade Spiritual Artifact, Celestial Master's Robe, Upper Grade Magic Artifact, 100-Year Peachwood Sword, Extreme Grade Magic Artifact, Space Ring, Upper Grade Magic Artifact. Merit Value, 142730. Backpack, 50 Years of Child Urine 1, Household Talisman 10, High Grade Talisman Paper 100, Never Break Underwear 19, Rare Grade Raffle 10. Tongtian Talisman, one of the 8 wondrous techniques, created by Zheng Zibu of the Shangqing sect, it represents the ultimate in talismanic ability, allowing the user to achieve the ability to draw talismans with their bare hands, drawing a large number of talismans in an instant. Looking at the introduction given by the system, Zhang Xian could not help but be staggered. Although it was one of the 8 strange techniques, this feat seemed a bit chickenish to him now. Not as good as the number of raffles. After all, he could also draw talismans with his bare hands without using any external force. But something is better than nothing. He then looked at the 10 rare class draws and somewhat jumped at the chance. The last time he drew 6 times, the slightly better ones were space rings. I wonder what goodies will be drawn this time. Zhang Xian took a deep breath before saying to the system. System, use 10 rare class draws. Immediately after, a familiar virtual disc suddenly appeared in front of him. As he watched, the hands slowly turned. Tinkerbell. Ding, you used the rare level draw and obtained the reward, 100 pieces of advanced rune paper. Ding, you have used a rare class draw and obtained the reward, 10 barrels of high-grade cinnabar. Ding, no item was drawn, please try again. Ding, no items were drawn, please try again. Ding, you've used the rare class draw and obtained a reward, a feat upgrade card. I am $. Seeing the results of the lucky draw, Zhang Xian almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Nima. Rare class raffle and thanks for the patronage. Shady. Definitely shady. System, what's going on? Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. It's amazing that 4 out of 10 draws are thank you for patronizing. Doesn't that mean he lost 4,000 merit values? It's not a lottery, it's a pit stop. Host, the system has prompted you before that the results of the lottery are luck dependent. And every lottery, not 100% winning rate, just draw the higher level of the probability of the item is lower. Host, the higher the level of the lottery, the easier it is to draw high-level items. Next time you can directly redeem the epic level lottery to try. The system explained flatly. Hearing this, Zhang Xian could not wait to pull out the system and beat it up. Thank you for not saying so earlier. Also next time. Next time, you. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and decided not to bother with the system anymore. Instead, he turned his attention to the drawn item. Feat Upgrade Card, a one-time consumable item that can be used to arbitrarily upgrade the level of a feat. I'll go. Great stuff. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Things like feat levels were the hardest to raise. If it's a bottleneck, you don't even have a clue and have to simmer down. But with this feat upgrade card, it was a completely different story. Chapter 63 The Pitiful System, Seal of the Heavenly Master's Back Mountain. It only takes a split second to force a boost, which can save a lot of time and effort. Not bad. Not bad. Keep it for now and use it later when the need arrives. As for the others drawn, they were all miscellaneous items of little use, either high-grade talisman paper or high-grade vermilion sand. It was better than nothing. Zhang Xian closed the system interface and then left the place. The other side. Lung Fu Shan, the Heavenly Master's Mansion. When the two Zhao Feiyu obtained the Heavenly Master's Mansion from Linen, the first thing they did was to report the matter of running into Zhang Xian to their master. What did you say? Inside the bedroom. A middle-aged man stood up violently, his eyes staring at his disciple with a deadpan expression as he asked in an agitated tone, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Master, disciple is definitely not mistaken. It must be the Celestial Master's Dharma seal." And he also performed the 5 Thunder Positive Technique and the Golden Light Mantra, using them so skillfully that even disciples are ashamed of themselves. Zhao Feiyu said with certainty. Speaking. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. After all, as a true disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, his Dao was unexpectedly inferior to that of an outsider. It's really a bit of a shame. Words. That middle-aged man's face was unpredictable, and he quickly spoke again. Go, tell your senior uncle about this. After saying that, he led Zhao Feiyu to the back of the mountain. There was a huge bamboo forest here, and at the moment it was already late at night, and the moonlight sprinkled down on the forest, making it seem extraordinarily quiet. Deep in that bamboo forest, a sealed altar was built, surrounded by yellow talismans. And above the altar, there was an old man sitting on a plate, with a stooped figure and a beard hanging down his chest. He closed his eyes and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. However, even though he had fallen into a deep sleep, he still had a terrifying aura emanating from him. Buzz. Seemingly sensing the appearance of a living being, that altar actually trembled vaguely. And then an eerie sound resounded, and the originally dim altar suddenly burst into dazzling red light, enveloping the entire bamboo forest. In the meantime, a palpitating pressure descended steeply, as if it was going to destroy everything. Feeling this terrifying aura, even though Zhao Feiyu possessed the cultivation of the late stage of qi gathering, he felt a tingle in his scalp. The old man snapped his eyes open and cupped his hands to seal. A talisman was waved out to ward off the bizarre aura. Buzz. GGG. Old Daoist, you can't trap this king. The king senses it. You can't live for many days anymore. After you die, this king will definitely bloodbath the Tianchi mansion. Wait for it. Ha ha ha. Subsequently, an eerie, ear-piercing laugh came from the bottom of that altar, as if it had penetrated the thick rocky barriers. Zhao Feiyu's two faces changed drastically when they heard this. Finally, half a day later, it was only then that the eerie red light on the altar gradually dispersed. The hunched figure also reappeared in front of the two. He was wearing a gray and white Daoist robe, with crane hair, quite immortal. Senior uncle. Seeing this, the middle-aged Daoist hurriedly bowed and saluted. Aha! The old man nodded slightly, then looked at the two and said, "What is it?" At those words, the middle-aged Daoist glanced at Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu hurriedly recounted the beginning and end of the matter, once again. After listening, The old man was silent for a few moments before slowly letting out a long breath. Ancestor blessing. The heavens will not fail me, Heavenly Master. End of chapter. Chapter 64 Chief Counselor status recovered? Chapter 64 Chief Counselor status recovered? The next few days, Zhang Xian had been cultivating in seclusion, consolidating the cultivation level he had just broken through. The 9 palace spirit gathering formation was suspended around his body, constantly gathering the spiritual chi from heaven and earth and surging into his body. Zhang Xian's body seemed like a funnel, greedily absorbing the aura. The mini Yuaning and the Dantian kept absorbing that rich spiritual chi and kept growing bigger and bigger. Whew! After a long time, Zhang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He slowly opened his eyes, a glint of essence flashing through his eyes, and the formations around him slowly retracted. The cultivation level was finally barely consolidated, and it was time to take on some more quests next to earn some merit value. Compared to closed-door bitter cultivation, Zhang Xian still preferred to enhance his strength through actual combat. This will make him stronger faster. Think about it. Zhang Xian stopped his cultivation before picking up his cell phone on the desktop and opening the Psychic Bounty Forum. But I didn't expect it. He had just opened the forums and was surprised to find that he didn't have permission to access them. We apologize, you do not have permission to access this forum at this time, please contact the SDB at. Looking at the window that popped up, Zhang Xian frowned. No permission? What the hell? He tried several more times to no avail, as if his account had been blocked. Zhang Xian instantly felt a surge of annoyance. Immediately dialed the phone number of the Magic City Special Bureau, and the other party's attitude was no longer as enthusiastic as it had been earlier after learning about the situation. Even he learned one thing. That was that Zhou Zhihua had been transferred to another position the day before yesterday and was now no longer in charge of Magic City. Even Wang Hai and Luya and the others had their status as psychic counselors cancelled. Ha! After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sneer, what a great move to unload a donkey. Do you really think that, just because of that, you can eat me? He didn't need to think about it to know that this was Li Hongtai behind the scenes. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. What's more, it was Zhang Xian's cultivation path that he had broken. If he couldn't go through the spiritual bounty forum and brush up on his merit value, I'm afraid he would have to spend 10 times as much time cultivating. Think about it. The anger in his heart increased. Humph. Since you guys want to play, then I'll simply accompany you to the end. Let's see who regrets it when the time comes. Zhang Xian said in a cold voice. Subsequently, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Jigua's number, ready to help him find a suitable mission with the help of his connections in Magic City. He could have searched on his own, but one man's power was limited after all. Moreover, Yi Jigua was also considered to be a little famous in Magic City, and with his help, it was naturally much faster. As a reward for his help, he didn't want any of the honorarium from each mission and gave it all to Yi Jigua. For his request, Yi Jigua agreed on the spot without saying a word. The next day, Yi Jigua then found a paranormal event and contacted Zhang Xian without stopping. The youngest master of the Chen family, one of the 5 major families in Magic City, had fallen into a coma when he returned home after a party a few days ago. No matter how much the hospital checked, the result was that everything was normal. However, it never woke up. This cannot help but let the Chen family up and down are anxious, and even invited a lot of high people, still cannot do anything. It was fortunate that Yi Jigua knew a friend, and it was only after passing his introduction that Zhang Xian was recommended. Words. After asking for the address, Zhang Xian immediately drove to the manor where the Chen family was located. The Chen family was worthy of being one of the top 5 families in Magic City, and this manor alone was incomparably luxurious, covering an area of 100 acres. Inside the pavilions, rockeries and running water have everything, looks very rich in ancient flavor. Zhang Xian parked his car outside the Chen family's door and walked towards the front door with a light step. At this moment, Yi Jigua and a middle-aged man were standing at the door. Chapter 64 Chief Counselor status recovered? Seeing him arrive, the 2 men greeted him. Mr. Chen, this is the one I introduced to you, Master Zhang Xianzhang. Yi Jigua pointed at Zhang Xian before introducing him to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a black suit, had his eyes slightly narrowed as if he was sizing up the young man in front of him. Upon seeing how young he was, his brows furrowed subtly, but they quickly recovered and reached out to shake Zhang Xian's hand. Hello, Master Zhang. My humble servant, Chendong Yang, I've often heard Bossy mention you. This time, please be sure to save my little nephew. Chendong Yang said in a serious tone. During this period of time, because of this matter, the entire Chen family could be said to be very busy. Although Zhang Shen looked young, he was personally recommended by Yi Zhigua, so he definitely had a set of unique means. So Chen Donyang could only pin his hopes on him. Don't worry, leave it to the poor Daoist. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. He then followed behind Chen Donyang and walked towards the interior of the manor. Across the courtyard. Entering into a bedroom, he saw a youth lying on a bed. Only to see that the youth was falling into a coma, his face pale to the extreme and bloodless. There were also a number of medical machines next to them, with lines of data displayed on top of various instruments. And by the bed, several old men in strange costumes were gathering in a group to discuss a cure. Divine Dr. Zhuge, what kind of disease does my son have? At this point, a middle-aged woman, full of sorrow, asked. She was none other than the mother of the young man on the bed, the wife of the Chen family's eldest house, Zhao Yufan. The one she asked was an old man with white hair, wearing a gray cloth coat and a goatee. Ugh. Mrs. Chen, to be honest, I've been practicing medicine for dozens of years, and I've never encountered such a tricky condition. The old man. Old man can't do anything about it. The old man said with a light sigh. Hear that? When the remaining few old men saw this, they were instantly displeased. In my humble opinion, your son is not sick, but possessed. Nice. I also think it's an evil spirit, otherwise it doesn't explain any of this. So tell me, what kind of evil is this? Why don't you guys have a solution until now? One time. A few of the old men then argued. And at this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the youth on the bed and realized that a faint demonic aura permeated his forehead. Plus the symptoms of his unconsciousness. It basically confirmed the guesses of the old man and the others that they were indeed possessed. Ahem. This. Mrs. Chen, right? If the poor Daoist is not mistaken, your son is indeed possessed. And it's serious, critical. I'm afraid I won't live through the night if I don't save him in time. Zhang Xian suddenly stepped forward and said. This statement was made. Everyone in the bedroom looked toward him in unison. Especially that Zhuge divine doctor, he even opened his mouth to chide, simply nonsense. What do you, a brat, know about being possessed? It's not your turn to talk here. Hearing him chortle. The crowd then responded. Zhao Yufan, on the other hand, asked in an urgent voice, This master, do you know what is the situation of my son? No. P.S. Sorry about that. I was out partying with friends tonight and ended up a little late, so the author is catching up on her coding. I hope you'll forgive me. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Weasel seeking seal, demon still not showing up? Chapter 65, the weasel begs for the seal, the demon is still not presentable? No. Your son is in a coma because his essence was taken away by a demon. And that demon isn't letting him go, it's still sucking up essence. If it's not stopped in time, he won't live through tonight. Zhang Xian nodded. He looked at Chen Xiang's current state and spoke faintly. This statement was made. There was an outcry. Hearing this, divine Dr. Zhuge even snorted inwardly. Essence taken by a demon? Such ridiculous and outrageous words have come out. It's simply ridiculous. But one of the old men sniffed and his eyes rolled as if he was pondering something. Ahem. Sister-in-law, this is the master I invited from outside. I heard that his skills are extremely high. Why don't we just let him try? And at that moment, Chen Dongyang lightly coughed a few times and opened his mouth to introduce himself. A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhao Yufan's face. She clenched her fingers worriedly, a peculiarly motherly anxiety in her eyes. After a moment, she finally clenched her teeth hard. Master, then I'm counting on you for the rest. Since no one else could do anything about it, it would be better to simply put this only hope on this master. Instead of saying that she believed in Zhang Xian. Rather, it is better to believe in one's younger uncle, Chen Dongyang. And his words just now had given Zhao Yufan some hope. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. He then walked over to Chen Xiang and placed his finger against the other party's forehead, his mouth softly chanting an incantation. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. Exorcise and bind evil spirits, and protect your life and body. Wisdom is clear, and the mind is at peace. The three souls are permanent, and the spirit is not lost. Poor buzz. As Zhang Xian's incantation fell, a strange fluctuation suddenly filled the air, as if the void was trembling. Zhang Xian's fingers twitched slightly. Immediately after, a brilliant bright light was like the first appearance of the morning sun, instantly shooting out from his fingertips and flying into Chen Xiang's brow. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yufan and the surrounding crowd all held their breath. Deadpan stared at the youth in the hospital bed. Only after the ray of light entered Chen Xiang's brow, it quickly transformed into a rune and imprinted itself in the depths of his mind. Immediately after, the youth on the hospital bed, whose eyes were originally closed tightly, suddenly let out a muffled grunt before slowly opening his eyes. This. Wake up! Really awake! Zhao Yufan was agitated when she saw this. She rushed to the bedside of the hospital bed, grabbed her own son's arm, and asked with a joyful face, "Son, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that is feeling uncomfortable?" At this time, Chen Xiang froze, his voice somewhat weak. "Mom, you are." "Master, what's wrong with my son? Why is it so weak? Is it still not fully healed?" Zhao Yufan was a bit anxious. Obviously people have woken up, how can they still be like this? Zhang Xian, however, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No need to worry. His essence was sucked up too much by the demon, that's why he's so weak, just slowly recuperate back later." Having said that, he looked at Chen Xiang again. "Tell the poor Daoist honestly, what exactly happened that night?" Chen Xiang sniffed and carefully recalled the events of that night. "That night after I attended a friend's birthday party, I wanted to walk alone to get rid of the booze, but I didn't expect a yellow-skinned man to appear out of the bushes. And it seemed to open its mouth and speak to me, asking me, 'Is it like God?'" Chapter 65, Weasel Seeking Seal, Demon Still Not Showing Up? I was a little drunk and sparingly replied back, "You look like a hammer to me." Then I fainted, and I don't know what happened after that. After listening, Zhang Xian finally understood the ins and outs. It turns out that he met a yellow-skinned man begging for a seal. The phrase "to seek a seal" has been around since the beginning of time. Some mountain spirits and monsters, after years of hard cultivation, would then seek help from humans in order to gain higher recognition and power. And that's how the expression "to beg for a seal" came about. Once they were recognized by humans, they would be given the opportunity to transform into their forms and even gain a more powerful Dao. The process amounts to a transaction. Generally speaking, these mountain elves also know the difference. Even if they are begging for mouth seals, they will only ask if they look like human beings. But this weasel that Chen Xiang had encountered was doing the opposite. He actually asked Chen Xiang directly if it looked like a god. It was clear that no matter how he answered, it was Weasel himself who profited. As for Chen Xiang, he suffered. If it said it looked like it, he probably died violently on the spot. But if it was said that it didn't look like it, the weasel's entire Dao was destroyed, and it was equally dead. But I didn't expect Chen Xiang to say it looked like a hammer when he was drunk, which angered the yellow skin. The ending was predictable. "Master, what should we do next? Do you have a solution?" Seeing that Zhang Xian did not speak for a long time, Zhao Yufan could not help but ask. She also heard and understood at this time that her son was truly possessed. And it's still touching such a tricky thing. You know, she has only one son. If anything happens to him, will she still be alive? Therefore, her heart was in a panic at this time. And at this moment, the gazes of the rest of the people all converged on Zhang Xian's body. Especially Dr. Zhuge. He had some difficulty believing what he had just seen. The solution is simple. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Only after that weasel is eliminated, your son will naturally be at peace in the future. Zhang Xian said calmly and self-assuredly. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Zhao Yufan, on the other hand, looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw as she hurriedly pleaded towards Zhang Xian. "Master, please make sure you get rid of that weasel, whatever conditions you put on me, I promise you. Don't worry. Leave this matter to the poor Daoist." Having said that, his eyes suddenly looked through the window, then slowly raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together, and pointed towards the void. Swish! The fingertips steeply shot out a ray of dazzling golden light, like a sharp arrow, straight through the glass. Instantly it rushed out of the bedroom and eventually struck somewhere on the estate outside. Bang! "Demon, in front of the poor Daoist, don't show yourself." With this rebuke from Zhang Xian, the crowd followed the sound and saw that near that altar, it suddenly exploded in dust flew. Immediately after, A tan, furry figure burrowed out of the ground. Exactly a weasel. At the moment it is. A pair of small green bean-like eyes were covered with blood, obviously filled with resentment and anger. It first glanced at Chen Xiang, and then looked at Zhang Xian with a hateful voice. Damn stinking Daoist, I advise you to mind your own business. My little master's decades of Taoism will be destroyed in a single word from that kid. I won't stop until this revenge is carried out. P.S. Second chapter of today's installment updated. The author is shamelessly asking for some recommendations and monthly votes, 1 or 2 is not too little. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Yellow Mist Mountain Great Demon? Trigger the chain quest. Chapter 66 Yellow Mist Mountain Great Demon? Trigger the chain quest. If you insist on interfering, then I'll make you all die with me at the risk of my Dao being destroyed. Weasel's hoarse, unpleasant voice came out. It was as if sand was being rubbed together, sounding unusually hoarse and harsh. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. How dare a yellow-skinned man threaten the poor Taoist? The one thing the poor Taoist is not afraid of is threats. With that in mind, he once again spat out a soft word. Edict. Along with the word edict, an invisible thunderbolt suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping it. Seek death. A vicious look flashed in Weasel's eyes. Roar. It roared up to the sky, and the brownish-brown hairs all over its body, all of a sudden stood up, as sharp as steel needles, carrying a gust of coldness. Who? Next. Its entire body suddenly soared into the air and leapt, as if it was an arrow that had left the strings and lunged towards Zhang Xian. That kind of speed is just too fast. The naked eye can't even capture it. Just out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to vaguely catch a glimpse of a brownish-brown residual shadow, followed closely by the sound of wind whistling in his ears. In an instant, the remnant shadow had already broken through the window and arrived at Zhang Xian's side. The weasel's tail, like an iron whip, was violently thrown out and heavily smashed down. This tail is powerful. Enough to slap through hard rock. If it were to whip on an ordinary person's body, I'm afraid it would be slapped into a meat pie on the spot. Buzz. However, just in the nick of time, a layer of golden light suddenly surfaced around Zhang Xian's body, shielding it within. Boo! The tail fell, but it merely smashed the golden light and made it tremble. And the golden light was fine in the slightest. What? Weasel's face changed dramatically. It never expected that this fatal blow of its own would be blocked just like that. Next. It violently released a thick yellow gas, accompanied by a gust of stench, which spread out in all directions. Shasta. Everyone in the room felt dizzy and nauseous. And immediately after, only to see that weasel jerking up and rushing towards the outside. This is one of the usual tactics of the yellow skins. If they are in danger, they will release a large amount of stinky gas, which will be used to ward off enemies, and then take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Still trying to escape. The opponent's movements had long been in sight by Zhang Xian. Only to see him stretch out his right hand and grab it into the void, then tightly grasp the other party in his hands. This process happens in a mere flash of lightning. By the time the crowd came back to their senses, the weasel had already been completely gripped by Zhang Xian. It struggled, but unfortunately in vain. This scene stunned everyone. Get off me! Stinking Taoist priest, my grandma is the great demon of Yellow Mist Mountain, the Yellow Mist Immortal, you'd better let me go quickly. Otherwise. It struggled desperately, its mouth screaming. Zhang Xian faintly swept a glance at it. Long-winded. In the next second, his palms snapped together. Berserk flashes of thunder completely erupted at this moment, raging wildly. Bang! Immediately afterward, the weasel's body was seen exploding into a shower of blood. Zip zip zip. That yellow blood landed on the floor with a stomach-churning, corrosive sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one 56-year-old weasel, gaining 455 points of merit value. Ding, detected host triggering serial quests. The first ring mission, eliminate the Yellow Mist Mountain demon that is causing trouble for one side. The completion of the mission rewards 1000 merit value and one chance to upgrade the magic treasure. Chapter 66 Yellow Mist Mountain Great Demon? Triggering a chain of quests. No penalty for failure. Note: only after completing the first ring of tasks can the next ring of system tasks be triggered. Ha! Serial quests? When he heard the system beep ring out, Zhang Xian's brows raised slightly. He didn't expect that after eliminating that weasel, he had triggered a chain of quests. And this was the first time he had triggered a chain of quests. This type of quest, different every time, is rewarding but extremely difficult. The Great Demon of the Yellow Mist Mountain? Isn't that the weasel, the Great Demon just mentioned? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance. That's interesting. Guru. Just then, Zhao Yufan, who was on the side, suddenly spoke timidly, pulling his thoughts back. Things have worked out. Then the poor Daoist will give you another talisman, and with just a bit of regular conditioning, the lost essence will be made up for. Having said that, Zhang Xian took out a piece of jade talisman with an icy glutinous body and the size of 3 fingers and handed it to Chen Ziang, who was lying on the bed. This jade talisman was one that he had excised from those raw stones from before, being carved with the 3 major talismans of peace, exorcism, and fitness. Worn on the body on weekdays, it is invulnerable to all diseases and can even speed up the recovery of essence. Thank you, Master. Chen Ziang said in a somewhat weak voice as he received the jade talisman. As the eldest grandson of the Chun family, he still had eyesight and could tell with a glance that this jade talisman was worth a lot. Crafted from ice jadeite, it would have cost 6 figures at least to buy if it were in the outside world. It's not just him. Chen Dongyang's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the jade tablet. He was in the jade business, so how could he not recognize what quality it was? Ice. And it's an extremely pure, icy emerald. Elder brother say Master Zhang, has he always been so generous? Chen Dongyang whispered. It's an icy emerald right out of the gate. It's unthinkable. After seeing Zhang Xian's methods, his address to Yi Zhigua had also changed, from the previous boss Yi to the more intimate elder brother Yi. At those words, Yi Zhigua shook his head. He had only one thought at the moment. This emerald wouldn't have been opened from one of those raw stones, would it? Thank you, Master. You saved Xian's life, you are a great benefactor. Of my Chen family, Zhao Yufan also said with a face full of gratitude. Hands up. Zhang Xian waved his hand and said. It's not a bad trip. It also triggered a chain of quests that would allow him to follow up and earn some more merit value. Zhao Yufan took out a bank card. Master, this is a small token of my appreciation. The password is 6 digits after the card, and I'd appreciate it if you could take it. With that, he shoved the bank card onto Zhang Xian. He didn't excuse himself and just took it, waiting to give it to Yi Zhigua after he left. After all, money was just some yellowish things to him now, not as practical as merit value. Well, if there's nothing else, the poor Daoist will take his leave first. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Yi Zhigua followed closely behind. Chen Donyang hurriedly followed and sent them out. Bossy, this is yours. At this moment, Zhang Xian threw the bank card to Yi Zhigua. After all, this was agreed upon in advance. A few people walked and chatted, and soon they reached the gates of the manor. And at that point, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Several people, please stay. Zhang Xian stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look, he saw that one of the old men from earlier was walking this way. He was the same old man who had first suggested that Chen Zian was possessed earlier in the bedroom. Master Huan, why have you come out? The moment he saw him, Chen Dongyang was somewhat slightly surprised. This is one of the high-ranking people that the Chen family specially invited from the provinces to exorcise his nephew's evil spirits. This fellow Daoist, may I ask how to address you? End of chapter. Chapter 67 Extreme Dao Sect Warlock, Huang Jiushi, partnering to Yellow Mist Mountain. Chapter 67 Extreme Dao Sect Warlock, Huang Jiushi, partnering to Yellow Mist Mountain. I am Uncle Huang Jiu of the Extreme Dao Sect, may I ask how this fellow Daoist is addressed? Uncle Huang Jiu was a slightly chubby, plainly dressed old man. Holding a mahogany cane, he walked up to Zhang Xian and opened his mouth to inquire. Zhang Xian. So it's fellow Daoist Zhang. Fellow Daoist Zhang has such profound strength at such a young age, it really makes me marvel. Uncle Huang Jiu said with a smile. His attitude was obviously much more enthusiastic than before after seeing Zhang Xian's skills. Oh? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he sized up Uncle Huangjiu, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a touch of playfulness. There's no need to be polite. Just get to the point with what's going on. Upon hearing this, Uncle Huangjiu froze slightly for a moment and then said with a smile. Ah, fellow Daoist Zhang is really refreshing. He paused and continued, does fellow Daoist Zhang know that the yellow-skinned one you just destroyed, it came from Yellow Mist Mountain? And it's also the direct descendant of that old demoness from Yellow Mist Mountain, so if you, Taoist friend, destroy it now, you might have some trouble in the future. Trouble? What's the trouble? Zhang Xian asked rhetorically with interest. Honestly. He was quite interested in this Yellow Mist Mountain right now. After all, the chain quest released by the system was asking him to destroy the demons of the Yellow Mist Mountain. Now that Uncle Huangjiu had found him again, he thought he should know something about the situation. Fellow Daoist doesn't know. Uncle Huangjiu smiled faintly, a hint of caution showing in his gaze. This Yellow Mist Mountain is the largest mountain range in the city of H. There is a group of yellow skins coiled up on the mountain, and the leader is a great demon that is over 300 years old. It calls itself the Yellow Mist Immortal, and it often lets the yellow skins under its hand go to the bottom of the mountain to suck the essence of ordinary people for its cultivation. Now that you, fellow Daoist, have eliminated its offspring, I'm afraid it won't stop when it finds out. Uncle Huangjiu spoke while carefully observing the expression on Zhang Xian's face. But after listening, Zhang Xian's face was not half afraid. Instead, he revealed a calm and composed expression. This couldn't help but make him slightly startled. Unusual people are sure to be a little scared when they hear this. But this Taoist Zhang is actually indifferent? Is it hard to have something to fall back on? Thinking of this, Uncle Huangjiu asked tentatively again, fellow Daoist, you're not afraid? It's just a yellow-skinned man who has been cultivating for over 300 years, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Xian said in a flat tone. After hearing these words, the corners of Uncle Huangjiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's only 300 years, that's all? Have to say. This fellow Daoist Zhang's mouth is not normally big. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Zhang, what I mean is that instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative. Why don't I just take a loss and join forces with fellow Daoists to destroy these demons and do justice to heaven? Uncle Huangjiu coughed lightly a few times before stating his purpose. Aha! Take the place of heaven. It was never because he happened to be taught a lesson by that old demon woman from Yellow Mist Mountain some time ago. At those words, Zhang Xian looked at him with a smirk. That's what he's really after, isn't it? Trying to get himself out of the way to deal with those yellow noses, and as for what he said about joining forces, it wasn't that Zhang Xian looked down on him. His cultivation was only in the middle stage of qi gathering. If he was up against a great demon that had cultivated for 300 years, he would be lucky if he didn't get slapped to death. And join forces? Are you kidding me? Uncle Huangjiu was a little embarrassed by his look and couldn't help but give an awkward smile. Immediately afterward, he continued to speak, fellow Daoist Zhang, I didn't lie to you. Those yellow skins can be tricky, and I'm afraid you'll have a hard time finding their lair if you don't have a local to show you the way. That's true. If there was no one to lead the way, it would basically be hard to find the nests of those yellow skins, and for this, Uncle Huangjiu didn't lie to him. Before, he had even spent more than half a month in search of it before he could barely find it. But I didn't expect that in just a single glance, Uncle Huangjiu was beaten up by that old demoness. Chapter 67 Extreme Dao Sect Warlock, Huang Jiushi, partnering to Yellow Mist Mountain. If he hadn't relied on the sect's secret method, he would probably have to explain himself there. Zhang Xian was naturally clear about this. So after a little thought, he agreed to Uncle Huangjiu's proposal. The two agreed on a time, added each other's contact information, and left the Chen family garden. The next day. Early morning in the city of H. A ray of sunlight poured a warm golden glow through the thin clouds. The air was moist and earthy, accompanied by a few crisp bird calls as if to greet the new day. Zhang Xian and Uncle Huangjiu arrived at the foot of Yellow Mist Mountain early in the morning, and the verdant mountains looked particularly vibrant in the morning light. However, the depths of the mountain were vaguely eerie. That's demonic energy. Fellow Daoist Zhang, this is Yellow Mist Mountain. Uncle Huangjiu introduced. Zhang Xian stood at the foot of the mountain, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at the lofty peak in front of him. There are many yellow skins appearing on the mountain, which is again shrouded by a light mist throughout the year. So that's how the Yellow Mist Mountain got its name. And at the moment, Uncle Huangjiu slowly pulled out an ancient compass from his pocket. The edges of the compass were covered with signs of age and had a slight dull brownish sheen. He placed the compass gently in front of his eyes, and his gaze was like a torch as he scrutinized it. Next, the compass needle swayed gently with the breeze, seemingly sensing something and pointing straight in a certain direction. There! Fellow Daoist Zheng, follow me. Uncle Huangzhou's eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards the direction guided by the compass with a confident look. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xian did not hesitate and immediately followed. Along the way, the mountains are densely forested and grassy. Not far, a small brook gurgled and shimmered colorfully in the morning light. Crossing this creek, the two men came to a halfway point. Shoo shoo shoo. At that moment, the sound of shuttling seemed to come from the mist drifting around. Zhang Xian's face did not change. Under his perception, there were several yellow skins hidden around them, with eyes the size of soybeans, staring at them in death. Have to say, Uncle Wong Kao is still a two-timer. That compass could sense that wherever the demonic aura was thickest around it, that was the yellow skin's lair. And so, the two were just halfway through the grass and trees. The air around them became more and more humid, and the dense demonic aura seemed to be like a layer of invisible net, silently wrapping around them. The sunlight in the sky shone through the dense foliage, forming spots of light that shone on the ground, but it couldn't dispel the gloom that shrouded the yellow misty mountain. Suddenly, the ancient compass in his hand flickered. The pointer trembled violently and kept swinging non-stop. Found it! These yellow skins are so cunning, they even know to change places to hide, they are really cautious. Having said that, Uncle Huangzhou looked up and then immediately led Zhang Xian towards the other side. A few moments later, a huge cave presented itself. It was pitch black inside, as if it was a black hole that could swallow people, and it was palpitating. And from time to time, a wisp of demonic aura floated out from the cave. Fellow Daoist Zheng, this is the place. Uncle Huangzhou turned his head and spoke. Woo-hoo-hoo. As soon as he spoke, a gust of wind suddenly blew inside the cave, instantly rolling up the thick withered leaves on the ground. Good you, Uncle Huangzhou. You accidentally got away last time, and this time you even dare to come to the door. It seems you don't know how to write the word death. End of chapter. Chapter 68, You're really in league with that traitor. Chapter 68, You're really in league with that traitor. Suddenly, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. In the next moment, the demonic chi within the entire cavern surged up crazily. Spin! Only a cloud of yellowish figures emerged. It was a large, human-like weasel. It wore long hair, and its head still had the features of a demonic beast, with sharp teeth, and a pair of eyes that were fierce and vicious, as if it was choosing to devour people. Especially with the sticky liquid hanging from the side of its mouth, it was revolting to look at. And right behind it was a pack of weasels. Hey! You didn't expect that, did you, old hag? Grandpa Huang is back again. Uncle Huangzhou laughed coldly, as if he was a different person. He reached out and pointed at the old weasel as he spoke. I came back today specifically to take your life. Listen to this. Old weasel, Grandma Wang's face, at once, showed an expression of extreme anger. Humph. Uncle Huangzhou, if you hadn't used an underhanded sneak attack last time, how would you have left Yellow Mist Mountain alive? And now you've brought a brat who dares to talk about taking my wife's life? What a mouthful. Grandma Huang's voice was as if it came from the depths of hell, hoarse and appearing somewhat eerie, as if every word was able to cut through the air. An invisible pressure formed around her, forcing Zhang Xian and Uncle Huangzhou. Cut the crap. Fellow Daoist Zheng, this is what you're looking for, the old weasel that has been cultivating for over 300 years. Uncle Huangzhou turned his head to look at Zhang Xian and said in a somewhat grave tone. In fact, he himself wasn't too sure if he could get rid of that old weasel with Zhang Xian's strength. After all, the other party was a great demon of more than 300 years. But Zhang Xian was able to cast the golden light spell, as well as the legendary thunder spell. This couldn't help but remind him of the news of the re-emergence of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion some time ago. So he was going to take a shot. Think about it. A piece of talisman paper suddenly appeared in the palm of Uncle Huangzhou's hand that was placed at his back. He clutched this yellow talisman paper within the palm of his hand, as if waiting for an opportunity. When Zhang Xian heard this, he merely smiled faintly. And didn't say a word. At this point, the old weasel also fixed his gaze on Zhang Xian. Why do you have the scent of my offspring on you? Asshole. How dare you kill my offspring? This statement was made. The atmosphere inside the cave suddenly froze, as if even time had stopped for it. The surrounding weasels, on the other hand, were revealing ferocious gazes, like a group of beasts that were about to riot, staring at Zhang Xian with endless fury. The eyes, glittering green, seemed to tear him apart, and the air was so oppressive that it was as if he could feel the heat of that anger in every moment. Their fur trembled slightly in the dimly lit cavern, making a rustling sound like leaves blowing in a distant gale, harboring a storm that was about to erupt. Zhang Xian felt the demonic aura that came like a tidal wave. His heart was first disdainful, but the next second. Brat, you shall die. Strike that. Its demonic aura surged as it fiercely lunged and bit towards Zhang Xian. Grandma Wang was so fast that she arrived almost instantly. But Zhang Xian reacted faster. Swish! Only to see him flip his palm, a layer of golden radiance instantly covered his entire body, forming a body-protecting true chi shield. Bang! When Grandma Huang impacted Zhang Xian and was blocked by her protective body chi, she immediately bounced off and landed dozens of meters away. Yes! Uncle Huangzhou stood not far away and couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw this scene. And because of that, the rest of the weasels looked at him angrily. Those two guys were annoying. One stepped in to stop Grandma. The other one is a scumbag. Last time, Grandma let him go, but I didn't expect him to come back. And bring someone back. It's shameless. Roar! Kill him. One of the weasels was the first to strike, turning into a stream of light towards Uncle Huangzhou. The rest of the weasels, in turn, followed suit. Chapter 68, You're really in league with that traitor. Seeing this, even he couldn't help but let out a low curse. Lean. It really looked up to him. Surprisingly, a dozen or so weasels had struck out at him, and each of them had been cultivating for at least 50 years. Uncle Huangzhou cursed and took out another piece of talisman paper, then bit the tip of his tongue and applied blood on it. Edict. With a soft shout from him, the talisman paper burned and turned into a blazing flame. Immediately after, he held a mahogany cane and met those weasels. Boom, boom, boom. Intense muffled sounds kept coming. A mahogany cane was wielded with tigerish vigor, beating those weasels without a fight. This is what you're forcing me to do. Grandma Huang let out a roar. Its wrinkled, aged face was currently covered in thick anger, as if it could shoot flames at any time. And the demonic aura that emerged from its body grew stronger and stronger. Roar! What are you screaming about? Suddenly, Zhang Xian's cold snort resounded through the cavern. The golden light around him rose greatly. In the next second, Hera transformed into a thunderous light that enveloped his entire body. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly shook. A thundercloud gathered out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, a streak of purple lightning struck down, smashing into the old weasel's position. Crackle! The piercing thunder was unrelenting. Ah! Although the old weasel was a demon of more than 300 years. But it was still fragile in front of the supremely masculine thunder. In just a blink of an eye, he was split open and howled miserably. This is the Thunder Law? You're a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house? Grandma Huang's pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed. It had once seen the thunder spells of the disciples of the Heavenly Master's house, but compared to the one in front of it, it was not worth mentioning at all. The Heavenly Master's house is known as the Thunderbolt Authenticity. This kind of thunder method had transcended the mortal world and possessed the divine ability to destroy all things. How is this possible? Humph. Zhang Xian snorted coldly as another thunderbolt struck down, heading straight for Grandma Huang. Grandma Huang didn't dare to resist and hurriedly backed away. Boom! Thunder rolled out like a waterfall pouring down. Immediately after. Only to see the old weasel's figure, which was instantly drowned in those thunderbolts. Zip, zip, zip. Ear-piercing explosions continued to ring out. But just the next second, a scene that no one expected happened. The lightning gradually dispersed. Grandma Wang's figure is revealed. At this moment, it was charred and mangled, with blood hanging from the corners of its mouth, but it was not fatal. I can't believe I dodged the thunderbolt. Something like a true chi shield appeared around it, defending it from most of the attacks. Asshole! You really are in league with that traitor. Seeing this, Uncle Huangzhou burst into a rage. It seems one's suspicions were not wrong. GGG. I didn't expect to run into someone from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house here. Count me out today. However, after I recover from my injuries, I will definitely eat all of you. Ha ha ha. Grandma Wong laughed madly. Immediately after, it once again turned into a black light and quickly fled towards the depths of the cave. P.S. One more chapter later. End of chapter. Chapter 69, No. Master, save me. Chapter 69, No. Master, save me. Ridiculous. In front of the poor Daoist, how dare you try to escape? Zhang Xian's gaze turned cold. Although he didn't know what tactics this old demon had used to resist his lightning spell. But now, it was even trying to escape under his nose. Did he really think he was eating his words? Ka chow. A thunderbolt instantly struck out, heading straight in the direction that Grandma Huang had fled. No. Grandma Yellow was frightened out of its wits when it saw this. It had never felt death so close to it. It kept hissing, pushing its demonic chi as hard as it could in an attempt to block that thunder from falling. But it doesn't help at all. Ow. 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 Seeing this scene, the remaining weasels couldn't care less about dealing with Uncle Huangjiao and fled towards the outside of the cave. It's time to run for your life. They all knew very well that if they didn't escape again, they were afraid that they would all have to die here. After all, the thunder spell that man had cast was too terrifying. No. I don't want to die yet. Grandma Yellow's mouth let out a frantic-like roar, but it still didn't have any way to stop that thunder. Immediately after, a mournful scream echoed within this cave, unable to dissipate for a long time. Ah ha ha ha. Master, save me. The words fell. A faint glow emanated from it in an attempt to try to step in and save it. How dare you? Zhang Xian's gaze was as cold as frost, like the howling north wind, piercing straight into the depths of Grandma Huang's soul. Electricity flickered in his hand, and the power of thunder condensed in the air as he slashed down hard once again. No one can save the demon that the poor Daoist wants to kill. Ka chow. Rumble. There was a shocking sound, and the entire cavern seemed to tremble. The ground was scorched black. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the 372-year-old weasels, gaining 2,175 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying a strand of the conjunctival cultivator's subsoul, gaining 2,640 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first loop of the quest, obtaining more than 1,000 merit values and one chance to upgrade the level of the magic treasure. In the meantime, inside a shadowy space, only a figure was seen sitting cross-legged on top of a stone bed. There was a faint glow suspended above his head, like the first light of morning, hazy and mysterious. The light flickered and spread out at times, as if it was fighting against the gloomy space around it, trying to dispel those heavy glooms. The stone bed was like an ancient relic that had been eroded by the years, covered with signs of age and dust. The man had a thin figure and a clean face, but his eyes were filled with an unyielding firmness. A purplish-red mist was even lingering around it. These mists seemed to be dispersed from his body, like wantonly wild ghosts wandering in the shadowy space. The mist was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, rising and falling with his faint breathing, filled with a mysterious and eerie aura. Suddenly, the figure's eyes snapped open, and a streak of stern essence light exploded out. In an instant, the entire space trembled slightly. It was as if they were suffering from some horrible and extreme oppression. Even the light suspended above the figure's head dimmed by a few points. Damn! The detachment that this seat left on that yellow-skinned man was destroyed just now. Who is it? How dare you jeopardize this seat's major event? He gritted his teeth as a fierce and vicious expression surfaced on his face. Those purplish-red mists around them tumbled violently, and miserable cries of ghosts and gods were vaguely heard, making people's bones creepy. The plan that he had laid out for decades was just ruined. Chapter 69 No. Master, save me. How could he not be angry? That is, he didn't get to know who did it now, otherwise, he would have broken him into pieces long ago. Whoever you are, if you dare to destroy this seat's detachment, this seat will thwart you. He roared low in anger, his fists pinched and creaked, itching to immediately whip the other party and eat him alive. After a long time, he forcibly pressed down the monstrous resentment within his heart, closed his eyes again, and fell into cultivation once more. Yellow Mist Mountain. After eliminating Grandma Yellow, the other weasels had pretty much run away. Only Uncle Huangjio was left alone, standing there dumbfounded. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Zhang, why are you looking at old me like that? At this moment, he seemed to be aware of Zhang Xian's gaze and smiled awkwardly. Zhang Xian just looked at him, his gaze seeming to contain other deep meanings. This Uncle Wang Cao is not honest. What did he just say about being in league with the traitors? Ahem. Uncle Huangjio was uncomfortable with him staring at him and coughed softly twice. Don't look at the old man. Even if you keep watching, the old man can't tell you. Immediately afterward, he hastily pulled away from the topic and said, Fellow Daoist Zhang, why don't we go in and take a look? Good thing too. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Zhang Xian simply didn't get to the bottom of it and followed him, walking into the cave together. In the middle of the cavern was an intertwined and complex passageway. If an ordinary person entered rashly, they could easily get lost and never go out again. But Uncle Nine Wang is different. He took out the compass from before, and the pointer spun rapidly in the middle of the cave, leading Zhang Xian through various obstacles. I don't know how long I've been gone. A bright light appeared ahead. There was a surprisingly small square surrounded by towering cliffs. In the center of the square, a 2-meter-high stone statue was placed. The stone statue was carved by a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, wearing an 8 trigrams Daoist robe, but it gave people a sense of evil. And in front of the stone statue, instead of incense, an unborn baby is enshrined. The moment he saw this stone statue, Uncle Huangjio's pupils suddenly shrunk. He recognized the stone statue. Recognized this person for who they are, to be precise. It was the one he had spoken of before, the traitor who had deceived his master. It was also because of him that the extreme Dao sect was almost destroyed decades ago because of this. Evil devil. See this scene. Zhang Xian instantly frowned, an inexplicable anger arising in his heart as if a fiery flame was burning in his chest. What is so tragic that it is not evil? His gaze was like a knife, locked onto the bizarre stone statue, the indignation and disgust in his heart intertwined into one strong emotion. Ugh! And at that point, Uncle Huangjio sighed and said quietly, Fellow Daoist Zhang, I'm sure you've guessed it as well. The reason why old man asked you to come to Yellow Mist Mountain is actually for another purpose. Zhang Xian mused. He naturally saw it, he just didn't point it out at first. Originally there is another thing, the old man is not going to tell you, but... Can the old man's Dao, I am afraid that this life is difficult to report this revenge. That's why I want to ask you to help me and avenge my master's blood feud for me. When Uncle Huangjio said this, his eyes suddenly moistened with old tears, obviously hurt beyond measure. What is it? It's a long story. P.S. Chapter 2 is updated, asking for votes. Book Club Exchange, 739, 056, 524. End of chapter. Chapter 70 Extreme Immortal Master, Second Ring Quest Triggered. Chapter 70 Extreme Immortal Master, Second Ring Quest Triggered. Original. More than 50 years ago, the previous sect master of the Extreme Dao sect had taken in an exceptionally talented disciple. The other party broke through the early stage of Qi gathering at the age of 13, and achieved Tomi at the age of 18. The whole of the Extreme Dao sect had high hopes for him, pouring out the entire clan's efforts to cultivate him. Whoops! At the age of 22. He went so far as to murder his own master, seize the sect's secret treasures, and ultimately escape the Extreme Dao sect. Since then, the Extreme Dao sect then suffered a series of drastic changes, and the sect gradually fell into disrepair, and in the end, it was completely reduced to a third-rate force. And that traitor is still at large today. Uncle Huangjio's master was the previous sect master's eldest disciple, the traitor's senior brother. Unfortunately, it also died a depressed death after that incident. In order to take revenge, Uncle Wang Cao had been searching for the whereabouts of the traitor, and it was not until some time ago that he looked for a hint of a clue. That's why we chased them to Yellow Mist Mountain. Now it confirmed his suspicions that the old weasel was really in league with that traitor. And it's still master and disciple. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you have such strength at such a young age, I implore you to avenge my blood. After saying that, Uncle Huangjio suddenly fell on his knees in front of Zhang Xian and was about to kowtow with a face full of grief. Zhang Xian rushed forward to pull him back. Fellow Daoist Huang, please don't do this. As long as you are willing to make a move, I, Uncle Huangjio, will be at your head from now on. Uncle Huangjio was thrilled beyond measure. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Who is the traitor of your division, Huang Daoyu? I'm not sure of his name, I only know that he calls himself the Extreme Immortal Master. Uncle Huangjiu gritted his teeth and said. Betraying the division, not to mention, even dared to call himself by the division's name, hateful to the extreme. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the second ring quest. Mission content, please help Uncle Huangjiu, the host, to eliminate the Jigaku Immortal Master, in order to avenge the Jigaku sect's decades-long blood feud. Reward for mission completion, 3,000 merit value, 1 epic lottery, and a random magic treasure. This. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Was he considered to be hitting the right target? Surprisingly, the second loop of the quest was triggered. He had thought that it would be a while longer before the second ring of the quest would be triggered, but he didn't expect it to appear so soon. It looks like Uncle Wang Kao and him are very much related. Zhang Xian laughed in his heart. Fellow Daoist Zhang, Uncle Huangjiu stared at Zhang Xian with a hopeful face, his eyes filled with pleading. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. Help people to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Since the quest had already been triggered, plus the fact that he already had no good feelings towards this extreme immortal master, it was not bad to get rid of him on the way. Anyway, for him, it was nothing more than a show of hands. Uncle Huang Josie was overjoyed at his words. With Zhang Xian's help, revenge was just around the corner. Next, Zhang Xian inquired some more about the extreme Dao Immortal Master. According to Uncle Huangjiu, the extreme immortal master had not appeared in the secular world in the 20 years after he had rebelled against his master. Until a dozen years ago. It was only then that he reappeared before the world, and the old weasel was one of his newest disciples. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I have investigated many places over the years, and there are a few suspicious locations that could very well be his hiding places. Where? Ichu. Uncle Huangjiu slowly spat out 2 words. Izhou was located in the southwestern belt of the Dragon Kingdom, thousands of kilometers away from H City. This distance was nothing to Zhang Xian, but the key was that there was still an Uncle Huangjiu. He couldn't just take Uncle Huangjiu and travel to Izhou by air, could he? Then there's no time to lose, let's set off for Izhou now. Having said that, Zhang Xian then prepared to leave the place. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly turned back and slapped his palm at the stone statue. Zip, zip, zip. With a flash of electricity, the originally tall stone statue instantly collapsed and disintegrated. A piece of rubble fell to the ground. Chapter 70 Extreme Immortal Master, Second Ring Quest Trigger. In the meantime, Devil's Capital. Quickly go and report to the Imperial Capital, tell them that Zhang Xian has left the Magic Capital and is nowhere to be found. Huh? He really left? Go! Yes, yes, yes. A few hours later. Izhou Airport. Outlet. Uncle Huangjiu looked at Zhang Xian beside him, and then at the strange gazes around him, he could not help but sigh. None other. Zhang Xian was still wearing that purple Daoist robe. And when the people around them saw this, they whispered. Some of the girls, in particular, had eyes that blossomed with peach, revealing a demented expression. So handsome. Have all the handsome men gone to become Taoist priests these days? Couldn't have been cosplaying. Say. Taoist priests also take airplanes? It's the first time I've seen that. Don't they fly with their swords? Young man, read less fairy cultivation novels, Taoist priests are also people. Said someone next to him in a bad mood. What an age this is. And flying with a sword? What's going on in your head? Uncle Huangjiu listened to the comments around him, and his face was a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Xian was invited by him to avenge his death, so it was not good to say anything in return. After all, it's people's freedom to wear what they want. For these, Zhang Xian didn't care what others said. Anyway, he was here to earn merit value. Fellow Daoist Zhang, this Dao cultivation of yours, did you really cultivate it on your own? No one to teach? At this time, Uncle Huangjiu once again inquired uncertainly. Just now on the airplane. The two of them chatted for a while, and that was how he came to know many things about Zhang Xian. Especially when he heard that Zhang Xian was self-taught and did not have a teacher to teach him, Uncle Huangjiu was quite shocked. Could this be genius? Right, so you didn't enter the Dao sect exchange group? Uncle Huangjiu suddenly opened his mouth as if he remembered something and asked. A Taoist exchange group? What's that? At those words, Zhang Xian was a bit surprised. Seems like you really don't know. The Daoist Exchange Group is an online communication place formed by the various Daoist forces, and to put it bluntly, it's a chat group. An old man happens to be in there. Since you didn't enter, then old man will pull you into the group later. Uncle Huangjiu explained with a smile. As times continue to change, it's only natural that they would follow suit in order to conform. Exchange groups are one of them. Otherwise, being stuck in their ways will only keep them out of step with the times. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Taoist chat group? I'll go. So there is such a place. By the way, if you're interested in anything paranormal, there's also posted there inside the group. Not everyone, after all, can have such a cultivation level as fellow Daoist. At those words, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Isn't this a mini psychic bounty forum? This group is going in. Be sure to enter. It's not unlikely that we'll have to go through this exchange group to get the merit value in the future. Uncle Huangjiu smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he silently took out his cell phone and pulled Zhang Xian into the Daoist exchange group, but he needed to wait for the management to agree. Subsequently, the two left the airport, grabbed a cab on the way, and drove toward the city center. Only those still whispering around them were left behind. End of chapter. Chapter 71, A mansion surrounded by grievances, surprised by soul-sending corpses. Chapter 71, A mansion surrounded by grievances, surprised by soul-sending corpses. Downtown. In front of a building. Zhang Xian stepped out of the cab and looked up at the building in front of him. This is it. Back then, I checked all the way to this building in order to track down that traitor, but unfortunately, I only found a few traces left behind by him and didn't find him. At this time, Uncle Huangjiu sighed and said, "Hear that?" Zhang Xian did not pay any attention to him, but kept staring at the building with a slight frown on his face. What a strong sense of grievance in his eyes. The entire building was shrouded in resentment, which had materialized into a black mist. And these grievances were very peculiar, actually coalescing and not dispersing, turning into entities and hovering around the building. This is someone using special means to gather these grievances together for some purpose? Zhang Xian muttered. These words reached Uncle Huangjiu's ears, and he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Grievance? What resentment? Fellow Daoist Zhang, what are you? This kind of mansion is extremely resentful. It's very likely that something has happened. Let's go up and take a look first. Zhang Xian said, heading straight for this building. Words. Uncle Huangjiu's face changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. It's not something to do with that traitor, is it? He followed in a hurry. Hello both of you, how may I help you? The staff at the front desk of the building smiled. Uncle Huangjiu's face changed. It was only when he stepped inside the building that he sensed that the place had been laid with the Star Pole Soul Locking Formation. The Star Pole Soul Locking Formation was one of the unique formations of the extreme Dao sect, which could trap the resentful souls in the world. When gathered in one place, coupled with the power of the star-level Soul Locking Formation, the grievances were dispersed completely. This formation has been recognized by Uncle Huangjiu since the disappearance of the extreme Dao sect, and it is impossible for the outside world to recognize this formation. But now it's here. It could only mean one thing, that the extreme immortal master had set up something here. Think about it. Uncle Huangjiu couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly walked in the direction of the elevator. Zhang Xian followed closely behind. Gentlemen, you can't. Seeing this, the receptionist eagerly tried to open her mouth to block it. But Uncle Huangjiu turned a deaf ear. Ding! The elevator doors closed slowly. Following the source of the formation, Uncle Huangjiu took the elevator to the top floor. Ding! As the elevator slowed to a stop, the two exited the elevator. What came into view was a beauty parlor. The surrounding area is decorated and elegant, with a variety of artwork hanging on the walls. Are you two in need of maintenance? Upon seeing the two, a woman in a black and white uniform greeted her quickly with a professional smile. She was tall, with delicate features, and her skin was as fair as jade, with a faint hint of redness. Uncle Huangjiu ignored her and instead looked towards a door at the end of the nearby corridor, his face grim. Behind that door was where the eye of the Star Pole Soul Locking Formation was located. Zhang Xian also detected that the grievance aura was emanating from there. Two guests. The woman wanted to continue asking, but Uncle Huangjiu took a step and walked that way. 2. That's our store's warehouse, non-store employees are prohibited from entering, you can't go over there. Click. Didn't wait for her to finish. The warehouse door was opened by Uncle Huangjiu. The moment he opened it, a strong aura of resentment hit him. Suddenly, a breeze blew by. The woman couldn't help but shiver. So cold. Why did it suddenly get cold all of a sudden? Just as she opened her mouth and tried to speak, a look of utter horror suddenly appeared on her face. Chapter 71, A mansion surrounded by grievances, surprising soul-sending corpse. For she saw sights that will never be forgotten. Only to see that on the floor of the warehouse, there was a body of dried-up corpses, densely packed. Each corpse, with round eyes and tattered clothing all over their bodies, died in an extremely tragic state. The scene terrified the woman. She'd never seen anything like it. Especially when she saw the nameplates on those corpses, it made her paralyzed with fear and trembling. Xiao Ting, Qingling. Have you not resigned? How can you do it? Said the woman, her voice trembling. And here it is. A strange laugh came from inside the warehouse. Cluck 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 cluck. Accompanied by a piercing laugh, only a strangely dressed woman was seen walking slowly out of the warehouse. She was wearing long hair, an ancient costume, her face was painted with demonic makeup, and she had a bell hanging around her neck, which made her look very spooky. Store manager. I didn't expect to still be recognized, but it's fine, my purpose has been achieved. The costumed woman looked at Uncle Huangjiu and the others and grinned. You guys came just in time. In order to cultivate that thing for my master, I lost a large amount of my essence. Just in time to take you guys and hopefully restore some of your vitality. Having said that, the costumed woman violently stretched out her withered claws and grabbed towards Zhang Xian and the others. Her nails were sharp and pointy, flashing cold as if they were knives. Swish! The air ripped. Uncle Huangjiu's face changed wildly, and he immediately swung his mahogany cane to block it, colliding with the other party. Madaka! Fire erupted. The mahogany cane was shaken off. The woman's attack continued unabated, killing towards them once again. His grandmother. Want to kill your ninth master? Dream on. Uncle Huang Nine cursed. Then he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, quickly recited the incantation to cast it, and threw it at the costumed woman. Hasten the evil and retreat. Boom. At once. The talisman paper instantly exploded, turning into a ball of flames that burned towards the anciently dressed woman. This fiery flame was scorching hot, and wherever it passed, the air was burned and twisted, crackling. No good. It's the flame charm. The costumed woman's face suddenly changed. The fiery charm is one of the most common types of charms. But it was so powerful that once it was tainted with flames, it would be burned alive into ashes. Even she didn't dare to be too careless. Thinking of this, the costumed woman chose to dodge without hesitation. Boom! There was a loud bang. The flame talisman exploded into a monstrous wave of fire, instantly burning those dried-up corpses on the ground. Seeing this scene, Uncle Huangjiu cursed under his breath. It was a bit of a shame to waste a powerful piece of talisman paper and fail to destroy the other party. Zhang Xian stood next to him. He looked at his surroundings and frowned slightly. Since the other party had blocked the grievances here, it was obvious that they had other purposes. But when he looked around, there didn't seem to be anything else here. Without thinking about this, Zhang Xian slapped his palm over. Zip, zip, zip. Electricity flashed. The terrifying force instantly blasted her away, smashing heavily against the warehouse wall. Bang! A loud bang came. Only to see the wall collapse in an instant, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. Uncle Huangjiu's face instantly changed. Parasitic corpses. You're actually refining the soul-sending corpse? Uncle Huangjiu's voice was filled with anger. It turned out that the woman in ancient clothes just now was just a pawn of the extreme immortal master. His true purpose was, surprisingly, to refine the soul-sending corpse. Ha ha ha. It's too late for you to realize that. Master's soul-sending corpse has been refined, from now on, no one can stop his old man. The costumed woman struggled to get up from the ground, blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, and laughed out loud. Damn you! End of chapter. Chapter 72, Legendary Vajra Corpse. Taishang Taixing, the strain is unceasing. Chapter 72, Legendary Vajra Corpse. Taishang Taishing, the strain is unceasing. Damn you. At this moment, Uncle Huangzhou's face was filled with anger. He had never expected that the extreme immortal master would be heartless to such an extent, using so many lives to refine the soul-sending corpse. And listen to her tone. The other side seems to have been laying this out a long time ago. Sending a soul corpse is a spell for paraplegic body cultivation. This spell allows you to collect the grievances and souls on the same corpse and then cultivate them for 77 days. When the corpse had thoroughly absorbed the grievous energy and resentful souls, it would be able to hatch an unprecedentedly powerful being, the Vajra corpse. Vajra corpse is the most terrifying type of zombie, with an indestructible flesh, amazing strength, and possessing wisdom far beyond normal people. One could even cultivate all sorts of divine secret techniques. When he thought of this, a gust of coldness welled up in Uncle Huangzhou's heart. The ultimate immortal master, what exactly does he want to do? After listening to what he said, Zhang Xian's gaze went to the corpse not far away and his brows frowned slightly. Only the corpse's stomach was slightly bulging, as if something was ready to break out. And there was also a strand of thick black smoke wrapped around it, making the corpse look particularly eerie and gloomy. No good. The Vajra corpse is about to come out. Uncle Huangzhou's face suddenly changed when he saw this. If this adamantine corpse really broke through the belly and came out, at that time, the entire dragon kingdom would set off a storm of bloodshed. So he rushed on regardless. But he didn't realize that the costumed woman was faster than he was. In the blink of an eye, it stopped in front of him. Pust. Only to see her stretch out her withered palm and directly insert it into Uncle Huangzhou's chest, pulling out his heart. Ha ha ha. You go to hell. The costumed woman sneered in a low voice. It seemed to be taking pleasure in the fact that he was about to kill him. However, it was a close call. Zip, zip, zip. Only to see a dazzling thunderous light suddenly flashing beside Uncle Huangzhou. Ka-ching! A thick bolt of lightning then slashed violently at the costumed woman. Boom! There was a loud bang like the first clap of thunder. The figure of the costumed woman was struck hard by the lightning, and was immediately sent flying several meters, as if it was a dead leaf swept up by a gust of wind, losing control. Her body was like a shattered meteorite, falling heavily onto the hard ground, scorched and blackened with gusts of smoke. This. Uncle Huangzhou froze. Luckily, Zhang Xian had stepped in just in time, or else he would have been seriously injured if not dead at this point. Hurry! Fellow Daoist Zhang, make a move to destroy that corpse. Never let the Vajra corpse emerge. He quickly reacted and hurriedly said to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian also knew that the situation was urgent, so he immediately struck again without any hesitation. Ka-chow! Boom! Another shocking thunderbolt exploded, as if even the void had been blown apart, terrifyingly terrifying. No! The costumed woman screamed with a pale face. Suddenly, only to see the corpse's stomach, it unexpectedly began to expand violently. Bang! The stomach exploded. An extremely evil aura was instantly released from within the corpse, enveloping the entire scene. Immediately after, a dark, hideous, and terrifying figure crawled out from inside the corpse. It was short in stature, but it exuded a monstrous aura, as if even the void couldn't withstand its pressure, bursting apart inch by inch, revealing a dark and deep void. Vajra corpse, finally born. Ha ha ha. It still worked, the Vajra corpse was finally born. The moment I saw the Vajra corpse being born, the originally dying woman in ancient clothes was immediately in high spirits and laughed madly. This adamantine corpse was coalesced by her utilizing the grievances and souls of a dozen or so disgruntled women. Chapter 72 Legendary Vajra Corpse. Taishang Taishing, strain without stopping. Although it had only just been born, it was not perfect. Its strength, however, was quite terrifying. Even if one was in the middle stage of Tongi, in front of this adamantine corpse, they were simply unbeatable. This was also the reason why she had taken so long and set up so much effort to refine it. Now, at last, it has come full circle. Howl! A deafening hiss came. The Vajra corpse slowly raised its head, its pupils scarlet. The skinny body exuded an endless hostile aura that made people unable to resist trembling with fear. Shoo! Next. Only its figure moved steeply. It shot out like a stray arrow. In an instant, he appeared in front of Uncle Huangzhou. What? Uncle Huangzhou was shocked. The speed of this adamantine corpse was so fast that it almost broke the sound barrier. Can't react at all. On the other hand, a trace of excitement flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as he finally encountered the boss again. I wonder how many merit values can be exploded for him by destroying this Vajra corpse. That's right. In his eyes, this adamantine corpse was a small boss that just needed to use up some means. However, the Vajra corpse didn't leave him a chance to think and had already rushed in front of Uncle Huangjiu. Boom! Only to see the Vajra corpse slapping with a claw, the air erupted with a muffled sound. The harsh wind was blowing Uncle Huangjiu's clothes hunting and his cheeks were hurting. Uncle Huangjiu cursed. He fought back desperately. Unfortunately, the gap between the two realms was simply too great to be bridged. However, he had undercounted one person, and that was Zhang Xian. The moment the Vajra corpse struck, Zhang Xian had already moved. Zip, zip, zip. Only his right hand clenched his fist, and a streak of blue-purple lightning crackled as it encircled his fist. Immediately after that, he slammed his fist out. Wherever the fist passed, it was as if it carried infinite power, squeezing the air into gusts of ripples that were as rough as ocean waves. Boo! The two collided together, erupting into a shocking commotion. A circle of energy ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread in all directions, destroying everything along the way. Even the ground cracked into a shocking gap. Bam! Uncle Huangjiu was shaken back several steps by this massive force. With every step, a tiny crack cracked in the stone slab under his feet. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. Uncle Huangjiu gasped and stared incredulously at Zhang Xian, who was not far away. So strong. He did not expect that Zhang Xian's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Surprisingly, he was able to fight the legendary Vajra corpse without losing. However, Uncle Huangjiu did not panic, but instead had a delighted expression. Fellow Daoist Zhang, finish him off. He shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Immediately after that, he once again executed the lightning-running thunder fist. A scream came out of the Vajra corpse's mouth, and then its body accelerated violently as it rushed in. Swish, swish, swish. The attack of the Vajra corpse was exceptionally swift and fierce, as dense and ferocious as rain. Zhang Xian, however, was pleasantly unafraid and fought with him. Bang! 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 A dull sound exploded in mid-air. Every sound of collision was as if it was knocking on Uncle Huangjiu's heart. It made him feel suffocated. Tai Xing, strain without stopping. Exorcise the evil and bind the charm, and the Taoist Qi will live on. Urgent. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Did anemia let you go? Chapter 73. Did anemia let you go? Boom. After Zhang Xian blasted away the Vajra corpse with his fist, he seized the opportunity and chanted the incantation of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. A layer of pale blue ethereal light radiated out from his body, transforming into runes that surrounded Zhang Xian. Kill and break the order. Go! Finally, he spat out a soft word. In a flash, this layer of light blue ghostly light shot out towards the Vajra corpse. Snort! Snort! These blue ghostly lights, as if they possessed spirituality, shot straight toward the Vajra corpse. Roar! A furious roar came out of the Vajra corpse's mouth. He protected his chest with both hands, and a gush of red aura rose from his body. But even so, it still couldn't block the attacks of those blue ghostly lights. Only a snorting sound was heard, and a bloody wound immediately surfaced on Vajra's corpse. Blood spattered. The Vajra corpse roared in pain. But instead of giving in, it became more and more violent. A pair of scarlet eyes, even more so, became cold and incomparable, just like a bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Die! With a low growl, he once again wielded his incomparably sharp nails and ruthlessly slashed at Zhang Xian. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp nails, which cut through the air and brought up gusts of wind-breaking sounds, seemed to be trying to cut Zhang Xian's entire body off. However, Zhang Xian merely shook his head indifferently as he lightly shouted once again, break. Buzz. His words fell. In an instant, the blue ghostly light that was entwined around him shook violently, and immediately erupted into a piercing blue aura. Even Uncle Huangjiu, who was not far away, was illuminated by the intense blue aura and could not open his eyes. Put. Several more muffled sounds came from the surface of the adamantine corpse's body one after another. The dense and terrifying blue ghostly light actually cut the skin of the adamantine corpse like a knife cutting through tofu. The black liquid kept dripping and spilling all over the ground. The Vajra corpse's face grew more and more hideous. Ow! Suddenly, he shouted up to the sky, and a thick black mist rose from his entire body, enveloping it. Then the black fog began to spread in all directions, soon obscuring the view. Jie! 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 An eerie and wry laugh came over, causing the rest to shiver. Trying to run? Zhang Xian snapped his head around to look, his gaze as stern as a blade, instantly sensing the Vajra corpse's intentions. Only to see the Vajra corpse transform into a blurry residual shadow, at an extremely fast speed, trying to escape from this place. Ha! Zhang Xian, however, was not the least bit flustered, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, outlining an evil arc, and then he made a seal with one hand. Next, a wall coalesced from golden light, steeply manifested and hovered in midair. Bang! The adamantine corpse hit on top of this wall of light and was immediately bounced back. Did the poor Daoist let you go? Words. The adamantine corpse's mouth hissed continuously, its voice sounding like sandpaper rubbing, with a creepy, low resonance. Its scarlet eyes flickered with heavy hatred as it looked at Zhang Xian with vicious resentment. A cold smile hung at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth as he slowly walked forward. When the Vajra corpse saw this, its pupils suddenly shrunk, and an angry low growl came out of its throat, as if it was warning him not to come closer. What? Scared? Zhang Xian grinned. You were so arrogant and cocky just now, why are you wimpy now? As he spoke, Zhang Xian took a few steps once again, getting closer and closer to the Vajra corpse. Roar! A low, angry hiss escaped from the Vajra corpse's throat, but there was nothing he could do about it. Because, the wall of light that was blocking it was just too solid. Even with its power, it could not shake it in the slightest. Not far. That ancient dress woman's face was filled with incredulity when she saw the scene. How was this possible? Chapter 73. Did anemia let you go? The Vajra corpse is actually afraid? To know that it was a legendary Vajra corpse, a kind of corpse immortal that had a chance to cultivate into a corpse immortal, how could it be afraid of this young man in front of it? Not only her, even Uncle Huangjiu was also baffled. Roar! The Vajra corpse finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Next moment, it suddenly let out a roar before violently charging towards Zhang Xian. Seek death. Zhang Xian's gaze flinched as his right arm was violently raised. A dazzling and brilliant lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere on his fist and surrounded it. Boom! Without any reservations, Zhang Xian ruthlessly smashed out his right fist. Click! It was as if the void couldn't withstand this overwhelming power and crumbled apart inch by inch. In the meantime, the lightning that was all over the sky was also pouring down like the Milky Way pouring down, covering the sky. Ho ho ho! The Vajra corpse's defense was amazing though. However, in the face of such a terrifying thunder, one still felt a burst of severe pain coming on. It whistled madly and furiously, doing its best to try to resist the roiling thunder. Unfortunately, it doesn't help at all. In the blink of an eye, it was scorched black and emitted a gust of blue smoke. Die! Zhang Xian stepped out once again, and the lightning-running thunder fist erupted once again. Rumble! Lightning exploded. The thunder poured down from the sky, instantly drowning the adamantine corpse completely, and the crackling sound of electricity rang out, piercing to the extreme. Wisps of lightning flashed around it, as if countless furious scaly dragons were tossing and raging. The Vajra corpse let out a miserable wail. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Thunder, which was the most domineering destructive force in the heavens and earth, was simply not something that a Vajra corpse could resist. Soon, the Vajra corpse was devoured by the lightning and disappeared cleanly. And those thunderbolts lingering around Zhang Xian's body gradually receded and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Vajra corpse and gaining 36,600 points of merit value. At this time, the system's voice rang out and said. After hearing this voice, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked slightly surprised. Not bad. I didn't expect that destroying this adamantine corpse would result in so much merit value. It seems that this thing has a high growth ceiling. How else could it have just come out and exploded with so much merit value? No good. Seeing this scene, the ancient costume woman suddenly had a huge change in her pretty face. Next, her figure swept out like a ghost and fled rapidly towards the outside. She knew very well that existences as powerful as the Vajra corpse had been wiped out, so if she remained here, she was bound to be in a bad way. Did the poor Daoist let you go? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately afterward, his finger gently pointed forward. Zip, zip, zip. A thin lightning bolt burst out from his index finger, chasing straight after the costumed woman. What is it? The ancient dress woman's face changed, and she immediately stretched out her jade palm and slapped it towards the tiny electric snake. Bang! A blast. That electric snake suddenly swelled and exploded into a dazzling white aura after it touched with her palm wind. Her entire body rolled and fell, flying out backwards, spitting out blood and staining the lapel of her clothes red. And that's when her body was surrounded by a net of thunder. Those lavender lightning bolts were like dense spider webs, trapping and locking her in layers. What the hell do you want? She said through gritted teeth. She could clearly perceive it. If she dared to act rashly, these lightning bolts would be able to split her into ashes in a matter of moments. Zhang Shen stood in place, his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he slowly spoke. Answer honestly whatever the poor Daoist asks you. Otherwise. End of chapter. Chapter 74. A broken ancient temple, the White Cloud Temple, the extreme immortal master appears. Chapter 74. A broken ancient temple, the White Cloud Temple, the extreme immortal master appears. I say. As long as it's something I know, I will definitely tell Senior truthfully. Hearing the ice-coldness in Zhang Xian's voice, how could the woman in the ancient costume dare to think otherwise, and she hurriedly said with a trembling voice. She's really scared. Because, she had just seen it with her own eyes, the power of that roiling thunder was simply chilling. Even the temperature of this area was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. She doesn't want to die here herself. Only then did Zhang Xian nod his head before slowly saying, Tell me first, what is the purpose of the extreme immortal master allowing you to refine the Vajra corpse? Does he have any other plans? Also, where is he now? What will it take to find him? As Zhang Xian's question was thrown out, the ancient costume woman's face instantly changed. She was still hesitant to answer. But the next second. Phew! A bolt of lightning shot out and struck heavily above her shoulder. Put! A sharp pain swept through her entire body. The costumed woman screamed and fell to the ground. This time, she did not faint, but instead looked at Zhang Xian with a terrified expression on her face. I say! I'm willing to say anything. She cried out as she looked at a thunderbolt floating in front of her. He was afraid that Zhang Xian would get himself killed again in a fit of rage. In response, Zhang Xian remained indifferent. It was as if killing a person was simply insignificant in his eyes. He only wanted to know where the extreme immortal masterman was right now, and what plans he had behind the scenes. After all, the second ring of the quest was very rewarding. I'm not really sure. Back then, Master, his old man, asked me to help him refine the Vajra corpse, and then, he disappeared. For some time afterward, every 6 months, Master would ask me to meet at an ancient temple on the outskirts of the city. Speaking here, the ancient costume woman's words suddenly came to an abrupt end, her gaze looking towards the surroundings in awe. It seemed to be jealous of something. As for why the Vajra corpse was refined, it was because Master wanted to. No, Master, spare your life. Before she could finish her sentence, however, a light suddenly flickered within her body and she spontaneously combusted without wind. In just a few moments, the woman in the ancient costume turned into a pile of ashes and scattered all over the ground. Zhang Shen looked down at the ashes with a grave expression and a slight frown. Fellow Daoist Zhang, this. At this time, Uncle Huangjiu also came over. He had just seen the whole thing clearly. That bizarre scene only gave him a creepy feeling. The extreme immortal master left a prohibition inside her. Once the secret or betrayal is revealed, the ban will be triggered and she will burn herself to death. Zhang Xian explained flatly before waving his hand, completely blowing away the ashes on the ground. With his cultivation at the early Yuaning stage, even if the extreme immortal master had left a restriction inside her body, it would still be hard to escape his eyes. An ancient temple on the outskirts of the city, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Fellow Daoist Huang, please check if there is an ancient temple on the outskirts of Izhou. Upon hearing this, Uncle Huangjiu nodded with a grave expression on his face. If it was as she said, then this ancient temple was their key to finding the extreme immortal master. So Uncle Huangjiu didn't dare to be careless, and quickly picked up the phone to contact a few old friends in Izhou and inquire. Soon after, Uncle Huangjiu hung up the phone. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, there is indeed an ancient temple on the outskirts. However, it is said that this ancient temple used to be quite fragrant, but I don't know what for, but it has been deserted for many years." "Where is the exact location?" Zhang Xian immediately pursued. "Southwest, about 70 kilometers from here." "Come on, let's get there now." Having said that, Zhang Xian then took a step towards the outside. Chapter 74. A broken ancient temple, the White Cloud Temple, the extreme immortal master appears. A minute's delay would make their hope of finding the extreme immortal master 1 point smaller. He doesn't want to waste time. "One moment. I'll contact an old friend first," Uncle Huangzhou said in response before following behind Zhang Xian. It didn't take long. They then came to the foot of the ancient temple. When he looked up, he saw a dilapidated temple built somewhere on top of the mountain. Although the temple was in a dilapidated state, it was still possible to see from a distance the splendor of the place in the past. "This should be the place." Uncle Huangzhou pointed at this temple and spoke. "Aha!" Zhang Xian nodded before the two of them walked in the direction of the temple. Before long, the two stepped into the middle of the temple. The air is murky here, and there's a smell of decay everywhere. The ancient and mottled walls around them were covered with all kinds of cracks that looked like they had been eroded by the years. A stone painting carved on the surface was even more dilapidated and appeared blurred. Other than that, the place was a mess, littered with stray pieces of boards. And on a stone slab at the very top of the ancient temple, there were 3 big, ancient and vicissitudinous characters written. White Cloud Temple. So this is the White Cloud Temple? Uncle Huangzhou looked up at the somewhat crooked plaque and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Was this place famous before? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Of course it's famous. Uncle Huangzhou nodded, then continued, back then, the White Cloud Temple was one of the famous Buddhist shrines in the Dragon Kingdom, with a flourishing incense, even in the cultivation world. As far as I know, the abbots of the White Cloud Temple are all high priests in the middle to late stages of the Tani realm. I didn't realize that it's gone down even now. Uncle Huangzhou's voice was filled with sighs and even a hint of emotion. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian could not help but nod his head. That is indeed quite impressive. After all, in the age of the end of Dharma, where aura was so scarce, it was still possible to cultivate to the middle and late stages of the Tangyu realm. Definitely considered a strong party. Fellow Daoist Zhang, let's just look for that traitor first. Uncle Huangzhou looked around, his eyes roaming within this dilapidated ancient temple. He frowned slightly, an indescribable uneasiness surfacing in his heart, always feeling that there was a huge crisis hidden here. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded before walking towards the depths of the temple. This ancient temple covers quite a large area and is cobwebbed and dusty. At a glance, it looks like a haunted house. The two traveled through the ancient temple and soon found the entrance to a dark passage. Slight footprints also appeared on the ground. Looks like this is it. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the inside of the passageway. The further in you go, the dimmer your vision becomes. Zhang Xian used his divine sense to envelop his entire body as he slowly moved forward. And Uncle Huangzhou followed closely at his side, while surveying the surroundings, alert. They walked for about 5 or 6 minutes and finally came to the end. What came into view was a dilapidated Zen room. Only a bronze incense burner was placed in the center of the meditation room, with curls of smoke still rising from the burner. It's good to have friends. Just then, a long laugh suddenly came from the side. Immediately after, a young figure suddenly appeared in front of the two Zhang Xian. This person was wearing a green-colored robe, with a handsome face, fair skin, and the corners of his mouth contained a smile if nothing else. The moment he saw him, Uncle Huangzhou could no longer control the anger in his heart and directly roared out. Extreme Immortal Master, you deceiving master! You're really here! P.S. I worked overtime yesterday and couldn't update on time, I'm very sorry. End of chapter. Chapter 75 Tie-in Extreme Dao, Alternative Middle Stage of Jiadan. Chapter 75 Tie-in Extreme Dao, Alternative Middle Stage of Jiadan. The Extreme Dao sect has treated you well, pouring out all their resources to cultivate you, but you've been so gracious as to steal the division's secret techniques. You beast. I'm going to clean up the door for the Extreme Dao sect today. Uncle Huangzhou's eyes were glazed over with hatred, as if he wanted to eat people as he stared at the Extreme Dao Immortal Master dead in the face. And upon hearing Uncle Huangzhou's angry scolding, the extreme immortal master's expression did not change in any way. He remained in the same position as earlier, with a faint smile on his face, and said, "So it's little Nine's nephew. It's been more than 30 years since I've seen him in the blink of an eye. I didn't realize you were already so old, when really the years have not spared you." Words. Uncle Huangzhou instantly burst into a rage, clenching his hands into fists and gritting his teeth as he shouted down. "Shut up! You deceitful beast, you're not even qualified to call me master nephew. I'm going to kill you and clean house." The words fell. He fiercely pulled out the mahogany cane in his hand, revealing a sharp sword blade that flashed with a cold light and slashed towards Immortal Master Yudo. Swish! The sword slashed through the void with a piercing tearing sound. This strike was so terrifying that it almost cut through the air with an appalling power. Ugh! What are you doing this for? The Aurora Immortal Master sighed. Next. A majestic pressure was released from him, instantly sweeping across the entire meditation room, suffocating. Bang! Uncle Huangzhou didn't even have room to resist before he flew straight backwards. Boom! It slammed heavily on top of the wall and slid back down to the ground. Put! Uncle Huangzhou spat out a large mouthful of blood, his complexion shriveled to the extreme and he seemed to be badly injured. Junior Ninth Master Nephew, I was already merciful just now. Immortal Master Extreme Dao shook his head before continuing. If you remain obstinate, then the Extreme Dao sect will have to break its legacy from now on. Speaking. That aura on his body grew denser and denser, like a mountain across Uncle Huangzhou's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Taiyinji Dao. You actually practiced the Tai-Yin Extreme Dao? Blood spilled from the corners of Uncle Huangzhou's mouth as he looked at the Extreme Dao Immortal Master in disbelief. The Tai-Yin Extreme Dao was a forbidden secret method created by a supremely ferocious man hundreds of years ago. This was because cultivating this secret method required devouring the essence of a large number of mortals. And from the person who found out this secret method, it was the disciple of the Extreme Dao sect, so for hundreds of years it had been regarded as a forbidden art, and disciples in the sect were strictly forbidden to cultivate it. But now, how could Uncle Huangzhou not think of it? This kind of evil secret method was actually cultivated by the Extreme Immortal Master. Suddenly, Uncle Huangzhou seemed to have thought of something, his pupils contracted violently and his face changed abruptly. You secretly let someone refine the adamantine corpse, is it hard to believe that you also want to cultivate this technique? The Extreme Immortal Master frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, his tone of voice became somewhat cold as he said, "You even know about the Vajra corpse? It seems that this seat's plan in Ejo has been ruined by you, no wonder the prohibition left behind was suddenly triggered. So this is all you're doing?" The Extreme Dao Immortal Master's eyes showed a cold light, and his body exuded an incomparably harsh killing opportunity. He had been laying out his plans for several long years in order to refine this adamantine corpse, and he hadn't expected that it would all be destroyed. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with violence and murderous intent. "Huang Xiaojiu, you're forcing this seat to kill you." The Extreme Immortal Master coldly looked at Uncle Huangzhou and slowly walked over, his body filled with a fierce aura. With every step he took, the temperature around him would drop by a fraction. At this moment, his killing intent had already reached its peak, as if forming substance. Ahem! Trying to kill me? Dream on! Uncle Huangzhou struggled to stand up and wiped off the blood around his mouth, a smile on his face. I might as well tell you. Not only the Vajra corpse, even that old weasel from Yellow Mist Mountain was killed by someone I found. You seek death. Chapter 75 Tai-Yin Extreme Dao, Alternative Middle Jiadan. Hearing these words, the Extreme Immortal Master's face suddenly turned cold, and a ray of intimidating coldness exploded from his eyes. Next. He then did so without hesitation. Swish! Only to see his sleeve robe waving, his 5 fingers spreading out, grabbing fiercely towards Uncle Huangzhou. Buzz! The void trembled and the air froze as if it was about to be crushed. It was this moment. Uncle Huangzhou felt as if he was locked by some kind of giant beast, his sweaty hair stood on end, and a strong danger to his life welled up in his heart. Not far away, Zhang Xian also struck out at this moment. Only to see him execute the lightning-running thunder fist, dense lightning arcs spread all around his fist as he fiercely punched to meet the attack of the Extreme Dao Immortal Master. Rumble! A deafening roar resounded. The two collided, generating energy ripples like ocean waves that rolled and washed in all directions, raising dust in the sky. Thunder Law? You're from the Heavenly Master? The extreme immortal master frowned and said in a deep voice. Although he had simply exchanged a single move with Zhang Xian just now, he could probably determine the origin just by the moves that the other party had executed. The Heavenly Master's house, known for its thunder magic. Its disciples, the most skillful is the thunder method, powerful and incomparable, able to overcome the enemy to win. If Zhang Xian wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, then he really couldn't think of any other Daoist force in the Dragon Kingdom that was proficient in such a powerful lightning technique. Wrong guess. So there's no reward. Zhang Xian grinned, revealing his white teeth. Interesting. It's so funny. I didn't expect that in the end times, there would still be people who could cultivate to the Jiedan realm, and still be in the middle Jiedan stage. Though they use other crooked means to forcefully raise their own cultivation. Doesn't stop him from being powerful. If Zhang Xian got rid of him, I wonder how many points of merit value he would be able to explode. A little bit of anticipation. Thinking of this, his gaze towards the extreme immortal master became even more fiery. Immediately, he struck again. Only a dazzling and eye-catching light emerged from Zhang Xian's palm. Zip, zip, zip. Shasta. Infinite purple currents surfaced above his hands. Immediately after, there was a crackle and a crunch. A thick purple lightning bolt burst out from his palm, transforming into a thunder python that roared hideously as it lunged towards the extreme immortal master. Humph. It's just a mere lightning method, how dare you show off in front of the seat? Seek death. The extreme immortal master smiled coldly. Spinning around, his right foot stomped violently on the ground. Buzz. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from around the extreme immortal master's body. Boom. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing the entire air to tremble violently. Break me. The extreme immortal master snapped. In the next moment, raging and surging purplish red mist erupted from his body, blowing his clothes in a hunting manner. Click. Click. Under this massive pressure, the thunder snake hissed and frantically exploded. The terrifying shockwave caused the surrounding ground to crack and collapse, and endless smoke and dust flew up. Swish. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's figure appeared in front of him and slammed his fist out, blasting it straight onto the extreme Dao Immortal Master's chest. Rumble. End of chapter. Chapter 76 Wind and Fire Order, Summoning Corpse Puppets? Chapter 76 Wind and Fire Order, Summoning Corpse Puppets? Rumble. Only Zhang Xian's figure appeared in front of the extreme Dao Immortal Master as if it was lightning. His fist condensed endless lightning power, flashing with dazzling purple light, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling for this strike. Before he could react, Zhang Xian's attack had already landed on him. Boo! Next, a powerful force erupted. The extreme immortal master slammed heavily into the stone wall above his head, immediately blowing through the wall and creating a hole. Dusty. Countless pieces of debris were flying. This scene was a shocking sight to see Uncle Huangjiu. He looked up at the hole in the top, where he could clearly see the sky outside, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So strong. Could this be the strength of Daoist Zhang Xian? This is too much. That said, just how powerful is the cultivation of Daoist friend Zhang Xian? Could it be the legendary Jiedan realm? Uncle Huangjiu thought horrifiedly in his heart, his gaze deadlocked on Zhang Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xian's body exuded dazzling purple lightning arcs, just like the descent of the thunder god. Especially his eyes, which contained endless thunder and lightning, as if they were able to pierce through everything and see through falsehood, as deep as the starry sky. Shoo! Zhang Xian's figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly leaping out of the already collapsed meditation room and landing on the ground outside. Not far. The ultimate immortal master was standing in front of him, emitting a bizarre purplish red mist all over his body. His clothes hunted in the wind, his black hair danced about, and bizarre runes were faintly visible on his skin. You're strong. The extreme Dao Immortal Master narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Xian dead in the face. At such a young age, to have such a high level of Dao attainment can be said to be very rare. But you're not even close after all. Boom! The words just fell. He steeply swept up, instantly transforming into a stump. His speed was extremely fast. That was fast. Zhang Xian's pupils shrunk slightly. He could clearly perceive that the extreme immortal master's speed was at least more than several times faster. "Hello?" The extreme immortal master approached. He poked out his withered right hand and clawed out towards Zhang Xian. There was a snort and a pull. A stern and sharp aura filled the air, as if tearing space in half. Only his fingernails were glowing with eerie green chills, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Wherever it passed, even the air was corroded, emitting blue smoke. Buzz! Zhang Xian instantly cast the golden light mantra, and a brilliant and dazzling light enveloped him, forming a circle of pale golden shield. Clang! There was a piercing thud. Fire splashed in all directions, intertwining fiercely. A wild and unrivaled shockwave suddenly spread in all directions from the place where the two of them made contact. The left supports the 6 armors, the right guards the 6 dings, the yellow god in front, and the Wuzhang in the back. The divine master kills without avoiding the great and the powerful, killing the evil spirits first, and then cutting down the night light. What god does not lie in wait, and what ghost dares? Urgent! Only Zhang Xian saw his hands frantically pinching seals, his mouth constantly reciting incantations, and a Taiji Bagua rune encircling his fingertips. As the incantation fell, an inexplicable aura of solemnity permeated around his body. In a split second, the wind was howling all around. Wind and fire order break. As the last sentence was drunk. Wow! Immediately after, a hot ball of flame burst out violently from Zhang Xian's fingertips and swept towards the extreme immortal master. Ha! The extreme immortal master's face changed drastically, his pupils shrinking slightly. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Almost without hesitation, he immediately ran the true chi in his body and defended himself with all his might. Wow! Chapter 76 Wind and Fire Order, Summoning Corpse Puppets? The blazing flames instantly engulfed the extreme immortal master. He only felt pain all over his body as if he had suffered an incineration. What shocked him even more was that these scorching flames were so strange that they were actually able to invade the soul and cause damage to him. Damn it! The extreme immortal master gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he couldn't waste any more time with Zhang Xian, or else the situation would be unfavorable for him. And so, the extreme Dao immortal master let out a low roar as his entire body's true chi exploded and a terrifying pressure burst out from within his body. Boom! Only an explosion was heard. The searing flames that wrapped around him disappeared in an instant. Along with it, the Jodo immortal master himself disappeared. What an odd Dao, this seat almost fell into your trap just now. Only his voice was heard coming from all directions, ethereal and fuzzy, not at all elusive. Where did it go? At this time, Uncle Huangjiu also came out from below. His brows were furrowed and he looked around with a vigilant face, but he couldn't find any trace of the extreme immortal master at all. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. Kid, as long as you impart the Dao to the seat just now, the seat will spare your life. How? Immediately after, a grim laugh came from all directions with a strong compulsion. He was suddenly very interested in the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order that Zhang Xian had executed. After all, a Dao that could injure himself was definitely not simple. If he could learn it, it might even enhance his strength. That was why he had deliberately tempted Zhang Xian, wanting to extract the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order from Zhang Xian. But when Zhang Xian heard this, a sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Spare my life? Who the hell are you? The words were not yet spoken. Zhang Xian suddenly leapt forward, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a dense sheet of lightning blossomed out from within him, enveloping a radius of several feet. Crackle! Thunder rolled and swam around Zhang Xian like a silver snake. Boom! A fist blasted out, smashing straight into the location where the extreme immortal master was hiding. There was a crunch. A thin layer of ripples suddenly surfaced on the surface of the originally calm void. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared, staggering backwards. It's none other than the Aurora Immortal Master. How is that possible? You actually managed to spot this seat? The extreme Dao Immortal Master was greatly shocked, his gaze filled with intense disbelief. He had obviously hidden himself very well, but it was unbelievable that he was still discovered by Zhang Xian. Was it hard to find you? Zhang Xian grinned. Next moment, his eyes flickered slightly, and the thunderous momentum around him quickly closed in. Phew! Only a gust of strong wind whistled past, and a terrifying attack swept out once again. What? The extreme Dao Immortal Master's face changed drastically, his body's sweaty hair stood on end, and his entire body was as if he was facing a great enemy. You forced this seat to do this. He let out a low roar. Spin. Only to see his arms raised, palms facing each other, he seemed to be preparing to perform some kind of bizarre Daoist technique. Buzz off! A black mist erupted from the body of the extreme Immortal Master and coalesced around him, setting him off as if he were a demon king descending into the world. This mist was as black as ink, permeated with wisps of demonic aura, and was carved with many complicated lines and symbols, looking extraordinarily evil and ferocious. Not only that, but the surroundings suddenly shook slightly. Next, a hideous dryad crawled out of the ground. Their bodies were grayish-white in color, and the surface of their skin was covered with blood marks, as if they had been refined by some special means. More importantly, each dry corpse possessed uncommon combat power. Is this necromancy? End of chapter. Chapter 77 Merit Value Explosion, Fortune Delivering Child Extreme Immortal Master? Chapter 77 Merit Value Explosion, Fortune Delivering Child equals Extreme Immortal Master? The moment he saw these dry corpses, Uncle Huangjiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Corpse puppets. It is an extremely cruel category of existence in the cultivation world. They do not have any intelligence, yet they are highly capable of fighting, having been refined with evil magic while still alive. This act is detrimental to the peace of heaven, so it has always been scorned by the decent people. But now that the extreme Dao Immortal Master had refined so many corpse puppets, it was obvious that he had completely fallen into the devil's path and had become a devil cultivator. Nice! It is none other than the corpse puppet. There was a hint of smugness in the extreme Immortal Master's voice. These were the corpse puppets that he had worked so hard to carefully refine, and their combat power was not something that could be compared to ordinary corpse puppets. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of chi gathering would only die if he met these corpse puppets. Kill them! The words fell. A corpse puppet slowly opened its eyes. Their pupils are dilated and their eyes are dull. However, upon sensing the aura of the living in their surroundings, they then turned their heads and stared at the duo, a raspy, piercing growl emanating from deep in their throats. Next moment, only a corpse puppet was seen charging in first, its sharp claws viciously grabbing at the two. Look out! Uncle Huangjiu hurriedly reminded. Humph! Zhang Xian let out a cold snort, and the essence in his eyes skyrocketed. Zip, zip, zip. Along with the dazzling flashes of lightning arcs, a streak of electricity wrapped around him. Crackle! A muffled sound. Before the corpse puppet could even get close, it was struck by the lightning released by Zhang Xian, and instantly, a gust of blue smoke was emitted, and its flesh gradually scorched black. Immediately after, a burnt smell came from it, mixed with a hint of decay and blazing heat. It was as if the stench of fishy, disgusting meat that had been exposed for a long time under a harsh, hot sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the ordinary corpse puppet, gaining 309 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the ordinary corpse puppet, gaining 317 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the ordinary corpse puppet, gaining 322 points of merit value. Just 10 seconds or so. Zhang Xian's merit value then skyrocketed by over 5,000 points. The speed of this enhancement simply excited him to the extreme. Good man! Yakuza-sensei is such a good man. Surprisingly, he had sent him so much merit value, a proper wealth delivery boy. If he wasn't concerned about his image, Zhang Xian would be itching to hug and kiss the extreme Immortal Master twice right now. No way! Looks like we'll have to find a way to push him a bit more, maybe there will be other surprises. Think about it. Zhang Xian decided to increase the power of the lightning running thunder fist in a bid to force out his other cards as soon as possible. Bang! 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 Shasta! Electricity flickered and sparks flew throughout the ancient temple. There was a body lying on the ground, its body charred in black, emitting an unpleasant odor. How dare you destroy this seat's corpse puppet? Seeing this, Immortal Master Extreme Dao's face was gloomy to the extreme. These corpse puppets were incredibly important to him. Among them, it even took him countless efforts to refine them successfully, and every loss would make his heart ache for a long time. I didn't expect that it would be destroyed by Zhang Xian just after it was successfully refined. This made him furious and murderous. Boy! I want your life. The extreme immortal master roared angrily. Phew! The wind is howling. Endless purplish-red mist filled the air, transforming into a giant ghostly hand that covered the sky and slapped towards Zhang Xian like the sky was covering the earth. This ghost hand contained an extremely strong and cold power, and wherever it passed, the air froze and not an inch of grass could grow. How dare you show off your skills with a little carving? Break! Zhang Xian smiled contemptuously and took a step forward. Boom! Thunder exploded. Rolling thunder clouds floated behind him, setting him off as if he were a heavenly god. At the same time, his right hand clenched violently. Chapter 77 Merit Value Explosion, Fortune Delivering Child Extreme Immortal Master? Ka-ching! A loud bang came. One could only see a thunderbolt that was as thick as a bucket and over 3 meters long crossing the void. With a bang, it tore apart that terrifying giant hand. The thunder is unstoppable. Put! With a muffled thud. The extreme Dao Immortal Master violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. It's my turn next. Having said that, Zhang Xian raised his hand and waved it. Buzz! A bolt of lightning exploded out of his palm, shooting over like a meteor. The lightning was strangely fast, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the extreme Immortal Master. No good! The extreme Immortal Master cried out darkly. He hurriedly reached out to fend it off, but he couldn't stop the swift lightning at all. Only a bang was heard. His whole body shook violently, and the bones in his body let out a fragile groan as if they were going to shatter the next moment. Put! Another large mouthful of blood spurted out. He was trembling more than a little, and he was in a sorry state. This was still him desperately resisting, otherwise the thunder alone just now would have already left him in ashes. Dot zapper! Retreat! Hurry up and escape! The extreme Immortal Master was filled with shock. The strength that Zhang Xian had just displayed had completely surpassed him. If he didn't escape again, there was a good chance that he was going to be planted here. Want to go? The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth curled slightly. It's too late. Swish! The words were not yet spoken. His entire body was like a cannonball as he leaped forward, his speed was extremely fast. No good! The extreme Dao Immortal Master's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly took out a pitch-black streamer from his bosom. One could only see this black streamer rising against the wind. It eventually transformed into the size of a zhang and hung above his head, dropping down strands of obscure ripples that enveloped him. Clang! Thunder falls. Hitting on top of this black streamer, a clear sound was emitted. The black streamer shook violently and rippled, absorbing all the incoming attacks into it. Ha! Seeing this, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know what kind of material this black streamer was made of, it was by no means an ordinary magic weapon to be able to withstand his attack. Ha ha ha! The extreme Dao Immortal Master immediately laughed up into the sky. Kid, this seat admits that you have some means, but want to kill this seat? Delusional! This is my seat's original magic weapon, the 10,000 soul streamer. It is made from countless souls, the defense far exceeds all magic treasures, even Jiedan realm cultivators won't be able to destroy it in the slightest. Today, since you have come to provoke this seat, you must pay the price. 10,000 souls devouring spirits. Boom! The black streamer's light skyrocketed. A bizarre rune appeared, condensing into countless stern ghosts that rushed towards Zhang Xian. These severe ghosts had hideous faces and scarlet eyes, carrying a strong sense of resentment. Their aura was extraordinarily vicious, cruel, murderous, and creepy. Oh! Another merit value. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation at that moment, he activated the 5 Thunder Positive technique and slashed towards those stern ghosts. Giggle giggle giggle. Ear-piercing thunder continued to resound as countless thunder snakes wreaked havoc. One thunder snake after another danced crazily, bringing up dense arcs of lightning, as if a dragon was circling, sweeping towards the surroundings. Boom! 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 A stern ghost howled miserably and dissolved into nothing. In the blink of an eye, it was split into flying dust. No way! This will never happen. End of chapter. Chapter 78 Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal Upgrade, Heavenly Incidental Skill. Chapter 78 Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal Upgrade, Heavenly Incidental Skill. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, the extreme immortal master's eyes widened. These severe ghosts were all sacrificed by him with all kinds of unjust souls and evil spirits, and ordinary means couldn't hurt them at all. However, right now, it unexpectedly seemed so unbearable in Zhang Xian's hands. Wiped out in just a few breaths. Swish! Suddenly, another thunderbolt pierced through the sky and ruthlessly split on top of that 10,000 soul streamer. Snap! The 10,000 soul streamer shook violently. Those countless severe ghosts on the flag wailed. Immediately afterward, wisps of cracks surfaced on the 10,000 soul streamer, spreading throughout the entire flag. Put! In the next moment, the extreme immortal master suffered a backlash and opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of tainted blood. That black streamer directly collapsed and scattered all over the ground. Ah! His face was filled with pain as he covered his chest, and a mournful scream escaped his mouth. One should know that the 10,000 soul streamer was his original magic weapon, one glory for all, one loss for all. Now that the 10,000 soul streamer had been destroyed, he naturally wouldn't be any better, and even suffered a severe injury as a result. Die! Zhang Xian's eyes were cold. His feet stepped on the 9 Palace 8 trigram steps, and his entire body suddenly appeared in front of the extreme immortal master, and he raised his hand to blast away with a fist. Bang! The power of the fist was like a rainbow, carrying strands of lavender lightning that exploded the air. No good! The extreme immortal master's pupils shrunk steeply. If he took this punch hard, he would be half crippled if not dead, so he chose to dodge. But how could Zhang Xian give him a chance? Swish swish swish! He could only see his figure like a shuttle, and his left hand threw 3 punches in succession. Each punch carried a powerful force of thunder and lightning, bursting the air. The 3 fists united to form an even more majestic, overbearing, and fiery fist force, blocking off the extreme immortal master's path of retreat. Rumble! A thunderous roar came from the void, as if heaven and earth were roaring in anger, and the sun and the moon were sinking, causing people to be chilled by the sound. No! The extreme immortal master's face changed drastically. Zhang Xian was too fast. There was no time to dodge. Boom! The terrifying fist force slammed into his body, bursting his entire body. Blood mist filled the air. The extreme immortal master's flesh crumbled. The only thing that remained was a soybean-sized, pitch-black golden dand suspended in mid-air. The surface of this golden elixir flowed with eerie black light, containing a terrifying demonic aura and sinister intent. Zhang Xian probed out his palm and grasped and ingested towards the black golden dand. Buzz! The golden elixir seemed to have sensed the danger and trembled violently, but unfortunately, it was still to no avail and was firmly clutched in Zhang Xian's palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the evil cultivator in the middle stage of the Jiedan, the extreme immortal master, gaining 41,000 points of merit value. Ding! The second loop of the mission has been detected as completed, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining rewards, 3,000 points of merit value, 1 epic lottery, and a randomly obtained magic treasure. A series of voices rang out. At those words, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. So much? Surprisingly, it exploded with more than 40,000 merit values, once again setting a new record for a single time. In addition, he took a glance in passing, the merit value had already broken through to 21W, and even his backpack had accumulated a lot of draws. Looks like we'll have to find a chance to use them all. Zhang Xian thought darkly in his mind as he grasped the golden elixir. Chapter 78 Celestial Master's Dharma Seal Upgrade, Unbelievable Incidental Skill. And at that moment, Uncle Huangjiu came over and knelt right in front of him. Huang Xiaojiu here kowtows to thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang, for avenging the blood feud between the top and bottom of my extreme Dao sect. Having said that, he looked agitated and was about to kowtow towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian put away the golden elixir, then hurriedly helped Uncle Huang Jojo up. He couldn't stand such a big gift. Fellow Daoist Huang, what do you mean by this? It's nothing more than a show of hands. If it wasn't for your help, I don't know when my extreme Dao Immortal's blood feud would have been avenged. I remember your kindness, old man. No matter what happens in the future, you are my extreme Dao sect's benefactor. Uncle Huangjiu said seriously. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Huang is serious, you and I are both cultivators, it is only right that we help each other. Hearing this, Uncle Huangjiu's eyes instantly became a little complicated. I have to say, I'm very lucky. If he hadn't met Zhang Xian, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the extreme immortal master in his lifetime, let alone take revenge. Fellow Daoist Zhang, from now on, if you have any errands to perform, just ask. Uncle Huangjiu arched his hand and clasped his fist. Zhang Xian smiled and did not say anything as he continued to observe the surrounding scene. It's getting late, so let's get out of here. It was now about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they hadn't rested since coming to Izhou. Either they were destroying the Vajra corpse or tackling the extreme immortal master. Although Zhang Xian's cultivation was far superior to that of an ordinary person, his spirit was somewhat tired. So the two of them talked it over and rested up at a 5-star hotel in the center of town. System, open personal attributes. Just after arriving at the hotel room, Zhang Xian couldn't wait. Next. Lines of text are presented. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation, early Yuaning. Techniques, 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, full level, lightning thunder fist, full level, 5 thunders positive technique, perfect, golden light mantra, full level, pure heart divine mantra, full level, Tong Tian talisman, full level, Taoist mantra of the dead, full level, Taoist talisman book. Magic treasures, celestial master's seal of law, growable, lower grade spiritual artifact, celestial master's robe, upper grade magic artifact, 100-year peachwood sword, extreme grade magic artifact, space ring, upper grade magic artifact. Merit value, 210766. Backpack, 50 years of child urine 1, household talisman 10, advanced talisman paper 100, never break underwear 19, epic level lucky draw once, rare level lucky draw 10, 1 gung-fu upgrade card, magic treasure level up once, random magic treasure drawing once. Looking at the information in front of him, Zhang Xian could not help but grin as a smile appeared on his face. This time it was quite rewarding. The first thing was that the merit value broke through 200,000. Secondly, there were a few more things in the backpack. The number of times a mana level is raised. There's also the random acquisition of a magic treasure, which is kind of an unexpected surprise. On top of that, there are quite a few draws. This could not help but make him sigh, he was now simply rich. System, use the number of times to upgrade the level of the magic treasure and choose to upgrade the Celestial Master's Dharma Seal. Ding, it's in the process of being upgraded, the system's voice came out and said. For the current him, the only thing that could bring out Zhang Xian's strength was the Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal, a magic treasure. Even the effect of the Heavenly Master's Dao robe was not even close to the protective effect of the Golden Light Mantra. That's why boosting the Celestial Seal is the best option. He only hoped that the randomly selected mana would allow him to draw a good one. A few moments later. Ding, the Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal has been upgraded successfully. Magic treasure, the Seal of the Heavenly Master. Grade, medium grade spiritual weapon. Attached skill 1, Thunder Arc, capable of summoning divine thunder from the 9 heavens to destroy the enemy. Attachment skill 2, Suppress evil spirits, which can easily suppress ghosts below the night ghosts and have a deterrent effect on ghosts of the night ghosts and above. Attachment skill 3, Celestial Master Domain, able to isolate a separate domain space and be invincible within this domain. Hiss. Zhang Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the introduction given by the system. What a counterintuitive skill. It was only a small level up, and it actually strengthened 3 skills. One of them is still a field, so that's a little scary. End of chapter. Chapter 79 Zhong Kuei's Sword, Izhou Warlock Exchange? Chapter 79 Zhong Kuei's Sword, Izhou Warlock Exchange? Zhang Xian was playing with a bronze seal in his hand. The Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal was ancient and simple, emanating a strong Tao. It was only the size of a palm, and the surface was engraved with dense and complicated lines. Each stripe looked like a pattern, or rune. As Zhang Xian gazed at those lines on the surface of the seal, his heart couldn't help but beat for a few moments as a strange feeling surfaced in his mind. It was as if the surroundings were isolated by a force, forming a special enclosed space. In this enclosed space, Zhang Xian was like a godlike existence. He was able to clearly see the various subtle changes in this space, and could even feel the trajectory of these changes. It's an extremely wonderful feeling. It was as if he was the master within this space. Zhang Xian attempted to catalyze the Celestial Master Dharma Seal. At that moment, those lines on the surface of the bronze seal suddenly blossomed with a faint ethereal light, and a faint wisp of thunder sounded. Immediately afterward, a lightning arc emerged out of thin air and surrounded the seal. So strong! Zhang Xian marveled. The power of these thunder arcs was surprisingly not the least bit weaker than the 5 thunders positive technique he had cast out. One must know that he was a strong person at the early stage of Yuaning. A casual strike was powerful enough to split mountains, but now the power of these lightning arcs was no weaker than his. You can imagine how scary it is. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in his heart. It seemed that the system hadn't screwed itself over with this fabulous treasure upgrade, and it had simply earned a great deal of money. I just don't know what mana will be drawn for that remaining random draw. With that in mind, he couldn't wait to choose to use it. With a flash of light, the system's voice followed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a lower-grade spiritual weapon, the Zhongkuei treasure sword. Zhongkuei's sword, from the corpse family's heavy ground, it is a magic treasure personally refined by Zhongkuei back then, specializing in restraining ghosts and evil creatures, and possessing strong offensive power. After reading about the system, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately summoned this long sword. Buzz! Only a 3-foot-long sword was seen suspended in mid-air, its body flowing with secretive blood-colored runes as bright red as blood. The hilt of the sword is carved with 2 black Pisces. This sword gave off a feeling of killing without equal, and seemed to be able to freeze the soul, making people not dare to approach it easily. Zhang Xian gripped the sword tightly, feeling his body revitalized as the true qi within his body surged within the sword. The Zhongkuei treasure sword emitted a low humming sound, and the sword erupted with eye-catching bloodlight, coloring the surroundings into a piercing red. So strong! Zhang Xian was secretly shocked. Just by holding this sword and waving it around, he felt a majestic and vast power come over him. If it were any other person, they would not be able to withstand the power of this Zhongkuei sword and would instantly explode and die. Zhang Xian gathered his emotions and carefully observed the sword. This Zhongkuei treasure sword is worthy of being a lower-grade spiritual weapon, although it's not as good as the Celestial Master's Seal of Law, it's much more practical. It's most suitable for dealing with ghosts and evil spirits. Zhang Xian said with great satisfaction. Immediately, he waved it a few more times and contentedly put it away in the middle of the spatial ring. Subsequently, he sat down on his knees again, meditating on the 5 Thunder Positive technique, and began to digest the rewards of fighting the extreme immortal master. 2 days later. Magic City, Xingtian Villa No. 5. A middle-aged butler walked in, looking at the youth in front of him and said somewhat helplessly. Young master, the people from the Specialized Bureau are here to see you again. Just tell me I'm not available. Let them roll. This youth was none other than Wang Hai. Since resigning as a psychic counselor, he has stayed home and immersed himself in the process of enhancing his psychic abilities. And during this time, the SEA had come to him more than once, wanting to re-invite him to join them. But Wang Hai was not moved, and refused all of them. Chapter 79 Zhongkuei Sword, Izhou Warlock Exchange? I don't even see them. The middle-aged butler smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He also had to follow the instructions and leave the room to respond to the people from the Specialized Bureau. Villa entrance. After receiving Wang Hai's reply, the face of the person sent from the imperial capital side was a bit ugly. This was their 4th door-to-door invitation, but they got the same result. As members of the special branch, had they ever suffered such a snub? Wouldn't it be a laughingstock if it got out? After a moment's thought, a man wearing gold-framed glasses said grimly. What a rack! It's just a gold system alien. Do you really think that the Special Weapons Bureau won't turn any more without him, do you? Since we're not going to do this until we've toasted, don't blame us for not being polite. Let's go. Having said that, he then led a group of members of the Special Weapons Bureau and left angrily towards Wang Hai's villa. And the other side. Wang Hai, who was practicing in the bedroom of the villa, suddenly opened his eyes and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bunch of idiots. In the meantime, only Zhang Xian was seen holding his cell phone and looking at something with great interest. And on the screen, a chat interface was displayed. Extreme Dao Sect Uncle Huangjiu has invited Bowmaster Zhang Xian to join the group chat. Taoist Master Tian Chong, huh? Another newcomer to the group? That's right. Just a short while ago, the administrator finally agreed to the Taoist exchange that Uncle Huangjiu had pulled him into earlier. Almost at the same time, a user with the ID Shingon Sect Daojian also spoke up. Is there a new Taoist friend in the group? Which sect are you a disciple of, and what is your Taoist name? What is your cultivation level? This series of questions also piqued the curiosity of the rest of the group. So they have come out to speak. Zhang Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at their chat messages. These guys are pretty enthusiastic. He then scratched up a bit more and soon saw a chat log. It was a real person named Tinglong who spoke. He said that Ijo would be hosting a small exchange of warlocks in the next few days, and he hoped that everyone would attend. Beneficence? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Zhang Xian let out a cry in his heart. Next, there was a knock at the door. Only to see Uncle Huangzhou standing at the door with an old man in white practicing clothes. This old man's hair and beard were white, his face was pale, and his figure was slightly stooped. It looks like a windy old man. But he was in good spirits, his eyes gleaming and revealing a hint of wisdom. Fellow Daoist Huang, is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Xian said as he looked at him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Huang Zhouji ruled and pointed to the old man beside him, introducing him. Fellow Daoist Zhang, let me introduce you. This is an old friend of mine from many years ago, the Tinglong Makoto. I've heard that there's a small exchange meeting being held in Ijo today. I wonder if Daoist Zhang is interested in going to join in the fun. Hear that? Zhang Xian froze. Isn't that a coincidence? He had just seen that chat record himself, and Uncle Huang Zhouji was coming to his door. P.S. Today's second chapter is updated. Any bigwigs want to vote for recommendations? End of chapter. Chapter 80 Tinglong Realist, Bronze Armored Corpse Rarely Seen in 100 Years. Chapter 80 Tinglong Realist, Bronze Armored Corpse Rarely Seen in 100 Years. Outside the room. Real Tinglong sized up Zhang Xian, who was standing in front of him, and his brows frowned inadvertently. Just now, before he came, Uncle Huangzhou kept saying that he wanted to introduce a fellow Daoist to him. But I didn't realize it was so young. But out of my own politeness. He still nodded symbolically and said, Old Tao, Tong Long, meet this Taoist friend. Hello. With a slight nod, Zhang Xian then looked at Uncle Huang Zhoushi and said, Fellow Daoist Huang, since it's the Taoist Warlock Exchange, it's only natural for the poor Taoist to go and take a look. Ha ha ha. This is the best. Uncle Huangzhou said happily. He was originally afraid that Zhang Xian would refuse, but now it seemed that his worries were redundant. After all, Zhang Xian had done him such a great favor, he definitely had to do his best to repay him. Moreover, he believed that Zhang Xian would definitely be interested in the Warlock Exchange. Warlock Exchange. To put it bluntly, it was an event where loose cultivators and magicians from all over the world gathered together to discuss the Dao and trade some resources. If fellow Daoist Zhang is interested, then let's set off now. Uncle Huangzhou smilingly invited. Afterward, he brought Zhang Xian with him, and the three of them rushed straight towards the location of the exchange meeting. And halfway there, Real Tinglong looked at Uncle Huangzhou, as if to say, Are you sure this is that Daoist Highness you're talking about? If it wasn't for the introduction by Uncle Huangzhou, he would have thought it was a student at first glance. Uncle Huangzhou glanced faintly at Tinglong Realist. Although he didn't open his mouth clearly, his meaning was already expressed. We've known each other for so many years, when did you see that I've ever cheated you? Seeing this, the Tinglong Realist coughed lightly. It didn't take long. They then came to a vacation lodge. The decor is luxurious and elegant. The trees and grasses around them seemed to have been carefully arranged as if they were very quiet. As far as the eye could see, the entrance was full of clean luxury cars parked. It was a long walk through the resort. Tinglong Zhengron led the two of them to a spacious and incomparable courtyard. One could only see quite a number of people dressed in Daoist robes gathered here, talking to each other in a lively atmosphere. Daoist brother Tinglong is here, long time no see. Ha ha ha. Daoist brother, you're late today. Words. With a smile on his face and a hint of apology in his tone, Real Tinglong hurriedly arched his hand and said, Sorry. The old path is a little late. He exchanged pleasantries with the crowd for a while longer before pulling Uncle Huangzhou towards a few people in the distance. Uncle Huangzhou wanted to bring Zhang Xian along, but he didn't expect him to wave his hand, signaling for him to stroll around on his own first. So he followed his old friend over first. Zhang Xian looked around and realized that most of the people here were just ordinary people. There were only a few people who really possessed cultivation. Zhang Xian secretly shook his head. It seems he was overthinking it. How could someone with a high level of cultivation attend this kind of warlock exchange? Of course. Also here to join in the fun are some of the local tycoons, as well as celebrities. Its purpose is mainly to take this opportunity to climb up some big names. Zhang Xian turned around and walked towards a nearby gazebo. Suddenly, the people next to him seemed to be discussing something, and vaguely heard words like Copper Armor Corps, Zhuge family, and so on. Copper armored corpse? Zhang Xian paused and listened sideways for a moment. The key information was soon known from the crowd's murmurs. Half a month ago, a sealed bronze armored corpse unexpectedly appeared in the south and was subdued by the Zhuge family. Chapter 80 Tinglong Realist, a copper armored corpse rarely seen in 100 years. But I heard that since the bronze armored corpse was subdued, the Zhuge family has been cursed as if everything has gone wrong. Especially in recent times. The Zhuge family has even had one accident after another. For example, the other day, the Zhuge family had accidentally blew himself up while studying the beta soul suppressing formation, and is still lying in bed recuperating from his injuries. Do you guys think it could be because of that bronze armored corpse that the Zhuge family is so unlucky? At that moment, a middle-aged man with an 8-beard said in a low voice. His words were like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly triggering a ripple. The surrounding crowd looked at each other with astonishment and contemplation in their eyes. Can't be, can it? Someone was skeptical. Can't really say. The middle-aged man with the 8-beard pondered for a moment, then continued, after all, the bronze armored corpse is a rare thing, rare to come across in 100 years. And I've also heard that this bronze armored corpse carries its own bad luck, and no one who subdues him turns out well. This statement was made. There was silence all around. Shock surfaced on the faces of the crowd. If what he said was true, then the Zhuge family would be in real danger. Ahem. That interrupts. The Zhuge family you guys were talking about, where is it? Just then. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side, startling the few people present. A few people craned their heads to see. Only Zhang Xian looked at them with a curious expression and opened his mouth to inquire. To be honest, he was suddenly interested in the bronze armored corpse that the Zhuge family had subdued. There was no telling how many points of merit value would explode if it could be destroyed. You are. After the middle-aged man with the 8-beard froze for a while, he frowned as he sized up Zhang Xian, a few moments of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. His gaze roamed over Zhang Xian, carefully sizing up the young man who had suddenly interjected. Zhang Xian smiled faintly as he felt several gazes around him fall on him in unison. Poor Daoist Zhang Xian, meet several fellow Daoists. He said with a smile and bowed his hand in salute. The purple Dao robe that he was wearing was not changed now and was still on him. So when they saw it, they couldn't help but frown. You know that purple dhoti can't be worn freely. Whose junior is this that dares to wear purple Dao robes indiscriminately? He simply doesn't know the rules. This Daoist friend Zhang, the purple robe is not something that can be worn casually. The 8-bearded middle-aged man frowned as a reminder. He felt that Zhang Xian was too young to make such a low-level mistake. This was kind of him, but it caused several people around him to nod in agreement. They felt that the middle-aged man with the 8-bearded beard had made a good point. The purple robe is a symbol of the Taoist sect, the representative of the supreme status, cannot allow a junior to defile indiscriminately. Zhang Xian ignored them and instead opened his mouth once again to inquire about the Zhuge family. It wasn't the first time he had encountered the problem with the Dao robe, so he didn't bother to explain. The only thing he cared about now was the bronze armored corpse. At those words, the 8-bearded middle-aged man frowned slightly. A youth beside him suddenly whispered something in his ear. Only then did he realize that this junior in front of him was originally brought by Tinglong Jinren. The Tinglong realist was quite famous in the vicinity of Izhou, and it was not good for them to slack off. Thus, the middle-aged man with the 8-beard was slightly silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You want to know about the Zhuge family? Precisely. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Zhuge family. P.S. Aha. It's kind of stuck in the text. Are there still big guys watching? It doesn't feel like there's much of a crowd right now. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Or is it a trick weapon? Chapter 81. Or is it a trick weapon? The Zhuge family. It was the legacy left behind by Zhuge Kongming, and had a high reputation in the cultivation world. Today's generation of family head, Zhuge Scrupulous, but also known as the Northern Zhuge. However, he is very eccentric, not interested in astronomy and geography, and likes to study new ways to catch ghosts and cure corpses. Half a month ago, when the copper armored corpse broke the seal, he rushed to the south at the first opportunity, wanting to subdue and study it. Success is success. But who knows, he has been bad luck behind him, repeatedly hit by bad luck, and now he is still lying in bed to recuperate from his injuries. After listening to the eight-bearded middle-aged man's introduction, Zhang Xian's heart was already roughly clear. The source of why Zhuge Kecho will be haunted by bad luck and cause his own bad luck is now available. 9 times out of 10, it's because of the copper armored corpse. The copper armor corpse is originally a fierce and deadly thing, and it carries its own hostility and resentment. And so on. If the person who subdues it has insufficient qi and merit of his own, it can easily bring bad luck and calamity to the person. Zhang Xian secretly pondered, it seems that this copper-armored corpse is not simple. But the less simple the better. The more interested he became. After all, with Zhang Xian's current cultivation, unless he encountered a stronger ghost or evil spirit, he would not be able to explode many points of merit value at all. Aside. The middle-aged man with the eight-bearded beard walked silently to the side with his disciple after finishing his sentence and seeing Zhang Xian's silence. Seeing this, the rest of the group dispersed sensibly, leaving Zhang Xian alone. The other side. Tang Longjinren exchanged pleasantries with a few old friends for a while, and when his eyes inadvertently saw Zhang Xian in the distance, he suddenly whispered. "Old Yellow, what's up with that kid just now? You're not kidding me, are you?" Words. Uncle Huangjiu raised his eyelids and scanned the surroundings, confirming that there was no one else, then lowered his voice and said. "Tenglong, as your old friend, would I harm you? Listen to me. If you can befriend fellow Daoist Zhang Xian, that would definitely be the wisest decision you've made in your life." Oh? Real Tenglong narrowed his eyes slightly. He took a closer look at Zhang Xian in the distance. How so? You know about adamantium corpses, don't you? I know. What if I told you that someone in the territory of Izhou had refined a Vajra corpse, but it was destroyed by Daoist Zhang Xian? Do you believe it? Uncle Huangjiu's face was grave. What? At those words, Tenglong Realist snapped his eyes wide open, his pupils contracting violently. Vajra corpse. That is the most terrifying type of zombie, and it is said that if it grows up, it can be cultivated into a corpse immortal. Even a freshly born adamantine corpse was more powerful than an ordinary Tony realm. But now Uncle Huangjiu was actually telling him that a freshly born Vajra corpse had been wiped out by that teenager? Real Tenglong found it unbelievable. Old Huang, you're not mistaken, are you? How could he, a brat around 20 years old, possess that kind of terrifying power? Real Tenglong expressed his skepticism. Instead, Uncle Huangjiu sighed and shook his head. Alas, I don't believe it either. But it's true. I saw with my own eyes that fellow Daoist Zhang annihilated that adamantine corpse, and that too with his bare hands, without even using his magic weapon. Immediately after. He described the scene where Zhang Xian had beheaded the Vajra corpse and recounted it in detail. At once. Real Tenglong was silent. And at that point, Zhang Xian was still contemplating about the bronze-armored corpse when a low and obscene voice suddenly came from his ears. This fellow Daoist, are authentic magic weapons of interest? Zhang Xian froze slightly and slowly turned his head. Only a ragged, bearded old man stood beside him. His eyes flickered as if he was harboring countless secrets, and a wry smile hung at the corner of his mouth. And in the old man's hand, he was holding a magic weapon that was flickering with a faint glow. Chapter 81. Or Trick Artifact. It was an ancient short sword with a beautifully streamlined body and meticulous runes carved on the blade. Young man, I see that you are young, I guess you must be a disciple of some sect, right? Old me has a vacant magic weapon in my hand, seeing that it's destined to be with you, I'll sell it to you cheaply. How about just 6 million? Having said that, he also raised the short sword in his hand as if he was showing off. Zhang Xian glanced at the short sword and looked at him with a smirk. Interesting. It was indeed a magic weapon, and a trick weapon at that, but it could only be used once or twice more. There were cracks all over the sword, and these were caused by the dissipation of the Gui Qi after many uses. If Zhang Xian hadn't guessed wrongly, this sword should have been dug out from within the earth. But the old man looked as if he was offering a treasure, with a smug look on his face. Looks like he thinks he's an ingrate. Do you really think he's young and doesn't know what he's talking about? Of course. He couldn't just break it down and cut off someone else's wealth, so he politely refused. Sorry. Poor Tao is not interested. Don't bother, the old man can be a little cheaper. The old man said in a hurry. He had managed to come across a younger one and was trying to fool him into paying for it. No need. Zhang Xian lost his smile and shook his head. The old man frowned slightly and continued to persuade. Although the old man's magic weapon is a bit worn out, its power is absolutely amazing. Ha! How is this magic weapon of yours? It's good that we all know it in our hearts. If we break it down, it's not good for you or me. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth curled into a smile, and a few teasing glimpses were seen in his eyes. Hearing this, the old man's face changed slightly, then he pretended to be calm and asked, "What do you mean by that? My old man's magic weapon is definitely one of the finest, even in Izhou. Since you don't know what you're talking about, I'm too lazy to waste my words." Humph. Having said that, he was about to brush his sleeves and leave, casting a spiteful look at Zhang Xian before leaving. Although the trick weapon is good, it is easy to lose your young life. So the poor Daoist still advises you that it's better to use this kind of tricky weapon sparingly, lest you lose your life. Just then, Zhang Xian's indifferent voice came from behind him, causing the old man to tremble. Trickster! Discount young life? Nonsense! Old me, this is an authentic magic weapon. What the hell do you know as a milquetoast yellow-haired child? The old man turned around and angrily rebuked, while turning his head to glare fiercely at Zhang Xian. And the commotion here had long attracted the attention of the other guests, who all looked sideways. Ha! What happened? I don't know. There seems to be a conflict. The crowd whispered. The moment. The old man was already furious. It seemed to be in a state of irritation at being dismantled. So, the old man stared viciously at Zhang Xian. Brat! I'll teach you today what it means for trouble to come out of the mouth. The words fell. He listened, gripping the short sword in his hand and mouthing the words. In the next second, a bright and dazzling ethereal light erupted from the short sword, as if night had fallen. Hiss! Going to do it? I'd better hide to the side, lest the city gates catch fire. P.S. It's a bit stuck in the text, so bear with me. During this time the author may be planning to change jobs or quit his job, otherwise he'll be working overtime all day and won't have time to code. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Zhang Xian's ability, Tinglong Jinwen's change in attitude. Chapter 82, Zhang Xian's ability, Tinglong Jinwen's change in attitude. Ha! Isn't this the Xian Chang scatterer from the next city? What's wrong with him? By the looks of it, it looks like there's been a confrontation with the lad, and now it's going to get real. The murmurs came in droves. The surrounding people saw this battle and hurriedly moved towards the side to avoid it. Only two were left standing in the center. Hey! Bastard! Dare to spoil old man's good deed, I'll let you taste the power today. The old man let out a fierce laugh. Immediately after, only to see the short sword in his hand, it suddenly bloomed with a dense and extremely green light. The eerie, piercing cold, as if it could freeze one's soul, caused one's heart to palpitate and feel uneasy. The tip of the sword was even spewing out a raging and surging ghost fog, like black smoke rolling around, blocking the entire field of vision. The next second, there was just a poof. He held a short sword and stabbed towards Zhang Xian without hesitation, his speed strangely fast, carrying the sound of whistling wind. The moment. Everyone held their breath and stared at the exchange between the two in the field. Only Zhang Xian was still standing in place, not moving at all. Is he looking for death? I can't believe you're not fighting back? Is it hard to be scared out of your wits already? Everyone thought that Zhang Xian was crazy. It's amazing that you would make the stupid choice of not fighting back. The old man, on the other hand, was full of scorn. In this instant, it was as if he saw the image of Zhang Xian dying tragically under his magic weapon. Just next moment, his pupils contracted violently, revealing a horrified expression. Zhang Xian nearly blew out a gentle breath. The surging ghost mist, when it was only an inch away from him, actually faded away like melting ice and snow. Click! Click! Shattering sounds rang out one after another. The short sword in his hand was even more shattered in an instant. Pieces fell to the ground. And he flew backwards like a broken kite, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? The old man's eyes were wide and wide with horror. He had been using this magic weapon for several years, and it had always been a card he was proud of. Relying on this magic weapon, he had even made quite a name for himself, if not for the fact that he could only use it once or twice more. He wasn't even willing to sell this magic weapon. I was thinking of finding an ingrate to sell it to, but I didn't expect to run into a hard case. The crowd. An 8-bearded middle-aged man suddenly stared with wide eyes. Wasn't this the kid from just now? How did he get so strong? Surprisingly, even the Xianchang scattered man was not his opponent. Think about it. He couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart that he seemed to have missed the opportunity to befriend him. Kid, how dare you destroy the old man's magic weapon? Scattered man Xianchang rose from the ground in a sorry state, the anger on his face seeming to spill out. Old me will not rest with you. His voice echoed in the air like thunder, startling the surrounding crowd into retreating for fear of being affected by this rage. At this moment, it was as if dispatcher Xianchang had completely lost his mind, and his eyes were filled with rage, as if he was itching to tear Zhang Xian into pieces. Just driven by this fury, he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, flickering with a faint golden light. Scattered man Xuancheng held the yellow talisman between his fingers, and his lips moved slightly as if he was reciting some kind of incantation. Blast! With a low gulp, he threw the yellow talisman into mid-air and pinched a seal in his hand, striking out a complex seal. Next, the yellow talisman erupted with a dazzling red light. A huge ball of fiery flames erupted, more than 2 meters high and blazing hot. The temperature around them suddenly rose, and the crowd felt a burning heat and couldn't help but take a few steps back. This could be. This, exclaimed someone with a shocked face. The Rising Fire Talisman? Chapter 82 Zhang Xian's ability, Tinglong Jinren's change in attitude. What? Surprisingly, it's the Rising Fire Talisman, now he's in some danger. The crowd's faces changed drastically. The Rift Fire Talisman was one of the most powerful talismans, and its killing power was terrifying. However, because of the difficulty of drawing it, it rarely appears on the market that there is a leaving fire talisman. I did not expect to have the honor of seeing it today. But some people felt it was a waste. With the power of this one leaving fire talisman, it was enough to easily annihilate a ghost with not so shallow Daoist skills. Too bad it was wasted. Kid, die for me. The Xiancheng diffuser was filled with resentment, gritted his teeth, and said viciously. Ha! In the face of the blazing flames, Zhang Xian merely smiled indifferently. He then slowly stretched out his right hand and gently pointed his index finger forward. Snort! A strand of true qi shot out, penetrating the air and hitting the blazing flame, making a snorting sound and quickly extinguishing it. How is this possible? The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Xian's bizarre tactics. No! This is impossible. Scattered man Xiancheng's face was filled with horror, and his body trembled more than a little. All of his own undercurrents had been easily cracked by the other party just like that, making him unable to accept it at all. Next, he was so angry that he collapsed with a black eye. At this point, Real Tinglong sensed the commotion over here and rushed over, just in time to see the scene of Zhang Xian cracking the fire separation talisman with a single move. He froze on the spot, half speechless. The rest of the onlookers also sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this. This guy, what a terrifying strength. But soon, reacting to this, Tinglong Jinren hurriedly stepped forward and said, Men, drag him down. Having said that, he looked at Zhang Xian again, changing his previous contempt for him and smiling lightly. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I'm very sorry. It was negligence on my part, which allowed this person to disturb the pleasure of fellow Daoist. Please bear with me. No harm done. Zhang Xian waved his hand. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. What's more, he didn't take the matter to heart, so he let it go. When Tinglong Jinren sniffed, he was instantly relieved. Fellow Daoist Zhang, why don't you invite yourself inside, just in time for me to introduce a few fellow Daoists to you? Oh? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Then I'll trouble you, fellow Daoist, to introduce me. Real Tinglong laughed before leading him inside. Along the way, many people greeted them respectfully, appearing extremely polite. Soon they walked to the other side of the compound. Here sat 7 or 8 old Taoist priests, either white-haired or crane-haired, each quite immortal. Among them is Uncle Wong Kao. On top of that, there were a couple of middle-aged wealthy businessmen. Tinglong, who is this little friend? Is it hard to believe it's your new little apprentice? Suddenly, an old Daoist priest looked at Zhang Xian curiously and said, Ahem. Old Wu, don't talk nonsense, I don't have the skills to be fellow Daoist Zhang's master. Real Tinglong said with slight embarrassment. This is Zhang Xian, fellow Daoist Zhang. After that, he introduced a few more people. These guys aren't like next door, all of them have the real deal, and they're all inside the Taoist exchange group too. Zhang Shen nodded slightly and arched his hand in greetings, fellow Daoists. So it's fellow Daoist Zhang, long time no see. A man arched his hand in an extremely humble manner. This was followed closely by several others who followed suit with greetings and expressions of goodwill. After all, the identity of the person brought by Tinglong Realist was certainly extraordinary. Next time. They started chatting again, talking about everything from Dao cultivation to recent anecdotes, and then to which place appeared to be weird, talking about it with great pleasure. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, sat silently by the side and listened, interjecting a few words every now and then. Fellow Daoists, why don't we simply get straight to the point as well? I have a broken magic weapon here that I would like to exchange for some talisman paper. End of chapter. Chapter 83 Trading Jade Talisman, Weird Black Scales. Chapter 83 Trading Jade Talisman, Weird Black Scales. At this point, an old man suddenly spoke. This person has a stout figure, a national character face, a 3-inch beard, and looks hale and hearty, with a Taoist look. His words immediately caught the attention of the crowd, who looked over. A crippled magic weapon? Real Tinglong raised his eyebrows, his eyes showing surprise. What kind of magic weapon is it? Why don't you take it out for everyone to see first? It was very difficult to refine a magic weapon knowing that aura was scarce nowadays. That's why most of what the various sects and factions are using now are magic weapons left over from previous generations. And next to him, Zhang Xian sniffed and asked in a low voice about Uncle Huangjiu, who was sitting beside him. It was quickly answered. The discussion just now was just an appetizer, and the next is the real topic. Original. The main purpose of the exchange was for everyone to trade the cultivation resources they needed with each other. Money can be traded or bartered. This is a tradition of the exchange that has been going on for decades. Zhang Xian nodded thoughtfully. So it is. And at that moment, the old man hemmed and hawed. Immediately after, he then took out a brocade box and opened the lid, in which a copper bell with a missing corner was placed. The surface of the bell was also strewn with some tiny cracks, and some peculiar runes etched on it were faintly visible. This is a lower-grade magic weapon, the soul-swinging bell, which was obtained by chance by the old man several years ago. Unfortunately, the damage is too severe and it has lost most of its original effectiveness. However, it is still able to exert a trace of power, and if it is refined, it will definitely become a good killing weapon. After the old man finished speaking, he handed out the soul-swinging bell. The rest of the crowd sized it up. Nice indeed. An old Taoist priest in green robes, caressing the bronze bell, said in admiration, although it's a bit broken, it can barely be used for a while longer. The crowd nodded. Indeed. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell at a glance where the soul-swinging bell was extraordinary, and immediately someone asked about the price. After a while, the old man is going to head to the northwestern lands, a trip that is fraught with danger. So I want to exchange the soul-swinging bell for 3 top-grade evil-repelling talismans, and 2 chi-replenishing pills. The old Daoist said blandly. At those words, the crowd fell silent. Someone raised an eyebrow. Although the soul-swinging bell was good, it was a crippled magic weapon and was far less valuable. To put it mildly, there's no telling how many times it will be used. 3 top-grade evil-repelling talismans, as well as 2 chi-replenishing pills, were a bit of a bargain. Nowadays, in this era, every elixir was very precious, not to mention the chi-replenishing elixir that restored true chi. This was an elixir that could save one's life at a critical moment. Old Tang, this is honestly a bit expensive. Finally, someone frowned and said, if it's 2 adamantine talismans, I can barely accept it. Daoist Master Tang Yin listened to the offer and gazed at the others, letting out a slight sigh after realizing that no one was willing to exchange. Vajra charms are fine. After all, they were all body protection talismans, only they weren't as effective as exorcism talismans. I have a bottle of body strengthening elixir here, just expensive. How about 100,000 apiece? You roll. This one cost all of $98,000. As time went on, more and more people took out what they needed to exchange. While Zhang Shen looked at them, his heart moved slightly. How about trading something you can't use yourself? Next. He pretended to take out a piece of jade talisman from his sleeve, which was made from the uncalled material that he had also emerald before. 3 major talismans were inscribed on it, such as exorcism, peace, and 5 thunders. The moment the jade talisman appeared, the gazes of everyone present all swarmed towards him. To be precise, it was looking towards the jade talisman in Zhang Xian's hand. This jade talisman was turquoise and transparent, crystal clear, and was extraordinary at first glance. The talisman inscribed on it, on the other hand, was very clear and emitted a burst of aura fluctuations. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Who made this jade talisman? Real Tinglong's eyes showed surprise and he couldn't help but inquire. Chapter 83 Trading Jade Talisman, Weird Black Scales. What a rich aura! To take such a pure emerald and use it to make talismans was simply extravagant to the extreme. This is a trinket that the poor Taoist made himself, it's not worth mentioning. Zhang Xian said modestly. His words immediately caused the corners of the mouths of the people present to twitch. Did you do it yourself? Really? One must know that making a jade talisman could be much more difficult than drawing an ordinary talisman paper. There is even more cultivation involved. They're hard to believe. The young, even younger than their apprentice grandson, Daoist Zhang in front of them was actually able to produce such a superior jade talisman. This is simply not believable. But Daoist Tang Yun didn't care about that much. At this moment, both of his eyes were glowing and his breathing became a bit rapid. This fellow Daoist, on top of this jade talisman of yours, what kind of talisman is inscribed? There are a total of 3 kinds of talismans inscribed, namely the evil expelling talisman, the peace talisman, and the 5 thunder talisman. This statement was made. The crowd was like a snake demon on the line. Hiss. 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 In an instant, there was a continuous stream of voices sucking in cool air. Let's leave the exorcism charm alone. There's even a 5 thunders talisman engraved on it? You have to know that this is the top-tier attack talisman. After using it, you can summon heavenly thunder to exterminate the enemy. A talisman of this level, even in the cultivation world, would be like the existence of a phoenix feather. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you. Make a price. I'll take this jade talisman. Shameless. It was clearly me who looked first. Don't you fart, whoever sees it first owns it? You. The people were suddenly arguing and red in the face, as if they wanted to fight. This scene left Zhang Xian dumbfounded. What are you guys doing? Isn't it just an ordinary jade talisman? These guys, they're not exaggerating, are they? That, Zhang Xian coughed and hastily spoke out to stop them. Fellow Daoist Zhang, what's your quid pro quo? There's no harm in being straightforward. Someone said impatiently. Poor Tao's quid pro quo well. Zhang Xian pondered briefly, then smiled and said, it didn't really occur to me for a while. Spells, pills, and talisman paper. All of these poor Taoists are not lacking. If you can come up with something that interests the poor Taoist, then this jade talisman will be considered a gift to you. Words. The crowd rushed to take out some rare things. There are palm-sized black stone sculptures. There are tattered and torn jade pendants. Someone else pulled out a piece of ore. Anyway, there's everything, all kinds. That. Just then. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke, Master Zhang, is it true that as long as it's something you're interested in, you can exchange it for this jade talisman? Zhang Xian looked at him in surprise. He remembered that the middle-aged man seemed to be called Zhuang Heimo. Just now, Tinglong Realist had introduced to him that the exchange meeting was sponsored by him, and this vacation lodge was also his. Right. As long as it's something of interest to the poor Taoist, it can be exchanged. Then you wait a moment. Having said that, Zhuang Heimo turned around and walked into the back hall, returning a few moments later holding a fine wooden box. Open it. Inside, there was a palm-sized, pitch-black scale laying on the ground. Master Zhang, this is something passed down from my grandfather, I wonder if I can exchange it for the jade talisman? End of chapter. Chapter 84, Fellow Daoist Zhang wouldn't be interested in the copper-armored corpse, right? Chapter 84, Fellow Daoist Zhang wouldn't be interested in the copper-armored corpse, right? After Zhuang Heimo handed the wooden box to the crowd, he looked at Zhang Xian with some apprehension. The crowd froze. Afterward, their gazes couldn't help but look at the scales in the wooden box. One could only see that the scale was of a special shape, with an uneven surface, inscribed with a complex pattern. And the scales looked ordinary, but they gave off a deep and heavy feeling. It was as if it held some unmeasurable power. Scale of the Xian snake. It is a scale dropped by the ancient beast Black Water Xian snake, possessing mysterious and unpredictable power. Note, if this scale is incorporated into a magic treasure, it can cause the power of the magic treasure to skyrocket by several times and have a certain degree of suppression against the elves and monsters. This is... Upon seeing the system introduction, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Fey scales? This is good stuff. And the fact that it also has some restraining effects on elves makes it even more of a must-see. Strange. What kind of animal scales are these? I can't believe I've never seen them before. Daoist Tang Yun and the rest of the few old men came closer to take a look over, frowning and shaking their heads. They had lived for decades long and could be considered to be well-read, but they actually hadn't seen this kind of scale. It's really a bit strange. It's not just them. Even Zhuang Heimo was a bit apprehensive. After all, he didn't know the origin of this scale either. Just know that it's a relic left behind by his grandfather. It had been sitting at home eating dust all these years, and if he hadn't remembered it on the spur of the moment, he wouldn't have necessarily remembered it was there. He also took it out with the intention of trying it out to see if he could exchange it for a jade talisman. Who knows the next second? Just as Zhuang Heimo was a bit embarrassed, Zhang Xian said smilingly, "Not bad. It's an interesting thing to exchange with the poor Daoist for this jade talisman." Really? Zhuang Heimo was overjoyed, then held the wooden box to Zhang Xian with both hands. As for Zhang Xian, he was also not polite, and after putting away the wooden box, he handed him the jade talisman from earlier. "Thank you, Master Zhang." Zhuang Heimo received the jade talisman with glee. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Pity. It was simply regrettable that such a rare jade talisman had passed him by. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, can I take the liberty of asking, what exactly is this scale?" Daoist Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the others pricked up their ears. Apparently they were also very curious. While Zhang Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "This should be the scales of a foreign beast. If it's used to refine magic weapons, the effect should be good." "So it is." The crowd nodded indistinctly, revealing a look of realization. "Fey. It's actually a type of mountain sperm. They are very strong, and they are often cultivated for hundreds of years long, and they have some strange means, such as spraying water, controlling fire, and so on. That's why it's also known as the Fey. Daoist Zhang is lucky to actually pick up such a treasure," Daoist Tang Yun said with envy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian lightly laughed twice. "It's just luck. Fellow Daoist Zhang, do you have any extra jade talismans? If there's still some left, I wonder if I could sell a piece to my old man?" "Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you." Daoist Master Tang Yun's voice was permeated with a hint of urgency, as if he was pleading, and as if he was longing for a rare treasure. It's not just him. The remaining few old men were also looking at him with burning eyes. Obviously for the Zhang Xianyu talisman, it was very coveted. A jade talisman was worth 10 pieces of top-grade talisman paper, which was why they were so excited. Sorry. Right now, there aren't many jade talismans left in poor Daoist's hands. Zhang Xian shook his head. "Ha?" Hearing this, the crowd was disappointed. Chapter 84, Fellow Daoist Zhang wouldn't be interested in the copper-armored corpse, right? However, Zhang Xian's next sentence instantly lifted their spirits. "If you guys can provide your own jade, poor Daoist can instead create a jade talisman for you." When these words came out, the crowd got a little excited. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, can you really make jade talismans?" Real Tinglong asked with a slightly trembling tone. One must know that making a jade talisman required an extremely high level of cultivation and experience, and ordinary warlocks simply couldn't do it. Because it was necessary to carve talismans into the jade. This step is often the hardest, and if you're not careful, you can destroy the jade or even backfire on yourself. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded slightly. Great. Fellow Daoist Zhang, please make sure you help me create a jade talisman. I'm willing to do so no matter what the cost. Daoist Master Tang Yun's voice was laced with a few moments of excitement. Me too. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I'm willing to use the piece of blood jade I've treasured for a long time as a condition to ask you to make a jade talisman. The crowd clamored to be the first to shout. They are at least dignified characters, the district a few pieces of jade emerald, or can take the hand. And compared to a jade talisman, some cultivation resources were nothing. As for their requests, Zhang Xian of course came to the rescue and agreed to all of them. With his cultivation level, making a jade talisman was completely at his fingertips and easy. Yes. Later on, poor Daoist will make jade talismans for all of you. Fellow Daoist Tang Yun, I heard that you're from LQ City? Having said that, Zhang Xian suddenly changed the topic and looked at Daoist Tang Yun next to him and said, Exactly. Daoist Tang Yun nodded. Coincidence. I happen to have heard that the Zhuge family subdued a bronze-armored corpse some time ago. I wonder if it would be convenient for Daoist Tang Yun to take poor Daoist to pay a visit? Copper-armored corpses? Daoist Tang Yun froze. This matter was naturally known to him. Not only that, but he also knew that this bronze-armored corpse had caused the Zhuge family quite a bit of trouble. Fellow Daoist Zhang is interested in the bronze-armored corpse? Kind of. To be honest, his heart had been itching ever since he heard that a bronze-armored corpse had appeared. If he didn't know the location of the Zhuge family, he would have wanted to fly there immediately. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you don't know. As far as I know, this copper-armored corpse is not simple. It has appeared a total of 4 times so far, and has also been sealed 4 times. But every cultivator who sealed it had a very miserable end, either going off the deep end or dying. All in all, it's treacherous. Speaking. There was a hint of afterthought in Daoist Tang Yun's tone, as if he had a strong fear of this bronze-armored corpse. Even the others were shocked when they heard this. So scary? No harm done. Just want to go and meet people. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. In response to his insistence, Daoist Tang Yun could only give a helpless sigh. Since that's the case, then the old man will go on a trip to the Zhuge family with fellow Daoist tomorrow. Zhang Xian nodded his head. The next time, they hastily contacted people to prepare the jade emerald. And Zhang Xian didn't back out. After getting the jadeite, his finger gently scratched, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he cut out a jade talisman-like piece. See this scene. The crowd couldn't help but gulp. Is this still human? You know it's an emerald. Not tofu. Even with a sharp machine, it takes some time to cut through the hard emerald. However, Zhang Xian acted as if he was playing around and produced a jade talisman in 3 or 2 swipes. That's a bit much, isn't it? Fellow Daoist Zhang is truly extraordinary. Admirable. Master Zhang is awesome. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Going to Zhuge Family, Bad Luck Stalking Zhuge Keshua. Chapter 85, Going to Zhuge Family, Bad Luck Stalking Zhuge Keshua. Day 2. After Zhang Xian made a jade talisman for all of them, he then purchased air tickets to fly to LC City. The noon flight is no longer available. It was only for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so by the time they got to LC City, it was almost 5 o'clock. Fellow Daoist Zhang, let's find a place to eat first. After getting out of the car, Daoist Tang Yun proposed. Although they were all cultivators, they were still ordinary people after all, not iron warriors, and their stomachs had long been rumbling with hunger. Aha! Good. Zhang Xian thought about it and nodded. Since he had already arrived in LC City, there was no rush, and it would be fine to go to Zhuge's house a little later. Nearly 7 o'clock. The 2 of them arrived at Zhuge's house. Zhang Xian looked up and realized that the sky above this mansion in front of him was filled with a faintly ferocious aura that made one feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Moreover, this mansion was built so magnificently that it stood out and shone particularly brightly amidst the surrounding mountains, easily attracting the attention of others. Let's go, the old man has already greeted the Zhuge family head. After Daoist Master Tang Yun said this, he took a step towards the front. Zhang Xian followed behind. About a few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a white practice robe greeted him. This middle-aged man, tall and thin, with sword brows and starry eyes, looked very handsome. He had a smile on his face. Haha. Senior Tang, long time no see, how have you been? Old me has taken the liberty of interrupting. I hope that old brother Zhuge will not be offended. Daoist Master Tang Yun arched his hand and said politely. This person was none other than the younger brother of the Zhuge family's contemporary family head, Zhuge Jingshan. Elder Tang is overstating things. It is truly a blessing for my house that you are able to visit my humble abode. Please come in. Zhuge Jingshan said enthusiastically. He welcomed Tang Yun and the others inside. Met quite a few servants along the way. However, when they saw Zhuge Jingshan, they all bowed respectfully and lowered their heads, calling out, Second Master. Elder Brother Zhuge. This is fellow Daoist Zhang Xian Zhang. This time I came mainly to pay a visit to Brother Scruple. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jingshan said with some embarrassment, Senior Tang, you know this as well. My elder brother is a person who likes to study ways to catch ghosts and cure corpses. 2 days ago, before his injuries were fully healed, he locked himself inside his room and tinkered with it. What? When Daoist Tang Yun heard this, he was immediately surprised and said, "Scrupulous brother, this is also too. Hey!" At the mention of this matter, Zhuge Jingshan let out a sudden sigh, then bitterly shook his head. This big brother of his is like this, obsessed with all kinds of ways to catch ghosts and cure corpses all day long. He can't even care about the injuries on his body. It just so happens that his sister-in-law isn't even home yet, and the only one who can cure him is gone. Just as well. Since the two of you are here to find my big brother, then follow me to the backyard. Zhuge Jingshan shook his head helplessly. The two were then led to a loft in the backyard. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion came. Zhuge Jingshan and Tang Yun were instantly startled and rushed over to check. It turned out that a big hole had appeared in the wall of the originally exquisite attic. From time to time, billowing smoke drifted out. Ahem! I can't believe it failed again. What step went wrong? Immediately afterward, a pale and thick voice came out from inside the house. Zhang Xian fixed his eyes on it. Only a man with an obese body shape and wearing a long blue shirt walked out from the attic. His face was pitch black and his lips were purple. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had been up for a long time without sleep. Chapter 85, Going to Zhuge Family, Bad Luck Stalking Zhuge Keshua. And he was still stained with a lot of black and red gunpowder on the collar of his shirt and along the legs of his pants, which made him look quite a mess. The moment he saw him, the corners of Zhuge Jingshan's mouth jerked. Big brother! What do you think you're fooling around with when you're not even fully healed? Zhuge Jingshan was speechless. Can't your own big brother stop for a while? Every other day the whole blast comes out, why don't you just blow up the house? What do you know? The first Mao will be here in the next 2 days, so I mustn't hurry up and study a way to outwit him? Speaking. Zhuge Keshua wiped the gunpowder from his face and quickly noticed the two behind him and said with some surprise. Elder brother Tang Yun, what brings you here? Brother Zhuge, the main reason for me to come this time is to introduce a fellow Daoist to you. Daoist Master Tang Yun pointed at Zhang Xian and said with a smile, "This is Daoist friend Zhang Xian, a new fellow Daoist friend of the old man. He wants to take a look at that copper-armored corpse you collected some time ago. I wonder if that's possible?" Oh? Want to see a copper-armored corpse? Zhuge Keshua was slightly stunned, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes, and he could not help but glance at Zhang Xian more. When he saw how young Zhang Xian was, he refused without thinking, No. That copper-armored corpse is evil as hell. Ordinary people will definitely have bad luck if they come into contact with it, so don't go near it. Zhuge Scribe hurriedly explained. He had a deep understanding of the power of the copper-armored corpse, especially in the time since he had taken it in. When practicing, one can easily go off the deep end. He's all a little scared. It's just a mere fierce fury chi, it can't help poverty road yet. Zhang Xian was naturally aware of his concerns, so he spoke. Actually, he could clearly see that there was a cloud of grayish-black gas shrouded between Zhuge Kenshu's eyebrows. Apparently, he's suffered some kind of curse lately. And this curse should be the result of the hostile energy carried on the body of the bronze-armored corpse. Because the bronze-armored corpse was brutal and murderous by nature, and was not among the 5 elements of the 3 realms, the hostility in his body was so heavy. Any cultivator who seals it can't resist this hostile gas and curse, that's why Zhuge Scribe has been so unlucky during this period of time. Ha! It seems that you still have 2 skills, not bad. Zhuge Keshua carefully sized up Zhang Xian and nodded in appreciation. But I still can't let you touch the bronze-armored corpse, it's for your own good, I hope you understand. At those words, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth. Fellow Daoist Zhuge won't let us touch the bronze-armored corpses, but it seems that someone else thinks otherwise. After all was said and done, he nudged his mouth in the other direction, smirking. Under his perception, a figure was quietly feeling its way over. Although this person was well hidden, he still could not escape Zhang Xian's ears. And there was also a hint of true chi fluctuation emanating from this person, clearly coming at the bronze-armored corpse. Who? Zhuge Scribe's face changed. Immediately, he raised his head and looked in that direction. No good. My demon sealing altar. That direction was clearly where the ghost sealing altar he had set up was located. Countless ghosts and monsters were sealed by him inside, including the bronze-armored corpse he had taken in some time ago. There was only one other person who could show up at his house at this hour. That was his nemesis, the world's #1 Mao, who was known with him as South Mao in North Juga. Think about it. Juga Keshu's heart thumped and instantly became flustered. No good. Definitely the first thatch is coming. My copper-armored corpse. End of chapter. Chapter 86. Trapped corpse spell formation broken. Groups of ghosts dance chaotically. Chapter 86. Trapped corpse spell formation broken. Groups of ghosts dance chaotically. The other side. The figure had gotten closer and closer. Finally, he stood about 10 meters from the loft. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a densine chi! I didn't realize that during these years, Fatty Zuga had captured so many more evil spirits, and all of them were sealed here. Speaking. The figure revealed its true colors. The man was about in his early 40s and wore a pair of round glasses, resembling the look of Captain Awesome in the movie. First Mao's gaze kept surveying the surroundings of the attic, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Hey! Copper-armored corpse? I feel excited when I think of Fatty Zuga's angry expression. First Mao muttered. Then he tiptoed into the attic. Who knew that when he had just stepped in, a sudden glow lit up around him. Shasta. The attic was then illuminated as if it were day. Ghost ceiling formation? You want to stop me from First Mao with just this? Fatty Zuga has looked down on me too much, hasn't he? The First Mao shook his head, then took out an ancient bronze plaque and gently tossed it into the air. Buzz. A rune flashed by. In an instant. The ancient copper plaque that was originally suspended in mid-air suddenly bloomed with blinding light and swirled in a circle. In the next second, the spell formation was broken by him in 3 moves. After walking into the loft, one could only see that the attic was densely packed with altars, each with a piece of talisman paper attached to it. And at the very center, a stout and tall figure was standing there, motionless, emitting a powerful Yin Fury chi. It was certainly a copper-armored corpse. There was also a piece of magic weapon placed around the bronze-armored corpse, forming the Beidou corpse suppression formation. Seeing this, First Mao grinned. Whoa! It's really a copper-armored corpse, a rare and superb product that comes along once in 100 years. He walked to the front of the bronze-armored corpse and took out a magnifying glass, carefully observing the zombie in front of him. That look was like looking at a rare treasure. After a long time, he nodded in satisfaction. Ugly with a hint of might, fierce with a hint of dominance, simply the best of the best. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Fatty Zuga's method of curing corpses is too old-fashioned. What Regulus mirror, what top heart divine wood. The First Mao was secretly stumped, obviously very disdainful of Zhuge Scribe's corpse healing techniques. Next. He tossed all these spells aside, then carefully surveyed the bronze-armored corpse. Forget it. Better move back and study it slowly. Say it and do it. Only to see the First Mao, as if by magic, set a single rack in front of himself. Then he excitedly asked the bronze-armored corpse to move away. I don't know. The bronze-armored corpse violently opened its eyes, a pair of scarlet eyes looked at the surroundings dead-on, and its nose moved slightly, as if it was sniffing for some kind of smell. And Daichi Mao doesn't know this yet. Hey, hey, hey! I'll come back and punch Fatty Zuga in the face after I've moved the bronze-armored corpse back and studied it thoroughly. First Mao had a treacherous look on his face. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile, and his eyes glittered with hunter-like excitement and anticipation. In his mind, he had already sketched out countless scenarios that would shock Fatty Zuga, as if he was about to overpower him. However, just as he was indulging in a beautiful fantasy, his face suddenly changed drastically when his gaze unintentionally swept over the bronze-armored corpse. Only the eyes of the bronze-armored corpse were staring at him with death, their pupils scarlet like wild beasts. That moment. First Mao only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. It was as if a kind of death crisis had descended. How is this? How is this possible? How did the copper-armored corpse awaken so quickly? Wasn't it suppressed? Daichi Mao stared. But soon he reacted and hurriedly reached out and choked and recited the incantation, casting the very same spells of the Maoshan school. He had been an orphan when he was young, and was adopted by a Maoshan sect outcast who taught him the ways of the Tao. That's why he changed his name to First Mao. However, First Mao liked to combine some Western ideas with the Dragon Kingdom's Taoism, thus creating his own way of cultivation. Chapter 86 Trapped Corpse Spell Formation Broken, Groups of Ghosts in Chaos. Obviously, he succeeded. Roar. When first Mao cast the Daoist Dharma decree, the bronze-armored corpse immediately roared up to the sky. Spin. Its huge, hideous body unexpectedly lunged straight at him. Boom. The entire floor shook violently for a moment. And in that split second when the bronze-armored corpse lunged, first Mao had prepared for it. Boom. There was a deafening roar, and the entire floor of the attic trembled violently as if it had been torn by a gale. The air was filled with a sinister aura, and even the altar around it shook with it, and a crack began to appear. First Mao gave a dark cry. If these altars broke, then all the sealed evil spirits inside would come out, and it would be terrible. Thinking of this, he hastily accelerated his spells, wanting to resuppress the bronze-armored corpse. However, instead, he underestimated the power of the bronze-armored corpse. Roar! With an angry hiss, the copper-armored corpse's speed increased steeply, leaping up and instantly appearing in front of him. Boom! The bronze-armored corpse slammed hard into First Mao's chest, blasting him straight out. Bang! A muffled grunt. When the First Mao landed on the ground, a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth, his face was pale, and he almost fainted. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the copper-armored corpse, his eyes filled with horror. What a horrible power! I really don't know what Fatty Zhuge had done before to seal this copper-armored corpse. Roar! The bronze-armored corpse let out a roar. A terrifying and fiendish chi violently erupted from its body, instantly sweeping around. The entire attic trembled. Bang! 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 Next! Under the effect of this sinister aura, those altars around them exploded one after another. Countless evil spirits rushed out from the altar, howling madly. For a moment, the mournful wailing filled the attic. All of these ghosts are all kinds of grievous spirits, stern ghosts, and hungry ghosts. They have been held captive for decades and have finally regained their freedom at this time. It's over. Seeing so many evil ghosts, First Mao's face turned pale with fear, and his forehead was covered with layers of cold sweat. This is really over. With so many evil spirits, plus the powerful bronze-armored corpse, he had no chance of winning. Before even fighting, he already had a surge of thoughts of running for his life. Swish swish swish. Just as he was panicking, there was a sudden rush of footsteps from outside the loft. Who is it? Could it be Fatty Zhuge? Hearing this voice, First Mao's heart thumped and he hurriedly turned to look. Just outside the attic, a few figures were swiftly rushing this way. The one who led the group was Zhuge Kenshu. When he arrived, the ferocious and sinister aura that filled the air made him blush. Not good. It's a little late. Fatty Zhuge, help! Seeing Zhuge Kenshu, the first Mountain shouted with joy. At this moment, how could he care about his previous grudges? He just wanted to live. Roar! Just then, the moment the bronze-armored corpse saw Zhuge scribe, its eyes turned red and roared violently. It had obviously recognized the human who had sealed itself some time ago. It's going to tear him apart. End of chapter. Chapter 87, First Mao, you asshole. Chapter 87, First Mao, you asshole. Roar. Next. The bronze-armored corpse lunged at him violently. It's fast as hell. Seeing the situation, Zhuge scribe's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly took out a bunch of yellow talisman paper and recited the incantation, Shen Kuan borrows the law, the 5 elements protect the law, sizzle. Hula hula. Only to see those yellow talisman papers burning one after another, forming colorful flames, emitting blazing heat, enveloping towards the bronze-armored corpse. These were the talisman paper he had drawn, and even when facing zombies, he could release a ball of flame that would burn them to the ground. However, these flames just touched the copper-armored corpses, just like ice meets coals of fire, melting and disappearing in an instant. What? See this scene. Zhuge Kenshu froze, his expression stiffening, unable to believe his eyes. Ho 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 ho! The bronze-armored corpse, however, didn't stop at all and continued to run wildly towards him. Boom boom boom. Every step it took caused the entire pavilion to vibrate 3 times, with an astonishing might. The terrifyingly ferocious aura came over the face, sending chills down several people's backs. Seeing this, Daoist Master Tang Yin barely hesitated at all and directly took out a jade talisman from his bosom. Edict, break the evil. Only the jade talisman flickered with lightning arcs, blooming with dazzling blue light, and finally actually coalescing into a lightning bolt. Click. Boom. Lightning struck the body of the copper-armored corpse, directly knocking it over on the ground, its body scorched black. Thunder is the most masculine and strongest force in heaven and earth, capable of restraining all the obscene things in the world. Roar! After being struck by the lightning, the copper-armored corpse immediately hissed in pain, seemingly injured. Daichi Mao, you asshole. What do you think you're doing that's not good enough to come and mess with my bronze-armored corpse? I think you're impatient with life. The moment. Juga Keshue couldn't care less about his face, and directly cursed at the first Mao. If Zhang Xian hadn't warned him in time, I'm afraid that it would have caused a major disaster by now. This copper-armored corpse was the one that he barely managed to seal with all his efforts. And these evil spirits too. But now what? It's all running out. This damned first Mao definitely came to harm him on purpose. Upon hearing this, first Mao's face turned a shade of green and purple, practically suffocating to death. He obviously just wanted to come and study the bronze-armored corpse, but he didn't expect to actually get into this situation. Had he known this, he wouldn't have come to steal the body if he had been killed. And at that point, Zhang Xian, who was standing next to him, looked at the copper-armored corpse that was still roaring with rage, and a brilliant light flared in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this copper-armored corpse was clearly on the verge of breaking through, just one step away from breaking through the silver-armored corpse. No wonder Zhuge Scribe was so unlucky during this time. Let alone him. Even a cultivator at the peak of Tongyi was afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress the hostility and curse on the bronze-armored corpse's body. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening hissing roar came, instantly sweeping through the entire attic, as if the heavens and earth were trembling for it. The eyes of the bronze-armored corpse emitted a strange red light, like an endless abyss, carrying the resentment and despair of devouring everything. A faint cold light shimmered on its rusty armor, as if it contained infinite power that was chilling. Juga Keshue's heart was beating violently, and sweat slid down his obese face like a spring. Elder brother Tang Yun, was that the 5 thunder talisman you cast just now? Exactly. Then how many more times can it be cast? Stall me for a bit, I need to rearranging the Northern Dipper Soul Lock formation. No way, Daoist Tang Yin said with a face full of bitterness. Just now, that blow almost didn't empty the true chi in his body, and even if he had pills to replenish it, it would be very difficult to recover his vitality in a short period of time. Done. Juga Keiji's heart sank, revealing an expression of despair. He was still suffering from serious injuries and his strength was 10 to 1, even using talisman paper was very difficult, let alone dealing with a bronze-armored corpse. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Chapter 87, First Mao, you bastard. At this moment, Daoist Tang Yin suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhang Xian, a hint of urgency appearing on his face. Since Zhang Xian was able to create something as difficult as a jade talisman, he must not be weak, so he should be sure to deal with the bronze-armored corpse, right? Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Xian turned his head to look at Tang Yun, the corners of his mouth sketching out a faint smile. Don't worry. Leave it to the poor Taoist next. Roar! At this point, the bronze-armored corpse hissed again, its voice as if it was tearing through the air. Its eyes were blood-red, and the depths of its pupils seemed to harbor 2 rounds of pitch-black vortexes, which was frightening to look at. Phew! Only to see it violently leap up, like an arrow flying away from the strings. It stretched out its sharp claws, carrying a monstrous killing aura, and slapped towards Juga Kesho's head. However, Zhang Xian's palm lit up with a brilliant purple light, as if surrounded by thunder, as he fiercely blasted out a fist. The fist was mixed with strands of lightning, smashing down as if it was a landslide and a tsunami. Bang! With a loud sound, the two collided together and exploded into the sky with waves of air. Wow! The clutter around them had been blown to pieces. Stump! Under this fluctuation, Juga Keshue and the others even took a few steps backward and stumbled. Hiss! What terrifying strength! Daoist Tang Yun was filled with horror. He had thought that Zhang Xian's strength was not bad, but he did not expect it to be as strong as this. With just one punch, he was able to force back the bronze-armored corpse. Then what level of cultivation has he reached? Zhang Xian did not think much about it, but rather took advantage of the victory and rushed forward again, fighting fiercely with the bronze-armored corpse. Zigzag. He continuously executed the lightning-running thunder fist, and every move and every stance carried a thunderous rolling sound that was deafening. Moreover, his attack was extremely harsh. Every time he swung his fist, he would definitely induce the surrounding air to shake, forming a terrifying wind that whistled. Roar! In the face of this overwhelming lightning, the copper-armored corpse let out a roar, its eyes scarlet. Immediately after, it tilted its head and let out a shrill whistle. Its voice was incomparably angry, permeated with thick tyranny and resentment, as if it had endless negative emotions. In an instant, an eerie and icy black fog spread out, enveloping the entire attic. And at that point, those surrounding evil ghosts that broke the seal, at this moment all rioted, crazily attacking Juga scrupulous several people. They recognized the fact. He's the one who sealed himself in. This group of evil spirits were originally vicious and murderous by nature, and now they were sealed in this dark and sunless altar. They are full of hatred and resentment towards Juga Scrupulous. So the moment he saw him, he immediately pounced on him. The North Dipper is limitless. Shenkuan borrows the law, suppresses evil, and destroys demons. Edict. Aside. Juga Jingshan was well aware of his big brother's injuries, so he hastily pinched up his spell and recited the incantation. Buzz. In an instant, an ancient and complicated manhwa diagram floated in the void in the center of his hand. Blast! Juga Jingshan pointed a finger on top of the manhwa diagram, and the light blossomed into a cloud of blinding golden light. Woohoo! Those evil ghosts touched this golden light and immediately flew out backwards with a miserable scream, their bodies scorching and emitting gusts of white smoke. The remaining two were not ambiguous either, and immediately summoned their magic weapons to cut down these pouncing spirits. Put! An evil spirit was unable to dodge and was directly cut through by Daoist Tangyun's sword. Next. It then disappeared, completely grayed out. Ouch! Elder brother Tangyun, be gentle with your hands, these are all my treasures. Seeing this, Juga Scribe was heartbroken. The reason why he didn't want to destroy these evil spirits was that he wanted to keep them all for later and study them slowly. In response, Daoist Tangyun couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fatty Juga. Don't even look at what time it is, and he's still feeling sorry for these evil spirits? If this keeps up, we're going to lose our lives. End of chapter. Chapter 88. This is still a human being. Chapter 88. Is this still human? Boom. On the other side, Zhang Xian's attack could be said to be getting more and more severe. Every time he swung out a punch, it caused gusts of wind to rage and streams of energy to surge, striking the body of the bronze-armored corpse and erupting into sparks. Roar! The bronze-armored corpse let out a hiss of pain, as if it felt threatened. It raised its head violently, its scarlet eyes staring deathly at Zhang Xian like a moving volcano poised to explode. Put! Only to see it violently spew out a cloud of black mist that swept towards Zhang Xian. The mist contained some sort of corrosive power that seemed to be able to quickly dissolve away even steel, enough to see how terrifying the power was. It's necrophilia. It is said to be a breath of air that coalesces in a zombie's throat and contains intense corpse poison. Once it was stained, even a cultivator in the late stage of chi gathering would not be able to carry it for a few breaths of time. Zhang Xian's face did not change as a layer of golden light surfaced around his body. Boo! The corpse chi crashed on top of the golden light spell and instantly burst apart. However, in the very next second, the bronze-armored corpse once again charged towards Zhang Xian. Have to say, this copper-armored corpse is very smart. It knows how to seize all kinds of moments to strike without giving any respite. Moreover, it was extremely fast, arriving in front of Zhang Xian in the blink of an eye. Buzz! Zhang Xian instantly cast the golden light incantation. Next, a beam of brilliant and dazzling light enveloped him, forming a circle of pale golden shield. Golden light mantra. Clang! There was a piercing thud. Fire splashed in all directions, intertwining fiercely. A powerful shockwave suddenly spread out in all directions from where Zhang Xian stood, and countless dust was lifted up. The left supports the 6 armors, the right guards the 6 dings, the yellow god in front, and the Wuzhang in the back. The Divine Master kills without avoiding the great and the powerful, killing the evil spirits first, and then cutting down the night light. What god does not lie in wait, and what ghost dares? Urgent! Zhang Xian's hands frantically pinched seals, his mouth constantly reciting incantations as an illusory rune encircled his fingertips. As the incantation fell, an inexplicable aura of solemnity permeated around his body. And what he had performed was clearly the second style of the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, the wind and fire order. In a split second, the wind was howling all around. Wind and fire order. Break. A drink. Boom. Immediately after, a hot flame instantly sprang out from his fingertips, soaring against the wind, turning into a sea of fire, heading straight for the bronze-armored corpse. Ouch! The copper-armored corpse let out a hiss of fear. Under this blazing fire, thick black smoke emanated from the body of the bronze-armored corpse, and a nuisance burning sound was emitted. Just for a moment. This flame then wrapped the bronze-armored corpse in it. Crackle, crackle. The fire burned, and there was a gust of the smell of skin and flesh roasting. Ho ho ho! The bronze-armored corpse let out heart-rending screams, attempting to escape the range of the wind and fire order, but to no avail. And when Zhang Xian saw this scene, he naturally would not let it go easily. Copper armor corpse? Self-imposed hostility and curses? So what? Since sealing you will be haunted by bad luck, why don't we just destroy you and get it over with? Think about it. He immediately stretched out his two fingers and pointed at the night sky in mid-air, spitting out two words from his mouth. Edict. The words just fell. The night sky, which was still clear, suddenly became cloudy, with dark clouds rolling in and vague flashes of thunder and lightning. Rumble. Ka-ching. An arm-thick purple-black lightning bolt, like a long dragon, cut through the sky and slashed straight at the bronze-armored corpse. Roar. Chapter 88. This is still a human being. The bronze-armored corpse howled miserably. The body that was originally burning with flames unexpectedly turned into a charred state quickly. At this time, Juga Kishu as several people suddenly stopped and looked at this scene with a face full of horror. It was only at this moment that they realized what it meant to have a great deal of heavenly might. Is this still human? A few people couldn't help but gulp. It's not just them. At this moment, all those evil spirits around them were trembling, not daring to make any movements. Right under their horrified gazes, the thunder in the sky still didn't disappear, as if it existed for eternity, and continued to chop down towards the bronze-armored corpse. Snort! Lightning struck its body, instantly splitting bloody holes after bloody holes all over its body and sending up wisps of blue smoke. Finally, with the fall of a thunderbolt, the bronze-armored corpse instantly exploded and turned into a pile of ashes, spilling onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one copper-armored corpse, gaining 34,700 points of merit value. Upon hearing the beep, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth. Not bad. Looks like the trip wasn't wasted. Zhang Xian turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. At this moment, they were all frozen in place with a horrified look on their faces. That scene just now was too shocking. Gulp. First Mao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and asked in a trembling voice, Fatty Zhu Zhuge, who is this man? Summoning heavenly thunder. This girl is not a legendary means? And today he's just so watery and witnessed it? Holy. Run. So scary. When the evil spirits met Zhang Xian's gaze, they were instantly frightened out of their wits and rushed towards the outside of the attic without saying a word. Can't wait to grow 2 more legs. This man is also horrible. For a while, the evil spirits scattered and fled. Zhuge Scribe's face changed drastically. Oops. These evil spirits must not run out or open to be a big problem. Just as he was about to strike, someone else moved faster than him. Knowing that these were all merit values, how could Zhang Xian let them go so easily? Thus, he hastily cast the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. Ka-ching! As Zhang Xian's finger technique fell. Swish! Countless bolts of lightning shot out from Zhang Xian's fingertips and flew into the group of evil spirits, ruthlessly slashing at them. Ah! A mournful wail resounded throughout the attic. In just a few moments, hundreds of evil spirits were all put to death, dead or wounded, and none were spared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost and gaining 350 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost, gaining 367 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one evil ghost, gaining 345 points of merit value. Immediately after, the system beep sounded in his head, as beautiful as pleasant music. That's nice. Another 30,000 or so merit values went into the account. If there were a few more cultivators like Juga Scrupulous, who didn't destroy the ghosts, but instead sealed them up for study, then wouldn't his merit value, like a snowball, roll up more and more? Ha ha ha. Simply gorgeous. Zhang Xian almost didn't laugh out loud. And at this time, the distant Juga scribe and the others had long been petrified. Is this still human? Juga Kishue's eyes rounded and his obese face was filled with horror. Although they also knew how to exorcise ghosts in Taoism, such a horrible scene was simply unheard of and unseen. At this moment, Daoist Tang Yin only had one thought. Hiss. Fellow Daoist Zhang's strength is so terrifying to this extent? Monster. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Someone from the Magic City Specialized Bureau. Chapter 89 Someone from the Magic City Specialized Bureau. And I don't know how long it took. In the hall, Juga Scribe sat on his chair with a palpitating expression. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Xian across from him, unable to stop himself from gulping. His mind was now filled with the lingering image of Zhang Xian summoning the heavenly thunder just now. Especially the thunder that descended at the end, that heaven-destroying might, made him feel his heart thumping wildly, making it difficult for him to breathe. It's horrible. It's like a dream. But soon, he cried out when he thought of the evil spirits he had sealed, all of which had been resolved by Zhang Xian. Daichi Mao, this is all your fault. You say you're fine, what do you have to mess with my copper-armored corpse for? Are you fed up with nothing to do? Juga Scribe was a bit frantic at the moment. It was the work of his heart and soul for many years, some of which he hadn't even had time to study yet, and now it was all ruined. And when first Mao heard his words, his face went green and purple. However, he didn't retort. After all, in the end, he was the one at fault for overestimating his own strength. Not only did he fail to subdue the bronze-armored corpse, but he almost caused a major disaster. If Juga Scrupulous hadn't arrived in time, it's unlikely that he would have already fallen into the food of the copper-armored corpse. Ahem. Elder brother Juga, since the matter has been resolved, you should stop blaming the first Mao Daoist. At this point, Daoist Tang Yun, who was a good old boy, hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Humph. Juga Keshue snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. Although he and First Mao had been enemies for many years, Juga Scribe sometimes just hated this character of his. Thinking out of the box without thinking about what the consequences will be. It's a good thing that fellow Daoist Zhang is here this time, otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Zhang Xian smiled faintly at his words. You're welcome. The poor Taoist is also considered to have come here for the copper-armored corpse this time, and I didn't expect to actually make a mistake, so I'm just going to take care of this trouble by hand. The latter is a great thing. Taoist Master Tang Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. When he was as young as Zhang Xian, not to mention destroying evil spirits, he couldn't even solve unusual ghosts. However, Zhang Xian could. Such terrifying strength and attainments were simply unfathomable. This impressed the crowd. On the other hand, Juga Scribe's change in demeanor was a bit more complicated, as his eyes kept staring at Zhang Xian's back in thought. Golden Light Mantra. Lei Fa. Could he be a disciple of the Heavenly Master? Juga Scribe wondered darkly. After all, he had heard that the Heavenly Master's mansion had suddenly announced its emergence some time ago, and had even recently been fighting for the location of this session of the Dao Sect Congress. And this person in front of me, his surname Zhang, his cultivation, and his Dao. These are all in line with the characteristics of the disciples of the Tianchi house. The more Juga Scribe thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly probable. Fellow Daoist Zhang, how old are you? Juga Scribe suddenly inquired. Zhang Xian froze for a moment, just turned 20, why? 20 years old. Words. Juga Keshue pondered for a moment, then suddenly said with a smile, then I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhang will be attending the Dao Sect Assembly 5 months from now? What's a Taoist convention? You don't know? At those words, Zhang Xian was somewhat speechless. He was either cultivating or going to brush monsters to earn merit value during this period of time, so how could he have time to understand so many things? Then who taught you your Dao? Daoist Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. Practiced on my own. This statement was made. The hall was instantly silent. Juga abide. Taoist Master Tang Yun. The first thatch. Most afraid of the air suddenly quiet. Chapter 89 Someone from the Magic Metropolis Specialized Bureau. Zhang Xian's reply caused all the people present to be dumbfounded. Self-taught Taoism? And cultivated to the extent that you can summon heavenly thunder? Just kidding. Fellow Daoist Zhang really loves to joke. The corners of Zhuge Scribe's mouth twitched twice as he snapped. No kidding. Zhang Xian said seriously. At that, the hall was quiet again for a moment. After a long time. Only Daoist Tang Yin coughed lightly a few times before explaining to Zhang Xian the origins of the Dao Sect Assembly. The Dao Sect Assembly was an event in the cultivation world, held every 20 years. At that time, the younger generation from all sects in the cultivation world would attend to compete in a Dao competition and vie for the top spot in the conference. And the power of the person who won the title. In the next 20 years, it would be the leader of the Dao sect in the entire cultivation world, possessing great fame and honor. Not only that. The top 3 finishers of the conference will also receive generous rewards, including a variety of Taoist secret arts, elixirs, magic weapons, and more. All in all, it was definitely an event to be had. I see. Zhang Xian nodded indistinctly. At this point, Zhuge Kishue also finally eased up and continued, by the way, I've also heard that the Heavenly Master's Mansion will also send disciples to participate in this session of the Dao Sect Assembly. The Celestial Master? Right. And I've heard that the Heavenly Master's Mansion is fighting for, and taking, the location of this session of the Dao Sect Congress. Zhuge Keiji nodded. This, he did not hide. Because this matter can't be concealed at all, and a casual investigation will reveal it. Ha! After a lapse of a year, the cultivation world is about to get lively again. Upon hearing this, Daoist Tang Yin smiled as he stroked his beard. He had also heard a little bit about the incident that happened in the Heavenly Master's Mansion a few decades ago. If it wasn't for that great change that caused the Heavenly Master's Mansion to lose a great deal of strength, they wouldn't have sealed the mountain for dozens of years, much less cut off contact with the outside world. Now that the Heavenly Master's Mansion had re-emerged, it would definitely lead to a new trend that would make waves in the cultivation world once again. Hearing this from him, Zhuge Keiji smiled incoherently, his gaze inadvertently glancing at Zhang Xian next to him. Fellow Daoist Zhang, don't worry. After some time, when the location where the Dao Sect Assembly will be held is finalized, we will definitely be invited to attend. With your strength, you're naturally in the invitation category. Daoist Tang Yun said with a faint smile. Yes, extremely. The next few days, Zhang Xian had been staying at Zhuge's house, discussing the Dao with Zhuge Scribe and a few others. Although he is from the system, all the Dao law is full level, but Zhuge Kenshu they are at least Taoist masters, there are a lot of unique to their own comprehension. As such, Zhang Xian had also learned a lot from them and gained a lot. In a flash. A week passed. Zhang Xian bid farewell to Daoist Tang Yin before embarking on the road back to the Devil's capital, and made an agreement with them to attend the Dao Sect Assembly in half a year. Back home. He also didn't go and do anything else while cultivating in seclusion. Through these few days of discourse, it had given him some new insights into cultivation that would take a lot of time to sort out. And for once, he's gained a lot. Not only did the merit value skyrocket to 26W, he also obtained a new technique, the Tong Tian Talisman. As well as a lower-grade spirit weapon, the Zhong Kuei Treasure Sword. A few days later, Zhang Xian's cultivation had refined quite a bit more as he finished combing through all the sensations in his mind. And it was on this day that a couple of uninvited guests came to the door. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Only 3 figures stood outside the doorway with cold faces. You are Zhang Xian? We're from the Mordorian Special Services Bureau, based on our investigation of you. You're using Dao magic in front of ordinary people for no reason, and you're having a bad influence, so please come with us. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. Chapter 90 The Wrath of the Miyake Family. Chapter 90 The Wrath of the Miyake Family. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian looked at them without changing his face. These 3 men were full of seriousness, dressed in uniform, and spoke with a hint of imperturbability. They were all from the Imperial capital side, transferred over to Mordor as psychics, specializing in serving as psychic advisors to the Mordor Special Weapons Bureau. In fact, before they came, Li Hongtai had told them that they must take good care of Zhang Xian when they arrived in Magic City. So they came to Zhang Xian's door just as he returned home. No time. Zhang Xian responded indifferently. Words. A man wearing gold-framed glasses raised his eyebrows at once and said with a mischievous expression. I advise you to better cooperate obediently. If you resist, do you know what the consequences will be? Oh? Zhang Shen looked at them with a smile on his face and asked with interest, I don't care what the consequences will be, in any case, I'm very busy right now. Please go back. You. The man with the gold-framed eyes was enraged by Zhang Shen's attitude, and immediately grunted coldly, in that case, don't blame us for using force. Strike that. With a wave of his right hand, an invisible fluctuation was released, violently grabbing towards Zhang Shen attack. Zhang Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze icy cold to the extreme. Only to see his right hand slowly reaching out, his fingertips blossoming with dots of silver aura, instantly colliding with the other party's fluctuations. Bang! A dull thud came. Zhang Shen did not move a muscle, while the man with the gold-framed glasses took 2 steps backward, almost falling to the ground unsteadily. How dare you resist? When the other person saw this, he immediately shouted. At the same time, he raised his right palm and condensed a blue flame. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. As he urged on, the flames gradually became fiery and emitted terrifyingly high temperatures. Get out! Zhang Xian suddenly drank. In the next second, a furious aura instantly erupted from him. Shasta! A few people directly flew out backwards and heavily smashed into the ground. Bang! Zhang Xian closed the door and ignored them. 3 douchebags. Still want to make a move on me? Do you really think that any cat or dog can come in front of him? Ahem. Those 3 people were lying on the ground, their faces as white as paper. The pressure that Zhang Xian had erupted just now was simply as suffocating as facing a lofty mountain. Who? The man with the gold-framed glasses took a deep breath and climbed up from the ground, his face a bit ugly. Good. It's so good. They were at least envoys from the imperial capital, but they didn't expect to actually lose face in the hands of a brat. If this thing gets back, it's really going to be a disgrace. Thinking of this, the man with the gold-framed glasses gritted his teeth and glared at the gate, a look of indignation in his eyes. Go! Report this to headquarters. I just don't believe it, how much longer can he be arrogant? Having said that, the 3 of them left in disgrace. And in the room, Zhang Shen leaned back on the sofa, no longer paying attention to the 3 fools outside, and turned his gaze to his personal attributes. Merit value, 268366. Looking at the full 200,000 odd merit values, Zhang Shen couldn't help but reveal an arc at the corner of his mouth. These merit values should be enough for him to use for a while. The other side. East Japan, Miyake family. As a family of yin and yang masters with a long and deep history, the Miyake family holds a high status in eastern Japan. Chapter 90: The Miyake family's wrath. Its mansion, moreover, occupied a whole half of the street. The moment. In a certain ancient room, a group of people were gathered around a table, discussing something. A picture was placed on the wall around them, drawing all sorts of complicated runes, permeated with a rich and sinister aura. Baka! Damn Dragon Nation, how dare you kill my daughter, I must take revenge. Suddenly, a man in a black kimono with an angry face slammed his hands together. It shook the teacups on the table, gently trembling, and the fragrant tea almost spilled out. He is Kazuo Miyake, the patriarch of the Miyake family and father of Keiko Miyake. His thick eyebrows and sharp look were like sheathed swords, and his angry gaze swept through the crowd. In the beginning, it was you who sent my daughter to the Dragon Kingdom, but now what? She's dead. And to die at the hands of a Dragon Kingdom Daoist priest, I'm going to make him pay and bury my daughter with him. Kazuo Miyake clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging as he growled angrily. The patriarch rests his anger. At this moment, a thin old man next to him suddenly frowned. His name was Toshio Miyake, and he was one of the members of the Council of Elders, a prominent position in the family. Although he looked old and withered, the aura that exuded from his body was many times stronger than Kazuo Miyake. Patriarch, you must not be impulsive. According to the information passed back from the Rokaku Shrine, the person who struck out to kill Ms. Keiko was extremely strong. I'm worried that the other party is from some big power in the Dragon Kingdom. If we retaliate rashly, I'm afraid we'll cause the wrath of all the sects in the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world, or even war. This statement was made. The rest of the group all spoke up, urging him to be calm and think of the Miyake family. After all, the depths of the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world were far too powerful than they had imagined, and should never be underestimated. After hearing these words, Kazuo Miyake's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and growled lowly, "Is my daughter's death just going to be forgotten?" His expression became hideous as he stared viciously at the others. "It was you who proposed that his daughter be sent to the Dragon Kingdom for training, so that she could smoothly take over the position of clan head when she returned. But now what? His precious daughter was killed, and not only did these guys not take revenge in the first place, but they even said something like this. How does that make him swallow? I don't care. No matter what, I will avenge Keiko." Miyake Kazuo's fists were clenched tightly, and a monstrous murderous intent permeated his body. Feel the scene. The rest of the people in the room shivered. And just then, another man quickly entered the room and dropped to one knee at Kazuo Miyake's feet. "Matriarch, just now Mr. Matsuda had someone send a piece of information, please take a look at it." At those words, Kazuo Miyake frowned slightly and took that information to consult it. A few moments later, his pupils contracted slightly, revealing a look of excitement. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, great." The rest of the people who saw this scene couldn't help but secretly guess what kind of information had made the patriarch so excited. "Elders, see for yourselves. Say it." He threw the information in his hand in front of the crowd. And on it, there was a clear record of Zhang Xian's information. "The information sent over by Mr. Matsuda has been investigated very well. This person is not from the Dragon Kingdom cultivation sect. Now you guys still want to stop me from taking revenge?" Kazuo Miyake asked in a cold voice. The people looked at each other, their eyes flashing with essence. With that, they nodded their heads in unison. "Since the matriarch is adamant about revenge, then we have no choice but to give our full support. Yes. Immediately organize manpower and head to the Dragon Kingdom. I'll make this little beast's life worse than death." Kazuo Miyake heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, a fierce look on his face. This day, hundreds of Eastern ninjas, as well as yin-yang masters, were rushing in the direction of the Magic City. And for all of this, Zhang Xian was still unaware. End of chapter. Chapter 91 Wang Hai's Reminder, Zhang Xian vs. Miyake Family. Chapter 91 Wang Hai's Reminder, Zhang Xian vs. Miyake Family. The moment. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed tightly, and a nine-palace spirit-gathering formation was arranged around his body. Only to see the aura of the surrounding heaven and earth, constantly being drawn by the formation, surging into his body. It eventually turned into a strand of pure true qi and infused into the dantian. In the last few days, Zhang Xian had been in closed-door cultivation. After all, with 260,000 merit values in hand, he intended to strike while the iron was hot and raise his cultivation level as much as possible. Early breakthrough to Yuaning and condense the Yin God. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, a call came in. "Master, it's not good. The Miyake family sent someone into the Dragon Kingdom, and it's rumored that they want to seek revenge on you." Only on the other end of the phone, an anxious and frightened voice was heard. It's none other than Wang Hai. As one of the 5 major families in Magic City, the Wang family's family business was docked in the east, and their information channels were very well informed. But whenever something big happens in East Ing, it can't escape the Wang family's ears. That was why Wang Hai had called Zhang Xian at the first opportunity after learning about this matter. "Oh? How dare you take the initiative to come looking for trouble? Oh. In that case, then they don't have to go back to the east." Hear these words. Zhang Xian's eyes erupted with 2 streams of brilliant light. Killing intent erupted. Last time, a group of Eastern ninjas lurked in his house and tried to assassinate him, only to be killed by him instead. And now they're actually sending someone else. Do you really think he's soft? "Master, if there's anything you need from us, just ask." At this time, Wang Hai's voice came again. "No. Help me find out where the other party has gotten to now, then tell me the location." Zhang Xian indifferently said. "No problem." Wang Hai promised. With that, he hung up. "Since you guys are looking for death yourselves, it's not my fault," Zhang Xian murmured in a low voice. A cold aura flickered in his eyes, and a murderous streak was revealed on his body. Half a day later, somewhere on the outskirts of Magic City, the dusk sunlight through the layers of leaves, sprinkled with dappled light and shadow, and the air is filled with a faint fragrance of grass and trees. However, in this tranquil woodland, a dark tide lurks. One could only see a group of silhouettes dressed in black, rushing towards the center of the Magic City at breakneck speed. They are as mysterious and dangerous as ghosts in the dark night. Each person's face was covered with a black face cloth, only revealing sharp eyes that were cold and fierce. Those eyes were as keen as a cheetah's, scanning around as if they were on guard for something. The person in the lead was the head of the Miyake family, Kazuo Miyake. This time, he personally led a team to the Dragon Kingdom just to avenge his daughter's death. Besides him, he was accompanied by several members of the Presbyterian Church. Every single one of them was not weaker than him. Everyone must be careful, don't alert the Dragon Specialized Bureau. Kazuo Miyake let out a low growl. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd accelerated their steps forward, their figures as swift as ghosts, and in the blink of an eye, they swept over a dozen meters. And just then, the mutation is sudden. Zip, zip, zip. Ka-ching! Only to see a bolt of lightning slamming down from the sky, in the direction of where they were. No good. All of you, get out of the way. Miyake Kazuo's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted angrily. When the crowd heard this, they also exerted their forms and retreated furiously. Boom! Only a loud explosion was heard. The bolt of lightning smashed into the ground with uncanny accuracy, leaving a deep crater and billowing smoke. Crackle! The lightning exploded, but the aftermath was still there. Several large trees nearby instantly snapped and leaves fell. Baka! What's going on here? Kazuo Miyake was filled with anger. How come a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere? The people behind him all looked at each other as well, the black face cloths on their faces unable to hide the confusion in their eyes. Chapter 91 Wang Hai's Reminder, Zhang Xian vs Miyake Family. The lightning came so suddenly and without warning that it was unbelievable. Ta-da! At that moment, a footstep came from the distance. Only a young man was walking slowly under the light of the setting sun. He wore a purple Daoist robe, and a rich aura flowed through his body. Look at the appearance, about 20 years old. The body is upright and handsome. The person who came was none other than Zhang Xian. Who are you? Kazuo Miyake asked in a deep voice as he looked at Zhang Xian with a slight frown. Seeing this, the rest of them also put on their fighting stance at the first opportunity. Aren't you guys here to get revenge on me, and you're even asking me who I am? Zhang Xian smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sarcastic arc. His voice was like a ghostly breeze, clear and firm, as if echoing through the silent woodland. Baka! So it's you! Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Miyake Kazuo's eyes instantly turned red as he gritted his teeth and growled. His purpose of coming to the Dragon Kingdom this time was to seek revenge on Zhang Xian. But I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to the door. What a godsend! You killed my daughter, I'll make you pay for it today. Kazuo Miyake gave a furious rebuke, fiercely drew the katana in his hand, and took the lead in charging out. He was extremely fast. Like a bow and arrow off the string, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The sharp katana sliced through the void and chopped at Zhang Xian's neck, bound to decapitate him. Sculpture! Zhang Xian shook his head contemptuously and raised his hand to lightly slap it away. Boom! A violent forceful chi erupted out. Only to see that the air was instantly filled with violent vibrations, and terrifying power surged out wildly like a giant wave, heading straight for Kazuo Miyake. Ka-chow! The samurai sword crumbled on the spot, turning into countless pieces and scattering. Boom! Immediately after that, the terrifying force directly impacted on Kazuo Miyake's chest. Bang! Kazuo Miyake was like a kite with broken strings. The entire person flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground, blood spilling out of his mouth. Baka! An old man burst into a rage. Immediately, he waved the walking stick in his hand and ruthlessly slammed it towards Zhang Xian's location. Wherever the cane passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing sound. A strange power was attached to the walking stick, like a mysterious rune, emitting infinite power. That power carried a monstrous and ferocious might, as if it didn't belong to this world, yet it caused the space around it to distort violently. It even produced ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading out in all directions. Seek death. Zhang Xian's gaze was icy cold. Boo! He threw a backhanded punch. In a flash, the air was compressed and shrunk into a ball, as if forming a cannonball. The fist wind whistled and shot out explosively, directly colliding with the old man's walking stick. Boom! The two energies intertwined together, instantly erupting into a huge roar that swept through the surroundings. Stomp stairs. The old man's body trembled violently, as if he had been struck by lightning. Put. A mouthful of blood soared out wildly, and he flew backwards for a dozen meters before stabilizing himself. As soon as he landed, another large mouthful of blood sprayed out. His face instantly turned white, disbelief written all over his eyes. Strike together! Kill him! The other two old men stormed out in unison. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. In the meantime, the rest of the ninjas also struck out, each displaying their own techniques. Shoo shoo shoo! Countless cold ons appeared, harsh and chilling. The overwhelming attack was clearly coming towards Zhang Xian's position. Ha! Overrate yourself. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sneer. He stood still and loomed. When the roiling attacks approached, terrifying lightning arcs violently erupted all around, wrapping around Zhang Xian like a silver snake. Die. End of chapter. Chapter 92. How dare the district's ghosts and monsters call themselves gods? Chapter 92. How dare the district's ghosts and monsters call themselves gods? Die. Zhang Xian's gaze condensed as he pointed out with a single finger. Boom! The surrounding lightning arcs instantly activated. Crackle! Dense electric fires pulsed and emitted blazing heat, crazily scorching the surrounding grass and trees. Boom! Only to see the thunder arcs rushing like a tidal wave, devouring all of the many cold ons that had attacked, turning them into endless charcoal falling. In just a moment, it was like thunder descending and heavenly punishment coming down. Click! Click! The katanas in their hands shattered, cracking inch by inch and eventually collapsing into slag. Boom! And they themselves were strongly impacted and flew backwards in a sorry state. Some of them were even spitting blood from their mouths and paralyzed on the ground. Hiss! Seeing the scene, everyone was chilled to the bone and felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Xian had injured the crowd with just one move. The strength was simply terrifying. This guy's strength is unexpectedly so strong. Miyake Kazuo's face was grim, and a chilling killing intent erupted from his eyes. He had thought that he could easily kill Zhang Xian and avenge his daughter's death, but he didn't expect such a situation. At this moment, a hint of withdrawal suddenly sprang up in Kazuo Miyake's heart. Although he wanted to avenge his daughter's death, he was not reckless. In his opinion, since the other party dared to come alone, he naturally had enough confidence in his strength. But would Zhang Xian let them leave peacefully? Naturally, it's impossible. Swish! Zhang Xian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, the crowd saw his figure, which appeared in front of one of the ninjas. That ninja's pupils contracted, filled with horror. But without waiting for him to react, Zhang Xian violently blasted out a fist. Bang! That ninja didn't even have a chance to resist, and directly smashed heavily into the ground, splattering a large amount of dust. Immediately afterward, he quickly appeared in front of the others. Bang bang bang! As dull sounds rang out, one by one, the ninjas screamed miserably as they were blasted away. They were covered in blood and their breath was shriveled as if they were dying. Asshole! Kazuo Miyake's eyes erupted with rage, his face twisted horribly. These could be the elites that his family had cultivated, and each of them possessed uncommon strength. However, now, he was being wreaked havoc by Zhang Xian as if he was cutting up melons and chopping vegetables without any power to fight back. It was a scene that nearly drove him crazy. Baka! Miyake Kazuo roared angrily, instantly not caring about the injuries on his body as he pounced towards Zhang Xian. Phew! His right hand lifted up, sprouting dark, sharp nails that were as sharp as blades. Ninjutsu Genjutsu Claws! Kazuo Miyake snapped. A dense and gloomy mist immediately gathered in the center of his palm, wrapping around Miyake Kazuo's 5 fingers like a poisonous snake and stabbing forward. This Shenyu Claw, which contained the ultimatine poison, was Miyake Ishion's crushing stance. Once it was cast, even steel could be pierced through. Thumbs up! Miyake Kazuo's speed was as fast as lightning, instantly closing in on Zhang Xian. Buzz! And at that point, only Zhang Xian's fingers gently waved, outlining a mysterious talisman in midair. The talisman was obscure, but it emitted a heart-pounding fluctuation, as if it possessed spirituality, suffocating people. Immediately afterward, a strange energy escaped from that rune. This strange energy rippled out like a ripple, enveloping Kazuo Miyake's surroundings. Passage to heaven. At this moment, what Zhang Xian had cast out was clearly none other than the system-rewarded Tongtian talisman. Kazuo Miyake frowned slightly as he detected a hint of danger and hastily stopped his steps, wanting to retreat. But as soon as he moved, an unspeakable confinement immediately trapped him. Chapter 92, How dare the district's ghosts and monsters call themselves gods? What's going on? Kazuo Miyake was startled, and hurriedly ran his body's power to try to break free, but to no avail. Patriarch, watch out! One of the old men next to him changed his expression drastically and exclaimed in shock. Only to see that around Zhang Xian, those thunder arcs that were originally flowing calmly suddenly boiled up. Crackle! With a deafening sound. The thunder arcs in the sky intertwined into a net, like a purple python, carrying a terrifying deterrent power, ruthlessly slashing towards him. No good! The old man's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a black streamer appeared in his hand, swaying against the wind and releasing a bizarre power. Rumble! The thunder arcs roared, and as if sensing that particular power, the attack became more and more intense. Block for me! The old man roared, and all the chakra power in his body poured into that streamer. Shasta! The black streamer bloomed with a dazzling aura of darkness, colliding with Zhang Xian's attack. The other side. The two old men not far away also took out a blackened and hideous idol at the same time. They pinched their fingers and pinched their seals. Boom! A roar exploded. Only scarlet runes emerged on the surface of the idol, releasing an aura of evil, cruelty, and violence. Ha! Interesting. Zhang Xian looked at the idols they had brought out, revealing a look of interest. This idol was black and humanoid in shape, but it had 6 arms. The most crucial thing was that the surface of this idol was actually covered with dense incantations. Ha ha! Seeing this, Miyake Kazuo immediately laughed. Zhang Xian, weren't you rampant, now be arrogant again. Do you know what is in Elder Takeda's hands? That's an idol of the Shikigami that my Miyake family has been serving for years, and it possesses the power of ghosts and gods. You will, today, surely die. Miyake Kazuo had a proud face, and his gaze fell on that idol with reverence and devotion. Style? Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and indifferently said, a mere ghost, how dare you call yourself a god, ridiculous. Bold. The old man bellowed angrily, and then formed a seal in unison with the others. Boom! A shocking roar resounded all around. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out, causing the void to tremble. The scarlet runes on top of that idol rose greatly, and a strand of evil, violent aura overflowed crazily. Great style, God Sama, descend. The old man raised the idol in his hand and chanted under his breath. Next moment. The eerie black fog immediately enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the dim sunlight and making the heavens and earth dim. And in the midst of this black mist, there seemed to be hidden a single fierce and vicious ghost, emitting mournful howls. Click. Only a click was heard as the black mist on the idol gradually coalesced together, transforming into a large pitch-black hand. The large pitch-black hand was several feet wide, tearing through the void like a devil's claw as it attacked towards Zhang Xian. Humph! Sculpture! Zhang Xian's gaze was icy cold as he flipped his palm, and a dazzling lightning arc once again surfaced in his palm as he fiercely slapped away. Palm thunder! Don't even talk about the district's ghosts and idols. Even if it was its original self, Zhang Xian would still be able to subdue it. Boom! The palm lightning and the pitch-black devil claws collided with each other, and they immediately erupted in a bright and brilliant light. The whole area was as if a big explosion had occurred, and smoke and dust rolled out. What? Miyake Kazuo and the others stared with wide eyes, revealing horrified expressions of disbelief. Didn't wait for them to react. Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed towards the idol, and a huge palm of purple light appeared out of thin air and slapped towards that idol. In the face of Zhang Xian's palm that carried terrifying thunder, countless black fogs violently emerged from the hideous idol. But how can it be resisted? Ka-ching! End of chapter. Chapter 93, Traveling to the East. Chapter 93, Traveling to the East. Only a crunching sound was heard. The idol immediately let out a howl, and cracks spread all over it, quickly shattering. Bang! With a muffled sound, the idol transformed into countless fragments that shot out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying that style god bilocation and gaining 857 points of merit value. Put! A few old men suffered a backlash and spurted blood on the spot, their faces pale. As for Kazuo Miyake, his face was even more ashen, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and he was directly knocked out by more than 10 meters. Zhang Xian had completely destroyed the idol with just one move. Hiss. After seeing Zhang Xian's terrifying strength, everyone's scalp went numb. This man is horrible. It's just ridiculously strong. No way. There is simply no one in this world who can defeat Lord Shikigami. False. It's definitely an illusion. Kazuo Miyake roared, hysterical, in utter disbelief at this. Ha! Seeing this, Zhang Xian sneered and said indifferently, "How can a frog in the bottom of a well know the greatness of the world?" As he spoke, Zhang Xian took a step forward. Every time he took a step, a dazzling and piercing lightning would surface, illuminating the surroundings. Crackle! Crackle! Crack! This. Kazuo Miyake's face was frozen and he was trembling with fear. As he looked at the dazzling lightning, he only felt cold as if he had fallen into the 9 abysses. You can't kill me. I'm the head of the Miyake family, and if you kill me, the Miyake family won't send it to you. Kazuo Miyake's voice trembled, and there was horror in his eyes. However, Zhang Xian was indifferent, not even stopping his footsteps for a single second. The Miyake family? Don't worry. I'll send them down to be with you soon. The words were like a demonic whisper, causing Kazuo Miyake to stiffen. Boom! Zhang Xian waved his hand and thunder exploded, instantly slashing down on Kazuo Miyake's body. No! Kazuo Miyake screamed miserably, his voice hoarse, and drowned in the lightning. The whole thing turned to charcoal. Hiss! The patriarch is dead. Everyone run away. To see Kazuo Miyake cleaved alive. The people present were horrified, their livers cracked in fear, and they turned around to seize the road and run wildly. Hate their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Trying to run? Late. Seeing this, Zhang Xian let out a cold snort. Swish. Zhang Xian brought his hands together, lightning surging within his palms like a silver snake dancing, releasing a terrifying aura. Rumble. In an instant, thunderbolts exploded and dense lightning swept in from all directions, blocking off all paths of retreat. These thunderbolts were enough to easily obliterate any peak Tony cultivator, let alone them, the Eastern ninjas. Aha! Immediately, a large number of miserable screams rang out and echoed around. In the blink of an eye, the Eastern ninjas present were all killed, turning into charred black corpses. Touchy-feely. A strong smell of roasted meat filled the air. Phew! After doing this, Zhang Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and collected the surging true qi within his body, his eyes flashing with a refined light. Next. It's the Miyake family's turn. Since the other party had already sent someone to put him to death, he naturally would not be merciful. 1 day later. East Japan, Miyake family. Chapter 93 Traveling to the East. Inside a darkened room. At this moment, an old man wearing a high hat and a yin and yang master's costume was sitting cross-legged on top of a futon. His eyes were tightly closed, his face was expressionless, and his body radiated an eerie chill. In front of the old man, there was a lifelike stone statue of a god, which was clearly a consecrated style god. This man is the grand elder of the Miyake family, the only remaining yin and yang master, Miyake Masahiro. Only at this moment, he was carrying a touch of gravity between his brows, looking worried. Somehow, he always felt a sense of foreboding, as if something was about to happen. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Immediately after, only to see a young man hurriedly barge in, fall to his knees, and cry out in panic, "Grand Elder, it's not good. Something's wrong." With a slight frown on his face and a growing sense of foreboding in his heart, Miyake Masahiro asked in a deep voice, "Panic about what? What the hell happened?" Hearing his chorus, the young man immediately trembled, beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead, and his face was permeated with uncontrollable fear. The clan patriarchs, they are dead. The youth trembled. What did you say? Miyake Masahiro's eyes suddenly widened and he couldn't sit still any longer, standing up from the futon in shock. It's true. Not only Lord Patriarch, but also the several elders who traveled to the Dragon Kingdom, they're all dead as well. The youth's hands trembled, and his voice was so full of fear and unease that he could barely hold himself. At those words, waves rippled through Miyake Masahiro's mind. How is that possible? The patriarch and the others had just gone to the Dragon Kingdom for a few days, how could they have died? Moreover, with the strength of the matriarch and the several elders, as long as those great powers in the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world didn't make a move, who could do anything about them? Grand Elder, what should we do now? Gather the other elders and rush back to the clan at the first opportunity. In addition, make sure to keep the news sealed off, never let other forces know. Miyake Masahiro took a deep breath and hurriedly ordered. So many strong people were missing at once. If other forces knew about it, then it would be absolutely devastating for their Miyake clan. Even some forces that were hostile to them would definitely take this opportunity to completely overthrow them. At that point, it's really going to be over. Yes. I'm on it. After saying that, the youth quickly left the room. In the meantime, beyond the Miyake family, a figure quietly descended and came here. He looked towards the Miyake family estate in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a cold smile. And the pedestrians around him couldn't help but whisper at his strange outfit. The person who came was none other than Zhang Xian. He didn't pay attention to the gazes of the crowd and walked straight towards the manor. But within a few steps, he was stopped by two men at the door. They spoke fluent Eastern English and looked like they should be asking what he was. Gibberish. What kind of bird language is that? Zhang Xian looked a bit impatient and directly slapped his hand. Puff. Two muffled sounds rang out. Both of them fainted and fell into a coma. Subsequently, he kicked open the heavy door. Bang. The gate was viciously kicked out and crashed on top of the wall, leaving a huge hole. The commotion here quickly drew the attention of the others. Da-day-day-day. Baka. What are you? How dare you trespass on my Miyake family, are you tired of living? Soon. A large group of men in plain white samurai uniforms rushed out and surrounded Zhang Xian. They held weapons in their hands, their faces showing ferocity as they looked viciously at Zhang Xian. These men were all very young, but each of them had a stern killing aura about them. There was no doubt that they were all trained warriors. And among these people, the man in the lead stood out the most. It was only that he was about 30 years old, with a thin figure, a cold face, and an icy cold aura hidden in his eyes. Who are you? The leading man stared at Zhang Xian and questioned in a chilling voice. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Lord God of the Form Save Me. Chapter 94 Lord God of the Form Save Me. Have your steward come out and speak. Zhang Xian spoke indifferently. Arrogant. The leading man became furious and instantly drew his katana and slashed towards Zhang Xian. Die. Swish. A knife cut through the void. The sharp blade tore through the air. The power is extremely impressive. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian, however, coldly snorted in disdain, then extended two fingers and firmly clamped the katana with his bare hands. Hiss. Everyone was stunned at the sight. The leading man's pupils even shrunk violently, revealing a look of disbelief. How is this possible? You. He was about to open his mouth to chide. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, directly pinched his fingers and broke his katana into several hard pieces. Subsequently, Zhang Xian raised his hand and the shards of the blade exploded out. In an instant, the leading man's chest was pierced through as much as possible. And blood soared out wildly. He looked down hard at his chest, his face filled with pain and shock. Flop. The man fell to the ground with a loud thud and after a few moments of convulsions, he lost his breath. Silence. Deadly silence. The surrounding crowd stared with rounded eyes, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. One move killed their martial arts instructor. This is too unbelievable. Just then, Zhang Xian took a step towards the interior of the Miyake family. Boom! 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 Every time he took a step, scarlet blood would erupt in midair, shocking to the eyes. Ah! Help! There were screams in all directions. Anyone who encountered Zhang Xian died tragically on the spot. There was no resistance. Turn the moment. The entire Miyake family was in disarray, screams, pleas for mercy, cries, and roars rang out as if the end was near. And the commotion here soon alerted Miyake Masahiro and the others inside who were having a meeting. In the conference room, The dim sunlight poured over a long wooden conference table, the grain of the wood giving off a hint of antiquity in the interplay of light and shadow. Miyake Masahiro's hunched body, with his eyebrows locked, exuded an unrivaled majesty. He has just spoken, his voice low and strong. We must take immediate action to solve this problem once and for all before we can do so. If other forces know about it, it will all be too late. However, before he could finish, there was a cacophony of noise from outside. Makuhiro Miyake's mind was stunned. What's going on? Could it be a hostile attack? Thinking of this, Miyake Masahiro looked grave and stood up. Let's go out together and take a look. The rest of the group nodded and followed him out of the conference room. Only just out the door, they saw a frightening scene. The moment. Zhang Xian was standing in the center of the Miyake family's compound. The sunlight poured over him as if gilding him with a golden glow. The surrounding area was even more deathly silent. The air was sickening with the foul odor of blood. Zhang Xian's face did not fluctuate in the slightest, his eyes as cold as ice. Every breath he took seemed to carry an invisible pressure that oppressed the people around him. Asshole! Who are you to come running to my Miyake family to sow your wild oats? Miyake Masahiro shouted angrily, his cloudy eyes flashing with anger and murderous intent. It's not even if they didn't wait for their enemy's retaliation, but even a brat dared to come to the Miyake family and make a scene? It's just a strange shame. However, upon hearing his burst of anger, Zhang Xian did not open his mouth immediately, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly as he sized up Miyake Masahiro. Ha! I'm merely here for revenge. As Zhang Xian spoke, a mocking smile curved the corners of his mouth. Since your Miyake family dared to send someone to assassinate me, won't you allow me to take revenge? Having said that, Chapter 94 Lord God of the Form save me. He took out something from his space ring and threw it in front of them. It was clearly the head of Kazuo Miyake. Bang! A dull crash sounded, the ground shook slightly and dust flew up. As the dust cleared, the crowd fixed their eyes on it and their faces suddenly changed. Matriarch! Miyake Masahiro's face turned red, his fists clenched and creaking. The head of the Miyake family, a famous figure in the martial arts world of Eastern Japan, actually had his head chopped off after his death. It's practically trampling on the dignity of the Miyake family. Asshole! Damn you guys! I only saw Miyake Masahiro trembling with anger. Someone kill him for me. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a large group of heavily armed guards rushed up. They were tall and strong, their muscles bulging, and they had all obviously undergone rigorous training. One kills. Kill him. Avenge the patriarch and the others. With a command, all of them stormed forward at the same time. However, before they could even get close to Zhang Xian, terrifying lightning arcs erupted violently directly from his body. Zip, zip, zip. Crackle. The thunder arc jumped non-stop. These thunderbolts transformed into dense raindrops and ruthlessly poured down on top of those guards' bodies, causing their skin to split open and blood to fly. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of guards were already all lying on the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Seeing this appalling sight, Miyake Masahiro's pupils suddenly shrunk. Get back! You are a cultivator of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang Xian did not change his face and did not answer his words. So what if it's a cultivator? Dare to come to my Miyake family and make trouble? Seek death. As his words fell, only to see the entire Miyake family violently shaking, the void suddenly flickered with a bizarre light, and countless black mists instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. This was because he felt an extremely chilly power rise up from beneath his feet, quickly spreading out and wrapping him up. It felt like being in a haunted area. What a strange formation. It's actually connected to the Earth's veins. Zhang Xian shook his head slightly, and the lightning arcs on his body's surface exploded violently, expelling all of the fiendish power that had enveloped the surroundings. Next, only his right hand was raised, and there was a brilliant and dazzling thunder twining in his palm, emitting a destructive aura. Go to hell! Suddenly, Miyake Mahiro snapped. Shasta! The black mist in the void rolled violently. Immediately, a black chain appeared out of thin air, 8 of them, and bound toward Zhang Xian. Break! Zhang Xian slapped his palm out. Boom! A loud, deafening thunderclap exploded in the air. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black chain crumbled inch by inch. At the same time, lightning raged on Zhang Xian's body. Boom! Boom! The thunder snake wanders on and on. A black chain snapped in response. How is that possible? Seeing such a scene, Miyake Masahiro's face changed dramatically. You know, this was a formation that he had set up using the power of the earth's veins. Even if it was a cultivator of the Dragon Kingdom's Tomi realm, it was absolutely impossible to break free in a short period of time. But this young man, in front of him, even easily tore his formation? What kind of strength is this? Could he be a strong person above the Tawny realm? But how old is he? This is absolutely impossible. Masahiro Miyake was filled with horror. However, Zhang Xian, ignored him and bullied his way up once again, thunder raging around him. Seeing this scene, Miyake Mahiro was scared out of his wits. No good. Sensei-sama, save me. End of chapter. Chapter 95, The Miyake family is destroyed, shaking the East. Chapter 95, The Miyake family is destroyed, shaking the East. Seeing the situation, Miyake Masahiro was instantly horrified. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented crisis of death. He only saw him cupping his hands and sealing, as if he was summoning something. Buzz off! The black mist in the void surged madly. Immediately, a three-headed, six-armed ghost god suddenly surfaced in front of him. This ghost god had its feet on the earth and sky, and each of its 6 hands held a different weapon with a fierce face. The moment Miyake Mahiro finally relented and summoned the god that his family had served for years. In the martial arts world of Eastern Japan, every ancient family chooses to make a pact with a style god to serve them, thus gaining their power to grow the family. The Miyake family serves, however, one of the superior style gods in the legends of Eastern Japan, the 6-armed style god. Ha ha ha! Brat, you're going to die today. The moment he saw the god appear, Miyake Mahiro laughed rampantly. It seemed that seeing Zhang Xian in a situation where he was bound to die made him feel soothed to the core. However, he had overlooked the indifferent cold smile that appeared at the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth. Style? Ha! It's just a tiny ghost. Zhang Xian said blandly. Humph. Miyake Mahiro sneered, a frog at the bottom of a well. The 6-armed style god is an invincible being that my Miyake family has served for thousands of generations. How can you, a brat, presume to discuss it? In that case, Zhang Xian slowly stepped forward, his tone gradually becoming morose. Then let's send the so-called style god in your mouth on its way first. Buzz off. As Zhang Xian's words fell, the lightning arcs around him blazed more and more. Zip, zip, zip. Zip, zip, zip. The piercing thunder was unrelenting. A blazing mass of thunder pulsed as if it were a flame, emitting an aura of destruction. Lord Style God, please send down your supreme power and destroy this audacious little. Mahiro Miyake gritted his teeth and roared. In a split second, the 6-armed style god opened his eyes, and monstrous ferocity emanated from his scarlet eyes, as if he was a demon from the abyss, filled with evil and coldness. Roar! The 6-armed god hissed and growled. Click! 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 In an instant, the surrounding walls and ground have cracked and collapsed. And after a majestic and vast pressure, like a tsunami erupting, swept and crushed towards Zhang Xian. Ha! A mere stern ghost, how dare you take liberties in front of the poor Daoist? Zhang Xian smiled contemptuously as he extended his right index finger and gently pointed it out at the style god. Ka-ching! Rumble! Shasta! A purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and violently struck down on the 6-armed style god. These purple lightning bolts carried an aura of destruction that made the soul tremble. Roar! The 6-armed god let out a wail of pain. But it still didn't give in and struggled madly. Crackle! Another purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the 6-armed style god's torso. The scene was simply appalling. Even the crowd not far away was stunned. It's too tough. Just by observing with their naked eyes, they were all able to clearly see that the aura of the style god lord was gradually weakening. Bang! In the next second, in the midst of the crowd's horrified gazes, the 6-armed style god exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the 6-armed style gods, gaining 2,750 points of merit value. The system beep sounded. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 95, the Miyake family is destroyed, and the East is shaken. Not bad. Surprisingly, it also exploded with more than 2,000 merit values, far more than ordinary night ghosts. Looks like his trip was worth it. Put. Miyake Masahiro violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Between him and the six-armed style god, there was a special spiritual connection established. So the moment the god was killed, he followed suit and suffered a heavy blow. How can you have such a strong power? Miyake Masahiro looked up at Zhang Xian with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock. How powerful is the power of a god-sama? Even a yin-yang master would be instantly subdued when faced with a six-armed style god. As a result, Zhang Xian was actually unharmed. Oh, there's a lot you don't know. Zhang Xian shook his head indifferently as he took another step forward. He wasn't fast, but every step he took landed a huge psychological impact on Miyake Masahiro. This created an inexplicable fear in Miyake Masahiro, as if he was facing death, and there was no room for resistance at all. Wait. Miyake Masahiro stepped back in panic, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. His voice carried a hint of trembling, full of fear and unease. You. Stay away. My Miyake family is one of the 6 major yin and yang master families in the East, and I have alliances with many powerful families. You'll never leave the East alive if you kill me. Miyake Masahiro screamed hysterically, his eyes thick with fear. However, Zhang Xian did not pay any attention to this and slowly raised his palm, then slammed it down. No! Bang! Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying that style god ghost servant, gaining 1070 points of merit value. Ha! Can I also gain merit value this way? Zhang Xian felt a bit surprised when he heard the system's beep. It seemed that these people who had made a contract with the style gods, the system had defaulted to their kind and could provide him with merit values. In that case, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. I've heard that there are quite a few people in the East who serve Shikigami, so it looks like I can hit them up. After all, he didn't have any good feelings to say about these Easterners who were having a good little time. Aha! Let's not rush back to the Dragon Kingdom and brush up on the merit value first. Soon after, the Miyake family was exterminated. This news, almost at lightning speed, quickly spread throughout the entire East. And the Eastern martial arts world, which had been immersed for many years, completely boiled over at this moment. You should know that the Miyake family is one of the oldest yin and yang master families in Eastern Japan, and the clan even enshrines the six-armed style god, a horrible ghost god. Not only that, the Miyake family still had a number of strong martial arts practitioners, but now they had been overthrown. How could this be possible? It's unbelievable. One time, all the major powers in the East were discussing this matter. Rako Shrine. After Matsuda Taro heard the report from the disciple underneath, his entire body fell silent. Sect Master, the patriarchs of several great clans, the Beiting clan and the Thousand Crane clan, have come to seek an audience. At that moment, the disciple next to him bowed and reported. Let them in. Taro Matsuda waved his hand. Immediately after, only a few middle-aged men and women walked in. Seeing this, the disciple wisely exited the room, leaving only a few people behind. No one knew what they were discussing. And in half an hour, when the patriarchs of the major clans went back, they all declared to the public that they would go all out to find the murderer who had overthrown the Miyake clan, no matter who the other party was. For a time, the Eastern martial arts world shook once again. P.S. The novel finally exceeded 20,000 words. Thank you for all the way. Support the book of the readers of the Big Brother. Thank you very much for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Picking the Pavilion, One Sword Chopping Style God. Chapter 96, Picking the Pavilion, One Sword Chopping Style God. At this point, inside a martial arts hall in eastern Japan, an old man in a plain white budo suit sat cross-legged, and in his lap, a katana lay. The old man's name was Kiriko Akatsu, one of the famous kendo masters in the eastern Japanese martial arts world. Although he was not a yin and yang master, he had strength that could rival that of a yin and yang master. And around him, a group of young disciples were kneeling. Among these disciples, there was no lack of descendants of great plutocrats or direct descendants of a certain martial arts family. Is the investigation clear? Just who made the move to overthrow the Miyake family? Katsu Kiriko said in an icy tone. Although the Miyake family was not considered a behemoth, it was inextricably linked to their Hongyi martial arts school. Now that the Miyake family has been exterminated, they naturally want to find out who started it. Enlighten the pavilion master. According to our investigation, a youth was seen breaking into the Miyake family before the accident. And after that the news spread that the Miyake family had been destroyed. At this point, a young disciple stood up and bowed towards Katsu Kirikawa in reply. At those words, Kirikawa Katsura immediately frowned. Youth? Yes. It is said that that person is also wearing a purple Dao robe and seems to be from the Dragon Kingdom. That youth continued. Oh? Kirikawa Katsura's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glint appeared in the depths of his eyes. Did the Dragon Kingdom practitioners make the move? But it shouldn't be. As far as he knew, the Miyake family did not have any grudges with the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world, and he could not even talk about hatred. It shouldn't be necessary for the monks of the Dragon Kingdom to overthrow the Miyake family. There is something really fishy going on here. Just keep sending people to investigate. Katsu Kirikawa waved his hand and said. Just as he was about to signal them all to retreat, who knew that a disciple suddenly ran in hurriedly. Pavilion master, it's not good. There's a dragon nation coming from outside and has already hit a number of masters and brothers. You should go out and take a look. Katsu Kirikawa was stunned. A dragon nation? Right. He alone knocked out all the hundreds of people from our martial arts school, and he's on his way here now. What? The crowd was shocked. Especially after hearing this, those disciples were furious, clamoring to go out and teach each other a lesson. Bastard, how dare you come to the martial arts school to cause trouble? Does he think that we, Hongyi Martial Arts Center, are just eating rice? Go! Only Kirikawa Katsura's eyes were flashing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. A Rukoku? Is it him? It shouldn't be that coincidental. Think about it. He hurriedly stood up and led a group of disciples towards the outside. Soon, they saw that it was a mess outside. Hundreds of disciples from the martial arts school, all of them were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. And a figure as upright as a gun stood proudly in the air. It was definitely Zhang Xian. He was only seen looking within the martial arts center with interest, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as if he was sizing up something. Interesting. I didn't expect that there was actually a style god hidden in the middle of a martial arts hall in the district, so it seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. Zhang Xian secretly commented in his heart. When he entered just now, he sensed a strange aura hidden within the martial arts center. This aura was not unfamiliar to him. It was the Eastern style god that he had encountered earlier. It seems that people in the East are very fond of worshipping these so-called style gods. Who is your honor? Why did you come to my Hongyi Martial Arts Center? At that moment, only Katsu Kirikawa walked out slowly from the martial arts center. His gaze, on the other hand, was fixed on Zhang Xian. Chapter 96, Picking the Pavilion, Chopping a Style God with a Sword. Because he realized that he, surprisingly, was unable to see through the other party's strength, as if this person in front of him was like an ordinary person. It shocked him to the extreme. You don't deserve to know my name. It's better to let that little gadget behind you come out. Zhang Xian said indifferently. What? At those words, Kirikawa Katsura's pupils shrunk. Has he found out about the god he's been worshipping? Thinking of this possibility, Katsu Kirikawa's heart thumped. It was his last secret, and there was no way anyone else but himself could know about it. What is your excellency talking about? I can't understand at all. Playing dumb? Zhang Xian snorted, then directly raised his hand and grabbed towards Kirikawa Katsu. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of the other party in an instant. Katsu Kirikawa was shocked. However, his reaction speed was simply no match for Zhang Xian's, and before he could react, his entire body instantly flew backwards. Bang! He crashed through the wall and fell to the floor, shattering the tiles. Put! Katsu Kirikawa vomited blood and was pale. And around his pale body, a wisp of black mist suddenly emerged, looking extremely bizarre. Who the hell are you? He gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Xian. Now, he had decided that the other party had seen through his secret. How else would he have suddenly struck out and forced out the backhandedness that Lord Shikigami had left in him? I told you, you're not qualified. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Zhang Xian make his move once again. Swish! His figure was like a ghost, fiercely pouncing on Kirikawa Katsu, his right fist swinging out, carrying a terrifyingly huge force. No good. Kirikawa Katsuki's face changed wildly, and he hastened to run the power of the style god to protect himself. Boom! The strong fist energy tore through the void and fiercely bombarded Kirikawa Katsura. Put! Kirikawa Katsura's chest was sunken in, and all of his organs suffered heavy damage. The entire person shot backwards like a cannonball over 10 meters away, shattering the pillars, stone lions, and other things in the martial arts hall. Just as Zhang Xian was about to strike again, he only saw a figure instantly emerge. This is a female god. She was pitch black with red eyes, and while her lower body was a serpent's tail, her upper body was in the form of a human. Moreover, at this moment, there were two sharp horns at her forehead, emitting a scarlet, ghostly light. Late stage night? The moment he saw her appear, Zhang Xian could not help but be surprised. It was actually a ghost god at the late stage of the Lich Demon level, no wonder it could appear in broad daylight against the sunlight. Humans! If you see this god, why don't you worship? That ghost god's spiritual power came in like an ocean, oppressive. Humph! Zhang Xian sneered, just by virtue of you, you're not worthy of making the poor Daoist bow. As the words fell, he suddenly struck out. The 100-year-old mahogany sword chopped out a brilliant swordlight, cutting through the sky and heading straight for this demon god. The demon god is a late-stage night ghost though. However, in front of Zhang Xian, he was as weak as a mole cricket. No! Accompanied by a miserable howl, this ghost god was instantly split apart and dissipated into countless ghost chi. This scene, however, fell into the eyes of Katsu Kirikawa and a group of martial arts school disciples, who were scared out of their wits. Just one move. You're just going to take care of Shikigami-sama? This is too much of a stretch. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one ordinary style god and gaining 2,100 points of merit value. After doing so, Zhang Xian's gaze suddenly fell on Kirikawa Katsu. One moment. He only felt chills all over his body, as if he was locked up by some ferocious beast, and he trembled unceasingly. Don't kill me. Mercy. End of chapter. Chapter 97 System Mission Reappears, Great Divine Officer? Chapter 97 System Mission Reappears, Great Divine Officer? Katsu Kirikawa fell to his knees, shivering. After seeing the strength that Zhang Xian had displayed, Kirikawa Katsura had been scared to death in his heart. After all, to be able to kill a style god in a second with a single move, this had already surpassed the realm of martial artists in the mundane realm. Even the legendary Huan Jin master could not have achieved this level. If you want to live, answer me a few questions honestly. Or die. The words were cold to the bone. Upon hearing this, Kirikawa Katsu immediately felt relieved and nodded his head repeatedly. Feel free to ask, as long as it's something I know, I'll absolutely know everything. Seeing that Katsu Kirikawa was so sensible, Zhang Xian nodded and asked, let me ask you, aside from the Miyake family, what other forces have enshrined Shikigami? Huh? Kirikawa Katsu first froze, then hurriedly replied, as far as I know, there's also the Yamazaki family, the Sato family, and the Hokuto family. Of course. If you want to talk about the largest number of Shinto gods enshrined, it's still the 4 major shrines. Words. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. I didn't realize that there were so many forces that chose to go and worship the so-called style gods and become style god believers. When really, there is nothing to do. Take the poor Daoist on a journey to these 4 great shrines. Hear that. Kirikawa Katsu was scared out of his wits and begged, my lord, spare my life. Forgive me, my lord. There are countless strong people in the 4 major shrines, and in addition to the gods, there are also quite a few great Shinigami and Yin and Yang masters. Villain. Villain dare not go to the 4 major shrines to die. My lord, you hold your hand high. You can make the villain do anything you want. Just let me live. Zhang Xian gazed at him with an icy cold gaze and spoke out indifferently, since you're not willing, then go to hell. Wait. Feeling the murderous intent flickering in the depths of Zhang Xian's eyes, Kirikawa Katsu instantly panicked, his face filled with terror. I'll go. But, my lord, you must promise me that you will see to it that I get out of there safely. Katsu Kirikawa prayed as he slowly stood up straight. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with the poor Daoist. Zhang Xian snorted lightly before walking slowly towards the door. Seeing the situation, Katsu Kirikawa gritted his teeth and followed. Soon, What happened at the Hongyi Martial Hall was then spread out by those disciples. For a moment, the entire Eastern martial arts world was shocked. How could they not expect Zhang Xian to strike at the Hongyi martial arts school after destroying the Miyake family? And what shocked them even more was the fact that Kirikawa Katsura dared to make a private offering to a style god. To know. There is a rule in the martial arts world of Eastern Japan that no matter who it is, unless they have the consent of the 4 major shrines. Otherwise, no one is allowed to worship the style gods. But now Kirikawa Katsura had openly violated the rules by making an offering to a style god. It was a slap in the face of the 4 major shrines. Baka! Damn you, Kirikawa Katsu, for doing something so audacious. It's simply a crime that cannot be punished. Must be severely punished. For a moment. The major martial arts families have expressed their intention to teach Kirikawa Katsu a lesson. At this point, Zosa Shrine. Next to an active volcano sits a magnificent, ancient building. It covered an extremely large area, and its entire body was made of cast blue stone bricks, revealing a thick and heavy atmosphere. Foothills. 2 figures were coming this way. Chapter 97 System Quest Reappearance, Great Divine Officer? My lord, this is the Zosa Shrine. Kirikawa Katsu, who was walking in front, bent down respectfully and introduced himself. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded and did not say much. He raised his head to look at the grand and magnificent complex in front of him, and a touch of doubt crossed the bottom of his eyes. Only in his eyes, this Zosa Shrine looked very odd. Because of that, a thin layer of mist hung around the shrine, enveloping it and making the shrine a blur. Even Zhang Xian vaguely detected a hint of ghostly aura, if any, from amongst the shrine. Ding! System mission triggered. Mission content: the major forces in the East Japan enshrine ghosts and gods, and have willingly fallen into the devil's way. Please destroy the evil spirits and clean up the demonic atmosphere, and return the earth to a clear sky. Upon completion of the mission, the system rewards the host with the degree of completion. Stage 1, destroy 30% of the ghosts and gods, reward 5,000 points of merit value, and full level of the stance technique stepping on the gangs and stomping on the buckets. Stage 2, destroy 60% of the ghosts and gods, reward 10,000 merit points and 2 epic draws. Stage 3, eliminate 100% of the ghosts and gods, rewarded with 30,000 points of merit value, the avatar eye of breaking delusion, and a 3-day discount card from the system mall. The sudden sound of a beep caused Zhang Xian to stop in his tracks. What's wrong with you, my lord? Katsu Kirikawa watched as he suddenly stopped. Zhang Xian shook his head. It's fine. Keep walking. Say it. He then took another step and continued toward the mountain. At this, Kirikawa Katsu felt confused, but didn't dare to ask more. It didn't take long. They then came to the gate of Zosa Shrine. Only to see a group of people dressed in yin and yang costumes standing at the gate, as if they were waiting for them. At the head of the group, there were 4 men and 1 woman. And at that point, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and shoulders as broad as bushels led a group of yin-yang masters to welcome him. His voice was low and thick, with a strong Eastern accent. Zosa Shrine, Fujita Jinyu, here to welcome this friend from the Dragon Kingdom. Grand Magistrate? At those words, Katsu Kirikawa's face changed drastically. As the director of Hiroshi's martial arts school, he naturally knew the Shinto priests within the Zosa Shrine. Fujita Jinin. It was one of the 5 major Shinto priests of the Zosa Shrine, an existence whose strength was second only to that of the first Shinto priest. He was also one of the most influential and powerful people in the whole of the East. He did not expect Fujita Jin will actually personally go out to meet, and looks like it has been waiting for a long time. Thinking of this, Kirikawa Katsu couldn't help but swallow a few times, nervous to the extreme. Kirikawa Katsu, how dare you show up? Suddenly, a youth's face showed anger when he saw Kirikawa Katsura. You have violated the taboo of the martial arts world by making private offerings to the style gods. If you know what's good for you, disable your own cultivation. Or else. The shrine's tactics, you know. Katsu Kirikawa was instantly flustered. His gaze begged at Zhang Xian, hoping that he would save his life on account of the fact that he had brought him to the Zosu Shrine. However, Zhang Xian turned a deaf ear and simply ignored him. This friend, there seems to be some kind of misunderstanding between you and my Eastern Kingdom. Why don't you hand over Kirikawa Katsu to the seat, and then we can sit down and talk slowly? How? Fujita Jin smiled and said. He spoke in a tone that was flat to the core, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze. My lord, Kiriko Katsura turned pale with fear. Before he could finish his sentence, he only felt the sky spinning before his eyes, and then he appeared on the opposite side of the room. Since the place had already been brought, Kiriko Akatsu was no longer of much use to Zhang Xian. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fujita Jin's face. LOL. In the next second, the shrine gates slowly opened. Fujita Jin reached out and made an inviting gesture. Please. End of chapter. 101, Chapter 98, A Turtle in a Jar? Now let's see who's the one. Chapter 98, A Turtle in a Jar? Now let's see who's the one. This friend from the Dragon Kingdom. Inside please. Fujita Jin smiled slightly. His smile was gentle and subdued, like the warmth of the early spring sun, and it brought peace to his heart. But there was a glint in the bottom of his eyes, with a few elusive deeper meanings. Inside Zhang Xian's gay shrine, a strange power was felt within. He squinted slightly, and through the doorframe of the Zosa shrine, he could faintly see the incense lingering inside. Lifelike ghosts and gods were enshrined on the shrines, and the air around them seemed to be shrouded in mystery and filled with an ineffable sense of oppression. Zhang Xian didn't think too much about it, but instead, he picked up his feet and walked in. Your Honor. Kiriko Katsura, who was beside him, was just about to say something, only to see Fujita Jinin's gaze glancing at him, and a huge spiritual force instantly attacked him. Pust. Katsu Kiriko stifled a grunt and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, fainting. Seeing this, Fujita Jin sneered and withdrew his sight, his gaze falling back onto Zhang Xian. Under Fujita Jin's guidance, Zhang Xian walked towards the interior of the shrine, but realized that the surroundings were silent, as if they were the only ones. However, in his perception, he could clearly detect a multitude of hidden auras lurking in all corners of the shrine. The scents were very faint, like those ninjas he had encountered earlier. Suddenly, the corner of Zhang Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. It seems the four major shrines are not all a bunch of cuties. Phew. And at that point, behind him, Fujita Jin's several people suddenly disappeared, and a faint black fog emerged around him, enveloping him. The mist was so dense that it was as if it was substantial. Formation? His eyebrows raised slightly, and he still had a smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of shyness. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, a creepy laugh rang out. Boy. If there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you come and throw yourself in. But only cultivated some Daoist techniques, but also dare to run to my Easting to spread the wild, today is the time of your death. At this point, in the black fog suddenly came Fujita Jin's voice, tone gloomy, killing. In fact, they had already discussed this countermeasure as early as when the Miyake family was destroyed, and they only needed to wait for Zhang Xian to come to their door. In the old Dragon Kingdom parlance, this is called catching a turtle in a jar. As long as he was held back for a moment, the other three major shrines and the strongest members of the many lineages would arrive at the first opportunity. At that time, it would be difficult for him to escape even with his wings. And as his words fell, the black mist behind him suddenly flickered with gusts of cold aura, pointing straight at Zhang Xian. Yes? Zhang Xian slowly raised his head, a touch of sarcasm appearing on his face. You are waiting for the poor Tao to come to your door, but you don't know that the poor Tao is also waiting for you to come to your death. The words were not yet spoken. Boom! A majestic and vast might suddenly erupted. Immediately afterward, black thunderclouds surged out of the sky, transforming into thousands of tiny electric snakes spreading towards the shrine. Click, click, click. Countless tiny electric snakes wandered in midair, emitting terrifying destructive energy. Aha! Only a series of miserable screams were heard, suddenly resounding in the darkness. Dense purple currents surrounded Zhang Xian like an electric python, wreaking havoc crazily and devouring all the surrounding black mist. How could this happen? Fujita Jin exclaimed in panic. Originally, in his expectations, Zhang Xian had only cultivated some of the Dragon Kingdom Dao. At most, it was only the Tongyi realm. But he never expected that his strength would be so terrifying. Just a short moment ago, dozens of shrine disciples had been killed by Zhang Xian. On the contrary, his expression didn't change at all, as if he had just stepped on a bunch of ants. What the hell are you? 101, Chapter 98, A Turtle in a Jar? Now let's see who is. The black fog in front of them dispersed, revealing the figures of Fujita Jin's several people. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Xian with an ironclad expression. There is simply no such figure as you amongst the cultivation forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Who exactly are you? He had sent people to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate over the past few days, and was convinced that there was no such existence as Zhang Xian among the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation forces. However, the means displayed by Zhang Xian was simply divine, far beyond Fujita Jin's imagination. The Maoshan sect, the Spiritual Treasure View, and the Sackcloth sect. All of these forces do not specialize in lightning, and the only one that does is the Heavenly Master's House. But the Heavenly Master's House was only announced some time ago, so it's impossible for you to be a disciple of the Heavenly Master's House. Moreover, the Heavenly Master's mansion has been silent for decades. How could it train a disciple like you? Could you be the reincarnation of some old monster? Speaking of which, Fujita Jin's pupils contracted dramatically as he looked at Zhang Xian in shock. Oh, you know quite a lot about the Dragon Kingdom. But sadly, are wrong. Zhang Xian smiled contemptuously as he extended his palm towards the void. In an instant, the entire space trembled. A terrifying force coalesced and formed a gigantic ball of thunder that hovered above Zhang Xian's palm. On the surface of the thunder ball, endless runes intertwined and entwined, blossoming with brilliant and dazzling violet light, releasing an appalling fluctuation. This. Fujita Jin immediately stared with wide eyes, revealing a look of shock and fear. Quickly activate the grand formation and stop him. Hearing his words, the few people behind him quickly reacted. They hastily bit their fingers and dripped out scarlet blood. Buzz. A low chirping sound resounded all around. There was a sudden busy shudder within the entire shrine, and the black mist around it churned as layers of pitch black, ink-like mist quickly drifted over from the surroundings, gathering into a monstrous baleful aura. Subsequently, it quickly diffused around Zhang Xian, forming a huge formation. This formation contained endless ferocity and resentment, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop rapidly. Suppress me! Fujita Jin roared. In a flash, that huge formation suddenly erupted with a blinding black aura. Sculpture. Zhang Xian disdained it. Swish. With his right hand waving out once again, the thunderball suddenly cut through the void and heavily bombarded on top of the black formation. Boom. It was accompanied by a muffled explosion of thunder. Only to see that the black formation shook violently for 2 moments, and immediately afterward, it crumbled inch by inch like glass. And the rolling black gas dissolved in an instant. What? Fujita Jinin was suddenly dumbstruck. One must know that this was the shrine's most central formation, which had been enchanted by successive generations of great Shinto priests and possessed terrifying power. But it actually couldn't block this young man's blow. In a jar? Now look who it is. Just after Zhang Xian finished speaking, there were countless purple thunder flashes beside him, forming countless fine electric snakes that pounced towards Fujita Jin's people. Crackle! Purple thunder poured down like a tidal wave, wrapping Fujita Jin several people in all. No good. Fujita Jin pupils shrunk, immediately took out a bone flute from his pocket, placed it at the corner of his mouth and blew vigorously. Buzz. An eerie flute sounded. Only to see the figures of countless ghosts suddenly emerge from the darkness, hideous and terrifying. These ghosts, both male and female, were clad in black robes and emitted a strong stench. Their presence made the darkness seem even more terrifying. Not only that. The remaining few magi all took out various kinds of magic weapons at the same time, casting spells in unison. Boom! A blazing flame blazed. A mori white scythe slashed harshly. An ebony slate slammed down. There were also countless cold and poisonous chi that swept towards Zhang Xian. End of chapter. 102. Chapter 99. Heavenly thunder appeared, ghosts and gods were frightened, and the Zhusu shrine was destroyed. Chapter 99. Heavenly thunder appeared, ghosts and gods were frightened, and the Zosa shrine was destroyed. Humph. Zhang Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, that infinite sea of thunder suddenly boiled. Crackle! Only that black thunderbolt was seen dancing crazily. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge thunder prison, trapping and locking around Fujita Jin several people. Zera! A crunching sound traveled in all directions. One could only see a strand of purple thunder piercing through the heavy thunder curtain and ruthlessly chopping down on top of that ebony slate. Boom! The ebony slate directly snapped into 3 pieces, and the blazing flames, as well as the mori white scythe, were all split into ashes by the thunder. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Fujita Jinin and the others' faces were filled with shock, looking at the thunder cage in disbelief. The magic weapons that they were so proud of were all destroyed, and were easily smashed by Zhang Xian. The thunder cage, on the other hand, had not been damaged in the slightest and remained sturdy. You all have to die. Zhang Xian's tone was icy cold as he raised his hand. Click. The thunder cage suddenly shrunk, and drew closer to Fujita Jinin and the others at great speed. Bang! 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 The thunder cage instantly covered the Fujita Jins. Ah! Fujita Jin screamed miserably. The whole person was convulsed by lightning, skin scorched black, hair straight up. The few remaining magi had the same result. Their skin, flesh, and even souls were attacked by lightning and suffered great pain. Sensei-sama, save me. Several people struggled desperately, but the thunder cage did not move. Moreover, that thunder cage was slowly shrinking, as if it was going to wipe them out completely. Thud. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the void. As if hell's bells were ringing. That voice is extremely penetrating, with a strong to the extreme spiritual attack, so that Fujita Jin a few people's heads buzzing. Immediately afterward, they felt an endless black chi surging from afar, covering the sky and obscuring their vision. Hoo hoo hoo. Wherever the black chi passed, the grass withered and withered, the Daoist lost their color, the trunks of the trees dried up and turned black, and even had a rotten and decaying smell. This black gas, filled with the smell of death. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Here we go. In the next second, a ghost god appeared in front of him. This demon god was covered in entwined vines, like an ancient plant growth, and had 8 thick tentacles on its back, with 4 arms. Blackwood god. GGG. That Blackwood god let out a weird and gloomy laugh. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would still be able to run into a dragon countryman who knows thunder magic again. Honestly, what this god hates the most is your Dragon Kingdom's thunder law. More than 60 years ago, the Blackwood god had traveled to the Dragon Kingdom once in an attempt to try to gather some believers. But I didn't expect to meet a very powerful warlock in that place. That warlock was extremely good at lightning, and the Blackwood god almost didn't get struck to death at that time. If he hadn't had more means to save his life, I'm afraid he would have been accounted for there at that time. Ever since then, the Blackwood god had especially hated thunder law. Kuroki, it's been so many years, I didn't realize you still remembered that incident. At this point, only 4 more ghost gods appeared. The one who spoke just now was one of the ghost gods with a bird head, resembling a human and not a human, with a pair of wings on its back. Tengu god. Look at the 5 gods all appear. Fujita Jin's eyes immediately showed thick surprise. That's great. With Lord Style God's hand, this brat is absolutely certain to die. Kid, this god can still give you a pain if you tie your hands and surrender. The heavenly dog god was perched high in midair, looking down on Zhang Xian. In the depths of its eyes, it carried a strong sense of contempt and disdain. Otherwise, this god will let you know what it means to truly suffer. Yes? Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth sketched out a touch of mockery. A mere ghost is worthy of speaking so loudly in front of the poor Daoist. Although these ghosts claimed to be gods, their strength was merely at the early stage of Ghost King. It was even lower than Zhang Xian's realm. Even though they were numerous, Zhang Xian was not afraid at all. Seek death. The heavenly dog god became furious. In that case, this god will send you on your way now. Whoosh! In an instant, only the heavenly dog god could be seen swooping down, his sharp claws tearing towards Zhang Xian. Swish! 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 102. Chapter 99 Heavenly Thunder appeared, ghosts and gods were shocked, and the Zosa shrine was destroyed. Its figure was erratic, and each of its claws contained extreme might, as fast as lightning. While the Tengu god was sprinting, the other 2 style deities also launched their actions at the same time, flanking Zhang Xian from the left and right respectively in an attempt to pincer attack Zhang Xian. Ha! However, Zhang Xian was standing still. He clasped his palms together. Buzz! One could only see endless thunder light converge, condensing 2 thunder swords between his palms, emitting a biting killing intent. Shoo shoo shoo! The 2 thunder swords shot out, leaving a brilliant thunder aura in the void. Bang! 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 3 violent crashes rang out. The thunder aura collided with the black gas, exploded, and annihilated. Zhang Xian's footsteps were steady and unmoving. On the contrary, the Tengu god's few people had retreated a dozen meters or so, their gazes looking at him in horror. There's something weird about this kid. Strike together. The heavenly dog god and the Blackwood god looked at each other and bellowed in unison. Swish. 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 At that instant, the 5 great demonic gods all attacked and killed Zhang Xian. Rumble. Rolling black mist churned in midair, like a tidal wave, spreading rapidly and filling the entire sky dome. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, was in the midst of a tidal wave of darkness. Humph. Overrate yourself. Zhang Xian's gaze was indifferent, and his body was surrounded by purple lightning arcs, like a god or a devil. I only saw him raise his hand and point to the sky, spitting out edicts and drinking thunder. Come. Boom. In a flash. Dark clouds and gusty winds. As Zhang Xian's words fell, a blinding and dazzling purple lightning bolt, like a comet cutting through the night sky, ruthlessly split down. Click. No good. The pupils of the heavenly dog god contracted sharply, and his heart trembled furiously. It instinctively sensed a signal of extreme danger. It's more than that. Even a few of the others had drastically changed their faces. Run! The Tengu god hissed and turned to flee. The remaining 4 gods were even more frightened, their livers cracked and they turned around and fled. But it's already late. Giggle. A thick lightning bolt, like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, hung down from the sky. In an instant, it dispersed all the black fog around it. Ah-ha-ha. A few miserable howls shook the void. Only to see a few blood-red remnants of bodies fall out in the midst of the tides of darkness, and it was clearly the Tengu god them. Damn. They turned back into a mass of black mist and fled madly. Where was the arrogance they had just now? This scene saw Fujita-ji and several people dumbfounded. How? How is that possible? That's a Shinigami-sama. Now he was being chased by Zhang Xian, and he was running away like a lost dog? This is unbelievable, isn't it? Trying to run? None of you will be able to escape today, I say. Zhang Xian let out a cold snort as he once again raised his hand to point at the sky. Boom! 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 One huge purple lightning bolt after another descended, fiercely slashing down towards the Zhuasu shrine. No! Help me! In the midst of the tides of darkness, miserable and incomparable screams were heard. Those are the shrine disciples hidden in the corners. Even if they were well hidden, they had nothing to hide in front of the heavenly thunder. It's over. The moment. Fujita-ji and several people full of despair, face like ashes. They know that the Zosa shrine is finished. End of chapter. 103, Chapter 100 Strong Men Gather, Angry Beiting Zhang. Chapter 100 Strong Men Gather, Angry Beiting Zhang. Boom boom boom. With a roar. The entire Zosa shrine completely collapsed and destroyed, turning into a pile of ruins, with smoke and dust rolling and rubble flying. As for those disciples hiding in the dark corners, all of them were buried under the thunder, with no bones left. What exactly is this kid's origin? He's so powerful. The heavenly dog god said in general anger while fending off the attacks. Originally, he thought that with the strength of a few of them, it would be enough to handle Zhang Xian with ease. But I never expected that it would end up like this. Whatever he's from. Let's team up and kill him first, then we can talk about the rest slowly. Yeah, let's get him first. The remaining few demon gods gritted their teeth and sacrificed their strongest killing moves. Ray! Come on! Zhang Xian remained standing still, raising his hand to point at the sky. Crackle! In an instant, one purple thunderbolt after another, as if possessing spirituality, poured down from the sky. Boom boom boom! In just the blink of an eye, several kilometers in a radius were illuminated by lightning. The purple lightning was like a giant python that tore through the sky, roaring down from the sky, reflecting a suffocating light around it. The ground seemed to tremble with each thunderbolt that fell, and the air was filled with a pungent scent of electricity that made one's heart beat faster. The Tengu god's face instantly became as pale as paper, anger and fear intertwined as if the entire world was collapsing at this moment. It roared angrily, doing its best to fend off the descending thunder, the black hairs around its body standing up like pinpricks. Quick! Out of the way! A demonic god screamed, his body radiating an eerie aura as he desperately dashed to the side. The other 2 ghost gods also reacted and quickly fled. Run? It's too late now. Zhangshan snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a cruel arc. Immediately after, only to see thunder clouds tumbling in the sky, dozens of bucket-thick thunderbolts, as if they were being pulled by some kind of traction, fell straight towards the 4 demon gods. Rumble. The other side. Dozens of kilometers away from Zosu Shrine. A group of people were coming this way quickly, each wearing plain white shady costumes. They looked up at the thunderbolts that kept splitting down in mid-air and were filled with horror. Not good. Something did happen to the Zosu Shrine. Go! Rush over for support right away. The words were not yet spoken. They then leapt forward and disappeared into the vast emptiness. At this point, the place of the Zosu Shrine. The heavenly dog god and the other 4 demon gods had completely lost their fighting spirit. Under the ravages of the roiling thunder, the fur on their bodies was scorched a lot, and their breath was weakened to the extreme. Ah! The Tengu god raised his voice to the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damned brat, the eastern gods will not let you go. Poor Daoist is waiting." Zhang Xian said with an icy gaze. The gods of the east? It's just a bunch of ghosts and goblins. If you come, you are just giving away merit value. The poor Daoist hasn't really put it in his eyes. Swish! In a flash, thunder exploded. The heavenly dog god didn't even have a chance to howl miserably before he was split into flying dust on the spot by a purple thunderbolt. The other 4 ghost gods were no exception, turning into dust one by one. These ghosts and monsters were just pure ghostly physiques, so they didn't coalesce into entities, but they possessed powerful abilities. But in front of the powerful heavenly thunder, there was no resistance at all, and it turned into ashes in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Tengu god and gaining 11,500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Blackwood god and gaining 11,800 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying. A series of beeps sounded. Zhang Xian retracted his palms and slowly landed on the ground, his expression calm as he looked towards the Fujita Jin's several people. This 103. Chapter 100 Strong men gather, angry Beiting Zhang. How? Fujita Jin stared with wide eyes, revealing an incredulous expression. At this moment, he felt that his own perceptions were drastically subverted. It has long been said in the East that the gods are invincible. But now what? He had witnessed Zhang Xian's battle performance, slaying 5 divine master-level style gods in a single breath, and was in complete disbelief of his eyes. This is simply unbelievable. Next, it's your turn. At those words, they only felt a coldness from their heels, straight to their heads. Whoosh! The next second, Fujita Jin violently turned around and ran wildly. Escape! Must escape! The remaining 3 reacted quickly and scattered their legs. Are you guys gone? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent as he lifted his hand towards a few people and grabbed them remotely. Buzz! In a flash, an invisible barrier emerged, trapping several people. No good! Several people immediately changed color and frantically urged their spells to attack. Bang, bang, bang! All sorts of splendid techniques exploded, but they couldn't break through the barrier at all, and they could only let those thunderbolts fall. Miserable screams rang out suddenly. Bang, bang, bang! A few sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground, followed by Fujita Jin and several people collapsing to the ground, out of breath. After doing this, Zhang Xian's entire person appeared in midair, looking down at the Zhuasu shrine below that was emitting rolling smoke, and immediately slapped his palm out. Boom! A huge handprint fell with a loud bang, directly smashing on top of the Zhuasu divine temple. In an instant, the entire shrine collapsed and shattered, leaving behind nothing but ruins. Shoo shoo shoo. It came pretty fast. A trace of color swept across Zhang Xian's brows as he murmured and whispered. The words were not yet spoken. Only to see a silhouette suddenly appear in the distant void. Each of these figures, dressed in yin and yang costumes, had golden textures embroidered on their chests. Apparently, all the visitors were yin and yang masters. The man at the head of the group was about 50 years old, with a thin face and hawkish nose, giving off a deep and stern feeling. At this point, he swept his gaze around and his face was ironic. Fine, fine. What a Dragon Kingdom cultivator, how dare you act recklessly in my Easterning territory? If I don't kill you today, how will my Easterning face survive? Today, you don't want to leave here alive. Just finished my sentence. Those yin-yang masters behind him all erupted their powerful auras in an instant, firmly surrounding Zhang Xian and blocking his path of retreat. Mei. Zhang Xian smiled. He swept his gaze over the crowd, finally settling on the hawk-nosed interloper. Just in time. It also saves the poor Daoist from having to find them one by one. Don't forget. Zhang Xian now had another system quest that asked him to overthrow all the ghosts and gods in the east. And if the various forces in the east chose to worship the demon god, then they were destined to become enemies between them and Zhang Xian. As it is. Why don't we just take advantage of this opportunity and go straight to the pot? Arrogant. When Bei Tingzong heard this, he immediately burst into a rage. According to him, he's trying to wipe out the entire Eastern martial arts world? It is really arrogant. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's gaze chilled, and without further nonsense with them, he reached out and pinched his hand. Hoo. At once, infinite lightning flashed. Baka. Seek death. End of chapter. 104, Chapter 101, Don't you like to worship ghosts and gods? Call them out to play with the poor Daoist. Chapter 101, Don't you like to worship ghosts and gods? Call them out to play with the poor Daoist. Bei Tingzong was furious. He didn't expect Zhang Xian to make a move at the drop of a hat, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. At that moment, he couldn't care about anything else, fiercely pulling out the katana at his waist and bravely meeting him. Swish! The blade flashed and was sharp. Only Bei Tingzong took one step out, and a monstrous fierce aura erupted from his body. His muscles were taut, as if they were made of reinforced concrete, and one piece bulged like a rock. Ha! He bellowed and swung his katana to slash at Zhang Xian. Snort! The blade sliced through the air, pulling out a sharp whine and bringing up a wave of sound. When the crowd behind them saw this scene, a contemptuous smile appeared on their faces. This kid is dead. One must know that Katazo was the head of the Katao family, and also the only one in the East, known for his sword cultivation as a yin and yang master. 30 years ago. He was once famous for using his sword to sweep away thousands of troops and slaughter tens of thousands of evil spirits in a hard way. And at that time, he was still just an ordinary sword Dao martial artist. Ever since he became a yin-yang master, he had seldom made a move, and no one knew how powerful he had become. Oh, nothing more than that. When Bei Tingzong saw that his opponent was actually standing still after he slashed out his sword, a cold smile spread out in his heart. It was as if he saw the image of Zhang Xian being split in half by a blade, and he couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth, revealing a bloodthirsty hideousness. Sure enough. Dragon Kingdom cultivators, unbeatable. Kid, go to hell. Hakutozo laughed hard and waved the katana in his hand to slash down fiercely. However, the next second, something appalling happened. Only to see that Zhang Xian's face did not change as he reached out and pointed, a strand of lightning instantly shooting out. Pust. Click. Shasta. The lightning burst and directly chipped the katana in Hakutozo's hand. What? At this moment, Bei Tingzong was filled with astonishment and disbelief. His saber was incredibly tough and could not be damaged even when he fought against a yin-yang master, but now it had been destroyed by the other party with a single move? How come? Next. Didn't wait for Bei Tingzong to come back to his senses. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck down, fiercely blasting at him. Crackle! Electricity arced about. No good. His pupils shrunk, and he hastily gestured a dark 8 trigrams pattern in front of his body in an attempt to fend it off. Boo! The lightning struck on top of the pitch-black bagua pattern and instantly exploded, turning into a rain of fire in the sky. Pust! Bei Tingzong suffered a backlash and spurted out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, his face pale and pale. This one made him completely panic. It's not just him. The crowd in the distance was also wide-eyed and filled with shock. Hiss! How? Just a single attack injured Bei Tingzong, this is too much? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes dropping to the ground. One must know that Bei Tingzong's strength wasn't weak. Even if you look at the whole of Eastern Japan, among Soin and Yang masters, it is definitely considered to be a top 15 existence. And now, he couldn't even block one of Zhang Xian's attacks? That's a little scary. Bei Tingzong wiped away the blood on his lips and gritted his teeth. This guy is definitely a disciple trained by one of the great powers of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise it doesn't make sense at all why he possesses such great strength. Thinking of this, Bei Ting Zhang's eyes were cold and murderous. The strength that Zhang Xian had just displayed made him feel a hint of danger. If we don't get rid of him, there will surely be a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking about it. 104, Chapter 101, Don't you like to worship ghosts and gods? Call out and play with the poor Daoist. Bei Tingzang no longer hesitated as his figure swept out and charged towards Zhang Xian. His feet stepped on the arcane pace, and his speed was strangely fast, as if the passage of time had slowed down for him in this heaven and earth. Bei Tingzang's figure cut a residual shadow in the air, as sharp as a cheetah, carrying a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Swish swish swish. In the blink of an eye. Bei Tingzu then arrived in front of Zhang Xian, and the air around him was squeezed under his swift onslaught, emitting a low growling sound. Boom! Slammed his palm at him. Strangely enough, in Katazo's hand, there was a blackened katana that had suddenly appeared. The katana gave off a ghostly glow, as if it were made from a combination of purely shadowy spirits. Yin-yang technique ghost cut. He roared, his eyes icy cold to the extreme, without any mercy. Only to see his right arm jerk up, his wrist raised high above his head, followed by a fierce downward pressure. Phew! The dark ghost cut bloomed with a piercing light, harsh and tyrannical, and viciously chopped down. Katazo's entire body's power was madly gathered into the onigiri, causing the katana to emit a scarlet luster, as if a demon had awakened with ferocious might. Swish! A knife cuts down. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their colors. The surrounding crowd showed excitement. In their opinion, the slash that Bei Tingzang had chopped out was almost flawless, and Zhang Xian would surely die. Even more so, Bei Tingzang's expression became even more complacent and grim as he knew that the other party would absolutely not be able to escape. However, the moment he slashed out this blade, Zhang Xian's mouth sketched out a sneer. Dang! Suddenly, a crunching sound of gold and iron resonating came out, shaking the eardrums of everyone present to pain. Only to see a layer of radiant golden radiance, which suddenly appeared around Zhang Xian, forming a thick shield that firmly blocked Bei Tingzu's slash. What? Bei Tingzang's face changed drastically, and his eyelids fluttered wildly. My turn! Zhang Xian's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, he waved his fingers and instantly struck out dozens of talismans. The talisman condensed in midair, turning into a thunder snake that attacked and killed towards Bei Tingzang. Boom! Caught off guard. Bei Tingzang's entire body flew out horizontally and ruthlessly smashed into the ground below. His body was scorched black, and he was immediately lifeless. Hiss! The crowd drew in a breath of cold air, scared out of their wits. Bei Tingzao was actually killed? And the other party looked so clean and light, as if they were crushing an ant. Weak. Too weak. Don't you guys like to make offerings to ghosts and gods? Why don't you just summon them all and play with poor Daoist? Zhang Xian shook his head, his tone revealing a rich mockery. Asshole! How dare you insult the great style god? Damn, unforgivable! The crowd erupted in fury and anger. What Zhang Xian had said had touched their taboos. Etymology. That was the scales of their hearts, and they would never allow others to blaspheme like that. Incompetent barking. Zhang Xian snorted coldly and struck again. Boom! A talisman fluttered out from his sleeve robes, transforming into countless lightning bolts that came straight at the crowd. How dare you! A mere yellow-haired child dares to go wild. Kill! The crowd erupted in anger. Next, they had cast their strongest techniques, preparing to put Zhang Xian to death. Rado Thunder Gun. Naruto Chidori. Kaido Great Burst. A spell came from the sky, like 10,000 horses whistling in unison, shocking the heavens and moving the earth. Rumble. End of chapter. 105, Chapter 102. None of you will be able to leave. Chapter 102, None of you will leave. Shasta. Lightning surged and flames boiled. Wind blades whistled across the landscape. All sorts of techniques intertwined together, like a destructive flood sweeping in. For a time, the entire space was shrouded in brilliant spells. Rumble. The attacks from both sides collided and exploded, raising dust in the sky. One strong fluctuation after another, like thunder spreading in all directions, shaking the entire volcano violently. Swish! Zhang Xian's feet stepped on the void and his body swayed as if he had arrived in front of one of them in an instant. Boom! He slammed out a fist, dazzling lightning wrapped around it and instantly pierced through the opponent's chest. This person's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Bang! The body fell to the ground, dead beyond repair. One move, seconds. Asshole. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they burst into a rage. There were so many of them, but to have one of them killed back by Zhang Xian was simply a strange shame. Whoosh! 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 A powerful technique once again attacked, covering the sky with terror. Take it easy. Next. Will be your turn. Zhang Xian's indifferent voice came out. Buzz. The golden light spell instantly erupted. Only a golden rune could be seen, emerging in mid-air, spinning and flying. Boom boom boom. No good. Seeing this, the crowd's faces were horrified. So strong. Break me. The crowd hurriedly cast spells to resist, attempting to break the golden light spell. However, the golden light mantra was one of the secret techniques of the Dao sect, containing supreme power, and it simply couldn't be easily broken. Rumble. A vast pressure was released from within the golden light mantra, suppressing everyone. Bang! 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 A dull ringing sound continued to come from the crowd, and their bodies were sent flying backwards, spitting blood from their mouths. In just a single glance, the crowd was heavily injured. Damn, what the hell is this? The faces of the people were pale, and their hearts were filled with horror. I didn't expect that they, who were arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, would all be injured in a single glance. Zhang Xian's gaze was icy cold, and a bloodthirsty smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his palm. Die. Buzz off. A dazzling golden rune coalesced and formed a huge palm print that covered towards them. At this point, only a man clenched his teeth and an ancient seal appeared on his hand, emitting an obscure glow. Invite the style god Sama to descend. The man bellowed. Wow! A cloud of ebony mist appeared out of thin air, transforming into the appearance of a giant monster. It was more than 3 meters tall, its body was blood red, covered in dense scales, and a long tail grew behind it. Blood serpent god. Who? This demonic god roared up to the sky. A rich, sinister aura filled the air crazily, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Seeing this, the rest of them also summoned an exalted style god. In an instant, a dozen ghost gods emerged in midair, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It's their last card. Originally, they did not intend to use it, but Zhang Xian's attack just now made them feel the threat of death. In order to save your life, you can only summon a god. A dozen or so style gods roared in unison, sound waves rolling as if they were going to tear the sky apart. None of them were below the Ghost King level. Excitement flickered in Zhang Xian's eyes. 105. Chapter 102. None of you will be able to leave. These ghosts and gods were all merit values in his eyes. This is going to be hairy. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. Mortal, what are you laughing at? A style god with 4 pupils exuded a chilly aura, his gaze sharp as a sword as he gazed at Zhang Xian. Its lower body was that of a ferocious tiger, its muscles bulging and its fur glistening with an eerie sheen. Each of the 4 eyes flickered with a bizarre light that seemed to be able to see through Zhang Xian's heart. Nothing, just a happy thought. Zhang Xian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snowy teeth that looked exceptionally brilliant, speaking of which, I still have to thank them. If they hadn't summoned you out, the poor Daoist would still have to run all over the east, one by one, and how could the fish come out of their lair as they are now, in order to catch them all? Hear that? The faces of the people not far away suddenly stiffened and turned ironic. Did he do it on purpose? To lure you all to appear? You're on the verge of death, and you're still talking nonsense here. That 4-pupil ghost god snorted coldly, and then, his pupils suddenly became scarlet. Do it! It was accompanied by a bellowing cry. The other dozen or so style gods all struck out in an instant. Boom! A terrifying spiritual force erupted, forming a hurricane that swooped towards Zhang Xian. The spiritual power of each style god was extremely strong, reaching the Ghost King realm or even higher. The collision of a dozen or so Ghost King level spiritual forces caused a burst of terrifying soul impact, as if a tidal wave was lapping against the shore, causing one's scalp to go numb. The faces of the many Easterning powerhouses changed drastically, and they retreated towards further away. That's how powerful the gods are. Even they didn't dare to say that they were sure of resisting Lord Style God's attack. Now he's dead. Good timing. Zhang Xian laughed out loud, his right arm slightly raised, and the golden light spell burst out to meet the many ghosts and gods. Boom! The terrifying golden light was like a meteor streaking across the firmament, colliding fiercely with a dozen ghost gods. One moment. The entire mountain trembled violently. A terrifying forceful aura swept through the 8 directions. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The earth crumbles. Rocks explode. Numerous Easterning powerhouses were so frightened that their livers cracked and they fled in distress. It's horrible. This kind of power completely surpassed their cognition. Who would dare to believe that anyone in the world could possess such a powerful force if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? It sure has a lot to offer. It's a pity. You met me, today is destined to be your day of sacrifice. The 4-pupiled demon god gave a hideous smile. Phew! A terrifying aura surged out from the dozen or so ghost gods, transforming into a terrifying spiritual torrent that ruthlessly enveloped Zhang Xian. Is that the extent of it? Zhang Xian was disdainful, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a sneer as his eyes blossomed with a brilliant and dazzling golden light. Swish! A golden beam of light burst out from Zhang Xian's eyes as if they were torches that stung the eyes. Pust! The golden beam of light pierced through the void and headed straight for the 4-pupiled demon god with the speed of a thunderbolt. This style god's face changed abruptly, and he hastily dodged. Pust! The golden beam pierced right through the chest of this style god, pinning it to the wall. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the entire mountain peak, and a stream of black smoke rose from the 4-pupil style god's body, turning into flying ash that floated in midair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the 4-pupil ghost god, gaining 12,450 merit points. Dead? The hearts of the crowd were frightened, and their gazes towards Zhang Xian were as if they were looking at a demon. How is that possible? A powerful style god died just like that? How did he do it? Move! Only to hear a style god suddenly roar, then turn around and prepare to withdraw. Want to go? None of you will leave. End of chapter. 106, Chapter 103, a hammer destroys demons and gods, and the entire army is wiped out. Chapter 103, a hammer destroys the demons and gods, and the entire army is wiped out. Buzz. Only Zhang Xian's fingers were seen tracing in the void. A talisman was created out of thin air, then transformed into a circular boundary, enveloping the land for miles around. Spirit Binding Talisman. One of the Daoist talismans, when used, it can block off the nearby space, preventing the enemy from any escape. This was also one of the talismans recorded in the Tung Tian talisman. After doing that, terrifying thunder arcs erupted around Zhang Xian, crackling and shaking everything. Upon seeing these lightning arcs, the pupils of a demon god snapped, "Damn it! He even knows thunder magic. Kill him." One must know that the thunder law is innately restrained for them, the ghosts and gods. This is because ghosts and gods are condensed from Yin and demonic Qi and grievances, and although they possess extreme power, they are afraid of the power of the supreme Yang and the strongest. Especially thunder. This also led to very few ghosts and gods that could withstand the attack of thunder. Roar! A demon god roared angrily and took the lead. It waved its huge claws and violently grabbed and ingested towards Zhang Xian, as if it wanted to tear him apart. At this moment, the air was compressed, emitting a sharp sonic boom. The rest of the ghosts and gods were not willing to show weakness and made their moves. One moment. Ghostly shadows surfaced in the sky, bringing up a burst of terrifying fluctuations. Rumble. Almost at the same time. All the ghosts and gods struck out at the same time. Endlessine fiendish chi filled the midair, sweeping towards Zhang Xian like a raging wind and rain. The sound was simply amazing. It was as if the whole active volcano was trembling. At that moment, a ghost god suddenly swooped down from midair. Those razor-sharp claws were like 2 curved moon blades that shone with an appalling cold aura, pointing straight at Zhang Xian's heavenly aura. Die! This demon god laughed, his eyes scarlet. It was as if it had already seen its own sharp claws piercing, tearing, and churning this human to pieces, even to the point of tearing its soul apart. This image is just too good. It loved it. However, Zhang Xian's expression remained indifferent. In the face of the Yin Fiend ghost shadows that came from all over the sky, as well as the overwhelming ghost claws, there was not the slightest bit of fear or panic. Instead, he lightly raised his right hand. Immediately following, Ka-ching! A blinding electric light erupted from within Zhang Xian's palm. Then, this thunderbolt ruthlessly struck down in mid-air. Zip! Accompanied by the sound of electricity, a scorching high temperature instantly emanated out, instantly covering the space within a 10-meter radius around them. The ghostly claw that lunged at Zhang Xian instantly came to a halt, and then a burst of twisting and deformation, followed closely again by "Ah!" The mournful cries resounded through the sky, giving people the creeps. The two arms of this demon god were actually burned to ashes in an instant, with black smoke rising up. The intense pain caused it to roar madly, and the fiendish chi all over its body became even more dense, like a dark cloud covering the sky. "Damn you guys! This god will eat you!" An angry roar was deafening and spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, all of that fiendish chi converged in the demonic god's body, causing his body to become even more massive and hideous. Phew! This demon god suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spewed out rolling waves of air, burning all the trees within hundreds of meters around it into flying dust and turning them into ashes. Its mouth was like a giant mouth of the abyss, with black liquid constantly dripping down. Apparently, this demon god had lost his mind and completely stormed out. However, Zhang Xian did not retreat. He slowly raised his head, revealing a smile that was cold to the core as he grabbed his palm towards the void. Next, a golden sledgehammer floated out of his hand and violently slammed towards it with unparalleled swiftness. The golden sledgehammer smashed down carrying infinite power, the air exploded and ripples spread out in circles after circles. Clang! The demon god's head was smashed by the golden sledgehammer, and his body exploded as if it were smoke, and he flew away on the spot. 106. Chapter 103, A hammer destroys the demons and gods, and the entire army is wiped out. One hammer kills. Everyone strike together. A ghost god hissed. Immediately after, the 14 ghost gods launched their attacks in unison. Thunder comes. At this moment, Zhang Xian was seen raising his hand towards the sky and shouting under his breath. Click! Boom! A thick and dazzling lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Ow! That one of the earliest ghost gods to pounce forward didn't even have time to react before being struck by the thunder. It didn't even let out a single wail, and its soul directly flew away. Hiss! When the remaining ghosts and gods saw this, they sucked in a breath of cool air, revealing horrified expressions. Die! Zhang Xian once again pinched his knuckles and spat out a single word, and instantly, the lightning in the sky was like a torrential downpour, frantically slashing at the rest of the ghosts and gods. Ah! The screams were endless. Just a few breaths. There were several more ghosts and gods that went up in smoke in the endless lightning. This scene was so frightening that it caused the remaining ghosts and gods to turn pale and run. Who on earth had summoned them out to provoke such a terrifying existence? At this point, these ghosts and gods were filled with remorse in their hearts. It was thought to be just a normal thing that they could easily fix. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a horrible guy? You won't get away. Zhang Xian sneered. Swish! The words were not yet spoken. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a sea of thunder appeared, as if the entire active volcano was shrouded in a layer of terrifying majesty. Ka-chow! Rumble! A thick lightning bolt descended crazily, as if exterminating the world, intercepting all escape routes. Ow! No! A mournful scream spread throughout the 4 fields. In the midst of the endless thunderbolts, these ghosts and gods flew away in ashes. It's a scene that can't be described in words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Red Inferno Ghost God and gaining 12,200 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Ghost God of Spectral Water, gaining 11,890 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Heavenly Underworld Demon God and gaining 12,000 points of merit value. A series of system beeps sounded. What a wonderful sound! Gulp! And not far away. Seeing this scene, the major powerhouses of Eastern Ing couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. They felt cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, as if they were in the middle of the Shura hell. This scene, it's so weird. It was important to realize that the strength of one style god was enough to easily decimate all of them. However, in front of Zhang Xian, it was so fragile and unbeatable. How is this? This? Holy! Run away! The group of Eastern Ing warriors were so scared that their livers cracked, and they all turned around and ran, fearing that if they ran one step slower, they would also follow in the footsteps of those style gods. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: hurry up and run. As for avenging the Miyake family? Who cares now? Saving your life is most important. Trying to run? Zhang Xian grinned and extended his right hand. Snort. A streak of purple lightning coalesced and then violently flung out. Ah-ha-ha. There were screams and screams. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yingxin young masters were engulfed by the thunder and vanished into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying a number of style god ghost servants and gaining 8,355 points of merit value. End of chapter. Chapter 107.104 Breaking through the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. Chapter 104 Breaking through the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. The Void. Zhang Shen nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the beeps ringing in his ears before looking at his personal attributes. Host, Zhang Shen. Cultivation, Early Yuaning. Techniques, 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, Full Level, Lightning Thunder Fist, Full Level, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, Perfect, Golden Light Mantra, Full Level, Pure Heart Divine Mantra, Full Level, Tong Tian Talisman, Full Level, Daoist Mantra of the Dead, Full Level, Daoist Talisman Book. Magic Treasures, Celestial Master Dharma Seal, Growable, Medium Grade Spiritual Weapon, Zhongkue Sword, Lower Grade Spiritual Weapon, Celestial Master's Taoist Robe, Upper Grade Magic Weapon, 100-Year Peachwood Sword, Extreme Grade Magic Weapon, Space Ring, Upper Grade Magic Weapon. Merit Value, 582930. Backpack, 50 Years of Child Urine 1, Household Talisman 10, High Level Talisman Paper 100, Never Break Underwear 19, 1 Epic Level Lottery, Rare Level Lottery 10, 1 Feet Upgrade Card. Not bad. The merit value had almost exceeded 600,000, and the trip to the east was quite rewarding. It's simply earned. And that's not all, his cultivation was also at the end of the round at the moment, just one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of Yuaning. I wonder if the system quests have been completed yet. Zhang Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and muttered secretly. He had eliminated at least 20 ghost gods, and the mission should have reached 90%. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian hurriedly opened the quest progress. Current task progress, 78%. I can't believe it's only up to 80%? Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Since when were there so many ghosts and gods in the east? One must know that these ghost gods are all ghost king level existences. If there were really so many ghosts and gods in the east, it would be really scary. Soon, though, he was relieved. The East Japan had at least stolen a lot of Taoist teachings from the major powers of the Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years ago, most of which were the art of raising ghosts. Plus, the people here were very religious about ghosts and gods, and ghosts and monsters were naturally promoted at a fast rate. Looks like there are still some leaks. Zhang Xian muttered. If you're going to do it, why don't you just do it to the extreme? Anyway, he had nothing to say about the East, neither people nor ghosts and gods. Phew. Next. Zhang Xian's figure transformed into a residual shadow in midair, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, and swiftly disappeared in place. It was as if he had never not appeared, leaving only a smell of blood to permeate heaven and earth. And not long after he left. Only to see a group of figures that suddenly appeared in the place where he was just now. They were dressed in black and wore samurai badges on their chests, while the leader was an old man. The old man's cloudy eyes scanned around, and his face changed drastically. Hiss. How is this possible? Zosa Shrine was actually leveled? Can it be that we have come a step too late? The crowd looked at the ruins in front of them and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, with horrified expressions on their faces. And on the ground around them, there were still charred black corpses lying quietly, as if telling of the intensity of the battle just now. At this point, a middle-aged man suddenly noticed one of the corpses, and when he saw the clothes on it, his pupils shrunk. This is Lord Katazo's clothes. Could it be that he has words? The rest of the people next to him looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. That person named Zhang Xian, just who the hell is he? First he destroyed the Miyake family, and now even the Zosa Shrine has been brutally victimized. The black-clothed old man at the head took a deep breath, and his old and hoarse voice slowly said, his face carrying a strong sense of shock and doubt. Kataizo is a yin-yang master ranked in the top 15 of the Eastern Ing, with an amazing hand of swordsmanship, and he is also the patriarch of the Kitai family. But at this moment, he actually died here. The East is going to change. Thinking of this, the crowd glanced at each other, and an incomparable look of gravity surfaced on their faces. If I remember correctly, it seems like Senior Matsuda Taro is still in seclusion. Do you guys think that person could have gone to the 6th shrine? At this time, a middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked weakly. This statement was made. Chapter 107. Chapter 104. Breaking through the middle stage of the Yuaning realm. Everyone was silent, lost in thought. Next, they rushed in the direction of the Rakaku shrine. In the meantime, after leaving the Zuosu shrine, Zhang Xian casually found a silent, barren mountain. His cultivation is about to break through. After so many battles, his cultivation level was nearing the bottleneck of breakthrough and could break through at any time. He was seen sitting on top of a boulder with his legs crossed, his eyes closed tightly as he operated the 5 thunders positive technique. Immediately after, the spiritual qi in the surrounding heaven and earth surged wildly, converging into wisps of white qi that lingered around Zhang Xian's body like a mist. Rumble. Zhang Xian's dantian emitted a violent rumbling sound, as if thunder had exploded, causing one's heart to palpitate and chill. Refine me. He let out a low gulp, and the true qi within his dantian wildly swelled and expanded, radiating a majestic and raging power. Not only that, wisps of lightning arcs also surfaced around his body, crackling. The power of each strand of thunder arc could be described as terrifying to the extreme, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth and destroy the world. No! The spiritual qi in the heavens and earth is still far from reaching the level of breakthrough. It seems that we still need to take pills to make it. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, feeling the concentration of aura, and gave a dark cry. Say it and do it. He immediately exchanged a bottle of cultivation pill from the system mall at a cost of more than 30,000 merit values. Gulp. Without hesitation, he pulled the cap off the bottle and tilted his neck to gulp down the entire bottle of elixir. Rumble. A muffled thunderous sound came from within Zhang Xian's body as if he were bursting beans. Wisps of white gas, in a form visible to the naked eye, rapidly drilled towards his body. A short moment of work. The lightning arcs lingering outside his body became denser and denser, like a god or a devil. This scene would definitely shock others to the point of jaw-dropping if they saw it. Ka-ching! Boo! Suddenly, a crunching sound came from the sky, as if it was a sudden clap of thunder. Next, a terrifying aura violently erupted from Zhang Xian's body, instantly lifting the dust and fallen leaves from the surrounding ground. Rumble. There were bursts of thunder coming from within him, as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart, which was creepy. Finally, Zhang Xian's cultivation had stepped into a brand new realm. Mid-Yuaning realm. Yes. Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as his mood was pleasant to the extreme. Sure enough, only through fighting over and over again could one rapidly raise one's cultivation level. One must know that the last time he made a breakthrough, only 10 or so days had passed, and now he had unexpectedly broken through another small realm. The speed is downright scary. If it was spread back to the Dragon Kingdom cultivation world, I don't know how many people would be scared to death. P.S. I'm tired and want to cry. The novel has been miserably hot for the past few days, falling off a cliff. That said, are there any bigots still watching? If so, please bubble. End of chapter. 108, Chapter 105, A Great Uproar, Killing the Rakaku Shrine. Chapter 105, A Great Uproar, Killing the Rakaku Shrine. In the meantime, since the destruction of the Miyake family, another shocking news spread through the Eastern martial arts world. Have you guys heard? The Zosa Shrine was even destroyed. And it's not just the Zosa Shrine, even the famous Lord Katazo is dead. Hiss. Really? Of course it's true, this is what I saw with my own eyes, you guys are not aware of it. Beiting Zo Lord died a terrible death. All sorts of news spread and caused an instant uproar. This deafening rumor was like a raging storm that swept across the entire East in less than half a day. Countless people's hearts set off shocking waves. It is important to realize that the Zosa Shrine is not a family of yin and yang masters, such as the Miyake family, that can be compared to it. There can be many undertaker lineages. But shrines are different. Each shrine, which can be said to be the symbol of Eastern Japan, even tops dozens of yin and yang master families. Soon, another shocking news came out. That Dragon Kingdom cultivator's next target will most likely be the hexagonal shrine. When they heard this news, the whole of Eastern Japan couldn't sit still and rushed to the Rako Shrine. Only half an hour has passed. Just the foot of the Rokuko shrine was surrounded by densely packed silhouettes. Hey! Do you think the mean man will come? I don't think he'll come, after all, the Rokuko shrine is the first of many forces in our east. Put. Upon hearing this, a young man said disdainfully, they even exterminated the Zosa shrine. What is the Rokuko shrine? The words just fell. There was silence all around. Indeed. The other party was able to destroy the Zosa shrine. Were they still afraid of the Rokuko shrine? The crowd looked different. Some had fear in their eyes, while others exuded unease. Some even began to whisper and exchange rumors about what they had heard. It didn't take long. Only a figure slowly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The visitor wore a purple Daoist robe, with a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament, like an immortal of the nine heavens. One could not help but look up. The moment they saw this person, everyone's pupils tightened violently, and a strong look of scorn surfaced on their faces. Coming. He looks so young. Is he the one who destroyed the Zosa shrine? It doesn't feel like it. At this moment, Zhang Xian indifferently swept a glance at the crowd before walking straight towards the front. Next, as long as the Rokuko shrine was resolved, then the system's mission should be completed. Speaking of which, he had a bit of a history with this Rokuko shrine. The woman he had killed in the Ringworld mansion earlier was a disciple of the Rokuko shrine named Keiko Miyake. Zhang Xian walked slowly, his purple Dao robe gently swaying in the breeze like a flowing ink color, mysterious and elegant. Every step he took was like stepping on the heartstrings of the crowd, driving wave after wave of tension and unease. As he approached the shrine gates, he could only see a cloudy aura filling the air above that was invisible to normal people. It was even thicker than what he had seen at the Zosa shrine. At the gate, a group of katana-wielding guards stood on either side. The man at the head was about 40 years old, with a thin appearance, but exuding a stern aura, clearly a martial arts expert. Dragon Nation, if you retreat here, the shrine can forget about today's matter. This middle-aged man spoke in a cold voice, his tone vaguely mixed with anger. For the first time in so many years, no one had dared to be so wild in front of the shrine. Too much crap. Swish. Zhang Xian exerted his strength almost instantly, his body sweeping through the air like a wild horse that had taken off its reins. Just for a moment. The air around them seemed to shake. Immediately after, a dazzling purple lightning bolt erupted with a roar, like an angry dragon tossing in the sky, and it pushed straight towards those guards. You seek death. The middle-aged man shouted and drew his sword to chop at Zhang Xian, wanting to strike first. However, he was simply too late to react. This was because Zhang Xian's speed had already reached the extreme, and the naked eye could not even catch the trail. 108. Chapter 105. A great uproar, killing the Rokuko shrine. Madaka. The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded all around, and that sharp long knife crumbled inch by inch in front of Zhang Xian, turning into fragments that splattered. Immediately afterward, his right fist was like thunder as it struck the middle-aged man's chest hard. Boo! A strong force surged and exploded, and the middle-aged man's entire body shot backward like a cannonball, knocking all the rows of guards behind him off their feet. It ended up smashing down on the shrine gate, life or death unknown. Quiet. The whole room was silent. Countless pairs of eyes rounded and stared at Zhang Xian in death. With just one punch, he had defeated one of the top 3 kendo masters in the East, Fujiwara Takumi. Hiss. After a short period of shock, the crowd inhaled in unison, revealing horror. That's not all. Next, only to see Zhang Xian throw another violent punch. The fist, as if carrying a thunderous momentum, struck straight out, and the air shook violently around him, emitting a tearing roar. His movements were fluid and swift, as if he were a hunting raptor swooping down. The goal is clear, and it's exactly the hexagonal shrine. How dare you! A violent roar suddenly came from the depths of the 6th shrine. Immediately after, whoosh! A breaking whistling sound came from far and near. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 silhouettes dressed in plain white yin and yang master costumes suddenly swept out from within the Rokuko shrine. It's a couple of Lord Magi. At the sight of their figures, many people's eyes glowed with heat and excitement. However, before they could rejoice for long, Zhang Xian once again raised his hand and swung out a punch. Die! Crackle! The air was squeezed and exploded, creating a twisted mass of vacuum that made one's heart palpitate. Those few magi changed their faces drastically, and they cast their own takedown spells. For a while, flames, water curtains, cold ice, and so on appeared in midair. Humph. Sculpture. Zhang Xian sneered as his body suddenly accelerated, transforming into a staggering shadow as he barreled through these attacks. With a muffled sound, all of those splendid attacks were shattered by Zhang Xian's punch. Die! Click! A terrifying bolt of lightning was cast like a toy in Zhang Xian's hands, instantly penetrating through the body of one of them. Immediately afterward, several more brilliant and piercing lightning bolts struck down. Bang bang bang! These people were directly blown to smithereens. Not good. The few remaining people were stunned. They couldn't believe that someone in this world could actually possess such terrifying strength. Escape! Run! Where did the remaining few people have any thoughts of fighting on? They frantically turned and ran away. Oh, it's late. Zhang Xian's mouth hung a hint of sarcasm as his right hand shook violently. Thumbs up. Only to see those lightning bolts like a spirit snake spitting out its core, instantly splitting those few people into charcoal. Asshole. Dragon Nation, you seek death. And just then, a roar came from the depths of the shrine. Immediately after. Just hear the rumbling sound. A majestic yin qi swept out, coming straight towards Zhang Xian. This yin qi was exceptionally condensed, like a steel needle, and contained infinite power. End of chapter. 109. Chapter 106 The Terror of the Grand Yin Yang Master. Chapter 106 The Terror of the Grand Yin Yang Master. The force is strong. Even from a long distance away, one could feel suffocated, and the skin all over his body felt as if it was about to crack. The Great Undertaker. There was no doubt that this pressure was definitely in existence that had surpassed the Yin Yang Master level. And there's only one person in the East who can have such strength, and that's the head of the Rakugo Shrine. Taro Matsuda. The predecessor of the Rakugo Shrine was the #1 power in eastern Japan, the 9 Chrysanthemum Zai School, founded by the Matsuda family, one of the oldest Yin and Yang families in eastern Japan. It was said that the 9 Chrysanthemums sect had close ties with some monastic forces in the Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years ago. However, later on, because of some special reasons, the 9 Chrysanthemums school gradually began to decline. It wasn't until a few decades ago that the Matsuda family, which had consolidated a number of forces, created the Rakugo Shrine. Humph. Zhang Xian snorted coldly as he sensed the crisis coming. Only to see the lightning arcs surrounding him skyrocket, actually blocking this huge yin qi. At the same time, the Daoist robe on Zhang Xian's body was also blown around, and strands of black hair were even blown away, just like an evil madman. Shoo! An old man with white hair swept out from the middle of the shrine and stood in midair not far away. Taro Matsuda. The founder of Rakugo Shrine. A strength that has long since stepped into the realm of the Grand Yin Yang Master. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, clearly enraged by the situation just now. The Grand Yin Yang Master was provoked twice in a row, and even the Shinto priests in the sect were all beheaded. This is absolutely bizarre. Well. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. How dare you come in front of my 6th shrine to spread wildness? Originally, if you had left Eastern Ing in this way, I hadn't intended to bother with you too much. But since you have to send yourself to death, then I will fulfill you. Matsuda Taro laughed back in anger as his arms snapped together. Boom! His body's surface emitted monstrous blood chi, which was like a blood mist enveloping the surroundings, causing people to be creeped out. Under the compulsion of this aura, the crowd of onlookers from afar couldn't help but tremble, as if they were facing a lofty mountain at the moment. Die! Matsuda Taro swung his arms steeply. Buzz off. Shasta. With him as the center, the grass, trees and branches within a radius of a few hundred meters, surprisingly, all withered at once. Half-step Chiadan? Interesting. I didn't expect that someone would be able to raise their cultivation to the half-step Jiedan realm in the age of the end. As Zhang Xian watched the means he had unleashed, both of his eyes narrowed slightly as a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. However, relying on ghosts and gods as a means of ascension was only a small door after all. Today, I'll sacrifice you to the flag. Come to die. Matsuda Taro let out a low cry, and the blood chi around his body boiled and tumbled, transforming into hundreds of hideous ghostly shadows. Ooh-hoo! The roar shook the fields. Immediately afterward, one could only see the hideous evil ghost carrying a terrifying aura as it pounced on Zhang Xian. Such a scene simply stunned everyone. The tourists, especially those who came to see the fun, had never seen such a horrible scene in their lives. For a moment, they all fell to their knees, trembling. Is this the power of the great Undertaker? It's too powerful. It's completely unimaginable how miserable it would have been if it had been you. However, Zhang Xian was standing with his arms folded, not putting him in his eyes at all. His gaze was as indifferent as water as he looked at the ferocious souls and stern spirits that were attacking the sky, only slowly raising his right hand. Boom! Instantly, a ball of bright and dazzling lightning burst out from Zhang Xian's palm, instantly illuminating the sky. The lightning appeared purple-blue in color and contained a terrifyingly destructive power. Crackle crackle. This lightning streaked across the void, wrapping all those hideous ghosts and shadows within, emitting a burst of ear-piercing screams. Ah! The group of ghostly creatures struggled madly, desperately resisting. Zip, zip, zip. 109. Chapter 106. The Terror of the Grand Yin-Yang Master. The lightning struck them, and they actually emitted a burning smell. In the blink of an eye, they went up in smoke and disappeared into the void. Quiet. At this moment, the entire area was plunged into dead silence. Everyone was staring at this with wide eyes, filled with horror, their hearts beating violently, almost about to pop out of their throats. It's horrible. Soon, they excitedly pulled out their cell phones and took pictures of the shocking images. If this video was uploaded to the internet, it would surely set the internet on fire and spread all over the world. Upon seeing Zhang Xian lightly resolving his attack, Matsuda Taro's pupils suddenly shrunk, revealing deep scorn. Old me has to admit that you are very strong. But this is not your arrogant capital. With that, his aura soared once again. Boom! Another majestic blood chi swept out in the form of a giant wave. Afterward, he violently probed out his right palm and slapped it down towards Zhang Xian. In a split second, the sky seemed to collapse, dark clouds filled the air, and a huge bloody palm coalesced out, blocking out the sunlight and smashing down hard. Sculpture! Zhang Xian shook his head and laughed coldly as he flexed his fingers and flicked them out. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the bloody palm exploded into pieces, turning into dots of red ons floating around. At that moment, Matsuda Taro suddenly changed his stance and slammed his hands together. Swish! A 3-meter-long iron chain broke through the ground and wrapped itself around Zhang Xian's ankle. In the meantime, he spat out an obscure incantation under his breath, and his cloudy, old eyes opened abruptly, revealing a cold, morose light. A single bizarre rune intertwined in midair to form a chain formation, trapping Zhang Xian in the center. This was precisely the sixth shrine's unique secret technique, the spirit locking formation. Under the spirit locking formation, any living thing would be sealed, and even a strong person at the level of a yin-yang master wouldn't be able to escape from it. This is one of Taro Matsuda's most powerful cards. Zhang Xian's face did not change. With that, he stretched out his index finger and pointed it down in the air. Snort! The air was torn apart and a dark cave appeared. Immediately after, countless thunder surged out of thin air, transforming into thousands of lightning bolts that covered the sky and blasted towards the spirit locking formation. Boom boom boom. The thunder was deafening. Only to see that the dense iron chains all collapsed when they touched this single thunderbolt, turning into endless streams of light that dissipated into the air. This. Matsuda Taro's eyes widened in disbelief. His own spirit locking formation was unexpectedly broken. The undercard he was so proud of was as fragile as papier-mâché in Zhang Xian's hands. My turn. Zhang Xian grinned, then took a step out. Boom. A massive pressure crushed the four directions, leaving everyone present breathless. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian threw a punch. This fist power was domineering and overwhelming, as if it was a titanic pressure, enveloping Matsuda Taro in it. Matsuda Taro's face changed wildly, and he hastily drew back and retreated, his hands moving even faster, pinching the seal several times in a row. Buzz off! Instantly, a ghostly green light blossomed in front of him, as if it possessed life, twisting up crazily and wrapping his body in it. Bang! In the next second, Zhang Xian's fist landed on top of these green light shields. Click! Click! These green light shields cracked inch by inch, eventually breaking apart and turning into nothingness. Matsuda Taro let out a muffled grunt as his body slid backward dozens of meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face full of horror. So strong! In that moment just now, the power that Zhang Xian had erupted had completely surpassed him. It looks like it won't work without resorting to other means. Think about it. He gritted his teeth and took out something similar to a snake's tooth, biting the tip of his tongue fiercely and spraying out a mouthful of essence blood to integrate it into this snake's tooth. End of chapter. 110. Chapter 107 Summoning the Orochi. Stealing a chicken and not getting away with it. Chapter 107 Summoning the Yamanano Orochi? Stealing a chicken is a mistake. Roar. One moment. His snake teeth surged several times, transforming into an incomparably thick black python that hissed towards Zhang Xian. This giant python was dark, and its body was also covered with thick scale armor, appearing hard and emitting an extremely evil aura. The mere smell of it was creepy. And this serpent's tooth that he took out was left behind by the legendary ancient style god, the Yachi Orochi. By chance, it was obtained by Taro Matsuda. This thing is very evil, but capable of great lethality. The Yamanano Orochi is one of the oldest and most evil gods in the history of the East. It is said that it exists in the depths of the earth and rarely comes out of the world, but once it comes out of the world, it will surely set off a monstrous storm of bloodshed. Matsuda Taro had once relied on this snake tooth to decapitate a strong person at the peak of the Yin-Yang Master. Go to hell. Taro Matsuda laughed wildly. He was extremely confident in this strike, believing that even if Zhang Xian was stronger, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, Zhang Xian remained unperturbed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly raised his right hand, then violently blasted out a punch. Lightning running thunder fist. Boom! In an instant, the heaven and earth yuan qi around Zhang Xian boiled, surging along with his attack. Boom! The terrifying fist force swept in all directions, carrying the destructive will to destroy, and slammed straight into that black python. Click! The hideous and ferocious black python, after touching the lightning-rushing thunder fist, unexpectedly cracked inch by inch and turned into endless streams of light. Put! Matsuda Taro was instantly hit hard, and he couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood arrows from his throat, staining his shirt red and making his face pale. How is this possible? This is the legendary Yachi Amikami. I can't believe I can't block his punch. What kind of monster is this guy? Ahem. Matsuda Taro spat out a mouthful of blood froth, a smile appeared on his pale face, and his voice was a bit hoarse. You're strong. I really didn't expect that a strong person like you had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom again. It really surprised the old man. As long as I devour your soul and essence, old me might be able to break through to that supreme god realm. So, to thank you, I've decided that I'll eat you one bite at a time later. The words fell. His eyes steeply became scarlet like blood, like two blood moons, and strands of secretive runes even surfaced around him, exuding an endless devilish and demonic aura. Buzz! And that's when the earth began to tremble. The entire Mount also shook violently as if it had been shaken by a strange force. The originally calm mountains and forests suddenly rose with rolling smoke and dust, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. And this tremor is getting more and more violent. Even this piece of land under Zhang Xian's feet began to tremble slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Immediately after, the interior of the volcano ejected a strong sulfurous odor that shot up into the sky, almost forming a mushroom cloud that obscured half the sky. Hiss! And at that moment, an eerie hiss resounded through the sky. The sound did not come from the magma, but from the depths of the volcano, and it sounded incomparably oozy. A huge figure flew out from the interior of the volcano, bathed in blazing flames, like a fire god descending, with a terrifying and overwhelming aura. That turned out to be a 100-meter-long python. The giant python had 8 heads and 8 tails, its head resembled a dragon, and its entire body was covered with pitch-black scales that flashed with icy cold aura. There was an evil, shadowy aura about him. But anyone who looked at it would feel their heartbeat inexplicably speed up and their soul throb as if they were falling into a bottomless abyss. 110. Chapter 107 Summoning the Orochi? Stealing a chicken and not getting away with it. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it worked. Matsuda Taro laughed crazily and looked at the python excitedly. I've finally summoned Orochi. As long as I complete the final step, I'll be able to become one with it. At that time, I will be able to transcend this world and become a true god. At this point, the Orochi was already perched in the air, its pair of bloodshot eyes cold and unfeeling, looking down on the beings below as if it were dominating all things. When it heard Matsuda Taro's words, it immediately let out a low voice, "Become one with this god? Ridiculous! A mere mortal, how dare you disturb this god's slumber, looking for death?" It had a morose voice, permeated with endless evil. As its words fell, the flames burning around him suddenly swelled, blazing to the extreme. Hiss. Next. Only to see one of the hideous heads of the Orochi violently tearing down towards Matsuda Taro below. This head was made up of flames, but it was extremely sharp and as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it tore through Matsuda Taro's chest, dripping with blood. Matsuda Taro screamed miserably, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his face white to the core. No! It was the old man who awakened you, you should serve me as your master. He growled in agony, desperately trying to struggle, trying to resist. However, in front of this Orochi, he was simply as weak as an ant. Humph. You're nothing but a mortal, and you're worthy of becoming this god's master? Ridiculous. Orochi snorted. Then he directly swallowed him in one gulp and chewed viciously, the sound of bones bursting and shattering spread in all directions. Taro Matsuda is dead. This scene caused those surrounding crowds who were on the sidelines to suck in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with horror. A generation of great yin-yang master-level powerhouses had fallen miserably just like that? Gollum. I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then there was instant silence all around. It's delicious. The Yamanano Orochi licked its lips and greedily stared at Zhang Xian, who was not far away, as a gleam of bloodlust blossomed within the pupils of his eyes. But it seems to this god that you're going to be a bit tastier than him. It was unruly, with tyranny and killing in its eyes, as if it was looking at a piece of delicious food. And in the next second, it grinned its hideous bloody mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it lunged towards Zhang Xian. Seek death. Zhang Xian let out a cold cry as his body rose up in the air, his right palm aiming at the head of the Orochi and slamming down. Yamanano Orochi? It was just a stronger foreign beast, and it dared to hit him with its idea, it was simply tired of living. Rumble. Purple thunder several feet thick erupted between his palm and fingers, containing a heaven-destroying pressure. Crackle, crackle, crackle. This golden thunder coalesced and instantly struck above the body of the Orochi. Boo! Thunder and lightning exploded. The air exploded as if it were thunder. The Yachi Orochi was viciously knocked over by this slap, smashing several ancient trees in the sky and stirring up sand and rocks in the sky. The scene was chaotic and incomparable. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Surprisingly, he had resisted it, not expecting this beast's defense to be so amazing. Hiss. Just then, an angry hissing sound came again. Only to see the Orochi swaying its body and getting back on its feet, the monstrous flames surging around its body gradually disappeared, and in its place was a grayish-black mist. This mist filled the air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. An aura of coldness, decay, and death spread. End of chapter. 111, Chapter 108 Zhong Kuei's sword shows its might, sword chopping snake's head. Chapter 108, Zhong Kuei's sword shows its might, sword chopping snake's head. Hissing. Orochi spat out his tongue, his eyes were ferocious and violent, and all the scales on his body glowed with a faint ebony light. This moment. Heaven and earth seem to change color. The wind stops raining, the sun and the moon are gone, and all the light converges here. It was as if the entire heaven and earth had turned into the world of the Yagyu Orochi, with only this evil creature left to exist. Hiss. The Orochi once again let out a low hiss, then leapt forward and tore towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's face was solemn, his eyes narrowed as he pinched his fingers to seal, and a purple thunderbolt condensed from the void. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 5 thunderbolts transforming the astral deities, edict. With a shout. That purple thunder crashed down on the body of the Orochi, immediately splashing up layers of fire. One had to know that the attack unleashed by Zhang Xian was enough to easily decimate an early-stage Jiedan. But when it hit the body of the Orochi, it didn't even do the slightest damage. This shows how terrifying its defense is. The Yamanano Orochi did not flinch from Zhang Xian's attack. On the contrary, a teasing look surfaced in his eyes as he opened his bloody mouth and tore towards Zhang Xian. Its fangs were several inches long, glistening with an icy sheen, and obviously highly poisonous. Moreover, the speed of the Orochi was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Humph. Zhang Xian let out a light hump as he drew a spell in his hand, and several more thunderbolts shot out. Boom! He blasted the hideous snake's head away with a punch. However, in the next second, a hideous snake head on the left side burrowed out from the other side, carrying a thick, fishy odor as it bit into Zhang Xian's neck. At the same time, another snake head attacked on his right side, opening its mouth to swallow him. The two-sided attack is airtight. Anyone who encounters such a situation will surely be swallowed in one gulp by the orochi. But how could Zhang Xian wait with his hands tied? His feet stepped on the taiji pace, as agile and swift as a swimming fish. Attacks came from every direction, but it was hard for him. Zip, zip, zip. Between Zhang Xian's waving hands, purple thunderbolts exploded recklessly, slashing all around and turning the place into a pool of thunder. The orochi also did not show any weakness, and between the body flips, the snake's tail fiercely smacked in the purple thunder sea. One moment. The explosions were continuous, and the thunder splashed chaotically. It was as if that purple thunderbolt was not a mere attack, but tore through the entire space, transforming into countless flickering points of light that showered down on the Yagyu Orochi's body like a meteor shower, erupting into a brilliant and blinding light. The air was filled with a scorching scent, as if time had frozen due to the raging energy. Bang! With a muffled thud, purple thunderbolts exploded on the Yagyu Orochi's body, splashing fire in all directions and instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. The intense shockwave spread out like waves, setting off a gale that blew the trees and rocks below to the ground, as if the heavens and earth were being shaken by the blow. Zhang Xian's figure was pushed slightly backward by this force, but he immediately stabilized his stance, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. However, the Yagyu Orochi did not flinch from this strike. Its body was as large as a mountain, its scales still glowing with ebony light amidst the flashes of electricity, emitting a chilling aura. At this moment, the aura on its body seemed to grow more and more furious as it laughed and stared coldly at Zhang Xian, as if it was mocking his uselessness. Zhang Xian was able to feel it clearly, yet he remained unchanged. Clank! A 3-foot handle appeared in his hand. The body of the sword flowed with secretive blood-colored runes, as bright red as blood. And above the hilt of the sword, there were 2 black Pisces carved into it. As soon as this sword appeared, it gave off a feeling of killing without equal, as if it could freeze the soul. Zhongkuei Sword. 111. Chapter 108. Zhongkuei's sword shows might, sword chopping snake's head. This was the first time he had used the Zhongkuei sword after obtaining it. When the Orochi saw this pitch-black ancient longsword, his pupils contracted steeply, and deep scorn flowed from his eyes. As if it had sensed something terrifying, its body trembled and it hastily twisted its huge head backward. Zhang Xian snorted coldly, "You won't be able to escape." Buzz! The sword clanked. Immediately afterward, a streak of stern sword light swept across the sky. It was a deep, blood-red sword blade. It was as if it could cut through the heavens of the ages. The moment. There was a dead silence in heaven and earth. All the vitality of everything seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and the only thing left in the heavens and earth was this stunning flash of sword light. The Orochi stared at his copper bell-like eyes, his pupils drastically narrowing as he tried to escape, but it was already too late. Hiss! It sensed the threat of death and roared up to the sky, its 8 huge heads spewing out all kinds of attacks. Dark green poisonous mist rushed out like a torrential river, carrying a pungent and corrosive odor that filled the sky and was suffocating. The scorching flames were like a torn tornado of flames, writhing recklessly, and the air instantly became scorchingly hot, as if it was scorched earth being roasted by the scorching sun. The icy cold air followed closely behind. The cold ice was as sharp as a knife, and in an instant it condensed into countless sharp ice spikes in the air. The overwhelming attack came in frantically, seemingly trying to resist that flash of ghostly cold blood-red sword light. However, the moment these attacks touched the blood-red sword light, it was like ice and snow meeting sunlight, instantly melting and disappearing into nothingness. Snort! That blood-red sword light directly cut through the void and descended with devastating power. The pupils of the Yamanano Orochi shrunk, his scales stood up, his heart palpitating to the extreme, wanting to dodge but realizing that it was already too late. Pust! The blood is glowing. A large, hideous snake's head snapped open in unison, and blood soared wildly, gushing like a spring. Roar! Orochi let out a wail of pain. The pieces of black scale armor on its body also shattered, revealing the white bones, dripping with blood and staining half of its body red. Although it was born with 8 heads, it was in pain and screaming at this moment. The remaining 7 heads shook at the same time, emitting mournful wails. Zhang Xian's gaze was cold as he slowly raised the Zhongkuei sword in his hand. Chop! Shoo! A blood-red sword light once again roared out from within Zhongkuei's sword. The blood light was like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. The sword light whistled away, and in a devastating manner, it instantly severed 4 more snake heads. Hiss! The Orochi let out a wail of pain. It could no longer care about anything else and immediately pinched and turned its huge body, fleeing in the direction of the depths of the volcano. It's horrible. This human is simply evil. It hadn't seen any human that could possess such terrifying strength. I told you that you can't run away, Zhang Xian indifferently said. He held the long sword in his hand, stepped on the yin-yang bagua, and performed the wind royalty technique, drifting away like a ghost. Soon, he caught up with the fleeing Orochi. Hiss. Seeing this, the Orochi was scared out of its wits and hissed frantically as it gained even more speed. However, Zhang Xian simply ignored its roar as he continued to catalyze the Zhongkuei treasure sword in his hand. The blood-colored sword light surfaced once again, pouring down like a river of blood, running through the sky. Humans! You bully the snake too much. The Orochi hissed frantically, furious to the extreme. End of chapter. 112, Chapter 109 50,000 merit values, end of the trip to the east. Chapter 109, 50,000 merit value, end of the trip to the east. It knew that it could no longer hide, so it simply stopped fleeing, and its huge snake body violently twisted, unexpectedly taking the initiative to meet the blood-colored sword light. How terrifying is the speed of the Orochi? In just the blink of an eye, it clashed with the blood-colored sword light. Rumble! A loud, earth-shattering sound resonated through the sky. The entire volcano shook violently, and a thick crack spread. Some of the molten lava splashed out, turning into a ball of blazing fireballs that smashed down, causing the crater to collapse and fill with smoke. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. At the moment of this violent collision, the black scales on the body of the Yamanana Orochi all crumbled apart, cracking and falling off like glass, blood bursting out. The scene was horrifyingly incomparable. Trying to kill me? Even if I die, I will drag you along with me. The Orochi let out a resentful roar. Next, a huge tail swept forward, bursting the air and setting off a rolling hurricane as it viciously lashed at Zhang Xian. Before the tail arrived, a strong gust of wind had already hit his face, blowing Zhang Xian's clothes hunting and his cheeks vaguely aching. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Yagyu Orochi is planning to die with him? If this move were to hit the body, it would be half mutilated even if it didn't kill him. However, Zhang Xian did not panic. Swish! A blinding bloody light instantly emerged from Zhang Xian's sword, carrying an unrivaled killing aura as it pushed straight towards the Orochi. Zhang Xian gripped the Zhongkuei sword, and an eerie red light flickered on the sword. Die! He bellowed in a low voice. The sword light slashed down like a storm, and the sword energy turned into a huge arc, like a red sun, hot and fierce. Only the air around them seemed to be distorted by the pressure of this force. The ash in the crater was ruffled into a wild dance by the penetration of the sword's light, as if trembling for the coming battle. This terrifying might caused one's heart to palpitate, as if a meteorite had descended and was about to destroy everything here. Hiss! Yagyu Orochi looked up to the sky. I didn't expect it to fall into slumber for so many years, and as soon as it awoke, it encountered such a terrifying opponent. It's just too much bad luck. It's not happy about it. Thinking of this, the pupils of the Orochi's lantern-like eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and all of the remaining demonic energy in his body stirred up, turning into a monstrous wave that swept in all directions. Trying to kill it? Then we'll die together. At that moment, the magma inside the volcano was like boiling water, surging wildly, forming whirlpool after whirlpool. Wow! Immediately afterward, a steady stream of magma broke through the walls of the volcano and spewed out towards the high sky. The entire Mount Aso trembled with it. A pillar of blazing magma broke through the top of the mountain and turned into a waterfall, pouring down. Most of them surged toward Zhang Xian, as if they were a meteor of magma, as dense as rain. No good. Get back. The people observing from afar, seeing this scene changed color and hurriedly retreated towards the back. Bang bang bang. A column of magma fell nearby, shattering the hard stones and leaving behind a huge crater, several meters deep. Stronger strength is okay, can avoid in time, but some slightly weaker, and even directly killed on the spot, did not even have time to send out a scream. A lot of people were stunned. If this goes on, the whole of Mount Aso will be razed to the ground, and no one will be able to escape. Ha ha ha. 112. Chapter 109 50,000 merit values, end of the trip to the east. Foolish mortals, you will all have to accompany this god. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this situation, Orochi couldn't help but let out a crazy laugh. It knew that it was bound to die, so it didn't have any worries. Only, just as it was laughing wildly in a reckless and rampant manner. Zhang Xian looked at it without changing his face, not caring about the life and death of these Easterning people. But if it wanted to drag itself along with it, these tactics alone were not enough. Thinking about it, his eyes suddenly condensed, and the Zhongkue treasure sword in his hand trembled slightly, the red light on the sword growing brighter and brighter. Boom! Just guided by his power. Only to see Zhongkue's sword violently chopping out, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, the sword chi streaked across the sky, instantly tearing apart the mountainous body of the Yamatobi Orochi. It was as if the sharp sound of sword chi tearing could be heard in the air, causing the eardrums to sting. Hiss! The tragic scream of the Yagyu Orochi echoed in the air with a trill of anger and fear, like a cry of the heavens crashing down on the earth. Its huge body was instantly cut in half, blood burst out like a fountain, and the splattered liquid glistened on the rocks of the crater, as if it were a blooming blood-colored dew. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying one of the Jidan Great Demons and obtaining 50,000 points of merit value. At that moment, the system's beep sounded. Zhang Xian's mouth revealed an arc of satisfaction as he retrieved the Zhongkue treasure sword before glancing at the quest's progress with a slight frown. It's not even close? His quest progress had risen by 17% after he had beheaded the Orochi, but he was still a little short of completing the requirements for the third stage. Could it be that there are still hidden gods in the east? Suddenly, Zhang Xian's thoughts flickered as he gazed in a certain direction below. So it's hiding here. In the next moment, Zhang Xian's feet stomped on the void as if he were walking on a flat surface as he swept off in a certain direction. He was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, and appeared in the ruins of the Rokaku shrine in an instant. Only to see that after the great battle just now, this place has turned into a piece of debris, and has long lost its original lofty and solemn appearance. And there was a strong odor of blood. I didn't realize there were even a few ghosts and gods hiding in here. Zhang Xian looked around. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing here but devastation. However, under his perception, several not-so-weak auras existed here. Still hiding? Do you really think that the poor Daoist is blind? Zhang Xian snorted coldly. The words fell. Only to see Zhongkue's precious sword once again blossom with eye-catching and brilliant light, like a blazing sun hanging in the dark night sky, one could not help but close one's eyes and find it difficult to open them. Clank! No good! He's found us! A few sharp sounds rang out in the void. Immediately, one ghost god wrapped in eerie black mist was seen appearing. There were 5 of them, and each of them possessed uncommon strength. However, they were no match for Zhang Xian at all, and were directly decimated by a single sword, their souls flying away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Sea Grudge God and gaining 12,500 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Curse Mind God and gaining 12,200 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Thick Phantom God and gaining 12,200 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations on the system mission, eliminating 100% of the Eastern demons and gods. The third stage rewards have been issued to the system backpack. After doing this, Zhang Xian immediately disappeared into thin air. Only before he left, he completely destroyed the Rokaku shrine with a single sword, making this ancient shrine completely disappear from this world. Ah! Help! And down below, the onlookers were frantically fleeing for their lives, running and shouting at the same time. End of chapter. 113, Chapter 110, All Parties Shook, This is Daoist Gen? Chapter 110 All Parties Shake, This is Daoist Gen? The next day, a video went viral on the extranet. Video. A man single-handedly breaks into the Rokaku shrine and kills all of the Shinto priests, which in turn draws the ire of Matsuda Taro, the #1 yin and yang master in the east, and the two sides engage in a great battle. Thunderbolt amazing. Sword-chopping Yamanano Orochi. In the end, that person even destroyed the entire Rokaku shrine, shocking beyond measure. Only in the video, Zhang Xian stood in the void, his Daoist robes fluttering as he destroyed the hexagonal shrine with a single sword. Just a few minutes of the video has attracted countless views. Especially after Zhang Xian slayed the Yaki Orochi, the pop-ups within the video went crazy. Who is this guy? How did he split the big snake with one sword? 666666. This special effect is simply awesome. Wow, this is Dragon Kingdom martial arts, right? It's awesome, I want to learn it too. Upstairs, don't bull me. How can the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom be so powerful? It must be synthesized by special effects. A crowd of eaters commented frantically. And the video quickly spread to all parts of the globe. For a while, the debate about Zhang Xian intensified. There are even many people who have traveled to the east to seek confirmation of the truth of this matter. But when they saw the shrine, which was full of color, as if it had been ravaged by a hurricane, they fell silent. Hiss. Is this even true? No kidding. One man destroyed the entire Rococo shrine with one sword, and also cleaved to death the ancient-style god Great Demon from the mythology of Eastern Japan. That's pretty damn scary, isn't it? Soon after, someone posted the tragic situation of the Rococo shrine, which they had seen with their own eyes, on the internet, which instantly caused a huge reaction. Countless netizens are frantically discussing this matter. At first they find it hard to believe that such bizarre things are real. But when they saw that the Rococo shrine had been reduced to rubble, they fell silent once again. Hissing. This is actually real? This guy is a messenger from God. Is this guy a messenger sent by God to overthrow the Rococo shrine, the #1 power in Japan? Upstairs, he's not sent by God. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the Daoist priest of the Dragon Kingdom. Vatican. Illuminati. The Rococo shrine was actually destroyed? It's really incredible. Alas! The heavens and the earth seem to have changed nowadays, and it is time for the glory of the Lord to return to the earth. A long sigh came out of the Pope's palace with a certain sadness and anticipation. Only an old man wearing a white robe and a white bowler hat was sitting on the main seat of the Pope's palace, looking down at the video in his hands. After a long time, there was another quiet sigh. Dragon Nation. The Zhuge family. Brother, something big has happened. A middle-aged man rushed into Zhuge Keiji's study in a panic. What's the big deal? Zhuge Keshue looked up at his brother Zhuge Jingshan and asked with a calm face. During this period of time, he had exorcised all the curses from his body, and his cultivation had been completely restored. The middle stage of the Tongyi. Not only that. After this incident, his comprehension of the Tao seemed to have become much more profound, and he seemed to be only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of Tongyi. Brother, go check the news, it's all over the internet now. Zhuge Jingshan gasped deeply, his face bearing a strong shock. Subsequently, he took out his own cell phone, opened the interface to the extranet, and handed it to Zhuge Kecho. When Zhuge Kecho saw the video on the extranet, especially the familiar figure on the screen, shock immediately appeared on his obese face. This is Daoist Zhen? 113. Chapter 110. All parties shook. This is Daoist Zhen? Zhuge scribe muttered. Although the picture wasn't taken very clearly, he could vaguely recognize the man's appearance. That's right. It's definitely Daoist Zheng, although I can't see his face clearly. He's wearing a Daoist robe. And I'm afraid that the only person in the world today who can have such lightning cultivation is Daoist Zheng Xian. At these words, Zhuge Keshue opened his mouth, but he did not speak for a long time. His heart turned over in his mind, and it was hard to calm it down for a long time. Ryoko. It was only then that Zhuge Keshue sighed and said, it's only been less than half a month since then, and fellow Daoist Zheng Xian has actually done something so great. Overthrowing the Rococo shrine. Even as strong as Zhuge scribe, he felt a deep shock. It is important to realize that behind the Rococo shrine stands the #1 yin and yang master in the East, Taro Matsuda. This person was very strong, even late-stage Tongyi cultivators were not his match. And it's said that the Rococo shrine also enshrines some spooky ghosts and gods that are very tricky to deal with. But now what? Not only was the Rococo shrine destroyed, but even those demons and gods enshrined in the shrine died under that man's sword. This news would definitely cause an uproar if it was spread back to the cultivation world. One person alone fights yin-yang masters, style gods, and ghosts and gods. This kind of power is already beyond the ordinary, and it can be called thrilling. Hey! Zhuge Keshue shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. This era, after all, belongs to the young. In the meantime, Imperial Capital. The headquarters of the Special Branch. At this moment, a group of high-level executives gathered together. They were discussing about the destruction of the Rococo shrine in the east. Among these people, one of Zhang Xian's old acquaintances was among them. Li Hongtai. One of the higher-ups of the Imperial Special Forces. Gentlemen, the news we received just now is that the Eastern Rococo shrine has indeed been exterminated. A middle-aged man said seriously. This man was the head of the Special Weapons Bureau, Yang Yi. At the same time, he was also an S-ranked Earth System psychic. Hearing his voice, everyone couldn't help but frown, clearly surprised by the result. After all, the Rococo Shrine is extremely powerful. Just one style god alone was enough to make people scared, and even a B-class alien was no match for it. But now what? It's actually been overwritten? Moreover, judging from the video, that person seemed to be a Dao cultivator from the Dragon Kingdom, and his strength was still very terrifying. This made the crowd a bit confused about the other side. After all, as far as they knew, there didn't seem to be any cultivators with this kind of strength among the Dragon Kingdom. Have you investigated the identity of this person? At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking rather elegant asked. He was the deputy of the 1 man and 4 deputies of the Special Weapons Bureau, Zhao Mingda, a PK-class alien. According to the tip-off, this person's surname is Zhang. Yang Yi murmured. Last name is Chang? At those words, the crowd first froze for a moment, followed by a thoughtful look. Could it be the one from the Heavenly Master's mansion? Someone guessed. The Heavenly Master's mansion was one of the topmost sects in the Dragon Kingdom, with an incomparably strong heritage. In their opinion, the only one who could destroy the Eastern Rococo Shrine was the Heavenly Master himself, and only the Heavenly Master's house could produce such a monster. It should be him. But why would the Heavenly Masters do that? Is there some kind of grudge between them and the Rococo Shrine? Who knows, maybe there's a grudge. Someone said in disbelief. For them, the Rococo Shrine was destroyed just like that, and they were happy to see the scene. After all, between the Dragon Kingdom and Eastern Japan, there had always been a hostile relationship, and friction between them was even more frequent. Between the people's conversations, Yang Yi spoke again. In addition, I've received news that the East Ing officials have issued a bounty for this person on top of the darknet, and the price is $1 billion. $1 billion? After hearing this, the entire office instantly fell silent. End of chapter. Chapter 111. Chapter 111 Li Hongtai's shock, wind and clouds gather in Magic City. Chapter 111 Li Hongtai's shock, wind and clouds gather in Magic City. It seems that the East Ing officials are truly enraged this time, to the extent that they are willing to spend such a huge amount of wealth just to hunt down and kill one person. Someone exclaimed. $1 billion. Not to mention for ordinary people, even for them, the exalted, it was a sum of temptation that could not be refused. Not to mention those foreign cultivators. More than that. As far as I know, it wasn't just the Rococo Shrine and also the family that was exterminated, but the 4 major shrines, as well as the 6 major Yin and Yang families in the East. Do you think the official East Ing cannot be angry? Speaking here, Yang Yi rubbed his brow and said with a bit of a headache. This statement was made. Once again, a dead silence fell over the conference room. The 4 major shrines of Eastern Japan, including the 6 major Yin and Yang families, were all exterminated? Yang Yi heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Get ready, for the next period of time, the Dragon Kingdom will have to be lively. Bureau Yang, say. Who the hell is that person? Li Hongtai suddenly questioned. The rest of the group looked at him curiously, as if waiting for an answer. I only know his name is Zhang Xian. The rest of the information is also poorly known. Where exactly did this cultivation come from and what is the connection between him and the Heavenly Master's house? All of these are still under investigation. Wow! The entire conference room exploded at these words. How is that possible? You know that the special branch is an official force, and now they can't even investigate a person's information? Unlike the shock of the crowd, Li Hongtai's pupils suddenly shrunk the moment he heard that it was Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian? Could it be him? At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him that the person he had met earlier when he was in the magic capital seemed to be named Zhang Xian. It won't. They shouldn't be the same person. There's no such thing as coincidence in this world. Li Hongtai kept persuading himself in his mind, but his face became grave. Speaking of which, Deputy Director Li should know the other party. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke up. At those words, Li Hongtai trembled. Oh? Could it be that this person has some other connection with Deputy Director Li? A middle-aged man said as he looked at Li Hongtai with a smirk. Deputy Director Li is not interesting enough to know such a powerful person, and not even tell the brothers. Yeah. It's too much. That's right. In an instant, all eyes fell on Li Hongtai and snickered. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, The corners of Li Hongtai's mouth couldn't help but twitch viciously a few times. I know him? But pull back. Chen, bring the stuff in. Suddenly, Yang Yi said in a deep voice. Immediately afterward, a woman in uniform pushed her way in, clutching a stack of information folders. Let's all take a look. The crowd got the information and looked down and flipped through it. Soon, the face gradually changed. Deputy Li, that's where you're wrong. Yes. Such a powerful existence, not only do you not reuse it, you even offend the other party. Ugh. Chapter 111. Chapter 111 Li Hongtai's shock. Wind and clouds gather in Magic City. A group of people were accusing Li Hongtai, and their tone appeared to be complaining. Obviously, they had all learned from the information that there had been a conflict between Li Hongtai and Zhang Xian. After hearing their words, Li Hongtai's face was alternating green and red for a while, suffocating to the extreme. Humph. Did I not do the right thing? Li Hongtai retorted with a cold snort, since there are no longer any paranormal incidents in the Magic City, what is wrong with me transferring him to the Imperial City? But the other party, relying on the fact that he has a few strengths, is so unself-conscious, simply arrogant to the extreme. Such a maniac will only invite more trouble if he continues to stay in the special branch. Li Hongtai drank with righteous indignation. That's not true. This person Zhang Xian has not only solved many thorny matters for the Devil's capital, but even the S-ranked Ghost King's cave was pacified by him. In my opinion, it's because Zhang Xian rejected your decision, that's why Deputy Director Li deliberately targeted him. After all, Deputy Director Li has now become the Deputy Director of the Specialized Bureau with great power, so if you get Zhang Xian to come to the Imperial capital, it would definitely be a good thing for you. Someone spoke up. Nonsense. Li Hongtai coldly grunted. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, Deputy Director Li knows best in his own heart. You. Words. With an angry look on his face, Li Hongtai argued with the middle-aged man. And just then, a youth walked into the conference room and whispered a few words in Yang Yi's ear, and the latter immediately changed his face slightly. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses also noticed his abnormality at that moment and opened his mouth to inquire. Bureau Yang, what happened? The rest of them also turned their heads and stared at Yang Yi curiously. Yang Yi took a deep breath and slowly spoke, something's wrong. I just received news that the 9th on the dark ranking, Bloody Hands, is leading members of his mercenary corps and is heading in the direction of the Magic Capital. There's also Psycheus from the Pretty Country, Andre from the Vatican, and Samuel from the Celestial Kingdom, all of whom are also heading toward the Dragon Kingdom. There's only one person they're traveling for, and that's to assassinate Zhang Xian. Hear this. All the people's faces sank. The Dark List, that was an assassin ranking released by the Pretty Country, and those who could make it to the list were either at a rank or even stronger, or had assassinated a ranked psychics. The 9th-ranked Bloodhand, on the other hand, is a top assassin from a certain European country, and the mercenary team under his command is incredibly strong. It was rumored that they had once assassinated several later-ranked psychics, including later-ranked ones. Dispatch manpower to the Magic Capital, make sure they don't affect the lives of ordinary people. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he opened his mouth to give orders. Yes. The young man hurriedly exited the conference room. Only a group of executives were left behind, you looking at me and I looking at you, looking at each other. What about this Zhang Xian? Someone suddenly said. Put it aside and leave him alone for now. Yang Yi waved his hand and said. Since he was able to overthrow the hexagonal shrine, his strength is naturally extraordinary, we just need to ensure that these people don't affect the operation of the Magic Capital. And half a day after that, the Magic City can be a stormy place. 6 hours ago, the Bloodhand mercenary group was the first to arrive in Mordor. Subsequently, the Vatican, the Celestial Kingdom, and others also came to the Dragon Kingdom's territory one after another. Not only them, but also some people who wanted to see what was going on followed. A killing game against Zhang Xian quietly descended. However, Zhang Xian was unaware of all this. At this point, he was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his eyes closed tightly as he fell into a state of cultivation. Though he was unaware of all the things that were happening in the outside world. Even if he knew, he was not afraid. P.S. 2 more today, please recommend. Please ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. 115. Chapter 112. A warning from the Specialized Bureau, only entering the Killing Bureau. Chapter 112, Warning from the Specialized Bureau, only to enter the Killing Bureau. Wrong number of chapters, should be chapter 112, don't pay attention to it haha. Late afternoon. The setting sun shone down and enveloped the land of Mordor. Ding! Suddenly, Zhang Xian's cell phone gently vibrated, picking it up to see that it turned out to be a message from Zhuge Keshue. The message said something about what had happened in the Dragon Kingdom's cultivation world after he had overthrown the sixth shrine, as well as the fact that assassins from various countries had already traveled to the magic capital, ready to assassinate him and collect the official bounty from the east. Zhuge Kenshu told him not to worry, he had already taken Zhuge Jingshan to rush to the magic city and would soon arrive. After reading it, Zhang Xian replied to him with a sentence that he knew, and then put down his cell phone, his eyes flickering with a refined aura. The Dark List? Killer? Oh. Just a bunch of clowns. Ding. Ding. This was followed by several more messages. This time it was Uncle Huangjiu, as well as Tang Long and Daoist Tangyun who had sent the message. Without exception, all of them were reminding him to be careful. After all, these people are very tricky. Zhang Xian replied to this one by one, stating that he was already aware of it and would be more careful. The other side. Somewhere in the magic city. At this moment, only a group of people dressed in black were seen standing on the grassy land, waiting in silence. Each of them had a cold face and exuded an aura of solemnity. At the head of the group was none other than the stout, burly man. He was Carson Hoffman, the leader of the Bloodhand mercenaries and a PK-class alien Carson Hoffman. And not far away from the surrounding area, a large group of figures appeared separately. All of them were assassins on the Dark List or top psychics from all over the world. What does Rukoku mean by this? Suddenly, Carson Hoffman frowned and looked at a middle-aged man not far in front of him and said in a deep voice. That middle-aged man was none other than the Deputy Bureau of the Imperial Capital's Specialized Bureau, Zhao Mingde. At those words, Zhao Mingde's face was a bit gloomy. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Even he wouldn't dare to be careless with the bloody hand that ranked 9th on the Dark List. He turned slightly to the side, his eyes scanning the area through the darkness shrouding the barren grass, as if examining the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and his voice was low and steady. The SD has nothing else to say, just wanted to warn you. But whatever purpose you have this time, you shall not strike inside the city. What if we have to do it? At this moment, an old man slowly walked out from behind a huge rock. He was dressed in a gray robe, with a mahogany walking stick in his right hand, and dragging a dark, hideous stone statue in his left. At this moment, although the tone of the old man's speech was flat, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. After hearing this, Zhao Mingde's face flinched, and gusts of cold light erupted from his pupils. Kuketsu, the fifth elder of the Black Witch cult, Ulfer. Humph. If you dare to make a move in the city, then the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs will dare to suppress you on the spot. When you come here to the Dragon Kingdom, you have to abide by the rules of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Mingde snorted coldly as a powerful aura surged out from his body. As the number 2 person of the special branch, he was naturally qualified to say such things. This time, he wasn't the only one who came to Mordor, and he was accompanied by a group of top executives from the Special Weapons Bureau. There were a full 11 A-class psychics. So that's why he dared to say that. Hearing this, the eyelids of everyone present jumped, and scorn welled up in their eyes. The air around him seemed to grow heavier all of a sudden because of what he said. The crowd tensed up, and there was only silence between them. It was only after a long time that someone slowly spoke, "Don't worry, we won't make a move in the Magic City district. That would be best." Zhao Mingde said with a cold snort once again. After saying that, his entire body disappeared into thin air. Yet the crowd still sensed that he was hiding in the shadows, staring at them with deadly intensity. 115. Chapter 112. A warning from the Specialized Bureau, only entering the Killing Bureau. Carson Hoffman's gaze glanced at one of the men next to him, and the other man had the good sense to head toward the Magic City district. Since they couldn't do it in the city, they would find a way to lure Zhang Xian out. He wasn't the only one, there were quite a few others who had followed suit and left, apparently having reached a consensus. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xian sat in his room, and the bustle and hustle outside the window seemed to have nothing to do with him. The only sound in the quiet space was the faint sound of his breathing and the ticking of the clock interlaced with echoes. Suddenly, just seeing his thoughts, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile if anything. Is it finally here? His voice was as low as the night was thick, as if he was talking to some force in the darkness. A deep glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. That's quite prudent. Within hundreds of meters of his perception, there were at least 7 or 8 of the exalted in ambush. It looked as if it was coming for him. Zhang Xian shook his head slightly, a touch of sarcasm spreading at the corner of his mouth. Trying to lure yourself out? Well then, I'll fulfill you. Having said that, his eyes were as cold as a sword, and he directly stood up from the sofa, his figure instantly disappearing into the room. No good. He sensed us. Worthy of being the strongest person who overthrew the Rococo shrine. Since he's out, let's retreat first and lure him over to the suburbs. Several voices came out of the darkness. In the next second, they all disappeared towards the distance. Zhang Xian followed closely behind them, his speed not too tight and not too slow, as if he was strolling. Shoo! A few people soon appeared on the outskirts of the city. Coming! Carson Hoffman lifted his head and gazed into the distant sky. The rest of the group turned their heads to look as well. Only Zhang Xian could be seen taking leisurely steps, slowly traveling through the air from afar, treading extremely steadily with each step. He's finally here. Carson Hoffman's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a bloodthirsty arc. One moment. Everyone present looked at Zhang Xian with incomparable fervor in their gazes, as if they were viewing some sort of treasure. Nope. Zhang Xian was a treasure at the moment. $1 billion mega treasure. All they needed to do was kill him and bring his body to the east, and they would receive an unbelievably generous bounty. One thought. Their eyes all flashed with a greedy, excited essence, and even their breathing became rapid. Ha! That's quite a crowd. Zhang Xian stood in mid-air and let out a light laugh, looking at the crowd with a playful expression. Trying to kill me and collect $1 billion bounty? That depends on whether you have the life to take it. Speaking of the end. His voice was filled with endless coldness, like a sharp blade that cut through the surrounding silence. GGG. Who wouldn't want the $1 billion? Kid, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant, actually offending the official East Japan. You're really asking for death. Ulfer licked his dry lips. Cut the crap. Whoever kills him first, the reward will be his. Carson Hoffman took the lead and blasted out a fist at Zhang Xian. Rumble. The void in front of his fist instantly distorted, forming ripples visible to the naked eye that spread out like ripples. Only the gold element was continuously mobilized by him, forming a terrifying storm that swept over. The rest of them, however, took the opportunity to attack towards Zhang Xian, each of them performing their own stunts, spreading out and going berserk. They all wanted to compete for the credit of being the first to behead Zhang Xian. End of chapter. 116, Chapter 113 Head Surrender? It's just a sideshow. Chapter 113, Buckwheat Magic? It's just a side trick. Seek death. Zhang Xian snorted coldly, his voice like rolling thunder, forcing it straight into all directions, instantly condensing the surrounding atmosphere into an invisible pressure. Only Carson Hoffman's fist arced through the air, emitting a metallic glow. Boom! In that moment, there was a loud sound like a rip in the air. Carson Hoffman's fist was like a meteor that had been detonated, instantly releasing a dazzling golden light, as if a round of radiant sun had suddenly risen, illuminating the surrounding sky. That golden light intertwined into a huge vortex in front of his fist, spinning and twisting like a dormant beast ready to devour everything in an instant. Zhang Xian's gaze condensed slightly, his dark eyes as deep as the night sky, flickering with a cold light. Zip, zip, zip. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed to come from the heavens, the power that had been latent within Zhang Xian's body for a long time suddenly awakened, sweeping out like a raging wind and rain. His hands were slightly raised, and a dazzling light quietly condensed in his palms, as if he wanted to light up the entire heaven and earth. Wisps of radiant and eye-catching lightning arcs surrounded Zhang Xian's body as if they were nimble snakes, flickering with a mesmerizing blue light as they emitted bursts of low yet high-pitched thunderous sounds. The thunder light kept jumping, like a roaring dragon, twisting and turning in the air, agitating the invisible air currents and bringing about a burst of shocking fluctuations. That kind of power, as if it could tear apart the heavens, made people unconsciously hold their breath, and the beating of their hearts became rapid and uneasy. Die! Carson Hoffman bellowed, his eyes sinister, and the energy gathered in his fists grew stronger and stronger, as if a flame blazing to the extreme was about to bloom. In the meantime, Zhang Xian also took a fierce step out, his arms raised flatly to the sides, and the electric aura between his palms jumped wildly, emitting a crackling sound. Boom! A punch is thrown. The moment. Zhang Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of thunder, carrying a world-destroying might as he rushed forward, and everything that stood in front of him would go up in smoke in an instant, with nothing able to stop him. This was the most terrifying and overbearing power of the Thunder Law, and every move contained a shocking destructive power. Click and clack. The air kept exploding. An ear-piercing friction sound resounded through the void, and Zhang Xian's figure almost transformed into a residual shadow, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he had appeared next to Carson Hoffman and slammed his fist down. "It's fast as lightning." Carson Hoffman's pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. Then he felt an overwhelmingly strong wind coming at him, making his body's chills stand up, and his sweaty hairs all stood on end. Danger! He sensed a deadly crisis. Without even thinking, Carson Hoffman stomped his foot hard on the ground, a strong stream of alien energy surging out from all parts of his body, converging in his right fist to meet Zhang Xian's strike. Bang! Fists clashed like muffled thunder exploding. The air exploded. An airwave visible to the naked eye, like ripples, spread in all directions. Click! Carson Hoffman's body trembled violently, his bones made a cracking sound, and his incredibly rigid right fist was actually broken alive. Blood is dripping. He let out a muffled grunt and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Pust! Carson Hoffman spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, his face as white as paper, his body convulsing as if struck by lightning. Jingle bells! And just then, an eerie bell suddenly came. Only the bell on the walking stick in Ulfer's hand suddenly rang an eerie bell, as if it could mesmerize people. Next, a layer of light green energy ripples centered on it and quickly spread in all directions. Wherever they passed, the grass and trees withered, and the dose withered, leaving not even a trace of life. GGG. 116, Chapter 113 Head Surrender? It's just a side channel. None of you can do it, it's better to look at the old man. Ulfer let out a strange laugh, the dark ghostly flames within his eyes constantly pulsing, appearing even more hideous and terrifying. His dried fingers waved a few times, and a wisp of illusory air appeared in his palm. This is Zhang Xian's aura. Ulfer then struck the wisp of breath into the hideous stone statue in his hand, and the bell swung steeply. As if the hideous stone statue possessed spirituality, a burst of green light emerged from its eyes. Immediately after, Zhang Xian's body was slightly stunned. Along with the ringing of that weird bell, an invisible force surged like a tidal wave, as if the air in all directions had become thick and oppressive at that instant, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. His eyes sharpened in an instant, both of them narrowing slightly. Descending head magic? Just by your mere sidekick, you dare to put down the poor Daoist's subdued head? Seek death. Zhang Xian lightly shouted as his body was covered in thunderous light, as if a thunder god had descended. The next moment, only to hear a click sound. A long, thin lightning arc shot out from Zhang Xian's fingertips, cracking the air inch by inch wherever it passed along the way. Boo! The lightning arc blasted above the stone statue with unerring precision. Ow! A mournful howl rang out abruptly, and the stone statue went up in smoke in an instant. How is this possible? Ulfer immediately stared at Zhang Xian with wide eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this magic weapon he was manipulating had turned into nothingness in an instant, not even a trace of a residual shadow remained. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time seemed to stand still for the moment. An unspeakable fear welled up in Ulfer's heart. His gaze wandered over Zhang Xian's body, witnessing that the other party was wrapped in dazzling lightning light, like a deity descending from the sky. Escape! The moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly turned around and fled. Just a moment before he turned around, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, sweeping over in a devastating manner. Snort! The air smelled burnt, as if everything was burning and all life was going up in smoke at the moment. No good. Ulfer's pupils shrunk violently, sensing a crisis so strong that it was extreme, and immediately mobilized all of his strength for defense. Rumble! There was a loud rattling sound. The momentum of thunder seemed to be endless, vast and surging, as countless channels of thick thunder raged around Ulfer, enveloping him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Ulfer was covered in black, scorched black, his body constantly twitching, the corners of his mouth overflowing with thick green blood, and he was completely lifeless on the spot. One hit kills. Hiss. In the distance, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. So strong. With just one move, he killed the ferocious Ulfer. It's unbelievable. Zhang Xian slowly withdrew his fingers, looked at them with an icy gaze, and said, "Next. It's your turn. Die. P.S. Aha. The chapter 1 just updated seems to have been reviewed. Luckily I was able to edit it over in time using my computer. Seems like the number of chapters was also misspelled. It's been corrected. I don't know if the system has refreshed it or not." End of chapter. Chapter 117. Chapter 114. The Heavenly Master's House Comes, Werewolf Bloodline. Chapter 114. The Heavenly Master's House Comes, Werewolf Bloodline. Arrogant words. The numerous exalts became furious, and they all grabbed their weapons and started attacking Zhang Xian frantically. Humph. Zhang Xian's eyes revealed killing intent as his right arm was raised, and lightning light surrounded his entire body. He was like a god, looking out of the corner of his eye, and when he raised his hand, thunder rolled. Snap, snap, snap. He strides through the void. Every time he stepped out, the air burst open, shaking out circle after circle of thunder arcs, carrying a terrifying might. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf whistle shook the sky. Only to see an alien in the crowd with red eyes, veins rippling on his forehead, and his skin taking on a bizarre deep black color. In the meantime, his originally ordinary appearance also changed, and in an instant, he turned into a werewolf-like appearance, looking very scary. This person was Andre from the Vatican, one of the elders of the werewolf family, a PK class shifter. The strength of the lycanthrope family could be imagined to be terrifying when they could thrive under the Vatican, where the Holy See ruled. Andre's aura climbed up and eventually reached its peak, his muscles bulging as if they were poured out of steel. "I'm going to tear you apart." Andre roared as he charged towards Zhang Xian. Rumble. Andre was incredibly fast, like the wind, carrying a terrifying might and biting wind to pounce. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sudden ripping sound in the air. After transforming into a werewolf, Andre's hands transformed into razor-sharp claws that tore through the air like lightning. His claw marks drew a bizarre trajectory in midair, as if they were sharp blades in the dark night, carrying a bone-piercing coldness and lurid killing intent as they viciously grabbed at Zhang Xian. Each claw mark seemed to have a spiritual nature, accompanied by a low and furious roar that carried unrivaled power as it came straight at Zhang Xian. The claw marks cut through the void, seemingly distorting even the surrounding light. The temperature in the air plummeted, and the tension was almost suffocating. Moonlight werewolves. Worthy of being one of the elders of the Ander family, this strength is truly terrifying. Not far. When Zhao Mingde, who was standing on the barren mountain, saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk and a grave expression appeared on his face. Even he wasn't sure that he would be able to come out unscathed under Andre, who had completed his wolf humanization. Zhang Xian is in danger. And standing behind Zhao Mingde were a group of members of the Special Specialization Bureau. When they saw the scene, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. It was fortunate that they hadn't been allowed to make a move in the city, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With such terrifying battle fluctuations, no matter what building it was, it would be destroyed in an instant. The other side. The two brothers Zhuge scribes stood watching from a distance. The werewolf family. Zhuge Kishue's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes flashed with a strong color of scorn, and he muttered. "Big brother, are we going to make a move? If this continues any longer, I'm worried that fellow Daoist Zhan won't be able to hold out." Zhuge Jingshan's brows were filled with worry. "Wait a little longer." Zhuge scribe calmly said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang's strength isn't as weak as you think. Not to mention that there are people over at who are secretly watching." After he finished speaking, his gaze looked not far away, and a group of figures in Daoist robes could be vaguely seen. Zhuge Jinrui nodded. Although he was worried, his own big brother wasn't in a hurry, so there was even less need for him to be anxious. Just as the two of them were talking, the werewolf that Andre had transformed into had already approached Zhang Xian. At this moment, Andre's eyes were red, exuding a bloodthirsty hostility, and his hideous fangs were exposed, making him look ferocious. Especially where his limbs and neck were wrapped in hard fur, he didn't look like a human at all. At this moment, his claws were sharp and shining with a cold aura. Go to hell. Chapter 117. Chapter 114. The Heavenly Master's Mansion Comes, Werewolf Bloodline. Andre roared as both of his claws swung out violently, slamming viciously towards Zhang Xian's chest. Huff and puff. His speed was incredibly fast, and he approached Zhang Xian in the blink of an eye. Boo! Only a loud noise was heard. Next, an unbelievable scene took place. Zhang Xian fiercely blasted out his fist, countless streaks of lightning wrapped around his fist, crackling and emanating a soul-stirring aura. A strong force shot out from his fist and slammed into Andre's sharp claws. Put! In a flash, Andre's claws shattered in response and blood splattered. Misery screamed. The entire figure flew out directly. A sharp pain hit Andre as his sharp claws were broken. The technique he cultivates is really the Five Thunders orthodox technique. How is this possible? Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a red Dao robe lost his voice and exclaimed. This middle-aged man was tall and thin, with sword brows and starry eyes, and his eyes revealed the light of wisdom. And behind him stood several youths. Among them was Zhao Feiyu's figure. Master, I didn't lie to you, did I? It's really the Five Thunders orthodox technique, and he also knows the pure golden light incantation, he just hasn't cast it yet. Zhao Feiyu said excitedly. After he had returned to the Heavenly Master's palace from Linen some time ago, he had reported the matter about Zhang Xian at the first opportunity. And during these days, the Heavenly Master's mansion had also secretly investigated Zhang Xian's bottom line, only to come up with only one result. That is, the other party's ancestors and the Heavenly Master's house do not have any connection. However, the fact that Zhang Xian knew the Tao of the Heavenly Master's house was not false. This caused the Heavenly Master to wonder a bit where Zhang Xian had gotten this cultivation in Dao. Is it possible that you really learned it out of thin air? Master, should we step in and give him a hand? Zhao Feiyu opened his mouth and asked. Upon hearing this, Daoist Master Chong Guang pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, let's take a look first. If necessary, bail him out in the name of the Heavenly Master. Yes. Roar. Andre forced himself to hold back the pain and let out a long cry to the sky. In an instant, an extremely strong energy fluctuation erupted within him. Circle after circle of black ripples spread out from beneath his feet, shaking the surrounding grass and trees as they swayed wildly. The werewolf family is different from other shifters in that their own power relies entirely on family bloodline inheritance. They are said to be one of the purest descendants of the Leakin patriarchs, with the blessing of the wolf god. Under the urging of his bloodline, his blood became hotter and hotter, like magma boiling. And his strength followed suit, his originally broken hands instantly restored as before. Ka-ching! The ground under his feet cracked inch by inch. Ow! Next! Only a huge wolf head silhouette emerged behind him, his mouth opened and closed, and a mournful roar was emitted. Buzz! A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye swept over the surrounding grass and trees, which went up in smoke in an instant. Andre is going to get real. Everyone join hands, or else the $1 billion will be his. A dark-skinned old man with a beard shouted lowly. He was the protector elder, Samuel, from the greatest power in Tianju, the Great Black Sky Sect. Shasta. Everyone present took out their weapons in unison and charged forward in a brainstorm. For a time, all sorts of attacks surged towards Zhang Xian in an overwhelming manner. End of chapter. 118. Chapter 115. God of Storms, Rudra, turning his palm to destroy the gods. Chapter 115, God of Storms, Rudra, turning his palm to destroy the gods. Humph. Looking at the swarming enemies, Zhang Xian let out a cold smile as he slammed out his palms. Rumble. The wind was in the air. The gale was raging. Endless thunder exploded in Zhang Xian's palm. As a series of thunderclaps resounded all around, endless electric light shrouded the 8 directions as if it was a blooming thunder, brilliant and dazzling. Under the gaze of countless people. Only to see Zhang Xian's palms fluttering, a wave of lightning coalescing around his arms as if an electric snake was encircling them. Bang bang bang. Immediately after. With a deafening explosion, all the attacks seemed to pour in like a tidal wave, pouncing towards Zhang Xian in an overwhelming manner. Blades that flashed with cold light, fists wrapped in black aura, and fireballs that emitted a low growl came at him without mercy. Zhang Xian's eyes twinkled like stars, his face indifferent and unafraid. Boom! As his palms came together again, thunder gathered in the center of his palms like a star about to explode. The suffocating electric light flickered at his fingertips, as if it contained all the might in the world and was filled with terrifying power to the extreme. The air around them seemed to have thickened due to this energy, and in a flash of electricity, Zhang Xian's figure drew up in an instant, as if a god of thunder had descended. Go! As he let out a low shout, his palms fiercely pushed forward, instantly releasing endless lightning. As if an awakened beast, the thunder and lightning transformed into a brilliant pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the intense shockwave swept out as if it were a flood, and the violent electric current danced wildly in the air, tearing the surrounding space. A scream followed. One alien after another flew backwards, spitting blood from their mouths, when now dead. One should know that they could all be B-ranked, or even A-ranked powerhouses. However, in front of Zhang Xian, he was unable to even offer a hint of resistance. This difference in strength was too much. No good. Samuel's pupils shrunk, and he felt a death crisis in his heart for no reason. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He then violently bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Instantly, a strange energy erupted from his body. Buzz! A low humming sound rang out, and the likeness of a deity suddenly appeared behind Samuel. It has 2 horns on its head, 4 arms on its back, 3 faces, and sits with its legs in a cross-legged position, surrounded by elephants, tigers, buffaloes, rhinoceroses, and other beasts. At this point, its eyes were half open and half closed, revealing an air of disdain, as if all things were submissive. It is clearly the deity in charge of the Vedic storms, in the mythology of the celestial Buddha, the Rudra. Roar! With a low growl from the beast beside him, that deity violently opened its eyes, and 2 bloody auras shot out from its scarlet pupils, illuminating the entire sky. In the meantime, Samuel's entire body emitted a monstrous ferocious aura, as if an ancient ferocious demon had revived, causing heaven and earth to change color. It was like a flood beast that had just broken free from its cage, bringing an incomparably huge sense of oppression and destructive threat to the crowd. Samuel's eyes were icy cold as he stared at Zhang Xian dead in the face. Die! As Samuel's angry roar fell, the deity behind him followed suit and raised his right hand, slapping it out. At that moment, the wind was howling and the space collapsed. The heavens and earth seemed to be out of balance, and the entire space trembled violently. Bang, bang, bang. Wisps of sonic booms, visible to the naked eye, burst out from the deity's palm, leaving a fine ripple in the air. This strike was enough to bring down a lofty mountain and destroy everything. Storm God? Only Zhang Xian's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly recognized the identity of the other party. How dare you use the gods of Tianzhu to kill the cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom? Ridiculous. Spirits? In the eyes of the poor Daoist, gods and spirits can also be slaughtered. Zhang Xian let out a cold snort, and his palms violently lunged forward. In a flash, the thunder and lightning in his palm converged into a ball, spreading outward like a sea of thunder. Rumble. 118. Chapter 115. God of Storms, Rudra, turning his palm to destroy the gods. A shocking loud noise spread across the 9 heavens, shaking the 8 directions. Endless thunder, like 1,000 armies, surged and surged, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and greeted towards the deity. Shasta. The 2 forces ruthlessly collided together, detonating the air and setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. Endless power swept in all directions, and wherever it passed through, trees snapped and rocks flew, as if the end was coming. Poof! Under the aftershock. Only to see Samuel spew out a mouthful of blood mist, his body flew backwards and smashed heavily dozens of meters away. Ahem! You! Samuel stood up with difficulty, his eyes filled with horror and shock as he looked at Zhang Xian. Your reliance should be this deity's shadow, right? Speaking. Zhang Xian slowly raised his head and looked at Samuel, his tone indifferent, but unfortunately, in front of the poor Daoist, it's ultimately unbearable. You! At those words, Samuel became furious. How dare you insult the great storm god? The gods will never let you go. Noisy! Zhang Xian's lips flicked up as he drank coldly. Gods? Just now the poor Tao said, even if the gods can be slaughtered. The words fell. He waved his sleeve violently, and a fierce wind rained down, covering the sky. A majestic and vast true essence power, mixed with endless lightning and destructive power, crazily filled the midair. In an instant, furious lightning once again surfaced between his palms. Crackle! Zip, zip, zip. The berserk lightning raged wildly. A massive hand condensed from endless thunder violently probed into the clouds. Swish! The large hand stretched out and covered half the sky, completely obscuring the dusk sun. In the next second, the big hand slapped down blatantly. No good. Samuel's pupils contracted violently, his face changed drastically, and he hastily activated his deity's shadow in an attempt to try to resist. However, Zhang Xian had already locked onto his aura long ago, and there was simply no way to avoid that large, heavenly hand as it ruthlessly slapped down. Boo! Only a muffled sound was heard. The large hand that was gathered from endless thunder then slapped heavily on the body of the god of storms, the Rudra. A violent thunder force poured down. At once, the illusory figure exploded. Wah! Samel spat out a large mouthful of blood once again, a strong look of fear on his face. How is this possible? Although this was only an alter ego of the storm god, it contained a part of the other party's power. Originally, he had wanted to rely on this deity shadow to decapitate Zhang Xian. Who would have thought that it would actually be instantly obliterated by Zhang Xian? He actually possesses such terrifying power. Samel was horrified. Escape! One must flee at once. Immediately, without hesitation, Samel turned and ran. But just at that moment, an icy voice rang in his ears. Go what? Don't you want the $1 billion bounty? Immediately after that, another violent thunder force came from the void behind him. Ah! No! Samel was scared to death and screamed. Boom! There was a loud bang. His body directly exploded, turning into a rain of broken bones and blood. End of chapter. Chapter 119.116 Total Extinction. The Excitement of Daoist Master Chongguang. Chapter 116 Total Extinction. The Excitement of Daoist Master Chongguang. This. Samel. Just got killed? The people from the Special Affairs Bureau who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but shiver all over. Samel was the protector elder of the Great Black Sky sect, and was even a follower of the God of Storms, a powerhouse of the late passage stage. The strength was at least comparable to that of a PK-class alien. As a result, it was so easily decimated? They can't be eyeballing it. Hiss. The crowd took in a deep breath of cool air as they looked at Zhang Xian with scorn in their eyes. So strong. No wonder he was able to overthrow the Rococo Shrine, and even a group of Eastern and Yin-Yang master clans were no match for him. After this incident, the Darknet is going to make waves again. As Zhao Mingde spoke, he looked towards Zhang Xian, who was standing in midair, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Andre, who can transform into a werewolf. Samel, the elder of the Great Black Sky cult. Carson Hoffman, the Bloody Hand. And Ulfer, who specializes in head-subduing techniques. All four of these people were extremely strong, each of them was a first-rate A-class powerhouse. However, they had no chance to resist under Zhang Xian, and all of them died, their corpses and bones gone. I'm afraid this matter would cause a huge stir if it were to reach the dark net. Shoo! And at that point, only to see Zhang Xian strike again. His target this time was clearly the remaining Xenos. Since they had traveled thousands of miles to come to the Magic City, Zhang Xian, as the landlord, naturally had to do his best as a landlord. Just ask them to sleep here often. Zhang Xian's gaze was icy cold, and the electricity flashed between his palms, resembling thunder raging down towards the nearest few aberrants. Rumble! The electric snakes danced wildly, and their power was horrifying. For a moment, it was as if the entire sky trembled with it. Lightning jumped in Zhang Xian's palm, emitting ear-piercing crackling sounds, and the intense electric light illuminated the surroundings, reflecting the terrified and pale faces. The air smelled burnt, and it seemed that even time was distorted by the urgency of the moment. No good. One of the Exalted's face suddenly changed, as if surrounded by invisible fear in an instant. Run! Everybody run! Accompanied by the screams of another alien. The others finally came back to their senses and turned around, trying to escape the place. However, Zhang Xian's eyes were cold and merciless, as if they were blades cutting through the dark night, and did not intend to give them any chance to escape. Rumble! Between the flashes of electricity, the thunder-like attack slashed down as if it was the wrath of the heavenly god, enveloping everything in front of him in endless light. Instantly, the air around them was shaken and distorted, as if even space was trembling at Zhang Xian's might. Ah! Those exalts were instantly split into pitch-black charcoal under the shroud of lightning, and a smell of roasting meat immediately permeated the surroundings. In the meantime, this is... Daoist Master Chongguang stared with wide eyes, his pupils shrinking violently in disbelief. As he watched Zhang Xian perform the Five Thunders orthodox method, it was clear that he had already cultivated it to the realm of the out-of-this-world. How is that possible? It is important to know that the Five Thunders is one of the most difficult Taoist practices in the Heavenly Master's house, and very few people are able to practice it to the state of perfection. Even the previous Heavenly Master, who had been called a genius in the beginning, was no exception. Now it's actually being practiced to the point of perfection by a 20-year-old? It's simply mind-boggling. Taoist Master Chongguang had lived for more than 60 years and had never heard of anyone who was able to practice to the extent that they were able to achieve the level of perfection. Chapter 119.116 Total Extinction. The excitement of Daoist Master Chongguang. Genius. This is definitely a true genius of the ages. Daoist Master Chongguang trembled with excitement, his eyes slightly reddening. Even succeeding the Heavenly Master would not be too much to ask if he could be brought into the Heavenly Master's house. In time, even that ghost king sealed in the back of the Heavenly Master's palace was no match for him. Daoist Master Chongguang held back the excitement in his heart as his gaze continued to look in Zhang Xian's direction. The battle isn't over yet, so it's better to wait until it's over for a while before going over. At this point, Zhang Xian was suspended in midair, his Daoist robe fluttering and hunting in the wind. He looked down at the scene before him, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the pile of charcoal and blood at his feet. He then looked at the people not far away, such as Daoist Master Chongguang. Zhang Xian could clearly detect that in that direction, there were some hidden auras that were not considered very strong, just Tongyi realm. The monastic community? What are they doing here? Are they here for his bounty, too? However, among these people, there were a few auras that surprisingly belonged to the same root as him, and it seemed that they should be people from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Swoosh! At that moment, several figures suddenly flashed by. At the head of the group was none other than Zhuge Scribe. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Zhuge Scribe saluted with a clasped fist towards Zhang Xian. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Zhang's cultivation has refined quite a bit from half a month ago, so it seems that the poor Taoist didn't come on this trip in vain. Zhuge Keiji's voice was like a breeze, but it rang in Zhang Xian's ears with a few smiles. Immediately after, Zhang Xian slowly fell, his footsteps light, like a ghostly falling leaf, without making a single sound. Fellow Daoist Zhuge. Zhang Xian arched his hand toward Zhuge Keshui and said, "It's rather troublesome for you to make a special trip. Fellow Daoist Zhang is too polite, since we are friends, it is only natural to help each other." Zhuge Keshui laughed. Aha! Zhang Xian nodded his head, then he looked at the several people next to him and opened his mouth to ask, "Who are these people?" Hello, we're from the special branch headquarters." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingde just wanted to introduce himself. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard Zhang Xian let out a light "oh." To be perfectly honest, he wasn't impressed with the special branch. Especially the headquarters of the special branch. He still remembers very clearly until now, the last time that came from the imperial capital what the top management of the Special Weapons Bureau, seems to be called what Li Hongtai, just tugged like 2.5 million. He even had his chief psychic advisor's authority revoked, so his impression of the Bureau of Extraordinary Weapons was as bad as it could be. Fellow Daoist Zhuge, why don't you sit at the poor Taoist's home for a while first? Good thing too. Please. Zhang Xian nodded slightly and then disappeared with the two Zhuge brothers. Seeing this, Zhao Mingde was slightly stunned. This man is so big, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. A man muttered in a low voice, his tone full of indignation. Humph. It's just because you have some strength. Words. The other woman snorted. There. All of you, stop talking. Zhao Mingde scolded and said. Originally, Zhang Xian was considered to be one of them in the special branch, but unfortunately, it was because of that idiot Li Hongtai. I can't believe I'm living to tell the tale. Otherwise, with Zhang Xian's ability, the number of paranormal incidents that occurred within the Dragon Kingdom could at least be reduced by a large portion. No way. When he went back, he must discuss with the other senior management to see if there were any remedies. Even if it means making him come to his door and apologize. End of chapter. 120. Chapter 117 The Shocking Underworld. Chapter 117 The Shocking Underworld. In the meantime, after the big battle, news of this place quickly made its way to the darknet. In just half an hour's work, the entire underground world was abuzz. All the assassins who came to assassinate Zhang Xian were all dead, and none of them could leave the Magic City alive. The ninth on the dark list, Bloodhand Carson Hoffman. Elder of the werewolf family, Andre. Elder of the Great Black Sky Cult, Samuel. More than a dozen A-class powerhouses died alone. This shocking news exploded like a bomb on the darknet, instantly triggering a furor. It was important to know that an A-class powerhouse was considered a top-notch existence wherever they were. Enough to suppress a party and sustain a family for decades. And now so many are dead? When it's really scary. Hissing. How is this possible? Surprisingly, even the 9th-ranked blood hand on the dark list failed. Then just how terrifying is this Zhang Xian's strength? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's just refreshing my perspective, okay? The dark web. Everyone was frantically discussing it, simply unable to believe this thing in front of them. But when they saw the video taken, the familiar figure appeared in the frame. Just by raising his hand, he unleashed countless bolts of lightning, followed by a punch that killed Carson Hoffman. Immediately after, and then flipped palm destroyed Samuel summoned out of the storm body shadow. The moment. Everyone on the darknet was silent. Terra Nova. Asshole. Asshole. Inside the gloomy room. Only a middle-aged man was seen clenching his fists angrily, his nails piercing into his palms, blood flowing down his fingers, but it did not make him alleviate the anger in his heart at all. And around him, several figures were similarly seated at the end. All of them are the few strongest people left in the Easting martial arts world. Akabane Saito, the very name of that angry middle-aged man. His face looked incredibly pale and tight in the dim light, and his deep eyes showed anger and frustration that he couldn't hide. It was as if the air around him had frozen due to his anger, and even his breathing became heavy, as if the temperature of the anger was rising within this space. Several people in the room looked somber. A burly man, with his brows furrowed, said in a low voice, "So many class powerhouses couldn't kill him, has he really become invincible? Keep increasing the bounty. I just can't believe it, that no one can even deal with this Zhang Xian." The people around them looked at each other with different expressions. The tension in the air was like a tightened string, as if it might collapse at any moment. Eventually, it was another old man who spoke up, breaking the stalemate. "Alas! Remove the bounty. There's no point in going on like this anymore. Even if we increase the reward, what's the point? I'm afraid no one dares to assassinate him anymore." The room fell silent at these words. The other side. At this moment, Zhang Xian was talking with Zhuge Keiji. When he heard that Zhuge Kecho's cultivation was only one step away from the late Tony stage after the bronze armored corpse incident, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Congratulations to fellow Daoist Zhuge. Where? This is also thanks to fellow Daoist Zhang. If it wasn't for you, perhaps poor Taoist would have already fallen into the food of the bronze armored corpses." 120. Chapter 117 Shocking Underworld. Hearing Zhang Xian's congratulations, Zhuge Keshua's chubby face immediately blossomed into a smile, as if the spring sunshine had shone into a cold winter day. His eyes narrowed slightly, all at once, to slits, glittering with delight and gratitude. For him, being able to step into the threshold of the late Tony stage meant that he was about to step onto a higher cultivation peak and become a top powerhouse in the entire cultivation world. Right. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I just saw that people from the Heavenly Master's mansion have also come. They shouldn't miss the opportunity to get to know you. Suddenly, Zhuge Keiji thought of something and opened his mouth to remind him. "Tianqifu well," Zhang Xian recited in his heart without changing his face. Speaking of which, there was quite an affinity between him and the Heavenly Master's house, and he was able to run into the Heavenly Master's house disciples 3 times. Moreover, most of the Dao methods he currently practiced came from the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Thinking about this, Zhang Xian suddenly felt that the world seemed a bit small. The Celestial Master's Mansion has already secured the right to organize this Dao sect conference a few days ago. Immediately after, Zhuge Keshua said in a thunderous voice, "If there are no surprises, you and I should be traveling to the Heavenly Master's Mansion together 4 months from now. I've heard that this time the Heavenly Master's Mansion didn't fight with the Spirit Treasure View in order to get the right to organize it, and even got into a fight more than once." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. For that, he didn't really know. But even knowing that, it wasn't of much interest. Next, Zhang Xian and Zhuge Keshua chatted for another hour or so before saying goodbye and leaving. After he leaves, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged on the sofa, and with nothing to do, he opened his personal attributes. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation, Middle Yuaning. Techniques, 7 Killing Orders of Gods and Ghosts, Full Level, Lightning Thunder Fist, Full Level, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, Perfect, Golden Light Mantra, Full Level, Pure Heart Divine Mantra, Full Level, Tong Tian Talisman, Full Level, Taoist Mantra of the Dead, Full Level, Taoist Talisman Book. Avatar, Eye of Delusion. Magic Treasures, Celestial Master Dharma Seal, Growable, Medium Grade Spiritual Weapon, Jonkue Sword, Lower Grade Spiritual Weapon, Celestial Master's Daoist Robe, Upper Grade Magic Weapon, 100-Year Peachwood Sword, Extreme Grade Magic Weapon, Space Ring, Upper Grade Magic Weapon. Merit Value, 753180. Backpack, 50 Years of Child Urine 1, House Suppressing Talisman 10, High Level Talisman Paper 100, Never Break Underwear 19, 1 Epic Level Lucky Draw, 1 Rare Level Lucky Draw 10, 1 Gongfu Upgrade Card, 1 System 3-Day Discount Card. Not bad. Not bad. Zhang Shen looked at his merit value and nodded in satisfaction. There was no shortage of cultivators among those beheaded tonight. This provided him with quite a bit of merit value. Among them, that descended master, Ulfer, was the big head, providing Zhang Xian with a full 20,000 or so. The stone statue that the other party was manipulating was a trick weapon of uncommon power. There were quite a few grievous spirits raised within it, but they were shattered by Zhang Xian's thunderbolt. Since there are more than enough merit values, it's better to raise your cultivation honestly. Zhang Xian looked at the merit value and said in his heart, the only thing that matters is strength. After all, he had just been offered an official bounty by the East, and the bounty amount was as high as $1 billion, so he should keep a low profile for a while. Who knows if there are any hidden powerhouses in this world? In case it really pissed off the other side, it would be a problem. Zhang Xian thought about it and decided that it was better to live with it for a while. What he didn't realize was that the East Japan side had already withdrawn his bounty. Think about it. Zhang Xian purchased a few bottles of cultivation pills from the system mall, and his merit value shrunk by another 100,000 or so. That's expensive. A bottle of elixir is $40,000 to $50,000. Looking at the shrunken merit value, Zhang Xian could not help but spit out a sentence in his heart. Then, without thinking about it anymore, he opened the bottle and swallowed an elixir. Boom! The elixir landed in his belly and instantly turned into a hot, burning warm current that traveled towards his body. Soon, Zhang Xian felt his body filled with surging and raging medicinal power that swam through his limbs and bones. The 5 Thunderbolts of Justice, refine it for me. End of chapter. 121. Chapter 118. Inviting me to the Heavenly Master's mansion and succeeding to the position of Heavenly Master? Chapter 118. Inviting me to the Heavenly Master's mansion and succeeding to the position of Heavenly Master? Magic City. Special Branch. Inside a conference room. At this moment, only a dozen men and women in black uniforms were present, sitting in front of a round table, looking at the impact images displayed on the screen. Michael Zhao is one of them. Sitting next to him was the head of the Extraordinary Bureau, Yang Yi. This time, in order to ensure the safety of the Magic City, all the top brass of the Special Branch headquarters were deployed. A clear Class A powerhouse. And this is not the full strength of the Special Branch. Just see among the shadows. Zhang Xian radiated a terrifying arc of lightning all over his body, acting like a god and a devil as he annihilated a ranked powerhouses punch by punch. This is the very same video of the suburban battle just now. So strong. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air after watching these images. These images are just shocking. Especially those A-class powerhouses, they didn't even have the room to resist, and were directly killed by Zhang Xian in a single strike. Although they were separated by the screen, the crowd could still feel that the aura that erupted from Zhang Xian's body in the middle of the video was simply suffocating. Yang Yi watched the video with a face full of gravity and couldn't help but be secretly shocked in his heart. Don't look at him as an S-class alien, but ask himself, he definitely couldn't do this to the extent of Zhang Xian. A ranked powerhouses were like dirt under his hands. Mindy, you were there, what do you think? A few moments later. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Mingde beside him, inquiring in a deep voice. Can't see through it. Completely impenetrable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingde shook his head, his expression a bit gloomy. I feel that this is not his true strength. After all, he didn't use any magical weapons the entire time, and you should know that he used a magical longsword at that time when he overthrew the Rakaka shrine. What? No way? Could it be that this isn't all he's got? Hearing Zhao Mingde's words, the crowd immediately exclaimed with a look of disbelief. After all, the strength Zhang Xian had just displayed was too terrifying. So much so that they simply couldn't believe that Zhang Xian was actually hiding his strength. Yang Yi also frowned. Since he still hides his strength, then which level do you think his strength actually reaches? Zhao Mingde thought for half a day, then said, at least in the late S level or above, or even an SS level. Hiss. Hearing this, those present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If that's the case, then we must pull him in. Yes. If we have his help, these paranormal incidents happening in the country can be reduced by at least 70%. The crowd chimed in, their faces showing ecstasy. After all, Zhang Xian's strength was there. He would be enough to solve a lot of trouble if he joined the special branch. Ugh. I also tried to pull people in, but when they heard that they were from the special branch, they didn't give a good look at all. Zhao Ming sighed. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently looked at Li Hongtai next to him. At those words, Li Hongtai's face stiffened. It's not. This is all about me? His hands clenched involuntarily, his nails embedded hard in his palms. The eyes of the crowd also looked at him for a moment. Some were slightly bland. Some of them had a hint of teasing, as if they were waiting to see him laugh. Ahem. And at this moment, Yang Yi coughed a few times easily, then looked at him and spoke, "This matter, let's leave it to Deputy Director Li to solve it. Remember, whether you apologize or make amends, you must invite this Mr. Zhang Xian to the special branch. After all, the trouble is that you broke out, naturally you have to solve it. If you cannot do it, then I will apply for the revocation of your identity as a deputy bureau." Hear that? Li Hongtai's face clouded over. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded, "Don't worry, Bureau Yang, I'll take care of this." 121. Chapter 118 Inviting me to the Heavenly Master's mansion and succeeding the Heavenly Master's position? After saying that, Li Hongtai turned around and walked out of the conference room. And on the other side, Zhang Xian had just sent away the two Zhuge scribe, when another old acquaintance came to his door. "Elder. It's been a long time, how have you been doing?" Looking at the youth in front of him, Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. This youth was none other than the disciple of the Heavenly Master's house he had met the last time he was in Linen, Zhao Feiyu. "So it's you. Speaking of which, why are you free to come down the mountain?" Zhang Xian nodded slightly, counting it as a greeting. Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but feel a little excited when he saw that Zhang Xian still remembered him. After all, Zhang Xian was no ordinary person. The other party's strength was unfathomable, and not long ago, he had even witnessed Zhang Xian annihilate the 100-year corpse king with a single slap. It would be a lie to say he wasn't thrilled to be remembered by this great man. Seeing his disciple's unproductive appearance, the middle-aged man standing beside him coughed lightly. Zhao Feiyu quickly reacted and spoke, "Senior, let me introduce you. This is my master, one of the true Kung Fu elders of the Heavenly Master's house, Daoist named Chong Guang. Blessed life infinite Heavenly Father. Poor Daoist celestial master, Chong Guang, meet fellow Daoist Zhang Xian." Daoist Chong Guang arched his hand and bowed. "Nice to meet you." Zhang Xian nodded slightly, counting it as a return greeting. "Inside please." With that, he led the two men toward the room. The three of them entered the house and sat down. Zhang Xian unhurriedly made water and poured tea. "I wonder what the two of you are visiting this evening." The poor Taoist came on this trip, mainly wanting to come and give thanks. Taoist Master Chongguan lifted the fragrant teacup on the table and took a sip of tea, then slowly put it down. Some days ago, this incompetent disciple of the poor Taoist took on a mission. It's a good thing that a Taoist friend stepped in, or else he would have long since fallen into the corpse king's blood meal. That's why the poor Taoist came here, firstly, to say thank you, and secondly, to invite you to be a guest in the Heavenly Master's mansion. I wonder if you have time? Hear that? Zhang Xian frowned slightly, puzzled, inviting me to be a guest at the Heavenly Master's mansion? Yes. The poor Taoist won't beat around the bush. I heard my untalented disciple say that you have a magic weapon in your hands that's in the shape of that seal? Daoist Master Chongguang's face was solemn as he bluntly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded. May I show it to the poor man? Naturally. Immediately after, Zhang Xian's palm spread out, and a bronze seal in the shape of a quadrangle hovered over his palm. Daoist Master Chongguang's eyes snapped open when he saw the bronze seal suspended in Zhang Xian's hand. An undisguised excitement surfaced on his face. Fellow Daoist Zhang, is it possible to activate the spell? Although Zhang Xian was a bit puzzled, he still did as he was told. He injected a strand of his true qi into it, and instantly, the bronze seal bloomed with a brilliant light. Only heard a buzzing sound, the surrounding void seemed to be trembling. It really is the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal. Daoist Master Chongguan's voice trembled a little, filled with excitement. Next, he directly stood up and bowed towards Zhang Xian. I, the 61st generation disciple of the Heavenly Master's house, pay my respects to the Heavenly Master's eminence. Zhang Xian? Zhao Feiyu? The two men froze outright. Especially Zhao Feiyu, his entire body was frozen on the spot, as if he was dumbfounded. The Divine Master? Your Holiness? What's going on here? Zhao Feiyu was confused. He didn't understand why his master's attitude had suddenly changed so drastically. Fellow Daoist Chongguang, what's wrong with you? I implore the Heavenly Master to go to the Heavenly Master's mansion, succeed the position of sect leader, and revitalize the glory of the Taoist sect. End of chapter. 122, Chapter 119. The reason for the Heavenly Master's palace to seal the mountain, air, body, source, stream? Chapter 119. Reason for the Heavenly Master's palace to seal the mountain, air, body, source, stream? What the hell? Let me go to the Heavenly Master's palace and succeed the position of Heavenly Master? Are you kidding me? Ahem. Fellow Daoist Chongguang, you can't be joking, right? Zhang Xian said with a dry cough. Although he did claim that his ancestors were a family of celestial masters before, it was all a lie to fool the netizens. But now you're saying that you want me to go to the Heavenly Master's palace and succeed as the Heavenly Master? And that's when Daoist Master Chongguang slowly raised his head and gazed earnestly at Zhang Xian with a grim expression. Never half-ass it. After that, he told Zhang Xian about what had happened to the Heavenly Master's mansion over the years. Original. More than 60 years ago, the Heavenly Master's mansion had suffered a great change, resulting in the deaths and injuries of numerous disciples in the mansion. Even the previous Heavenly Master had fallen in that great battle. The Celestial Master's Dharma seal also disappeared at that time. And on his deathbed, he had left a last message: if anyone could recover the seal of the Celestial Master's law, that would be the new Celestial Master. Coupled with the fact that some time ago, a sudden vision occurred in Longhu Mountain, this further fulfilled the prophecy of the previous Heavenly Master. I just didn't expect that it would go so smoothly for them to find the ancestors' chosen candidate for Heavenly Master. Just thinking about this, Daoist Master Chongguang couldn't help but get excited. A big change in the Heavenly Master's house? That said, what exactly did the Heavenly Master mansion go through back then? Zhang Xian inquired with a furrowed brow. He had heard about it more than once, but the rest of the inside story was never known. So he was very curious as to what had happened to the Heavenly Master's mansion that would cause the previous Heavenly Master to perish. Even the Heavenly Master's office has been closed for decades because of this. One must know that the Heavenly Master's house was known as the ancestral court of the Taoist sect and had been passed down for over 1,000 years. How could such a powerful Taoist holy place suddenly be forced to close the mountain? Could it really be because of that cataclysm? Ugh. Taoist Master Chongguang shook his head and sighed a bit, then narrated, back then, there was a great chaos on earth, and it was said that because of the disappearance of hell, the order of the netherworld collapsed, and countless weird monsters fled to earth. In order to suppress the evil spirits all over the earth, the Heavenly Master's mansion has sent out all of its disciples to go everywhere to exorcise the demons and suppress the evil spirits, and to pacify the chaos on earth. But just when the strength of the Heavenly Master's mansion was empty, a terrifying Ghost King suddenly descended and broke the protective boundaries of Longhu Mountain. The previous Heavenly Master summoned the 6 major Jiedan real people to wage a great battle against it, and it was only at the cost of his life that he was finally able to seal it up. His voice was getting lower and lower, as if he was in some kind of mourning state, and his face was filled with grief. Zhang Xian listened quietly. But when he heard the Ghost King, he suddenly spoke out and interrupted him. Wait! What is the origin of that Ghost King? The strength is so terrifying, even the Heavenly Master's palace has suffered heavy losses in its hands, could it be? At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of the pair of heaven-defying hands that he had encountered when he was in the Ghost King's cave earlier. Somehow. Surprisingly, he had a vague feeling that there was some connection between the two. Nice. That Ghost King is from the Netherworld. It calls itself the Ghost King of the Underworld, and its strength is unfathomable. Even the 7 major Jiedan real people are no match for it. Daoist Master Chongguang nodded his head and said, Sure enough. After hearing these words, Zhang Xian's heart beat hard. Surprisingly, it was just as he had guessed. This Ghost King was really from the Netherworld. It seemed like that terrifying existence in the Ghost King's cave before seemed to be called something like Bloodthirsty Ghost King. Not only have you found the Celestial Master's Dharma seal, but you also know the Celestial Master's 5 Thunder positive technique, as well as the Golden Light incantation. So you must be the new Heavenly Master foretold by the ancestor, and only you can solve the problem of the Ghost King in the Heavenly Master's mansion. I implore the Heavenly Master to come with me to Longhu Mountain and succeed me as the head of the Heavenly Master's house. The words were not yet spoken. 122. Chapter 119 Reason for the Heavenly Master's Palace to seal the mountain, air body source stream? Only to see Daoist Master Chongguang immediately kneel down. Zhao Feiyu also knelt down with him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xin frowned slightly. This. According to you, that Ghost King is still sealed on Longhu Mountain today? Daoist Master Chongguang's expression became more and more grave, and a complex light flashed in his eyes, as if he had recalled that painful past. Yes. The underworld Ghost King is indeed sealed in Longhu Mountain. But as time passes, the power of the sealing spell is getting weaker day by day, and I'm afraid that if it continues like this. Speaking of this, Daoist Master Chongguang wanted to speak again and again, and a strong color of worry appeared on his face. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, his gaze suddenly flickering before he nodded. In that case, I'll take a walk. He'd have to prepare properly to do that. After all, the Heavenly Master's mansion had gathered the power of 7 Jiedan realm cultivators, and they were unable to destroy that underworld Ghost King. I'm afraid that the other party's strength has already reached the Yuaning realm, or even surpassed it. I also wonder how much merit value I can explode after destroying it? At the thought of it, he suddenly got a little excited. Thank you, Heavenly Master. Upon hearing this, Daoist Master Chongguang instantly showed delight. He had thought that Zhang Xian would definitely refuse. But he never expected that the other party would actually agree, which made him even more excited. I'll get ready in the next few days. In 3 days. I'll go to Longhu Mountain with you guys in 3 days, and by the way, we'll see what kind of goods that underworld Ghost King is. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before saying indifferently. Yes. Hearing this, Daoist Master Chongguang became even more excited. After all, the Heavenly Master had waited for so many years, and was in no hurry for these few days. Wait for the two of them to leave. Zhang Xian said in his heart, System, check the system mission. That's right. Just a moment ago, the system released a temporary mission for him to destroy the underworld Ghost King. Mission content, please go to the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain and successfully destroy one of the 10 great Ghost Kings, the Ghost King of the underworld. Mission completion reward, 30,000 merit value, full level of air body source stream, 1 500-year-old vermilion fruit, and 3 times of epic lucky draw. Mission failed, no penalty. Ooh. The system rewards this time are quite generous. Zhang Xian couldn't help but lick his lips as he looked at the virtual interface in front of him, clearly very much looking forward to it. The first of the 8 wondrous techniques, the air body source stream. This is good stuff. The end of the art, the source of the air body. It is rumored that the possessor can turn his or her own true chi into substance, forming an invisible body protection aura, which can be used for both offense and defense, and can even be used to reverse the situation in an instant during a battle. Even the power of this technique once surpassed that of a divine spirit. If he could obtain such a heaven-defying technique, Zhang Xian's strength would definitely be able to increase quite a bit. It seemed that this mission was something he had to accomplish. However, Zhang Xian knew very well in his heart that since the rewards given by the system were so generous, this mission would definitely not be that simple. Spectral ghosts. I also wonder how many lightning spells you can carry me? Zhang Xian muttered. Afterwards, he sat down on top of the bed with his knees crossed and silently practiced the 5 thunder positive technique. During these 3 days, Zhang Xian had to raise his strength as much as possible even if he was unable to break through another minor realm. After all, he's a steady man. End of chapter. 123, Chapter 120, Daoist Tang Yun seeks help, Northwest Ancient Tomb. Chapter 120, Daoist Tang Yun seeks help, Northwest Ancient Tomb. 3 days is a long time to say the least. It went by in the blink of an eye. And for the past few days, Zhang Xian hadn't gone out, all staying at home to cultivate. The pills he had exchanged from the system were all taken as well. It's not very efficient, but a little goes a long way, and it's better than nothing. Without realizing it, time crept up to the 3rd day. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting out from them as he radiated a stern aura. Who? He let out a long breath and his eyes moved slightly, looking in a certain direction. I can't believe it's still out there? Ha! A cold smile spread across the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth. The day before yesterday at noon, Li Hongtai suddenly came to his door and said that he wanted to apologize for the previous misunderstanding. I hope he'll be a big enough man to forgive him for his previous reckless behavior. Also trying to re-invite him to join the SD. In response, Zhang Xian simply ignored him. Take him for what? Called when needed, and when not, just kicked away? Zhang Xiankai didn't bother to pay attention to Li Hongtai and didn't even bother to see him. I didn't expect the other party to be so insistent and keep standing outside waiting for him. Zhang Xian simply cultivated at home, letting him continue to stand. Anyway, for him, even if he didn't eat for 10 days and half a month, it wasn't even a problem. Jingle bells. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Xian took out his cell phone and glanced at it, raising his eyebrows lightly. The one who called was actually Daoist Master Tang Yun. What was he doing calling himself? Pressing the call button, the anxious voice of Daoist Tang Yun immediately came from over there. Daoist Zhang who rescue? Hearing his tone of voice was urgent, Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. Fellow Daoist Tang Yun, what happened? Here's the thing. Original. A month or so ago, when Daoist Master Tang Yun and his best friend were traveling in the Northwest Land, they accidentally discovered a mysterious ancient tomb with a sinister atmosphere. Many evil spirits and demons were sealed inside the ancient tomb. In order to ensure that the demons inside would not come out to harm the earth, so several people decided to join hands to eliminate them. But they never expected that not only did they not succeed in destroying the demons, but they also destroyed the original sealing formation of the ancient tomb. In desperation, this was why they found Zhang Xian, wanting him to step in and help resolve the situation. After all, Zhang Xian's strength was something that Daoist Tang Yun had seen with his own eyes, and even the terrifying copper-armored corpse was no match for him. His lightning method could be considered one of the best in the world. Fellow Daoist Tang Yun, this is too much for you guys. Hearing this, Zhang Xian could not help but feel somewhat speechless. It's not. You guys have real iron heads. If you don't have 3 or 2 or 3, how dare you go to Lianshan? No wonder Daoist Tang Yun wanted to exchange a lower-grade artifact for 3 upper-grade evil-expelling talismans when he was in Ezhou, so it was intended to be used here. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Zhang, today's top priority is to first resolve the demons in the ancient tomb. Old me and a few of my fellow Daoists have already laid down a spell formation near the ancient tomb, and it's just one final step away from being able to complete it. Therefore, I hope that fellow Daoist Zhang can help us out. On the other end of the phone, words tinged with pleading came from Daoist Tang Yun, who seemed to sincerely hope that Zhang Xian would be able to help. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and agreed, that's just it. I'll take a trip then. Well. On the other end of the phone, an ecstatic voice came from Daoist Tang Yun. With the help of fellow Daoist, I'm sure we'll be able to get rid of these demons once and for all. The old man will send you the address. After hanging up the phone, Daoist Tang Yun excitedly looked at the several old friends next to him. Fellow Daoists, fellow Daoist Zhang Xian has agreed to go and help. All we need to do is to continue reinforcing the formation, and by the time fellow Daoist Zhang arrives, we'll be able to wipe out the demons completely. Words. Several old men had expressions of surprise on their faces. They had heard old Daoist Tang Yun mention this person Zhang Xian more than once. 123, Chapter 120, Daoist Tang Yun seeks help, Northwest Ancient Tomb. It was said that he possessed extremely high Dao attainments at such a young age, and I wondered if that was true. Amit Ba. Old Daoist Tang, is the strength of this Daoist Zhang Xian you speak of true or not? At that moment, an old monk with an obese figure opened his mouth and inquired. He was clad in a red robe with a snow-white beard and a string of tan rosary beads hanging around his neck. He looked quite like an accomplished monk. This person was none other than the presiding officer of Cold Mountain Temple, Zen Master Hui Ming. Humph. Hearing his skepticism, Daoist Tang Yun snorted lightly and said contemptuously, Old monk, what do you know? Fellow Daoist Zhang's strength, but I've seen it with my own eyes, I don't know how many times stronger than you are. Ugh. Just as well. I'll listen to you one more time, it's the solution of no solution now anyway. After Zen Master Hui Ming finished speaking, he chanted a low Buddhist chant. I didn't realize that the old lineage has been eliminating demons for many years, but today I almost fell into the hands of these demons, sinning. The other side. Zhang Xian looked at the address sent on his cell phone, and after thinking for a moment, he still planned to speak with Daoist Chongguang first. After all, he had made a deal with someone to go to the Heavenly Master's palace. When he briefly explained the situation, Daoist Master Chongguang, however, expressed his willingness to travel to the northwest together. As for traveling to the Heavenly Master's palace, it could be pushed back a few days for the time being. And so, a few of them then bought the nearest plane ticket and immediately headed for the Northwest lands. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Xian then arrived at a small town at the foot of a mountain. And here, this is their destination. Fuchu Mountain Range. This mountain range stretched across the northwestern land for hundreds of kilometers, like a huge dragon coiled here. As far as the eye can see, there are verdant mountain peaks. Occasionally, birds of prey could be seen skimming by, causing a crisp chirping sound. But deep within the dense jungle lie many uncultivated lands, deserted by one man. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you finally arrived. Just after arriving at the bottom of the mountain, he saw a few old men there waiting in anticipation. Standing at the forefront was none other than Daoist Tang Yun. Hee, the poor Taoist is late, so don't be offended. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. Ha, not too late. Daoist Master Tang Yun shook his head with a big smile. Although it was still early for the appointment, Zhang Xian's willingness to come and help already satisfied him in his heart. Right. These two are. Only then did Daoist Tang Yun notice that there were two strangers following Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian smiled and introduced, this is Daoist Master Chongguang of the Heavenly Master's house, and the other one is his disciple, Zhao Feiyu. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Heavenly Master's house. Disrespect. Out of respect. Daoist Tang Yun hurriedly said with an arch of his hand. I've heard of Daoist Master Tang Yun's name for a long time, and when I see him today, he really lives up to his name. Daoist Master Chongguang smiled and returned the salute. By the way, let me introduce you to, this is the abbot of Cold Mountain Temple, Zen Master Hui Ming. This is Taoist Master Li of the Heavenly Tao. He is the Kungsa scattering. Immediately after, he was only introduced by pointing to a few more people behind him. After some pleasantries, Zhang Xian then went straight to the point, inquiring towards the crowd about the matter of the ancient tomb. Taoist Master Tang Yun naturally didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly recounted where the location of that ancient tomb was. Fellow Daoists, the ancient tomb is deep within this mountain range in front of us. It's so miasma-ridden and poisonous that few living people come near there on weekdays. At first, we also found this ancient tomb only by accident, and we thought we could eradicate the demons, but we didn't expect. Speaking. The gazes of the crowd looked deeper into the mountain range. At this time, although it is the afternoon, but the mountain is still shrouded in a thick layer of white fog, as if unable to see the distant scenery. Not only that, but the slightest eerie breeze wafted through the air, causing one to frown. End of chapter. 124. Chapter 121 Ancient Tomb of the Pre-Qin Period? Chapter 121 Ancient Tomb of the Pre-Qin Period? It's not too late. In the opinion of the poor Taoist, it's better for us to head to the ancient tomb as soon as possible to avoid a long night. Daoist Chongguang suggested. He had a few things to say about that. While it's still daytime and the sun is shining, the demon's strength is greatly reduced. I'm afraid it'll be even more treacherous if we wait until nighttime. At those words, everyone had no objections. Immediately, under the leadership of Daoist Tang Yun, he climbed all the way up the mountainside and into the dense white mist. The deeper you went, the heavier the pervasive mist became, and every now and then you could see some kind of snakes, rats, insects and ants. Luckily, there was a winding path present, so it wasn't all bad. Within a short while, Zhang Xian followed them through the trail to the top of the mountain. And what was presented before the eyes of the crowd was clearly the entrance to an ancient and dilapidated mausoleum. Only around the entrance, there was a single stone pillar towering, supporting the entire structure of the tomb door, holding it up firmly. And all around this mausoleum, whether it was the bronze door or the stone pillars, there was a bizarre pattern carved. This is sorcery totem? Daoist Master Chongguang said in slight surprise. Surprisingly, these patterns were not Taoist talismans or formations, but long-fallen sorcery totems. If he hadn't read a lot of secret texts about sorcery from the Heavenly Master's palace, he really wouldn't have recognized it. These totems shimmered strangely in the sunlight, as if they contained some kind of power. Nice! It's the legendary sorcery totem. At those words, Daoist Tang Yun nodded. And judging by the totem decorations on it, this mausoleum is at least 1,000 years old, and can even be traced back to the pre-Qin period. This statement was made. Zhang Xian frowned slightly, pondering in his heart, thousands of years of history? Doesn't that mean that the strength of the sealed demons inside is at least at the level of flying stiffs, or maybe even stronger? One thought on that. Zhang Xian's mood then inexplicably felt excited. This is the right trip. Maybe there's a big fish sealed inside. At this point, Daoist Master Chong Guang's expression also became a bit grave, his eyes roaming over those ancient sorcery totems. And the eerie atmosphere of this ancient tomb, intertwined with the thick white fog around them, seemed to be silently warning them not to easily step into this unknown territory. Something's not right. At those words, the faces of the people were very grave. Whether it was a creepy monster or a zombie that was sealed inside, the strength was predictable. At least it's a 1,000-year-old tomb, even a pig can turn into a sperm. Not to mention demons. Amit Ba. At this time, Zen Master Hui Ming, who had been silent all this time, folded his hands together and recited a low Buddha's name. Immediately afterward, he heard him speak again. It is precisely because the demons inside are too strong that we only need to reinforce the ancient tomb's spell formation to prevent what's inside from escaping and wreaking havoc on the earth. As for the latter, it's better to wait until a concrete solution is negotiated. After these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, the main thing at the moment was to stop what was inside from escaping, rather than just trying to destroy the other side. If you're not strong enough, you'll botch it and release them instead. At that point, it could be bad. Zhang Xian's eyes moved slightly. Instead, he felt that he should be able to take care of the demons inside. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I wonder what you think. At this moment, Daoist Tang Yun suddenly asked towards Zhang Xian. When the crowd heard the words, their gazes flickered to him. Although he was the youngest one present, he was after all invited by Daoist Tang Yun. So people still want to hear what he has to say. In the poor Taoist's opinion, there's no need to reinforce the seal so troublesome, just eliminate the demons inside completely. Hear that? The brows of the few people present frowned. 124. Chapter 121 Ancient Tomb of the Pre-Qin Period? They did not expect Zhang Xian to make such a suggestion. Fellow Daoist Zhang, are you sure? Daoist Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. 70 to 80%. Zhang Xian nodded. Upon hearing this, several people looked at each other, and skepticism surfaced on their faces. They had wanted to completely destroy the demons inside before. But then they had to give up. It was because the existence that was sealed in the ancient tomb was too terrifying, and with just a roar, it shocked and injured them all. If it wasn't for the seal of the ancient tomb stopping them, they might have died inside. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the demons sealed in the tomb really was. And now that Zhang Xian was saying that he was certain, it couldn't help but raise suspicion in their hearts. Amit Ba. Is it true what this monk has said? At this time, Zen Master Hui Ming suddenly folded his hands and inquired towards him. The matter is of great importance, and I am forced to uphold a skeptical attitude. If I have offended you, I hope you will not be offended. His tone was calm and indifferent, but not so rude that one could not pick fault with it. Ha! Isn't that why you invited me here, to settle this matter once and for all? Then since I'm here, I naturally have the ability to fix it. Zhang Xian said with a faint smile. It's a rare opportunity. He didn't want to let this big fish inside go so easily. Zen Master Hui Ming's pale eyes looked at Zhang Xian for several minutes. Zen Master Hui Ming's pale eyes were like deep lakes as he silently gazed at Zhang Xian, as if he was trying to find something in the young man's face. Might as well give it a try. And at this time, Daoist Master Chong Guang suddenly spoke up. With poor Taoist here, not to mention destroying the demons, it's still possible to retreat in one piece. His words were like a shot in the arm for the crowd. After a long time, Zen Master Hui Ming mouthed the Buddha's name and said, "That's just it. Since that's the case, then we'll follow this fellow Daoist inside to explore." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately nodded their heads. Immediately after, with Zhang Xian leading the way in front of him, the crowd followed behind him towards the darkened cave entrance of the ancient tomb. Who? The moment he stepped into the ancient tomb, a cold, biting wind blew by, as if even the air had frozen. The crowd only felt their bodies go cold, their blood flow rate plummeted, and they wanted to stiffen up. And Zhang Xian seemed to be unaffected in the slightest. His pace was steady as a rock. Soon, the group reached the end of the aisle and stopped in front of a huge stone door. This stone door was extremely tall, more than 3 meters high, about 5 or 6 feet wide, and 3 or 4 feet thick. It was carved with dense and intricate voodoo patterns, radiating an eerie and inexplicable power. And in those 2 depressions above the stone door, there hung a pair of bronze beast head masks, as well as 2 large treasure beads inlaid, respectively. Below the mask, there were rows and rows of densely packed sorcerer's symbols, showing the extraordinary nature of this stone door. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as a flash of surprise crossed the corner of his mouth. Fellow Daoist Zhang, be careful. At that time, it was after we opened this door that we were attacked by the terrifying existence inside. Next to him, came the admonition of Daoist Tang Yun. Zhang Xian nodded, then reached out and pressed his hand on the stone door. Buzz. Next. Strange fluctuations rippled out steeply. The originally sturdy and unbelievable bronze gate slowly opened, revealing a dark and gloomy environment and a dead space inside. Ow! Suddenly, a shocking roar rang out. End of chapter. 125. Chapter 122, surprised by the appearance of a 1,000-year-old flying stiff, zombies can talk? Chapter 122, surprised by the appearance of a 1,000-year-old flying stiff, zombies can talk? Next. A terrifying pressure poured out like a flood, coming in from all over the place, causing everyone to feel a huge sense of oppression and their bodies trembled. Look out! Zen Master Hui Ming hurriedly shouted. Humph, sculpture. Zhang Xian snorted coldly as he raised his hand and violently slapped a palm into the void. Boom! In an instant, berserk chi energy swept out, sweeping all around and raising dust in the sky. And the pressure from earlier also instantly dissipated and dissolved into nothingness. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with horror. How could they not expect that Zhang Xian actually possessed such terrifying strength? That roar just now, the pressure alone made them somewhat unable to resist, let alone a personal encounter. All be careful. This thing inside is not simple. Zhang Xian warned with a grave expression on his face. Flying stiffs. What was sealed inside the ancient tomb was a real 1,000-year-old flying stiff. He could feel the terrifying corpse chi contained in that pressure just now, and it was definitely stronger than any demon he had ever encountered. And something so terrifying, once it gets out of its trap, it will surely plague the world. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Zhang, we don't dare to be careless. Daoist Tang Yun said in a deep voice. The rest of the crowd also agreed and ran their power to protect their bodies. Zhang Xian nodded slightly at the sight before taking the lead and stepping behind the stone door. Swish! As soon as he took a step to cross the stone door, he immediately sensed a rich corpse aura coming from his nose. That strong stench was sickening. Moreover, there was a smell of decay mixed in with that corpse breath. Woohoo! Just then, a mournful ghostly cry came out, as if 10,000 ghosts were mourning, and one could hear it with fear and trepidation. Zhang Xian's face flushed. Whoosh! In the next moment, only a flash of black shadow was suddenly seen attacking and killing towards him. Extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye it had reached the front. Boo! At the critical moment, Zhang Xian pointed his toes and his entire body rose up in the air, dodging the black shadow's attack. Ow! The black shadow let out an angry wail as it charged at Zhang Xian once again. Zhang Xian's gaze turned cold. Immediately, a fist fiercely blasted out, bright and dazzling lightning arcs surrounded the fist, carrying a destructive aura with it. Bang! The two sides crashed together. A majestic and vast energy ripple erupted, shattering that area into ruins. Zhang Xian took a step back to stabilize himself. On the contrary, the black shadow was unharmed. And only then did they see clearly what kind of existence that black shadow was. It looked to be about 30 years old and wore a general's armor from the pre-Qin period. The two fangs were exposed, flickering with a cold green aura, and the scarlet eyes stared Zhang Xian dead in the face. Oddly enough, it had been so many years ago, and it was amazing that it still looked the same as it did when it was alive, as if it hadn't changed at all. What a nerve! How dare you trespass on the princess tomb? What crime should you commit? At this moment, he suddenly spat out human words. The tone of his voice was cold to the core. And along with his words, an eerie and bizarre aura erupted from his body, enveloping the surroundings. The aura was extremely evil, seemingly capable of devouring one's soul. You can even talk? When Zen Master Hui Ming and the others heard this, they immediately looked at it with horrified faces. It's amazing that zombies can talk. How is that possible? You know, even the legendary flying stiffs can't talk as well as normal people. Only after refining the immutable bones in their bodies could they manage to speak. But this zombie in front of me, obviously just a flying stiff, but even can also spit out human speech, simply unbelievable. GGG. Words. 125. Chapter 122. Surprised by 1,000 years of flying zombies, zombies can talk? The corners of the flying stiff general's mouth cracked and he let out a piercing laugh. I am the Marquis of Guan Nei of Great Qin. What is a mere mouthful of human words? You trespassing on the royal tomb, according to the law of Qin, shall be executed. The words fell. Only to see the flying stiff general tremble, a monstrous and ferocious aura exploded out, suffocating. And then it reached out and grabbed the crowd. The dry, sharp claws were like eagle claws, flashing with a cold light as they cut through the air. Buzz! Zhang Xian waved his fingers and in the blink of an eye, he drew a talisman in the void in front of him. Vajra charms! He flung his sleeve, and instantly runes shot out, rising against the wind and turning into a thick wall. Put! The talisman was immediately broken open by the sharp claws and turned into a sky of golden light floating in the air. Zhang Xian's expression was slightly austere as he once again waved his sleeves and struck out several more talismans. Boom! Howl! General Flying Stiff roared. Immediately afterward, a low sound suddenly came out from the depths of the ancient tomb, as if it was like a beating drum, shocking the hearts of the people. Dang! 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 One sound was more violent than the other. Click! Click! The earth shook and the floor cracked open. And the aura was so huge that it shook everyone to their core. Boom! Next moment. A burly figure slowly appeared and stood there, giving a great sense of oppression. It was a tall and lanky zombie. And the grades had all reached the level of hairy stiffs, and some were even stuck between flying stiffs and hairy stiffs. All of them were clad in armor, holding huge hammers or axes and hooks and forks, and their bodies were filled with a ferocious and murderous aura. No good. Zen Master Hui Ming's face suddenly changed drastically. There were even so many zombies in this ancient tomb, as many as 30 heads. In particular, the tallest zombie was emitting a terrifying corpse aura, and his aura was straight up against that flying stiff general. Amit Ba. Sinful animal, suffer death. Zen Master Hui Ming bellowed, directly pinching the Buddhist technique and striking out a string of Buddha beads. The Buddha beads flew out, swift as dragons, carrying blazing heat, and instantly came to the heels of those hairy stiffs. Bang! 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 The Buddha beads smashed into their bodies and exploded, blossoming into a brilliant ball of fire. It's not just him. The rest of the group stepped in as well. Zip, zip, zip. Only to see Daoist Master Chong Guang strangling and reciting incantations, sacrificing a peachwood sword, with a layer of light blue lightning arcs above the sword. The Dao he performed was clearly the Heavenly Master's house's greatest art, the Thunder Dipper sword technique. A sword chopped out, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the power was incomparably strong. Bang bang bang! Although those zombies were strong and had amazing defenses, at this moment, they were also split by the mahogany sword and had their skin split open, emitting gusts of blue smoke. However, they did not cower in fear and continued to roar hideously and attack frantically. The other side. Zhang Xian wasn't idle either. His hands fluttered and he made a complex seal, condensing strand after strand of dazzling lightning. Crackle crackle. A purple thunderbolt intertwined in mid-air, emitting ear-piercing explosions that shook the void, causing one's scalp to go numb. Roar! Feeling the terrifying power contained in these thunderbolts, the flying stiff general let out a furious hiss. A pair of scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and cruelty as they glared deathly at Zhang Xian. Little worm, I'll eat you first. Having said that, its body leapt violently, as fast as a galloping horse, and the dense eerie corpse chi on its body transformed into a large sword that slashed towards Zhang Xian. Above that large knife, dark corpse chi lingered, and the sharp blade easily tore through the air, emitting a sharp whine. Get out! Zhang Xian bellowed, his palms violently launching out. In a flash, a purple thunder surfaced, like a dragon taking off into the sea, surging and surging. Giggle. End of chapter. 126, Chapter 123. Zombies can do spells, no one can stop them. Chapter 123. Zombies can do spells, no one can stop them. The thunder collided with the corpse chi and immediately exploded, bursting into a brilliant flash of light. The flying stiff general's pupils contracted, his gaze locked onto Zhang Xian as his figure retreated sharply. However, it was nowhere near as fast as the lightning. Swoosh! Several thunderbolts fiercely bombarded it. In an instant, the flying stiff general was scorched black, emitting a thick corpse gas and wailing miserably. Ah! Its eyes became even more ferocious and resentful as it stared at Zhang Xian with a deadly glare, the corpse aura on its body surging steeply, burning like a pitch-black flame. A destructive fluctuation erupted from within it, sweeping across the 8 directions like a hurricane. The entire ancient tomb shook at once. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The hard stone tiles overhead continued to crumble and a crack appeared. Boo! The flying stiff general stomped his feet and leapt up, charging at Zhang Xian. Wherever they passed, the corpse gas was everywhere. The ground cracked open, leaving a shocking crack that densely spread around like a spider's web. Clank! Only to see it violently pull out the sword at its waist and slash towards Zhang Xian. The long sword was incredibly sharp and flashed with a cold aura. The cold light flickered with a touch of scarlet and bloody murderous aura, stabbing straight at the vitals of Zhang Xian's throat. Buzz! The golden light mantra was instantly released, enveloping his entire body and forming a huge defensive barrier. Dang! The violent sound was deafening, as if someone were ringing a bell. The terrifying energy raged on, causing the ancient tomb to shake with it. Thump! General Flying Stiff took several consecutive steps back before he could stabilize himself, and the sword in his hand had already broken into 2. Roar! It was enraged and looked up to the sky. His body was filled with corpse chi that tossed and danced wildly, just like a Geisher demon king, with a ferocious aura. At this moment, it went completely crazy. It had originally been sealed for thousands of years, and now it was actually suffering a loss at the hands of a small bug, which made it furious to the extreme. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force suddenly came, as if there was an endless suction force surging from all directions, crazily devouring the essence chi within Zhang Xian's bodies. Even the soul was tugged to break away from the body and be drawn away. If this continued, I'm afraid that within a few minutes, they would be drained of all their essence and soul, turning into a dry corpse. No good. Stop it. Zen Master Huiming's face suddenly changed, desperately struggling to get rid of that wave of devouring. Not bad for a 1,000-year-old flying stiff. This kind of tactic that could devour other people's essence was truly bizarre and unpredictable, making people unable to defend themselves. GGG. All of them become my general's blood food. The flying stiff general revealed an evil smile, his eyes filled with greed, and his mouth grinned, revealing rows of sharp fangs that were hideous and terrifying. It raised its hands and swung them violently. Snort! The devouring power grew stronger and stronger, as if a large hand was invisibly pulling them, making it impossible for them to resist at all. Gradually, the faces of the crowd began to turn pale. Zhang Xian's body continuously operated the 5 Thunders orthodoxy, resisting this devouring force. Fellow Daoist Zhang, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Quickly make it out. Daoist Tang Yin shouted anxiously. At this point, the true chi in his body had already been mostly consumed. If it wasn't for a few of them joining forces to resist, I'm afraid they would have turned into a dry corpse by now. It wasn't just him, the Huiming Zen masters were also in the same situation. Only Daoist Master Chongguan was slightly better. After all, his cultivation was in the middle stage of the Tongyi realm, so he was able to barely support himself. But even so, his face was still pale, drenched in cold sweat, and he was having trouble breathing. Swish! Suddenly, a hairy stiff took the opportunity to pounce on Zen Master Huiming, its sharp nails flashing with a cold and chilling aura, coming straight for his throat. Not good. Zen Master Huiming's complexion changed drastically. 126. Chapter 123 Zombies can do spells, no one can stop them. He hastily offered his golden mantle. Clang! The golden bowl let out a chime. In a flash, a circle of ripples rippled out, transforming into radiant golden Brahmins and shaking that hairy stiff back. See this scene. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that he had somewhat overestimated them, and it had only been a short while, but they were already close to reaching their limits. In that case... His eyes flickered, and a ray of biting coldness surfaced in his deep eyes as he whispered, "It seems like we need to solve it as soon as possible." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and gently pinched the trick. Swish! One by one, runes condensed from purple thunder blossomed in the void with a dazzling luster, emitting a faint pressure. 9 Heavenly Running Thunder Mantra. This was one of the most terrifying talismans in terms of power among the many lightning methods of Taoism. One could only see that each and every rune contained an extremely vast and majestic heaven and earth pressure that was horrifyingly powerful. Roar! Sensing the danger coming, it let out a growl and hastily retreated towards the back. Zhang Xian's eyes were icy cold as he raised his left hand and spat out 2 words, edict. Crack. The purple thunder in the sky intertwined into a terrifying thunder net, falling from the sky and covering the entire ancient tomb, pouring down as if it was a 10,000-foot waterfall. Boom. Crackle crackle. The entire ancient tomb was suddenly plunged into a sea of thunder, with electric snakes running amok. A hairy stiff couldn't even react in time, and it directly went up in smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the hairy stiffs, gaining 3,052 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one hairy stiff, gaining 3,179 merit points. Ding, congratulations to the host for destroying one of the false flying stiffs, gaining 5,690 points of merit value. Ow. Watching his men being wiped out one by one, the flying stiff general was enraged to the extreme. It howled wildly up to the sky, its voice piercing through the entire ancient tomb and echoing in the valley. Immediately after, only to see it violently open its mouth, ejecting a stream of dense black mist that quickly filled the air. This is the corpse chi that has been contained in the body of a flying stiff for thousands of years. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the Tawny realm, as long as he inhaled a trace of it, he would be attacked by the corpse poison on the spot and die a violent death. Moreover, once these corpse chi spread outside the ancient tomb, the power was definitely on the level of destroying the sky and the earth. 100 miles around, all the grass did not grow, reduced to a hell on earth. You little worms, all of you, die for me. It let out a hoarse roar, its eyes scarlet and red, obviously completely losing its mind. Buzz. Buzz. The corpse gas boiled over. It was like a black dragon hovering in midair, covering the sky and enveloping the entire ancient tomb. Boom. Boom. The attacks of both sides collided together and a violent explosion erupted. The entire ancient tomb trembled. Buzz. Zhang Xian's figure flickered, and he had to cast a golden light incantation to protect all of them. At the same time, he made a move with his right hand. A 3-foot-long sword with secretive blood-colored runes flowing through its body, as bright red as blood, appeared in his hand. Buzz. The sword clanked. Immediately afterward, a flash of blood-red sword aura rose up to the sky, cutting these corpse chi into 2 hard halves. The speed of the sword blade did not decrease, and it slashed straight towards it. Roar! The flying stiff general shouted angrily, and a thick black gas rose up all over its body, turning into thick armor that wrapped around its entire body. Clank! The sword slashes on its body actually made the sound of gold and iron striking each other. Click! With a sound of bones cracking, only its huge body suddenly flew out backwards and smashed heavily on the ground. But a mouthful of green liquid was violently sprayed out, splashing on the surrounding stone slabs, instantly corroding a pitch black hole. End of chapter. 127, Chapter 124 Corpse Core, 7 Princesses of Great Qin. Chapter 124 Corpse Core, 7 Princesses of Great Qin. Roar! The flying stiff general roared madly as he rose from the ground and charged at Zhang Xian once again. It carried a monstrous hatred and killing intent in its eyes. How dare this wretched human hurt it? This is simply intolerable. It must be broken into pieces and thwarted. Whoosh! Its speed was strangely fast, as if it was instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived close to Zhang Xian. Shoo! Sharp claws probed out and grabbed at Zhang Xian's chest, wanting to rip him in 2 at the waist. Zhang Xian's face did not change, and the Zhongkue sword in his hand swung like splashing ink, cutting through a graceful arc and precisely chopping at the flying stiff general's arm. Snort! Green liquid erupted. An arm rolled to the ground in unison, sending up a plume of smoke. Howl! General Flying Stiff wailed in pain. There was even more heartbreaking pain coming from the severed limb, making it become even more frantic. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, showed no mercy as he stepped lightly, bulldozed his way in, and chopped straight down with a flick of his sword blade. Snort! A huge head flew up into the sky, blood gushing wildly. Bang! General Flying Stiff's huge corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Wow! At the same time, the roiling corpse chi followed and dissipated. The eerie aura that had originally filled the entire ancient tomb was immediately swept away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the 1,000-year flying stiff and gaining 76,400 points of merit value. The system beep sounded. Zhang Xian put away his sword and looked around with slightly narrowed eyes. One could only see a thumb-sized crystal core next to the corpse left behind by the flying stiff general. It was crystal clear, shimmered with a demonic green glow, and carried a faint fishy odor. Ha! Zhang Xian frowned. He sensed that the crystal core was filled with rich corpse qi, and had even materialized into a vague shadow. Corpse core. Only a flying stiff can condense a corpse core that contains its lifelong corpse energy, as well as its essence. This is truly a supreme treasure. It's worth its weight in gold. If this corpse core was swallowed by an ordinary zombie, I'm afraid it could evolve into a terrifying flying stiff in a short period of time. However, Zhang Xian quickly shook his head and then waved his hand, collecting the corpse core in his hand. This corpse core was tainted with too much of the other party's corpse qi and resentment. If an ordinary cultivator touched it rashly, he would immediately be tainted with corpse gas and die violently on the spot. It was even more terrifying than the curse that Zhuge Scribe had encountered before. After doing so, he collected the golden light spell. One could only see the pale faces of Daoist Master Chong Guang and the others, their hearts palpitating as they looked at General Flying Stiff's body. Okay. If not for Zhang Xian along with them, I'm afraid that they would have already died at its hands. Are you alright? It's okay. It's just that the loss of true qi is a bit severe, a few moments of rest will restore it, it's not a problem. Daoist Master Chong Guang shook his head and said with a somewhat weak voice. Having said that, he then sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to revolve his Gong methods to recover his depleted true qi. Seeing this, the rest of the group complied. The tactics of the 1,000-year flying stiffs were truly bizarre and unpredictable, making it impossible to defend against them. With that ability to devour a living person's essence through the air, who could be an enemy? It was fortunate that Zhang Xian was there today, or else they would definitely be in dire straits. Zhang Xian did not disturb the crowd's recovery as he gazed towards the ancient tomb's surroundings. He realized that this ancient tomb was covered with formation patterns everywhere. And these formations are very mysterious, they seem to be linked into some kind of special boundary, hidden in the ancient tomb. No wonder so many zombies can be born. There was even a flying stiff among them. Something's not right. Suddenly, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. The depths of the ancient tomb even exuded a rich corpse gas. Could it be that there was something else existing inside? 127. Chapter 124 Corpse Core, 7 Princesses of Great Qin. He pondered for a moment and finally decided that it would be better to wait until they had recovered and then go in to check things out. A column of incense later. The crowd all recovered. Zhang Xian briefly talked about his findings, and this time, no one said anything else. After all, the images from earlier were still fresh in their minds. And with such a strong person like him around, the crowd naturally felt much more at ease in their hearts. Come on, move on. Zhang Xian said and walked forward first. The crowd followed. Through the tunnel. There were no dangers encountered along the way, only that the further inside they went, the more dense the corpse gas became. By the time they reached the innermost part, the crowd could no longer smell the corpse gas. There was just a faint hint of fragrance in the air. Zhang Xian raised his eyes. In front of it stood a coffin. The coffin was black, with an ancient shape, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Though it was not visible on the outside, there was a woman in ancient dress lying quietly in the coffin. Despite the passage of thousands of years, she was still as beautiful as ever and maintained her lifelike appearance. Her eyes were closed, her face was overwhelming, her skin was snow-white and glowing, as if she was ice and jade, and she was absolutely gorgeous. Just that a cherry mouth, looks a little dry, not half red, give a person a kind of morbid beauty. And above the black coffin, a blood-red bead was suspended, emitting a scarlet glow that illuminated the surrounding space. This blood bead is extremely bizarre, dripping and spinning, as if it has life in general, can't help but spread a ray of light. Buzz! Suddenly, the blood bead trembled as if it had sensed something. It slowly drifted, actually leaning towards where Zhang Xian stood. Swish! Next! The blood bead shook violently, shooting out a flash of scarlet light. In an instant, it enveloped Zhang Xian's crowd. This is... Zhang Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Only to see a terrifying suction force strike, crazily sucking the life force from their bodies. He, in particular, was churning with essence and blood. This suction and pulling power was too dominant to be blocked. It's not just him. The rest of the few people also sensed the scene. Everyone's face changed drastically, horrified. Zhang Xian immediately slapped out his palm, and his majestic true qi ruthlessly slammed into the blood bead. Boo! The blood bead shifted slightly and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the woman's body. Immediately after, the woman in the black coffin slowly opened her eyes, revealing a mesmerized and vacant expression as she looked towards Zhang Xian and the others. You guys, from outside? She opened her lips slightly, her voice indistinct and unmarked, as if she were dreaming. Swish! At this moment, everyone present was creeped out. Holy! It's not going to be another 1,000-year-old flying stiff, is it? The crowd held their breath and their bodies took a few steps back without leaving a trace. What dynasty is this one? But it's still Great Qin? The woman in the black coffin spoke again in a quiet voice. De Qin? The crowd froze. Who are you? As Zhang Xian looked at her, he could not detect the slightest bit of corpse aura from her. Instead, he was permeated with a feminine aura. If it wasn't for the bizarre environment here, there was no chance that he would have thought that the other party was a living, breathing human being. I am the 7th princess of Qin, Ying Lingwei. The woman in the black coffin spoke faintly, a hint of sorrow and longing in her eyes, as if she was caught up in memories from a long time ago. You're the princess of Great Qin? Nice. You still haven't answered Lone's question just now. What dynasty is outside today, but is it still the Great Qin dynasty? She stared at Zhang Xian as she pursued the question. De Qin? Great Qin has been extinguished for over 2,000 years. End of chapter. 128. Chapter 125 Initial Test of the Breaking Eye, Heart of the Harvest. Chapter 125 Initial Test of the Breaking Eye, Heart of the Harvest. What? Great Qin has fallen? When the woman heard this, her entire body froze in place, as if she had lost her mind. Seeing her like this, Zhang Xian frowned. Soon, Ying Lingwei came back to her senses. She looked at Zhang Xian with a complicated gaze, her eyes filled with pain and grief. Dare I ask this gentleman, by whose hand was Great Qin destroyed? But that's Su Fu. Su Fu? Zhang Xian was stunned. He couldn't imagine how this woman could relate the fall of the Qin dynasty to Su Fu. Is there something else hidden in this? Not Kim. After Su Fu led 3,000 boys and girls to Yingzhou on the orders of the first emperor Ying Zheng back then, he was never heard from again and should have died there. Zhang Xian shook his head and explained. Ha! Ying Lingwei sighed, her gaze bleak. Su Fu died in Yingzhou? Is that what the history books say? At those words, everyone present was stunned. Isn't it? Hiss. You don't think so? Is there something else going on here? Ahmet Ba. At this point, I only saw Zen Master Hui Ming suddenly open his mouth and pronounced a Buddha's name, then inquired, 7th princess, as the daughter of the first emperor and the princess of Great Qin, who actually sealed you in this ancient tomb? And? Aren't you dead, and how can? This statement was made. All eyes went to her, full of doubt and confusion. At those words, a hint of hatred flickered in Ying Lingwei's eyes. Lone is indeed dead. I am where I am today because of Su Fu. When she said this, her tone was filled with monstrous killing intent. Su Fu? The crowd was at a loss. Zhang Xian was even more astonished and completely puzzled. Logically, Su Fu had already traveled to Yingzhou at that time, so how could he have anything to do with the death of this princess? Seeing this, Ying Lingwei first sighed and slowly told the events of that year. Original. When Su Fu was ordered by the first emperor, Ying Zheng, to lead 3,000 boys and girls to Yingzhou to look for the elixir of immortality for him. However, the other party did not find the immortality pill in Yingzhou, but they did find a treasure suspected to have fallen from the heavens, which was the blood pearl. The blood pearl possesses mysterious and unpredictable powers, but it is easy to make people fall into madness and become a bloodthirsty monster. But this is real enough to make people live forever. When Su Fu offered this treasure, Shi Huangdi went completely crazy, and the method of longevity that he had been searching for more than 10 years was finally found by him. Immediately, he gave orders for Su Fu to do everything he could to completely eliminate that aftermath. Although he wanted to live forever, he didn't want to become a bloodthirsty monster. After several years of research, Su Fu was finally able to find a solution, but it was somewhat desperate. You need to go through a death first, and then use the power of that blood pearl to succeed. The first emperor naturally did not want to be that first person, so he planned to use his own heir as a test subject. The 7th princess was unfortunately chosen because she was in love with a commoner, which angered the first emperor. And so there was this mausoleum. But no one could have imagined that Su Fu would also want to live forever, and when the experiment was going well, he took the opportunity to take away the blood beads. The first emperor was furious. Immediately, the whole country was mobilized to search for Su Fu, but in the end it remained fruitless. It was not until the 7th year after the death of the first emperor that Su Fu sneaked into the tomb in an attempt to use the blood beads to try to see if he could reverse the yin and yang. Results 128. Chapter 125 Initial Test of the Breaking Eye, Heart of Harvest. The blood bead unexpectedly fused with Ying Lingwei, causing her to gain a new life. When Ying Lingwei saw her enemy, she naturally couldn't let him go, so the two of them had a huge battle. The severely injured Su Fu, seeing that things had failed, had to escape from the tomb and ended up not knowing his whereabouts. Over the years, the blood beads overflowed with horrible energy, turning the dead guards in the tomb into zombies. That's what led to the scene that happened today. After listening to her account, the crowd was silent for a long time, their minds swirling. No one expected that there would be such a twisted and bizarre story behind it. Sure enough, even word-of-mouth history can't be trusted in its entirety. Su Fu. Zhang Xian murmured a few words, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of inexplicable essence. Is Su Fu really dead? Regarding this question, Zhang Xian had the same doubt in his heart. Since then, no one has seen Su Fu again. Granted, he's dead in the historical record. But now he's hearing some more, about things that aren't in history. So he suddenly suspected that Su Fu should not be dead. Right. 7th Princess, is it possible to let poor Daoist take a look at that blood pearl? Zhang Xian suddenly looked at Ying Lingwei and made a request. Somehow, he always felt that this blood bead was not simple. Upon hearing this, Ying Lingwei hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Since this gentleman wants to see it, I naturally won't be stingy. Ying Lingwei let out a light laugh, then took out the blood pearl inside her body. In a split second, the air around them instantly chilled. Even Zen Master Hui Ming and the others immediately felt a piercing chill. Zhang Xian's pupils shrank violently as he used his divine ability, the Eye of Delusion Breaker, to gaze at the crystal-clear blood bead. Mysterious blood bead, it is condensed from the heart of the ancient beast, Hao Hao, which contains endless ferocious gas, and can turn the living into zombies to achieve alternative immortality. Harvest. I didn't realize that this blood bead was actually coalesced from the heart of the harvest, no wonder it could allow Ying Lingwei to survive for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, the first time Zhang Xian used the divine ability of the Eye of Delusion Breaker, he encountered something so shocking. The Eye of Breaking Delusion, an innate divine ability rewarded by the system, possessed many heaven-defying skills. Sense the laws, see into the essence, peek into the 9 specters. And so on. This gentleman, do you ever see anything? Nope. The princess can put it away. Zhang Xian shook his head and casually lied. He wasn't going to talk about it. For one thing, he didn't want to cause unnecessary panic. The second is, naturally, a reluctance to meddle in the matter. That's an ancient beast. With just one heart, an ordinary corpse can evolve into a 1,000-year flying stiff. Although Ying Lingwei looked similar to a living person, Zhang Xian could clearly detect that she possessed an incomparably terrifying power within her body. It was at least the Yuan-Ying realm, if not stronger. Ying Lingwei raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she had also sensed the change in Zhang Xian just now. That moment. She suddenly had an illusion, as if Zhang Xian's eyes could pierce through the world and see into the essence. But she stopped dwelling on it for just a moment. Since the matter here has been resolved, it is time for us to leave. Zhang Xian spoke. The crowd nodded at that. This time, not only did they see the terror of the 1,000-year-old flying stiff, but they also knew some secrets about the first emperor, which also satisfied the curiosity in their hearts. Just as they turned to leave, Ying Lingwei's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Gentlemen, wait. Zhang Xian turned around in confusion as his footsteps lurched. This gentleman, I don't know if the lonely little woman can follow you? End of chapter. 129. Chapter 126 Traveling to the Heavenly Master's Mansion of Longhu Mountain. Chapter 126 Traveling to the Heavenly Master's Mansion on Longhu Mountain. This gentleman, I don't know if the lonely little woman can follow you? Ying Lingwei hesitated for a long time, but finally gathered enough courage to say. With her meticulous mind, she naturally saw that Zhang Xian was no ordinary person. With the fact that he could easily kill the 1,000-year-old flying stiffs in the mausoleum, this strength was enough to make people look at him sideways. She was especially surprised by that glance just now, vaguely guessing that Zhang Xian had practiced some sort of special technique. Or the Avatar. Words. The crowd was stunned and looked over with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. It wasn't that they had the wrong idea that this princess liked Zhang Xian at a glance, but rather, how could she think of following Zhang Xian? Knowing that they had just gone through a vicious fight and even decapitated the flying stiffs that guarded the tomb for her, it was inevitable that there would be a gap between the two sides. However, Ying Lingwei had chosen to follow Zhang Xian, which was really hard for them to understand. Ahem. Zhang Xian coughed dryly, then waved his hand in rejection. I'm sorry, but the poor Daoist has important matters to deal with next, so I'm sorry that I can't accompany him. Honestly. He also didn't want to get too deeply involved with the 7th princess of the Qin dynasty. For one thing, it was her identity, at least she was a dryad that had lived for more than 2,000 years, although Zhang Xian wasn't sure if she was a dryad or not. However, her strength was not to be underestimated, not even weaker than Zhang Xian. The second is because of harvest. Don't forget, Ying Lingwei's body still had a blood pearl transformed from the heart of the Han. Regardless of what was hidden behind this, Zhang Xian currently didn't have much certainty if he were to face this ancient fierce beast. Just the energy overflowing from the heart alone was able to cultivate so many hairy stiffs, as well as a 1,000-year-old flying stiff. If it was its own body that was there, how terrifying would the strength be? Hear that. Ying Lingwei's beautiful eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and only after a long time did she continue. My little daughter has been trapped in this tomb for more than 2,000 years, and now it's not easy for her to awaken. If you don't mind, my lord, my daughter is willing to follow you around and serve you, only hoping to escape this gloomy tomb. Having said that, a touch of sadness surfaced at the corner of her mouth, and with her pale and pretty face, it gave her a soft beauty. You can't get out? Zhang Xian looked at her in surprise. It doesn't make sense. With her strength, it wasn't very tough to get out of this tomb, was it? Ugh. When Su Fu sealed me, he set up a threefold prohibition here, as if he could specifically restrain me. Unless I have the help of an outsider, I simply can't leave this place. Ying Lingwei sighed. Zhang Xian frowned slightly. What kind of prohibition is it that can still exist after more than 2,000 years? The rest of them were also filled with surprised expressions. Even they had never heard of any forbidden spell formation that could last for more than 2,000 years. It was important to realize that the power of a spell formation depended on the strength of the caster, and the aura of heaven and earth. If the aura of heaven and earth became thin, even the most powerful spell formation would not be able to support it. The fact that this spell formation could actually last for more than 2,000 years was clearly beyond common sense. If you are worried that my daughter will not be favorable to you when she goes out, then this blood pearl can be temporarily handed over to you for safekeeping. Seeing Zhang Xian fall into deep thought, Ying Lingwei hurriedly spoke up. After saying that, she once again took out the blood beads. The blood beads emitted a faint red aura, reflecting her slightly pale face. She really wanted to go out, even if it was just to see the sunshine outside again. Just. The poor Daoist will help you this once. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he collected the blood beads into the middle of the spatial ring. Lingwei thanks you for your kindness. 129. Chapter 126. Traveling to the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain. Ying Lingwei revealed a delighted smile and gave him a quaint and cumbersome, big salute. Immediately after, the group then walked towards the entrance of the mausoleum. Buzz. Just as the crowd was about to walk outside, ripples suddenly spread around the previously calm and wave-free surroundings. Next. Wow. A majestic and incomparable power struck, but it only targeted Ying Lingwei alone. It was sudden and surprisingly fast and unexpected. Fortunately, Zhang Xian reacted in advance, and with a wave of his Daoist robe, a true qi coalesced into a barrier that blocked Ying Lingwei's surroundings. In the meantime, the group also finally stepped outside the mausoleum. Rumble. Only the sorcery totems carved around the mausoleum suddenly emitted a burst of ethereal light, followed by the entire mausoleum beginning to tremble violently. It didn't take long before it dimmed again. Ying Lingwei looked up at the sky, her face complicated to the extreme. Finally. See the sunshine again? The other side. Daoist Tang Yun and the others glanced at her and realized that she hadn't made any movements, and were finally relieved. Several people then descended the mountain and returned to the town at the foot of the mountain. The sun is still setting at this point and it's warm. The town remains quiet and peaceful. The streets were bustling with traffic. However, when the passers-by saw Ying Lingwei, they couldn't help but freeze, stopping to take a look. Men and women, young and old, all of them were dumbstruck. What a pretty girl! Pure, noble, elegant, but also towards the ancient costume, as if from the picture scroll out of the fairy-like. It's beautiful. Prettier than the fairies you see on TV. I can't believe there is such a perfect girl in the world. Say, what are those people next to her doing? Are they filming some kind of TV show? Look, Mom, I see the fairy lady. The crowd was talking. Some simple children, in particular, were shouting with excitement. Several people ignored this. Soon, Daoist Tang Yun led Zhang Xian and the others to a manor. Thanks to a few fellow Daoists today, the poor Taoist will arrange a banquet to entertain you all. Daoist Tang Yun said enthusiastically. Zhang Xian did not refuse. After all, everyone had just gone through a vicious battle and just needed some rest. As for the matter of traveling to the Heavenly Master's palace, let's wait for a couple of days. And so, over the next few days, Zhang Xian's few people wandered around the town while sitting and discussing the Tao. On the contrary, it was Ying Lingwei, and she didn't know if it was because she had left the ancient tomb, but her whole person had become much more cheerful. I've been hanging out in small towns all over the place for the past few days, and whatever I'm looking at feels new and fresh. So many people came to talk to her, wanting to add her contact information, but in the end, all of them failed to do so. It was only when they came to the 5th day that Zhang Xian's few people moved to start their journey to Longhu Mountain. As for the issue of Ying Lingwei's identity, Zhang Xian had also asked Daoist Tang Yun to help resolve it. He was at least a cultivator at the early stage of Tongyi, so he naturally knew quite a few characters, including the head of a branch of a special bureau in the northwest, and it took just one day to get it done. That morning, several people boarded an airplane and began their journey to the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longfu Mountain. No did not arrive until 2 p.m. As one of the holy places of Taoism, Longfu Shan has pleasant scenery. Although not as spectacular as the magic cities so lofty, but the victory in the quiet and elegant, tranquil environment. End of chapter 130. Chapter 127 Excited Elders of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Chapter 127 The Excited Elders of the Heavenly Master's House. Longfu Shan. The Heavenly Master's Mansion. Greetings, Elder. Hello, Elder. All the way. Zhang Xian encountered quite a few disciples of the Heavenly Master's house, but when they saw Daoist Master Chong Guang, each of them bowed respectfully. This caused Zhang Xian to be stunned. Looks like he's pretty high up in the Heavenly Master's office. The group of people traversed through the layers of green stone paths and soon arrived in front of a temple that covered a rather extensive area. These halls were all built on top of giant stone steps, and from afar they looked like heavenly palaces. Fellow Daoist Zhang Xian, please. Daoist Master Chongguang extended his hand and drew it forward, signaling Zhang Xian to follow him first. Aha! With a slight nod, Zhang Xian ascended the steps with them. Inside was a wide stone path. The stone path is straight and stretches for hundreds of meters, with exotic plants planted on both sides of the path, which are fragrant. Soon, several people came to one of the largest palaces. Inside, there were chairs on both sides of the room, all of which were occupied by figures wearing red Taoist robes. Each face was solemn, as if petrified and motionless. Moreover, the aura emanating from each of them was all at the Tongyi realm. The Heavenly Master's mansion is worthy of being the ancestral court of the Taoist sect. This piece of heritage was incomparable to any power. Zhang Xian secretly sighed. On top of that, there were many young figures within the palace. They were all true merit disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and the future top combatants of the Heavenly Master's mansion. When the few people stepped into the Heavenly Master Hall, the gazes of the people present looked over in unison. Most of it fell on Zhang Xian's body. In fact, a few days ago, Daoist Master Chongguang had transmitted all of Zhang Xian's situation, including the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal, back to the Heavenly Master's mansion. That was why they paid extra attention to Zhang Xian. Great Elder. At that moment, Daoist Master Chongguang walked up to an old man on his right and bowed with his hands. He could only see that his eyebrows were in his temples, he had a goatee beard, and his muddy, deep eyes were glittering with essence. This person was none other than the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Master's Mansion, Daoist Master Chong Yuan. On the side, Zhang Xian secretly sized up the other party and realized that this person's cultivation level was the strongest amongst so many people present. Late passage of the Spectre. It was only one step away from breaking through to the peak realm. Chongguang, you've worked hard on this trip. Daoist Master Chong Yuan nodded before his gaze fell back on Zhang Xian, smiling as he inquired, Your Excellency is fellow Daoist Zhang Xian? It is indeed extraordinary. Fellow Daoist has repeatedly stepped in to save the lives of the disciples of my Heavenly Master's mansion. This favor will certainly not be forgotten by the Heavenly Master's mansion. Having said that, he then slowly stood up and performed a salute towards Zhang Xian. Seeing this, the rest of the elders of the Heavenly Master's mansion also rose and expressed their gratitude to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian hurriedly bowed and returned the salute. "It's just a show of hands, you're all welcome." Upon hearing this, Daoist Master Chong Yuan smiled faintly. His gaze inadvertently glanced at Ying Lingwei, who was standing behind him, without the slightest hint of color on his face. As long as Ying Lingwei doesn't do anything evil, then the Heavenly Master's office won't meddle in it. I've heard that what Daoist Zhang Xian once performed during his trip to the east was the Heavenly Master's secret Five Thunders orthodox technique, as well as the Golden Light Mantra. I don't know where fellow Daoist Zhang Xian learned it from, can you tell me? I also know that this question is a bit abrupt, but it concerns the secret traditions of my Heavenly Master's house, so please answer truthfully, fellow Daoist Zhang Xian. Hearing this, Zhang Xian didn't feel anything. 130. Chapter 127 The excited elders of the Heavenly Master's house. After all, he had cast the Five Thunders positive technique and the Golden Light Mantra more than once, and there were quite a few people who knew about it. And he himself knew it well. This time when he came to the Heavenly Master's mansion, about these gong methods he practiced, they would definitely be mentioned. Of course. He couldn't say anything about the system, so he thought of a way to say it ahead of time. Not that there's anything I can't say. To tell you the truth, I learned all these feats from a magic treasure. At first, I didn't realize that this was a technique of the Heavenly Master's mansion until I met the disciples of your sect later on. Zhang Xian spoke out what he had thought of to say. As for that magic bullet, naturally, it is the Celestial Master's Dharma seal. The crowd sniffed and raised their eyebrows slightly. Obviously, he didn't quite believe him in this statement. After all, it was difficult to imprint such things as feats on top of a magic treasure. Not to mention, he had only just reached the age of a weak crown, and even if it was through self-taught techniques, his cultivation had unexpectedly reached such a level. Even a legendary existence like 1,000-year flying stiff was no match for him. Even they, together, couldn't beat 1,000 years of flying stiffs. Oh? Can you show me that magic treasure? Daoist Master Chong Yuan's eyes narrowed into a line as he said indifferently. Oh, sure. Zhang Xian smiled faintly and then waved his hand. Instantly, an ancient bronze seal appeared above his palm. The bronze seal took the shape of a quadrilateral and was engraved with dense symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of coolness, heaviness, and might. It hovered silently, blossoming out strand after strand of rich Tao rhythm, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Rumble. Suddenly, the stone statues standing in the Tianshi Hall, as well as those divine plaques of the successive generations of ancestors, all shook violently. As if summoned by some kind of summons, it actually emitted a deafening buzzing sound, which was very appalling. Seeing this scene, Daoist Master Chong Yuan's breathing suddenly became rapid. Even the whole thing was thrilled. It's not just him. All the elders of the Heavenly Master's mansion present looked shocked upon seeing this bronze seal. Their eyes were incomparably frenzied as they stared at the bronze seal in Zhang Xian's palm. Celestial Master's Dharma seal. Surprisingly, it really is the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal. Ancestors of all generations have manifested their spirits, and we will finally be able to see the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal again. At this moment, no matter who it was, all of them were overwhelmed with excitement and even wept with joy. Perhaps outsiders didn't know the significance of the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal to the Heavenly Master's mansion, but they knew it very well. This is the root of the Heavenly Master's house, the legacy. It has been nearly 1,000 years since the creation of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and there have been a total of 4 Heavenly Master's Dharma seals minted. 2 of them are broken and 2 are missing. One was accidentally lost in that great battle in the Tianshi mansion decades ago, and that was the 4th Tianshi Dharma seal forged in the Tianshi mansion. As for the last one, it was a supreme magic treasure refined by the first ancestor, Zhang Daoling. Unfortunately, ever since he flew up in the white sun, the whereabouts of this celestial master Dharma seal was unknown and could not be found for so many years. The seal is a 4-sided, greenish-green color, with the spirits of the 4 elephants engraved in seal script, initiating the heaven from above and suppressing the underworld from below. This was clearly none other than the first generation of Heavenly Master's Dharma seal that they had been searching for painstakingly for thousands of years. The late scholarly descendant of the Heavenly Master's house, pay homage to the primordial ancestor. Next moment. All of them fell to their knees in unison and bowed respectfully to the bronze seal in Zhang Xian's hand. Buzz. In the meantime, together with the Heavenly Master Hall, the entire Longhu Mountain began to tremble violently as if it was an earthquake. The sky was even reflecting a rainbow. These visions quickly caught the attention of all the disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain. End of chapter. 131, Chapter 128. Ancient Tao is here to destroy the Ghost King. Chapter 128, Anemia is here to destroy the Ghost King. This is? What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Quickly! Go report to the elders. In a split second. One after another, the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion all panicked and rushed towards the Heavenly Master's hall. And on the other side, inside the temple of the Heavenly Master, Zhang Xian was filled with confusion as he looked at the crowd kneeling and crouching before him. This, you guys? He opened his mouth to say something. As a result, before he finished speaking, Daoist Master Chong Yuan suddenly looked up at him. Seeing the seal is like seeing the ancestor. Since fellow Daoist Zhang Xian has been recognized by the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal, it means that the primordial ancestor has recognized you, and you deserve to enjoy this honor. As he spoke, he bowed deeply, his attitude sincere. The many elders beside them all nodded their heads in agreement as well. As elders of the ancestral court of the Taoist sect, the House of Heavenly Masters, they paid the most attention to etiquette. Even if Zhang Xian was not a member of the Heavenly Master's mansion, the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal was in his hands, so they had to abide by this rule. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. It was amazing that the words he had merely made up off the top of his head had caused such a big reaction. Ying Lingwei looked at this scene, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Although she also felt that Zhang Xian's strength was not simple, she did not expect that it would cause such a huge ripple. It made her feel weird inside. Ahem. This. Fellow Dao Masters, I can't afford all of your great gifts, why don't you get up first? Zhang Xian said awkwardly. You can afford it. Daoist Master Chong Yuan looked at him and said in a solemn tone. According to the rules passed down from generations of ancestors, whoever holds or recovers the seal of the Heavenly Master is the next Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion. And not only did you retrieve the first ancestor's Heavenly Master Dharma seal, you also managed to learn the ancestor's inherited techniques. In other words, you are the reincarnated disciple of the first ancestor. This statement was made. All of the elders within the Heavenly Master Hall did not have a single person who was standing out to refute it. Because the Heavenly Master really does have this rule. Zhang Xian. In the meantime. Backcountry. When the vision occurred in the Heavenly Master's mansion, the altar in the middle of the bamboo forest seemed to have sensed it as well, emitting a bizarre red aura and vaguely transmitting hints of blood-colored light. Rumble. The altar was constantly shaking. And on that altar, there was a thin old man sitting on a plate, wrinkles all over the place, looking like a dying tree. Only his eyes were tightly closed, and his body was even filled with a hidden aura. If it wasn't visible to the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to detect this person's presence at all. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Gaze. It was as if they could see through thousands of years. Swish. In an instant, a brilliant aura exploded out of his eyes. Immediately after, around this altar, densely packed runes actually surfaced. These runes flickered with a faint golden light, surrounding the old man's body and forming a marvelous circle of light. Ha ha ha. This king senses the power of the seal, it is weakening, very good, very good. Just then, a rampant laughter suddenly came out as if it had penetrated the boundaries of time, shaking the entire bamboo forest. That laughter was like a raging storm, carrying a terrifyingly evil aura that swept over. In an instant, it blew the bamboo forest with a clatter. The moment. 131, Chapter 128. The ancient Taoist is here to destroy the Ghost King. Inside the altar, one could only see an illusory shackle coalesce out of thin air, entangling a hideous and terrifying figure. This person was covered in black mist, with two horns on his head, wings on his back, and gnarled muscles all over his body, looking ferocious and hideous. But at this moment, it was trapped by those dozens of illusory shackles, unable to move. Above each of the shackles, there were densely carved runes that revealed a palpitating aura. It was trapped in the altar, but it was not half afraid. He even let out a strange laugh, sizing up the old man outside the altar as if he was viewing his prey. It was clearly the underworld ghost king. Humph. The old man let out a cold snort, his gaze seeming to be able to pass through the altar and land on the other party. Old Daoist, even though you sealed this king with a body transformation formation, after so many years have passed, you are only mortal after all. And this king was born in the underworld purgatory, an immortal body. You can't kill this king. Now that the power of the seal is weakening, in less than 3 days, the king will be able to break the shackles and return to earth. Ha ha ha. At that time, all the disciples of your heavenly master's mansion will all have to die. The underworld ghost king laughed wildly with reckless abandon. Each of its loud laughs was accompanied by an aura that was terrifying to the extreme. That evil and incomparable aura was almost frightening. Even through the seal, it could cause the surrounding void to ripple violently. The old man stifled a grunt as he was impacted by the aura, and his hand movements did not diminish at all as he continued to manipulate the spell formation runes, imprisoning the underworld ghost king. Gradual. He grew paler and paler, and large beads of sweat broke out on him. Obviously, he couldn't hold out much longer. Yet he still didn't give up. Old thing, you wait for this king. After this king gets out of the trap, the first thing he'll do is to step on the heavenly master's mansion and exterminate all of you. The underworld ghost king roared angrily, scarlet blood light flashing in his eyes, as if he was a beast that chose to devour people. Its roar grew weaker and weaker, and soon it was silent. Ahem! The old man's expression became shriveled, and his entire body began to shake. In the next second, he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Time is running out. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up to the location of the Heavenly Master Hall, where the vision had just come from. Could it be that they have already found the ancestor's inheritor? The old man murmured, his eyes narrowing. And I don't know if there's time left to come. Having said that, he sighed deeply, and his pale figure instantly disappeared in place. And at this moment in the Heavenly Master Hall, Zhang Xian seemed to have sensed something and frowned as he looked towards the back of the Heavenly Master Mansion. Just now, he suddenly detected a terrifying aura coming from the back of the mountain. The aura was very evil, as if it was capable of destroying everything. But it was followed by a quick disappearance, as if it had never been there. Fellow Daoist Zhang Xian, since you have received the ancestor's legacy, you are the most suitable candidate to take over the position of Heavenly Master. And at that point, Daoist Master Chong Yuan's voice rang out, interrupting Zhang Xian's thoughts and pulling his mind back. Me? No no no. Poor Daoist only wants to cultivate, and has no intention of taking over as Heavenly Master. Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand in rejection. How honorable is the position of Heavenly Master? Once he sat in this position, then he would have to assume the responsibility of maintaining the safety and well-being of the Heavenly Master's house and its rise and fall from now on. He was used to being free, so how could he stand this constraint? Fellow Daoist Zhang Xian, this was arranged by the primordial ancestor himself. In addition, I'm sure you've heard about the great catastrophe of the Heavenly Master's house many years ago, a catastrophe in which the Heavenly Master's house suffered heavy losses. If we don't get rid of that underworld ghost king once and for all, I'm afraid that the entire earth will be devastated. Daoist Master Chong Yuan sighed. This matter, the poor Daoist has also heard about it. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, he went on to speak, that's why the poor Daoist has come this time to destroy the underworld ghost king. End of chapter. 132. Chapter 129, Jiedan Realm cannot be destroyed, what about Yuaning? Chapter 129 Jiedan Realm can't be annihilated, what about Yuaning? Zhang Xian's voice rang out in the great hall like thunder, shaking the entire space. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze, as if even time had stopped. Where eyes met, the shock and anticipation on the faces of the crowd intertwined into a complex picture, and in the silence, the sound of heartbeats was clearly audible. A few moments later, it was only then that they came back to their senses, and a pair of gazes all looked towards Zhang Xian, filled with astonishment. Fellow Daoist Zhang Xian, what did you just say? Daoist Master Chong Yuan couldn't help but ask. You didn't mishear. This time, poor Tao has come to the Heavenly Master's mansion for the purpose of destroying the underworld ghost king. Zhang Xian said indifferently. Not only for the sake of completing the system mission, he mainly wanted to repay the karma of the Heavenly Master's house. Even though his feats were all rewarded by the system, as long as he stayed in this world, there existed karma between him and the Heavenly Master. And there's such a thing as cause and effect that can't be told. As long as there was a trace of attachment, it would leave a trace, so he simply solved the big trouble of the underworld ghost king for the Heavenly Master's office. Fellow Daoist Zhang, are you telling the truth? Naturally. Well, great. Hearing his words of affirmation, the crowd showed expressions of joy and excitement. The problem of the underworld ghost king had plagued them for decades, and they had never been able to completely solve it. How can they not be energized by the hope that is now finally upon them? Moreover, as far as they knew, Zhang Xian's strength wasn't weak. Even the legendary 1,000-year flying stiff was no match for Zhang Xian, and with such a character making a move, dealing with the underworld ghost king should be a breeze, right? Thinking of this, the crowd could no longer contain the excitement and thrill in their eyes. Right. Poor Dao doesn't know much about the underworld ghost king. I wonder how much do you seniors know? Zhang Xian inquired. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you can win 100 battles. Although he possessed the cultivation of a mid-yuaning, it was better to play it safe and find out more about the underworld ghost king. Old me and the others know very little about the underworld ghost king. We only know that it descended to earth from the underworld, and I'm afraid that only Master Uncle, his old man, knows exactly how strong it is. How about this, when we contact Senior Uncle, his old man, then we can discuss together to deal with the underworld ghost king. Good thing too. Zhang Xian nodded his head in agreement after a slight contemplation. And so, Daoist Master Chong Yuan immediately had one of his disciples head to the back of the mountain to invite their senior uncle down. No need. I'm already here, old Tao. Suddenly, an old voice came from outside. The crowd turned their heads to look, and they saw a short and lean old man walk slowly into the main hall from outside. This person was none other than the old man at the back of the mountain. His face was incredibly pale, and his body swayed more than a little when he walked, as if he might fall at any moment. But even so, not a single person dared to underestimate him. See you, senior uncle. Seeing this person walk into the great hall, the crowd immediately bowed and saluted with the utmost respect. Zhang Xian also bowed slightly towards the old man. Greetings, senior. Jiedan realm. He could clearly perceive that this old man was actually a Jiedan realm powerhouse. Only the fluctuation of his breath was very weak and very debilitating, and it was obvious that he was approaching the end of his days. Moreover, Zhang Xian could sense from him a densing qi, exactly the same as the one that erupted from the back mountain just now. This meant that the other party had been guarding the back of the Heavenly Master's residence during these decades, and had not even moved an inch. That's why it's tainted with such a strong yin qi. Zhang Xiuchang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be excused. 132. Chapter 129, Jiedan Realm cannot be destroyed. What about Yuaning? He then turned his head and dropped his gaze onto Zhang Xian's body, a flash of admiration in his eyes. Lao Dao has long heard Chong Guang mentioning the great name of young friend, and today when I see it, it is indeed better known than seen. Elders' praise is fallacious. Zhang Xian smiled and responded humbly. He couldn't help but respect such a former senior who had sacrificed himself for the sake of the living. Ha ha. You're welcome, little friend. Zhang Xiuchang waved his hand and laughed. I heard that little friend came to the Heavenly Master's mansion this time in order to destroy the underworld ghost king? Yes. Then please forgive me for asking a presumptuous question. How certain are you that you can destroy the underworld ghost king? Zhang Xiuchang asked in a deep voice. You should know that my Heavenly Master's mansion had deployed 7 major Jiedan real people including the previous Heavenly Master many years ago, and was only able to seal it, unable to destroy it. If little friend doesn't have full certainty, the old Taoist is not willing to let you take the risk. Hearing his words, the nearby Taoist master Chong Yuan and the others also looked at him, waiting for his reply. After all, the strength of the ghost king of the underworld was no joke, and the slightest mishap could lead to the Heavenly Master's mansion being plunged into a place of no return. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows lightly at his words. Don't worry, senior, since senior has come here, would he not be unprepared? Oh? Then might as well tell the old man about it? Zhang Xiuchang looked at Zhang Xian with interest, a look of expectation spreading across his pale face. Senior said earlier that the strength of the Jiedan realm cannot destroy the underworld ghost king. Then I wonder what about the Yuan-Ing realm? Yuan-Ing realm? When he heard these 3 words spit out from his mouth, Zhang Xiuchang's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up and his entire body became hyperactive. Little friend, could it be that you... Zhang Xiuchang looked at him tremblingly, as if he was trying to confirm something. Zhang Xian smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan-Ing realm? Daoist Master Chong Yuan and the others all had their jaws dropped as they looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Hiss. They sucked in their cool breaths, all of them stunned. Who could have predicted? A youth around 20 years old had actually broken through to the legendary Yuaning realm. This is just shocking. Well. Yuaning realm is enough, completely enough. Zhang Xiaochang uttered 3 good words in a row, and his entire person appeared incomparably excited. His life expectancy is almost at an end nowadays. If he couldn't solve this matter of the underworld Ghost King, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after death, much less have the face to meet the successive generations of ancestors of the Tianzhi mansion. But now, he had finally found his savior. A 20-year-old Yuaning cultivator. This kind of existence, not to mention the current era of the end of the law, even if it was put into 1,000 years ago, it would still be a supreme demonic genius. Little friend. The old Daoist only barely suppressed the seal of the underworld Ghost King before he came here. I'm afraid it won't take 3 days for it to break the seal. When the time comes, there's no way for the old Daoist to make a move, so we can only rely on little friend himself next. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaochang let out a heavy sigh. He's too old. If there were no accidents, a Jeden cultivator could survive for 300 years, but most of his lifespan was used to suppress the underworld Ghost King. The remaining few months of his lifespan would not be able to support him to continue to strike out and help Zhang Xian destroy the underworld Ghost King. Otherwise, it is likely that he will be dead before he can perform his feats. 3 days? Rather enough. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth curved up into an arc, not showing much concern. End of chapter. 133, Chapter 130. Ghost King of the Underworld breaks the seal, Zhang Xian makes a move. Chapter 130. The Underworld Ghost King breaks the seal, Zhang Xian makes a move. And in the next few days, the Heavenly Master's mansion seemed to be calm and quiet, but in reality, it was a dark tide. Chong Yuanjinjin, Chongguang Daolong and the others, all of them were concentrated in the forbidden area in the back of the Heavenly Master's residence, and took turns to station themselves there every day. As for the rest of the disciples of the Heavenly Master's house, they each had their own duties and stood by. For a while, the entire Heavenly Master's mansion was filled with a grave atmosphere. And in the midst of these busy backs, Zhang Xian conversely sat leisurely with Zhang Xiaochang and discussed the Tao. Although Zhang Xian's cultivation was far stronger than the other parties, after all, he had lived for more than 100 years and had a much deeper understanding of the Tao than Zhang Xian. Therefore, each of Zhang Xiaochang's words gave Zhang Xian a touching and beneficial effect. Time passes quietly. 3 days passed quickly. It was noon on this day. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded through the clouds, shaking the earth and making it tremble fiercely twice. Immediately after, only to see a cloud of blinding and incomparable blood-colored light, as if it were a flame rising up in the air, illuminating the surroundings, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. In the meantime, a sharp and mournful roar exploded in the sky above the Heavenly Master's mansion as if it had pierced through the clouds. The crowd only felt as if their eardrums had been torn apart. Ha ha ha! The king is finally free! The roar was deafening, and carried with it such extreme pain and rage that it seemed to destroy the world. Immediately afterward, a huge to terrifying aura pressure descended, enveloping the 8 wastelands. All the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion couldn't help but tremble when they felt this aura. In just a blink of an eye, the originally clear sky instantly darkened. Wild sand rolled and flew away like the end of the world was coming. Zhang Xiaochang and Zhang Xian glanced at each other, a trace of gravity surfacing in each other's eyes. It's strong. I didn't expect that after being sealed for so many years, the Underworld Ghost King would still be so strong, and with just a trace of his breath, he could affect the changes in heaven and earth. When really, it's appalling. Little friend, be careful. Zhang Xiaochang said in a low voice. Don't worry, senior. Words. Zhang Xian slowly stood up, calm and collected, not seeing the slightest bit of panic, and even a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Swish. In the next moment, his body swayed and rushed in the direction of the back mountain. GGG. The mad laughter of the Underworld Ghost King kept coming, causing one's scalp to tingle with fear. Anyone who heard this laughter, no matter where they were, felt ice cold and panicked, as if there was a demon that chose to devour people and was approaching them. Freedom can feel so good. The words fell. It looked toward the not-too-distant Chong Yuan Daoist master and the others, the corners of its mouth sketching out a bloodthirsty and cruel arc. People from the Heavenly Master's residence? Just in time. The pain that your ancestors inflicted on this king, get it back from you. The words just fell. It then violently raised its hand and grabbed towards the crowd. Boom! A huge palm print was instantly revealed, covering the sky as if it was going to slap the sky away. That kind of frightening aura made everyone present couldn't help but change their faces drastically. Retreat! Daoist Master Chongming let out a bellowing cry. In the next second, everyone burst back sharply, fleeing towards the outer edges of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Unfortunately, it was still a step too slow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the giant palm smashed on top of the ground, instantly setting off monstrous waves. A huge chunk of rock tumbled and splattered in a cloud of dust and smoke. 133, Chapter 130 Ghost King of the Underworld breaks the seal, Zhang Xian strikes. And those ordinary disciples who could not evade were even more tragically affected, spitting blood on the spot. Jia jia jia. The Underworld Ghost King laughed viciously, his eyes scarlet as blood, staring dead on Chongming Daoist Master and the others. None of you will leave alive today. Having said that, the corners of the spectral Ghost King's mouth sketched out a sardonic smile, as if a predator had set its sights on innocent prey. It violently raised its hand and swung, moving like lightning that tore through the sky, and in an instant, the air around it trembled. In a split second, a cloud of pitch-blacking fury chi energy shot out like a raging tide of fury, heading straight for Daoist Master Chong Yuan and the others. The trajectory of that chi was very strange, traveling in the air, spinning and tumbling, sometimes facing upwards, sometimes facing downwards, like a twisting giant snake, carrying a gloomy and cold aura, tearing through space. Get out of the way! Daoist Master Chong Yuan's heart tightened and his face turned white as he yelled without hesitation. Afterward, his hands frantically pinched seals, and a rune flashed and jumped between his fingers. Next moment, a true chi barrier steeply emerged from the void, rising against the wind and rapidly expanding to a height of 5 meters, blocking the front of the crowd. Boo! The pitch-blacking fury chi strength impacted on top of the true chi shield, instantly emitting a shocking sound and exploding into a cloud of dense black gas that filled the surroundings. But Daoist Master Chong Yuan only felt his chest sink, his body's chi and blood boiling, and he sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood in a row. However, he gritted his teeth and held on as he pinched his fingers again and continued to push the shield to resist the erosion of the fiendish chi. Overrate yourself. Die. The Underworld Ghost King laughed hideously, then extended his right claw again and lightly probed out. Shoo! A bone finger as black as ink broke through the air and came towards the shield at point-blank range, just like a sharp arrow with an unrelenting momentum, piercing through the shield. Ka-ching! A crunch. The shield shattered in response and was reduced to nothing. And Daoist Master Chong Yuan's entire body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The speed of that bone finger did not decrease at all, and it came straight at him, erupting into a sharp air-breaking sound. Not good. Daoist Master Chong Yuan's pupils shrank. A close call. Swish. Zhang Xian's figure suddenly surfaced and appeared within the range of the bone finger's attack. Buzz. A brilliant golden light surged out from between Zhang Xian's sleeves and robes, instantly wrapping around the bone finger and causing it to stagnate in midair, unable to advance an inch. The next moment. Snap. And that bone finger shattered in response, turning into a cloud of roiling black mist that completely disappeared into the heavens and earth. Zhang Xian's expression was indifferent as he looked toward the Underworld Ghost King not far away. Fellow Daoist Zhang Xian. The moment he saw him appear, Daoist Master Chong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Leave this place to the poor Taoist, you guys retreat first. Then be more careful. After saying that, he led the people out of here. After all, the strength that the Underworld Ghost King had exerted was beyond his expectations, and if they were here, it would only affect Zhang Xian. Might as well back off in a hurry. GGG. Kid, you have the scent that this king hates. If I'm not mistaken, you should be practicing the Five Thunders orthodox method of the Heavenly Master's house, right? As he spoke, the spectral Ghost King's gaze kept falling on Zhang Xian's body, his eyes translucent with a ferocious killing intent. It was very sensitive to the scent of thunder spells. Especially the thunder law of the Heavenly Master. After all, the previous Heavenly Master was the one who was extremely adept at the Five Thunder positive technique, which specialized in restraining the Underworld Ghost King. That's why it has an extraordinarily strong hatred for people who practice thunder magic. This king once said that after the seal is broken, he would slaughter the upper and lower levels of the Heavenly Master's mansion and break that old man's legacy. Now, We'll start with you. End of chapter. 134, Chapter 131 Skeleton Dharma Phase, Summoning the Nine Heavens Puwa Divine Lightning. Chapter 131 Skeleton Dharma Phase, Summoning the Nine Heavens Universalizing Divine Lightning. The words fell. It was only a violent wave of its hand. Phew! A terrifying black aura surged out, transforming into a gigantic palm that crushed towards Zhang Xian as if it was spreading across the sky. Above this huge palm, it contained a strong yin fury chi, as if it was able to corrupt all things, annihilate life, silence heaven and earth, and make the sun and moon lightless. Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the giant palm that covered the sky, and his face did not have the slightest expression, nor did his gaze even change in any way. Swish! Next! He waved his big hand and his sleeves danced in the wind. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden aura, as if he was clad in golden battle armor, mighty and domineering, full of masculinity. The golden light was brilliant, blinding, and eye-catching, illuminating the entire back of the mountain. A golden light spell? Only its pair of scarlet eyes narrowed slightly, and then the attack on its hands suddenly accelerated, and almost instantly, the giant palm pushed more than 100 meters across. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud boom. The terrifyingly huge palm and the golden light on Zhang Xian's body collided together, erupting in a deafening explosion. Two diametrically opposed forces violently collided, rubbed, and devoured. The golden light and the black gas entangled together, like a collision of sparks, bursting out with blinding light, and eventually both exploded. Click, click, click. Under the terrifying aftermath, the surrounding tough mountains and rocks crumbled inch by inch, turning into debris all over the sky. Whoosh! With a single step, Zhang Xian leapt up in the air, and with a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of the underworld Ghost King. A piercing lightning arc blossomed above his right fist as it slammed down, bringing up monstrous waves that swept in. Seek death. Thick black smoke emerged from its palm, like a vortex, absorbing all the surrounding fiendish chi and eventually condensing it together. Thumbs up. The black smoke condensed into a black liquid, like sulfuric acid, emitting a snorting corrosive sound. The corners of the spectral Ghost King's mouth were sketched out in a hideous smile as he violently swung his palm. Boo! The black liquid fiendish chi violently erupted out like a torrent rushing out, colliding with the arcs of electricity struck by Zhang Xian. Rumble! Terrifying bursts of sound suddenly rang out, and violent shockwaves spread outward with the two as the center, blowing the bamboo forest to shake more than once. GGG. Ouch. It's been a while since I've had a decent opponent. The underworld Ghost King licked his scarlet tongue, his scarlet eyes revealing excitement as his body violently trembled and pounced once again. At this time, Zhang Xian also greeted him. His right arm's lightning arc flickered like a round of obsidian, dazzling and brilliant. Boo! Both sides collided together again, erupting into a shocking roar that shook the bamboo forest. Roar! The underworld Ghost King roared up to the sky. The scarlet eye shot out lurid blood awnings, and the fiendish chi from its entire body converged crazily, constantly circling around it, as if forming a thick chain. At this moment, the underworld Ghost King was as terrifying as a demonic god, exuding a cold and evil aura. And behind it, a huge skeleton phantom also emerged, tens of feet tall and standing on top of the sky. This phantom was condensed from fiendish chi, and its body was pitch black and covered with bizarre runes. The moment this phantom appeared, the temperature of the surroundings decreased rapidly, and a strand of gloomy coldness emanated from its body. GGG. Kid, go to hell. 134. Chapter 131 Skeleton Dharma Phase, Summoning the Nine Heavens Puwa Divine Thunder. It grinned a strange smile and violently raised its right hand, grabbing fiercely towards the void. In a split second. Only to see the Skeleton Dharma Phase similarly raise its palm and violently slap out towards Zhang Xian's position below. Rumble! In an instant, the fiendish chi surged in all directions, fusing into rolling dark clouds. These dark clouds quickly solidified and formed one pitch-black bone spear after another, with dozens of bone spears shooting out in unison. Each bone spear was incomparably sharp, carrying the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it sliced through the sky, aiming straight for Zhang Xian's head. Zhang Xian's face did not change, and his hands were frantically pinching seals while his mouth softly shouted, "Nine Heavens Puwa Divine Thunder Fall." With the fall of the drink, there was a steep roar in the sky. Immediately after, a cloud of blinding purple-blue lightning, like a meteor falling into the world, fell violently from the sky, fiercely blasting towards the underworld Ghost King. The purple-blue lightning blazed and caught the eye, and wherever it passed, it burned up the surrounding fury chi. Zip! A series of crackling pops resounded through the sky. In this moment, it was as if a heavenly calamity had descended. Purple-blue lightning tore through the sky, destroying all the bone spears and blasting them into powder. What? How? The underworld Ghost King's pupils shrunk as a change finally appeared on its face. However, before it could recover from the shock, another blinding lightning bolt was like the fury of heaven and earth, ruthlessly slashing down towards it. Ka-ching! The crunching sound seemed to cut through the quiet of heaven and earth. A dazzling trajectory was drawn in the air, accompanied by the hissing sound of electric current, like a loud noise tearing through the night sky. The lightning went straight towards the underworld Ghost King, so fast that it could not react in time. That purple-blue light carried an unrivaled might, as if it wanted to burn all evil existences to the ground. Block it for the king! The underworld Ghost King roared, and the black mist of his entire body tumbled, turning into a dense black shield in front of him. Puffing. Puffing. Purple-blue thunder landed on it, and it immediately stirred up a ripple. Humph. It's just a mere thunder, and it's worthy of showing off in front of this king? Give it to the king shatter. The underworld Ghost King let out a cold snort, and his black chi lingered like a dark hurricane, actually ripping that lightning into powder alive. Phew! It deeply exhaled the turbid air in its chest, and the black mist dissipated all over its body, but it still maintained its original hideous appearance, looking at Zhang Xian with bloodthirsty light in its eyes. GGG. Kid, this king admits that you have some means, but it's not enough. If that's the best you can do, then let this king send you to your death. As soon as the words fell, the underworld Ghost King moved once again. Its body shot out like a cannonball, and in an instant, it had appeared in front of Zhang Xian. Its dry, thin, and slender 5 claws glowed with an intimidating ghostly light as it nonchalantly grabbed at Zhang Xian, wanting to rip him off alive. Boom! This attack contained a terrifying and fiendish chi, and wherever it passed, the air was frozen, emitting a kind of crackling sound of ice slag shattering. Zhang Xian's face was calm as he fiercely clenched his right hand, the lightning arcs flickering and jumping continuously on the surface of his right fist as if it would be out of control at any moment. Lightning running thunder fist. Boom! The fists of the two men collided together, emitting a deafening explosion and setting off a raging and surging wave of air that swept around. Click, click, click. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the void, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread out. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Chapter 132, Humanity turned into Ghost Realm, Extreme Demon Realm. Chapter 132, Human beings turned into Ghost Realms, Extreme Demon Realm. Rumble. The violent impact caused the back mountain to shake violently as a result, as if it could collapse at any time. GGG. Again. The underworld Ghost King laughed hideously and maniacally, excitement flashing in his eyes. It had been sealed here for decades, and now that it had rarely broken the seal, it had met such a decent opponent in Zhang Xian. How could it not be excited? And so, the underworld Ghost King once again approached Zhang Xian, one of his sharp claws sweeping towards Zhang Xian's neck, carrying with it a dancing fiendish aura that caused one's heart to tremble with fear. Whoosh! Just as the sharp claws were about to grab Zhang Xian, his figure shifted, his feet stepped on the astral steps, his body was like a phantom, and he swiftly appeared 100 meters away. GGG, dodging fast. The underworld Ghost King laughed sardonically, his posture was exactly like a cat teasing a mouse. Shoo! Shoo! It waved its sharp claws, and the roiling claw shadows enveloped Zhang Xian like a rainstorm. Each move contained strong and unrivaled power, causing the air to twist and distort, seemingly unstoppable. Zhang Xian dodged without slowing down, his hands quickly sliding in front of him, and with each wave, a talisman was struck. In an instant, countless talismans appeared out of thin air, interweaving into a dense curtain of light around his body. Instant talisman. As one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Tongtian talisman recorded the unique talismans of various sects, and its main function was that it could be drawn and used at will. As long as the user has enough true chi in his body, he can summon an unlimited variety of talismans within a split second, either for attack or defense. As for Zhang Xian, who possessed a full-grade Tongtian talisman, summoning hundreds or thousands of talismans was as simple as eating and drinking. The 5 Thunders Amulet. Vajra Charms. Evil Breaker. Boom. Boom. Each of the underworld Ghost King's attacks made a deafening muffled sound when they landed on it, just like a heavy hammer hitting a steel plate, unable to harm Zhang Xian in the slightest. Damn kid. This king would like to see just how many more times you can summon such a talisman. The more the underworld ghost king fought, the angrier he became, and the black aura on his body became even more dense. Suddenly, it roared. Roar! Buzz! The underworld ghost king raised his head to the sky and a mouthful of black mist erupted out in a flash. The sky is dark and the sand is flying. Huffing and puffing. The hot and dense black mist rushed straight to the ninth night, obscuring the sunlight, instantly letting the entire Longhu mountain, all plunged into a dim. Immediately after, the black mist quickly converged and coalesced into a hideous skeleton, hovering in the middle of midair. Each skeleton contained monstrous grievances and sinister aura. GGG. This king will let you see what is meant by a real ghost domain. Extreme Demon Realm. Only the low voice of the underworld ghost king was heard spreading across the sky, and all of a sudden, the entire world began to tremble. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled in and lightning flashed. The sky, hundreds of kilometers in circumference, all became pitch black and out of reach. Woohoo! Ouch! Woo! The mournful cries came from all directions, like sobs and chills. In those dark and dense clouds, countless evil spirits wailed and hissed as they struggled frantically, trying to break through their bonds and escape. All of these evil spirits were human beings who had been killed by the underworld ghost king, and their souls were still devoured after their deaths and coalesced into divine powers, so they created a great deal of resentment. And these grudges, sinister, hostile, and deathly auras, after hundreds of years of baptism, have long since penetrated into the bone marrow. Once it is released, it will surely devastate the world and plague the people. Zhang Shen looked at these evil spirits without the slightest change of expression on his face, only that a gleam of cold light rose from the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 135. Chapter 132, Humanity Turned into Ghost Realm, Extreme Demon Realm. It was no wonder that a few decades ago, the previous Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion had to join forces with the 6 major Jiedan real persons to destroy the underworld ghost king. It turned out that this guy had done so many tragic things that he really deserved to be put to death. If it used this move in the city, I'm afraid that no one would be able to resist for a few breaths and would be devoured by these evil spirits. Kid, are you ready to die? The voice of the underworld ghost king came from all directions, like the roar of a demon. Next. Those evil spirits hovering in the sky all swooped down, and like a tidal wave, they madly surged towards Zhang Xian. Swish. 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 Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold aura swept across his eyes, and he instantly brandished countless runes to meet those evil spirits. Crack! Crack! A series of blinding white flames rose in the void. Those hideous evil spirits just touched those runes and immediately burned up, wailing in agony. However, their numbers were simply too many, densely packed and incessant, as if they were endless. Ha ha ha! The sardonic laughter of the underworld ghost king came out in an icy tone. Kid, I'll see how much longer you can hold out. The words fell. Woohoo! Again, countless evil spirits swooped down, covering the sky, like locusts crossing the border, unstoppable. Zhang Xian's brows furrowed. These evil spirits are a pain in the ass. How many people had the underworld ghost king murdered that he could have so many evil spirits? Afterward, Zhang Xian's eyes were slightly closed and his right hand was lightly raised. A streak of lightning coalesced between his palms. 5 thunderbolts. Boom! Countless streaks of lightning coalesced between Zhang Xian's palms, instantly becoming as violent as a raging storm. Each lightning bolt seemed to harbor the strongest fury in heaven and earth, flashing with a blinding light like the wrath of a god descending. Boom! As Zhang Xian let out a low cry, lightning poured down like a torrential downpour, slicing through the dreary sky and ruthlessly rushing towards those densely packed evil spirits. The lightning all made a deafening thunder in the air, like the roar of a giant beast, carrying an irresistible might, like thousands of silver snakes dancing wildly, instantly tearing through the darkness that surrounded them. Ah! The evil spirits' faces twisted as they let out heartbreaking screams. They had nowhere to hide under Zhang Xian's attack, and were cleaved to ashes, even their last wails drowned out by the thunder. Crack! Crack! In the meantime, the Temple of the Heavenly Master. Zhang Xiucheng stood at the entrance of the main hall, looking up at the terrifying fluctuations coming from the back mountain from time to time, his old face showing a worried expression. I don't know what the situation is now. I can only hope that little friend Zhang Xian will be able to destroy the underworld ghost king successfully, alas. Having said that, Zhang Xiucheng sighed and shook his head. And at that moment, several people from the Chong Yuan Daoist master came behind him. Are the disciples all set? Back to senior uncle, they have all been dispatched to the bottom of the mountain. Daoist Master Chong Yuan replied respectfully. Aha! If little friend Zhang Xian can destroy the underworld Ghost King, then let them come back, and if they fail, consider it as leaving a bit of inheritance for the Heavenly Master's house. Plans can't catch up with change. Originally, what the Heavenly Master's office intended was to hold on to sealing the underworld Ghost King for a while longer. When it was time for the Taoist sect assembly, they would then unite all the forces in the entire cultivation world to completely eliminate the underworld Ghost King. Unexpectedly, the Ghost King of the underworld broke the seal in advance, causing the situation to take a sharp turn for the worse. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Zhang Xian, praying that he would succeed in destroying the underworld Ghost King. Day. Senior Uncle Ancestor, the people from the Special Weapons Bureau are here. They sensed a strange change in the sky, so they sent someone to ask us what had changed. Suddenly, a Taoist boy ran inside the Heavenly Master's hall, panting and reporting. End of chapter. 136, Chapter 133 Heavenly Master's Dharma Seal to subdue the Ghost King. Chapter 133 Heavenly Master's Seal of Law to subdue the Demon King. The Secret Service? Zhang Shoucheng frowned slightly, but he quickly relieved himself. After all, the commotion made by the Heavenly Master's mansion this time was too great, and the sky in a radius of hundreds of kilometers was filled with a dense black fog. Ordinary people naturally do not notice the weirdness. But monks and aliens were different. But anyone with a bit of cultivation on them could detect the ghostly aura permeating the sky, so they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. And Zhang Shoucheng, as the only remaining Jiedan realist in the Tianchi mansion, naturally knew of the existence of the Special Bureau. This is an agency of psychics in the Dragon Kingdom that possesses extraordinary strength and specializes in solving all kinds of paranormal events. In fact, decades ago, the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs was already established, only that it was called by a different name. Think about it. Zhang Shoucheng fatally commanded, "Go tell them, just tell them that the Heavenly Master's mansion has important matters to deal with right now, and will not be meeting guests for the time being. As for the strange changes that appeared in the sky, after the matter is dealt with, the Heavenly Master's office will send someone to explain." Yes. The Daoist boy answered and hurriedly left. The other side. Lung Fu Shan, at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a green jeep was parked on both sides, and a dozen or so figures in black trench coats stood pensively by the side of the road. They looked up into the sky, their brows leaking with gravity. "Captain, what exactly do you think happened to the Heavenly Master's mansion, and why is there such a terrifying ghostly aura? And by the looks of it, the one who possesses such a terrifying ghostly aura is at least an S-class Ghost King." At that moment, a young man removed his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes. He was tall, with slightly tanned skin and an angular face that exuded a stern aura. His name was Qianfeng, and he was an elite member of the Special Weapons Bureau, as well as a late-be-ranked gold system psychic. And standing in front of him was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a straight body, sword eyebrows, and eyes as sharp as a falcon's, filled with a sense of oppression. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No. It's not just as simple as S-rank. To be able to erupt such a terrifying ghostly aura, one's strength is at least above S-class." Zhou Hao spoke with a hint of incredulous shock mixed into his voice. At those words, everyone present all sucked in a breath of cold air. "No way? Captain, you can't be mistaken, can you? I remember that none of the recorded Ghost Kings of the Dragon Kingdom, whose strength is above S-class, are suppressed in Longhu Mountain. Ah." The people were puzzled and looked at their captain with incredulity. It should be known that in all the years since the establishment of the Special Weapons Bureau, only 7 grades were currently found to be Ghost Kings that were over S grade. But all of these Ghost Kings were suppressed by the Special Weapons Bureau with special means in various places in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that one had suddenly appeared that they had never heard of before, it really boggled their minds. No. To be precise, there are still some Ghost Kings that are not recorded. Zhou Hao's voice resounded once more, carrying a strong solemn tone. While they were talking, the figure of the Daoist boy from the party walked down from the mountain. He arched his hand towards the crowd and bowed. "Several lords, Senior Uncle said that the Heavenly Master's mansion currently has important matters to deal with, and will not be seeing guests for the time being." "Sorry." Zhou Hao frowned and immediately asked, "Since we can't be allowed to go up, can you tell us the specifics, perhaps we can help?" The Daoist boy gently waved his hand and rebuffed, "Senior Uncle Ancestor has orders for the Ghost King to break the seal. This is not a matter for you and others to meddle in." "Is it really the Ghost King?" After receiving the answer, the crowd's pupils suddenly shrunk. Boom! Just as the crowd's minds were shaken, a sudden thunderous explosion spread throughout the 4 fields. Immediately after. 136. Chapter 133 Heavenly Master's Seal of Law to Subdue Ghost King. An extremely terrifying and fiendish chi rose up to the sky. These fiendish chi gathered into a cluster, like dark clouds covering the sun, enveloping the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain, making people unable to help but feel creepy. In the meantime, endless cries of ghosts and wolves, accompanied by miserable whistling, instantly filled everyone's eardrums, as if they were going to tear their minds apart. Under the gaze of the horrified people, they only saw a purple lightning bolt cut through the void and instantly appeared above Longhu Mountain, then ruthlessly split down on top of that black cloud. Bang! The loud noise was deafening, and the entire black cloud was directly blown into pieces and disappeared without a trace. Roar! Just as the black clouds were crushed, a furious roar emanated from the interior of Longhu Mountain, shaking the area for 100 miles. Shasta! The originally calm and peaceful Longhu Mountain was in complete chaos. In the mountains and forests, birds and beasts fled and birds of prey fluttered, as if the end of the world had come, and there were sounds of running and fleeing everywhere. Kid, you've completely angered this king. This king will break you into pieces. The underworld's true body. Boom! A berserk aura erupted abruptly, sweeping in all directions like a tidal wave. This aura contained monstrous grievances, as if it was 1,000 years of grievous souls, and it took the hearts of the people. And in the very next moment, a blurry black shadow appeared out of nowhere in mid-air, emitting an evil aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It had scarlet eyes, 2 horns on its head, wings on its back, and a body as black as ink. Especially that hideous and ugly mouth, which actually had a fang that was 3 feet long and short. What kind of monster is this? The crowd looked at the bizarre figure in shock, and a strong look of fear passed through their eyes. What a horrible breath! That figure, even though it was only a shadow, gave off a coldness and danger that went deep into the marrow of one's bones. It seemed as if its appearance was like the descent of hell, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Humph! At this moment, a cold hum came out suddenly, directly shattering that monstrous aura, and replacing it with a brilliant golden light that shone in all directions. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian's figure appeared in midair. Ghost King of the Underworld, you have done many evil deeds and coated the living. Today the poor Daoist will completely exterminate you. Having said that, his palm spread out, and the Heavenly Master Dharma seal hovered above his palm, releasing an eye-catching golden aura as blinding as the sun. Kill! Zhang Xian's gaze was indifferent as he spat out a single word, and the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal blossomed with bright golden light as it was violently hurled towards the Ghost King figure in front of him. Phew! The Heavenly Master's Dharma seal transformed into a golden rainbow, carrying a majestic pressure that pushed straight towards the Underworld Ghost King. Roar! The Underworld Ghost King let out a roar and raised his dry claws to meet the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal. Rumble! Claws and palms clashed, and a deafening explosion erupted. A strong wave of air spread out, toppling the nearby trees and grass. In heaven and on earth, who can put this king to death? You die for this king. The spectral Ghost King's brutal and arrogant roar rang out, and immediately afterward, it saw its pair of dried-up claws bloom with blood-colored light, condensed like a blade. Boom! The claws swept across, directly slapping the Celestial Master's Dharma seal away. Afterward, it opened its mouth and sprayed, and a pitch-black ghostly light burst out, directly attacking Zhang Xian in mid-air. This ghostly light was extremely fast, arriving in front of Zhang Xian in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to strike a spell, and the Celestial Master's Dharma seal instantly glowed brightly. Clang! The crunching sound of metal clashing rang out as the ghostly light was blocked by the spell. End of chapter. Chapter 137. Chapter 134 The Underworld Ghost King dies. Chapter 134 Underworld Ghost King death. Buzz! Immediately afterward, Zhang Xian once again pinched his spell, and the Celestial Master's Dharma seal steeply blossomed with an even more blinding golden light. Within this golden light, a strand of purple-blue lightning was faintly visible, crazily shuttling and straying. Next, only to see the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal carrying a terrifying power, as if it was a titanic pressure, crushing towards the Underworld Ghost King. Feeling that terrifying fluctuation, the Underworld Ghost King's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, it instantly erupted a mass of black as ink ghost chi, forming a layer of defense shield to protect its own entire body. Boom! The power of the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal pressed down like a landslide. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Underworld Ghost King's defensive shield collapsed in an instant, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the void. The layers of black mist shields were as fragile as if they were papier mâché, and could not block this unstoppable force in the slightest. Put! At this moment, the Underworld Ghost King finally couldn't withstand this blow and violently opened his mouth to spew out a massive fishy black liquid. Its hideous face looked twisted under the golden light. Damn it! The Underworld Ghost King hissed and growled, his voice filled with resentment and anger. It was one of the 10 great Ghost Kings of the Underworld, but now it had been thwarted on Earth twice in a row. Even, it was sealed for decades because of it. Shame. Great shame. Kid, you wait for this king, today's revenge will be avenged in the coming day. And the Tianshifu. One day, this king must slaughter you all, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. The words fell. Within the cloudy eyes of the Underworld Ghost King, a flash of intense killing intent flashed through, and immediately, it wanted to turn around and flee. But how could Zhang Xian do what it wanted? Only the moment it was about to vanish, Zhang Xian suddenly snorted coldly, "Still want to run? It's not that easy." Whoosh! After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A powerful spiritual force instantly enveloped the surroundings, forming an invisible cage that imprisoned the area. How is this possible? The Underworld Ghost King exclaimed. Ray, come on! Zhang Xian reached out and pointed to the sky as he lightly bellowed. Only to hear a loud click, a purple thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, ruthlessly splitting on the body of the Underworld Ghost King. Ah! All of a sudden, miserable screams suddenly rang out as the Underworld Ghost King's body convulsed and a gust of blue smoke rose, as if his entire torso was about to be scorched. In the meantime, the ghostly aura that surrounded its body was also rapidly cutting down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka-ching! Before it could react, another thunderbolt struck straight down. At this moment, the Underworld Ghost King was no longer as ferocious as he was a moment ago, only a face full of panic remained. It should be known that thunder was the most masculine and strongest power in heaven and earth, and as a body of a ghost, it could not resist it at all. What's more, what Zhang Xian had summoned was no ordinary thunder. Instead, it was the legendary 9 heavenly purifying divine thunder. For every blow it took, the loss was a dozen years of Dao, and this situation was simply too fatal. No! Mercy! I was wrong, I know I was wrong. The Underworld Ghost King howled madly, his voice filled with horror and remorse. It repented. Why was it the one who descended to Earth back then and not a few other Ghost Kings, or else it wouldn't have had to suffer these pains at all? It regretted it. Really regret it. Late. Chapter 137. Chapter 134. Death of the Underworld Ghost King. Zhang Xian's face was expressionless and his tone indifferent. In the next second, one thunderbolt after another dangled down from high in the sky. Rumble. Thunder and lightning intertwined into a net, covering within 100 meters in a radius, completely turning this place into a world of thunder. And the Underworld Ghost King, who was in the middle of it, endured inhuman torture. Roar! The king is waiting for you. When the sun and moon are in the same sky, several of my king's siblings will definitely avenge my king's death. The Underworld Ghost King screamed hysterically. It desperately pushed what little strength it had left in its body, trying to break through this field of thunder. But, in doing so, it didn't work half as well. Bang! Finally! The Underworld Ghost King couldn't support this horrific torture, and his entire body exploded, turning into a sky of black gas that drifted between heaven and earth. Next! A series of beeps rang in Zhang Xian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Underworld Ghost King and gaining 63,500 points of merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying a number of evil spirits and gaining 45,520 points of merit value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, the mission reward is being issued. Hiss! This is the end? Foothills. Zhou and the others looked at the ocean of thunder in the sky and sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts beating violently. Especially when they saw at the end, the black ghost chief floating in the sky, their hearts and minds trembled. That was a ghost king with a rank of S or above, and it was wiped out just like that? Gulp! Zhou swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and his heart set off waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Who is this man? Could he be the current Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's house, but Zhou Hao had heard that the position of Heavenly Master had been vacant for decades. If this person is not the Heavenly Master, then who could it be? And just as they were shocked, inside the temple of the Heavenly Master, when Zhang Xiuchang watched the scene of the underworld Ghost King being wiped out, his entire body froze for several seconds before arriving at 3 good sounds in a row, the corners of his eyes gradually moist. More than 70 years. More than 70 years have passed. In order to eliminate the underworld Ghost King, the Heavenly Master's mansion had suffered a loss of troops, and even all of the Jiedan real people, including the previous Heavenly Master, had all died in battle. He was left alone, with his many disciples struggling to support him, constantly suppressing and sealing the Ghost King. And now, the underworld Ghost King has finally been annihilated. From now on, the Heavenly Master's office would no longer need to carry this heavy burden. Zhang Xiuchang was thrilled. His eyes were slightly red, and tears flowed out along his eyes. He looked up at the dome of the sky and muttered, "Senior brothers, you can finally rest in peace." It's not just him. Even behind him, Daoist Master Chong Yuan and the others were incomparably thrilled and in tears. For decades, they had been guarding Longhu Mountain, fearing that the Heavenly Master's house, which had been passed down for so many years, would be cut off in their generation. Zhang Xiuchang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air to collect his emotions, then turned towards Daoist Master Chong Yuan and the others and commanded, "Chong Yuan, gather the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion and come back. Also, I'm running out of time, so the few of you should discuss and see who will succeed the Heavenly Master." Upon hearing this, the few people from Daoist Master Chong Yuan glanced at each other, all revealing complex expressions. Senior uncle, successive generations of ancestors had left an ancestral instruction that whoever could retrieve the Heavenly Master's Dharma seal would be qualified to become the new Heavenly Master. We have not been able to do this, so... Hearing these words, Zhang Xiuchang's gaze looked at Zhang Xin in midair before he sighed in his heart. How could he not know this? However, Zhang Xin did not seem to have any intention of wanting to succeed the position of Heavenly Master, even though the upper and lower levels of the Heavenly Master's house were willing to honor him as the head Heavenly Master. P.S. I'm looking for your opinions. Should the protagonist take over the position of the Heavenly Master? End of chapter 138. Chapter 135 City of the Crimson Death, Fragment of the Gate of the Underworld. Chapter 135 City of the Crimson Death, Fragment of the Gate of the Underworld. A darkened space. The place was filled with a densing fate chi that lingered in all directions as if it were substance. It was pitch black in all directions, as if you couldn't see the edge at a glance, giving people a creepy and eerie feeling. In the depths of that blackness, a vague city stood vaguely. On top of that city wall, there were endless runic patterns engraved, exuding an ancient and distant atmosphere. It's an ancient city. Although it is a wreck, it reveals the mottled traces of the years, and still allows one to see the splendor and prosperity of the past. The name of this city is City of Wasted Death. Only a small portion of the buildings in this city, most of which had already collapsed and fallen into disrepair, were the only ones that remained in their original state. The rest, long ago, were in ruins. But even so, countless evil spirits still survive here. Inside the Great Hall, a hideous and evil demonic shadow emerged. This demonic shadow was covered in black mist, with an extremely twisted and hideous face, exuding an intense ferocity, rage, and bloodlust that could not help but cause one's heart to palpitate. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at the void in front of it, its mouth slowly opening and closing, emitting a hoarse and low voice. Old Seven is actually dead? Dead on Earth. Its voice was low and shrill, like the growl of some wild beast, with a touch of coldness and resentment that took the heart. Buzz. The void suddenly shook and rippled. Immediately after that, several figures emerged out of thin air. They come in all shapes and sizes, from human form, to demon form, to great ape form. Basically nothing in common. The only thing that was the same was that a terrifying might permeated their bodies. It wasn't even the slightest bit weaker than the demonic shadow just now. It was Old 10 who died the other day. And now the Old 7. With the strength of the two of them, there shouldn't be any person or force on Earth that can kill them. Just then, only a monster with a human head and snake body, covered in turquoise scales, spoke. Its body was huge and incomparable, 10 feet tall, and its head was like a mountain. Its eyes were scarlet and red, transmitting an intimidating light. Then how do you explain the fact that they are dead? A figure with a one-horned head covered in black mist snorted and said in a mocking tone. If it is according to you, then did the Old 7 and 10 die by suicide? Ridiculous. You Upon hearing this, the monster that had spoken earlier became furious and opened its mouth to strike back. All right. What time is it, and you guys still have the heart to argue here? The demonic shadow at the head waved his hand and interrupted, his voice low and hoarse. Now that old 7 and old 10 are dead, we must renegotiate our previous plan. Right. Old 8, I remember that old 10 had once moved a fragment of the gate of the underworld before, and you were the one in charge of guarding it at the time. Hearing that, all the gazes in the room focused on a single figure in unison. It was reddish, seemingly every inch of its body was permeated with rage and fervor, and its eyes were glittering like emeralds, emitting a chilling light. On that forehead, a pair of horns curved and towered, like blades, shining with an intimidating sharpness. And a head of lime green hair that flowed in the wind like waves, adding a bit of hideousness to his overall image. 138. Chapter 135 City of the Crimson Death, Fragment of the Gate of the Underworld. It was clearly the bloodthirsty Ghost King, one of the 10 great Ghost Kings. That's right. It was indeed my turn to be in charge at that time, and then old 10 seemed to be in some kind of danger and wanted to escape back to the underworld. But it seems like there's someone on the other side who keeps blocking it, even when I make a move. The bloodthirsty Ghost King frowned in contemplation, seemingly recalling what happened some time ago. At that time, I was so suppressed by the laws of the earth that I was unable to save old 10. As soon as it said this, its face instantly became a bit grave and it said in a deep voice. But the tactic that the one who blocked old 10 performed was strange. I've never seen it before. What's the strength? Comparable to the human Jedan realm. The crowd of Ghost Kings frowned slightly. The atmosphere around them instantly froze like ice. The people looked at each other, and there was a flash of uneasiness in their eyes, as if they realized a very serious matter. Isn't it said that the earth is already the age of the end? How come there are still people who can break through to the Jedan realm? Could it be that he's a powerhouse from the Heavenly Master's mansion? A Ghost King said suspiciously. The Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion was famous even in the underworld. Especially before the disappearance of the Netherworld, there was a close connection and relationship between every celestial master and the ghosts of the Netherworld. Therefore, they also knew more or less about the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion. Who else in this world would possess such amazing strength besides the one from Longhu Mountain? The 9 Ghost King shook his head and sighed softly, his voice cold. Old 10 is dead, and now old 7 is also dead. Now, it's time for us to consider just who is going to Earth this time. Upon hearing these words, a brief silence fell over the Great Hall. Everyone is waiting for the final decision. After a long time, the bloodthirsty Ghost King was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I'll go. After all, I remember the scent of that person from before, and by the way, I'm going to explore the situation on Earth today again to see if it's entering the age of the end. After hearing the words of the bloodthirsty Ghost King, the other Ghost Kings all nodded and did not object. If old 8 doesn't initiate the conversation, they will have to choose who travels to Earth by voting. But that's fine. It saves them from having to vote again, and when they do, they tend to get into a fight, and sometimes, if they get really angry, they can even get into a fight. Good thing too. Then this time it'll be you, old 8. You take some of the night ghosts with you, and by the way, another fragment of the gate of the underworld, just in case. After all, old 10 and old 7 died in a strange way, and I always feel that there are still some secrets hidden on Earth, the 9 Ghost King admonished. At those words, the bloodthirsty Ghost King nodded. The gate of the underworld was one of the greatest treasures of the underworld, connecting all the passages between the earth and the underworld, coming and going between the two. Unfortunately, after the disappearance of hell, the gates of the underworld shattered. But the good thing is that after so many years of searching for those shards, they collected more than one. If it could carry a shard on its body, it would be much easier to temporarily re-enter the underworld if it was in danger. In that case, let's follow the old rules. Old 6, you stay at the entrance and sit tight, the rest of you go back first. The 9 Ghost King waved his hand and sent them away. In the blink of an eye, the 9 Ghost King was the only one left in the main hall. It raised its eyes to look out of the temple, its pupils filled with a deep light, and murmured, "What secrets are hidden on Earth? I only hope it doesn't interfere with the plans we have laid out." Having said that, its figure then disappeared inside the Great Hall, leaving behind only an empty and dilapidated palace. End of chapter. 140. Chapter 136 The decision of the top management of the Special Bureau to take over the position of Heavenly Master. Chapter 136 The decision of the top management of the Special Bureau to take over the position of Heavenly Master. Imperial Capital. The headquarters of the Special Branch. It's the same familiar conference room. Yang Yi's few people were sitting upright at the round table. And in front of them, the screen showed a picture and some detailed information. Watching the battle footage played on it shook everyone, including Yang Yi. A ghost king has been discovered in Longhu Mountain, and his level has exceeded S-class. Yang Yi's face was heavy, and his gaze was incomparably grave. He was actually aware of the matter of a ghost king being sealed on Longhu Mountain. After all, when such a big event happened back then, there was no way that the special branch would be unaware of it, but with the strength of the special branch at that time, it was unable to eliminate this ghost king. I didn't expect that after so many years, the other party would come out to cause trouble again and increase in strength instead of decreasing. Only. How does the figure on this screen look a little familiar? Isn't this Zhang Xian? A trace of color flashed between Yang Yi's brows and his expression was slightly grave. How did this matter get involved with Zhang Xian again? The events that happened during this period of time all centered around Zhang Xian. The other party first overthrew a group of Yin and Yang forces led by the Rococo Shrine, which made a lot of noise on the extranet. Then there was the Eastern Ing side, which had released a bounty for Zhang Xian, as high as $1 billion, leading dark list assassins from all over the world to head to the Magic City. Then, there was this time. Zhang Xian had unexpectedly created such an earth-shattering grand battle again, and even the Ghost King that had been sealed on Longhu Mountain for many years had been destroyed by him. The atmosphere in the conference room became exceptionally dull for a while. And at that point, he coughed slightly, his voice low and magnetic, and slowly spoke. What do you all think about this matter? Yang Yi looked around the crowd and saw that everyone's eyes fell on him, so he slowly got up and walked towards the crowd, finally standing in front of the big screen. I'm sure everyone has heard of this matter of a Ghost King being sealed in Longhu Mountain, right? But just over an hour ago, this Ghost King has broken through the seal, and according to the report from the head of the special branch over there, its rank exceeds S-class. Good thing someone stepped in to solve the danger. And this person is known to everyone, he is Zhang Xian. As soon as Yang Yi's words fell, the people in the conference room revealed their surprise. Zhang Xian again? That said, how did he get mixed up with the Heavenly Master? What I'm trying to say is that we don't have a good understanding of Zhang Xian's strength, and it's even a bit one-sided. What kind of strength does he actually possess, or exactly how powerful is the specific strength? None of these we have been able to investigate clearly. Yang Yi's tone was grave and serious. For such a powerful person, instead of befriending him, we have caused him to misunderstand the special branch. Words. Everyone here frowned. Especially Michael Chiu. He had previously contacted Zhang Xian in his capacity as the Special Specialization Bureau when he was in Mordor, but the other party didn't give him a good look at all. So that makes him have a problem with Li Hongtai. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to cancel Zhang Xian's status as the psychic advisor of the Magic City Special Bureau, perhaps the relationship between the two sides wouldn't have been so frosty. It's really a rat turd that spoils the pot of soup. When he thought of this, he spoke. I think that the priority now should be to remove the misunderstanding between him and the specialized bureau. According to my understanding, Zhang Xian is not a difficult person to get along with, or else he wouldn't have solved so many paranormal incidents for the Magic City side. Even the Ghost King's Cave, which has been plaguing Jiangzhou City for years, the other party has made a move to solve it. 140. Chapter 136. The decision of the top management of the Special Bureau to take over the position of Heavenly Master. I think that as long as we are a bit more sincere and show enough goodwill, we can definitely mend the rift between the two sides. As soon as Zhao Mingda's words fell, everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Nice. I agree with Mindy's proposal. The original purpose of the Specialized Bureau's establishment was to maintain secular peace and protect the general public, not to constantly offend people. In my opinion, we should just let Li Hongtai apologize at the door and resolve the misunderstanding. That's the long-term solution. Inside the conference room, the crowd spoke up, apparently all in favor of Zhao Mingda's opinion. Although many of them had never dealt with Zhang Xian, they had all heard that this person had a heart of justice, was eager to help others, and acted in an extremely upright manner. Just based on the fact that he solved most of the paranormal incidents for the Magic City's Special Affairs Bureau, it could show that this person was definitely not too bad. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly to stare at the screen. He pondered for a long time, then raised his head, looked at everyone present, and spoke. Since we're all on the same page, let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree. As the words fell, everyone in the audience raised their hands in support of Yang Yi's approach. Yes. Xiao Chun, contact Li Hongtai immediately and tell him to hurry back. Yang Yi turned his head and instructed a staff member behind him. Yes. The staff member nodded and then turned around to leave the conference room. In addition, I propose to re-invite Zhang Xian to join the Bureau of Specialization as an honorary director. Do you all approve? At this point, Longhu Mountain, Tianshir's mansion. When the Underworld Ghost King was eliminated, the Heavenly Master's mansion was once again bustling with activity, and those disciples who had been dispatched out before returned one after another. Zhang Xian appeared deep in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. In front of him, on the other hand, was Zhang Xiuchang. I don't know if it was because the Underworld Ghost King had been eliminated, but he looked red-faced and his entire body was much more energetic. However, Zhang Xian could tell that the other party was just returning to his senses. At this moment, Zhang Xiuchang sat on the futon, his gaze falling on Zhang Xian as he said with a smile, "On behalf of the upper and lower levels of the Heavenly Master's mansion, I would like to thank you, little friend, for your great kindness. If it wasn't for little friend's timely intervention, I'm afraid that my Longhu Mountain would have suffered a catastrophe today." Zhang Xiuchang looked at Zhang Xian with a face full of gratitude as he continued, "Whether it's old me, or the entire Heavenly Master's mansion, we all owe you a life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook his head slightly. "Senior is polite, this is just a show of hands. Besides, that Underworld Ghost King has done a lot of evil, so for me to step in and destroy it is to do justice to heaven." Zhang Xiuchang laughed. Little friend is modest. For you to have such a cultivation at such a young age, your future accomplishments are immeasurable, and you are even expected to reach the legendary White Sun Ascension. But it's a pity. That old man probably won't see that day." When he said this, Zhang Xiuchang paused and continued, "Little friend, I wonder if you are interested in taking over the position of Heavenly Master. You have both obtained the inheritance of your ancestor and solved the calamity of extinction for the Heavenly Master's mansion. You deserve to be the first heir to the Heavenly Master's throne." This. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment and laughed bitterly. Senior has been generous with his love, Senior's seniority is still shallow, so how can he be capable of assuming the position of Heavenly Master? Don't get ahead of yourself, you kid. Zhang Xiuchang laughed. "As long as you are willing, the position of Heavenly Master will be yours to inherit. We can even organize the succession ceremony right away. I wonder what you think. I don't have many days left to live. I only hope that before I die, I can find a suitable successor for the Heavenly Master's house. And you are the man for the job." End of chapter. Chapter 141.137 Air Body Source Stream, 5 Thunders Positive Technique Upgrade. Chapter 137 Air Body Source Stream, 5 Thunders Positive Technique Upgrade. At those words, Zhang Xian fell into silence. Let's be honest. The main reason why he came to the Heavenly Master's mansion this time was just to complete the quests issued by the system and brush up on the monsters in the meantime. There was no thought of taking over the position of Heavenly Master. For one thing, he's used to being free. If he took over as the Heavenly Master, he might not have much time to manage the Heavenly Master's office. Secondly, it was because Zhang Xian felt that with his own personality, he probably wouldn't be able to become a Heavenly Master. Instead of this, it would be better for him to take it easy by himself, going to brush the monsters from time to time, earning some merit values, and then raising his cultivation level. On the side, Zhang Xiuchang seemed to have seen through Zhang Xian's thoughts and said with a smile, "Little friend, are you worried that after taking over the position of Heavenly Master, you will be held back by the trivial matters of the Heavenly Master's mansion?" Aha! Zhang Xian nodded without hiding anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiuchang's smile did not diminish as he continued, "Little friend, there is no need to worry. In fact, the Heavenly Master's mansion is not as complicated as you may have imagined. There are various elders in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and many matters in the mansion are resolved by them, while the Heavenly Master only needs to make decisions on some major matters." Zhang Xiuchang paused for a moment, then continued, "Of course, except for some special circumstances, such as encountering an evil spirit that cannot be solved and requires you to take action to solve it. Also, you will not be boundless water and rootless wood after becoming a Heavenly Master. Take what you encountered some time ago. If you were the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain at that time, even if he was a high-ranking member of the Special Weapons Bureau, he wouldn't dare to touch you in the slightest." In fact, as early as the Heavenly Master's mansion had learned of Zhang Xian, it had already sent people to investigate his background. Not to mention the conflict between him and Li Hongtai. Even if Zhang Xian had wet the bed a few times as a child and had gotten into trouble a few times, the Heavenly Master's palace knew exactly. This is the power of the ancestral court of Taoism. Although they had sealed the mountain for many years, as long as they wanted to know something, even if it was hidden, they could still quickly investigate it. Hearing this, Zhang Xian finally understood. So it is. Zhang Xiucheng smiled and said, so little friend, all you need to do now is to let go of your mind and body and feel at ease as a heavenly master. As for all that messy crap, naturally someone will specialize in it. Then I wonder if little friend is now interested in the position of heavenly master? When he said the last, Zhang Xiucheng's eyes flashed up with a flash of anticipation. He very much hoped that Zhang Xian would agree to join the heavenly master's mansion. After all, someone like Zhang Xian, who was only 20 years old and whose cultivation had broken through to the legendary Yuaning realm. Even if it was placed in the entire history of Taoism and the Dragon Kingdom, it was an extremely rare existence. Such a demon, if he could be drawn into the Tianchi mansion, it would definitely be beneficial to the future of the Tianchi mansion. Senior has kindly invited me, so how would Junior dare to refuse? Zhang Xian smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He admitted that he was indeed spoken for. If before, he wasn't interested in being some kind of celestial master, then after hearing those words from Zhang Xiucheng just now, he instead became a bit eager to try. Well. Zhang Xiucheng's voice rolled like spring thunder, vibrating in the bamboo forest in the back of the mountain. His laughter was like a clear spring, carrying a long-lost vigor that instantly dispersed the few moments of gloom that filled the surroundings. In that instant, Zhang Xiucheng's eyes shone with an incomparable light of excitement, as if he had seen the hope for the future of the heavenly master's house. I'll have Chong Yuan and the others prepare for the succession ceremony. It's been hard work this time, so rest more, little friend. The words fell. Zhang Xiucheng's figure suddenly disappeared as if he had never appeared. After he left, Zhang Xian got up and headed for the bamboo house. System, claim your mission reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 points of merit value. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a full level of air body source flow. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,500-year-old vermilion fruit. Chapter 141. Chapter 137 Air body source stream, 5 thunders positive technique upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 3 epic draws. A series of beeps rang in his ears. Next. A huge stream of information immediately surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. He closed his eyes for a moment. Immediately following that, the corners of his mouth curved up into a hint of indifference. So it is. No wonder the air body source stream is known as the first of the 8 strange techniques. This technique is truly powerful. Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. A flash of essence exploded out of his eyes. The moment. His whole body's aura steeply rose several times, and even the Daoist robes on his body floated a few times. Apparently, in his comprehension just now, he had finally gotten his first glimpse of the true meaning of the air body's source flow. Worthy of being the top of the 8 wondrous techniques. Zhang Xian murmured and whispered. The end of the art, the source of the air body. According to legend, air is the basis of all things in heaven and earth and contains infinite mysteries. Its birth and evolution are related to the sun, moon, stars, wind, frost, rain and snow, as well as the human mind. All the thousands of arts in this world are due to spiritual rhythms. And the arts that each person cultivated possessed their own different Tao rhythms, yet they were intertwined with each other. The source flow of the air body happens to be the skill that can insight and decipher all the air practicing methods and air transportation skills. It not only sees through the nature and weakness of any jutsu, but can learn and master any jutsu. It could be said that this was a very heaven-defying and strange skill. Thinking of this, he only reached out and waved his hand. Buzz. The void trembled. Immediately afterward, strands of air, visible to the naked eye, shot out from his fingertips and hovered around him. It was accompanied by a subtle lightning bolt that lingered around his body. This phenomenon was precisely the sign that the air had condensed to its limit, in conjunction with the 5 thunders positive technique that he had cultivated, thus manifesting itself. Who? After a long time of exhaling, Zhang Xian immediately sat down. He crossed his legs and knees, and his personal attributes appeared before him. Host, Zhang Xian. Cultivation, Middle Yuaning. Techniques, 7 killing orders of gods and ghosts, full level, air body source stream, full level, lightning thunder fist, full level, 5 thunders positive technique, perfect, golden light mantra, full level, pure heart divine mantra, full level, Tongtian talisman, full level, Taoist mantra of the dead, full level, Taoist talisman compendium. Avatar, Eye of Delusion. Magic treasures, Celestial Master Dharma Seal, growable, medium-grade spiritual weapon, Jonkue sword, lower-grade spiritual weapon, Celestial Master's Daoist robe, upper-grade magic weapon, 100-year peachwood sword, extreme-grade magic weapon, space ring, upper-grade magic weapon. Merit value, 976980. Backpack, 50 years of child urine 1, house suppressing talisman 10, high level talisman paper 100, never breakable underwear 19, 4 times of epic level lottery, rare level lottery 10, 1 Gongfu upgrade card, 1 system 3-day discount card, and 1 500-year vermilion fruit. System, use the feat upgrade card. Upgrade the 5 Thunders orthodoxy. Although the 5 Thunder positive technique was the secret technique of the Heavenly Master's mansion, he had already cultivated it to full level, and it could only support him to cultivate to the Yuaning realm. If he still wanted to use the 5 Thunders orthodox technique as his main cultivation technique, he could only raise the level of the technique. It just so happened that he had a feat upgrade card. Ding, upgrading the 5 Thunders of Justice. Upgrade successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Decree. End of chapter. 142, Chapter 138 Purple Night Divine Thunder Skill, reactions from all sides. Chapter 138 Purple Night Divine Thunder Skill, reactions from all sides. Just as the system's voice fell, a vast and majestic text surged into Zhang Xian's mind. Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar message appeared within Zhang Xian's field of vision. It was a complete gong method, on which were recorded countless obscure and complicated mnemonics, as well as many talismans and spells. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Decree was divided into 9 layers, and the higher up you cultivated, the more powerful it became. Even after cultivating to full level, Zhang Xian could summon the legendary Purple Heavenly Thunder to descend with this technique. Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder? Zhang Xian muttered. It was rumored that the Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder was the supreme heavenly thunder between heaven and earth, possessing the terrifying power to destroy everything. Once it was cast, the heavens and earth were silent, the winds and clouds changed, and even the heavens would explode. Even if an immortal encountered it, he would have to retreat. Thus, in Zhang Xian's opinion, this technique was simply heaven-defying. Immediately after, only the endless mysteries of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Decree echoed in his mind, his heart's amazement and desire for this technique intertwined. It was as if Zhang Xian was in a boundless sea of thunder, surrounded by interlocking thunder and lightning, and the roaring sound was deafening. It was as if the soul was being torn away in this instant, immersed in that unparalleled power. Crack! Suddenly, only a crunching sound was heard. Zhang Xian's dantian suddenly exploded with radiant and dazzling lightning light that shone in all directions. These thunderbolts were suspended around his body, forming an electric snake. He clearly sensed that every inch of his body seemed to have been transformed as if it was filled with terrifying power. What made him feel even more astonished was that there were actually 2 clusters of thunderbolts vaguely entwined within his dantian. One of the clusters was dark blue in color and swirled as if it were a vortex. The other one, on the other hand, was lavender in color and flowed like a nebula. These 2 were entangled with each other, releasing a palpitating aura. The first level, cultivated. Zhang Xian's mind moved. Only to see that in his dantian, the 2 masses of thunderbolts instantly fused into one, transforming into a thin and weak thread of thunder power that drilled into the meridians of his body. Zip! Zhang Xian's body trembled lightly, his face revealing a look of excitement. A mere wisp of wandering purple night divine lightning brought him extreme destructiveness. He could feel that this kind of thunder was very terrifying, almost capable of destroying and killing any peak Jiedan in existence. It is really horrible. Moreover, this was only the first layer of the Violet Sky Divine Thunder Decree. Zhang Xian believed that when he thoroughly cultivated it to full level, he would definitely be able to reach an unimaginable realm. Phew! Zhang Xian opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. At this moment, he had already awakened from his state of immersion, his spirit was full of energy, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. I wonder how strong I am now. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth curled slightly as he reached out and grabbed towards the void. In an instant, the thunder surged and flashed with piercing lightning. Boo! The void was unexpectedly squeezed out of a huge gap by this violent force, and was unable to recover for a long time. Hiss! Even with Zhang Xian's determination, he could not help but suck in cool air at this moment. It's horrible. Zhang Xian's heart was beating wildly. With just one move, he was able to create a void gap. It was absolutely unheard of for him. One must know that an attack struck by an ordinary cultivator could only produce one violent collision at most before dissipating without a trace. But now what? He could do it with a casual lift of his palm. Even the void gap could be easily created. 142. Chapter 138 Purple Knight Divine Thunder Skill, Reactions from All Sides. That kind of difference, it's a world of difference. Immediately after that, another apple-sized, crystal-clear fruit containing powerful energies suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than Yugo. Ka-ching! Without hesitation, Zhang Xian directly took a bite, the juice filling his stomach. Buzz! Yugo has just entered the mouth. A raging and surging energy immediately spread to all his limbs and bones, causing the pores of his body to open up, greedily absorbing this power. And this 500-year-old vermilion fruit was already considered a rare spirit medicine in the world. The energy contained within it was very dense. Even one bite of this is enough for an ordinary person to shed their bones and cleanse their veins. Without hesitation, Zhang Xian swallowed all of the vermilion fruit in 3 or 2 bites, the juice sliding down his throat like manna. Along with that dense energy, it instantly turned into a tidal wave of power and surged. Every inch of skin was seared with the power of thunder in this instant, producing a fiery pleasure. Boom! With a movement of his consciousness, Zhang Xian quickly revolved the purple sky divine thunder resolve, reciting the mantra in his mind as he attempted to channel the power that was like a raging wave into his dantian. In an instant, the power of thunder and lightning was like a huge dragon that had been awakened, rushing up and wreaking havoc within him. Each meridian was like being forged by a heavy hammer of thunder, emitting a faint trembling sound that seemed to speak to him of the infinite power that was surging. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, and the surrounding space became no longer calm due to Zhang Xian's cultivation, as if even time had frozen at this moment. Thunder and lightning converged around him, transforming into a dazzling arc of electricity that flashed with dazzling light, like stars dancing around him, as if cheering for his cultivation. Zip, zip, zip. A magical sight to see if anyone is here. Only Zhang Xian's body emanated lightning as he sat with his legs crossed, just like a god or devil. The next few days, just as he was in closed-door cultivation, the Heavenly Master's mansion was also thoroughly active. When Daoist Master Chong Yuan learned that Zhang Xian was willing to take over the position of Heavenly Master, he was ecstatic and hurriedly summoned many elders to discuss the succession ceremony together. As the Heavenly Master's house is the ancestral court of the Taoist sect in the Dragon Kingdom, the succession of the Heavenly Master is a matter of great importance. Not only should we invite all the major powers to come and witness it, but we should also invite all the generations of ancestors to carry out the enthronement ceremony and announce it to the whole world. Once Zhang Xian succeeded to the position of Heavenly Master, he would be the 61st Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's house. That's why this thing is sloppy. And so, in just a few days, all the major powers in the Dragon Kingdom received invitations from the Heavenly Master's palace. Lingbao Guan. Inside a large hall. Only an old man looked at the invitation in his hand with a smile on his face. The Heavenly Master succession ceremony? Interesting. I didn't expect the Heavenly Master's office to make such a big mess as soon as they came out. It's been a long time since it's been this lively. This person had a white beard and white eyebrows, with crane hair, and wore a green shirt with an immortal demeanor. It was none other than the master of the Spiritual Treasure Observatory, Li Daochen. And below him, seated at the end, were several figures over half a century old. They were all elders of the Spirit Treasure View. Master Guan, should we go to the Heavenly Master succession ceremony? A white-bearded elder asked. Sure, go, why not? Li Daochen stroked his beard and said smilingly, at least it's a great event for the Taoist sect. How can I, Spiritual Treasure Guan, not go and join in the fun? I heard that the Ghost King sealed by the Heavenly Master's mansion has been restless for a while. Do you guys think it will? And at that moment, one of the elders voiced his concern. For the reason why the Heavenly Master's office sealed the mountain, Ling Baoguan naturally knew exactly why, which was nothing more than that they had been crippled by the Ghost King. A number of powerful people had perished, causing the Heavenly Master's mansion to suffer a great deal of vitality, and there was no way to resist that Ghost King, so they had no choice but to seal the mountain to avoid the disaster. That's what you don't know, right? As far as I know, that Ghost King sealed by the Heavenly Master's mansion has already been taken care of. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Chapter 139 Breaking through the late stage of Yuaning, in Shanai Sei. Chapter 139 Breaking through the late stage of Yuaning, in Shanai Sei. What? How is this possible? When they heard this, the few people present stared in disbelief. The Ghost King that made the Heavenly Master's office have to seal the mountain back then was extremely strong, and it was said that even the Heavenly Master who possessed the Jidan cultivation at that time could not do anything with it. Such an existence was actually taken care of now? Who the hell is this bull? It's something you can find out if you ask around a little, and it was just a little while ago. I heard that it wasn't a strong person from the Heavenly Master's mansion who made the move, but rather they invited a young strong person from the outside world to help the Heavenly Master's mansion kill the Ghost King. Li Daoduan said indifferently. As these words of his fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The gazes of all the elders gathered on him, shock and curiosity on their faces, intertwining into a marvelous picture. Young and strong? Upon hearing this, one of the elders shook his head repeatedly, his white hair trembling slightly as he looked incredulous. How is this possible? The strength of that Ghost King, how could it be dealt with by an idle person? It was no wonder that they were shocked, simply because the strength of that Ghost King was so terrifying that back then, the Heavenly Master's mansion had summoned several Jiedan real people and was unable to eliminate the other party. Now you say that the Ghost King was annihilated by a young man, which no one else would believe. Meh. As if he had seen through what was going on in the minds of the crowd, the corner of Li Daochun's mouth lifted up in an arc. At first he didn't quite believe it either, but this news came from the side of the specialized bureau, and it was by no means an empty rumor, so there was no way for him to disbelieve it. Seeing that they still looked disbelieving, Li Daochun slowly stood up. There. Go prepare the congratulatory gifts. In half a month, come with me to the Heavenly Master's palace for the succession ceremony. In the meantime, Maoshan sect. A group of high-ranking officials gathered here, looking at the invitation sent by the Heavenly Master's mansion in their hands, and fell into deep thought. Among them was the scruffy old Daoist that Zhang Xian had met earlier when he was in Jiangzhou City. They were huddled together, not knowing what they were discussing. A few moments later, also made the same decision as Ling Baoguan, to participate in the succession ceremony of the Heavenly Master's house. Right. How is Tian Cheng's seclusion going? May the breakthrough go smoothly? At this time, the sect master of the Maoshan sect, Lin Zongzi, opened his mouth to inquire. An old man beside Lin Zongzi heard this and hurriedly replied respectfully, reporting to the sect leader, Tian Cheng, he has successfully broken through to the early stage of Tongyi. Good. Very good. Lin Zongzi nodded, his face satisfied. Although their Maoshan sect was not as old as the Heavenly Master's mansion, it was not far behind, and they had been fighting for the position of Taoist leader all these years. A few decades ago, the Celestial Master's mansion was riding high, its strength far exceeding theirs by a large margin, and it had already pressed them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Well, in the back of the encounter with the Ghost King of the Underworld, that thing, the Heavenly Master's house lost a lot, and eventually had to be hidden from the world. And it was at that time that the Maoshan sect went through a great deal of development to get to this day. This child Tiancheng is gifted and highly enlightened, he will definitely be able to step into the Jiedan realm in time. Another elder exclaimed. Yes. Since he made a smooth breakthrough, then half a month later, he will come with us to the Heavenly Master's palace. Lin Zongzi stroked his beard, revealing a look of relief. This time, when he went to the Tianchi mansion to attend the succession ceremony, he had another purpose, and that was to find out the truth about the Tianchi mansion. If the other party hadn't slowed down after so many years, then the name of the Taoist leader of the Heavenly Master's house would have to be moved. Taoist disputes have existed from time immemorial. It was only because the aura of heaven and earth was getting thinner and thinner, making it difficult to cultivate. Now that there was a great change in heaven and earth, Lin Zongzi would certainly not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, he immediately commanded down and told the group of elders to get ready. Chapter 143. Chapter 139. Breaking through the late stage of Yuaning, the Yin God said. The Hemp Cult. Lingyin Temple. Nanpuchuo Temple. Not only the Taoist forces, but also many Buddhist sects and lineages, were invited to go. And an unprecedented succession ceremony for the Divine Master is being prepared. For a while, the cultivation world was abuzz. And at this time, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. The new Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion was surprisingly a young man in his early 20s. The world was shocked by this news. Many forces had sent people to the Heavenly Master's residence, wanting to catch a glimpse of this young Heavenly Master. Zhang Xian himself was unaware of these matters. He was still in the back of the mountain in seclusion and cultivation. Have to say, The energy of the Zhuguo was too huge, and it was only someone as powerful as him who could successfully refine this energy. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that they would have been burst by this energy. At this point, only Zhang Xian could be seen sitting cross-legged on a futon, his eyes tightly closed as a purple halo radiated around his body. Under this halo of light, a strand of terrifying lightning arcs were encircling. Hoo. With each exhalation, Zhang Xian's chest was like waves, rising and falling as if it contained some sort of mysterious rhythm. Gradually, a cool cold current emerged and wrapped his entire body. The originally violent and frenzied energy, under the assault of this cold current, as if it had found a hint of vent, slowly calmed down and became peaceful. Over time, the purple aura emanating from Zhang Xian's body grew brighter and brighter, resembling a brilliant star that illuminated the surroundings. Wisps of tiny electric arcs traveled through his limbs and bones. A faint circle of ripples even formed around him, spreading in all directions, causing the surrounding grass and trees to be affected, their branches and leaves shaking madly. Ka-ching! Suddenly, with a crunching sound, a purple light rose up into the sky. Immediately after, Zhang Xian's body fiercely exuded a majestic might that swept through the 8 wastelands like a tidal wave. Rumble! The surrounding void trembled. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, slowly opened his eyes as 2 streams of brilliant light burst out. Breakthrough! Late Yuaning! Feeling the surging power coming from within his body, a look of joy appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He didn't expect that just by relying on this single vermilion fruit, it would allow his cultivation to break through a small realm and directly step into the late stage of Yuaning. Moreover, the effect brought about by the vermilion fruit was not just limited to cultivation, but in the condensation of the physical body. Vermilion fruit is an exotic substance of heaven and earth, with the efficacy of cleansing the marrow and destroying the veins. It also made his physical body more than several times stronger than before, and he was even able to shake a mid-grade magic weapon with his bare hands. It can be described as being transformed and qualitatively improved. Great stuff! If there are a few more of them, perhaps I'll be able to directly break through the peak of Yuaning and condense the Yin God. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed as he surmised in his heart. Above the Yuaning is the Yin Shen. If the Yin God is condensed, it enjoys a lifespan of 500 years, and the soul is as if it is substantial, so it can break out of the body and travel between heaven and earth. This is what is meant by the so-called Yuan Shen out of body. It was only that the Yuan Shen left the body, and if the physical body was destroyed, then the Yin Shen would also go up in smoke with it. The Yin God, in turn, was the core of the cultivator and represented everything. If the Yin God was in danger, the cultivator would fall with it. It's like losing one's head, surely one can't live, otherwise why call it a head? End of chapter.